After 4 years of marriage, I was treated as a live-in son-in-law. Everyone thought I was a worthless good-for-nothing, and my wife wanted a divorce. My mother-in-law and brother-in-law sneered at me relentlessly, even attempting to seize my only personal belongings. But none of them knew that I was just playing dumb to deceive them. The supreme big shot in their eyes was nothing more than a servant at my beck and call. That inconspicuous ring holds an identity powerful enough to overthrow the world. My name is Yi Fan, a lunatic with amnesia found on the roadside by the Lu family, and also a live-in son-in-law for 4 years. Until today, when my wife Lu Iran pushed a divorce agreement in front of me, my life finally changed. Lu Iran, a rising business star in Yuncheng, transformed the Lu family from an obscure third-tier clan into a corporate giant with an e-commerce company boasting monthly sales exceeding 100 million yuan, all in just 4 years. She attributed all these achievements to her own efforts, while I, the lunatic once bound to her by fate through a divine fortune slip, had long become a despised and reviled servant in the eyes of the Lu family. Yi Fan signed this divorce agreement. She didn't look up, her tone revealing the dominance of a strong woman. Is divorce really necessary? I whispered in an attempt to dissuade her. Finally, she lifted her head, her eyes filled with disappointment, pity, and a trace of disdain. We no longer belong to the same world, she said. Sign it. I guarantee you'll never want for food or clothing for the rest of your life. As I met her resolute gaze, I knew further words would be futile. I picked up the pen, wrote my name, then bit my index finger as she demanded and pressed a blood-red fingerprint onto the document. Lu Iran pushed a wooden box towards me. This was the only personal item you had with you back then. Take it back, she said coldly. Inside the box was a dark green ring, carved with a dragon soaring across the seas on one side and a phoenix singing to the heavens on the other. I slipped the ring onto my index finger. Blood from my fingertip instantly seeped into it, and a torrent of memories flooded my mind. The world's top criminals kneeling at my feet, the bloodthirsty assassins trembling before me, the globe's wealthiest individuals fawning over me, countless names and scenes perfectly aligned with my origins. I was originally the leader of the world's most powerful organization, the 10,000 Dragon Society, codenamed Dragon Ancestor. Back then, I lost my memory after killing 100 people on the heavenly ranking to save someone, ending up in Dragon Country as the live-in son-in-law of the Lu family. As memories flooded back, my aura suddenly shifted. I strode out of Lu Iran's office and made a call. The man had returned. The moment I stepped out of the building, my brother-in-law Lu Wanshou and mother-in-law Li Tsuihua blocked my path, their greedy eyes fixed on the ring in my hand. Yi Fan, hurry up and give me the ring my sister gave you, Lu Wanshou demanded, hands on his hips, his tone laced with threat. The ring was originally on my hand. It belongs to me, I responded coldly. Bah, Li Tsuihua sneered, pointing at me mockingly. You're just a lowly servant in our house. That ring is obviously worth a fortune. How could a worthless piece of trash like you afford it? I told them that I had already divorced Lu Iran and was just taking my personal belongings, but they simply didn't believe me, thinking I was feigning misery to gain sympathy. Li Tsuihua even reached out to snatch it, but I dodged aside. Lu Wanshou lunged at me but tripped and fell face-first into the mud due to excessive force. You despicable scum, how dare you humiliate me? Lu Wanshou, consumed by rage, swung a punch at me. I sidestepped easily and landed a straight punch right on his nose, blood gushing out as he writhed in pain on the ground. Yi Fan, you're asking for death, daring to hit my son, Li Tsuihua shrieked as she lunged forward. I exuded a fierce aura and shouted, so what if I hit your son? My glare turned her face as pale as paper. Lu Wanshou loudly called out to the thugs he had brought with him, cripple this guy, 100,000 for one of his legs. Upon hearing this, several thugs immediately surrounded me. Just as they clamored to attack me, the sound of tires screeching against the ground echoed, and a convoy of Rolls-Royce Phantoms pulled up in front of us. The license plate Yun Z66666 is the exclusive vehicle of Zhao Wanshou, known as Master Wan, the underground ruler of Yuncheng. Everyone immediately fell silent and stepped back one after another, while I alone stood still, without moving an inch. Zhao Wanshou stepped out of the car, his gaze arrogant and his tone icy. Kid, you're in my way. I am the person you're looking for, I said, slowly raising my right hand to reveal the dark green ring. At the sight of the ring, Zhao Wanshou shuddered violently, his legs giving way beneath him. He instantly bowed deeply and said tremblingly, this humble Zhao failed to recognize Mount Tai. I beg for your forgiveness. Be more careful next time, I responded coldly before getting into his car. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Zhao Wanshou deferentially sought my instructions. Dragon Ancestor, how has the 10,000 Dragon Society been lately? You're not qualified to inquire about such lofty matters, I said icily. He wisely refrained from asking further and instead ventured to make a request. Sir, might you do me a small favor? My elderly mother is critically ill and hospitalized in the ICU. After a brief moment of thought, I agreed. The car stopped at the entrance of Yuncheng First People's Hospital. Zhao Wanshou led me into the ICU, where a gaunt old man lay on the hospital bed, covered with tubes. Mom, you're saved, I found a miracle doctor for you. Zhao Wanshou tried to keep his voice steady. I am the divine healer, Yi Fan, I calmly introduced myself. The doctors by the sickbed all showed skepticism, with one Western doctor saying coolly, to dare call yourself a miracle healer at such a young age, Mr. Wan, the old lady is beyond help, don't be deceived by some quack. Zhao Wanshou's daughter Zhao Yuting couldn't help but speak up. Dad, you're clearly a fraud. Show some respect, Zhao Wanshou roared in anger, then earnestly pleaded with me, Mr. Yi, I humbly beg for your assistance. I could tell that old lady Zhao was suffering from a planted goo, a toxic spore that had infiltrated near her intestines. I instructed Zhao Wanshou to fetch a set of silver needles, then swiftly inserted them into the old lady's acupoints with practiced ease, drawing gasps of amazement from the surrounding physicians at my needlework. Yet, apart from her breathing stabilizing, old lady Zhao showed no other changes. Now, find some cupping jars, I said calmly. The doctors questioned once more, deeming it an unprecedented scam, at which Zhao Wanshou roared, commanding everyone to shut their mouths. Under everyone's skeptical gazes, I precisely placed each cupping glass on the acupuncture points of Granny Zhao's abdomen. As the fire cups were placed, old lady Zhao began to cough violently, expelling light green powder. The powder dissipated, her coughing ceased, her complexion regained its rosy hue, and she even opened her eyes. Wanshou, I feel so comfortable, she said weakly. Zhao Wanshou was wild with joy, while the doctor stood dumbfounded. How is this possible? A young doctor exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Yuting stared at me, her eyes filled with shock as an unusual emotion slowly rose in her heart. The poison in old Mrs. Zhao was actually a venomous curse, someone planted it. You should be careful, I warned Zhao Wanshou. So that's it. That's why you used cupping to eliminate those spores, a doctor suddenly realized. Mr. Yi, you are the greatest benefactor of our Zhao family. From now on, my life is yours. Zhao Wanshou solemnly bowed. I paid no heed and walked straight out. A Western doctor called out to me, asking who my master was. Without turning back, I calmly replied, that's none of your concern. The fact that I've cured the patient is proof enough. As I left the hospital, Zhao Wanshou followed. I ordered him to immediately prepare a house, a car, and some cash, which he promptly arranged. I took the car keys and drove away without looking back. Chapter 4, True Identity. That evening, Yifan moved into the house Zhao Wanshou had arranged for him, a private villa surrounded by prominent figures, with his residence being the pinnacle of the estate. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, he paused for a moment before dialing a number. Who is this? The woman on the other end asked in confusion. Zhu Ke, it's been ages since we last spoke. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhu Ke instantly perked up. It was actually the master calling. Where have you been, sir? You've vanished for years. I searched everywhere but couldn't find you. Suzaku said anxiously. She had even hired people to track down the master's whereabouts, but with no leads, she was on the verge of giving up hope. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn, and the master reappeared. Zhu Ke struggled to contain her excitement, but Yifan remained calm, sensing her thoughts. Something happened on my end. The details are too complicated to explain now. What will happen to the 10,000 dragons after I leave? That was Yifan's primary concern. Hearing this, Suzaku hesitated, unsure how to broach certain matters. Seeing her hesitation, Yifan had already guessed the situation. Most likely, infighting had erupted within the 10,000 Dragons Society during his absence. Someone eager to oust him would naturally act while he was gone. His unexpected accident back then? Likely orchestrated by an insider within the Wanlong Society colluding with outsiders. The thought made Yifan's left hand clench tightly, veins bulging as his gaze fixed on the distance, filled with boundless killing intent. Yet Zhu Ke on the other end of the line knew nothing of these matters. After much deliberation, she could only offer a more diplomatic explanation. In the years since you've been gone, much has transpired within the Wanlong Society. The other 3 protectors have vanished. My men have searched for them extensively, but to no avail. Now, the Dragon of Chaos holds sway. He appears to consult us on matters great and small, but in truth, he alone makes all decisions. Most of the elders now are his people. I'm merely a figurehead, clinging to this small faction I control, the only thing he hasn't taken from me. But if this continues much longer, I fear even this will slip from my grasp. Zhu Chue's voice grew increasingly desolate. Over the years, schemes against her had been constant. Many of her brothers had perished, and she herself could meet her end at any moment. But now that the Lord has reappeared, surely this entire situation will turn around. At this thought, Zhu Chue's spirits lifted. She longed to bring the Lord back immediately, then the demon dragon schemes would crumble. The demon dragon had actually become the leader? Yifan scoffed at the news. He had expected either Bai Tao or Yi Wu to ascend to that position, never imagining it would fall to someone of questionable character. Master, where are you? I'll send men to retrieve you at once. Once you return, the dragon clan will be restored to order. Zhu Ke was visibly agitated, her heart racing with anticipation to see Yifan. She was ready to act at his command. Yet Yifan made a decision she couldn't comprehend. I have no intention of returning for now. And you must not spread word of my whereabouts. Do you understand? Sir, if you don't return, what will become of the Wanlong Society? Zhu Ke couldn't wrap her mind around it. I still need to verify the events of that year. Returning now would yield no useful information. With you keeping watch there, I have complete peace of mind. Entrusted with this crucial task, Zhu Ke immediately agreed, vowing to handle it flawlessly. Besides the demon dragon becoming leader, had anything else unusual occurred within the 10,000 Dragons Society? What had become of the heavenly rankings from back then? Since the creator of the heavenly rankings had vanished, no further developments should arise. Yet after all these years, unexpected complications might still emerge. Yi Fan couldn't help but ask. Zhu Ke thought hard for a moment before shaking her head. I haven't heard any news about the celestial list. After your operation back then, they ceased to exist. The demon dragon has been intent on recreating a list, but hasn't taken action yet. Understood. Keep monitoring him. If he makes any moves, don't miss a thing. Report everything to me in detail. Then send a few men over. I have instructions for them. For now, leave everything else to me. Zhu Ke opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Upon learning Yi Fan's current location, she immediately dispatched 5 individuals, people she had secretly trained herself, now finally put to use. Soon, the 5 arrived before Yi Fan. They comprised 3 men and 2 women elites from various fields, equally adept at bodyguard duties or handling other tasks. Most crucially, they were unremarkable in appearance, able to blend into any crowd without drawing attention. Under Yi Fan's intense gaze, the 5 felt the pressure and instinctively lowered their heads. After scanning them briefly, Yi Fan finally issued his orders. After finishing his instructions, Yi Fan slowly walked out the door. He was going to meet an old subordinate. Yi Fan drove to the Yuncheng Mall and headed straight upstairs. He had barely stepped onto the first floor when Lu Wenxiang and several of his men emerged from a store. Strange. Wasn't Yi Fan taken away by the Zhao family? How did he end up here? He looked perfectly fine, not a scratch on him. Had the Zhao family gone easy on him? Lu Wenxiang looked utterly perplexed. What was going on? The other brothers hadn't caught Lu Wenxiang's words, but they spotted Yi Fan too. Yi Fan had always been their target for bullying. Now he dared to show up at Yuncheng Mall, the most luxurious shopping center in the city. This wasn't a place ordinary people could afford to shop. That beggar-like piece of trash actually dared to show up in such a prestigious place. Each of these guys seethed with indignation. We've got to teach this scumbag a lesson. Yeah, young Master Lu, and let's snatch that ring back while we're at it. Exactly. We're already itching to act. They were ready to act, and Lu Wenxiang was on the same page. After a few quick whispers, they sprinted after the figure upstairs. Their commotion wasn't exactly quiet. Yi Fan had already spotted them and changed his plans, heading straight for the manager's office. Lu Wenxiang and the others stormed in, kicking the door open. Only after bursting into the empty office did they realize something was terribly wrong. Where is he? We clearly saw Yi Fan come in. Did he hide? A young man with dyed yellow hair and a thuggish demeanor demanded. The others began searching the room with even greater audacity. But this office was tiny, it simply didn't look like a place where someone could hide. They scanned the room again, yet still found nothing. Chapter 5, Yuncheng's wealthiest man. Had the kid slipped away? Lu Wenxiang and his men circled the office, finding no trace of Yi Fan. Frustrated, he swept everything off the office desk. His subordinates frantically waved their hands, signaling they had no idea either. Fine. Consider him lucky to have slipped through this time. Lu Wenxiang snorted disdainfully, not even bothering to reprimand them. Having lost track of Yi Fan, there was nothing he could do but head back. Let's get out of here first. After all, this was the manager's office. It wouldn't be appropriate for them to linger here too long. Lu Wenxiang walked to the door, twisted the handle, but couldn't get it open no matter what. He frowned in confusion, trying several times in succession. His suspicions were confirmed, and in an instant, rage ignited within him. He kicked the door hard. Damn it! Who the hell is that punk outside who dares to lock the door? He kicked it several more times, still feeling unsatisfied, but the door didn't budge an inch. He sucked in a sharp breath, stumbled back several steps, and sat down on a stool. He'd exerted so much force that his foot now throbbed with pain. His brothers took turns trying to kick it open, but each one slumped back down, dejected. This manager's office had only one exit, not even a window. Moreover, it was located at the very edge of the mall. Aside from the manager, no one ever came here during regular hours. Now, they had no better option than to wait for the manager to arrive and unlock the door. Just then, Yellowhair's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh hard. Hey, boss, we can call for help. Hearing this, everyone immediately pulled out their phones. What's going on? No signal? Mine's dead too. For some reason, this office was blocking signals, and their phones simply couldn't connect. Now there's really only one option left. Standing outside the door, Yi Fan listened to their commotion and let a smug smile curve his lips. Lu Wenxiang, enjoy the little gift I left for you. In truth, he hadn't actually entered the manager's office at all, he'd merely created an optical illusion. After luring Lu Wenxiang and the others inside, he immediately locked the door from the outside. These past 3 years, living under the Lu family, Lu Wenxiang has constantly beaten and berated me. It's about time he got a taste of his own medicine. As I passed by the manager's office, I tossed a pill inside. The pill was colorless and odorless. Yet anyone exposed to its vicinity for an extended period would inevitably become poisoned, their entire body consumed by unbearable itching. Of course, its effects lasted only 3 days. Yet the unbearable agony of those 3 days was not something just anyone could endure. None of this concerned me anymore. At least I'd gotten my revenge. It was time to attend to his own business. Yifan made his way to the top floor of the Yuncheng Mall. But unexpectedly, he was stopped by a young receptionist. "Excuse me, sir. You cannot enter without an appointment. This is our chairman's office, not just anyone can enter. Our chairman is the wealthiest man in all of Yuncheng. All the shopping malls in Yuncheng belong to the chairman." Yifan smiled indifferently and placed his ring into the receptionist's palm. "Young lady, take this to your chairman. He'll come out to see me." The receptionist quickly withdrew her hand and stared at the ring in her palm. This ring clearly wasn't an ordinary item. She dared not delay. "All right, please wait a moment while I go check." Yifan settled into the sofa with satisfaction, waiting. He knew that if that person saw it, they would definitely come out. He was confident of that. "Where is this person? Hurry up and take me to see him." The moment Shen Lufeng saw the ring, his entire body trembled. He held the ring in his palm, examining it closely for a long time. His voice trembled with excitement as he gripped the front desk clerk's shoulder tightly. "Chairman, he's still waiting for you outside." Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Lufeng dashed toward the door. At that moment, he didn't look like a man past 50 at all. His face tense, he spotted Yifan and immediately dropped to his knees with a thud. "Your servant greets you, Your Excellency." Counting carefully, it had been over 5 years since the two last met. He had once believed that someone as elusive as Yifan, a figure who appeared only briefly before vanishing, would never cross his path again in this lifetime. So he never imagined they would meet again. "Yes, it's been a long time, little Shen." Yifan sat as steady as a mountain, even though the man before him was the wealthiest tycoon in Yun City. Though there was a significant age gap between them, back in the day, Shen Lufeng had been nothing more than a lowly nobody in the Wanlong society. Without Yifan giving him a chance, he would have remained a mere speck of dust, utterly without luster. Shen Lufeng bowed 9 times in rapid succession, the most solemn ritual reserved for paying respects to the Dragon Society's leader. "It's good to have you back, sir. I've been so worried without any word from you." He clasped Yifan's hand tightly, as if afraid Yifan might vanish from his sight once more. "Sir, please come to my office. I'll properly serve you tea." Yifan accepted without hesitation. After such a long separation, they certainly had much to discuss. "Where have you been all these years, sir? I've been searching for any trace of you on the dark web, but no one had the slightest clue." Shen Lufeng sighed heavily. Yifan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze dark and inscrutable. "Nowhere special. I got married, but recently divorced." He recounted his experiences over the past 3 years in a seemingly casual tone. Shen Lufeng, however, sensed the weight beneath his words. "Sir, if there's anything you need me to do, just give the order. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today." Back when he was destitute and reduced to sleeping on the streets, it was Yifan who stepped in to help. All these years, he cherished that kindness in his heart. He had even been depositing money into an anonymous bank account. He had been waiting for the day Yifan might need it, so he could provide substantial funds. "Sir, here is 50% of my company's profits from the past 5 years. I've kept it safe for you all this time." He slid the bank card toward Yifan. Yifan felt deeply moved. He wasn't alone, after all. Many of his subordinates cared about him. Still, he returned the card to Shen Lufeng. "This business empire is entirely your own achievement. I had nothing to do with it. I merely offered a small contribution, and I cannot accept this." He had his pride. He would never accept money from Shen Lufeng. He had come today solely to see his subordinates, not to demand money. "Sir, you..." Shen Lufeng sighed. He understood Yifan's character. But he would always keep this habit. Knock knock. Just as the two were chatting, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Chapter 6, Auction Invitation. Hearing the knock, Shen Lufeng's face darkened with displeasure. "Didn't I tell you? Don't come bother me today unless it's urgent. Chairman Shen, Manager Wang is here on urgent business." The receptionist's voice came from outside the door. Just as Shen Lufeng was about to refuse, he caught Yifan giving him a subtle nod. "Let him in," Shen Lufeng said sternly. The door creaked open, revealing a tall, handsome man stepping inside. His complexion was unusually fair, dressed in a crisp suit with a striking red tie. The moment he entered, he hurried straight toward Shen Lufeng. Before the chairman could finish speaking, he spotted an unfamiliar face in the room. After sizing the other man up, his face immediately twisted into an expression of impatience. "Front desk. How many times have I told you? Don't just let anyone in. Look, even random people like this have gotten in." Manager Wang said to the front desk with a dark expression. "But, Manager Wang..." The The receptionist replied, looking utterly aggrieved. Look at his scruffy clothes, he's clearly a country bumpkin fleeing famine. Get him out of here immediately. Manager Wang snapped impatiently. The receptionist remained silent. Instead, Manager Wang was met with a slap from Shen Lufeng. You bastard! Do you know who he is? Manager Wang clutched the red handprint on his cheek. Chairman, this man is definitely not someone to be trusted. Shen Lufeng was about to reveal Yi Fan's identity when he was stopped. Manager Wang, right? I'm a friend of your chairman, Yi Fan said calmly. Having weathered countless storms, his heart no longer stirred easily. Facing a small fry like Manager Wang, there was no need to reveal his true identity. Hurry up and thank Mr. Yi. Shen Lufeng barked. Manager Wang covered his face and remained silent, still shooting Yi Fan a disdainful glance. That look was filled with resentment and fury. Shen Lufeng couldn't afford to lose his temper outright. Suppressing his rage, he demanded, what urgent business brought you here? Chairman, the invitation from Yuncheng auction house. Oh. Place the invitation over there. You may leave now. But Chairman, this auction is crucial for our group's image. Shouldn't you attend personally? Not necessary. You attending will suffice for such occasions. Go prepare. Shen Lufeng waved his hand, signaling the other to leave. Manager Wang reluctantly pushed open the door and left. At that moment, Yi Fan's interest was piqued by the invitation. He carefully scanned the invitation's contents before murmuring softly. Shen, why don't you participate in these charity events? Honestly, sir, it's essentially disguised as a donation. Every time, I just send someone to buy back a bunch of useless stuff. Disappointment flashed across Shen Lufeng's face. To him, such events were nothing but a waste of time. As long as the money is in place, other prominent figures from various circles won't say anything about him. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Yi Fan furrowed his brow. Shaoshen, I order you to attend this time. And you must make a high-profile appearance. Sir, why is that? Shen Lufeng looked utterly puzzled. You'll understand soon enough. But before you go, you must give me a title. Yi Fan smiled. Easy enough. I'll just hand over the chairman's position to you, sir. Shen Lufeng was indeed generous. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan shook his head gently. I'll just be your driver. Remember, never reveal my identity. Shen Lufeng was utterly baffled. He knew Yi Fan's temperament well back when he was the leader. He never took no for an answer. Now that he's back in the game, he'll still be decisive and swift. Very well. He was actually eager to witness the boss's charisma. Sir, I'll follow your every command. Shen Lufeng bowed respectfully. Remember, I'll say this 3 times for emphasis. Do not let anyone discover my identity. Understood, sir. Your subordinate obeys. Just as Shen Lufeng and Yi Fan were discussing this matter, the door suddenly banged loudly once more. Shen Lufeng's face darkened. What was going on today? The noble lord had finally graced this place with his presence, yet someone kept interrupting their conversation. What is it? Chairman. Several people have barged into the manager's office. Manager Wang reported, panting heavily. Do I need to give orders for such a minor matter? Just have security escort them out. But Chairman, they said they're looking for someone. Yi Fan had already figured it out the moment he heard their words. After about an hour, the poison should have taken effect. These guys were like ants on a hot pan, already pacing restlessly. Who exactly were they looking for? Rumor has it they're looking for someone surnamed Yi. Just as Shen Lufeng was about to lose his temper, Yi Fan let out a cold laugh and flung the door open. They're here for me. Let them come in. Manager Wang's eyes widened like copper bells upon seeing Yi Fan again. He wanted to strangle Yi Fan right then and there. This is the chairman's office, how could anyone just walk in? What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear Mr. Yi? Hurry up and bring those bastards over here. Shen Lufeng roared in fury. Manager Wang dashed down the corridor. Within minutes, Lu Wenxiang arrived with a few thugs in tow. Before Shen Lufeng could speak, Lu Wenxiang spotted Yi Fan. You worthless son-in-law. So you were hiding here. Guys, get him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the thugs charged toward Yi Fan. Kid, let's see where you run this time. This time, I'll break every bone in your body. My precious 200,000 is about to be mine. Shen Lufeng roared, what do you think you're doing? Stop right now. Lu Wenxiang shot Shen Lufeng a dismissive glance. Who the hell do you think you are? Trying to stop me from arresting someone? With that, he grabbed the other man by the collar. Just as the thugs were about to strike, Yi Fan let out a cold, mocking laugh. You lot are facing disaster, yet you still won't repent? Ha! I'll show you who's in deep trouble. Today you'll learn how many eyes the Horse King has. Lu Wenxiang cursed. Get the hell out of Yuncheng Mall. Or else, don't blame me for being rude. Shen Lufeng struggled to speak. Useless son-in-law. Couldn't you find a stronger ally? What can this old geezer do? Lu Wenxiang sneered. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a group of security guards suddenly charged from behind them. They swiftly surrounded Lu Wanshou and his group. "Release our chairman immediately," Manager Wang bellowed. "Ha! Yi Fan, you put on quite the show. Could it be your Yuncheng Mall's chairman?" Lu Wanshou sneered arrogantly. "Chairman, shall we teach these arrogant fools a lesson?" Manager Wang pressed urgently. Before Shen Lufeng could speak, Yi Fan gave a cold snort. "No need. They'll be falling soon enough." Chapter 7, Terrifying Power. The moment Yi Fan finished speaking, the room erupted in laughter. "You've lost your mind, haven't you? A useless piece of trash like you thinks he can take us down?" Lu Wanshou wore utter contempt on his face. He knew full well how useless Yi Fan was in the Lu family. "You bastard! You humiliated me that day. Today, I'll cripple you. Guys, beat him up. I'll take the blame if you cripple him." At Lu Wanshou's command, several thugs approached Yi Fan with savage grins. "What a fool, still trying to act tough at a time like this." Manager Wang glared at Yi Fan before bellowing, "Are you all just watching a show? Get over there and protect Manager Shen. If anything happens to him, you'll all be held responsible." Before Manager Wang could finish, Shen Lufeng waved him off. He shot a glare at the meddlesome manager, then watched Lu Wanshou's frantic antics with amusement. Who gave this guy the guts? That's the head of the Wanlong Society. A martial arts master who had reached divine levels. The supreme master of the mortal world. Seeing Yi Fan's unflappable composure and utter disregard for him, Lu Wanshou's eyes blazed with fury. "You worthless piece of trash! How dare you show off in front of me?" Lu Wanshou and his thugs advanced menacingly, their faces twisted in fury, already envisioning Yi Fan beaten to the ground. Manager Wang stood nearby, smiling smugly. He couldn't imagine a good-for-nothing like Yi Fan standing a chance against Lu Wanshou and his thugs. The farce was over. Yi Fan snorted coldly and turned to sit on the sofa. "Useless piece of trash." Before Lu Wanshou could finish his sentence, he doubled over in agony, writhing on the ground. The thugs beside him also collapsed, rolling around in pain. The expressions of agony on their faces left the surrounding security guards utterly horrified. This was too incredible. They collapsed silently without a single blow. "It's like a martial god has descended. We'd better get out of here fast, or else we'll be in trouble too." Lu Wanshou and the others on the ground frantically scratched every part of their bodies. Even so, they couldn't escape the agonizing torment. "You damn beggar, what the hell did you do to us?" Lu Wanshou asked, scratching his neck in agony. "You trespassed into the manager's office. This is your punishment." Yi Fan snorted coldly, relishing the spectacle. Once infected by this poison, even a divine healer couldn't relieve the agony. Only after enduring 3 days of relentless itching would the poison finally dissipate from their bodies. The thugs were already scratching themselves raw, some even tearing chunks of skin off their bodies. Lu Wanshou was clawing at his scalp in agony, feeling as if ants were relentlessly devouring their bodies. "Why aren't you getting out of here? If you stay any longer, your fate will be even worse than this." Yi Fan spoke coldly, his icy gaze fixed on the group. "You piece of trash. You just wait, I won't let you off the hook." Lu Wanshou groaned in agony as he was dragged away by the other thugs, whimpering all the while. Witnessing this, Shen Lufeng's heart sank. The boss's methods were truly unfathomable. He quickly gave a discreet signal, and Manager Wang tactfully led all the security guards away. As soon as they departed, Yi Fan immediately gave his orders. "Xiao Shen, I'm putting you in charge of this auction." "Sir, no problem. I'll handle everything perfectly. But feel free to speak your mind." "Sir, the mastermind behind Yuncheng auction house is no ordinary figure. Rumor has it he hails from the provincial capital, a man whose influence is said to be as vast as the sky." How could this small town of Yuncheng attract such a powerful figure?" Yi Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Rumor has it he's searching for someone, but I don't know the specifics." "So what?" "I fear neither 1,000 armies nor 10,000 horses, let alone a mere minor noble house." Yi Fan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the bustling traffic below. "In 3 days, they will learn exactly what kind of power they have missed out on. I'll be leaving now. Report any developments to me promptly." Stepping out of Yuncheng Mall, Lin Fan headed toward the pharmacy. Years ago, gravely wounded and stranded in Yuncheng, he had met Lu Iran. Hoping for a quiet life, he had delayed seeking treatment, leaving his body riddled with hidden ailments. Now that he was making his comeback, he had to restore his health. Otherwise, those old enemies wouldn't let him off the hook. Yuncheng's second-largest pharmacy. Yi Fan pushed open the glass doors. The moment he stepped inside, a sharp-featured clerk immediately blocked his path. "Hold it right there. Wait at the door to buy medicine. You're filthy all over, utterly disgusting." Yi Fan glanced down. His jeans were faded from washing, and though his leather shoes weren't polished to a shine, they were perfectly clean, hardly dirty. But over the years, he'd grown accustomed to being judged by those who looked down on him. "Give me 10 pounds of gastrodia, 10 pounds of ginseng, and 10 pounds of goji berries." "Hold on, beggar. Can you even afford it?" "Let me tell you, cash on delivery." Yi Fan frowned slightly. This was clearly deliberate harassment. What a snob! Yi Fan snorted coldly. Open your dog eyes wide and tell me what this is. With that, Yi Fan tossed a black gold dragon patterned bank card to the attendant. A black gold dragon embossed card. The waiter froze in place, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he stammered, "Sir, I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize your status. Please don't be angry. Pack up all the herbs." Yi Fan's voice was as cold as frost. He didn't bother to argue further with the attendant. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll weigh it for you immediately," the attendant beamed with a forced smile. Yi Fan took the herbs and browsed a few other pharmacies, but couldn't find the key ingredients he sought: Tianshan Snow Lotus and century-old Polygonum multiflorum. It seemed he would have to wait for the auction to acquire them. Yi Fan brought all the herbs back to the hotel and first prepared some tonic decoctions to fortify his constitution. He downed a large bowl of steaming black liquid in one gulp. His entire body radiated a potent medicinal fragrance. Such a potent dose would have sent a normal person's nose bleeding 3 feet high. Yet Yi Fan's complexion merely shifted from waxy yellow to a faint golden hue. He gently opened his eyes and stretched luxuriously. In truth, after treating Zhao Wanshou's mother with silver needles, his energy reserves had been depleted once more. Now, nourished by the medicinal herbs, he felt his body ease slightly. To fully restore his power, however, would likely require more time. While Yi Fan's condition gradually improved here, the agony in Lu Wenxian's body showed no sign of easing. He had already scratched off a large patch of skin on his back. Hearing his incessant wails, Li Tsuhua could only stare helplessly. They had summoned a whole host of so-called miracle doctors, yet none could offer a solution for this ailment. In her desperation, she even consulted a charlatan, who similarly slunk away in defeat. "Yi Fan, you bastard. If anything happens to my son, I won't let you off the hook." "Mom, what the hell is going on?" Lu Ran had just stepped through the door when she heard the news and rushed over. "Humph. It's all that bastard's fault. He poisoned your brother," Li Tsuehua said with a look of deep resentment. "Impossible. She doesn't have the ability." Lu Ran looked utterly shocked. Chapter 8, Icy Stillness. No matter what, Lu Ran couldn't believe Yi Fan was capable of such a thing. "Sis, I'm your own brother. How can you not believe me?" Lu Wenxian moaned from his bed. Though skeptical, Li Tsuehua's next words made Lu Ran's brows furrow slightly. "Since you two are already divorced, why are you still defending that good-for-nothing? Yi Fan has reduced your brother to this state. Shouldn't you, as his sister, stand up for him?" Lu Ran's inner conflict raged on. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. If Yi Fan truly possessed such power, why would she have chosen to divorce him in the first place? It was precisely because they belonged to different worlds that their separation had become inevitable. But looking at the pitiful Lu Wenxian, familial affection overpowered her reason. "Mom, I need to find out what's really going on." Lu Ran immediately pulled out her phone and dialed a number that had once been so familiar, yet now felt strangely alien. "Iran, you absolutely cannot show mercy to Yi Fan. You two just got divorced, and the moment he steps out that door, he'll come after me and your brother." Li Tsuehua stood by, adding fuel to the fire. "He actually attacked you too?" Lu Ran's eyebrows shot up in fury. "Absolutely. Your brother's friends were all there, and plenty of bystanders can vouch for it." Fury began to burn relentlessly within Lu Ran. That despicable Yi Fan. Even after divorce, he shouldn't lay a hand on his own family. "I used to feel guilty about him, but now it's clear this guy deserved to be kicked out of the Lu family." The phone rang for ages, yet no one answered. Lu Ran grew even more irritated. Yi Fan wasn't like this before. Even when swamped with work, he'd always scramble to answer her calls immediately. Now, just after the divorce, is this guy already ignoring her? "Hello? What is it?" Yi Fan's lazy voice came through the receiver. "Yi Fan, even though we're divorced, my mom and brother were still your family once." Lu Ran was about to explode, but Yi Fan cut her off. "Enough. You said they were family once. Now they're not worth a penny to me. Lu Ran, we're no longer husband and wife. You have no right to speak to me in that tone." Yi Fan shed his usual timidity. "I'm asking you, why did you do this to my brother?" Lu Ran's fiery demeanor dimmed by half. "Those who offend me will be punished," Yi Fan retorted without mercy. Li Tsuehua, standing nearby, turned on him the moment she heard Yi Fan's defiant tone. "You ungrateful, disloyal scum. You're worse than a pig or a dog." Li Tsuehua, shut your mouth. "Let me make this clear, I owe the Lu family nothing. After years of working like a slave, I've done more than my fair share." With that, Yi Fan slammed the phone down with a loud click. Li Tsuehua snarled like a rabbit. "Iran, did you see that? He hung up on you because he has no grounds to argue. Yeah, sis, he even stole your stuff. I wanted it back, but never expected this to happen. Between family and my ex-husband, who should I trust?" Lu Ran sank into deep thought. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Who is it?" Lu Ran asked coldly. "Ms. Lu, it's your secretary, Xiao Li." Is there something urgent at this hour? Ms. Lu, I just received an invitation from Yuncheng auction house. I didn't dare delay and brought it to you immediately. A surge of delight washed over Lu Yiran. Yuncheng auction house events weren't open to just anyone. Only those with over $1 million in capital qualify for entry, though that merely secures a ticket. The real prize lies in standing out among the elite and securing a partnership. Lu Yiran suppressed her inner excitement and calmly accepted the invitation. Thank you for your hard work, Secretary Zhao. Prepare all the materials. We'll attend the auction in 3 days. Yes, Ms. Lu. Just as Xiaoli was about to leave, she spotted Lu Wanshou, his body covered in festering sores. Ms. Lu, this is all because of that bastard Yi Fan. Lu Wanshou cried out in anguish. Mr. Lu, divorcing him was the right choice. That good for nothing. Xiaoli couldn't help but interject, only to be silenced by Lu Yiran's icy glare. This is my family affair. No one is to interfere. Secretary Zhao, it's getting late. Go home and rest. Lu Yiran dismissed Xiaoli outright, leaving Lu Wanshou feeling utterly dejected. Sis, don't you even let me vent to outsiders? Shut up. I know what I'm doing. I will uncover the truth. Yiran, what's there to investigate? Didn't your brother tell me the truth? Mom, you know my temper. If things really happened as you say, he must return everything he took, every single item. I despise men who steal like thieves. Lu Yiran declared with unwavering resolve. She had to fight a prepared battle, first securing the top bid at Yuncheng auction house. Currently, Lu Yiran's company was just getting off the ground. A significant amount of capital had been poured into its operations and management, leaving her with limited liquidity on hand. Rumor had it that the real power behind Yuncheng auction house hailed from the provincial capital of Yun province. If she could secure his backing, a steady stream of wealth would follow, promising a bright future. She promptly left Lu Wanshou's room and returned to her livestream to promote products. The moment she entered the livestream, messages flooded in. Ms. Lu, we heard you got divorced. Is it true? This is all over Yuncheng, you guys are so out of the loop. Ms. Lu is so beautiful, I finally have a chance. Such gossip bombarded the livestream constantly, but Lu Yiran was used to it. She couldn't be bothered to respond, focusing instead on promoting her products. Suddenly, dozens of sleek sports cars flooded the livestream. So cool. That's some serious spending. Young Master Yang truly lives up to his reputation as the scion of one of Yuncheng's top 10 wealthiest families. This isn't bragging. Young Master Yang's monthly allowance is more than most of us could earn in a lifetime. How enviable, General Manager Lu. They make such a perfect match. Mr. Lu, just give in to young Master Yang. Lu Yiran remained unmoved. The person they were referring to was Yang Hu, the young master of the Yang family of Yuncheng. As one of Yuncheng's 10 most powerful families, the Yangs possessed wealth exceeding 10 billion. Handsome and wealthy, Yang Hu had countless beauties lining up to pursue him. Yet this young man showed no interest in other beauties, fixating instead on Lu Yiran. Before Lu Yiran's divorce, Yang Hu would lavishly shower her with virtual gifts daily in her livestream. Unexpectedly, Lu Yiran remained unimpressed. This was nothing new to his fans, who had repeatedly urged Lu Yiran to accept Yang Hu's advances. Now, news of Lu Yiran's divorce scandal swept through the entire city of Yuncheng. Yang Hu saw his chance to confess and frantically called Lu Yiran. Lu Yiran chose to ignore him several times. Suddenly, a message from Yang Hu sparked Lu Yiran's keen interest in this wealthy heir. Chapter 9, You're not worthy of attending. 3 days later, Yuncheng auction house. The opulent trading hall, bathed in the morning sunlight, appeared even more magnificent. The grand entrance was adorned with the words Yuncheng auction house, personally inscribed by a renowned provincial calligrapher. The brushstrokes were vigorous and dynamic, like dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing. At the parking lot entrance, luxury cars formed a long line. Luxury vehicles priced below several 100,000 yuan were simply not permitted to enter. Audi, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and other million-dollar luxury vehicles could only park underground. The second level was reserved for Bentleys, Maseratis, and the like. The third level held only a handful of Rolls-Royces. Everyone was dressed in sharp suits, queuing up to enter the venue entrance. They were all prominent families or business tycoons of Yuncheng, dressed head to toe in designer labels. Just then, a taxi appeared inappropriately near the venue. Yi Fan, wearing sunglasses and faded jeans, stepped out of the cab. He walked straight toward the entrance. Sir, this is a private, high-end club. Unauthorized individuals are strictly prohibited from entering. Seeing Yi Fan's unrefined attire, the staff member quickly stepped forward to block him. Yi Fan frowned slightly. He remembered instructing Shen Lufeng to prepare money that day, but had forgotten to request an invitation. Seeing this, the security guard lost all politeness and coldly snapped, Pauper, this isn't a place for someone like you. Get lost. Yi Fan, it really is you. A slightly surprised voice suddenly rang out beside Yi Fan. Do you know who this was? The infamous useless son-in-law of the Lu family. A chubby man stood before Yi Fan, his face twisted in mockery as he shouted the accusation for all to hear.
So this is Louis Ran's ex-husband? He's actually quite handsome.
Flirt, this is just a useless good for nothing, all show and no substance.
What good is being handsome? He still got dumped by that little Louis Ran. Young Master Zhao's right.
Maybe he got dumped by that Louis Ran woman because he's useless.
The sycophants trailing behind young Master Zhao immediately chimed in.
They'd always envied Ji-fan, but with Louis Ran's protection, they dared not act. Now that her shield was gone and young Master Zhao backed him, they naturally seized the chance to mock and curry favor.
What's going on? What kind of spectacle is this?
Yang Hu stepped down from the carriage, his arm wrapped around Louis Ran, his face smug and arrogant. His brow furrowed slightly, sensing a slight loss of face.
Apologies, young Master Yang.
It's that useless son-in-law of the Lu family, trying to sneak into the auction.
We'll handle it immediately.
The security guard stiffened at the sight of Yang Hu, instantly straightening his posture.
This Yang Hu was famously a rich second-generation heir and a prime target for exploitation. Yi-fan?
Louis Ran frowned slightly at the mention.
Why would Yi-fan come to a place like this?
Zhao Gongzi spotted Yang Hu and Louis Ran together, his face breaking into a wicked grin.
Ms. Lu, when did you start hanging out with young Master Yang? I get it, your useless husband can't satisfy you, so you're chasing after rich guys now?
Shut up. Yi-fan's eyes turned cold. If anyone here has no right to speak, it's probably you, you useless piece of trash.
Yang Hu wore a mocking expression. A loser will always be a loser unfit for proper company.
Suddenly, he noticed Louis Ran speaking coldly from behind him. Yang Hu quickly wrapped his arm tightly around Louis Ran's waist.
Ms. Lu, let's go.
Don't let this good-for-nothing waste our time. As they passed by Yi-fan, Yang Hu deliberately wrapped his arm around Louis Ran's slender waist.
It was clearly meant as a show of defiance toward Yi-fan.
Unexpectedly, Louis Ran abruptly halted her steps.
Yi-fan, this is no place for someone like you. Louis Ran's expression was icy. You should know there's a world of difference between us. Stop entertaining any delusions. Thank you for the reminder, Ms. Lu.
Yi-fan's expression remained icy.
My presence here has nothing to do with you. I was invited to attend the auction. Enough. Yi-fan. Stop making a fool of yourself. Louis Ran seethed inwardly.
How dare this Yi-fan be so ungrateful and spout such nonsense?
I just forgot to bring my invitation. Yi-fan sneered. Yi-fan, when did you become so pathetic? Now you've resorted to swindling and deceit. Louis Ran looked utterly disappointed. What I do is none of your business, Ms. Lu.
Yi-fan dismissed her with contempt. You're just crying over spilled milk.
You bastard. You've truly disappointed me.
Louis Ran felt a deep sorrow, angered by his lack of resolve. She glared at Yi-fan, then strode straight toward Yang Hu.
Young Master Yang, let's go.
Don't waste our time on scum like him.
Ha!
Yang Hu shot a smug glance at Yi-fan, his hand creeping toward Louis Ran's waist. She frowned but reminded herself they still needed his financial backing and during this for now.
Ms. Lu, look, you poured your heart into that good for nothing, but it's like shining moonlight on a gutter.
Yang Hu continued his taunt. There's no point getting angry at trash like him.
Just have him thrown out. Haven't you heard young Master Yang? Get moving.
Young Master Zhao, ever eager for a spectacle, immediately directed the nearby security guards. The guards, their expressions darkening, closed in on Yi-fan.
Bastard! You nearly fooled us. You despicable scum. Get lost. The farther the better.
Yi-fan merely gave them a cold stare. My invitation is in the hands of Yun City's wealthiest man, Shen Lufeng.
The security guards burst into laughter upon hearing this. This good-for-nothing actually tried to swindle us. Damn it, do you think we're stupid? What kind of person is Chairman Shen? Do you really think a loser like you could ever know him? Yi-fan, that's enough. Get out of my sight now. Louis Ran roared like a raging lioness, utterly disillusioned with Yi-fan.
Yi-fan snorted coldly. You have no right to order me around. You piece of trash, crawl under my crotch and maybe I'll take pity on you, let you in like a dog.
Ha!
Zhao Gongzi spread his legs maliciously, pointing at his crotch. Yi-fan shot him a cold glance, and Yang Hu beside him immediately started cheering loudly.
You dog-like scum. Exposed, you're lashing out in shame, aren't you? Crawl under Zhao Gongzi's crotch now. This young master wants to see it. Ha ha.
Unexpectedly, a cold voice emerged directly from Yi-fan's mouth.
Hope you won't regret this later. Yi-fan, can't you stop pretending? You're such a disappointment. Louis Ran frowned deeply. If you really work for Mr. Shen, Yuncheng's richest man, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you.
Yang Hu roared with laughter.
Yang Hu, do you stand by your words?
Yi-fan suddenly roared in fury. This young master keeps his word and never breaks a promise. Too bad you're nothing but a worthless piece of trash.
Chapter 10, The Wealthiest Man in Yuncheng. Just as the crowd was laughing the loudest, a deep rumble of engines grew louder. Not far away, a convoy of luxury vehicles rapidly approached the auction entrance. This convoy was extraordinary.
Leading the way was a black Maserati, followed by several other equally extravagant luxury vehicles. After the convoy came to a halt, a middle-aged man stepped out of the Maserati.
He possessed an aura impossible to ignore, as if born into nobility. Shen Shenfeng? Zhao's mouth fell open in utter disbelief. Lui Ran and Yang, whose expressions instantly darkened as they finally grasped the gravity of the situation.
Shen Lufeng approached Yi Fan, offered a faint smile, and said calmly, "Mr. Yi, my apologies for being late."
Yi Fan nodded, saying nothing more. Yet that simple gesture sent shockwaves through the entire crowd.
The security guards instantly turned ashen, their earlier arrogance vanishing without a trace.
Zhao Gongzi's face betrayed utter bewilderment and deep regret.
Seeing Shen Lufeng, the wealthiest man in Yuncheng, many present instantly came to their senses. They hastily set down their glasses and rushed forward, eager to curry favor with Shen. They hoped to gain his favor through this opportunity. "Mr. Shen, your presence at tonight's auction truly graces this event." Young Master Zhao quickly regained his composure, grinning as he approached to butter him up.
Yang Hu and Lui Ran weren't idle either.
Yang Hu forced a smile, "Mr. Shen, it's been ages.
How have you been?" Lui Ran followed suit, "Mr. Shen, we're delighted you could join us."
Shen Lufeng seemed uninterested in the crowd. His gaze swept coldly over the attendees, offering only perfunctory acknowledgments before moving on. Finally, his gaze settled on Yi Fan, and a smile touched his lips. "Yi Fan, you are the most important guest here."
Yi Fan smiled faintly, replying calmly, "Mr. Shen, didn't we agree? Am I just an ordinary guest?"
"I must say, I'm not quite used to you putting it that way." Shen Lufeng laughed heartily, "In my eyes, you've never been ordinary.
Tonight's auction features many exceptional items. I invited you specifically, hoping you might find something to your liking." Yang Hu and Lui Ran's expressions changed drastically once more.
They never imagined Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng were on such friendly terms. The man once ridiculed by all, even cast out by the Lu family as a son-in-law, was now on such friendly terms with Yuncheng's wealthiest man. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but cast envious glances toward Yi Fan.
In that moment, they finally realized Yi Fan might not be as simple as he appeared on the surface.
Yang Hu watched Shen Lufeng and Yi Fan clasping hands tightly, his heart feeling as though it were being squeezed. He never imagined that Yi Fan, whom he had always looked down upon, could be so close to the wealthiest man in Yuncheng. Lui Ran's red lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something, yet she didn't know where to begin. She never imagined that the man she divorced would see such a tremendous opportunity to become Shen Lufeng's honored guest. Shen Lifeng's gaze turned slightly cold as he looked at Yang Hu again, a faint sneer curling his lips.
"Young Master Yang, weren't you being quite arrogant earlier? What's the matter now?"
He motioned for his assistant to hand over a golden invitation, which he solemnly presented to Yi Fan. Yi Fan accepted the invitation and said indifferently, "This is from Chairman Shen.
May I ask, do I now have the privilege to enter?"
The surrounding crowd murmured in confusion, their eyes turning to Yang Hu in unison. According to their prior agreement, he should be kowtowing to Yi Fan right now. Shen Lufeng said coldly, "Young Master Yang, I don't want my honored guest to be humiliated here."
"I trust you remember what you said earlier."
Yang Hu's face turned ashen. He knew the situation had spiraled completely out of control. But he also knew that backing down now would likely ruin his chances of ever making it in Yuncheng. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Hu took a deep breath and knelt on one knee before Yi Fan.
"Yi Fan, I was wrong."
Yang Hu's voice was low and trembling. Yi Fan looked down at the kneeling Yang Hu and said coldly, "Some mistakes are just that, mistakes.
What good does bowing your head do?"
Lui Ran watched the scene unfold, her heart filled with mixed emotions.
She had always believed choosing Yang Hu was the right decision, but now she wondered, had she truly been mistaken? Shen Lufeng chuckled lightly. "Enough. Tonight is a special occasion. Let's not spoil the atmosphere here." With that, he and Yi Fan walked together toward the auction hall. The two entered the luxurious auction hall, one ahead of the other. "Please." Shen Lufeng personally pulled out the chair at the head table for Yi Fan, inviting him to sit. This gesture stunned everyone present once more. They all knew Shen Lufeng's standing, but none expected him to hold Yi Fan in such high regard. Yi Fan shot a dismissive glance at Yang Hu and Lui Ran, who sat awkwardly in the back row. He turned and offered Shen Lufeng a faint smile. "Thank you." Shen Lufeng nodded, indicating it was no trouble, then personally poured champagne for Yi Fan. Yang Hu's expression darkened further. He had believed himself to be among the top figures in Yuncheng, yet tonight had brought him repeated setbacks. He glared fixedly at Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng's retreating figures, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Were it not for his fear of the Shen family's standing in Yuncheng, he would have had these two taught a lesson long ago. As the auctioneer took the stage, the auction commenced. From antiques to renowned paintings and rare gemstones, each item was priceless. Accompanied by Shen Lufeng, Yi Fan made frequent bids, each one a staggering figure. Whenever someone attempted to outbid him, Yi Fan raised the stakes decisively and without hesitation, drawing the astonished glances of the guests in attendance. Yang Hu refused to be outdone, attempting several times to challenge Yi Fan.
Yet each time, Yifan effortlessly outbid him, leaving Yang Hu in an awkward position. Rage boiled within Yang Hu as he watched Yifan's retreating figure with bitter resignation, realizing he'd been completely outmaneuvered tonight. Lui Ran bit her lip, her expression shifting between light and shadow as she lost herself in thought. Watching Yifan converse and laugh with Shen Lufeng at the head table, she began to doubt her own judgment.
Could I have truly misjudged him? Lui Ran murmured softly.
The man she once looked down upon, the one she wouldn't even let through her front door.
Now he was the most valued person by Yuncheng's wealthiest tycoon.
Meanwhile, Yang Hu, the man by her side, had been humiliated repeatedly tonight, utterly powerless to retaliate. Just then, the auctioneer stepped slowly to the center of the stage, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. He waved his hand, and the clamor in the hall gradually subsided.
Next, we present tonight's grand finale treasure, a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng.
The moment the auctioneer's voice fell, the hall erupted in a frenzy. A 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. This was an exceptionally rare, top-grade spiritual herb worth a fortune. It could help restore lost strength and possessed the miraculous effect of extending one's lifespan.
Chapter 11, Successful Bid. As the auctioneer's words fell, the entire auction hall erupted in fervor.
Countless wealthy merchants and tycoons were captivated by this 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. After all, such treasures were exceedingly rare.
100,000.
A middle-aged man in a suit was the first to bid. But swiftly, Yang Hu's voice rang out, 200,000.
The crowd glanced at Yang Hu, then at Yifan.
Everyone knew these two were likely the true protagonists of this bidding war. Yifan said calmly, 300,000. His tone betrayed not a hint of hesitation, as if the 300,000 were mere pocket change to him.
Yang Hu's face darkened further as rage erupted within him like a volcano.
Gritting his teeth, he shouted, 400,000. Yifan smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with amusement, 500,000.
His attitude seemed to tell Yang Hu, you can't win this game against me. The guests present were all drawn into the bidding war, holding their breath for Yifan. Could Yifan truly prevail against a wealthy second-generation heir like Yang Hu? But the outcome surprised everyone.
Shen Lufeng suddenly stood up and addressed Yifan, Mr. Yi, if you like this 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, consider it my gift to you. The crowd was stunned, especially Yang Hu, who hadn't anticipated Shen Lufeng's unexpected intervention. Yifan smiled faintly, accepting the offer without refusal, merely nodding indifferently.
He turned to glance at Yang Hu and sneered coldly, do you still want to raise the price?
Yang Hu was overcome with shame, his face turning ashen. No matter how arrogant he was, he dared not compete with the wealthiest man in Yuncheng. Already thoroughly outmaneuvered by Yifan tonight, being toyed with again left him utterly humiliated.
Lui Ran, meanwhile, wore an awkward expression.
She never imagined the man she had once kicked out of her family home would now wield such immense power. Just as the tension reached its peak, the auction's climax arrived.
Next, we will auction two treasures that everyone has been eagerly anticipating.
The Tianshan Snow Lotus and the century-old Polygonum Multiflorum. The auctioneer announced loudly, lifting the Tianshan Snow Lotus and century-old Polygonum Multiflorum from a display case high for all to see. The entire auction hall erupted in a roar as every pair of eyes fixated on these two treasures. The status of the Tianshan Snow Lotus and the century-old Polygonum Multiflorum in medicine needed no explanation. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge understood their preciousness and value. Yet unlike the shock on others' faces, Yifan's eyes flashed with unwavering determination. Clearly, these two treasures were the very purpose of his journey. Before the auctioneer could call for bids, Yifan stood up, his voice calm yet resolute, 200,000.
The entire hall trembled once more.
Even Yang Hu, who had suffered repeated setbacks, froze. He understood this fellow was determined to secure these treasures at any cost. After a brief silence, Yang Hu finally spoke, 250,000. But Yifan's voice rang out almost simultaneously, 300,000. A flash of anger and reluctance flickered in Yang Hu's eyes, but he clearly wasn't ready to give up easily. He raised his bid, 350,000. Yifan glanced at Yang Hu, a playful smile curling his lips.
400,000.
This bid pushed Yang Hu right to the edge of the cliff. Gritting his teeth, a look of madness spread across his face, 450,000. Yet Yifan seemed utterly unfazed, offering a light chuckle as he calmly stated, 500,000.
500,000, a price that would make many wealthy merchants hesitate. Yet from Yifan's lips, it sounded effortless. The room fell silent as everyone waited for Yang Hu's response. Yang Hu's face flushed crimson, yet he remained silent.
He finally understood Yifan must have Shen Lufeng backing him up, allowing him to make outrageous bids without ever flinching. A flicker of frustration crossed his eyes as he resignedly sat back down. Yifan smiled faintly, knowing he had secured victory in this auction.
He nodded to the auctioneer, signaling for proceedings to continue.
Lui Ran bit her lip tightly, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. She couldn't fathom why the man she once looked down upon possessed such formidable power tonight. The auctioneer hesitated briefly, glancing toward Lui Ran and Yang Hu. Confirming no further bids, he announced loudly, 500,000, going once.
500,000, going twice. 500,000, going 3 times. The Tianshan Snow Lotus and the century-old Polygonum multiflorum were sold. He then brought down the gavel, signifying that these 2 precious treasures now belonged to Yifan. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Everyone cheered for Yifan, and the gazes of the wealthy merchants turned to him, filled with respect and curiosity. Shen Lufeng approached with a satisfied expression, gently patting Yifan's shoulder and murmuring, "Mr. Yi, congratulations." Yifan gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on Yang Hu. At that moment, Yang Hu looked utterly dejected, his face as pale as paper, his eyes betraying a profound sense of defeat. Yifan smiled, but didn't take it to heart. Today's auction had been nothing more than a simple game to him. In another corner, Lui Ran's gaze was complex. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within her heart. She looked at Yifan, at the man who had once seemed weak and helpless before her. She felt a sense of unfamiliarity. The Yifan of today was a completely different person, a world apart from his former self. Yifan's gaze finally settled on Lui Ran. Their eyes met in midair, as if traversing time and space, returning to the past. Lui Ran lowered her head slightly, averting Yifan's gaze. The auction continued, but Yifan no longer cared. His goal for the day had been achieved. Whatever treasures followed held no meaning for him now. As the final items sold, the entire auction hall erupted in excitement. People began chatting among themselves, discussing the auction that had just concluded. Especially the scene where Yifan effortlessly outbid Yang, who many couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought Yifan was so formidable? He was a complete dark horse. Indeed, even Yang, who was no match for him. It seemed the power players in Yuncheng were about to be reshuffled. Yang, who could no longer bear to stay. He rose to leave, only to find all eyes fixed on the entrance to the auction hall. There, a middle-aged man with an extraordinary presence was striding in. Behind him followed a squad of black-clad bodyguards, each with piercing eyes, clearly no ordinary men. Dressed in an expensive suit and wearing a costly luxury watch, the man moved with effortless elegance, as if the entire world lay at his feet. Zhang Jinyun. Someone whispered in astonishment. This imposing middle-aged man was none other than the renowned wealthy businessman from the provincial capital and the unseen owner behind this auction house. Everyone rose to their feet, greeting him with utmost respect. Even a second-generation rich kid like Yang, who dared not show the slightest arrogance in Zhang Jinyun's presence. Chapter 12, The Big Shot from the Provincial Capital. Zhang Jinyun entered the auction hall, radiating his unique aura. The entire space seemed filled with his presence, the atmosphere instantly becoming oppressive. His arrival seemed to freeze the entire venue momentarily, every gaze drawn to him. The moment Yang, who spotted Zhang Jinyun, the weariness and disappointment on his face instantly gave way to a flicker of joy and hope. He hurried toward Zhang Jinyun, seemingly hoping to use him to regain control of the situation. After all, in his eyes, Zhang Jinyun's arrival was undoubtedly his lifeline. In contrast, Yifan's demeanor appeared the most casual. He remained seated quietly, showing no sign of disturbance at Zhang Jinyun's arrival. He resembled a wise observer watching the battle unfold from the sidelines, merely observing coldly. Zhang Jinyun approached Yang Hu, and the two engaged in a low-voiced conversation. Though Yifan sat some distance away, he seemed to hear every word clearly. Yang Hu appeared to be explaining something, while Zhang Jinyun listened, occasionally casting icy glances in Yifan's direction. After a long while, the conversation ended, and Zhang Jinyun lifted his eyes to meet Yifan's. Despite the considerable age difference between them, Zhang Jinyun showed no trace of condescension. He understood that Yifan's demonstrated strength and background tonight had far exceeded his expectations. Yifan and Zhang Jinyun locked eyes. An invisible spark seemed to crackle between them, yet no words were spoken. In the hall, the others waited nervously, wondering how this storm would ultimately resolve. Zhang Jinyun looked at Yifan, a cold smile curling his lips. His voice dripped with sarcasm as he spoke. "Mr. Yi, I hear your performance tonight was quite eye-catching. I'm genuinely curious, how did you find yourself drawn into such petty squabbles?" Yang Hu, standing nearby, heard this and a smug smile spread across his lips. He knew Zhang Jinyun and Yifan had no prior connection. This remark was clearly fueled by the whisper he just shared. He now relished the prospect of witnessing Yifan's humiliation. Lui Ran frowned slightly, feeling uneasy for Yifan. She knew Zhang Jinyun's character. Once he set his sights on someone, he'd stop at nothing. She didn't want to see Yifan being harassed by him. Yifan, however, remained completely unfazed. He slowly adjusted his posture, as if seeking greater comfort, to listen to Zhang Jinyun speak. Then he smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, everyone has their own definition. For me, some things cannot be measured by money." Zhang Jinyun was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected counterattack. He hadn't anticipated Yifan responding so directly. Yifan continued, "But I am curious, why have you suddenly taken such an interest in me, Mr. Zhang?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted meaningfully toward Yang Hu. Zhang Jinyun took a deep breath, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. "You are indeed intriguing, Yifan." Yifan smiled faintly. In that case, let tonight serve as an intriguing opening act. The tension in the room thickened once more as everyone waited to see what would happen next. Just as everyone expected Zhang Jinyun to make a move against Yifan, the atmosphere in the room underwent a subtle shift. Zhang Jinyun's gaze suddenly fixed on the distinctive ring on Yifan's finger. The ring itself was unassuming, yet it bore a distinctive emblem representing the existence of the 10,000 Dragons Society. A flicker of shock crossed Zhang Jinyun's face, followed instantly by a palpable tightening in his aura. Yang, who watched Zhang Jinyun's reaction, puzzled. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him, especially when Zhang Jinyun's icy glare swept toward him, sending his alertness soaring to its peak. Before Yang Hu could react, Zhang Jinyun suddenly struck him several hard slaps across the face, his voice as cold as frost. "You fool! Don't you know when you're out of your league? Do you have any idea who you've offended?" Yang Hu was caught completely off guard, the 5 finger marks on his face clearly visible. His face was etched with disbelief. "Brother Jinyun, I..." Zhang Jinyun snorted coldly, cutting Yang Hu off before he could speak further. He swiftly turned and walked up to Yifan. To everyone's astonishment, he bowed respectfully to Yifan and said, "Mr. Yi, would you do me the honor of joining me upstairs for a brief conversation?" The entire auction hall instantly fell silent, everyone stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Zhang Jinyun, a figure ranked among the top 10 power players in Yun province, was now showing such deference to Yifan. The crowd couldn't help but speculate about the immense power behind Yifan that could make Zhang Jinyun lower his head like this. Luiran watched Yifan, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. She had believed she understood Yifan well enough, but now she realized she was wrong. The mystery surrounding him far exceeded her imagination. Yifan offered a faint smile and said calmly, "What brings you here, Mr. Zhang? But since you've asked, I'll do you the honor." With that, he rose and followed Zhang Jinyun upstairs. Once they reached the private room upstairs, Zhang Jinyun cautiously began speaking. "Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. Truthfully, I have no personal grievance against you. It was just that Yang who mentioned something about you, and I acted impulsively." Yifan waved his hand, cutting him off. "It's fine. Everyone makes mistakes. But what concerns me more is, do you know the origin of this ring?" Zhang Jinyun gave a bitter smile. "Though I'm just a low-ranking enforcer for the 10,000 Dragon Society, I still know the significance this ring represents. Only those holding the highest positions within the Wanlong Society are granted such a ring. So when I saw the ring on your finger, I suddenly realized the gravity of the situation." Yifan smiled faintly. "Seems you have quite the eye for things." Zhang Jinyun hurriedly added, "Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for tonight's offense. I hope you'll be magnanimous and not hold it against us common folk." Yifan smiled faintly. "Since you recognize your mistake, I won't make things difficult for you. But I hope such incidents won't occur again in the future." Zhang Jinyun nodded repeatedly, bowing deeply to Yifan in gratitude. Yifan said no more, turned, and left the private room, returning to the auction hall. At that moment, he had undoubtedly become the most dazzling presence in the entire hall. In the days following the auction, the business world of Yuncheng was in turmoil. Yifan's name seemed to become a new landscape, appearing in every corner. More people began reassessing this man who had once been cast out by the Lu family. Yang Hu had become a laughingstock these past days. Once, his standing in Yuncheng had been widely admired. But now, he was largely shunned by the majority. Chapter 13, Yuncheng in turmoil. The scene at the auction had become an indelible stain on his reputation. Unwilling to accept defeat, Yang Hu resolved to investigate Yifan's background, determined to find something to use against him. He hired Yuncheng's most skilled private investigator, hoping to unearth something from Yifan's past. Meanwhile, Yifan hadn't slowed his pace in the intervening days. Word spread that he would host a grand banquet at a luxury club in the city center in 3 days, inviting numerous business tycoons and socialites from Yun City. The news sent shockwaves through the entire city. 3 days later, at night, the club was ablaze with lights, its exterior lined with luxury cars. A red carpet stretched across the entrance, guarded by a line of security personnel in formal attire. Yifan stood at the entrance in a deep blue suit, greeting the arriving guests. His aura tonight was unmatched. Everyone who greeted him showed him the utmost respect. After all, being on equal footing with Shen Lufeng and Zhang Jinyun was no ordinary feat. Lu Yiran appeared elegantly at the venue, radiating mature femininity in a red evening gown that drew the attention of many men. When her gaze fell upon Yifan, a complex flicker crossed her eyes. Yang Hu also made an appearance, looking somewhat awkward. Yet as a prominent figure in Yuncheng's business circles, his absence was unthinkable. His gaze kept drifting toward Yifan, as if trying to read something in his expression. As the banquet progressed, Yifan greeted and conversed with each guest in turn. His words were sharp and incisive, each topic resonating deeply with those present. His appearance had indeed stirred up quite a storm in Yuncheng's business circles. At the banquet's climax, Yifan rose and addressed the crowd. "Thank you all for coming tonight. I know you're all curious about me. But let me be clear, regardless of the past, I, Yifan, will establish myself in Yuncheng. Together with all of you, we will pursue shared growth and forge a brilliant future. Thunderous applause erupted as everyone was captivated by Yi Fan's boldness. Seated at the head of the banquet hall, Yi Fan's tall, imposing figure radiated authority. His gaze was deep and penetrating, every glance seemed to pierce straight into the soul of whoever met his eyes. This Yi Fan radiated a regal presence, utterly unrivaled. Yang Hu watched helplessly from the sidelines, his resentment and frustration burning like a raging fire, consuming him with unbearable agitation. He resolved not to let Yi Fan off the hook. Yang Hu discreetly made a phone call, arranging a meeting with Zhang Long, an acquaintance from his days in Yuncheng's underworld. Soon, a burly figure pushed open the club's doors, accompanied by a group of muscular henchmen. Zhang Long's raw, domineering aura pressed down on many present.
Zhang Long and his men approached Yi Fan, his gaze cold.
Yi Fan, he said, I hear you've been acting quite arrogant in Yuncheng lately?
Yi Fan smiled faintly, meeting his gaze without a flicker of panic.
You must be Zhang Long. I hear you've made quite a name for yourself in Yuncheng's underworld.
Zhang Long sneered coldly, seems you have some discernment after all.
I'm here today at someone's invitation, specifically to broaden your horizons.
Yi Fan waved his hand lightly, signaling the security guards beside him not to intervene. He then addressed Zhang Long, since you're that guy's friend, I'll give you face.
You can leave now.
Zhang Long sneered coldly, you think this is your turf? Let me tell you, Zhang Long rules Yuncheng. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes, I detest anyone disrupting a banquet I host.
Since you're asking for it, I'll grant you your wish.
With that, Yi Fan suddenly moved with such blinding speed it stunned everyone.
The next second, Zhang Long was grabbed by the throat and hoisted high into the air. Let me go!
Zhang Long shouted, his face flushed crimson with fury. Yi Fan sneered coldly, tell that person if he dares cause me trouble again, his fate will be far worse than yours. With that, Yi Fan tossed Zhang Long to the ground with a casual flick of his wrist. Clutching his chest in agony, Zhang Long hurriedly fled the scene with his men.
The arena fell silent as everyone was stunned by Yi Fan's power.
Yang Hu's face turned ashen, wishing he could vanish from this place immediately. Lu Yiran stepped before Yi Fan and spoke softly, Yi Fan, you truly astonish me.
Were you just pretending back at my place? Yi Fan smiled. Think what you will. It's over between us anyway.
The clubhouse atmosphere returned to its festive buzz, while Yi Fan sat in the seat of honor, radiating the aura of a true leader.
The banquet grew increasingly lively.
Seated at the head table, Yi Fan gracefully raised his cup, engaging with guests from all sides. Everyone who spoke with him felt his authority and charm. Though his words were calm, every syllable revealed his unfathomable depth.
Lu Yiran's gaze wandered, occasionally settling on Yi Fan.
Though she had once looked down on Yi Fan, even ending their marriage with her own words. At this moment, she seemed to be rediscovering this man. Yang Hu sat in the corner, watching Yi Fan's every move, his heart filled with jealousy and resentment.
He couldn't help but rise, dialing in old acquaintance Lu Gang. Lu Gang was a somewhat notorious figure in Yuncheng's underworld.
Having trained under a master in his youth, he possessed formidable strength far more intimidating than Zhang Long had been.
Yang Hu and Lu Gang had some business dealings in the past, so their relationship was passable.
Yang Hu dialed Lu Gang's number, his voice urgent, Lu Gang, I'm at the Canary Ballroom right now.
Get here fast. Lu Gang responded with a cold laugh, what's so urgent? Yi Fan is here too.
Yang Hu briefly explained the situation. Lu Gang fell silent for a moment.
Wait for me.
Moments later, the banquet hall doors swung open as Lu Gang and his crew strolled in. He wore a black, form-fitting martial arts uniform that accentuated his imposing stature. White cloth wrapped his hands, giving him the appearance of a seasoned fighter. His feet were shod in cloth shoes, moving with utter silence, fully embodying the unique aura of a martial artist.
Those present turned their heads in his direction.
Some wore expressions of surprise, while others murmured among themselves.
Lu Gang's reputation in Yuncheng was far from small.
Many knew he was a martial artist of terrifying prowess.
Spotting Lu Gang's entrance, Yang Hu approached him.
The two exchanged a cold smile, already envisioning the scene of humiliating Yi Fan.
Lu Gang, did you see him? That's Yi Fan. Yang Hu pointed at Yi Fan seated at the head of the table and sneered.
Lu Gang's sharp gaze swept over Yi Fan, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes.
Oh? So this is the Yi Fan everyone's been talking about lately? Yang Hu nodded. Exactly. I want to teach him a lesson. Money is no object. Chapter 14, More Visitors.
Lu Gang sneered coldly, as long as the price is right, there's nothing I can't handle.
The two exchanged another sinister grin.
Lu Gang slowly approached Yi Fan, each step deliberate and steady, as if the air in the entire venue had frozen solid. Yi Fan was conversing with Shen Lufeng when he suddenly sensed an intense wave of hostility. He looked up and saw Lu Gang approaching with a group of men. Yi Fan offered a faint smile, already anticipating the situation.
He watched Lu Gang calmly, waiting for his next move.
The sudden tension rippled through the crowd, drawing curious glances from attendees. Lu Yiran watched Yi Fan nervously, well aware of Lu Gang's methods, her heart filled with unease.
Yang Hu, however, wore a cold, calculating expression. He anticipated Lu Gang delivering a severe lesson to Yi Fan. To make him understand that in Yuncheng, there were certain people you simply couldn't cross. Lu Gang's stride was resolute, each step seeming to reverberate through the entire venue. He approached Yi Fan, a cold smirk curling his lips as he sneered, "Yi Fan, I hear you're pretty big shot now? I came here today just to see for myself." Yi Fan lifted his head unhurriedly, meeting Lu Gang's gaze. A slow smile spread across his lips. "And you are?" Those two simple words instantly made the atmosphere in the venue even more tense. Enraged by Yi Fan's dismissive attitude, Lu Gang cut to the chase. He raised his massive fist, intent on teaching Yi Fan a brutal lesson. Shen Lufeng frowned deeply. Though he knew Yi Fan was no pushover, Lu Gang's sudden attack still caught him off guard. However, just as Lu Gang's fist was about to strike Yi Fan, a dark figure appeared beside Yi Fan in an instant, delivering a precise and powerful blow to Lu Gang's abdomen. Lu Gang reeled from the impact, his body sent flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. His henchmen gasped in shock. A wave of gasps rippled through the venue as countless eyes fixated on the mysterious shadow. Then, stepping out of the shadows, was the man Shen Lufeng had stationed at the venue. Yi Fan slowly rose to his feet, observing Lu Gang still writhing on the ground. He remarked calmly, "In my presence, it's best to maintain some decorum." Yang Hu witnessed this scene, and fear surged within him. He understood that tonight, he had lost completely. Seeing Lu Gang knocked flying, the remaining henchmen immediately rushed forward, intent on avenging him. Yet against Shen Lufeng's men, they were like chicks quickly knocked down one by one. The banquet hall was suddenly transformed into a battlefield. But with the precise coordination of Yi Fan's men, the situation was swiftly brought under control. Their actions were swift and decisive, each strike taking down an enemy. They held absolute dominance in both skill and strength. Yang Hu's face had turned as pale as paper. He had expected Lu Gang to stand up for him, never imagining things would escalate to this point. Standing at a distance, he watched helplessly as Lu Gang was pinned to the ground and his men were knocked down one by one. Rage and fear tangled within him, leaving him utterly at a loss. Yi Fan slowly approached Lu Gang, towering over the man who had once ruled the underworld of Yuncheng with an iron fist. His tone was calm as he asked, "What exactly do you want?" Lu Gang's earlier arrogance had completely vanished. His body trembled violently, his lips turning purple. With great effort, he lifted his head, his eyes filled with terror and regret. I was wrong." Yi Fan gave a cold laugh and waved his hand, signaling Shen Lufeng's men to spare Lu Gang. Shen Lufeng gave a slight nod, signaling his men to step back. Yi Fan turned to face Yang Hu, the chill in his gaze sending a cold shiver down Yang Hu's spine. He knew tonight, he was finished. Yi Fan returned to the main seat, settling down with composed ease, treating the recent conflict as if it had never happened. He raised his glass lightly, offering a faint smile to the guests, a regal presence unmatched by any. Shen Lufeng shot Yi Fan an approving glance, nodding in silent agreement with his boss. The atmosphere in the room gradually returned to harmony. Everyone continued their laughter and conversation, savoring wine and sharing stories. But Yang Hu's face was ashen, the ferocity in his eyes growing ever more intense. This was Yuncheng, his territory. Having been humiliated like this by Yi Fan, how could he possibly continue to operate here? Lu Yiran, meanwhile, watched Yi Fan with a complex gaze, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She scrutinized this man who had once been her husband, her eyes filled with confusion and doubt. Perhaps her earlier decision had truly been a mistake. After the banquet ended, Yang Hu hurriedly departed. He knew that to deal with Yi Fan, he must find a more powerful force to back him up. After pondering, an idea suddenly struck him, and he resolved to seek assistance from the Nanshan gang. The Nanshan society ruled Yun City's underworld with formidable strength. Yang Hu had prior dealings with them and believed that offering sufficient benefits would secure their support. Through various means, Yang Hu finally made contact with Zhao Tailong, the current leader of the Nanshan society. Zhao Tailong was a man in his 50s, his piercing eyes seeming to see through everything. Even over the phone, one could sense his oppressive aura. "Yang Hu?" Zhao Tailong spoke in a detached tone. "It's me, Chairman Zhao." Yang Hu suppressed his emotions as much as possible. "I'm reaching out to ask for your help." Zhao Tailong snorted coldly, "Oh? A business titan like you facing difficulties?" Yang Hu clenched his jaw. Yi Fan, his influence is growing by the day. If we don't find a solution soon, I fear that in the future. Zhao Tailong pondered for a moment. Yi Fan. I've heard of him. He's caused quite a stir in Yuncheng lately. What do you want me to do about him? Yang Hu hesitated briefly before whispering, "I hope the Nanshan society can lend me a hand in dealing with Yi Fan." Zhao Tailong pondered for a moment before saying, "This is no small matter, but it's better to resolve grudges than to deepen them. I need to meet Yi Fan in person." "Arrange it." Yang Hu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hastily agreed. Upon learning Zhao Tailong sought to meet him, Yi Fan was quite taken aback. He was well aware of the Nanshan Association's influence and did not underestimate them simply because Yang Hu was present.
He decided to meet Zhao Tailong at his newly purchased private villa. Such a location offered greater privacy and better control over the situation.
Meanwhile, Lu Yiran felt uneasy upon hearing the news.
She had some history with the Nanshan society, and she knew Zhao Tailong far better than Yang Hu did. She knew exactly how ruthless he was. She began to hesitate, wondering whether she should tell Yifan more about the Nanshan Association and Zhao Tailong. But considering her current relationship with Yifan, she felt it might not be the wisest choice. Besides, Yifan's current strength was no longer to be underestimated. He should be able to handle it.
Chapter 15, Small-Time Skirmish?
On a sun-drenched afternoon, Zhao Tailong drove up to Yifan's private villa. Perched on a hillside, the villa was surrounded by lush bamboo groves, creating a serene and uniquely charming environment. Yifan had been waiting at the villa entrance for some time. He offered a slight smile as he greeted Zhao Tailong.
Chairman Zhao, welcome to my home.
Yifan's voice was calm, yet carried an indescribable weight that seemed to make the air itself grow thicker.
Zhao Tailong raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded. Mr. Yifan, hello.
The two entered the villa and made their way to the spacious living room, where they took their seats.
The atmosphere was subtly oppressive, as if an invisible tension hung thick in the air.
Zhao Tailong cut straight to the point. I hear you and Yang Hu have some disagreements. Yifan gave a faint smile, not responding immediately. This subtle gesture alone gave Zhao Tailong a sense of unfathomable depth. Yang Hu was just playing around, Yifan replied indifferently.
Zhao Tielong's eyes turned slightly cold. Petty squabbles?
I've heard you've already made Yang Hu suffer quite a bit. Yifan maintained his smile. That's just business competition. Zhao Tailong studied Yifan intently. I have a proposal.
Why not let Yang Hu off the hook?
In exchange, the Nanshan Association is willing to offer you extremely favorable terms.
Yifan smiled faintly upon hearing this, seemingly unimpressed by the Nanshan Association. The Nanshan Association?
I've heard of them, but it's only a matter of time before that organization goes under.
Hearing this, Zhao Tielong's expression darkened.
He hadn't expected Yifan to be so blunt and cold-hearted. Yifan's gaze radiated profound confidence, as if everything was under his control. The tension between them instantly reached its peak. The air seemed to freeze, and the room's temperature felt like it had dropped several degrees. Suddenly, Yifan rose to his feet, his gaze calmly fixed on Zhao Tailong. Chairman Zhao, I believe our discussion for today has concluded. If there's nothing else, please leave. Zhao Tailong stared at Yifan for several seconds before finally rising to his feet. His voice was cold as ice.
Mr. Yifan, do you think this is over?
Before the words had fully left his mouth, a short knife flashed in Zhao Tielong's hand, its blade gleaming coldly as he lunged toward Yifan. Yifan showed no panic, swiftly retreating to evade the attack. Zhao Tielong's attacks were fierce and relentless, each thrust aimed to be fatal. Yifan, however, moved with elusive agility, evading each strike with precision. Just as the standoff reached its most tense moment, a thunderous crash echoed through the villa as the main door was violently smashed open.
Dozens of black-clad figures surged in, each wielding various cold weapons. Zhao Tielong's expression darkened. He didn't recognize these men, nor did he know where they had come from. Yet from their fierce aura alone, Zhao Tailong sensed they were far from benign. The leader of the black-clad men stepped forward, removing his face-covering hood to reveal a handsome face none other than Zhang Jinyun. He smiled at Yifan and said, Mr. Yi, I heard you were in trouble. I'm here to help.
Yifan gave a slight smile and nodded.
Thank you. Zhao Tailong snorted coldly and shouted at Yifan, Yifan, do you really think bringing these people will keep you safe?
Zhang Jinyun sneered coldly, Zhao Tailong, don't think being the head of the Nanshan Association gives you free rein to do as you please. Today, I'll show you what real power looks like. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhang Jinyun's long blade shot out, striking straight toward Zhao Tailong.
Both sides instantly erupted into fierce combat.
The room filled with flashing blades and clashing weapons as they fought fiercely. Zhao Tailong swiftly retreated, parrying Zhang Jinyun's strike with his short blade. But Zhang Jinyun was clearly far superior in skill, forcing Zhao Tailong into a defensive position with every strike. Meanwhile, other members of the Nanshan gang clashed with the black-clad assailants in brutal hand-to-hand combat. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the villa, shattering windows into splinters that littered the glass. Yifan watched coldly from the sidelines, choosing not to intervene. He knew Zhang Jinyun was more than capable of handling the situation. Though Zhao Tailong possessed formidable martial arts skills, he gradually struggled against the combined forces of the two factions.
Each time Zhang Jinyun forced him back step by step.
He understood clearly that the current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. If this continued, the Nanshan society might suffer total defeat. Thus, while dodging Zhang Jinyun's attacks, Zhao Tailong spoke calmly, Yifan, this conflict was never your concern.
But now you're deeply entangled in it. Why not set aside your grudges? Let's sit down and talk this through.
Yifan smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on Zhao Tailong.
Chairman Zhao, do you really think this is the time for negotiations?
Zhao Tailong took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. I know you have a grudge against Yang Hu, but that has nothing to do with the Nanshan society.
I only wish to quell this turmoil. Yuncheng doesn't need any more bloodshed.
Zhang Jinyun paused his attack upon hearing this and turned to look at Yifan. Yifan pondered for a moment before finally nodding.
In that case, let's talk.
Zhao Tailong exhaled in relief, knowing this was his last chance. Both sides gradually ceased fighting and returned to their seats. Zhao Tailong fixed his gaze on Yifan, awaiting his decision. Meanwhile, in Yuncheng, everyone watched the showdown with bated breath, awaiting the final outcome.
Yifan regarded Zhao Tailong calmly. Do you really think you still have the standing to negotiate?
His tone carried an icy calm and unfathomable depth.
Zhao Tielong's heartbeat quickened as he felt an unprecedented pressure.
Gritting his teeth, he replied, "This isn't solely my decision. Nanshan has its own rules, but I do hope to quell this turmoil." Zhang Jinyun approached Yifan with a smile and whispered, "Chairman Zhao, do you truly believe this is merely a simple power struggle?
This is a choice of destiny. Today, it's either you die or I live."
Zhao Tielong's face drained of color.
He understood Zhang Jinyun's meaning.
In the underworld of Yuncheng, there were no permanent friends, only permanent interests.
He regained his composure, drawing a deep breath. Then what will it take for you to spare Nanshan?
Yifan smiled faintly. "I have no desire to destroy the Nanshan society. I merely wish to teach that overconfident Yang Hu a lesson. As for the Nanshan society, as long as you stop backing Yang Hu, I guarantee I won't lay a finger on you."
Zhao Tailong wrestled internally. He knew this was an extremely favorable offer, but he also understood it meant he would completely alienate Yang Hu.
Meanwhile, Yang Hu received news of Yifan's negotiations with Zhao Tailong. His expression froze completely. He knew he had failed completely.
The Nanshan society would likely sever ties with him.
Terror gripped Yang Hu's heart.
He never imagined things would escalate to this point. Chapter 16, The Nanshan Association.
All his confidence vanished, leaving only hatred for Yifan in his heart. Yifan rose once more, his gaze icy. "Chairman Zhao, I hope you'll consider carefully. The consequences of opposing me." Yang Hu was a perfect example.
Zhao Tielong's heart tightened, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. He resolved to strike a deal with Yifan.
Outside the villa, the headlights of a luxury car suddenly illuminated the lawn. A graceful figure stepped out of the vehicle, none other than Louis Ran. A hint of worry flickered in her eyes. She hadn't anticipated the depth of the connection between Yifan and Zhang Jinyun. Learning that Zhang Jinyun had stepped in to support Yifan filled her with surprise, but more than that, an inexplicable sense of unease. Entering the villa, she witnessed the standoff between the three parties, each pair of eyes radiating determination and wariness. The exchange between Yifan and Zhao Tailong sent shockwaves through her heart. She began to regret her earlier choice. She knew that if she hadn't left Yifan back then, today's situation might have been entirely different. Yifan suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed on Zhao Tailong. "Chairman Zhao, how about we negotiate privately?
There are too many people here, it's inconvenient." Zhao Tailong took a deep breath and nodded. "Agreed."
Louis Ran watched Yifan's retreating figure, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She wanted to step forward and say something, but Zhang Jinyun stopped her.
"Miss Lu, this is not a place you should be,"
Zhang Jinyun said indifferently. Louis Ran glanced at him, a flicker of irritation in her eyes, but she knew this was not the time to lose her temper. She turned to face Yifan and Zhao Tailong, taking a deep breath.
"I just want to know what happened." Zhang Jinyun sneered coldly. "This is a clash between two major factions. It has nothing to do with you."
Louis Ran clenched her jaw.
"Yifan is my ex-husband. I have the right to know."
Zhang Jinyun smiled faintly.
"Then, Miss Lu, please remain here and await the outcome."
Louis Ran sat to the side, her eyes reflecting complex emotions. She didn't know which side she should support, but she knew the feelings between her and Yifan were far from simple. Yifan offered a faint smile, saying nothing as he walked toward the villa's garden. Zhao Tailong glanced back at the fierce battle unfolding behind them and followed closely. The two walked along the path, entering the garden filled with all kinds of flowers. Here, it felt as though they were cut off from the outside world's turmoil, surrounded only by the fragrance of blooms and the gentle caress of the breeze.
Yifan stopped and pointed to a blooming lily beside them. "Do you think these flowers are beautiful?"
Zhao Tailong looked at Yifan with some confusion. The man before him was a far cry from the useless son-in-law he'd heard about. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Yes, they are beautiful." Yifan gently stroked the lily and said softly, "These flowers are just like every person in Yuncheng.
They need a peaceful, stable environment to grow.
I'm not one to seek conflict, but what I must protect, I will fight for with everything I have."
Zhao Tailong clenched his fists tightly.
He knew the hidden meaning behind Yifan's words, a warning to Yang Hu, and a warning to his Nanshan association. "Yifan, I don't want to be your enemy," Zhao Tailong said solemnly.
He knew he had lost the initiative.
"I only hope you can give the Nanshan association a chance to survive." Yifan looked at Zhao Tailong, a hint of appreciation flickering in his eyes. "I can agree to that, but I expect the Nanshan association to operate more independently in the future, no longer working tirelessly for Yang Hu."
Zhao Tailong took a deep breath and nodded. "I agree.
As their conversation concluded, the fighting within the villa ceased. Zhang Jinyun departed with the men in black, leaving only Yifan, Zhao Tailong, and Lui Ran behind. Yifan turned to face Lui Ran, his gaze filled with complex emotions.
Some things must come to an end.
Lui Ran fell silent for a moment before whispering softly, Yifan, I truly regret it. Yifan smiled faintly, let bygones be bygones. Yuncheng had always been the focal point of the underworld, a place of money, power, and strife, yet it possessed an indescribable allure. After the battle at the villa, Yifan's name rose like the morning sun, rapidly ascending. Major factions and business tycoons were all reassessing this name Yifan. His identity and background became the subject of intense speculation. Some claimed he was a powerful figure from elsewhere, while others said he was the heir to an ancient martial arts family who had been in seclusion for years. Yet most simply knew him as the former son-in-law of the Lu family.
Regardless, he had become a force Yuncheng could no longer ignore.
Yang Hu, once a name that reigned supreme in Yuncheng, now finds his influence fading like the setting sun. He knew he had suffered a complete defeat in this clash of factions. Not only against Yifan, but against the entire city of Yuncheng. He resolved to depart for a time, seeking external support. Yet on the day of his departure, he secretly left an envelope in Yifan's car. Its contents remained unknown, yet it was clear he hadn't given up entirely. Lui Ran, the woman who had once shared a deep bond with Yifan, now found herself in a complex emotional state. Yifan's rise and Yang Hu's retreat made her question her own choices. She resolved to find Yifan and have a proper conversation with him for her own sake, and for the sake of their past affection. They agreed to meet at a high-end restaurant in Yuncheng. Moon Pavilion, Yuncheng's most exclusive restaurant, occupied the top floor of a skyscraper in the city center, offering panoramic views of the bustling metropolis below. The interior was lavishly decorated with massive chandeliers and opulent furnishings. The clientele, exuding an understated aristocratic aura, and every meticulous detail underscored the venue's extraordinary nature. As Yifan entered the restaurant, he immediately saw Lui Ran seated by the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. Sunlight bathed her face, and in that moment, Yifan felt as though he were seeing their past together. They sat down. Despite the bustling cityscape outside, the air between them was thick with silence and tension.
You wanted to see me? What is it?
Yifan finally broke the silence. Lui Ran took a deep breath, her fingers unconsciously twisting the napkin. That gesture carried a hint of both nervousness and anticipation. Yifan, I know. I know my choice back then hurt you. But now, I truly regret it. Yifan's gaze turned icy, as if trying to pierce through Lui Ran's heart. Regret? Do you even know what you gave up? Was it money, power, or your deep feelings for me? Lui Ran lowered her head, her lips trembling slightly. I know I was wrong. Back then, I was too impulsive, too obsessed with superficial things. But now, I just want to know, do we still have a chance? Yifan sneered coldly. Back then, you chose to leave me. You chose to be with that rich kid, Yang Hu. Chapter 17, Regret is Useless. You once said I was a penniless nobody, unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath as you. Now that I have power and status, you've come back. Is this just a coincidence? Lui Ran's eyes reddened. I admit I was blind back then, but I truly regret it now. Yifan, I truly want to start over. Yifan took a deep breath, paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. Lui Ran, I once loved you deeply, but I've let go of that time. The man I am now is not the Yifan you once knew. As he spoke, Yifan stood up, turned, and walked away, leaving Lui Ran sitting alone, her eyes brimming with tears. Shortly after Yifan exited the restaurant, a black-clad assistant swiftly approached him and whispered, Mr. Yi, we found an envelope in your car. It appears to have been left by Yang Hu. Yifan took the envelope, his guard rising. What exactly was Yang Hu up to? He swiftly opened it to find a photograph and a note inside. He didn't recognize the young man in the photo, but the words made his face turn ashen. Can you protect yourself? Can you protect her? The first person who came to mind was Lui Ran. This was a threat, a tactic Yang Hu was willing to employ to achieve his goals. Yifan rushed back to the restaurant. Seeing Lui Ran still sitting there, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, he stepped forward and said coldly, let's go. Startled by his abruptness, Lui Ran hurriedly asked, Yifan, what happened? Yifan pulled her along without answering, quickening his pace as he strode straight out of the restaurant and into his car. Inside the car, several men in black were already waiting for orders. Investigate. I need to know the source of that letter, Yifan instructed. His assistant immediately responded, dialing several numbers to launch the investigation. The car sped along, Yifan's expression still cold and hard. He knew full well this was Yang Hu's revenge. And he would pay the price for it. Lui Ran watched him nervously, asking cautiously, Yifan, what exactly happened? Yifan glanced at her, took a deep breath, and handed her the envelope. See for yourself. Lui Ran took the envelope. When she saw the photograph and the text inside, she froze completely. She finally understood why Yifan had been so tense. She looked up at Yifan, her eyes filled with worry. Yifan, am I going to be okay?
Yi Fan clasped her hand tightly. I won't let anything happen to you. Lui Ran trembled slightly. I know, but I'm scared. Yi Fan looked at her, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. He sighed, don't worry. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. Yi Fan escorted Lui Ran back to her newly purchased apartment, maintaining vigilance the entire way. Parking the car at the entrance, he hurried to her side and whispered, Lui Ran, you shouldn't go out for a while. I'll have someone guard this place around the clock. Lui Ran nodded, taking a deep breath to steady her fear. Yi Fan, thank you. Yi Fan shook his head. No need to thank me. It's what I should do. After leaving Lui Ran's residence, Yi Fan immediately contacted Shin Lufeng. Shin Lufeng answered promptly, Mr. Yi, what are your instructions? Shin Lufeng, investigate this person immediately. Yi Fan described the young man's features from the photo to Shin Lufeng. Understood. I'll get on it immediately. After hanging up, Yi Fan reiterated his instructions to his men, emphasizing the need to ensure Lui Ran's safety. He knew this battle had only just begun. As night fell, Lui Ran closed all the doors and windows, sitting on the sofa with a small pillow clutched in her arms, looking somewhat tense. She could sense the security team Yi Fan had arranged for her, which offered some comfort, but she still feared the unknown enemy lurking outside. Suddenly, she heard strange noises like someone moving quietly outside the window. Her heart raced. Just as she rose to investigate, the window shattered. A black, round object flew through and crashed onto the floor. She recognized it instantly, her face turning pale. A bomb. Thoughts raced through Lui Ran's mind. She remembered Yi Fan had once given her an emergency communicator, telling her to use it if she ever faced danger. She swiftly pulled the compact device from her bag and pressed the button. At that very moment, Yi Fan was discussing the investigation's progress with Shin Lufeng when his watch suddenly vibrated urgently. It was Lui Ran's emergency signal. His expression darkened instantly. Without another word, he bolted out of the room. Shin Lufeng, send someone to Lui Ran's residence immediately. Now! Yi Fan shouted as he ran. Seeing Yi Fan so agitated, Shin Lufeng didn't question him. He swiftly made a call and dispatched his men to Lui Ran's residence. Lui Ran heard the bomb's timer ticking faster and faster. She knew time was running out. She walked to the balcony, gazing at her own swimming pool, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. With all her strength, she hurled the bomb into the pool. Instantly, water splashed everywhere, a deafening boom echoed, and the pool rippled violently. Inside the house, glass and furniture shattered from the shockwave. The instant the bomb detonated, Yi Fan's men had already stormed into Lui Ran's residence. They swiftly shielded Lui Ran in their center, preventing further injury. The entire house's alarm system suddenly blared, waking everyone in the neighborhood. Shocked, Lui Ran's face turned pale, but she quickly regained her composure. Looking at those who had come to protect her, her heart filled with gratitude. Even in the most perilous moment, Yi Fan hadn't abandoned her. Thank you, Lui Ran murmured softly, her voice trembling slightly. Yi Fan burst in at that moment. Seeing Lui Ran unharmed, he drew a deep breath. Are you okay? Lui Ran nodded. Thanks to you. A flash of murderous intent flickered across Yi Fan's cold, hard face. I'll get to the bottom of this. They won't get away with it. Yi Fan turned to Shin Lufeng, investigate that young man immediately. I want to know everything about him. Shin Lufeng promptly agreed. Before long, the investigation results were presented before Yi Fan. The young man's name is Lin Lang. A top-tier assassin. Our investigation indicates he was recently hired by Yang Hu, with you as his target. Yi Fan gave a cold laugh. Yang Hu certainly knows how to spend his money, hiring an assassin of this caliber. But since they've chosen this path, I won't show mercy either. Lui Ran clutched Yi Fan's hand tightly. Yi Fan, I don't want you to risk your life for me. Yi Fan looked at her calmly. Even though we're divorced, this situation was caused by me. I won't let anyone hurt you. Tears welled in Lui Ran's eyes as a complex mix of emotions flooded her heart. Yi Fan declared firmly, starting today, Yuncheng will no longer be peaceful. Chapter 18, Lin Lang arrives. Yi Fan had meticulously planned everything, choosing Yuncheng's central plaza as the location. The bustling square offered wide visibility and was Yuncheng's most iconic public space. He had his men spread the word that he would be holding a public charity event here. The news sent shockwaves throughout the city. Yi Fan's appearance naturally drew widespread attention. Many were filled with curiosity and anticipation about this sudden charity event. Upon hearing the news, Lin Lang let out a cold laugh. He knew this was Yi Fan's deliberate move, but he was confident that with him present, Yi Fan would never be able to leave Central Square easily. On the day of the event, the square was packed with people. A large screen displayed a rolling feed of Yi Fan's charitable deeds. On stage, Yi Fan stood announcing a series of projects he was donating to Yuncheng. Suddenly, a dark figure burst from the crowd and charged toward the stage. It was Lin Lang. A sharp dagger gripped his hand, his eyes blazing with cold, murderous intent, his target fixed squarely on Yi Fan. Yi Fan recognized the intruder instantly. He stood his ground, waiting for Lin Lang to approach.
As Lin Lang leapt forward, attempting to stab Yifan instantly sidestepped and delivered a kick to Lin Lang's abdomen, sending him flying backward. A fierce battle erupted between them on the stage. With cool strategy and extraordinary skill, Yifan quickly gained the upper hand. The audience watched in stunned silence. What they had expected to be a simple charity event had unexpectedly turned into a showdown between masters. After a brief but intense exchange, Yifan seized his opportunity. With a flawless spinning kick, he sent Lin Lang crashing to the ground, never to rise again. Yifan stepped forward, coldly demanding, "How much did Yanghu pay you to take my life?" Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lin Lang sneered, "You think Yanghu is the only one who wants you dead?" A flash of ruthlessness crossed Yifan's eyes. "Seems I need to end this game early." He immediately struck, crippling Lin Lang. After the event concluded, Yifan returned to his office. He knew that what lay ahead was a final showdown with Yanghu and the forces behind him. Seated in his spacious leather chair, Yifan sat motionless, his brow furrowed. Yanghu's ruthless move this time clearly signaled that he had marked Yifan as his nemesis. Yifan understood that if he remained passive and defensive, the situation would only grow more dire. He resolved to strike first before Yanghu launched his full-scale offensive. He lit a cigar, puffing smoke as his plan began to take shape in his mind. Though Yanghu's influence was vast, Yuncheng was not his sole domain. Yifan suddenly recalled the East Wind Gang, an organization evenly matched against Yanghu. Though Yifan had distanced himself from Yuncheng's underworld conflicts, he remained intimately familiar with them. He knew the name Lu Hong, a woman who had once been a formidable force in Yuncheng, clashing repeatedly with Yanghu's faction. Picking up the phone, Yifan dialed a mysterious number. The call connected quickly, and a seductive voice came from the other end. "Who is this?" Yifan gave a cold chuckle. "Hello, Chief Lu. It's Yifan." On the other end, Lu Hong was clearly startled. "Yifan?" "That's correct." Yifan's voice was cold. "I have a proposal. I wonder if you'd be interested in hearing it." Lu Hong fell silent for a moment. "Speak." Yifan cut straight to the point. "I know you have a grudge against Yanghu. I am now his enemy as well. Let's form a temporary alliance to take him down. What do you say?" Lu Hong smiled faintly. "Yifan, you're trying to use me as a tool to kill him?" Yifan replied calmly, "A win-win situation. With Yanghu gone, your Dongfeng gang can solidify its position in Yuncheng, while I can eliminate my own concerns." A tense silence hung between them. Then Lu Hong chuckled softly. "In that case, pick a place. Let's talk." Yifan smiled faintly. He knew this battle with Yanghu had reached a critical juncture. 2 days later, at a secluded teahouse in Yuncheng, Yifan arrived punctually amidst the bustling crowd. This was a time-honored establishment in Yuncheng, but also Lu Hong's favorite spot. Yifan chose a window seat, ordered a pot of aged tea, and waited for Lu Hong's arrival. Soon, a slender, plainly dressed middle-aged woman entered. Her gait carried an indescribable aura, the sharp, distinctive edge unique to those of the underworld. Yifan saw her and gave a slight nod in greeting. Lu Hong sat across from Yifan, her piercing gaze locking with his. "I hear you were the Lu family's son-in-law by marriage, dismissed after being cast aside, yet you rose to prominence overnight. Now you really do look like a big shot." Yifan smiled faintly. Rumors in the underworld always have a way of exaggerating things. "So you summoned me here for that matter?" Lu Hong cut straight to the point. Yifan nodded. "I want to partner with you to deal with Yanghu once and for all." Lu Hong poured a cup of tea and sipped it lightly. A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. "You know Shen Lufeng, why not leverage your own connections instead of coming to me?" Yifan replied calmly. "Yanghu's influence is stronger than we anticipated. Besides, it's not yet time to involve Shen Lufeng's side. Instead of our two factions acting alone, we should join forces and confront them together." Lu Hong pondered for a moment before nodding. "I can consider it. But I have one condition." Yifan's eyes flashed as he spoke. "After dealing with Yanghu, we must clearly delineate our spheres of influence in Yuncheng. I won't encroach on your territory, and you must not cross the line into mine." Yifan pondered. "Is that your bottom line?" Lu Hong smiled coldly. "It's fair." The rainy season arrived early in Yuncheng. In the night, torrential rain poured down, bringing a touch of coolness to this bustling metropolis. Two figures darted through the downpour like ghostly apparitions. Yifan, cloaked in a black trench coat, bore a cold, sharp gleam in his eyes hidden beneath the deep brim of his hat. His destination was Dongyun Pavilion, one of Yanghu's major bases. Rumor had it that the tower held most of Yanghu's funds and incriminating evidence of his power. Successfully seizing it would significantly weaken Yanghu's power. Meanwhile, Lu Hong had chosen the Shiye Tower, Yanghu's secret trading hub, which maintained numerous external communication lines. Yifan arrived at the gates of Dongyun Pavilion and snapped his fingers lightly. Instantly, the massive iron gate was shattered by a blast of internal force. Yifan stepped inside, swiftly neutralizing all the guards within the blink of an eye. His movements were clean and decisive, like a ghost in the rain. Before long, Yifan had located the information he sought and set the entire pavilion ablaze.
The flames burned with an especially piercing light in the rainy night. Meanwhile, Lu Hong's actions were equally swift. Chapter 19, Yang Hu's Trap. Employing the unique martial arts of the East Wind Gang, she defeated all the guards within the West Night Tower and seized every clue. In the rain, Yi Fan and Lu Hong reunited.
Their eyes met, each seeing the satisfaction in the other's gaze. That night, they successfully disrupted Yang Hu's plans. Yet Yang Hu was no easy foe to contend with. Learning that both bases had been breached, his face darkened like storm clouds. He summoned his men. If they want to play games with us, we'll play them to the bitter end.
Activate Tianqi Tower. We'll set a massive trap and wait for them to take the bait. The Tianqi Tower stood as one of Yuncheng's landmarks, not only a business hub but also housing Yang Hu's private luxury apartment.
This towering structure soared 100 stories high, boasting state-of-the-art internal facilities. Its exterior is shielded by layers of invisible protective barriers, preventing unauthorized entry. Seated in his executive office high above the city, Yang Hu gazed out through floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the entire expanse of Yuncheng. A cold smile played on his face, as if he already envisioned the moment Yi Fan would be caught in his grasp. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Lu Hong sat in a modest tea house outside the city. Yi Fan gently swirled the tea in his cup and said in a low voice, Yang Hu wouldn't just sit back and wait for us to walk into his trap.
He must have set up numerous traps. Lu Hong nodded. You're right. We have an undercover agent from the Dongfeng gang inside Tianqi Tower.
According to his report, Yang Hu has hired numerous skilled fighters and set up traps. He wants to wipe us out in one fell swoop. Yi Fan smiled faintly.
Then let him wait. We won't confront him head-on. We'll strike from behind and dismantle his forces.
A hint of admiration flashed in Lu Hong's eyes.
You mean?
Yi Fan set down his teacup. I have many business partners, and many owe me favors. If we economically pressure him and sever Yang Hu's funding chain, his power base will naturally collapse.
Lu Hong nodded. Exactly.
Money is what Yang Hu values most. I'll also infiltrate his business empire to sabotage him from within. The two men finalized their strategy and began maneuvering behind the scenes, engaging in a silent contest with Yang Hu.
Yuncheng's winds of change swirled, undercurrents churned, and a covert battle quietly unfolded.
Though Yang Hu sensed something amiss, he could never pinpoint the true vulnerability. His businesses began facing pressure, and his cash flow gradually faltered. Simultaneously, some of his subordinates and partners started facing threats and temptations, defecting to Yi Fan and Lu Hong. Yi Fan sat in a darkened room, a small black device resting in his hands. Green code flickered across the screen as he stared coldly at it, a faint smile curling his lips. Yang Hu really has extraordinary methods. He actually brought in Ghost, he murmured. Lu Hong entered, draped in a crimson cloak, her eyes betraying a hint of worry.
Ghost is a legend in the international hacker community. Once he strikes, our financial network could suffer devastating damage.
Yi Fan smiled faintly. Every legend has their weakness.
We need to find a hacker even more powerful than him to counter him.
Lu Hong frowned. Where can we find a hacker more powerful than Ghost with such a tight deadline? Yi Fan looked at her quietly, then took a deep breath. Sky Eye. He was a close friend of mine in the past, and he's also a legend in Yuncheng's hacker community. Years ago, for certain reasons, he chose to retire.
A flicker of shock crossed Lu Hong's eyes. Sky Eye? Of course I've heard of him, the hacker who can infiltrate any system without leaving a trace.
Yi Fan nodded.
Exactly.
His skills surpass even Ghost's. I have a way to contact him, Yi Fan said, but he paused, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. We need to give him a reason compelling enough to interest him. A resolute light shone in Lu Hong's eyes. Whatever price he demands, as long as it can take down Ghost, I'll agree. Yi Fan nodded, then retrieved a specially modified USB drive and inserted it into the computer, beginning to type rapidly. After a moment, he successfully established an encrypted channel and connected with Sky Eye. A figure with a concealed face appeared on the screen, its voice altered. Yi Fan, it's been a while. Yi Fan replied calmly, Sky Eye, I have a request. Sky Eye paused briefly. Speak. Yi Fan concisely explained the situation, then stated, we need your assistance.
Sky Eye pondered for a moment. I know Ghost.
He was my student.
If you want me to intervene, you'll need to give me a reason I can't refuse. Lu Hong quickly interjected. If you agree to help, I can grant you full network control over Yuncheng 30.
Sky Eye was clearly drawn to the offer. Very well. I accept.
Meanwhile, Yang Hu's pressure was mounting.
His funding chain was under relentless attack, massive investments were draining away, and numerous partners were pulling out their capital. Seated in his office, his eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety and fear. He knew this storm was far from over.
Sky Eye moved swiftly.
Within days, he successfully thwarted Ghost's repeated attacks. Each counterattack was precise and well-timed, catching Ghost off guard every single time. This caused a major stir in the international hacker community. Everyone knew Ghost's capabilities, yet he had suffered consecutive defeats at the hands of a mysterious adversary.
Ghost felt an unprecedented sense of defeat and panic.
He had never encountered such a situation before. Each of his attacks was easily thwarted, and he even faced counterattacks.
He began to doubt his own abilities, questioning whether he truly was the elite of the hacker world. Yifan pressed his advantage relentlessly, continuously probing Yang Hu's financial accounts and successfully siphoning off vast sums of money. This dealt a devastating blow to Yang Hu's influence, causing his business empire to begin crumbling. Sitting in his office, Yang Hu was furious. He couldn't believe his eyes. His business empire, the empire he had painstakingly built over years, had been destroyed almost entirely in such a short time. He smashed the teacup on his desk with a vicious thud, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. Yifan. You just wait, I'll make you pay for this. Yang Hu resolved to confront Yifan head-on. He gathered his men, preparing for a final showdown with Yifan in Yuncheng. He resolved to use his own strength to personally eliminate Yifan and reclaim everything he had lost. Yifan received Yang Hu's challenge letter, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. I've been waiting for this head-on confrontation. As dusk deepened, within the abandoned factory on the outskirts of Yuncheng, the old, mottled rust-stained walls bore witness to the memories of this land. Chapter 20. The outcome was already predetermined. A breeze carried dust from years past, adding a touch of desolation to the decisive battle. Yang Hu arrived first with his team. Shrouded in black, their eyes cold and hard, they resembled demons from hell. Especially Ghost, who wore his custom-made black mask, his pupils glowing with an icy blue light that perfectly matched his terrifying hacker persona. Soon after, Yifan and Lu Hong arrived with their elite squad. They too were clad in black, yet their presence exuded a distinct, more imposing aura compared to Yang Hu's team. Yifan led the way, expressionless, yet each step radiated an aura of supreme authority. The two factions stood facing each other inside the factory, the surrounding world seemingly frozen by the palpable tension. The distant echoes of factory machinery added an air of mystery to the standoff. The factory's old machinery echoed with a dull rumble, like the roar of a beast, blending with distant thunder to create a hauntingly beautiful symphony. Flashing lights cast mottled shadows, deepening the enigma of this standoff. Yang Hu took a deep breath, breaking the prolonged silence. Yifan, do you know? All these years, you've been my shadow. In Lu Yiran's heart, you've always held the upper hand over me. Every time I thought I had the upper hand, you'd suddenly appear and deal me an even greater blow. Yifan smiled softly. Yang Hu, you don't need to be my enemy. Wouldn't it be better to just live your own peaceful life? Yang Hu's eyes widened, as if struck to the core by Yifan's words. Yifan, you always act so high and mighty. You always have, and now more than ever. I just can't stand pretentious jerks like you. Yifan paused thoughtfully before replying slowly. Yang Hu, perhaps you've misunderstood. The way I am is simply because I have the strength to back it up. It's not about putting on airs or not. Is it truly necessary to continue this feud between us? Yang Hu's breathing quickened, clearly deeply affected by Yifan's words. But he quickly regained his composure, sneering coldly. Yifan, your oratory skills are truly impressive. But I won't be fooled by your sweet talk. Tonight, this must come to an end. Within the factory, the faint rumble of old machinery echoed, mingled with the whistling wind and distant thunder. Both factions seemed to sense the tense atmosphere, their men itching for action as they anxiously awaited orders from their superiors. Yifan and Yang Hu locked eyes, their gazes as sharp as blades. Silent hostility filled the air. Every movement, every glance silently conveyed the same message. Tonight, only one man would walk away alive. Lu Hong stood quietly beside Yifan, her gaze unwavering. She gave a slight nod, signaling her team to begin their operation. Instantly, her team dispersed silently, encircling the entire factory in preparation for the impending battle. Yang Hu seemed to sense something, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. He suddenly raised his voice, commanding his men, begin. Charge! Yang Hu's men surged forward like unleashed beasts, instantly closing in on Yifan's group. The clash instantly shattered the silence of the abandoned factory. Blades flashed and clashed, weaving into a chaotic dance. The piercing clang of metal against metal filled the air, turning the scene into a frenzy of intense combat. Amidst the sparks and chaos of the melee, Lu Hong's team demonstrated their extraordinary prowess. Each member moved like a rigorously trained warrior, delivering precise and ruthless strikes that swiftly subdued numerous members of Yang Hu's crew. Several stood out with peculiar weapons, chains as thin as spider silk or fans concealing hidden mechanisms caught their opponents off guard. Meanwhile, atop a high building within the factory, Ghost was rapidly tapping away at a keyboard. He attempted to seize control of all electronic devices within the factory, intending to use them to create obstacles for Yifan. Suddenly, massive cranes began moving erratically. TV screens, lights, and ventilation systems all started malfunctioning wildly. These sudden disruptions threw Yifan's team into disarray. But the chaos didn't last long. In another high-rise building, Tianyan sat before a computer, swiftly countering Ghost's attacks. Whenever the Ghost attempted to seize control of a device, Tianyan swiftly defended it, restoring normal function. The battle between the two hackers was like a blitz chess match between masters, fast and intense. Meanwhile, Yifan and Yang Hu had located each other. Standing several meters apart, they stared intently at each other. Yang Hu sneered, Yifan, do you really think you still stand a chance against me?
Yi Fan responded calmly, the outcome was decided long ago.
You just haven't realized it yet.
Amidst their exchange, Yang Hu suddenly wore a smug grin and pressed the remote control on his person. Instantly, an alarm blared throughout the area, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Flames shot skyward, smoke billowed everywhere, the place seemed transformed into a hellish inferno.
Yang Hu roared with laughter. Yi Fan, did you really think I'd face you head-on so easily?
My trump card has long been planted within this factory. But as the smoke cleared, Yang Hu's smile froze on his face. For in the center of the arena, Yi Fan still stood perfectly upright, not a hair out of place. Surrounding him was a transparent energy shield, clearly some protective device that had successfully withstood the explosion.
Yi Fan gazed calmly at Yang Hu. Yang Hu, do you really think such petty tricks could defeat me?
Seeing this, Yang Hu flew into a rage and charged at Yi Fan with his blade. But Yi Fan's movements were faster.
Almost in an instant, he struck, landing a direct hit on Yang Hu's chest.
Yang Hu felt as if struck by a mountain, sent flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yi Fan coldly surveyed Yang Hu on the ground. From the very beginning, you were never my match. Yang Hu's men, seeing this, turned ashen-faced and scattered in panic.
The team led by Lu Hong moved swiftly, clearing the battlefield and subduing every opponent who tried to flee.
The chaos within the factory gradually subsided, leaving only the sound of Yi Fan and Yang Hu's breathing and the bloodstains lingering on the floor. Yi Fan walked over to Yang Hu, crouching down gently as he looked at the man who had always pursued Lu Ran. Though his face was now covered in blood and he looked utterly defeated, his eyes still burned with hostility and resentment. Yi Fan spoke calmly, Yang Hu, we've known each other for a long time, fighting all the way to this moment.
Shouldn't we finally put an end to this feud between us?
Yang Hu coughed a few times, forcing his head up, and sneered coldly, Yi Fan, you may have won this battle, but I will never bow to you.
Yi Fan sighed softly. Your stubbornness, I know it well. But I no longer wish to fight you. I only hope the people of Yuncheng can live in peace. The hatred between us isn't worth dragging more innocent people into. Chapter 21, The Unknown Force.
Yi Fan continued, abandon your forces, leave Yuncheng, and never return. I will spare your life. Yang Hu fell silent for a moment before finally nodding.
All right, I agree. But remember this, I will never forget what happened today.
Yi Fan smiled faintly and turned to leave.
With Yang Hu's departure, the power dynamics of Yun City underwent a seismic shift.
The forces under Yang Hu's command were divided between Yi Fan and Lu Hong.
Though the two had temporarily formed an understanding to jointly manage these resources and factions, they both knew this peace would not last.
What Yi Fan hadn't anticipated was the frequent sense of shadowy forces stirring in the background during this period, attempting to undermine his standing in Yuncheng. On several occasions, his businesses had suffered minor sabotage. Yi Fan quickly realized this wasn't Yang Hu's revenge, someone else was behind it. One evening at an upscale bar in Yuncheng, Lu Ran, dressed in a red gown, was enjoying drinks with several close friends. A man of impeccable grace approached and seated himself directly across from her.
Good evening, beautiful lady. Lu Ran looked up. The man's handsome face bore a faint smile. He was Feng Lu.
She paused in surprise.
She didn't recognize him, but his aura was undeniably unique.
Lu Feng extended his hand.
I'm Lu Feng. I've heard your name. Would you grant me the honor of buying you a drink tonight?
Lu Ran raised her eyebrows slightly but nodded in agreement. The two conversed pleasantly, though Feng Lu seemed particularly intrigued by the topic of Yi Fan. Upon receiving the news, Yi Fan immediately investigated Feng Lu's background. Yet beyond knowing he'd been frequently spotted in Yuncheng recently, all other traces of him seemed erased. Soon after, Feng Lu began frequently appearing by Lu Ran's side, resolving numerous troubles for her and presenting her with precious gifts.
Though wary, Lu Ran couldn't resist Feng Lu's wealth and ardor. Their closeness in numerous settings sparked widespread gossip.
Especially when Lu Ran faced a business crisis, Feng Lu stepped in promptly to help her weather the storm. To Lu Ran, Feng Lu seemed to have become someone she could rely on. But there was always a knot in her heart, Yi Fan. Their feelings for each other hadn't completely faded, and she was well aware of Yi Fan's wariness toward Feng Lu. Therefore, she resolved to maintain a certain distance from Feng Lu, yet she also did not wish to offend this business tycoon. Yi Fan never relaxed his surveillance of Feng Lu. After thorough investigation, he uncovered a shocking truth. Not only was Feng Lu an internationally renowned business tycoon, but he also had connections to shadowy forces. He was likely the mysterious mastermind attempting to dismantle Yi Fan's influence. Determined to probe this enigmatic adversary, Yi Fan chose a night to meet Feng Lu at Yun City's grandest business banquet. Surrounded by business associates, Feng Lu wore a warm smile, appearing to command everything. Yet when he spotted Yi Fan approaching, a flicker of caution flickered in his eyes. Yi Fan walked straight up to Lu Feng, extended his hand, and said, Mr. Lu, it's been a while. Lu Feng seemed slightly taken aback but still shook Yi Fan's hand, replying, Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to see you. After brief greetings, Yi Fan got straight to the point, I hear you're quite interested in Yuncheng.
Is there anything I can assist with?
Lu Feng smiled faintly.
Yuncheng is a place with potential. I'm just here to take a look.
Yi Fan replied coolly, but I'm more interested in knowing what your plans are for Yuncheng's market. A sharp gleam flashed in Lu Feng's eyes as he replied, Mr. Yi, the business world is like a battlefield, it's all about interests.
But I believe we might find a mutually beneficial solution.
Their conversation brimmed with probing and caution, yet Yi Fan understood this was merely the opening salvo in his contest with this enigmatic business titan. Several days later, Feng Lu announced he would host a banquet at a 5-star hotel, inviting all the major business figures of Yuncheng to attend. Yi Fan was among the attendees.
Tonight, Yuncheng's most prestigious 5-star hotel shone brightly, gathering the city's elite under one roof. That night, an unprecedented lavish banquet unfolded.
Entrepreneurs, politicians, celebrities, and other elite figures from all walks of life attended, eager to catch a glimpse of the newly emerged business titan, Feng Lu. Yi Fan stood in a tailored suit, his tie perfectly knotted, his face stern and his gaze deep. Lu Hong stood beside him, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve and cool detachment. As the pair entered the banquet hall, they carried an air of regal authority that instinctively made those around them part to make way. When Yi Fan's gaze met Feng Lu's from across the room, a sharp glint flashed in both their eyes. It was a clash between two titans, like two fierce beasts in a storm testing each other's limits. Lu Feng raised his wineglass, offering it to Yi Fan with elegant grace. Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to see you again. I hear your influence in Yuncheng has grown ever more solid, truly admirable. Yi Fan responded coolly, Mr. Lu, you flatter me.
I've merely done what I ought to do.
But I hear you've been quite active in Yuncheng lately.
Could it be you have some grand plans in the works?
Lu Feng smiled faintly.
Yuncheng is a place brimming with opportunity.
Naturally, I hope to invest in some projects for long-term development.
Yi Fan understood perfectly well. Lu Feng's arrival in Yuncheng was certainly not solely for investment purposes.
He said coldly, I hope Mr. Lu will abide by the rules. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll have no choice but to clash head-on. A cold smile flickered across Lu Feng's face. Mr. Yi, in the business arena, there are only winners and losers. There are no so-called rules. We're simply competing for more resources. The tension between them thickened, the atmosphere growing so thick it seemed to solidify. Those nearby sensed the oppressive tension and quickly backed away. After the banquet, Yi Fan and Lu Hong drove back to their mansion. Yi Fan took a deep breath and said, Lu Hong, Feng Lu is no ordinary man. The forces behind him are vast.
We must stay vigilant.
Lu Hong furrowed her brow slightly. She had known Yi Fan for a long time, and the two had collaborated on numerous projects without ever encountering a true adversary. But now, she understood that Feng Lu represented a significant threat to them. She sighed softly, Yi Fan, I have to admit, Feng Lu does make me a little apprehensive. But I believe that only by working together can we stand a chance against him. Yi Fan gazed out at the night sky beyond the window and spoke slowly, I know you have grievances against me. But now, we have more important matters to attend to. With that, he opened the folder in his hand, which detailed Feng Lu's various investments and activities in Yuncheng.
Chapter 22, he intends to put down roots in Yuncheng.
He began acquiring vast amounts of real estate, gaining control over numerous key industries, and forging close ties with local elites. Lu Hong frowned deeply, looks like he's planning to put down roots in Yuncheng.
We can't stand idly by any longer. Yi Fan tapped the tabletop lightly, his gaze unwavering.
I intend to uncover the forces backing him first.
I need to know what he's truly after.
Days later, major enterprises and chambers of commerce across Yuncheng received word Feng Lu would host a grand charity dinner.
This was no ordinary dinner. It marked Feng Lu's first official business event in Yuncheng, a declaration of his standing and ambitions within the city.
Yi Fan and Lu Hong also received invitations.
Their eyes met, and both understood this was a golden opportunity to uncover Feng Lu's true motives.
On the evening of the banquet, Yi Fan, dressed in a dark suit, entered the ballroom arm in arm with Lu Hong. Their arrival immediately stirred a flurry of attention, but Yi Fan's gaze remained fixed solely on the elegant figure of Feng Lu standing center stage. As the banquet commenced, Feng Lu delivered a brief speech. Yet Yi Fan detected a subtle thread of provocation woven into his words. He knew this battle had only just begun. After the banquet concluded, Yi Fan did not leave immediately. Instead, he chose to stay, intending to engage in deeper conversation with Feng Lu. However, Feng Lu seemed to deliberately avoid him, constantly conversing with other distinguished guests as if he didn't acknowledge Yi Fan's presence. A thought flashed through Yi Fan's mind, and he decided to change his strategy. Instead of confronting Feng Lu head-on for now, he began investigating his true background. The next day, Yi Fan gathered his core team for a meeting in a secluded location. Present were his trusted Lieutenant Shen Lufeng and several high-ranking members of the Yuncheng Chamber of Commerce.
Lu Feng was no ordinary figure. Yi Fan opened his laptop, revealing a series of Lu Feng's overseas transaction records.
His overseas ventures span an astonishing breadth of industries from real estate to cutting-edge technology, leaving almost no stone unturned. Moreover, he maintained close ties with several major international figures.
Shen Lufeng frowned. Why would someone like him suddenly take an interest in Yuncheng? Yifan took a deep breath. That's precisely what I want to find out.
After thorough investigation, Yifan discovered that Feng Lu had deep connections with a mysterious organization notorious internationally for involvement in various illegal transactions. Yifan's frown deepened. It seemed they were facing more than just Feng Lu alone. Just then, Yifan's phone buzzed. It was a message from Lu Yiran. She invited Yifan to her home, saying she had something to discuss. Yifan suspected Lu Yiran might be seeking him out regarding the Feng Lu matter.
He immediately headed to Lu Yiran's residence.
Her home was spacious and elegant, with fine paintings adorning the walls and exquisite furnishings throughout. Yifan entered the living room to find Lu Yiran seated on the sofa, swirling a glass of red wine in her hand. Spotting Yifan, she gave a soft smile and said, "You're here.
Sit down."
Yifan nodded slightly and sat across from her, the atmosphere between them still carrying a certain subtlety. After all, they had once been husband and wife, yet their relationship now was incredibly complicated. "Lu Yiran, I know there are many misunderstandings and conflicts between us," Yifan began.
"But I asked you here today because I need you to hear me out about something," Yifan said earnestly.
Lu Yiran set down her wineglass, looked at Yifan, and softly replied, "Go ahead." Yifan took a deep breath and said, "Be careful of this man, Feng Lu. He's involved in many shady operations overseas, and his motives for coming to Yuncheng aren't pure." A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Yiran's eyes.
"How do you know this?"
Yifan shook his head.
"Now isn't the time to discuss that. I only hope you keep your distance from him. I don't want to see you get hurt."
Lu Yiran gazed at Yifan, her eyes filled with complex emotions.
"Why? We're already divorced. Why do you still care about me?"
Yifan looked at her deeply and said, "Because I once loved you deeply.
I don't want anyone to hurt you." Lu Yiran fell silent for a moment before finally nodding softly.
"I'll be careful."
"Thank you."
Yifan stood up, about to leave, but Lu Yiran pulled him back.
"Yifan, there's something else I need to tell you."
Yifan turned back, looking at her.
"What is it?"
A hint of worry flickered in Lu Yiran's eyes. "Lu Feng seems to have designs on me. He's made advances toward me multiple times. I hadn't paid it much mind before, but now that you mention it, I suspect things might not be as straightforward as they seem." Yifan frowned and said, "Be careful. If anything comes up, tell me immediately."
Lu Yiran nodded. "I understand."
After leaving Lu Yiran's home, Yifan went straight to Lu Hong. He informed her about Feng Lu's actions, and they decided it was time to take action. In the heart of Yuncheng, a brand new shopping mall stood tall. Lu Feng's latest investment project. The building's exterior gleamed with modern elegance, drawing the attention of countless citizens.
Yet behind this facade of prosperity, a dangerous contest was brewing.
Through an inside source, Yifan and Lu Hong obtained details on the mall's security arrangements and the locations of its critical facilities.
All preparations were complete for today's operation. "Ready?"
Yifan whispered from a hidden corner.
Lu Hong nodded, her eyes unwavering. "Proceed as planned." The shopping mall's opening ceremony was bustling with excitement, crowds surging through the space.
Lu Feng stood on stage delivering an enthusiastic opening speech to the guests, while Yifan's team had already begun their operation silently.
Just as Feng Lu raised his glass in celebration, the entire mall plunged into darkness.
The bright lights vanished instantly, leaving only the panicked screams and chaos of the crowd.
"What's happening?"
Feng Lu frowned, sensing this was far from a simple power outage. Amidst the chaos, Yifan stood quietly apart from the crowd, his gaze cold and piercing as he watched everything unfold. He knew this operation would shock Feng Lu and make him feel threatened.
After a moment, the power returned and the lights came back on.
People gradually began to calm down, but Feng Lu's expression remained dark and grim.
Yifan turned and left.
He knew he had successfully delivered a warning to Feng Lu, demonstrating both his capabilities and resolve. Lu Feng swiftly returned to his headquarters in Yuncheng, a flash of fury crossing his eyes. He knew this incident was no accident, it was undoubtedly Yifan's doing. He began mobilizing his subordinates, leveraging his control over Yuncheng's resources to launch an attack on Yifan's economic network. One project after another had its funding sources cut off or suffered severe setbacks at Feng Lu's hands.
Chapter 23, Yifan's Strategy.
Cracks began to appear in Yifan's power structure, with some subordinates even defecting due to mounting financial pressure.
Lu Hong, meanwhile, faced an unprecedented crisis.
To isolate Yifan completely, Feng Lu deliberately targeted her businesses. Her former partners betrayed her one after another, choosing to collaborate with Feng Lu instead. All that remained for her was crushing pressure and mounting losses. At Yifan's urging, Lu Hong temporarily chose to step back, withdrawing from her partnership with him for now. She needed to regroup before she could stand shoulder to shoulder with Yifan again. "I'll handle my affairs as quickly as possible and return to assist you," Lu Hong told Yifan.
Yifan nodded.
He understood Lu Hong's current state of mind, but he himself was also mired in an unprecedented predicament. He began searching for a breakthrough, but the economic web Lu Feng had woven was too flawless. Yifan couldn't find an opening. One day, as Yi Fan sat deep in thought in his office, Shen Lufeng entered, holding a document.
Mr. Yi, this is intelligence we've obtained regarding Feng Lu's latest major project.
Yi Fan swiftly opened the file. With just one glance, he knew this might be his chance for a comeback.
We need to act.
This is our best chance to turn the tables, Yi Fan declared firmly.
Shen Lufeng nodded.
Just give the word, and I'll mobilize the team immediately. Yi Fan opened his contacts and found Louis Ran's number. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed the number.
Yi Fan?
Louis Ran's voice sounded surprised on the other end. It's me, Yi Fan replied succinctly.
I need information about Feng Lu. Can you help?
After a brief silence, Louis Ran replied, I heard he's hosting a charity dinner in Yuncheng soon, inviting nearly every major business tycoon.
Is that what you want to know?
A flicker of light passed through Yi Fan's eyes.
That's exactly what I need to know. Louis Ran sighed. Be careful. Feng Lu isn't someone to be trifled with.
Yi Fan smiled faintly.
Rest assured, I know my limits.
That night, the lavish banquet hall shimmered with brilliant lights filled with nobles and business elites dressed in evening gowns. Gilded chandeliers cast golden light while melodious piano music filled the air, creating an atmosphere both lively and refined. Yi Fan's men, disguised as staff, patrolled the area, closely monitoring every move Feng Lu made. Whenever they gathered intelligence, they immediately relayed it to Yi Fan through special communication devices. Louis Ran, dressed in a crimson gown, resembled a goddess emerging from flames, drawing countless admiring glances. Yet she maintained her distance, avoiding overt contact with Feng Lu. Occasionally, she exchanged a glance with Yi Fan, signaling her safety. As the banquet reached its climax, Feng Lu stepped onto the stage to deliver his speech. His words brimmed with confidence and pride. Yuncheng, this beautiful city, is where I see boundless potential. I will partner with a multinational corporation to build a megacomplex here. I hope to witness its glory alongside all of you present tonight. The crowd applauded enthusiastically, the atmosphere harmonious. Yet Yi Fan detected the hidden meaning.
He knew Lu Feng's true objective wasn't merely investment, it was more likely to seize control of Yuncheng's economic lifeline.
After the speech, Yi Fan quietly approached Louis Ran and whispered, at this banquet, Feng Lu isn't just showcasing his financial power. He also wants to prove to everyone that Yuncheng is his territory.
Louis Ran frowned. Then what should we do?
Yi Fan smiled faintly.
I have my own plan. If he wants to control Yuncheng, let him try.
By the time the banquet concluded, most guests had departed, leaving only wealthy merchants and Feng Lu's closest associates in the banquet hall. Yi Fan's men had discreetly placed many listening devices in strategic locations, capturing Feng Lu's conversations with other guests. Seated in his car, Yi Fan listened clearly through covert communication devices as every word of Feng Lu's conversation reached him.
I've finalized the contract with a major corporation from W country for this complex project, Feng Lu declared smugly. We just need the land approval in Yuncheng to begin construction.
A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He knew this was Feng Lu's plan to further cement his position in Yuncheng.
If this complex were built, Feng would gain even deeper control over Yuncheng's economy.
The next day, Yi Fan sought out Shen Lufeng. Shen, I need you to look into this major corporation from country W, especially the project they're collaborating on with Feng Lu. Shen Lufeng acted swiftly, gathering all the necessary information for Yi Fan within an hour. This was a major corporation with considerable international influence. Partnering with Feng Lu represented a significant opportunity for them as well. Yi Fan sneered coldly, they want to build a massive complex in Yuncheng? I'll see how they get past me. Thus, Yi Fan began leveraging his network to conduct a thorough investigation into the relevant information. The materials Shen Lufeng provided were exceptionally thorough, covering everything from the company's history and partners to its past projects. But what caught Yi Fan's attention most was a document titled Illegal Activities Record. Upon careful review, Yi Fan discovered that the company had been fined or even banned from undertaking projects in several countries due to non-compliant operations and illegal activities.
Shen, Yi Fan looked up. Is this information reliable? Shen Lufeng nodded.
Of course.
I wouldn't give you false intelligence.
A sly smile flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Then we can use this to stir up trouble for Feng Lu. Over the next few days, Yi Fan began formulating his plan. He identified several major domestic companies collaborating with that firm and provided them with the W country company's illegal records from other nations, causing them to grow skeptical about the partnership. Simultaneously, Yi Fan secretly contacted several media outlets, leaking details of the company's illegal activities, which sparked widespread public attention. Under public pressure, Yuncheng's relevant departments were forced to re-examine the company's qualifications, dealing a heavy blow to Feng Lu. Lu Feng sat in his office, seething with rage. He clenched a newspaper in his hand, its pages filled with reports of the company's illegal activities.
He knew this was all Yi Fan's doing. Yi Fan!
He roared furiously.
Do you think this will defeat me?
Yi Fan sat in his own office, gazing out at Yuncheng through the window, a quiet satisfaction growing within him. This time, he had given Feng Lu a profound lesson.
Yet he understood this was merely a minor victory. The struggle with Feng Lu had only just begun. He must remain ever vigilant, awaiting the next round of combat. Chapter 24, Yi Fan's Opportunity. Yi Fan's actions sent shockwaves through Yuncheng's business circles. Lu Feng's reputation suffered severe damage, investors began to harbor doubts about his projects, and some partners started to keep their distance. The shifting winds of Yuncheng's business world created a tense atmosphere thick with the scent of battle. Lu Feng resolved to turn the tide. He planned an unprecedented business launch event to showcase his new project and rebuild his reputation. This event not only invited a vast array of domestic and international media and key figures but was also held in Yuncheng's most luxurious banquet hall, boasting an unprecedented scale. On the eve of the event, Yi Fan meticulously studied the intelligence he had received in his mansion. He knew this was an opportunity, a chance to strike another blow against Feng Lu. He resolved to attend the event in person, preparing to expose some of Feng Lu's hidden secrets at a crucial moment. On the day of the event, Yi Fan arrived early, dressed in a meticulously tailored suit and sunglasses, maintaining an outwardly low-key appearance. He sat in his luxury car, waiting for the right moment to arrive. Meanwhile, Lu Iran was also preparing for tonight's plan in her own mansion. She and Yi Fan shared a complicated past, but at this critical juncture, she knew that collaborating to confront their common enemy was the wisest choice. That evening, the conference venue was ablaze with lights as media reporters and business elites streamed in continuously. Lu Feng, dressed in a tailored suit, walked onto the stage and waved at the audience with a smile. He radiated confidence, seemingly untouched by the recent turmoil. Yi Fan slipped into the venue unnoticed, his heart racing with both tension and excitement. He knew everything that followed would depend on his performance. The event commenced formally as Feng Lu introduced his new project, elaborating on its significance and impact. The atmosphere was tense yet filled with anticipation as everyone waited to see what made this project unique. Suddenly, a figure rose from the audience, capturing the entire hall's attention. It was Yi Fan. His gaze was sharp, piercing like a blade. Through his sunglasses, he seemed to see right through everything. Lu Feng, do you truly believe this project is as great as you claim? Yi Fan's voice was clear and unflinching. Lu Feng frowned, having not anticipated Yi Fan's personal appearance. Yet he maintained his composure, replying, "Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here presenting it." Yi Fan smiled faintly. He pulled out a stack of documents, held them aloft, and addressed the entire audience. "Then I imagine everyone here will find these documents quite interesting." He began listing evidence of Longfeng Corporation's illegal activities in other countries, along with records of improper internal transactions. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Journalists raised their cameras and recording devices, frantically capturing the moment. Lu Feng's face turned pale. He hadn't anticipated Yi Fan presenting such concrete evidence. He tried to refute the claims, but Yi Fan had prepared his rebuttal. Just then, Lu Iran stepped onto the stage. Her voice was firm and confident. "I can verify the authenticity of these documents." Yi Fan and Lu Iran's joint action sent shockwaves through the entire press conference, transforming the atmosphere from fervent excitement into tense chaos. Lu Feng, unable to justify himself, angrily attempted to defend his position. Yet with the evidence laid bare before them, his words rang hollow and powerless. Media reporters swiftly captured the entire scene, bombarding Feng Lu with questions, while investors in attendance began voicing doubts about his company. These investors were savvy businesspeople. They wouldn't easily trust a company facing such accusations. Standing on stage facing the media cameras, Yi Fan calmly explained the evidence in his hand, pointing out Lu Feng Company's illegal activities. His voice was firm and powerful, conveying an undeniable sense of certainty. Lu Iran's testimony further reinforced these accusations as she recounted the improper transactions and collusion she had personally witnessed. Her voice was resolute and confident, without a hint of hesitation. Lu Feng froze on stage, feeling trapped in an unprecedented predicament. Once proud of his abilities and charisma, he now found himself caught in a whirlpool of public opinion, unable to extricate himself. After the press conference, the venue descended into chaos. Journalists scrambled to interview Yi Fan and Lu Iran, while investors heatedly discussed the events that had just unfolded. Lu Feng hurriedly left the scene, knowing his image was irreparably damaged and his new project severely compromised. Yi Fan and Lu Iran's joint operation had succeeded in creating trouble for Feng Lu, but they understood this was only a temporary victory. The struggle was far from over. They needed to continue strengthening their influence and prepare for the larger battles ahead. Upon returning to his mansion, Yi Fan stood at the window, gazing out at the bustling nightscape of Yuncheng. He knew many challenges still lay ahead, but he had taken a solid step forward, ready to face whatever the future brought. Meanwhile, in his office, Feng Lu's eyes blazed with fury. He was determined to avenge today's defeat. He understood this struggle had only just begun, and he must adopt more aggressive measures to counter Yi Fan and Lu Iran. Standing at the window, Yi Fan calmly contemplated the unfolding situation. He understood that Feng Lu wouldn't give up easily and might resort to more aggressive tactics against him. Therefore, he needed to strategize in advance and prepare his defenses.
In a dimly lit secret room, Yifan discussed countermeasures with Shen Lufeng.
Shen Lifeng, though Yuncheng's wealthiest man, was secretly Yifan's man, possessing vast resources and intelligence.
Mr. Yi, Shen Lufeng said gravely, Lufeng's counterattack will likely involve your privacy and secrets. We must first uncover what critical information he possesses and then formulate a targeted counterplan.
Yifan nodded, well aware of Lufeng's tactics.
I've devised a plan, he stated. I'll temporarily alter my movements to divert Feng's attention. As for you, Shen Lufeng, intensify intelligence gathering to uncover the details he possesses. Simultaneously, prepare a press conference where I will publicly counter his attacks and demonstrate our strength and resolve. Shen Lufeng nodded in agreement.
Understood, Mr. Yi. I'll act immediately. Shortly thereafter, Yifan temporarily altered his movements, swiftly vanishing from Yuncheng's sight.
He knew this was to divert Feng Lu's attention, making him believe Yifan was retreating.
Meanwhile, Feng Lu adopted more aggressive measures. Chapter 25, The Media Conference.
Leveraging his resources, he obtained some of Yifan's past private matters and hidden secrets through improper means. This information, including Yifan's past financial struggles, romantic entanglements, and connections to certain factions, became the weapons of his attack.
Lu Feng planned to expose these details to discredit Yifan, stripping him of all public trust and support.
He believed this move would render Yifan's reputation in tatters, leaving him vulnerable and defenseless. Upon learning of Feng Lu's actions, Yifan immediately returned to Yuncheng and began preparing for an upcoming press conference. He knew this was a critical moment. He couldn't afford to be on the defensive.
He had to project unwavering resolve and confidence.
The venue was set in the banquet hall of a high-end hotel, where journalists gathered eagerly awaiting Yifan's response. Yifan stood on the stage, calmly facing the sea of cameras and microphones. Esteemed members of the media, his voice firm and assured, I am aware of the recent negative reports concerning me.
I will neither evade nor avoid them.
Today, I will address these allegations.
At the same time, I want to tell everyone that truth will always prevail over lies.
Yifan began to explain in detail the accusations made by Lufeng, clarifying each rumor one by one and providing evidence to support his statements. His deep understanding of each issue and unwavering stance left the journalists stunned. I know there are many secrets about me that remain unknown, Yifan continued, but I want to tell everyone that I have stepped out of the shadows of my past.
This is a new beginning.
I will face any challenge head-on and move forward with unwavering resolve. Reporters began asking questions, but Yifan responded to each one calmly and composedly, demonstrating exceptional poise. His words were firm and confident, prompting people to reassess him. After the reception concluded, the media reporters departed one by one, leaving behind satisfied expressions and a series of positive reports. Yifan's image regained its luster as he successfully thwarted Feng Lu's attack. Meanwhile, Feng Lu's plan had failed, leaving him feeling immense pressure and frustration. Through cool-headed analysis and resolute responses, Yifan emerged victorious in this battle for reputation, forcing Feng Lu to reconsider his strategy. After the press conference, Yifan did not relax. Instead, he continued to strengthen his intelligence gathering and security defenses. He knew Feng would not give up easily, demanding constant vigilance. Meanwhile, Feng Lu felt immense pressure. His image had suffered severe damage, and his new project was also negatively impacted. Seated in his office, he coldly contemplated his next move. Yifan, you're quite the youngster, he muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with determination. But don't get too cocky just yet. I'll make you pay for this. Lu Feng decided to take more aggressive measures against Yifan. He knew Yifan's past and secrets were his greatest vulnerabilities, so he resolved to attack Yifan's personal life by exposing those hidden truths. To execute this plan, Feng Lu hired a professional hacker team. They began infiltrating Yifan's personal computers and social media accounts to gather his private information. The team also began investigating Yifan's past, searching for further vulnerabilities. Yifan remained unaware of Feng Lu's scheme, yet he stayed constantly vigilant. Anticipating that Feng would likely resort to more insidious tactics, Yifan resolved to take proactive measures rather than wait passively for an attack. Yifan organized another large-scale media conference, aiming to address public concerns while showcasing his resolve and capabilities.
This press conference marked the beginning of his response to online public opinion.
Preparations proceeded methodically, with Yifan paying close attention to every detail. He understood this press conference was a battle for his online reputation, one that would profoundly shape his future image and standing. Finally, the day of the press conference arrived. The venue was packed to capacity, with numerous media representatives eagerly participating, all hoping to hear Yifan's response to the online smear campaign. Yifan stood before the podium, his tone calm yet confident. Distinguished media representatives, he began, I am aware of the recent false claims circulating online about me. I will not evade these questions. Today, I will address these accusations and demonstrate that truth always triumphs over falsehood, and justice will prevail. Yifan then addressed each piece of online slander one by one, presenting solid evidence for every point. His thorough understanding and clear stance on each topic earned him the respect of the assembled media. I acknowledge that my past may contain experiences unknown to the outside world, Yifan continued after a deep breath.
But I want everyone to understand that I have let go of the past. Now, I am starting anew. I will bravely confront whatever lies ahead and move forward with unwavering resolve.
As reporters began posing questions, Yifan responded with composure, demonstrating exceptional communication skills. His words radiated confidence, prompting everyone to reassess his image. At Yifan's press conference, his decisiveness and transparency moved all media personnel. He openly confronted his past issues, stating he had strived to improve, and emphasized his current positive efforts and contributions to society. Everyone makes mistakes, Yifan stated. But true courage lies in learning from them and choosing the right path.
I have made mistakes, but I have changed.
I am now dedicated to creating value for society and contributing my modest strength to Yuncheng's prosperity and development.
He also skillfully addressed the fact that Feng Lu had attempted to smear him, pointing out without naming names that Feng Lu had employed unethical means in business competition. This counterattack caught Feng Lu off guard, as he hadn't anticipated Yifan's decisive response. I believe business competition should adhere to principles of integrity and fairness, Yifan stated. One should not resort to improper means to undermine competitors. This is detrimental to the entire business community. Lu Feng's scheme backfired.
His plan to discredit Yifan by leaking private information failed, as Yifan's proactive disclosure and explanation minimized the impact of his past secrets on his reputation. On the contrary, Yifan's candor and integrity enhanced his positive image.
Following the press conference, media outlets across Yuncheng widely covered Yifan's response. Positive evaluations dominated, and his fame surged dramatically, far exceeding his previous standing.
Meanwhile, Feng Lu found himself thrust into the spotlight, his unethical tactics drawing widespread scrutiny and criticism. Lu Feng felt immense pressure and frustration, realizing his strategy had backfired. Yifan's resolute counterattack had placed him in a passive position.
Chapter 26: Feng Lu's Business Partners.
Within Yuncheng's business and social circles, Yifan's victory in this battle of reputation restored his respect and recognition, drawing greater attention to his capabilities and resolve. Lu Feng, however, was forced to re-evaluate his actions and contemplate his future direction. Furious and exhausted, Feng Lu sat in his office, his fingers clenched tightly around the armrest of his chair. Each confrontation with Yifan felt like battling an insurmountable mountain. Yifan had gained greater support and prestige from this reputation battle. Feng Lu knew he needed to reassess his strategy to gain the upper hand in the next round of confrontation.
Mr. Lu, would you like some coffee?
A soft knock sounded at the office door.
Lu Feng looked up to see an assistant standing there. Lu Feng shook his head, signaling the assistant to leave.
He needed solitude to formulate his next plan.
Suddenly, a note slid into his desk drawer. He pulled it out to find an address and time written on it.
The address was an abandoned industrial zone, and the time was set for tomorrow night.
Beneath the note, a single signature, Wolf Shadow. Feng Lu's brow furrowed. He had never heard of Wolf Shadow, yet this person seemed aware of his predicament and offered an intriguing opportunity.
He contemplated in his mind it was time to take more aggressive measures against Yifan.
The following evening, Feng Lu arrived at the industrial zone as instructed by the note.
The place was desolate and silent, with only faint streetlights illuminating the shadows. Just as unease began to creep over him, a figure suddenly materialized before him. Tall and shadowy, the figure wore a black cloak and a mask that concealed everything but a pair of piercing eyes. He was known as Wolf Shadow.
Are you Wolf Shadow? Feng Lu asked cautiously. Wolf Shadow nodded, saying nothing more.
He drew a small box from his sleeve and handed it to Feng Lu.
Inside lay a single pill.
Wolf Shadow's voice was low and icy.
This is a specially formulated sleeping potion.
Simply have Yifan ingest it, and he will fall into a deep, irreversible slumber for several hours.
This is your best chance.
Kidnap him to a secluded place, then spread his scandal. His reputation will plummet, never to recover. Lu Feng took the pill, his heart filled with hesitation. The plan was far too dangerous, yet he knew that without resorting to extreme measures, he might never defeat Yifan.
Are you certain this is the only way? Feng Lu finally asked.
Wolf Shadow's eyes flashed with cold light.
Yes.
Only this way can you defeat Yifan.
Time is running out. You must decide.
Standing in the shadows of the industrial zone, Feng Lu clutched the pill tightly in his hand, his mind filled with hesitation and anxiety.
He knew this plan was extremely dangerous. Failure would bring unimaginable consequences.
Yet his rage toward Yifan and his desperate longing to reclaim what he'd lost drove him to a decision.
Taking a deep breath, Feng Lu resolved to take the risk.
He carefully tucked the pill into his pocket, awaiting Wolf Shadow's next instructions.
Meanwhile, Wolf Shadow had already begun orchestrating the plan to kidnap Yifan.
He had his men closely monitor Yifan's every move, learning his frequent haunts and daily routines.
The kidnapping plot was fully developed, with all preparations complete.
One night, when Yifan ventured out alone, Wolf Shadow sought his chance. He and his men quietly followed Yifan, waiting for the perfect moment. As Yifan entered a dimly lit alley, Wolf Shadow decided to strike. They swiftly closed in on Yifan, intending to subdue him with a surprise attack. Yet, the instant they moved to strike, Yifan vanished from his spot. Lang Ying and his men froze, staring blankly at the empty alley. Suddenly, Yifan's voice echoed from the shadows, "Still want to catch me?" Wolf Shadow and his men spun around to find Yifan standing not far away, coldly smiling at them. His appearance was ghostly, sending shivers down Wolf Shadow and his men's spines. How is this possible? Wolf Shadow gritted his teeth. They hadn't even noticed Yifan's presence. Yifan walked toward them, his gaze cold. "You think such a clumsy operation could kidnap me? You're far too naive." Wolf Shadow's men attempted to attack Yifan, but they were no match for him. Yifan effortlessly dodged their strikes while defeating them one by one. Wolf Shadow, however, proved utterly helpless before Yifan. He had been certain of victory, never expecting Yifan's strength to be so overwhelming. He tried to flee, but Yifan gave him no chance. Under the cover of night, Yifan's gaze bore down on Wolf Shadow. Only the faint glow of streetlights illuminated his cold, ruthless face. Wolf Shadow was overcome with fear. He knew escape was futile and steeled himself to answer. "Do you want to know who's behind this?" Lang Ying whispered, his eyes flickering. Yifan nodded. "Speak." "It's Feng Lu," Lang Ying confessed, forced to reveal the truth. "He hired me to kidnap you, attempting to tarnish your reputation." Yifan's brow furrowed slightly. He had long suspected Feng Lu's involvement in all this, and now he finally had confirmation. He released Wolf Shadow and warned, "Tell Feng Lu that if anyone dares to harm me again, I won't show mercy." Wolf Shadow hurried away, inwardly relieved to have escaped this perilous situation. Yifan began planning his next move. He resolved to teach Feng Lu a profound lesson, making him understand the consequences of challenging Yifan. The next day, Yifan resolved to visit Feng Lu's office in person. His identity had already been exposed, there was no longer any need for concealment. He stepped into Feng Lu's luxurious office, sat down in the chair opposite him, and stared coldly at Feng Lu. "Yifan, why are you here?" Feng Lu tried to feign composure, but unease had already taken root in his heart. "Lu Feng," Yifan's voice was deep and commanding. "I know you hired Wolf Shadow to deal with me. Do you really think kidnapping me is the only way to win this fight?" Lu Feng remained silent, but his eyes betrayed his inner fear. "I'll give you a choice," Yifan continued. "Either admit your mistake, issue a public apology, and leave Yuncheng never to interfere with my life or business again. Or I will expose your crimes and make you pay the price." Lu Feng fell silent for a moment before finally bowing his head. "All right, I admit I was wrong. I won't bother you anymore." Yifan nodded and stood up. "This is your only chance. Don't make another mistake." He turned and walked away, leaving Feng Lu standing there, his face a mask of shame and humiliation. On Yuncheng's business battlefield, Yifan once again demonstrated his resolve and power. He would tolerate no challenge to his position. Chapter 27, The Looming Threat. Yifan's victory sent shockwaves through Yuncheng's business circles once more, leaving them awestruck by his power and decisiveness. Yet this was merely the tip of the iceberg. He knew full well that Yuncheng's power games were treacherous, with hidden forces lurking behind the scenes that could not be underestimated. Therefore, he knew he could not afford complacency and must remain vigilant at all times. In Yifan's strategy, he aimed not only to deal with overt challengers but also confront the forces secretly coveting his position. He resolved to utilize his secret military forces to eliminate these potential threats one by one. Shin Lufeng, Yuncheng's wealthiest man, was Yifan's trusted confidant and his trump card. Yifan knew Shin Lufeng possessed abundant resources and intelligence that could help solidify his position in Yuncheng. At the same time, he understood that establishing himself in this commercial battlefield required not only strength but also political maneuvering. One day, Yifan resolved to discuss his next moves with Shin Lufeng. They arranged to meet at an exclusive private club, a gathering place for Yuncheng's elite and a venue for their confidential exchanges. Seated in a private room, Yifan looked at Shin Lufeng with a serious expression. "Shin," he said, "I need your help. The landscape in Yuncheng is growing increasingly complex. We must remain vigilant." Shin Lufeng nodded in agreement. "Mr. Yi, I understand. The competitive landscape in Yuncheng has always been brutal." The two began discussing their next moves, deciding to join forces to consolidate certain internal factions within Yuncheng while simultaneously investigating and suppressing potential threats to Yifan. Yet, just as they plotted to solidify their position, a new adversary quietly emerged onto Yuncheng's stage. This adversary was not an individual, but an organization calling itself Night Shadow. Shadow Knight's members were the elite of the elite, their identities and capabilities deeply concealed, so much so that even Yifan and Shin Lufeng struggled to uncover their true origins. Their objective was simple: to shatter the existing order of Yuncheng and redistribute power. Upon hearing of Night Shadow's emergence, Yifan and Shin Lufeng couldn't help but feel a surge of vigilance. The rise of this organization made them realize that the situation in Yuncheng would become far more complex and dangerous. Yifan furrowed his brow, contemplating how to counter the Night Shadow threat. He knew this wasn't ordinary business competition, but a contest of conspiracy and power.
He couldn't help but wonder what forces were backing this mysterious organization. Meanwhile, Lu Yiran also learned of Night Shadow's existence.
Seated in her luxurious office, her expression darkened as she held an intelligence report on Night Shadow. She understood that this organization's rise posed a significant threat to both her business and her standing. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to collaborate with Yifan and Shen Lufeng to confront Night Shadow. Though she harbored deep hostility toward Yifan, now, faced with a common enemy, she had no choice but to temporarily set aside personal grudges and stand with them. During a secret nighttime meeting, Yifan, Lu Yiran, and Shen Lufeng sat together, discussing countermeasures. Lu Yiran spoke up. We still don't know the full extent of Night Shadow's power, but one thing is certain: their goal is to destabilize Yuncheng's power structure.
We must unite to stand a chance against them.
Yifan nodded in agreement. Yes. The Lu family, the Yi family, and the Shen family, we all have interests and positions to protect. Setting aside personal grudges for now to cooperate against Night Shadow is our only option. Shen Lufeng spoke after deep contemplation. I've already dispatched some men to gather intelligence on Night Shadow, but they're far too elusive. They've left almost no trace.
We need more clues to confront them. Lu Yiran suddenly interjected. I have a lead.
I've heard Night Shadow's leader is a young prodigy whose strength rivals that of top-tier martial artists in the shadows. Perhaps we can start with him. A flicker of excitement crossed Yifan's eyes. He knew that finding Night Shadow's leader would be the key to uncovering their true nature.
He asked, Lu Yiran, do you know the Night Shadow leader's name? Lu Yiran shook her head.
His name is a mystery, but some call him Yi Zi. Yifan, Lu Yiran, and Shen Lufeng silently committed the name to memory as they began formulating their operational plan. They resolved to join forces, rooting out Night Shadow members one by one to lift the veil on this enigmatic organization. Under the night sky of Yuncheng, a complex and dangerous game officially commenced. Meanwhile, Yezi, the leader of Night Shadow, watched their every move from the shadows, preparing for the inevitable confrontation.
His confidence ran deep, certain his scheme would upend Yuncheng's order and pave the way for his ultimate ambitions.
Under the night sky of Yuncheng, a complex and dangerous game officially commenced. Yifan, Lu Yiran, and Shen Lufeng worked closely together, launching their operation to uncover Night Shadow's traces. First, they decided to target some of Night Shadow's lower-ranking members, hoping to gather more intelligence. They dispatched a team of intelligence operatives, skilled in gathering information, to infiltrate every corner of Yuncheng in search of Night Shadow's presence. Simultaneously, Yifan, Lu Yiran, and Shen Lufeng each embarked on their own missions. Leveraging his connections and resources, Yifan delved into Yuncheng's darkest corners, using underground channels to attempt contact with Night Shadow members. He demonstrated his capabilities while coaxing Night Shadow operatives into revealing more details. Lu Yiran, meanwhile, leveraged her connections within Yuncheng's social circles to uncover details about Night Shadow. She dispatched her intelligence team to investigate the identities and contact details of Night Shadow members. She knew Night Shadow's leader, Yi Zi, would be a difficult target to pinpoint, but she could start by targeting his subordinates.
Shen Lufeng launched his offensive in the business sphere.
Using his company and resources, he closely monitored transactions and capital flows potentially linked to Night Shadow.
He delved deep into Night Shadow's operational patterns, searching for vulnerabilities.
Yet despite their immense efforts, Night Shadow remained elusive, evading their pursuit like a phantom.
Each attempt ended in failure, leaving them frustrated.
Just as despair began to set in, a mysterious letter appeared on Yifan's desk.
It read,
Yifan, you seek Night Shadow, but do you know that Night Shadow's leader, Night Child, has long been aware of your actions? If you truly wish to find him, come to the tallest building in Yuncheng Eagle's Eye Tower and await our challenge. Yifan let out a cold laugh and showed the letter to Lu Yiran and Shen Lufeng.
Chapter 28, The Mysterious Woman.
They all understood this was a provocation from Night Shadow's leader, Yi Zi, and simultaneously an opportunity. Deciding to accept the challenge, the three infiltrated Eagle's Eye Tower, the tallest building in Yuncheng.
This towering skyscraper was a symbol of Yuncheng and the location Yeji had chosen for their showdown.
When they reached the top floor, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows. Yi Zi himself. Clad entirely in black robes, his face concealed behind a mask, he exuded an air of mystery and authority.
Yifan, Lu Yiran, Shen Lufeng, you have come bravely.
Yeji's voice carried a chill. Yifan responded calmly, Yi Zi, we do not fear challenges, but you must answer our questions. What is your purpose?
Why are you undermining Yuncheng's power structure? Yeji smiled faintly, the answer is simple.
I intend to rebuild Yuncheng, shattering its corrupt system.
Yuncheng needs a new order, one with greater fairness and justice. And you?
You are merely defenders of the old system. As she spoke, Yi Zi's figure vanished abruptly into the darkness, leaving the three men's vision blurred. Immediately, a fierce battle erupted.
Yeji's strength proved unexpectedly formidable.
His movements were exceptionally agile, almost impossible to track. Yi Fan, Lu Iran, and Shen Lufeng joined forces, displaying astonishing coordination and power. They relentlessly sought to defeat Yeji, but he always evaded at the critical moment. The battle raged fiercely on the top floor of Eagle Eye Tower, shattering glass windows, twisting steel beams, and causing the entire structure to tremble. Yeji's objective was clear: defeat Yi Fan and his allies to fundamentally alter Yun City's future. Yet just as Yi Zi seemed to gain the upper hand, Yi Fan suddenly unleashed an even greater power. His body radiated a brilliant light, like an untouchable deity. At this moment, his power reached its zenith. He spoke coldly, "Yeji, do you truly believe you can overturn everything? The future of Yuncheng needs neither you nor chaos and violence. We must uphold order, yet also reform to make Yuncheng better." Yi Fan's words seemed to channel a formidable force, and his attacks grew even more relentless. Yeji was forced into retreat, his mask shattering in the battle to reveal young, sharp eyes. He understood that against Yi Fan's peak strength, he was already at a disadvantage. Yet Yeji was no one to concede defeat easily. He abruptly halted his assault as a profound energy began gathering around him. Then, with a thunderous roar, he unleashed astonishing power. A dark energy wave erupted from Yeji, causing the entire top floor of Eagle Eye Tower to tremble violently. Yi Zi's power reached an unprecedented height, as if capable of shaking the entire city of Yuncheng. Yi Fan, Lu Iran, and Shen Lufeng felt the pressure intensify. They launched a joint counterattack, attempting to withstand Yeji's onslaught, yet still found themselves overwhelmed. Yeji sneered, "You're still too weak. You're unworthy of fighting me. The future of Yuncheng will be shaped by me. I have no need for you old-fashioned holdouts." Just as Yeji prepared to deliver the fatal blow, a powerful light flashed forth, halting his attack. A mysterious woman appeared, clad in a white gown with flowing hair, wielding a sacred sword that radiated divine energy. She spoke calmly, "Yeji, your ambition has gone far enough. Yuncheng's reform doesn't need chaos and destruction, it needs more wisdom." Yeji froze, stunned that someone would suddenly appear to stop him. He asked warily, "Who are you?" The mysterious woman smiled and replied, "I am of one of Yuncheng's ancient families. My duty is to safeguard the peace and order of this city. Yeji, your scheme has come to an end." Yi Zi felt trapped, yet he refused to concede defeat easily. He unleashed his dark power once more, engaging in a fierce battle with the mysterious woman. Yi Fan, Lu Iran, and Shen Lufeng witnessed the scene and immediately joined the fray. Working together with the mysterious woman, they cornered Yeji. Finally, under their combined assault, Yeji's dark power was suppressed. He lay gravely wounded on the ground, unable to fight on. The mysterious woman gazed at Yi Zi and murmured softly, "Yi Zi, your ambition has come to an end. Yuncheng will continue to move forward, but it will not be at the cost of chaos and destruction." Yi Zi coughed up blood weakly, ceasing all resistance. He understood his plan had failed, and Yuncheng's fate would now be decided by other forces. Just as everyone thought the battle had ended, the mysterious woman turned to look at Yi Fan, a strange gleam flashing in her eyes. Her form was lithe, clad in a form-fitting black outfit devoid of adornment save for a ring on her finger that drew all eyes. "Yi Fan," the mysterious woman said, "my name is Morong Bing." Yi Fan paused, the name seeming vaguely familiar in his memory. After a moment's thought, he asked, "The Morong clan? That ancient family spoken of in legends throughout the northern realm?" Morong Bing chuckled softly. "I didn't expect you to know anything about them. Indeed, I am of the Morong clan. And I've come to you regarding a matter of great importance requiring our cooperation." Yi Fan glanced at Lu Iran and Shen Lufeng beside him. Both wore puzzled expressions, clearly unaware of the Morong clan. "Speak," Yi Fan prompted. "What is this matter requiring our cooperation?" Morong Bing sighed softly. "Our Morong clan has long studied in ancient power. This power shares a similar essence to the dark force wielded by Yi Zi. Yi Zi nearly abuses this power, while our Morong family seeks to harness it to protect Yun City. So you mean your family wants to harness my power to counter Night Child's dark forces?" Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, his piercing gaze fixed on Morong Bing like a hawk's. Morong Bing replied calmly, "Not entirely. Yi Zi is merely the beginning. There are many others like him who seek to control this dark power. We seek to collaborate with you, leveraging your strength to jointly combat this dark force poised to engulf all of Yuncheng." Yi Fan sneered coldly, "Why should I trust you? Our Morong clan and I have no ties whatsoever." Morong Bing glanced at the gravely wounded Yi Zi lying on the ground and murmured softly, "Because you don't want more Yi Zis to emerge and threaten those you care about, right?" Yi Fan fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. "All right, I agree to cooperate. But I have one condition." A flicker of surprise crossed Morong Bing's eyes. "Speak." "I need access to your family's archives," Yi Fan stated. "I need to understand what this ancient power truly is and how to wield it." Morong Bing studied Yi Fan for a moment before nodding. "I can agree to that. But you must promise not to disclose these records carelessly." Chapter 29, The Morong Clan. Yi Fan gave a cold chuckle, "Rest assured, I have no desire to plunge all of Yun City into chaos." The two reached an agreement, and this battle came to a temporary conclusion. Yet Yi Fan knew this was merely the beginning.
More trials awaited him in the days ahead. Lui Ran and Xin Lufeng watched Yifan and Murong Bing's exchange, both feeling a twinge of unease. Lui Ran was particularly shaken. She had once been betrothed to Yifan, though the engagement was dissolved for various reasons. Now, witnessing Yifan's power and background, she couldn't help but marvel at the twists of fate. Xin Lufeng, meanwhile, couldn't fathom Yifan's true depth. As the wealthiest man in Yuncheng, he appeared to be Yifan's subordinate on the surface, yet he also held his own hidden cards. He couldn't predict how Yifan's alliance with the Murong clan would impact his own standing. Following this, Yifan began delving deeply into the ancient power controlled by the Murong family, while also enlisting Xin Lufeng to investigate its distribution and influence within Yuncheng. Lui Ran, meanwhile, began leveraging her live streaming platform to provide Yifan with intelligence and financial backing. In no time, the entire city was abuzz. Various factions began maneuvering for control of this shadowy power. Yifan became the focal point of everyone's attention. His alliance with the Murong family, coupled with his own formidable strength and background, propelled his status in Yuncheng to unprecedented heights. Lui Ran's live streaming platform quickly became the hottest in Yuncheng. Every time she went live, viewership numbers exploded instantly. Although Lui Ran provided Yifan with intelligence and financial backing, she never mentioned him during her streams. Yet sharp-eyed viewers always managed to pick up subtle hints from her words, fueling speculation about the unusual connection between her and Yifan. One evening, while Lui Ran was streaming, a comment suddenly flashed across the screen. "I hear Mr. Yifan will be making an appearance at tomorrow's charity gala. I wonder if Missy Ran will be attending?" The message instantly ignited heated discussion in the chat. The charity gala was Yuncheng's most prestigious social event, drawing not only the city's elite but celebrities from across the nation. If Yifan truly attended, his status in Yuncheng would be solidified beyond doubt. A flicker of awkwardness crossed Lui Ran's face. She hadn't planned to attend this dinner given her current relationship with Yifan. She preferred not to be overly exposed in public. But seeing the enthusiasm in the chat, she reconsidered and decided to attend. Upon receiving the news, Yifan smiled faintly. He had intended to attend this banquet all along, and he had his own plans. On the day of the banquet, Yuncheng's most luxurious hotel was ablaze with lights. Nobles, celebrities, and representatives from prominent families had all gathered. Yifan, clad in a black suit, stood out with his exceptional presence, drawing numerous glances. Xin Lufeng stood by his side. As Yuncheng's wealthiest man, his public standing far surpassed Yifan's, but privately, he understood their relationship. Lui Ran wore a red evening gown that accentuated her figure to perfection. Her entrance drew many glances. Many were aware of her past with Yifan, so when she walked to his side, it caused a small stir. "Mr. Yifan, it's been a long time," Lui Ran murmured with a faint smile. Though their relationship had changed, she maintained politeness in public. Yifan glanced at her and said indifferently, "Miss Ran, you look truly dazzling tonight." Though brief, their exchange carried a palpable subtlety that many present sensed. Murong Bing was also present. Watching Yifan and Lui Ran interact, a faint pang of unease stirred within her. Though her partnership with Yifan had deepened, she knew that in his heart, there was always a place reserved for Lui Ran. Once the banquet commenced, Yifan became the focal point of numerous aristocrats and family representatives vying for his attention. This was not only due to his current partnership with the Murong family, but also because of his extraordinary background and formidable strength. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, a voice echoed in the ears of the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have an important announcement to make tonight." All eyes turned toward the source of the voice as Yifan slowly rose to his feet. He glanced at the assembled crowd, each pair of eyes radiating a sharp, cold glare. Lui Ran, Xin Lufeng, Murong Bing, and other family representatives each waited for Yifan's announcement. "First, thank you all for coming tonight." Yifan cleared his throat, his voice conveying confidence and solemnity. "My announcement today is closely tied to the future of Yuncheng." The tension in the room thickened as everyone held their breath, waiting for Yifan to continue. "I have reached an agreement with the Murong family," Yifan stated slowly. "We will jointly invest in establishing a new commercial center in Yuncheng, named the Fanyun Center. This venture will bring unprecedented business opportunities and employment prospects to our city." A collective gasp erupted throughout the venue. A new commercial hub signified a rewriting of Yuncheng's economic landscape. Many families would benefit, but others might face disruption. A complex flicker crossed Lui Ran's eyes. She understood the implications of Yifan's decision. Xin Lufeng, however, wore a satisfied smile. As Yifan's trusted right-hand man, he had long been privy to this plan. Murong Bing offered a faint smile as she approached Yifan. "Fanyun Center," she murmured, "sounds truly splendid." Yifan nodded slightly. "I only hope it brings a brighter future for Yun City." The remainder of the banquet was dominated by discussions about the Fanyun Center. Representatives from various prominent families approached Yifan one after another, hoping to secure a share in this new venture. After the charity dinner concluded, Xin Lufeng pulled Yifan aside. "Yifan, are you planning to make a big splash in Yun City?" Shen Lufeng asked, half jokingly.
Yifan smiled faintly. I simply wish to contribute something to this city.
Whether it becomes grand or not, well, that's up to fate.
Watching Yifan's retreating figure, Shen Lufeng silently vowed to support him wholeheartedly, no matter what, and to write a new chapter for Yuncheng together. Meanwhile, Lui Ran stood on the balcony of a high-rise, her gaze unfocused as she stared into the distance. Her heart was filled with turmoil and conflict. Yifan, this man she had once abandoned, yet now stood so powerful he could not be ignored. What exactly was his place in her heart? News of the Fan Yun Center quickly spread throughout Yuncheng. Countless people viewed the project favorably, believing it would become the city's new landmark. Yet, murmurs of discontent were brewing behind the scenes, suggesting Yifan and the Morong family sought to seize complete control over Yun City's economic lifeline. Regardless, the winds of change swept through Yun City once more, and Yifan had become the pivotal figure at the center of it all.
Chapter 30, A Storm Brewing in Yuncheng. Voices of discontent gradually gathered from every corner of Yuncheng.
Businesses whose interests had been harmed and families squeezed out of the market burned with unmistakable fury in their eyes, mixed with an inexplicable jealousy and fear toward Yifan. As Yun City's future economic landmark, Fan Yun Center held immense commercial value and influence, something these factions could not ignore.
Beneath the surface, dark currents swirled as a storm targeting Yifan began to brew.
Lui Ran's daily life remained unchanged, yet news of Fan Yun Center lingered like an unshakable specter. In every livestream, someone inevitably brought up that soon-to-rise economic empire, asking about her past with Yifan. She always smiled without comment, though her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Mao Rongbing stood atop a skyscraper, surveying the bustling cityscape of Yun City below, with Yifan at her side. His detached gaze pierced through the window, as if he could see the future's shifting tides.
A storm is brewing in Yun City, Mao Rongbing declared.
Yifan smiled lightly. No matter how great the storm, it's but fleeting clouds. Mao Rongbing turned to face Yifan, her gaze intense.
Yifan, are you truly unafraid?
Those clans won't let us succeed so easily. Yifan gently wrapped his arm around Mao Rongbing's shoulder. Born in turbulent times, storms are inevitable.
To me, these families are but passing travelers.
Meanwhile, in a nearby luxury club, several men in expensive suits sat together, their faces grim. Yifan must not be allowed to remain, declared a middle-aged man, his face ashen.
Another man, slightly older, replied in a deep voice, his current influence is no longer something we can underestimate.
Once the Fan Yun Center is completed, our very foundations in Yun City will be shaken.
Then what should we do? Someone asked.
A flash of ruthlessness flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. To stir the grass, one must first startle the snake.
We must find his weakness and strike him down in one decisive blow.
As their scheme unfolded, the turbulence in Yuncheng grew increasingly evident. Minor incidents that seemed insignificant in daily life gradually coalesced into a force that could no longer be ignored. Meanwhile, the construction progress of the Fan Yun Center began to face obstacles for various reasons. Yet Yifan seemed to have anticipated this all along, showing little anxiety or impatience. One day, he arrived at an abandoned factory, the future warehouse base for Fan Yun Center. Standing there, he could almost see the magnificent structure slowly rising before his eyes. Shen Lufeng rushed in breathlessly. Mr. Yi, the situation is dire. Those families have begun uniting to obstruct the construction of Fan Yun Center. Yifan smiled calmly. If they want to play, then let's play. Shen Lufeng sighed. You're always so calm. Yifan turned and walked away, because I know the outcome was decided long before this game even began. As Yifan's words faded, a serene atmosphere rippled through the abandoned factory grounds. He stood there, like an immovable divine tower, casually overlooking all enemies who dared to challenge him. Shen Lufeng's worried frown gradually eased. In all the time he'd known Yifan, he'd never seen him lose. This sight steadily strengthened his confidence. Meanwhile, Yifan's opponents gathered in a secret conference room, engaged in heated discussion. The middle-aged man, Zhao Wanshou, was the current head of the Zhao family of Yuncheng and the initiator of this alliance. A sharp, icy glint flashed in his eyes. We cannot allow Yifan to complete the Fan Yun Center. If he does, his influence in Yun City will become unshakable, Zhao Wanshou declared sternly. Another business tycoon, Zhang Tianyu, head of the Zhang family, let a cold smile curve his lips. We need to find a breakthrough. A breakthrough? Zhao Wanshou raised an eyebrow. Zhang Tianyu continued, yes. That Lui Ran, she's Yifan's ex-wife, and her livestream shopping business has gained some fame in Yuncheng. If we target her, we might be able to cause Yifan some trouble. Zhao Wanshou pondered for a moment before nodding. That is indeed a method. In a distant corner, a woman clad in a dark trench coat stood silently. Her eyes churned with worry. It was Lui Ran. Behind the glamorous facade of her livestreams, Lui Ran endured an inner torment. She kept trying to understand one question: why had she abandoned Yifan, a man who had never given up on her, even at his lowest point? And now, as she watched Yifan ascend step by step toward glory, could she truly let go of everything and stand by coldly? She knew she had become a pawn in the hands of the families hostile to Yifan. She didn't want to be the one who brought trouble to him, but she couldn't control the situation.
As night fell over Yuncheng, neon lights bathed the city in a dreamlike glow. Yet behind this dazzling facade lay countless devious schemes and calculations.
Yifan sat in his private study atop a skyscraper, gazing out at Yuncheng through the window. His deep eyes held sharpness and resolve. Shen Lufeng entered cautiously and said, "Mr. Yi, Lui Ran's recent movements seem unusual."
Yifan's fingers tapped lightly on the desk. Have they found her? Shen Lufeng bowed his head. Yes.
Our informant reports that Zhao Guang had close contact with Jiang Tianyu. Yifan chuckled softly, rising to his feet.
She remains my weakness, doesn't she? Yet weakness did not equate to vulnerability.
Yifan had never feared any storm, and even this time, he remained prepared to face the challenge head-on. Yifan walked to the study window, holding a glass of red wine, and turned slightly. Shen Lufeng stood quietly by his side, awaiting his orders.
Arrange a car for me. I need to see her.
Yifan murmured, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes.
Shen Lufeng nodded. Understood.
In the darkness, a black luxury sedan glided through the streets of Yuncheng, finally coming to a stop before a high-end apartment building. Yifan pushed open the car door and entered the building. At Lui Ran's residence, she sat before her vanity table, her eyes vacant as she stared at her reflection in the mirror. She never imagined she would be placed in such a predicament, becoming a pawn in the opposing camp to Yifan. A knock sounded at the door, but Lui Ran showed no reaction. The door opened slowly, and Yifan entered, his gaze locking directly onto Lui Ran.
He walked silently to her side. Why? Lui Ran lifted her head to meet Yifan's gaze. You should ask yourself.
Yifan pressed his lips together.
I know you hate me, but do you know my reasons? Lui Ran sneered coldly. Your reasons? You mean all that so-called family pressure, life and death struggles? Yifan, I am no longer the woman willing to bear everything for you. Chapter 31, Yifan must not succeed. A flicker of pain crossed Yifan's eyes. Iran, I know things are tough for you right now, but I'm doing my best too. Lui Ran stood up, trying? What do you think I need? Power? Wealth?
Yifan, all I want is a simple life, a life with you by my side.
Yet you've been so heartless.
Her eyes brimmed with tears, yet she forced herself to appear strong.
But now, it's all too late.
Yifan stepped before her and gently lifted her chin.
Iran, do you still love me? Lui Ran avoided his gaze. Love? What good would it do? The distance between us has long become unbridgeable.
Yifan took a deep breath, raised his hand, and gently stroked her cheek.
If I said I could give you the life you want, would you believe me?
Lui Ran froze, the coldness in her eyes slowly crumbling.
Why are you saying this now?
Yifan remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly, because I've finally found a way for us to be at peace. Lui Ran stared at him, her heart torn by conflict. I'm afraid, Yifan.
I'm afraid of losing you again.
Yifan smiled faintly. I promise you, I will never let you be hurt again. He took Lui Ran's hand and led her to the window, pointing toward the Fan Yun Center in the distance.
Look, he said. That building is our future.
I will build a kingdom there, just for us, one that all our enemies will never be able to reach. The icy chill in Lui Ran's heart gradually melted away. She nodded silently, allowing Yifan to hold her. Little did Lui Ran know, however, that every move she made was under Zhao Guang's watchful eye. Shortly after Yifan left, Zhao Guang received a report from his underlings. Zhao Guang let out a vicious laugh and slammed his phone onto the floor.
Yifan, you think this is how you win?
I'll make you understand that everything in Yuncheng is under my control. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Get ready.
We're about to make our move.
With Zhao Guang's command, dark currents began to stir once more beneath the surface of Yuncheng.
That night, Yuncheng seemed to lose its peace.
Shadowy forces lurking in every corner began stirring, as if an invisible hand were orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Yet Yifan remained as calm as ever. In his cunning eyes, all schemes would dissolve into nothingness at his hands.
Lui Ran stood atop a building, the small moon pendant around her neck emitting a faint glow.
She knew it was the protective charm Yifan had given her, imbued with immense power. Once, she had rejected Yifan so fiercely, yet now, she found herself dreaming of him night after night. She kept asking herself, what was she truly afraid of? Was it Yifan's overwhelming power, or the deep-seated guilt she harbored toward him? Within that towering skyscraper, Lui Ran began her new life. Each day, she shared snippets of her life with fans in her livestream, and Yifan remained the central figure in her stories. She never stated it outright, yet everyone could see that the mysterious male lead was the one in her heart. Zhao Guang sat in his opulent office, his gaze dark and brooding. He believed everything was under his control, yet Yifan remained the one enigma he could never fathom. He downed the red wine in his glass in one gulp, his gaze sharp and menacing. Lui Ran, you think clinging to Yifan's coattails will keep you safe forever? I'll make you both understand what true despair feels like. In an upscale bar, Yifan and Shen Lufeng sat in silence. A flicker of worry crossed Shen Lufeng's eyes. Mr. Yi, Zhao Guang has already begun his moves.
He's pressuring us on every front.
From what I understand, he's already allied with several major families, preparing to launch an attack against us.
Yifan smiled faintly, his gaze unwavering. Brother Shen, no need to worry. The shifting winds of fortune? To me, it's nothing more than a game. Shen Lufeng's expression softened with admiration. Mr. Yi, your composure is truly admirable.
Yifan gently set down his wine glass.
Brother Shen, a true master never panics in the face of adversity.
Zhao Guang and his kind are mere ants.
Just then, Lui Ren's phone rang.
She glanced at it in confusion. An unfamiliar number.
Hello? Lui Ran answered softly. Zhao Guang's icy voice came through. Miss Lu, I recall we've met before, haven't we? Lui Ran's heart tightened.
She recognized that voice. It belonged to the man she'd encountered outside the live stream room that day. Zhao Guang chuckled sinisterly. So Miss Lu does remember me.
Do you realize that everything you have now was given to you by me? If you want to keep living comfortably, you'd better cooperate.
Though fear gripped Lui Ran's heart, she knew she couldn't let Yifan bear any more for her sake.
What do you want? Zhao Guang's voice brimmed with triumphant glee. Simple.
Make Yifan leave Yuncheng.
Never set foot on this land again. Lui Ran clenched her phone tightly. Do you really think I'll agree?
Zhao Guang sneered. Miss Lu, don't think that just because you're attached to Yifan now,
you can do as you please. Let me make this clear, Yuncheng will always be mine. I'll give you 3 days to consider.
If you refuse, just wait and see your Fan Yun Center reduced to rubble. After the call ended, Lui Ran's hand trembled slightly.
She knew Zhao Guangyin wasn't bluffing.
She worried that she might once again become a liability to Yifan. Meanwhile, in a secret base, a mysterious man slowly rose to his feet. He gazed at the screen before him and smiled.
Yifan, I found your weakness. Are you ready to face your doom?
Yifan sat with Shen Lufeng in a private room at an exclusive club, 2 glasses of premium red wine glistening alluringly on the table.
Shen Lufeng lifted his glass and took a deep breath. Mr. Yi, do you truly believe the situation in Yuncheng is still under control?
Zhao Guang has already begun pressuring Miss Lu. Yifan smiled faintly. Brother Shen, you should know my temperament.
What's mine, no one can take away.
That Zhao Guang is just a passing cloud in the wind, not worth mentioning. Shen Lufeng nodded slightly.
What about that mysterious man?
The forces behind him are no small matter. Yifan set down his glass, his gaze sharpening.
What's his name? Can you find out? Shen Lufeng pondered for a moment. I've already dispatched people to investigate, but no concrete information has surfaced yet.
However, based on my assessment, he must have intricate connections with Zhao Guang. Yifan smiled faintly. Then we'll start with Zhao Guang. Force him to reveal his true self. Just as he finished speaking, Yifan's phone rang. It was a message from Lui Ran, containing only 3 simple words. I'll help you. Chapter 32, Preparing to Strike. A tender look flashed in Yifan's eyes as he immediately replied, wait for me to return. The next day, in Yuncheng's main commercial district, a large crowd gathered at the plaza of Fan Yun Center.
Lui Ran stood on a high platform beside a massive LED screen.
She began her live stream shopping event, showcasing Fan Yun Center's products and services. The square grew increasingly crowded, and her live stream attracted millions of viewers. But this was more than just a sales event. During the broadcast, Lui Ran frequently referenced the feud between Yifan and Zhao Guang, capturing the public's attention. In a corner of the plaza, Zhao Guang watched Lui Ran with a dark expression. That woman is truly cunning. His subordinate whispered beside him, Master, should we take some action? Zhao Guang sneered coldly, rest assured, I've already made arrangements. Suddenly, a video appeared on the giant screen at Fan Yun Center. In the footage, Yifan was seen drinking heavily with a group of people, seemingly negotiating a deal with his enemies. Lui Ran's expression changed. What does this mean? The crowd in the square murmured in confusion, their doubts about Yifan's character growing. At that moment, Yifan stepped onto the stage, his gaze unwavering. This video is a fabrication orchestrated by Zhao Guang. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goals. And I, Yifan, never collaborate with enemies. No sooner had he spoken than footage of Zhao Guang's deal with the mysterious man appeared on the screen, clearly a setup orchestrated by Yifan beforehand. Amidst the square's uproar, Yifan maintained his impassive smile, a mask that couldn't conceal his sharpness and composure. His fingers lightly brushed the ground beneath his feet, as if sensing the lurking danger in the shadows. Everything seemed under his control, yet in that instant, it all became so fragile. Lui Ran edged closer to him, her voice tinged with tension. Yifan, something feels off. Yifan tilted his head slightly, his expression profoundly solemn. Don't worry, I know. Amidst the silent exchange between him and Lui Ran, a middle-aged man watched everything unfold from a high-rise building nearby. His gaze was cold and piercing as he held a lethal sniper rifle, its scope locked onto Yifan on the stage. He was the secret assistant hired by Zhao Guang Zhangwanzi, an assassin who pursued the art of lethal precision to its ultimate form. In his eyes, every target was a canvas for showcasing his craft. He was cold and precise, never allowing personal emotions to interfere with his missions. Zhang Wanzi's finger slowly crept toward the trigger, his eyes flashing with focus and cunning. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Yifan seemed to sense the impending fatal blow. His body shifted slightly at the last possible moment.
A gunshot echoed.
A bullet whizzed past Yifan's cheek, tearing the skin beside his face.
Blood trickled slowly down his cheek. The entire venue plunged into sudden silence, followed by chaos and horrified screams.
A rare flash of anger and murderous intent flickered in Yifan's eyes. What slid down his face was not merely blood, but the indescribable emotions churning deep within his soul.
This time, he was furious. He turned and said calmly, "Iran, lead everyone out."
Lu Iran's pupils contracted sharply as she forced down her panic and nodded.
Yifan descended from the stage and walked calmly into the towering building.
In his eyes, the flash of the gun barrel still flickered.
He knew Zhao Wanshou had not left. On the rooftop, Zhao Wanshou watched it all unfold, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze. He hadn't anticipated Yifan evading that lethal shot at the last possible moment, but his face quickly regained its cold composure as he realigned the gun's barrel. Suddenly, a chill swept over him from behind. "Looking for me," a deep, icy voice sounded behind him. Zhang Wanshou spun around abruptly.
The man before him was his target, Yifan.
But how could this be?
He had just been on stage.
Zhang Wanshou's eyes widened.
He finally believed that this young man before him was truly extraordinary. Those eyes seemed to see through everything.
"You think you can kill me?"
Yifan approached slowly, his tone dripping with scorn. Zhang Wanshou flashed a cold smile and swiftly drew the pistol from his waist. But the instant he raised his hand, Yifan appeared before him, the dagger in his hand slicing across Zhang Wanshou's throat.
Zhang Wanshou's eyes widened in disbelief.
He never imagined that he, a top-tier assassin, would fall at the hands of this unassuming youth.
Yifan turned, gazing out at the square below.
The rage within him raged like an untamed beast, crashing and thundering. He resolved that it was time for everyone to see clearly who truly ruled Yun City. Yifan's gaze grew deeper beneath the night sky, his eyes foretelling the storm approaching. Without hesitation, he dialed a number. "Xin Lufeng, get ready. We're paying the Zhao family a visit." Xin Lufeng fell silent for a moment on the other end before replying firmly, "Understood, Mr. Yi." Zhao Guang's estate lay in the western part of Yuncheng, an area of extreme luxury. Grand mansions stood side by side, modern classical villas dotted the small hills, creating a beautiful landscape. Yet behind this facade lay the Zhao family's private army, electronic defenses, and countless assassin's shadows capable of snatching a life from the darkness at any moment. Zhao Guang sat in his opulent study, clutching a slightly worn pipe. As he puffed on it, a faint trace of worry flickered across his brow. Zhangwen wouldn't be so easily dealt with.
Who exactly was that man?
Zhao Guang pondered, his mind tangled with countless unanswered questions. Yifan stood before a black luxury sedan, his gaze fixed intently on the Zhao residence in the distance. A dangerous and profound aura surrounded him. Beside him, Xin Lufeng quietly opened the car door and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Yi, everything is ready."
Yifan nodded. His expression remained utterly still, yet it carried a chill that seemed to make the night wind itself bow before him. Their convoy slipped silently into the hills where the Zhao residence stood. Without warning, all of the Zhao family's guards were swiftly and silently subdued. The operation unfolded like nocturnal specters, omnipresent and omnipotent. The gates of the Zhao residence slowly opened before Yifan, but he did not rush inside. A dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes, as if hinting that this night was destined to be anything but peaceful. In that instant, a cold gleam shot toward Yifan. With a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the deadly strike. It was a dart laced with deadly poison. Anyone struck by it would undoubtedly meet a fate worse than death. A murderous intent flashed in Yifan's eyes. He raised his hand, and a cold light shot from his fingertip. The night assassin who had attempted to kill him instantly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 33, What do you want? Yifan stepped through the gates of the Zhao residence, as if entering a dangerous spider's web where lethal threats lurked around every corner. Yet his expression remained impassive, his stride unwavering, as if all this were but a passing breeze to him. Xin Lufeng followed closely behind, his eyes darting warily around the surroundings, ready to respond to any unexpected threat. Zhao Guang sensed the tense atmosphere within the mansion, yet he sat motionless in his study, smoke from his pipe swirling around him. He was waiting for something. The moment Yifan stepped into the study, Zhao Guang's gaze locked with his. He saw the coldness and ruthlessness in this man's eyes, causing him to raise an eyebrow slightly. "Yifan, what exactly do you want?" Zhao Guang lifted his chin, attempting to use his air of nobility to intimidate this uninvited guest. Yifan smiled faintly, but the chill in that smile was enough to make one avert their gaze. "Zhao Guang, what I desire, you cannot give." His voice was calm and deep, like a hidden tidal wave beneath an iceberg. Once unleashed, it would be unstoppable. Zhao Guang's fingers trembled slightly. As one of Yuncheng's rulers, how could he be so overwhelmed by a mere youth? He took a deep drag from his pipe, swallowing clouds of smoke in an attempt to mask his unease. "You think just because you entered my Zhao residence, you can simply walk out?" Zhao Guang said meaningfully. Yifan looked at Zhao Guang and suddenly smiled, a smile devoid of any warmth. "Zhao Guang, you're mistaken. I didn't enter the Zhao residence. You, from this moment onward, have become my prisoner." Just then, a sharp cracking sound echoed. Zhao Guang's expression froze instantly. He looked down to see the pipe that had accompanied him for years shattered on the floor. The Zhao household servants rushed in, watching the unfolding events with urgency. Their faces were filled with confusion and terror, unable to comprehend how this young man had so effortlessly breached the Zhao residence. Yi Fan's gaze swept over each of them. They all lowered their heads, unable to meet his eyes. Yi Fan turned back to face Zhao Guang. You may be a tyrant in Yuncheng, but before me, you're no better than an insect. Zhao Guang seethed with rage. He crushed the pipe fragments underfoot, his voice trembling with fury. Yi Fan, mark my words. Even if you kill me today, the Zhao family will never let you off. Yi Fan watched him expressionlessly. Is that so? I'll be curious to see what surprises the remnants of the Zhao family have in store for me. With that, he turned to leave. Zhao Guang's face flushed from white to crimson, then purple. Hatred filled his eyes. Never had he been so humiliated. His body trembled as he clenched his fists. Wait. Zhao Guang forced his voice low. What do you want? The Zhao family's wealth? Power? Or? Yi Fan paused, not turning around, nearly replying indifferently, I want nothing. Zhao Guang, I simply feel the air in Yuncheng has grown oppressive under your taint. I intend to restore its freshness. Before Zhao Guang could react, Yi Fan's figure vanished beyond the gates. At the Zhao residence entrance, the bodyguards kept their heads bowed, terrified of becoming the target of Zhao Guang's rage. Zhao Guang's breath came in ragged gasps as he stared at the vanishing figure. His heart churned with a complex whirlpool of emotions: hatred, dread, bewilderment. He couldn't fathom what kind of background this Yi Fan possessed to dare treat him with such contempt and humiliation. The night at the Zhao residence was eerily quiet. Yi Fan's figure gradually faded into the depths of the night. Shen Lufeng approached, his expression impassive. Mr. Yi, what should we do next? Yi Fan's gaze remained deep and unreadable. Next, let Zhao Guang fully experience the feeling of losing everything. Shen Lufeng nodded silently. He had never questioned Yi Fan's decisions, even this time, when they would irrevocably ignite a feud with the Zhao family. In that silent night, a vast shadow crept silently over the entire city of Yuncheng, heralding the approach of a storm. News of the Zhao residence spread like wildfire throughout Yun City. Whispers filled the air as people discussed how this once untouchable tyrant had proven utterly powerless before a mysterious young man. Zhao Guang sat in his study, his fingers unconsciously twirling the shattered pipe. A dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes. His mind was consumed by the image of Yi Fan, that seemingly refined man who was, in truth, more dangerous than anyone else. Have you uncovered the truth? Who exactly is this Yi Fan? Zhao Guang demanded impatiently. Sir, according to our investigation, Yi Fan is not the same as the son-in-law we previously knew. He commands a vast business empire abroad, and his domestic connections are clearly no simple matter either. A guard replied respectfully. Zhao Guang's brow furrowed. Yi Fan's emergence had disrupted all his plans. He rose to his feet, his eyes flashing with unyielding resolve. Continue surveillance. I want to know his every move from here on out, Zhao Guang ordered in a deep voice. The storm in Yuncheng had already quietly formed, yet it had not truly erupted. Yi Fan stood atop a skyscraper, surveying the entire city of Yuncheng. His eyes blazed with intensity. This storm would be unleashed by his own hand. Shen Lufeng. Yi Fan spoke calmly. Shen Lufeng hurried over. Mr. Yi, what are your instructions? Begin. A single word, yet it carried profound authority. Shen Lufeng understood this was the signal to unleash the storm. The next day, the entire city of Yuncheng was shaken. Multiple companies under the Zhao family simultaneously erupted in scandals: financial fraud, bribery, money laundering, all charges ready to explode. Within a single day, Zhao family stocks plummeted, partners retreated en masse, and investors fled at the first sign of trouble. Zhao Guang burned with rage, knowing Yi Fan was behind it all. But when he sent men to find Yi Fan, they discovered he was no longer in Yuncheng. Far away by the coast, Yi Fan stood at the shore, gazing at the shimmering sea. His eyes were filled with unwavering resolve. Shen Lufeng approached him. Mr. Yi, the Zhao family is now in utter chaos. Shouldn't we seize this opportunity? Yi Fan shook his head. No. Our goal extends beyond merely destroying the Zhao family. What I want is for Zhao Guang to understand why he failed. Shen Lufeng fell silent for a moment. Then what do we do next? Yi Fan turned, a cunning gleam in his eyes. We must destroy Zhao Guang at his very core. Zhao Guang sat for a long time in his smoke-filled study. With the company's successive bankruptcies and massive asset losses, his heart was filled with venomous resentment. Just then, a middle-aged man entered the study. Seeing Zhao Guang in this state, he couldn't help but frown. Chapter 34, No Way Out. Guanger, this won't solve anything, the middle-aged man said calmly. Zhao Guang lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. Father, I can't just lose to Yi Fan like this. The middle-aged man regarded Zhao Guang indifferently. Have you still not grasped it? We have no retreat. We must take action against Yi Fan. Only by eliminating him can we survive.
Yifan stood atop Yuncheng's tallest building, his gaze piercing through the vast glass walls to survey every corner of the city below. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the decaying remnants of the Zhao family enterprise and sense the chaotic, storm-ravaged atmosphere that permeated the city. Shen Lufeng approached at a measured pace, flanked by several burly bodyguards. Mr. Yi, Zhao Guang has begun mobilizing his forces.
He intends to take action against you.
Shen Lufeng's voice was calm, yet a thread of tension ran through his words.
Yifan merely smiled faintly, turning with a deep gaze. Shen Lufeng, do you think Zhao Guang can find me? Shen Lufeng pondered for a moment. Zhao Guang's network is extensive.
He has many skilled operatives adept at tracking and striking. But I believe, under your arrangements, they'll find it difficult to locate the real you. Yifan slowly walked to Shen Lufeng's side and pointed toward the distance. What they see is only the surface of me, only the side I choose to show them. The real storm has only just begun. Meanwhile, Zhao Guang roared in fury, hurling his wine glass against the wall. The glass shattered instantly, symbolizing his raging yet helpless rage. Though he'd ordered his men to track Yifan's trail, every time they drew near, Yifan vanished like the wind, leaving no trace.
How the hell am I supposed to find you, Yifan?
He tried every means to track Yifan: technical surveillance, physical pursuit, yet it was like chasing wind, visible but untouchable.
Zhao Guang's father entered the room, his expression grave. Guanger, we cannot continue like this. It only drains us.
Zhao Guang turned his head, his eyes flashing with a cold, ruthless light. I will find him. And I will destroy him with my own hands. In another corner of Yuncheng, Yifan had gone deep underground. In a hidden base, high-tech display screens and devices filled the space before him. This was his eyes through it, he could observe every movement across the entire city.
Shen Lufeng watched Zhao Guang's image on the display screen and asked, Mr. Yi, what's your next move? Zhao Guang is closing in on us.
A sly gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. We just need to give him a hint, make his pursuit full of surprises. Shen Lufeng frowned, clearly puzzled by Yifan's strategy.
A hint? Won't that just give away our location? Yifan smiled.
He pressed a button on his console, and the map on the screen began to flicker. The shifting light and shadow revealed the outline of a specific area within Yuncheng.
Brother Shen, you only see the surface. You haven't noticed the trap behind it. Shen Lufeng blinked, trying to grasp Yifan's intent.
Yifan turned away, walked to a small refrigerator beside him, grabbed 2 bottles of beer, and handed one to Shen Lufeng. All that remained was to wait and see. Yifan leaned back in his chair with ease, taking a sip of the ice-cold beer. Meanwhile, in Zhao Guang's private villa, a man dressed in black hurried inside. He handed Zhao Guang a small box.
What's this?
Zhao Guang examined the exquisitely crafted box, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes.
The man whispered, we intercepted this from a courier. Inside is a USB drive. Analysis shows it contains a map.
Zhao Guang hurriedly opened the box, saw the black USB drive, and quickly inserted it into his computer. A complex map appeared on the computer screen, with a small red dot blinking at every intersection.
A ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Guang's eyes. Is this information Yifan sent me? He's challenging me.
The man in black watched the screen, his brow slightly furrowed.
There might be a trap. We need to be careful.
Zhao Guang gave a cold laugh and waved his hand. Let's enter his game and see who ultimately comes out on top. Meanwhile, at Yifan's base, every screen silently displayed that same digital map.
Each small red dot represented a trap that had been set.
Yifan smiled at Shen Lufeng. What follows will be a thrilling game of chase. Days later, Zhao Guang led his men, following the map stored on the USB drive. They split into several teams, attempting to locate Yifan's position through a multi-pronged search. Yet every time they thought they'd found a lead, unexpected events would occur. Some teams fell into physical traps, others had their communication systems jammed into chaos, while yet another group found themselves trapped in a warehouse as the walls slowly closed in on them.
Zhao Guang was furious.
Roaring in his private office, he shouted, Yifan, what kind of game are you playing?
Just then, Yifan's voice echoed through Zhao Guang's office, calm and composed. Mr. Zhao Guang, do you find this game entertaining?
Zhao Guang's expression darkened.
He retorted coldly, do you really think this will break me, Zhao Guang?
Yifan's voice remained unruffled. Of course not.
I'm merely reminding you that finding me won't be so simple.
Zhao Guang fell silent for a moment, then suppressed his rage and asked coolly, what do you want?
Yifan, I want nothing. I'm merely reminding you of a fact. Yuncheng isn't entirely your domain.
Yifan shut off the communication device and said to Shen Lufeng, we must continue expanding our influence.
Brother Shen, it's time for Yun City's underground forces to know this isn't Zhao Guang's personal kingdom. Shen Lifeng nodded.
He knew Yifan had been plotting a larger scheme, one that would allow him to control all of Yuncheng with ease. Yifan rose and walked to the window, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Yuncheng, this is only the beginning. His gaze pierced through the towering skyscrapers, settling on the distant city center of Yuncheng, a place steeped in his memories and now the focal point of his current scheme. Shen Lufeng stood beside him, respectfully stating, Mr. Yi, we now control 50% of Yuncheng's underground forces.
Several smaller factions have also begun aligning with us. Should we make a move on Zhao Guang's business next? Chapter 35, Zhao Guang's downfall. Yi Fan remained impassive, replying calmly, no. What we need isn't merely to strike at Zhao Guang. Brother Shen, you know that if Yuncheng truly falls into our hands, we must bring positive energy to this city, not just fear and submission. Shen Lufeng paused slightly, then nodded in understanding. He understood that Yi Fan's intentions ran far deeper than what met the eye. Yi Fan sought to completely reshape the city's order, establishing a new equilibrium on his own terms. Yi Fan turned and walked to a diagram of Yuncheng's underground factions. His gaze swept across the chart, each marker representing a distinct group, a faction. At the very center lay Zhao Guang's stronghold. Brother Shen, I hope we can establish a new order in Yuncheng. First, we must make every underground faction understand the consequences of defying us. Over the next few days, the obscure underground organizations beneath Yuncheng seemed to face their doom. Their funding sources mysteriously dried up, transactions ceased, and those who dared resist vanished without a trace from the city. Word spread rapidly through the underworld, everyone knew it. A new power was taking control of the city, and behind that power stood the mysterious and formidable figure, Yi Fan. In Yi Fan's silent battle, Zhao Guang felt like an outsider. He felt an invisible pressure quietly encircling him. No matter how he struggled, that pressure was like a vast net, slowly tightening. Zhao Guang knew he must find Yi Fan quickly. Otherwise, his empire in Yuncheng might crumble before his eyes. Yi Fan, however, remained calm and composed throughout. He controlled the economic lifeline of Yuncheng, gradually transforming how the city operated. Under his guidance, positive changes began to emerge in Yuncheng. The marginalized citizens who once had nowhere to turn received care and support, and no one dared to openly commit illegal acts within the city anymore. Yet Yi Fan remained unsatisfied. He aspired to transform the city entirely, allowing the flowers of kindness once stifled by darkness to bloom freely here. Shen Lufeng began to understand that Yi Fan sought not merely a city, but the transmission of an ideology. Days later, in a simple yet exquisitely luxurious private club within Yuncheng, Yi Fan sat quietly at a large table. The deep red wood refracted a warm, steady glow. Candlelight flickered, casting soft shadows across his face. His gaze was profound, as if he could see through everything, yet seemingly indifferent to it all. Shen Lufeng stood beside him, his own gaze fixed resolutely on the doorway. There, a fully armed elite squad stood guard, ensuring everything within remained firmly under their control. Zhao Guang, you finally show up. Yi Fan spoke indifferently, as if he were referring not to a formidable enemy, but to an insignificant minor character. The sound of commotion echoed from outside as Zhao Guang burst through the door with his men. His eyes blazed with fury and resentment as he stared at the man who had manipulated his fate. He couldn't contain the rage boiling within him. Yi Fan. You took everything from me. You'll pay for it. Zhao Guang pointed at Yi Fan, his face twisted in fury. Yi Fan smiled faintly, a smile as unfathomable as the depths of an abyss, heavy with endless darkness. Zhao Guang, do you truly believe you still have the right to roar before me? Zhao Guang's pupils contracted sharply. In the next instant, his men charged in like ravenous wolves, their blades flashing and clashing throughout the room. Yi Fan shifted slightly, vanishing from his spot. The blades aimed at his vital points sliced only through empty air. Shen Lufeng moved with equal speed, effortlessly knocking down several of Zhao Guang's men the moment they reached him. Shen Lufeng harbored no intent to kill, merely knocking them unconscious, a principle aligned with Yi Fan's refusal to harm the innocent. Zhao Guang watched, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes. He hadn't anticipated Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng's strength reaching such heights. But he couldn't fall here. He couldn't. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Guang channeled every ounce of strength into charging at Yi Fan, determined to end the man who had once humiliated him with his own hands. Yi Fan watched Zhao Guang's charge with a detached gaze. Zhao Guang, do you truly believe that killing me will restore everything you once had? Zhao Guang's movements froze mid-air, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Yes, even if he killed Yi Fan, what then? Could he ever reclaim what he had lost? Yi Fan gave a light wave of his hand. Zhao Guang felt as though a colossal force had struck his body, sending him flying straight into the wall. Yi Fan walked over to Zhao Guang and murmured, Zhao Guang, you've reached this point because of your cunning and intelligence. But what you've lost is precisely the consequence of the path you chose. Your loss, your resentment, they are all the consequence of your own choices. Zhao Guang coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes held a strange sense of release. With trembling fingers, he pointed at Yi Fan, you won't get off easy either. Yi Fan stared impassively at the malice and death throes in Zhao Guang's eyes. He turned and walked away slowly, as if Zhao Guang had never been worth his attention. Yet the moment he stepped outside, Yi Fan sensed a dangerous aura. His form swayed slightly, and his agile body shot out swiftly. Almost in an instant, a bitterly cold wind swept past his side. Yi Fan spun around, the indifference in his eyes replaced by a sharp glint. He fixed his expressionless gaze on the sudden shadow and asked, Who are you? The shadow silently revealed its form, a man clad in black slowly materializing within Yi Fan's line of sight.
His eyes brimmed with coldness and murderous intent as he emotionlessly scanned Yifan's face.
I am Mo Wuhan. Mo Wuhan, the legendary king of assassins in the black market. No one had ever survived a mission he undertook.
Yifan smiled faintly. A mysterious gleam flickered in his eyes as he met Mo Wuhan's gaze.
Mo Wuhan, I've heard your name. But do you know you shouldn't be here? Why have you come?
Mo Wuhan remained utterly unmoved, his gaze as cold and profound as ever. I came for your life.
Yifan shook his head. You truly are a pitiful creature. But since you've come, I shall grant you a death worthy of your name. Mo Wuhan chuckled lightly, yet in the next instant his form vanished from the spot, leaving only an afterimage.
A fierce glint ignited in Yifan's eyes as he instantly pinpointed Mo Wuhan's true location. In that instant, Yifan vanished as well.
Immediately, two figures collided midair, unleashing waves of shockwaves that reverberated through the air. Chapter 36, You're Nothing Special.
The clash between Yifan and Mo Wuhan in midair unleashed powerful shockwaves that reverberated through the surrounding buildings.
Some dilapidated small buildings swayed precariously under the force, seeming on the verge of collapse.
Amidst the violent turbulence, Yifan remained steadfast, maneuvering with Mo Wuhan amidst the overwhelming force. A sharp gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. A cold, gleaming long sword suddenly materialized in his hand.
Facing Mo Wuhan's relentless onslaught, Yifan chose not to evade but met the attack head-on with even greater force. Boom!
A thunderous explosion erupted as the two colossal forces collided mid-air, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that instantly scattered the clouds above Yun City, revealing a vast expanse of azure sky.
Mo Wuhan's body traced a perfect arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground.
Yet he did not pause. Almost instantly, he rose again, suspended mid-air, radiating an even more intense aura of murderous intent. Yifan stood effortlessly suspended mid-air, his gaze toward Mo Wuhan unchanged, as if their earlier clash had been nothing more than a minor appetizer. A cold smile curled Mo Wuhan's lips.
His body instantly transformed into a black bolt of lightning, traversing space in an instant as he charged toward Yifan.
Yifan watched coldly, his long sword flickering lightly in the air.
Power surged along its blade like flowing water. In an instant, a brilliant sword light sliced directly toward Mo Wuhan.
The distance between them vanished beneath the sword's radiance. Mo Wuhan had no time to react, forced to rely on instinct to dodge. Yet Yifan's blade still effortlessly sliced through his defenses, leaving a deep gash. Blood splattered everywhere, and the murderous intent in Mo Wuhan's eyes grew even more intense. Yifan watched him, shaking his head softly. Mo Wuhan, no matter how fast you are, you cannot outpace the sword in my hand.
Your time has come.
Mo Wuhan clenched his teeth fiercely, but at that moment, a hoarse voice echoed in his ear. Mo Wuhan, step back. An old man clad in gray robes appeared silently beside Mo Wuhan. His eyes were deep and piercing, as if they could see through everything. A flicker of reluctance passed through Mo Wuhan's eyes, yet he slowly stepped back. Yifan's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded the old man before him.
He sensed an unusual aura emanating from the stranger, stirring a flicker of unease within him.
The old man smiled faintly, approaching with light steps.
Mr. Yifan, it is a pleasure to finally meet you.
Yifan's gaze sharpened slightly. Who are you? The old man replied calmly, I am the wind from the night vale.
You may call me Nightwind.
Nightwind's form flickered, and in an instant, he stood silently before Yifan. His speed was so swift that even Yifan felt a hint of shock. Yifan lifted his head, meeting Nightwind's gaze as he spoke slowly. Nightwind, why have you come to find me? Nightwind replied indifferently. Yifan, you should know that in this world, there are always certain people you must never cross. You killed Zhao Guang, displeasing those behind him.
I've come merely to issue you a warning. Yifan smiled faintly. A warning? What would it take for you to consider this warning sufficiently sobering? Yifeng sighed. Yifan, I don't wish to kill you. I only want you to understand that not everything can be resolved by strength alone.
Yifan stared at Nightwind, his gaze hardening with resolve.
In my view, strength is everything.
Their exchange echoed through the silent night, carrying an eerie tension. Their gazes locked mid-air, as if the next moment would ignite an even more astonishing spark. A peculiar gleam flashed in Nightwind's eyes. He slowly raised a finger, its tip focused with a cold light that seemed poised to pierce Yifan's heart. Yifan stood rooted to the spot, showing no intention of dodging.
He merely looked at him indifferently. Do you know that true strength is not what you imagine it to be?
Just as Yifan was about to be touched, a colossal aura erupted like an unstoppable torrent, instantly blowing Nightwind's form into a dizzying whirl.
Yifeng's brow furrowed. He knew the man before him was no ordinary foe.
He snorted coldly, shifting his stance to retreat. Yet in that instant, Yifan materialized before him with unnatural speed. His icy voice sent a chill through Yifeng's heart. Do you think you can just walk away like that? Yifeng sighed inwardly, realizing escape tonight was impossible.
Yet he remained unflappably composed. Yifan, have you considered who might be pulling Zhao Guang's strings?
Yifan smiled faintly, his voice brimming with confidence. Whoever it is, bring one, I'll take one down.
Bring two, I'll take both down. Yifeng took a deep breath.
He knew that if it came down to a direct confrontation tonight, he stood no chance of victory. His only way out was to retreat for now. Yifan, I'll let you off tonight. But you'd better remember soon, someone far more powerful than me will come looking for you. Yifan scoffed dismissively, then let them all come. Yifeng hesitated, then chose to leave. His figure receded into the night, leaving only a faint silhouette. Yifan stood rooted to the spot, his gaze deep and intense as he watched the direction night wind vanished. He knew that in the days ahead, he would face even greater challenges and hardships. Yet none of this felt insurmountable to him. Turning, a resolute gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. He stepped into his luxury car, started the engine, and drove off into the distance. On the other side of Yuncheng, a middle-aged man stood at the window. As he gazed out at the bustling nightscape, a complex expression flickered across his face. Has Nightwind returned? He murmured, his voice laden with meaning. A man clad in black entered slowly, his expression so cold and hard it was almost unbearable to look at. Yes. Nightwind's strength is no match for Yifan's. A cold gleam flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Yifan, I'll be damned if I don't see how long you can last in this city. As he spoke, his gaze grew increasingly icy and piercing. Yifan's vehicle navigated the city streets. He didn't know what challenges awaited him, yet he remained as calm and resolute as ever. He knew his path would never be smooth, but he would never allow himself to yield to adversity. He was Yifan, the very Yifan once scorned by all. Now, he would show the world in his own way. He was not that bullied, worthless son-in-law of the Lu family. Chapter 37, Surrender or Die. Yifan navigated the glittering streets of Yuncheng in his black luxury car. A cold, calculating light flickered deep within his heart. At that very moment, his phone rang. It was a secret number known only to a select few. Yifan smiled faintly and answered. What is it? On the other end, Shen Lufeng's voice carried a mix of reverence and gravity. Mr. Yi, it appears our movements have drawn attention. They've secretly deployed numerous spies and traps, waiting for your arrival. Yifan's gaze sharpened. He knew full well that most of these spies and traps were set for him, yet he felt neither panic nor anxiety. Instead, he grew even more composed and rational. Lu Feng, Yifan asked calmly, his voice as level as if discussing the most ordinary matter, what do you think I should do? Shen Lufeng knew Yifan's strength and wisdom well, and understood he was no easy target for the enemy's schemes. He replied respectfully, Mr. Yi, your wisdom far surpasses mine. However, I suggest we strike unexpectedly, attack their stronghold directly and catch them off guard. Yifan nodded slightly upon hearing this. Your suggestion makes sense. However, our goal isn't merely to strike their stronghold, we must wipe them out completely, leaving no loose ends. A flicker of admiration passed through Shen Lufeng's eyes. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yifan ended the call, his gaze fixed through the car window upon the distant, bustling city skyline. Yuncheng, this city brimming with countless opportunities and challenges, would also be the starting point for Yifan's resurgence. Half an hour passed. As night deepened, Yifan stood atop a skyscraper, surveying the city below bathed in lights. Behind him, a dozen men in black stood silently, each pair of eyes reflecting a dangerous gleam. Yifan turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over each of them. Tonight, our mission is to eliminate every enemy who dares threaten us. Remember, leave no survivors. The black-clad figures bowed their heads in unison. Under Yifan's command, they vanished into the darkness like ghosts of the night. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the city, a group of merchants and powerful figures gathered, discussing their plan to deal with Yifan. That bastard Yifan has been getting way too cocky lately. He doesn't give a damn about us anymore, a middle-aged man said angrily. Exactly. Does he think his measly skills give him the right to run rampant in Yuncheng? Another chimed in. Just as they were plotting against Yifan, the door suddenly burst open. A bitterly cold wind, carrying a palpable aura of murderous intent, swept into the room. The men looked up to see Yifan striding in, flanked by a group of black-clad men, his aura commanding and imposing. A cold smile played on Yifan's lips. Gentlemen, I hear you've been looking for me? The merchants and powerful figures paled at this sudden turn of events. They retreated to a corner, their faces flickering with fear and resentment. A few stubborn souls attempted resistance, but all courage evaporated under Yifan's piercing gaze, which seemed to cut through everything. Yifan strolled in, his strides firm and powerful. Each step seemed to trample the hearts of those present, instilling a sense of utter despair. The middle-aged man who had been seething with anger moments before now wore fear instead. His voice trembled, Yifan, what are you doing? We can talk. Everything can be discussed. Yifan offered a faint smile, utterly devoid of warmth. Oh, he drawled. Didn't I come here to talk? Only my method of negotiation might strike you as a bit direct. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the black-clad figures behind him sprang into action, swiftly and silently subduing every person present. Those who attempted to flee seemed to lose all strength before Yifan's bottomless eyes, sinking into utter despair. I'll give you a choice, Yifan stated flatly, his tone utterly unruffled, as if describing the most mundane matter. Swear allegiance to me, or die. A deathly silence fell over the room, every breath seemingly frozen in that instant. They could be arrogant in the face of power, but before the specter of death, all their previous pride and defiance vanished into thin air. A slightly older merchant, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light, unexpectedly knelt in this atmosphere of despair. Mr. Yi Fan, from this day forward, I pledge my loyalty to you. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Yi Fan's eyes as he nodded. A wise choice. One by one, merchants and dignitaries knelt before him, surrendering to the overwhelming terror. Yi Fan swept his gaze over them with a hint of scorn. These individuals, who had once stood so high above others, were now nothing but ants beneath his feet. Yi Fan turned and slowly walked out of the room, leaving behind a sea of cowardice and despair. He knew today's events would send shockwaves through Yun City. Those who once regarded him as a thorn in their side would now reconsider the name Yi Fan. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. That evening, Yi Fan stood atop a skyscraper, gazing down at the city's nightscape. Below lay a sea of neon lights and bustling traffic, a vibrant tapestry of life. Yet he stood above it all, like a distant deity, unreachable. Shen Lufeng approached silently and stood beside him. Mr. Yi, word of your deeds is already spreading throughout Yun City's business circles. Yi Fan continued to gaze into the distance, his tone calm. Is that so? Shen Lufeng continued, yes, but as your fame grows, it's also attracting some unwanted attention. Yi Fan slowly turned, meeting Shen Lufeng's gaze. Oh? Such as? A flicker of gravity crossed Shen Lufeng's eyes. The Nightfall Organization. These words were undoubtedly a symbol of terror and chaos in the underworld. The Nightfall Organization, a transnational underground group known for its brutal methods and unpredictable actions. Its members are scattered across the globe, and each possesses formidable combat prowess. Yi Fan smiled faintly, his expression devoid of fear. Seems I've made a name for myself. Shen Lufeng's tone turned serious. Mr. Yi, do not underestimate them. The strength of Nightfall Organization members is far beyond ordinary. Throughout his conversation with Shen Lufeng, Yi Fan's gaze remained unwaveringly resolute. He knew that to stand firm at the pinnacle of this world, it all boiled down to 2 words: battle. Chapter 38, An Unwelcome Guest. Deep into the night, Yi Fan spoke calmly, prepare. We have an uninvited guest to welcome. Below the towering building, a dark figure moved slowly along the street, his gaze fixed intently upon the skyscraper. Those eyes seemed to contain a million stars deep and dazzling. His name was Yi Long, a master assassin within the Night Veil Organization. Yi Long had only one target, Yi Fan, standing atop the skyscraper. He knew Yi Fan was no ordinary man, but for him, the challenge was always the most alluring. Night Dragon strolled to an abandoned building. Raising his black long sword, he made a light swing that instantly cleaved the door in two. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. His objective was clear and unwavering, to ascend to the highest point, knowing it was the optimal vantage for his confrontation with Yi Fan. Meanwhile, atop the skyscraper, Yi Fan's eyebrows arched slightly as he sensed that sharp, murderous aura. Shen Lufeng immediately sensed the unusual aura emanating from Yi Fan. He frowned slightly and asked, Mr. Yi, is it someone from the Night Curtain Organization? A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he nodded slowly. Night Dragon, a legendary figure in the underworld, the Night Curtain Organization's ultimate trump card. His arrival meant this battle was inevitable. Yi Fan's voice was steady and resolute, devoid of any panic or fear. He strolled leisurely toward the edge of the building, his gaze fixed intently on the abandoned tower where Night Dragon had entered. Night Dragon leapt into the air, his form streaking across the night sky like a phantom before landing atop the towering structure. Moonlight bathed his form, casting an otherworldly aura around him. Standing there, he resembled a night elf, yet the cold, murderous intent in his eyes commanded respect. Night Dragon's gaze swept the surroundings, finally locking onto Yi Fan's location. A cold smile curved his lips. His form flickered violently, vanishing into the darkness. Yi Fan remained rooted to the spot. He sensed Night Dragon's movement yet showed no sign of evasion. His deep, piercing eyes seemed to see through everything, as if every one of Night Dragon's actions was already within his expectations. Moments later, Night Dragon materialized before Yi Fan, mere meters away. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, locked onto Yi Fan. A cold smile spread across his lips once more. Yi Fan, I'm coming for your head. Yi Fan remained unflinching, his voice calm and measured. Countless have sought my life. You are merely another. A flash of fury ignited in Night Dragon's eyes. He charged forward, blade raised, its black blade light slicing through the night sky as it hurtled toward Yi Fan. In that instant, Yi Fan moved. His movements flowed like water. With a slight sidestep, he evaded Yi Long's strike. Then, raising his hand as if in a casual wave, he summoned a powerful gust of air that formed a whirlwind, instantly engulfing Yi Long as he charged forward. Surprise flashed in Night Dragon's eyes. He hadn't expected Yi Fan's strength to be so formidable, capable of effortlessly neutralizing his attack. But he didn't panic. Night Dragon spun and landed steadily to the side. Taking a deep breath, his expression grew even colder. Seems you've got some skills after all. Yi Fan smiled faintly, you're not half bad either. Their exchange was cool and dangerous. The air seemed to freeze, thick with tension ready to erupt. Night Dragon's gaze pierced Yifan like a sharp blade, yet Yifan's eyes remained indifferent. His arm rested lightly on the armrest beside Shen Lufeng, as if Yilong himself were nothing more than an eager child in his eyes. Yifan, I know you possess extraordinary strength. But you must understand, the Night Curtain organization never lets any enemy off lightly. As Yilong spoke, the dazzling cold light on the blade flashed wildly. With a flick of his wrist, the black blade traced a perfect arc, shooting out from his side. Yifan remained as composed as ever, merely raising his palm. Just as the blade approached, an invisible force instantly dissolved it into nothingness. He regarded Yilong, his eyes as indifferent as ever. Such skills are mere child's play before me. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yilong's eyes, yet he did not falter. His eyes suddenly grew profoundly deep as an even more powerful aura erupted from his body. The black blade in his hand seemed to become the embodiment of the night itself, pointing directly at Yifan with an icy, murderous intent. The blade's light sliced through the air like a black dragon, charging toward Yifan with a dark, overbearing intent. This assault possessed the power to crush all in its path, capable of cleaving a mountain in two. A flicker of seriousness finally appeared in Yifan's eyes. His hands met silently before him as wordless incantations flowed from his lips. Immediately, a peculiar light rose above his body. The light resembled a full moon, suspended silently above his head, casting a faint silver glow upon the dark night. The black blade light collided with the full moon, erupting in a deafening roar. Massive energy ripples spread wildly between the two, causing the entire building to tremble slightly under the force of the shockwave. Yifan's footsteps retreated lightly, landing steadily several meters away. His expression remained calm, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of acknowledgement. Night Dragon, you've surpassed my expectations. Yilong stood rooted to the spot, his clothes torn to shreds by the energy blast. His eyes, usually cold and murderous, now held a trace of bewilderment. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. Yifan, how did you do that? Under the night sky, only the breathing sounds of Yifan and Yilong echoed through the abandoned industrial zone. The night wind lifted the hem of Yifan's robe. He gazed calmly at Yilong, his eyes showing not a flicker of wavering. How I did it is irrelevant. What matters is that I can tell you this, even as a master of the night, you still cannot see through me. Yilong sneered coldly, humph. So what if you can't see through me? Under the night's veil, there are no unsolvable mysteries. You may have stopped me once, but can you stop me a second time? A third? His figure flickered and vanished once more into the night. Yifan remained unhurried, listening intently to the faint rustling of the wind and the sound of footsteps around him. His senses were heightened to their absolute limit in that moment. Then, just as Night Dragon was about to reappear, Yifan's form vanished abruptly from his original position. The Night Dragon's long blade struck only air. Not bad speed. Yifan's voice echoed beside the Night Dragon, sending a chill through his heart. He spun around to find Yifan standing behind him, arms crossed, a playful smile playing on his lips. Chapter 39, Not Continuing? A sharp gleam flashed in Night Dragon's eyes, yet it was clouded by a thread of doubt. He stared at Yifan in confusion, searching for answers in that impassive face. What? Not continuing? Yifan broke the momentary silence, his voice utterly flat yet tinged with a hint of provocation. Yilong drew a deep breath and vanished once more into the darkness. This time, he didn't charge directly at Yifan. Instead, he circled and shifted within the darkness, trying to find Yifan's opening. Yet he soon discovered that no matter how he shifted his position, Yifan's gaze remained locked onto him with unerring precision, like a blade that never missed its mark. Seems I need to take this more seriously. Yilong murmured to himself. He took a step forward, his entire form vanishing completely into the night. This time, not even the slightest ripple disturbed the surrounding air currents, as if he had truly vanished from this world. Yifan remained utterly composed, as if everything unfolded precisely as he intended. His eyes flickered with a profound light, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. Suddenly, an unusual gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. The next instant, his body shifted slightly, evading a razor-sharp blade aura. That strike had been near fatal, yet Yifan evaded it with effortless ease. Yilong's figure reappeared. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by coldness. What kind of power is this? Yifan smiled faintly. Do you know that the power of the night is not about destruction and disappearance, but about nurturing and rebirth? What you pursue is merely one facet of the night. Yilong snorted coldly. Enough of your philosophical nonsense. I only want to know how you can clearly perceive every single one of my movements? Yifan approached Night Dragon, his steps slow yet resolute, because I can sense your every breath, your every heartbeat. You may hide within the night, but your existence can never truly escape this world. Night Dragon's brow furrowed. He sensed the profound meaning behind Yifan's words. In that instant, he understood much, yet he showed no sign of retreat. So what? Understanding this won't change the situation now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yilong's form dissolved back into the night. This time, his attacks were more ruthless and unpredictable. Flashes of blade light danced through the darkness, each strike razor-sharp, aimed at Yifan's vital points.
Yet Yifan continued to move with that same calm, effortless stride, easily evading the fierce assaults.
He moved through the night like its sovereign, each step deliberate and unhurried, as if these deadly assaults were nothing more than insignificant breezes to him.
Night Dragon's rage boiled over.
His attacks grew savage, each swing meticulously calculated for position, force, and angle, desperately seeking any opening, any sliver of a chance to strike down Yifan.
Yet even so, he couldn't even graze Yifan's robe.
After dozens of exchanges, Night Dragon grew weary, while Yifan remained untouched, as if untouched by the dust of the world.
Night Dragon couldn't comprehend why every single one of his attacks proved utterly ineffective against Yifan.
Just as he paused to catch his breath, Yifan vanished from his sight.
"You have lost." A voice echoed in Yilon's ear.
His expression changed abruptly.
The next second, a cold gleam pierced his body without a sound.
Yifan materialized behind Night Dragon, his long sword piercing clean through the dragon's chest. It carried a hint of coldness, yet not a single ripple disturbed the air.
Night Dragon's eyes filled with disbelief and terror. He couldn't accept that he had fallen to Yifan, and so effortlessly at that.
Yifan withdrew his blade as Night Dragon's body collapsed onto the icy ground. His pupils dilated, the light of life fading from his eyes. Around them, the night wind blew mercilessly, gently lifting the hem of Yifan's robe.
Yifan turned, his expression blank as he stared into the darkness ahead. He knew the Night Dragon was merely a pawn of the Night Curtain organization. The true mastermind lurked in the shadows, waiting for him to uncover the entire truth. The Night Curtain organization was deeply entrenched in Yun City, its web of interests intricate and complex.
Yifan's task was not merely to eliminate a few assassins, but to wipe out the entire organization once and for all. Shen Lufeng received Yifan's call. Hearing the calm voice on the other end report Night Dragon's death, he furrowed his brow slightly. He knew Yifan had been relentlessly hunting down Night Curtain's higher-ups, determined to permanently eradicate this cancer from Yuncheng. In a towering skyscraper, Shen Lufeng stood by the window, gazing at the neon lights below.
He knew this city concealed too many secrets and crimes beneath its surface.
The Night Dragon incident was merely the tip of the iceberg. He and Yifan still had a long road ahead to expose every last corner of the Night Curtain organization to the light. Days later, information gathered by Yifan through various channels pointed to a mysterious location, Yun City's sewer network. Intelligence indicated that some of Nightfall's clandestine transactions and operations frequently took place in a hidden location within the sewers. Yifan stood at the sewer entrance, clad in a black trench coat. He knew the path ahead would be treacherous, but to eradicate this city's cancer, he had to venture into the lion's den. The dark sewers were filled with a cold, damp chill, and eerie howls echoed through the empty passages. Yifan felt no fear. His eyes held only a cold, calculating light as he followed specific markings deeper into this subterranean realm. After winding through a series of twists and turns, Yifan arrived before a vast, brightly lit basement. Several figures clad in black were busily moving crates. Their movements were cautious, revealing that the contents of these boxes were no ordinary cargo. Yifan observed silently for a moment, confirming his target. Then, like a ghost, he approached one of the black-clad figures without a sound. One by one, the figures collapsed onto the cold floor without a hint of awareness. Yifan's movements were crisp and precise, without a single unnecessary motion. As the last figure fell, Yifan walked slowly to one of the boxes, opened it, and found it filled with rows of neatly arranged small bottles. Each vial appeared to contain some sort of liquid. What were these? Some kind of dangerous liquid? Why would the Nightfall organization secretly store them in a place like this? Yifan frowned, his resolve to uncover the truth only growing stronger. Within the secret base, Yifan uncovered further information, transactions with certain foreign organizations, money laundering channels, and illegal operations within Yuncheng. Every discovery deepened Yifan's understanding of the Nightfall organization. He knew that to utterly destroy it, he must strike at its very roots. Chapter 40, Peeling Back the Layers. He needed to follow these leads, step by step, gradually dismantling the organization and exposing the truth behind it piece by piece. That night, Yifan remained in the basement, meticulously organizing every piece of information he'd gathered, piecing together the full picture of this vast organization. In the cold basement, Yifan examined the bottles of mysterious liquid, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity beneath the night's darkness. He gently shook one of the small vials. The liquid moved silently within, producing a faint rippling sound. After a moment of silence, he carefully slipped one vial into a concealed pocket in his coat, intending to analyze it later. While this secret base held a wealth of information, he knew it was merely the tip of the iceberg for the Nightfall organization. Still, for him, it was undoubtedly a starting point for deeper exploration. Yifan stepped lightly out of the basement. All returned to silence, as if everything that had just happened had been nothing more than a dream. As night deepened, Yuncheng's cityscape remained dazzlingly bright. In a luxurious high-rise apartment, a middle-aged man gazed out at the nightscape, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Reporting to the boss, Night Dragon is dead. A neatly dressed man entered slowly, his expression grave. The sharpness in the middle-aged man's eyes vanished as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by a cold smile.
Yi Fan, huh? What a troublesome character. After a moment of silence, the man asked, "Boss, should we take action? If we let him continue like this, it might jeopardize our plans." The middle-aged man turned, his voice icy. "Hold off for now. I want to see just how much trouble he can stir up." Meanwhile, in a villa, Yifan flipped through the documents in his hands, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. The Night Curtain organization's tentacles reached deep into every sector. He had to proceed cautiously, dismantling it step by step. Through a series of information tracking and investigations, Yifan discovered a figure named Phantom who seemed to hold immense importance within the organization. This individual controlled numerous critical affairs and transactions, standing as the top figure in Nightfall. To dismantle Nightfall, Phantom was the target. Yet the files revealed almost nothing about this Phantom. His true identity, appearance, and even his whereabouts remained unknown. Yet Yifan remained undeterred. He understood that groping in the dark was an inevitable process for anyone seeking the truth. Yifan rose to his feet, walked to the window, and gazed out at the distant night sky. The twinkling stars seemed to whisper to him that no matter how deep the night, it could never conceal the coming of light. He pressed his lips together, then turned and walked toward the computer beside him. In the darkened room, the computer screen emitted a faint blue glow. He began his search and tracking of the Phantom. Every account, every transaction, every cell tower could potentially be a clue to unraveling the mystery behind this enigmatic figure. Hours passed, yet Yifan made no progress. Yet his eyes showed no trace of wavering or discouragement, only growing resolve and sharp focus. He knew that finding a criminal lurking in the shadows, professional and extremely cautious, was no easy task. Suddenly, a file flashed across the computer screen, an extremely complex encrypted data packet. Yifan's eyes flashed with intensity. He swiftly opened the keyboard in his hands, his fingers dancing across the keys at lightning speed. The data packet contained details of an impending transaction. It appeared that the Nightfall organization was planning to exchange large sums of money with some illegal foreign organizations through an extremely secretive method. Yifan let out a cold chuckle. This was precisely the breakthrough he had been seeking. Leveraging his extraordinary cyber skills, he gradually traced the transactions trail. In the most luxurious private club in Yuncheng, Phantom sat on a dark red leather sofa, a glass of rich red wine before him. His eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction, convinced his plan was flawless. But just then, his phone rang urgently. It was a key operative from the organization, his voice frantic. "Phantom, our transaction is being tracked. What do we do?" Phantom's expression darkened instantly. He never imagined that despite their extreme discretion, someone had uncovered the trail of this transaction. Slowly setting down his glass, his expression shifted from smugness to cold composure. "Don't panic. Proceed as originally planned. I'll handle things here." Meanwhile, after meticulous calculations and deductions, Yifan had nearly pinpointed the exact location of the transaction. He decided to investigate personally and, if possible, apprehend Phantom on the spot. As night deepened, Yifan slipped into a black trench coat and moved silently to the designated meeting place, an abandoned warehouse. Inside, beams of yellow light cast flickering shadows across the corners, where figures of men and women murmured in hushed whispers. Deep within the warehouse, Phantom stood, his face concealed by a mask, yet his unflappable aura remained undeniable. A cold gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. He knew this battle would determine the fate of the Nightfall organization. He clenched his fists, about to step forward, when a sudden, intense killing intent surged toward him. In the nick of time, he darted sideways to evade a razor-sharp throwing knife. The blade embedded itself where he had just stood, its vibration sending a shiver of tension through the warehouse. Everything fell silent in that moment, save for the faint hum of the dagger embedded in the wall. Yifan slowly raised his head, his gaze locking with the Phantom lurking in the shadows. Between them, it seemed as if invisible sparks were flying. The Phantom broke the dead silence. "Yifan, do you really think you can handle Nightfall?" Yifan remained silent. He knew this was the Phantom's attempt to distract him with words. He needed to stay calm, focus all his attention, and prepare for the storm about to erupt. In an instant, the entire warehouse transformed into a battlefield. A cold, sharp gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes as his form moved like a shadow, utterly agile in the pitch-black warehouse. Across from him, the man known as Phantom slowly emerged from the shadows. His icy eyes revealed a bottomless, sinister cruelty. The vast warehouse seemed to tremble under the pressure of the impending clash. Dust swirled through the air with every movement they made. This impending battle was an inescapable destiny between these two men. Phantom struck first. A pitch-black dagger suddenly appeared in his hand, its cold gleam flashing through the darkness as it lunged toward Yifan. Chapter 41, You've truly surprised me. Yifan reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping the blade while simultaneously kicking out at Phantom. Yet Phantom seemed prepared, deftly leaping backward to evade the kick. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes clearly. He hadn't anticipated Yifan's strength reaching such a formidable level. Yifan gave the Phantom no chance to catch its breath, launching a series of swift and fierce attacks. Each time, the Phantom narrowly evaded the blows.
In the flurry of exchanges, their figures blurred into the night, leaving only the flashes of blades and swords crisscrossing in the darkness, punctuated by the occasional sharp clang of metal. Yi Fan's attacks grew increasingly fierce, but Phantom was no pushover either, skillfully parrying each strike.
The two seemed locked in a temporary stalemate.
After several consecutive attacks, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Fan's eyes.
This man named Phantom was clearly far more powerful than the records had indicated.
Every movement was precise, almost instantly anticipating Yi Fan's attack direction. At that moment, a flicker of seriousness also crossed Phantom's eyes. Evidently, he hadn't anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man harbored such profound and unfathomable strength. For a moment, the atmosphere within the warehouse grew even more tense. Yi Fan smiled faintly, vanishing from his spot in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind Phantom. He slammed his palm toward Phantom, but the latter reacted with lightning speed, launching an elbow strike straight at Yi Fan's face. Instead of retreating, Yi Fan pressed forward, grabbing the Phantom's elbow with his right hand, attempting to twist the joint. But Phantom clearly wasn't one to be subdued so easily. Seizing the opportunity, he deftly wrapped his leg around Yi Fan's arm. The two locked in a peculiar stalemate, neither yielding an inch. Throughout the stalemate, both could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from the other, a murderous intent so sharp it could only be borne at the brink of life and death. Yi Fan thought to himself, trouble.
This Phantom's martial arts are unexpectedly formidable.
If this continues, something truly unforeseen might happen.
He swiftly retreated several steps, re-establishing distance between himself and the Phantom.
Yi Fan, you've certainly surprised me, the Phantom remarked, standing in place and gazing at him with a hint of mockery. I never expected your strength to reach such heights. But you're still too young, too naive.
Yi Fan stared back coldly. Youth and naivety were not crimes.
Perhaps you believe I will fall at your hands, but let me tell you, all of that is merely your imagination. Their verbal sparring did little to disrupt the tension between them. In that moment, each seemed to peer into the other's eyes, glimpsing deeply hidden secrets.
Yet combat knows no mercy. This contest of strength and survival showed no pause for verbal sparring.
Phantom's gaze sharpened, and in the blink of an eye, his form vanished from where he stood.
Yi Fan's eyelid twitched slightly. Almost instinctively, he sidestepped.
Instantly, a cold gleam streaked past his side. Phantom's short blade had sliced along his skin, leaving a nearly bloodless trail. Suppressing the pain in his body, Yi Fan vanished into the darkness in the very next instant. He and Phantom, two almost ethereal figures, crisscrossed through the warehouse at such speed that only shadowy blurs lingered in the air.
Clang!
A sharp metallic collision echoed as the Phantom's dagger struck the dagger that had suddenly materialized in Yi Fan's hand, sparks flying in a blinding burst. The spark seemed especially blinding in the dark space, yet vanished without a trace almost the next instant. The two figures separated, their movements so swift that even the wind present couldn't sweep past their sides. Phantom stared at Yi Fan, the deep-seated shock in his eyes impossible to conceal. Your speed. His voice was low, each word shrouded in shadow. Yi Fan's face remained expressionless, yet the cold light in his eyes grew ever brighter. He lightly stroked the dagger in his hand, his calm gaze revealing an innate arrogance. Your speed isn't bad either.
This silent standoff seemed to have no end.
Just as the two were about to clash again, the entire warehouse suddenly shook. A powerful gust of air converged from all directions, surging straight toward the sky. Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed the unusual energy fluctuations.
At that moment, the Phantom's voice echoed once more.
Yi Fan, let our battle end here.
The Nightfall organization is not an entity you can contend with.
This time, I'll let you witness our true power. Yi Fan stared intently at him, absorbing the overwhelming power surging in from all directions. Even he could not deny that, in the face of this power, he seemed insignificant. Yet Yi Fan's gaze remained unyieldingly resolute. Even as this force before him threatened to tear everything apart, he showed not a hint of retreat. Just as the force was about to crush him, Yi Fan vanished from his spot. In the next instant, he materialized on the opposite side of the warehouse. With a single wave of his hand, a colossal force erupted from his body, colliding head-on with the surging dark energy. A deafening roar echoed throughout the warehouse as the two distinct forces collided, intertwined, and clashed violently within the space.
Each impact carried the power to obliterate everything. Shattered fragments, dust, and warped space swirled chaotically in this silent duel, everything reduced to utter chaos. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. To him, this scene resembled a protracted chess game, only the opponent was unknown, the rules unseen. He must exhaust every ounce of wisdom and strength to discern the truth within. A flicker of surprise flickered in the Phantom's eyes. Clearly, it hadn't anticipated Yi Fan displaying such strength and resolve under such relentless assault.
Yet he showed no sign of retreat. Instead, his pupils flashed with an even colder, more resolute light. Seems you still underestimate me, Yi Fan remarked calmly, his voice echoing through the empty warehouse. Each syllable carried an intangible force, hovering in the air and compelling an oppressive weight upon all present.
Phantom took a deep breath, knowing the battle ahead would be even more grueling.
And he, clearly, had no intention of retreating either. His figure vanished again in the next instant, leaving only that overwhelmingly powerful energy raging throughout the space, threatening to devour everything in its path. Yi Fan knew well that even he could scarcely endure such energy for long. He closed his eyes, striving to calm his mind as he searched for the faintest glimmer of survival. Chapter 42. Do you think you can stop me? Through Yi Fan's relentless effort, the energy within him began to coalesce. He knew he must now transcend his limits, otherwise, even he could not emerge victorious from this battle. The air crackled with an intense electrical charge, as if his energy were tearing through the fabric of space and time itself. Phantom stared at Yi Fan before him as though looking at a stranger. He couldn't comprehend how this man, once looked down upon by the Lu family as a worthless son-in-law, could have undergone such a profound transformation. But he understood one thing: if he didn't give his all, he might fall to Yi Fan. Suddenly, Yi Fan's body was enveloped in a blinding white light, illuminating the entire warehouse. The light erupted from within him, shooting straight into the sky before condensing into a beam that hurtled directly toward Phantom. This was Yi Fan's ultimate strike, channeling all his power, a blow of unimaginable force. The Phantom retreated rapidly, knowing he couldn't withstand this blow head-on. He attempted to counter with his own energy, but Yi Fan's attack was like a tiger charging down a mountain, unstoppable. A deafening explosion erupted in the air as the Phantom was sent flying, crashing heavily into the warehouse wall. But it wasn't over. Yi Fan slowly approached him, each step leaving a deep footprint in the ground. His eyes blazed with an intense light, as if they could see through everything. Do you think you can stop me? Yi Fan asked coldly. The Phantom struggled to his feet, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Yi Fan, his eyes filled with terror. Who are you? Yi Fan offered no reply. His figure vanished from the spot once more. In the next instant, he materialized behind the Phantom, delivering a brutal punch that slammed into the Phantom's back. Phantom roared in agony, sent flying once more. You want to know who I am? Yi Fan's voice was utterly cold. I am Yi Fan, the major problem your Nightfall organization has brought upon itself. Yi Fan did not kill the Phantom outright, he needed more intelligence from him. The Nightfall organization was clearly no ordinary group. Behind them lay secrets far greater than they could imagine. Yi Fan clamped his hand around Phantom's throat, forcing him to reveal the truth. But Phantom suddenly curled his lips into a sinister grin. Muttering incantations, his entire body erupted with an intense black radiance. A look of caution flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. This black light was clearly no ordinary phenomenon. He immediately released the Phantom and took several steps back. The black light intensified, threatening to devour everything. Yi Fan felt a tremendous suction force attempting to pull him in. He resisted with all his might, yet found himself growing increasingly unable to move. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight: Shen Lufeng. He tossed a small box toward Yi Fan. Catching it, Yi Fan immediately opened it to find a bead inside, shimmering with multicolored light. Yi Fan knew this was Shen Lufeng's life-saving gift. He swallowed it immediately, feeling a powerful surge of energy erupt from within his body, successfully resisting the suction force. The Phantom's face paled at the sight. He knew he had failed this time. Yi Fan stood rooted to the spot, breathing heavily, yet the resolve in his eyes only grew stronger. The Nightfall organization, he would never let them off the hook. He acted decisively, swiftly dispatching the Phantom. Shen Lufeng approached him, gently patting his shoulder. Mr. Yi, are you alright? Yi Fan nodded. With you here, what could possibly go wrong? The two shared a knowing smile before turning and leaving the abandoned warehouse. Yuncheng, one of the nation's premier metropolises, appeared to outsiders as a symbol of prosperity, wealth, and modernity. But to Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng, this city concealed far too many secrets and dangers. After leaving the warehouse, they drove back to the heart of Yuncheng. Along the way, Shen Lufeng gazed out the window at the bustling streets and sighed softly. Mr. Yi, the Nightfall organization's actions are growing increasingly bold. With Phantom's appearance this time, I sense they've begun targeting you with full force. Yi Fan shook his head gently. They won't stop here. The Night Curtain organization's background and strength are far more complex than we imagined. This is only the beginning. I believe more elite operatives will emerge. Shen Lufeng gave a wry smile. So we must continue to hide. The title of Yuncheng's wealthiest man may intimidate outsiders, but to Nightfall, I'm nothing more than a slightly larger grasshopper. Yi Fan sneered coldly, hiding is only temporary. I, Yi Fan, am not one to cower in the shadows. If they want my life, let them come. I'll make them regret ever crossing me. Their car slowly entered a luxurious residential complex, Yi Fan's residence in Yuncheng. Shen Lufeng followed Yi Fan into his residence, and the two sat down on the living room sofa. Shen Lufeng placed the multicolored glowing bead on the coffee table. Mr. Yi, this bead can only be used once. Finding another one for you won't be easy. Yi Fan gently stroked the bead, his heart filled with emotion. This bead is truly remarkable. Back when I was abroad, I heard tales of such things. I never imagined you could actually find one. Shen Lufeng smiled. Of course.
With you being so good to me, Mr. Yi, how could I not give my all to protect you? Yi Fan smiled faintly. You're such a smooth talker, you. But this time, the Nightfall organization truly surprised me. I thought Phantom was their strongest member, but it turns out there's someone even more formidable. A flicker of worry crossed Shen Lufeng's eyes. Mr. Yi, what should we do now? Yi Fan stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out at the bustling city of Yuncheng. He took a deep breath. We need more strength. The Nightfall organization isn't that easy to deal with. I need to thoroughly investigate their background before making a decision. Shen Lufeng nodded, his resolve firm. Understood, Mr. Yi. I'll stand by you no matter what. Yi Fan glanced back at Shen Lufeng and offered a smile. That's good. With you by my side, I feel much more at ease. The two shared another smile, united in facing the challenges and dangers ahead. Meanwhile, in a corner of Yuncheng, within the Nightfall organization's headquarters, a middle-aged man listened to his subordinate's report. Phantom has failed, the subordinate reported. The middle-aged man sneered coldly. Yi Fan, do you really think you can handle us? This is only the beginning. I'll make you understand that crossing the Night Curtain organization is the biggest mistake of your life. The subordinate bowed his head. What should we do now? The middle-aged man rose slowly. Prepare the second wave of attacks. I will make Yi Fan understand the true power of the Nightshade organization. The subordinate acknowledged the order and turned to leave. Chapter 43, The Second Wave. Ding Feng, one of the middle-aged man's subordinates, was an elite member of the Nightfall organization. He had attempted to deal with Yi Fan in the shadows multiple times, but each attempt had ended in failure due to Yi Fan's background and formidable strength. This time, he resolved to contact the most ruthless operative within the organization, employing the most brutal methods to deal with Yi Fan. Yi Fan's ex-wife, Lu Yiran, though divorced from him, had grown increasingly skilled at live streaming sales and become a prominent online celebrity in Yuncheng. Ding Feng resolved to target her as a means to torment Yi Fan. Lu Yiran's livestream was packed with viewers. Dressed in a white gown, she held a newly launched skincare product and smiled sweetly at the camera, recommending it to her fans. Suddenly, the chat section began filling with unusual comments. They were all about Yi Fan. I heard Yi Fan is a good-for-nothing. How did he manage to marry someone as beautiful as you? Yi Fan got kicked out of the Lu family, serves him right. Lu Yiran's expression darkened instantly. She wanted to respond but didn't know how. Just then, a user named Shadow of the Night appeared in the chat. He wrote, Lu Yiran, if you don't want to see your ex-husband Yi Fan's corpse, end this livestream immediately and come to our Shadow Organization headquarters. Lu Yiran turned deathly pale, and the atmosphere in the livestream instantly grew tense. She made an immediate decision, ended the stream, and dialed Yi Fan's number. Yi Fan answered the call. Hearing Lu Yiran's urgent tone as she relayed the Nightfall Organization's threat, he gave a cold laugh. So the Nightfall Organization is this despicable, using you to threaten me? Lu Yiran choked out. Yi Fan, I know we've had our differences before, but I'm truly terrified right now. I don't want anything to happen to you. Yi Fan paused before replying, don't worry. I'll handle this. Go to a safe place first and don't go out. Lu Yiran nodded and hung up. Yi Fan turned to Shen Lufeng. The Nightfall Organization has gone too far this time. We can't keep reacting passively. It's time to take the offensive and show them what I'm capable of. Shen Lufeng frowned. Mr. Yi, acting impulsively isn't wise. The Nightfall Organization's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Yi Fan sneered coldly. I've tolerated them long enough. This time, I'll make them understand that my power is not something they can afford to provoke. The two left Yi Fan's residence and drove straight to one of Nightfall Organization's strongholds. Though Yuncheng was a bustling metropolis, the darkness and power struggles lurking beneath its surface never ceased. The Nightfall Organization was a part of that darkness. The stronghold was ablaze with lights, its countless operatives bustling to and fro, clearly preparing for some major operation. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng slipped in effortlessly, completely undetected. Their target was a high-ranking figure within the Nightshade organization, Shadow. Shadow was one of the core figures within the Nightfall organization and the mastermind behind the threat against Lu Yiran. Yi Fan's mission was to locate him, uncover the Nightfall organization's true objectives, and teach them a lesson. In a secret chamber, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng finally located Shadow. A middle-aged man with a sullen expression, he sat in a luxurious office chair, appearing to have everything under his control. Yi Fan entered the chamber and broke the silence immediately. Shadow, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Shadow glanced at Yi Fan and sneered coldly. Yi Fan, do you really think barging into my territory gives you free rein to do as you please? Yi Fan responded coldly. You touched my people. Of course I'm here to settle the score. Shen Lufeng alertly scanned the surroundings. Though Yi Fan and Shadow were locked in confrontation, he knew the Nightfall organization's methods and remained constantly vigilant. Shadow touched the bell on the table. Instantly, a group of agile, black-clad figures surged in from all sides of the chamber. Each held a sharp weapon, clearly Nightfall Organization's elite assassins. Yi Fan frowned but showed no sign of tension. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, do you really think these men can handle me?
As he spoke, he launched a sudden attack, each strike aimed directly at vital points, swiftly defeating several assassins. Shen Lufeng matched his intensity, fighting side by side with Yi Fan. Their seamless coordination swiftly eliminated every assassin in the chamber. Shadow's face turned deathly pale, clearly unprepared for Yi Fan's overwhelming strength. "What do you want?" "Speak," he stammered. Yi Fan stepped before him, his voice cold. "I only want to know why the Night Curtain organization is targeting me, and what your true purpose is." Shadow swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with terror. "The Night Curtain organization has someone pulling the strings. They want you dead. As for the reason, I don't know." Yi Fan's eyes narrowed sharply, realizing a greater secret must lie hidden. He pressed the shadow. "You'd better tell me everything you know. Otherwise, you should know what your fate will be." Shadow trembled and nodded, beginning to reveal the Night Curtain organization's internal intelligence and the forces behind it. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng listened intently, knowing the challenges and dangers ahead would be far greater. But Yi Fan resolved to retreat no further. He would protect those close to him, and he would make the enemies lurking in the shadows understand that he was not someone to be trifled with. Shen Lufeng's voice was grave. "Mr. Yi, we must prepare in advance for these forces behind the Nightfall organization. They won't let you off easily." A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. If they wanted his life, he wouldn't hold back. Shadow was now completely intimidated, consumed by a single thought: escape this place as soon as possible and get far away from this demon. Yi Fan gave a slight wave of his hand. Shen Lufeng stepped forward and bound Shadow. "Shadow, you are now our hostage. I hope your comrades understand this." After leaving the Nightfall organization's base, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng returned to their apartment. Shen Lufeng suggested, "Mr. Yi, should we consider leaving Yun City for now to lie low?" Yi Fan smiled faintly. "Since they came looking for me, why should I hide? I want them to know that dealing with Yi Fan comes at a price." That evening, Yi Fan sent a message to Lu Yiran, assuring her there was no need to worry, everything was under his control. Upon reading the message, Lu Yiran felt a complex mix of emotions. Though she and Yi Fan were no longer husband and wife in practice, his concern and protection remained unforgettable. Yi Fan began investigating the forces behind the Nightfall organization. He didn't believe Shadow when he claimed ignorance, there was definitely something being concealed. Shen Lufeng began covertly gathering intelligence using his own resources. Chapter 44, Sabotaging the Deal. Among the intelligence Shen Lufeng gathered, he uncovered a recent secret transaction involving the Nightfall organization. This location presented an ideal opportunity for Yi Fan to deliver a devastating blow to the group. The transaction was set to take place at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Yuncheng. Intelligence indicated the goods involved were a batch of priceless antiques. Shen Lufeng studied the files and said, "Mr. Yi, the antiques Nightfall organization is dealing in this time were smuggled in from abroad. If the transaction succeeds, their strength will be significantly bolstered." Yi Fan sneered coldly. "It's about time they learned that to run rampant in Yuncheng, they must have my permission." Yi Fan resolved to personally disrupt the transaction, while Shen Lufeng would handle logistics and provide real-time intelligence support. The day of the transaction arrived swiftly. Yi Fan arrived near the factory the night before, selecting a vantage point with unobstructed visibility to clearly observe the factory's interior. As night fell, Yi Fan watched as black sedans entered the factory one after another. The figures clad in black were unmistakably members of the Nightfall organization. Yi Fan adjusted his gear and murmured, "Nightfall organization, watch me ruin your little party." Just as the transaction was about to commence, Yi Fan fired a specially designed crossbow bolt, striking a critical piece of equipment within the factory. Instantly, the entire facility plunged into darkness. Chaos erupted among the Nightfall organization operatives. Yi Fan seized the opportunity to sneak in under cover of darkness. With agile movements, he effortlessly disposed of the disoriented enemies along the way. Yet he never lost sight of his primary mission: locate the antique collection and destroy it. In an inconspicuous warehouse, Yi Fan finally located the antiquities. Without hesitation, he shattered several pieces and carried the rest away. After Yi Fan completed his mission, the Nightfall organization members finally turned on the lights and began pursuing him. Yi Fan deftly navigated the factory, using machinery and terrain to outmaneuver his pursuers. He continuously set traps, causing his pursuers to fall into them one by one, suffering severe injuries. Just then, Shen Lufeng arrived with reinforcements, engaging Nightfall organization in fierce combat. Flames erupted everywhere, transforming the entire factory into a veritable battlefield. After a fierce battle, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng successfully repelled the Nightfall organization's forces, completely derailing their transaction. Back at the apartment, Yi Fan handed the antiques over to Shen Lufeng, who stated he would return them to the state. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Fan remarked calmly, "The Nightfall organization should know that opposing me leads to only one outcome." Shen Lufeng nodded, sighing deeply. "Mr. Yi, you are truly formidable. This time, the Nightfall organization is in for a long, painful period." Yi Fan smiled faintly. He retrieved a bottle of aged liquor and effortlessly popped the cork. "I've been saving this bottle for the right moment.
Today, let's raise it to our victory. Shen Lufeng smiled as he accepted the glass. To victory. Cheers. Just as the two were drinking heartily, Yi Fan's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. A message from Lu Iran. The Nightfall organization just attacked my livestream. I blocked it, but their intent is clear. They're coming for me. Yi Fan frowned and said coldly, they really don't know when to quit. Shen Lufeng asked, Mr. Yi, should I send people to protect Miss Lu? Yi Fan pondered for a moment before replying, no need. I'll handle it personally. Upon arriving at Lu Iran's livestream studio, Yi Fan found utter chaos. The camera was destroyed, and nearly all the equipment in the streaming studio had been torn apart. Lu Iran sat in a corner, looking somewhat haggard. Yi Fan hurried over and asked with concern, are you okay? Lu Iran glanced up at Yi Fan and sighed softly, thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, I can't even imagine what might have happened. Yi Fan clasped Lu Iran's hand tightly. Don't worry. With me here, they can't hurt you. Sitting side by side on the live streaming room sofa, Lu Iran asked, Yi Fan, why is the Nightfall organization targeting you? Yi Fan gazed out the window, his deep eyes seeming to hold endless stories. Long ago, I crossed paths with them. Back then, I was just beginning to make a name for myself. They tried to recruit me, but I refused. Ever since, they've seen me as a thorn in their side, constantly plotting to eliminate me. Lu Iran gently patted Yi Fan's hand. So you've always hidden your identity to protect me? Yi Fan nodded. I didn't want you to get hurt because of me. Silence fell between them, broken only by the ticking of the clock in the live stream room. Lu Iran murmured softly, actually, I've been wondering if I hadn't been so impulsive back then, might things have turned out differently? Yi Fan looked at Lu Iran, what's done is done. We've both moved on with our lives. But rest assured, no matter what happens, I'll protect you. Just then, Yi Fan's phone rang again, a call from Shen Lufeng. Yi Fan answered the call. Shen Lufeng spoke urgently, Mr. Yi, the Nightfall organization has just formed a partnership with a major international criminal syndicate. It appears they are preparing a joint attack against us. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed, Shen Lufeng, gather all intelligence on this alliance immediately. I need to know their plans. Shen Lufeng responded promptly, understood. I'll deliver the results as soon as possible. Yi Fan hung up, took a deep breath, and turned to Lu Iran, Iran, I may need some time to handle these matters. You must ensure your own safety. Lu Iran gently clasped Yi Fan's hand, Yi Fan, even though we're no longer together, I don't want anything to happen to you. You must be careful. Yi Fan nodded. I will. 2 days later, Shen Lufeng arrived with detailed intelligence. Mr. Yi, according to our intelligence, the Nightfall organization and that foreign criminal syndicate plan to conduct a transaction at an abandoned factory in Yuncheng 3 nights from now. We don't know the specifics of the transaction yet, but we can confirm their purpose is definitely not simple. Yi Fan's gaze grew intense, Shen Lufeng, what do you suggest we do? Shen Lufeng pondered for a moment, I suggest we devise a plan to seize control of the factory in advance. When they arrive for the transaction, we strike them with an unexpected blow. Yi Fan gave a cold laugh, good idea. Let's do it. The night before the transaction, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng led a group of elite subordinates to quietly infiltrate the abandoned factory. Yi Fan dispatched men to install high-tech surveillance equipment and explosives at key locations throughout the factory. The day passed quickly. The night sky over Yuncheng was clear and star-studded, like a painting. Standing atop the factory's high rise, Yi Fan surveyed the entire complex, silently calculating his next move. At dawn, the Night Veil and the foreign criminal organization arrived as promised. They arrived with a large contingent of personnel and weapons, clearly having made thorough preparations. Chapter 45, Ready. A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Holding a remote control, he pressed a red button lightly. Suddenly, every light in the factory flared to life, bathing the entire facility in blinding brightness, as if it were broad daylight. Both the Nightfall organization and the foreign criminal group were stunned by the sudden blinding light. They frantically scanned their surroundings, trying to pinpoint the source. Shen Lufeng stood beside Yi Fan and whispered, Mr. Yi, our men are ready. We await your command. Yi Fan replied calmly, wait. Let them taste the sting of being toyed with. The moment Yi Fan finished speaking, several piercing air horns blared from all around the factory. Gates sealed shut from every direction, trapping the entire factory like a sealed iron cage, no escape for those inside. The leader of the Nightfall organization, a middle-aged man in a black trench coat, roared with fury, who did this? Show yourself. Yi Fan emerged from the high rise, coldly fixing him with his gaze. It was me, he murmured. The Night Curtain leader's expression froze in shock upon seeing Yi Fan, terror replacing his anger. You're Yi Fan? Yi Fan smiled faintly. That's right. I am Yi Fan. Do you think you can run rampant on my turf in Yun City? The middle-aged man roared furiously, Yi Fan, get out here. I'll kill you with my own hands. Yi Fan held up a single finger. Do you think you have the qualifications? As Yi Fan's words fell, the factory's surroundings erupted with the sound of intense fire.
Shen Lufeng's men launched their assault against the Nightfall organization and the International Criminal Syndicate. Those from Nightfall and the Foreign Crime Syndicate, who had been prepared for battle, were completely overwhelmed by Yi Fan's surprise assault. They scattered in all directions, desperately seeking an escape route. But no matter how they fled, Yi Fan's men struck them with pinpoint accuracy. For a moment, the factory echoed with a cacophony of screams, gunfire, and explosions. Yi Fan watched it all unfold with a cold, expressionless gaze. Shen Lufeng approached Yi Fan and whispered, "Mr. Yi, we've largely secured the situation." Yi Fan nodded, then turned his gaze to the middle-aged man. "Now, it's time for you to explain yourself."
The middle-aged man, also a core member of the Nightfall organization, was pale and trembling all over.
He hadn't expected Yi Fan's power to be so formidable. He forced himself upright, attempting to appear resolute, but the terror in his eyes was impossible to conceal.
"Yi Fan, you've won.
But don't think defeating us means you can live in peace.
The Nightfall organization isn't something you should mess with. Stronger forces will come seeking revenge."
Yi Fan smiled faintly, his expression cold and mocking.
"The Nightfall organization is nothing but small fry in Yun City. I don't hold you in any regard. But since you came knocking, I couldn't very well refuse. As for those stronger ones you mentioned, do you really think they could be stronger than me?" The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, speechless.
Yi Fan turned and walked toward the central hall of the factory.
Shen Lufeng followed behind.
After they sat down, Yi Fan asked, "Shen Lufeng, this incident has exposed our existence.
How should we handle it to ensure Yun City's stability?"
Shen Lufeng pondered for a moment. "First, we must completely eliminate the remnants of the Nightfall organization. Second, we must publicly expose the Nightfall organization's crimes in collaboration with foreign criminal syndicates, emphasizing that our actions are for the security of Yuncheng. This way, the public will stand with us."
Yi Fan nodded in agreement. "This incident has taught me a lesson: never underestimate any enemy.
Even the smallest fish and shrimp can cause us trouble." Shen Lufeng replied earnestly, "I understand, Mr. Yi.
I'll be more cautious from now on."
Yi Fan smiled faintly. "All right, now let's begin handling the follow-up matters." Days later, major media outlets across Yuncheng reported on the Nightfall organization and foreign criminal groups attempting to sabotage the city. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng were portrayed as heroes who had safeguarded Yuncheng's peace.
Following this incident, Yi Fan's influence rapidly expanded throughout Yuncheng.
Many who had previously been skeptical of him became his staunch supporters. One day, Shen Lufeng arrived at Yi Fan's villa and placed a file before him. "Mr. Yi, this is our investigation into the forces behind the Nightfall organization." Yi Fan picked up the file, flipping through several pages. His expression gradually grew grave.
"So, the Night Curtain organization is actually backed by an even larger power?"
Yi Fan uttered slowly, his eyes flashing with cold light.
Shen Lufeng nodded. "Precisely. The Night Curtain organization is merely a branch of this power in Yuncheng. The true mastermind behind it controls criminal networks across the entire nation."
Yi Fan set down the documents and took a deep breath. "It seems this matter isn't over, it's only the beginning of a much larger war." Shen Lufeng sat on the sofa, deep in thought. "Mr. Yi, the strength of this faction far exceeds our imagination.
How should we respond?"
Leaning back in his chair, Yi Fan stared out the window. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Given the sheer scale of their influence, we cannot underestimate them. We must strengthen ourselves while simultaneously identifying their weaknesses to launch a counterattack." Shen Lufeng's heart stirred. He voiced his support for Yi Fan's decision. "Rest assured, Mr. Yi.
I'll immediately mobilize personnel for an in-depth investigation to uncover their true capabilities."
Yi Fan smiled. "Lufeng, you're my most reliable brother.
This time, I truly owe it all to you." A resolute expression appeared on Shen Lufeng's face. "Mr. Yi, it's my duty."
In the days that followed, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng began secretly bolstering their strength, recruiting troops, and preparing to confront that formidable force. Meanwhile, that faction refused to back down, spreading rumors throughout Yuncheng that they would crush Yi Fan beyond recovery. Under such pressure, Yi Fan showed no signs of panic. Instead, he grew even more composed. He knew they would stop at nothing to eliminate him, so he resolved to strike first. Through a network of informants, Yi Fan learned that one of the faction's key bases was located in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Yuncheng. He resolved to lead the assault personally and destroy it in one decisive strike. At night, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng led an elite squad, quietly approaching the factory. The interior was brightly lit, filled with the roar of machinery and the murmur of voices. Yi Fan signaled his team to slow their pace, moving forward silently. Suddenly, a patrolling enemy approached. Yi Fan swiftly raised his hand. A flash of cold steel sliced through the air, and the man collapsed with a thud. Chapter 46, An Unusual Base. Yi Fan signaled the others to halt, frowning as he surveyed the factory's perimeter. "The defenses here are far stronger than I anticipated," he murmured.
"We must proceed with caution. We need to be careful." Shen Lufeng ran his fingers over his gear and asked solemnly, "Mr. Yi, do you think there might be powerful enemies here?"
Yi Fan sighed softly. Since they've designated this as a crucial base, it naturally has some formidable subordinates guarding it.
We must be fully prepared.
Just as Yifan and Shen Lufeng were discussing their strategy, a deep thud suddenly echoed from the depths of the factory. It was immediately followed by a series of metallic scrapes, accompanied by a powerful aura rapidly surging toward them.
Yifan's expression darkened instantly. He assumed a defensive stance and bellowed, "Prepare for battle." Not far away, a figure suddenly leapt out of the darkness. Clad in black robes and a veil that concealed everything but a pair of piercing, murderous eyes. The figure wielded a pair of double-edged blades, each swing accompanied by a whistling wind, a clear sign of extraordinary skill. Shen Lufeng gripped his weapon nervously. This is a Night Veil expert, a combat maniac. We've had intelligence on him before.
Yifan sneered coldly, "If he's a master, then he's all the more valuable." Without further hesitation, Yifan flickered forward, instantly locked in a fierce exchange with the combat maniac. Each clash between them erupted with thunderous metallic clangs and explosive bursts of energy, every strike capable of ending a life. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng and the other squad members clashed with the remaining enemies, the scene intensely chaotic. Despite Yifan's formidable strength, facing this combat maniac from the Nightfall organization intensified his pressure exponentially. Not only was the man immensely powerful, but he also possessed vast combat experience. Each attack was precise beyond measure, leaving Yifan barely able to defend himself. As time wore on, Yifan felt his stamina waning, yet he persisted relentlessly, refusing to yield easily. The combat maniac, however, showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever, his assaults growing increasingly fierce. Shen Lufeng watched with mounting anxiety, daring not to relax for a moment. With a loud shout, he drew a black short staff from his waist, swiftly extending it into a 3-meter-long battle staff. He swung the staff, hacking and slashing at his opponent.
But the battle maniac was clearly no pushover.
His twin blades whirled with a sudden gust of wind, forcefully blocking Shen Lufeng's attack. He even wielded one blade with a single hand, slashing repeatedly at Yifan. Suddenly, several figures clad in black burst forth from the distance, each wielding various weapons, clearly reinforcements from the Night Veil organization. Among them were 2 figures wielding a long staff and a broadsword respectively, radiating formidable presence, undoubtedly Nightfall's elite fighters. Seeing this, Yifan's squad members' expressions darkened. They knew they had likely encountered Nightfall's main force. However, Yifan showed no sign of retreat. He abruptly took 2 steps back, his hands rapidly forming seals as he murmured incantations. His aura surged several-fold, forming a pale blue light barrier around him, its interior swirling like rotating stars. Shen Lufeng's heart leapt with joy at the sight. He knew Yifan was about to unleash a powerful skill. He immediately rallied several squad members nearby, forming a simple formation to shield Yifan and ensure his spellcasting remained undisturbed. The battle maniac observed this, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes before being swiftly replaced by ruthless determination. With a thunderous roar, he charged forward first, the Night Veil organization's elite fighters following close behind. Yifan continued his low chanting as the pale blue light shield grew increasingly bright, threatening to illuminate the entire night. Shen Lufeng and the other squad members desperately held back the Night Veil organization's assault. Though their injuries grew worse, they gritted their teeth and held their ground. The intensity of the battle had surpassed Yifan's initial expectations. His original plan had been to infiltrate the factory and uncover Nightfall's secrets, but he hadn't anticipated encountering such fierce resistance. Time seemed to crawl, yet in reality, less than 5 minutes had passed since Yifan began casting his spell. In those 5 minutes, the battlefield had undergone a dramatic transformation. Nearly half of Yifan's squad had been lost, while several reinforcements from the Nightfall organization lay gravely wounded. Just then, Yifan finally completed his spell. His eyes snapped open, deep and star-like. Slowly raising his hand, a pale blue light shield erupted with blinding radiance. The overwhelming aura seemed poised to devour the very heavens and earth. The battle maniac and other Nightfall organization members were nearly suffocated by this overwhelming pressure. They all felt a fear unlike any they had ever known before, a fear emanating from Yifan, the man they had once underestimated.
The pressure weighed like mountains, and under the overwhelming energy's intimidation, the entire factory seemed to tremble.
Yifan's aura grew increasingly potent, the pale blue light shield shining like a pearl, dazzlingly bright in the darkness. Shen Lufeng gripped his weapon tightly, his heart pounding at the sheer power Yifan displayed. He had never witnessed such a scene, not even on the most perilous battlefields had he felt such an oppressive atmosphere. A flicker of confusion crossed the combat maniac's eyes, swiftly replaced by unwavering resolve. He drew a deep breath, attempting to break through the atmosphere's suppression. He held his twin blades horizontally before him, preparing to fight. Yifan moved slowly, each step as deliberate as a mountain shifting, his figure gradually closing in on the battle maniac. Though deliberate, each step carried an unstoppable weight. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the depths of the factory. Then, a tall man with a head of silver hair appeared in everyone's line of sight. His eyes were icy cold, and he radiated an aura similar to Yifan's, yet even more piercing. The silver-haired assassin of Nightfall, Yi Wuxuang.
Shen Lufeng whispered nervously.
Yi Wushhuang sneered coldly, his gaze locking directly onto Yi Fan.
His voice was hard and icy. Yi Fan, do you truly believe that with your meager abilities, you can stand against our Nightshade organization?
Yi Fan offered no reply, merely offering a faint smile as the pale blue protective barrier gradually faded.
Yet the aura radiating from his body showed no sign of weakening.
Yi Wushhuang snorted coldly, his form flickering like a ghost as he appeared before Yi Fan.
His movement was so swift it was almost impossible to react.
A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Instead of retreating, he charged straight forward.
An intense clash erupted instantly between them. Each collision sent sparks flying, like two blades clashing.
Shen Lufeng and the squad members immediately formed a defensive circle, guarding against any opportunistic attacks from other Night Vale organization members.
Both combatants displayed astonishing prowess.
Yi Fan's every move was methodical, each strike carrying a palpable intent to kill.
Chapter 47, Yi Fan, do you really think this can trap me?
Though Yi Wushhuang's movements were swift, they were utterly precise, each strike aimed for deadly accuracy. Yi Fan grew fiercer as the battle raged on. His movements were peculiar, sometimes darting like the wind, other times crashing like thunder. Yi Wushhuang's attacks surged like relentless waves, each impact seemingly aimed at crushing Yi Fan completely. Inside the factory, machinery and equipment were caught in the crossfire, roaring incessantly as sparks flew everywhere. Long-abandoned shelves and scattered parts shattered under the intensity of their clash. Deep concern flashed in Shen Lufeng's eyes. He knew Yi Fan was formidable, but Yi Wushhuang was an absolute powerhouse within the Night Vale organization.
Rumors even claimed his strength could rival the top masters of all Yun City.
In this tense battle, Yi Fan seemed to gradually gain the upper hand. Yi Wushhuang's attacks were skillfully parried by Yi Fan, who, relying on his unique footwork, found his opponent's vulnerabilities and landed several consecutive blows on Yi Wushhuang. However, the other members of the Night Vale organization did not retreat despite their main force, Yi Wushhuang, being thwarted. They joined the fray, attempting to lend Night Wushhuang a hand. Shen Lufeng's squad responded swiftly, engaging Nightfall organization members in another fierce clash.
The clang of metal, explosions, and shouts of people intertwined, transforming the entire factory into a battlefield.
Suddenly, from the other side of the factory, a squad of black-clad figures burst forth. Armed with various weapons, they were clearly reinforcements for the Nightshade organization. Yi Fan saw the situation growing increasingly unfavorable. He knew that if things continued this way, even if he managed to defeat Yi Wushhuang, he would struggle to escape unscathed. He calmly assessed the battlefield situation and decided to change tactics. He suddenly drew a silver bomb from his waist and swiftly pressed the activation button. The entire factory was instantly enveloped in a pale blue light barrier, its powerful energy fluctuations sending shockwaves through everyone present. Seizing this fleeting moment, Yi Fan sprinted deep into the factory, knowing a secret passage there led directly to the outside. Seeing this, Yi Wushhuang roared with fury and gave chase. Other Night Curtain organization members also gave chase, determined to intercept Yi Fan. Seeing Yi Fan retreat, Shen Lufeng realized staying any longer was futile. He led the remaining squad members to quickly withdraw from the battlefield. Yi Fan raced through the intricate passageways, the pursuing forces closing in behind him. Not a trace of panic crossed his face, instead, a faint smirk played on his lips. For he knew his true purpose in luring these pursuers was far more than mere escape. At the passageway's end lay a vast underground chamber. Yi Fan darted inside, casually closing the passageway door behind him and activating the basement's containment mechanism. When Yi Wushhuang and the other pursuers stormed into the basement, they found themselves trapped in a sealed space. Yi Fan stood beside a massive control console, watching them coldly. "Welcome to my domain, friends of the Night Vale," Yi Fan murmured with a faint, mocking smile.
Yi Wushhuang's face turned ashen. He hadn't anticipated Yi Fan would be so thoroughly prepared. He snorted coldly. "Yi Fan, do you really think this will trap us?"
Yi Fan offered no reply, merely pressing a button.
Instantly, the basement filled with white mist, obscuring their vision. Knight's pursuers began scrambling frantically, searching for an exit. But they soon discovered every direction led to a dead end.
Yi Wushhuang and Yi Fan now faced off beside the control console, the tension between them thickening by the second.
Yi Fan suddenly spoke. "Do you know why I made these preparations? Because I anticipated your arrival long ago."
Yi Wushhuang sneered coldly. "Even if you did anticipate it, what difference does it make?
Do you really think these petty tricks can handle us?"
Yi Fan replied calmly, "This is only the beginning." No sooner had the words left his mouth than countless sharp metal darts erupted from every corner of the basement. Knight's pursuers were caught completely off guard, many struck instantly. Shen Lufeng had already turned his squad around and was heading back to the factory. They intended to assist Yi Fan in confronting Nightfall Organization's forces. Night Wushhuang's expression darkened, but he refused to give up. His figure flickered, instantly appearing beside Yi Fan as he struck out with a palm toward Yi Fan's chest. But Yi Fan seemed prepared, shifting his body slightly to effortlessly evade Yi Wushhuang's attack. The two engaged in close combat once more. Yi Fan's movements were sharp and precise, each strike carrying a deadly intent. Yi Wuxuan, however, relied on his superior footwork to constantly search for openings in Yi Fan's defense.
Inside the basement, Shen Lufeng's squad engaged members of the Night Veil organization in fierce combat.
The intensity of the battle escalated, filling the entire basement with the clang of metal and the shouts of combatants. Yi Fan and Yi Wuxuan's battle gradually shifted toward a massive machine. This massive energy core supplied power to the entire factory. Yi Fan had cunningly lured the fight here, knowing the immense energy source held decisive potential if harnessed.
Yi Wuxuan recognized Yi Fan's scheme and sneered coldly, "You think luring me here guarantees victory? How naive."
But Yi Fan merely smiled faintly. Suddenly, he pulled a remote control from his pocket and pressed the red button. Instantly, the massive machine began spinning at high speed, releasing powerful electromagnetic waves. Metal objects around Yi Fan and Yi Wuxuan began swaying unsteadily, drawn by the electromagnetic waves. Yi Mu's pursuers cried out in agony as their weapons and equipment were magnetically drawn to the machine, leaving them trapped like fish in a barrel.
"Is this your trump card?"
Yi Wuxuan struggled to maintain his balance, roaring as he clasped his hands together and thrust them toward Yi Fan. A powerful gust of wind surged straight at him. Yi Fan leapt lightly, his body drifting like a leaf in the wind, evading Yi Wuxuan's powerful gust.
Landing, he aimed the remote control at Yi Wuxuan and pressed another button.
This time, the energy core unleashed not electromagnetic waves, but a powerful laser beam. The laser streaked toward Yi Wuxuan, but he blocked it with his formidable internal energy. The battle between the two intensified. Yi Fan unleashed every strike with full force, while Yi Wuxuan refused to be outdone, countering with even fiercer attacks. Shen Lufeng and his squad were now gaining the upper hand. Having lost their equipment, the Night Curtain organization members saw their combat effectiveness drastically reduced, one by one subdued by Shen Lufeng's squad. Meanwhile, a figure slipped quietly through the basement entrance. This was Nightshade Organization's other elite fighter, Yuncheng.
He and Yi Wuxuan were biological siblings, dispatched specifically to provide backup. Chapter 48, Do you think you can handle both of us, brothers?
Yuncheng, clad in a black trench coat, was tall and slender, his expression blank, yet his eyes betrayed a cold, ruthless intent. He advanced stealthily along the basement's shadows, glancing around periodically to ensure he remained undetected. In his hand, he held a jet-black dagger, razor-sharp and deadly. Though Yi Fan was fully engrossed in his battle with Yi Wuxuan, as a formidable expert, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. As Yuncheng silently closed in, Yi Fan seemed to sense it instinctively.
He abruptly turned, locking eyes with Yuncheng.
In that instant, both pairs of eyes blazed with sharp, murderous intent. Shen Lufeng, witnessing this, immediately recognized the newcomer as another formidable opponent. He promptly ordered his squad members to heighten their vigilance, forming a semicircular defensive perimeter to guard against any surprise attacks from the Night Veil organization. Yuncheng sneered coldly, choosing not to charge directly at Yi Fan. Instead, she strode swiftly to stand beside Yi Wuxuan. Standing side by side, they flanked Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng. "Yi Fan," Yuncheng said coldly, his eyes brimming with provocation, "do you really think you can handle both of us, brothers?" Yi Fan smiled faintly. He knew Yuncheng was no easy opponent, but he would never give up without a fight. "Yuncheng, since both of you brothers are here, I'll deal with you both at once." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Fan's figure became as elusive as a phantom, charging toward Yuncheng. Simultaneously, Shen Lufeng refused to be outdone, leading his squad to attack Yi Wuxuan. Yuncheng swiftly swung his short blade, engaging Yi Fan in close combat. Their movements were sharp and precise. Each clash of blades produced a violent metallic clang, interwoven with the steady rhythm of their breathing. Yi Fan's movements were fluid and ruthless, each strike seemingly aimed for a fatal blow. Yuncheng, however, displayed the mastery of a dagger specialist. His blade spun with fluid precision, countering Yi Fan's attacks with impeccable timing. On the other side, Shen Lufeng and Yi Wuxuan were locked in an equally fierce battle. Yi Wuxuan wielded a black staff, each strike carrying a hidden force aimed at shattering Shen Lufeng's defenses. Shen Lufeng, relying on his unpredictable footwork and superior martial skills, fought Yi Wuxuan tooth and nail. Meanwhile, deep within the abandoned factory, something seemed to be stirring. A massive sound, like the grinding of metal, gradually echoed out. Though Yi Fan and Yuncheng were locked in fierce combat, both keenly sensed this anomaly. Yuncheng sneered coldly, "Yi Fan, did you think this factory was merely one of Nightfall's bases? Let me tell you, it hides our organization's true secret." Yi Fan regarded him calmly. "Oh? Really? Then let me see what this so-called secret truly is." As Yuncheng finished speaking, a squad of figures clad in specialized battle armor emerged from the depths of the factory. The armor appeared high-tech and sturdy, each equipped with sharp weapons and advanced gear. They moved swiftly, surrounding Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng in moments. Shen Lufeng frowned. "Nightfall's secret weapon?" Yuncheng smirked triumphantly. "Exactly. These are Nightfall's newly developed high-tech battle suits. Every wearer has undergone specialized training, and their combat prowess rivals any elite fighter." Yi Fan sneered coldly. "So what? They're just relying on external enhancements to boost their strength. Yi Ningyu's triumphant smile widened.
Do you really think you can handle them?
Before she could finish, the armored figures launched a fierce assault on Yifan and Shen Lufeng.
Despite their fierce onslaught, Yifan and Shen Lufeng weren't pushovers. They counterattacked immediately.
Yifan weaved through the ranks of the armored warriors, knocking down one opponent with each strike. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng, relying on his own strength and experience, fought the armored warriors to a standstill. The fighting on both sides grew increasingly fierce.
Yi Wuxiang and Yi Ningyu joined the fray, plunging the scene into utter chaos.
Just then, another loud metallic grinding sound echoed through the air, hinting at an even greater secret awaiting Yifan and Shen Lufeng.
A flicker of confusion crossed Yifan's eyes. What was that sound?
Yi Ningyu smirked darkly. Just wait. The true power of Nightfall is about to be revealed before your eyes.
Yifan smiled faintly. I'll be waiting to see. The metallic grinding grew louder, making the entire factory tremble slightly.
Yifan and Shen Lufeng quickly adjusted their positions, standing together to prepare for any new threats that might emerge. From the depths of the factory, a mechanical being nearly 3 meters tall emerged slowly.
Its outer shell gleamed a cold silver white, its body flickering with an eerie blue glow. Beneath each of its massive arms were mounted a spinning chainsaw and a high-energy laser cannon.
Yi Ningyu pointed proudly at the machine. This is Nightfall's masterpiece, the Nether Warrior.
Yifan, let's see how you handle this. Yifan frowned slightly, then smiled faintly. So this is Nightfall's secret weapon?
Shen Lufeng said nervously. Brother Yi, don't underestimate this mechanical warrior.
I've heard about this thing before. They say Nightfall spent a fortune hiring top foreign scientists to build it. It's practically unstoppable.
Yifan nodded lightly. In that case, we'll need to handle it with caution. Just then, the Nether Warrior suddenly activated its chainsaw, emitting a shrill cutting sound before charging rapidly toward Yifan. Yifan immediately executed his signature evasion technique, moving with the agility of the wind to dodge outside the mech's attack range. Shen Lufeng charged toward the battle-armored soldiers, attempting to draw their attention away to prevent them from interfering with Yifan's duel against the Nether Warrior.
Yifan, do you really think you can stand against this mechanical warrior? Yi Ningyu sneered. Yifan snorted coldly. Do you really think I'd be intimidated by this thing?
As he spoke, Yifan drew a black jade pendant from his robe and tossed it casually.
Mid-air, the pendant rapidly expanded into a massive black shield.
As the Nether Warrior's chainsaw launched a frenzied assault, Yifan swiftly positioned himself in front. The black shield seemed to devour every strike, preventing the chainsaw from closing in.
The smug look vanished from Yi Ningyu's face. He roared, Underworld Warrior, use your laser cannon.
A flash of blue light erupted from the Nether Warrior's chest, instantly firing a powerful laser beam straight toward Yifan. But Yifan was clearly prepared. His black shield spun rapidly, forming a rotating vortex that sucked the entire laser beam inside. A cold smile flashed in Yifan's eyes. Is this your so-called secret weapon?
Chapter 49, The Nether Warrior. Yi Ningyu's face turned ashen. He knew the Nether Warrior alone couldn't defeat Yifan. He retreated rapidly while shouting to Yi Wuxiang and the armored warriors, all of you, attack. Surround them.
Seeing this, Shen Lufeng rushed to Yifan's side. The two stood back to back, preparing to face enemies approaching from all directions. Yifan remarked indifferently, Little Shen, looks like we're in for a proper fight today. Shen Lufeng smiled faintly. That suits me just fine.
The scene instantly erupted into intense chaos.
The battle-armored soldiers split into several waves, charging at Yifan and Shen Lufeng from different directions. The air filled with the clang of metal clashing, laser beams slicing through the night sky, illuminating the factory as bright as day. Back to back, Yifan and Shen Lufeng formed an impenetrable defensive line. Yifan's black shield absorbed most of the attacks, while Shen Lufeng deftly dodged and dispatched several armored warriors with his long sword. Yi Wuxiang refused to be outdone, joining the assault. A blue beam erupted from his palms, hurtling directly toward Yifan. Yifan reacted swiftly, blocking with his shield. Yet the beam's power exceeded expectations, forcing the shield back relentlessly. Yifan, you finally tasted the true power of the night. Yi Wuxiang sneered coldly. Yifan knew he couldn't continue like this. Abandoning his defense, he spun rapidly, unleashing his signature technique Phantom Step. Those present saw only a blur of Yifan's figure. The next second, he appeared behind Yi Wuxiang. Brother Yi, you've underestimated me, Yifan sneered, launching his attack instantly. Startled by Yifan's sudden assault, Yi Wuxiang spun to defend, but Yifan's strikes were too swift he could barely parry them. Shen Lufeng, observing the clash between Yifan and Yi Wuxiang, recognized this as his chance. He charged toward the group of battle-armored soldiers, his long sword dancing like a dragon. Blades of energy erupted from his blade, scattering the armored figures in all directions. Knight Wuxiang was stunned. He hadn't expected Yifan to break through his defenses so easily. Yet he had no intention of letting Yifan off so easily. A cold laugh escaped his lips as a dark shadow suddenly materialized beside him, none other than the previous Nether Warrior. Yomi, subdue him. Yi Wuxiang barked, pointing at Yifan.
The nether warrior immediately strode forward, charging toward Yi Fan. His movements were deliberate yet blindingly fast, each stride seemingly spanning several meters. The laser cannon in his hand flashed again, a blue beam streaking straight toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Facing such a formidable opponent, he showed no trace of fear. Instead, a hint of excitement flickered in his gaze. He swiftly swung his shield, absorbing the laser cannon's attack once more, then seized the opportunity to charge at the Yomi warrior. The shadow warrior clearly wasn't familiar with Yi Fan's capabilities and appeared flustered once Yi Fan closed the distance. Yet he remained Nightfall's ace assassin, possessing power far beyond what met the eye. His laser cannon transformed into a massive black blade, slashing toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan gripped his shield tightly, meeting the nether warrior's blow head-on. With each clash, the surrounding air seemed to tear apart, erupting with intense energy shocks. Shen Lufeng swept through the battle armor soldiers like a whirlwind nearby, yet he remained deeply concerned about Yi Fan's fight. Witnessing Yi Fan's brutal struggle against the nether warrior, he knew he couldn't afford to lose focus, otherwise, Yi Fan might face grave danger. Standing at a distance, Yi Wuxiang watched the battle between Yi Fan and the nether warrior with a cold, piercing gaze. He knew that if the nether warrior could subdue Yi Fan, their victory in today's battle would be assured. Yet the strength Yi Fan displayed left even him startled. The battle between Yi Fan and the nether warrior raged on for several minutes, neither side gaining a clear advantage. Each time Yi Fan attempted to launch a surprise attack using Phantom Step, the nether warrior accurately tracked his movements and swiftly countered. The other members of Nightfall, witnessing the fierce clash between Yi Fan and the nether warrior, dared not intervene lightly. They could only stand by, cheering the nether warrior on. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. As if struck by an idea, he rapidly retreated backward, creating distance from the nether warrior. Seeing this, the nether warrior refused to let the opportunity slip, hot on his heels in pursuit. A strange smile touched Yi Fan's lips. Suddenly, his shield emitted a blinding light, shooting straight toward the nether warrior. Struck by the sudden blaze, the nether warrior's entire body seemed frozen in place, unable to move. Yuxuang watched the scene unfold, his face instantly turning deathly pale. He had never witnessed Yi Fan wield such a skill before. What kind of power was this, capable of instantly subduing a top-tier powerhouse like the nether warrior? No! Knight Wuxuang's heart tightened. He abruptly drew a small black flute from behind his back and blew it fiercely. As the flute's melody filled the air, the surrounding Night Curtain members couldn't help but tremble. Their gazes grew unfocused, as if controlled by some mysterious force. Shen Lufeng, busy fighting Nightshade's battle-armored warriors, instantly sensed something amiss upon hearing the flute's melody. Seeing the Night Veil members seemingly enter a peculiar state, his expression darkened. Yi Fan felt a chill creep up his spine. Turning, he saw Night Veil members, driven by Yi Wuxiang's flute, closing in with murderous intent in their eyes. Meanwhile, the nether warrior, locked in place by the shield's light, began to struggle slowly during this brief pause. The black armor covering his body began to hum, seemingly attempting to counter the light emanating from Yi Fan's shield. "You think this can bind me?" the nether warrior roared, the black light on his body clashing head-on with the white light of Yi Fan's shield. Yi Fan gripped his shield tightly, feeling immense pressure radiating from within. He took a deep breath, resolved to give it his all. Seeing this, Shen Lufeng charged without hesitation toward the Night Curtain members. His long sword transformed into a net of blades, blocking their path and buying Yi Fan precious time. Seeing the clash between Yi Fan and the nether warrior intensify, Yi Wuxiang knew they must take Yi Fan down today or Nightfall would lose all face. He drew a deep breath and blew the small black flute once more. The flute's melody echoed through the night sky, transforming the Night Veil members into even more ferocious beasts. They seemed to lose all reason, driven solely by the urge to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan sensed threats closing in from all directions, yet he remained unfazed. He swung his shield, unleashing bursts of white light that struck each Night Veil member with pinpoint accuracy, sending them reeling. Meanwhile, the underworld warriors fought with increasing ferocity, clashing fiercely with Yi Fan's blinding light. Chapter 50, You've seriously underestimated me. Each collision unleashed a powerful energy surge, causing the surrounding buildings to tremble. Shen Lufeng fought Night Veil members in a deadlock. Each swing of his long sword sent another Night Veil member crashing down, but their numbers seemed endless. Just then, a massive aircraft suddenly appeared in the skies above Yuncheng. Accompanied by a powerful gravitational pull, it captured everyone's attention. The aircraft's interior seemed to connect to another world, filled with endless darkness and mystery. Yi Wuxiang frowned. He knew this was no good omen. He swiftly tucked away his flute, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it on Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, what the hell is going on? What have you done?" A chill flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. "Yi Wuxiang, you've underestimated me. Do you really think Nightfall alone can handle me? This is only the beginning." Shen Lufeng was also taken aback by this sudden turn of events, but he knew Yi Fan was never without a plan. This time, he must have come prepared. He swiftly distanced himself from the Night Veil members, disengaging from the fight to shield Yi Fan. A massive white light suddenly erupted from within the aircraft, hurtling straight toward the nether warriors.
The blinding light seemed to possess extreme heat, igniting the oxygen in the air with crackling sounds. The nether warriors sensed the intense threat and immediately retreated. He retreated rapidly, attempting to evade the blinding light. However, the light's speed was overwhelming. It struck the nether warrior in an instant, igniting the surrounding air into a fiery red inferno. The members of Nightfall witnessed this scene and were stunned into inaction. They never imagined Yifan possessed such a formidable hidden weapon, leaving them feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. Yifan gazed at the crack in the sky and spoke slowly. "This is a little surprise I prepared. The aircraft is equipped with advanced foreign technology, and the energy within is sufficient to destroy everything. Yi Wuxuan, do you still wish to continue?" Yi Wuxuan's face turned ashen. He knew Night Curtain stood no chance this time, yet he refused to retreat without a fight. He snorted coldly. "Yifan, you may have won this round, but Nightfall will never give up." A cold smile curled at Yifan's lips. "Then I look forward to your next move." The nether warrior was now enveloped in blinding white light, his body beginning to crack as if it would be completely consumed. Yet, just as everyone believed the nether warrior would be utterly annihilated, a dark mist surged from around his body, colliding fiercely with the white light. Each time the white light attempted to erode him, the black mist instantly dissipated a portion of it, preventing the light from touching the nether warrior's core. Seeing this, the other members of Nightfall perked up, sensing a glimmer of hope. They knew that as long as the shadow warrior remained standing, they still had a chance to fight back. Shen Lufeng had already withdrawn his sword energy, standing quietly to the side, observing everything with a cold gaze. He knew Yifan would never let Nightfall off so easily. There were surely more tricks up his sleeve. Yifan, however, showed no urgency in launching a second assault. He watched the fierce battle between the nether warrior and the white light with detached calm, as if waiting for something. After a moment, the white light gradually dissipated. Though the nether warrior remained standing, his body was now covered in wounds, and the black mist had thinned considerably. Clearly, this round of attacks had drained a significant portion of his power. Yifan clapped his hands lightly and chuckled. "Yi Wuxuan, your subordinate shows some skill, but he's still far from my level." Yi Wuxuan shot Yifan a fierce glare but held his tongue. Instead, he turned to the shadow warrior. "Are you all right?" The shadow warrior remained silent for a moment before murmuring, "Master, I can still fight, but not for much longer." Yi Wuxuan snorted coldly and addressed Yifan. "Yifan, we'll call it quits for today. But next time we meet, it won't be so simple." Yifan stretched lazily, replying unhurriedly, "I'll be waiting." With that, Yi Wuxuan swiftly retreated with the Night Veil members and the wounded nether warrior, vanishing into the night. Watching their retreating figures, Yifan's eyes flickered with a hint of amusement. He then turned to Shen Lufeng and said, "Young Shen, today was all thanks to you. Otherwise, I might have had to exert myself considerably to handle this bunch." Shen Lufeng smiled. "Mr. Yi, you're too kind. It was nothing. However, even though Night Curtain has retreated this time, they will strike again. We must be prepared." Yifan nodded, fully aware that Shen Lufeng spoke the truth. "Don't worry. I already have a plan. If Nightfall wants to take me down, they'll have to get past me first." The two exchanged a resolute glance before turning and walking into the distance, disappearing into the bustling streets of Yuncheng, leaving behind a scene of chaos and stunned onlookers. Though Nightfall's threat was temporarily averted, both Yifan and Shen Lufeng knew the real storm had only just begun. The days ahead would bring greater challenges and dangers. Yet they possessed unwavering confidence. No matter the adversary, they would overcome each one. Because in this city, they were the strongest. In the northern part of Yuncheng stood a sprawling mansion covering hundreds of acres. Its grounds featured artificial hills, flowing streams, verdant bamboo groves, and goldfish ponds, a truly unique architectural marvel in the entire city. This was Yifan's newly acquired private domain, his secret base. The two entered the mansion. Yifan pressed a hidden button, and a door concealed behind a bookshelf slowly slid open. Shen Lufeng followed Yifan into an interior radiating futuristic technological ambience. The space was filled with high-tech equipment and screens, while a massive map of Yuncheng hung on the wall, densely marked with various information. Yifan sat in the main seat and tapped the screen, bringing up Nightfall's relevant data. "Looks like Nightfall is prepared thoroughly this time. They've amassed substantial funds and weaponry," Shen Lufeng remarked, frowning. Yifan gave the data a cold glance, a hint of disdainful amusement playing at the corner of his mouth. Money and weapons are merely external things. The real question is whether they have the resolve and guts to truly fight me to the end. Shen Lufeng looked at Yifan, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Mr. Yi, I truly don't know how you become so formidable in such a short time." Yifan smiled faintly, gesturing toward the equipment in the room. "All this represents the most advanced technology and intelligence I've gathered from various sources over the years. If we dedicate ourselves to studying it, we'll uncover Nightfall's vulnerabilities." Shen Lufeng nodded. "Mr. Yi, I believe under your leadership, we will surely defeat Nightfall." Yifan smiled faintly. "That goes without saying." Chapter 51, Nightfall's Operation. Just then, Yifan's personal assistant entered, holding a document. Sir, we've just received intelligence indicating Nightfall may launch a large-scale operation soon. Yi Fan took the file, skimmed through it, and a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Good.
Nightfall has finally made its move. This gives us the perfect opportunity to expose them. Shen Lufeng frowned. What is the target of Nightfall's operation this time?
Yi Fan smiled faintly. Their target is Yuncheng's power grid.
They aim to gain complete control over the city's electricity within a month, plunging the entire metropolis into darkness. Shen Lufeng's eyes widened in shock. That's insane. If they succeed, the entire city will descend into chaos.
Yi Fan nodded. Exactly.
That's why we must prepare in advance and prevent them from succeeding.
Shen Lufeng declared firmly. Mr. Yi, rest assured.
Whatever orders you give, I will execute them with my utmost effort.
Yi Fan smiled faintly. I trust you. The two exchanged another resolute glance, determined to stand together against the encroaching darkness and safeguard Yuncheng's peace. Yi Fan began calmly mapping out their strategy. First, we must secure the power grid. It's the linchpin of this entire operation. I've already contacted several top-tier hackers. They'll assist us with defenses.
Shen Lufeng nodded. Understood.
I'll deploy our strongest forces around the power grid to prevent enemy access. Yi Fan waved his hand, and a detailed grid map appeared on the screen. Beyond defense, we need a trap, he continued. I plan to set up a fake control center at a critical node to lure them in, then take them all down at once. Shen Lufeng smiled faintly. Mr. Yi truly is a master strategist.
This plan is bound to succeed.
A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. I don't accept failure. Over the next few days, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng worked tirelessly, each focused on their assigned tasks. Yi Fan maintained constant communication with the hacker team, ensuring the power grid's network defenses were perfected. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng personally commanded his forces, deploying heavy troops at critical points within the power grid, awaiting the arrival of Nightfall. A week later, as Yi Fan had anticipated, Nightfall marked the commencement of their plan. Under the cover of night, a black sedan silently pulled up near the power system control center.
The occupants inside were intently monitoring the surroundings. The target is 500 meters ahead.
Are you ready? A cold voice asked from within the car. Rest assured, boss.
Once we're inside, Yuncheng's power grid is ours.
Another voice replied with unwavering confidence. Unbeknownst to them, the so-called control center was merely a trap Yi Fan had set for them. When they stormed the building, they were met not by machinery and equipment, but by Shen Lufeng's elite forces, personally leading the charge.
After a moment of shock, the Nightfall members snapped into action, engaging Shen Lufeng's men in fierce firefights.
Both sides were elite among elites, making the battle exceptionally brutal. But due to the advantageous terrain and the various traps Yi Fan had set up beforehand, the Night Veil members gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. At that moment, Yi Fan sat in his command center, observing the entire battlefield through the surveillance screens. His face remained expressionless, only his eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity.
Boss, we've been ambushed. This is a trap, a Nightfall member frantically reported over the communicator. Retreat. The voice from the vehicle immediately issued the order.
But a clean retreat was no longer possible. Shen Lufeng's forces had closed in tightly, leaving them no chance to escape. Ultimately, most of Nightfall's members were subdued by Shen Lufeng's forces. The few remaining elite fighters were defeated by Yi Fan himself during their escape attempt. When Shen Lufeng entered the command room, Yi Fan stood by the window, gazing out at the night sky. His eyes brimmed with coldness and the satisfaction of victory.
Mr. Yi, we've done it. Shen Lufeng said with a triumphant expression, clasping his fists.
Night Curtain's offensive has been completely crushed. Yi Fan smiled faintly, a smile born of confidence in victory and admiration for Shen Lufeng.
All this is thanks to you, little Shen.
Shen Lufeng shook his head earnestly. Without Mr. Yi's foresight and the trap he set, we never could have taken Nightfall so easily. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Through this battle of offense and defense, their mutual trust had grown even stronger. Yi Fan turned and pointed at the surveillance screen. I need to know the true power behind Nightfall. Their targeting of Yuncheng must have served some other purpose.
Shen Lufeng raised an eyebrow. Are you implying? Nightfall is merely the front line. A greater power must be pulling the strings behind them.
Yi Fan said coldly.
Shen Lufeng nodded thoughtfully. Then what should we do now?
Yi Fan pondered for a moment before saying, find clues from the captured Night Curtain members. I need to know exactly who's behind them. Deep into the night, within a concealed base in Yuncheng, several Night Curtain prisoners were held under strict surveillance. Yi Fan personally visited the facility, his presence carrying an aura of intimidation that hung over each prisoner. Whenever his gaze fell upon a Night Curtain member, the person would involuntarily shiver. After nearly an hour of interrogation, Yi Fan finally obtained the information he sought.
So, the force behind Nightfall is someone named Shadow Dragon?
Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly.
The name was not unfamiliar to him.
Yes, Mr. Yi. Shadow Dragon is our true leader.
We only act on his orders. A Night Veil member nodded frantically, his face twisted in fear.
Yi Fan snorted coldly, turning to look at Shen Lufeng. Shadow Dragon, he's trouble.
Shen Lufeng frowned deeply. I've heard that name.
He's a big shot outside Yuncheng, controlling vast underground forces.
Why would he target our Yuncheng? Yi Fan took a deep breath. Shadow Dragon and I have some unfinished business.
Shen Lufeng looked at Yi Fan in surprise.
Yi Fan had never mentioned any connection to Shadow Dragon before.
Hands clasped behind his back, Yi Fan gazed through the window at the starry sky. Years ago, while executing an overseas mission, I clashed with Shadow Dragon's forces. That incident indirectly led to my severe injuries. That's why I went back into hiding and kept a low profile afterward.
Shen Lufeng was stunned.
He had always regarded Yi Fan as an enigmatic figure, but never imagined he harbored such deep-seated animosity toward Shadow Dragon.
Yi Fan sighed softly.
This time, the Shadow Dragon chose Yuncheng as its target not just because of me.
It seeks to control the entire city's interests. Chapter 52, Strike at the Enemy Stronghold. Shen Lufeng clenched his fists. Then what should we do?
A resolute gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. We strike first.
We attack Shadow Dragon's lair and settle accounts with him directly.
A ruthless glint flashed in Shen Lufeng's eyes.
Mr. Yi, I've always followed your lead. Whatever you command, my men will give their all. Yi Fan nodded solemnly. I refuse to let more innocent lives be dragged into this.
Therefore, this operation must be swift, precise, and strike with deadly accuracy. Shen Lufeng pledged earnestly, rest assured, I'll deploy our most elite forces to support your operation.
Yi Fan turned toward the window, his gaze sweeping over the distant city lights.
I need intelligence. Shadow Dragon's lair, his operatives, his plans.
Only by fully understanding him can we find the optimal point of attack. Shen Lufeng immediately stood up. I'll make the arrangements right away.
In a luxurious mansion within Yuncheng, a middle-aged man sat in an opulent hall. Shadow Dragon himself.
A glass of red wine in his hand, he smiled faintly. Yi Fan, do you truly believe I'm unaware of your plans?
A figure emerged from the shadows, a woman veiled in black.
She reported in a low voice, Lord Shadow Dragon, Yi Fan appears to be seeking information about you.
Moreover, he maintains a close relationship with Shen Lufeng.
Shadow Dragon sneered coldly. Shen Lufeng? That defenseless merchant? What could he possibly do for Yi Fan?
The woman's voice grew solemn. Behind Shen Lufeng stands Yi Fan.
We must not underestimate them.
Shadow Dragon scoffed. No matter how capable Yi Fan is, he's still just one man.
We Nightfall have thousands of followers and countless hidden forces. Can he single-handedly turn the world upside down?
The woman nodded slightly. But we must remain cautious. Yi Fan's abilities and methods are beyond ordinary men. A sharp gleam flashed in Shadow Dragon's eyes. Then let him taste our might. I'll make him understand the consequences of challenging Shadow Dragon. At Yi Fan's private residence, Shen Lufeng brought extensive intelligence concerning Shadow Dragon's activities and territorial distribution. Yi Fan studied the intelligence meticulously, his eyes gleaming with intensity.
Shadow Dragon's lair is in the abandoned factory district east of Yun City. The terrain there is complex, easy to defend, hard to attack, and he's deployed numerous men in traps.
Shen Lufeng frowned. Attacking a place like that will be extremely difficult.
Yi Fan smiled faintly. That depends on how we fight it.
Though Shadow Dragon's forces were vast, most of his men were mere cannon fodder. True elites are few, and internal conflicts plague their ranks.
Shen Lufeng inquired, what do you mean?
Yi Fan gave a mysterious smile, stirring up the snake in its grass. Over the next few days, a series of incidents unfolded in Yuncheng. First, several key Nightfall bases were suddenly attacked, resulting in significant losses of supplies and personnel. Immediately after, several internal members of Nightfall vanished without a trace, and some were even found dead in their homes. These incidents caught the Shadow Dragon's keen attention. He began suspecting a traitor within their ranks and initiated a thorough investigation of everyone. At this critical juncture, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng chose to act. One night, while Shadow Dragon was handling affairs at his lair in the abandoned factory district, a sudden explosion echoed from outside. The doors to the main hall were blown open, and Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng stormed in with a group of men.
Shadow Dragon stared at them coldly. Yi Fan, do you truly believe you can take me on?
Yi Fan smiled. Shadow Dragon, today is the day you meet your end.
Their gazes locked, filled with hostility and pressure.
Shadow Dragon was immediately surrounded by a group of black-clad figures bearing the Night Veil emblem, each possessing formidable skills. Behind Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng stood an elite force, their eyes burning with resolve and fighting spirit. Seems you're quite confident, Shadow Dragon sneered.
Do you truly believe this handful of men can breach my stronghold?
Yi Fan smiled indifferently. I know exactly what kind of men you have under your command. Nothing but lowly pawns willing to sell their souls for profit.
Yinglong's expression darkened, clearly provoked by Yi Fan's words. Very well.
Since you've come to die, I'll grant you your wish. No sooner had the words left his mouth than both sides charged forward. In an instant, the entire hall filled with flashing blades and clashing weapons, punches and kicks echoing in rapid succession. Neither Yifan nor Shadow Dragon joined the fray directly, instead standing their ground and silently observing each other. After a fierce battle, Yifan and Shen Lufeng's forces gradually gained the upper hand. After all, they were carefully selected elite fighters, while Nightfall's men, though numerous, were relatively weaker.
Seeing the situation turn against him, Shadow Dragon snorted coldly. Yifan, do you think this is enough to defeat me?
Yifan replied indifferently, this is only the beginning. A cold smile curled at the corner of Shadow Dragon's mouth. Suddenly, he pulled a remote control from his sleeve and pressed a button on the ceiling. Suddenly, the lights in the entire hall went out instantly, leaving only faint streaks of light. Then, thick smoke billowed from the surrounding walls, engulfing the entire hall in a haze where nothing could be seen. Yifan and Shen Lufeng's expressions instantly turned grave.
They knew Shadow Dragon must have set some kind of trap. Amid the thick smoke, an unusual sound suddenly echoed. Shen Lufeng asked nervously, Mr. Yi, what's that sound?
Yifan replied in a low voice, venomous snakes.
It turned out that Shadow Dragon had already set up venomous snake traps around the perimeter of the hall.
These snakes were extremely venomous, a single bite could prove fatal. In the thick smoke and darkness, the venomous snakes were in their element, launching relentless attacks on Yifan and Shen Lufeng's men. A resolute glint flashed in Yifan's eyes as he swiftly pulled a small vial from his robe and slammed it onto the floor. Instantly, a cool, fragrant scent spread through the air. The venomous snakes seemed to react to some stimulus, scattering in all directions.
Shen Lufeng stared at Yifan in astonishment. What is this?
Yifan replied calmly, it's a snake repellent I concocted myself, specifically designed to drive away snakes.
Shadow Dragon's expression darkened further as he saw his trap neutralized.
He glared at Yifan through gritted teeth. Yifan, you're quite the player. Yifan chuckled, compared to you, I'm nowhere near your level. Shadow Dragon took a deep breath, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Looks like I'll have to resort to that. A flicker of caution crossed Yifan's eyes. What is that?
Shadow Dragon didn't answer. Instead, he pulled an ancient jade pendant from his robe and gave it a gentle flick. Suddenly, a deep incantation echoed throughout the hall. Immediately, a powerful aura emanated from the jade pendant, enveloping the entire space. Yifan and Shen Lufeng's expressions turned grave as they sensed the overwhelming power of that aura. Shadow Dragon sneered coldly, Yifan, this is a treasure I obtained from an ancient place. Do you truly believe you can withstand it?
Yifan drew a deep breath, his eyes blazing with resolve.
Then let's see. Chapter 53, so this is your trump card?
The two faced off once more, the tension reaching an extreme. The overwhelming aura within the hall swept through the space like a hurricane.
Shen Lufeng frowned deeply, sensing the extraordinary nature of that aura. He knew this battle would be exceptionally difficult. The jade pendant in Shadow Dragon's palm emitted a dazzling glow. Then, a deep blue beam erupted from the pendant, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, the Shadow Dragon's form rapidly enlarged, transforming into a 3-meter-tall colossus. The colossus's body was covered in black scales, its eyes glowing green, and it wielded a massive black blade 2 meters long. Yifan watched this transformation, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he regained his composure. So this is your trump card? Yifan sneered. Shadow Dragon offered no reply, instead lunging fiercely toward Yifan. Each step he took sent a faint tremor through the ground.
He swung his blade, the sound of the wind cutting through the air as he aimed a direct strike at Yifan.
Yifan didn't dodge, instead, he met the blow head-on.
A blue longsword suddenly materialized between his hands, clashing with Shadow Dragon's greatsword. The instant they collided, a powerful energy surge erupted within the hall, shattering surrounding glass and sending dust swirling through the air. Seeing this, Shen Lufeng immediately led his men in a swift retreat.
He knew intervening now would only complicate matters for Yifan.
He resolved to wait nearby and observe how Yifan would resolve this crisis. The battle between Shadow Dragon and Yifan raged on for several tens of minutes. Their exchanges were fierce, each clash sending powerful energy ripples through the hall. However, as time wore on, Shadow Dragon gradually felt his strength waning. The power of the jade pendant was slowly being depleted. Recognizing this, Yifan knew this was the optimal moment to end the battle. The blue longsword in his hand suddenly blazed with intense light as he thrust it directly toward Shadow Dragon's chest. The Shadow Dragon tried to dodge, but it was too late. Yifan's blade pierced clean through its chest, triggering an explosive detonation. The immense shockwave tore the Shadow Dragon apart, scattering him into countless fragments. A deathly silence fell over the entire hall. Only Yifan remained standing where he was, the long sword in his hand vanished, his eyes brimming with the joy of victory. Shen Lufeng approached, his gaze brimming with respect. Mr. Yi, you are truly formidable. Yifan smiled, this was a piece of cake.
Suddenly, Yifan's expression changed as he sensed an even more powerful aura rapidly approaching.
He turned his head to see a dark figure streaking toward them from the distance. Shen Lufeng also sensed the aura, his expression turning grave. That's... Yifan said coldly, a true master from Nightfall.
Seems they're not giving up yet.
The shadow drew nearer, gradually revealing its true form.
It was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his long hair trailing behind him. His eyes burned with fury, clearly seething with rage toward Yi Fan. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he addressed Shen Lufeng. Lufeng, step back. I'll handle this fight. Shen Lufeng nodded without further comment, stepping aside to clear the battlefield for Yi Fan. The middle-aged man landed swiftly, less than 10 meters from Yi Fan. He said coldly, Yi Fan, you killed my Night Vale's men. This debt must be repaid. Yi Fan smiled indifferently, we'll see if you have the ability. A cold gleam flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he sneered, Yi Fan, you really are too arrogant. Today, I'll show you the true might of Nightfall. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his form blurred, a powerful aura gathering around him. When the aura reached its peak, he vanished from his original spot. Reappearing instantly behind Yi Fan, he lunged forward. Yi Fan was prepared. His body spun instantly, a sharp dagger in his hand already thrusting toward the middle-aged man. But the middle-aged man was no ordinary fighter. He deftly evaded Yi Fan's attack while simultaneously clenching his right fist, unleashing a jet of black energy straight at Yi Fan. Yi Fan dared not take it lightly, rapidly retreating while simultaneously unleashing a palm strike. The two attacks collided midair with a thunderous boom, the resulting shockwave overturning nearby tables and chairs. Shen Lufeng, watching the fight, flashed a look of surprise. He hadn't expected this expert from Nightfall to be so formidable, fighting Yi Fan to a standstill. A wry smile crossed Yi Fan's face. This middle-aged man from Nightfall was indeed no ordinary opponent, far stronger than his previous adversaries. He knew he couldn't afford even a moment's carelessness. The middle-aged man regarded Yi Fan, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Yi Fan, I see this is the extent of your power. Today, you will die without a doubt. Yi Fan sneered coldly, as if you could kill me. The two clashed again. Yi Fan unleashed his ultimate technique, unleashing a barrage of palm shadows toward the middle-aged man. But the middle-aged man was no pushover. Relying on his superior skills and the secret techniques of the night, he successfully parried every one of Yi Fan's attacks. Yi Fan's aura grew increasingly intense, each strike carrying an intangible force. He darted nimbly across the battlefield, each strike aimed directly at the vital points. A flicker of bewilderment crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. Though he'd fought countless battles, he'd rarely encountered an opponent like Yi Fan. Especially that elusive aura emanating from Yi Fan, which made him feel a threat unlike any he had ever known. Yi Fan fixed the middle-aged man with a piercing stare and sneered, you think only Nightfall possesses secret techniques? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Fan's body erupted in a blinding light. A powerful gust of air surged from his form, shooting straight into the sky. The gale force current swept across the entire battlefield, even knocking the distant Shen Lufeng off balance. A flicker of shock crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. He had never witnessed such a formidable technique. Yi Fan now resembled a war god, radiating overwhelming might. What kind of technique is this? The middle-aged man muttered to himself. Yi Fan offered no reply, merely fixing him with a cold stare. Then, a black longsword suddenly materialized in his hand. The blade radiated a chilling aura, its tip seemingly shrouded in dark mist. At the sight of the blade, the middle-aged man's face paled. He recognized it, the legendary Night Shadow Sword, an ancient blade imbued with mystical power. Yi Fan swung the Night Shadow Sword, clashing with the middle-aged man once more. Each clash of blades produced deafening clangs, the intense force shaking the surrounding air. Shen Lufeng watched the scene, utterly stunned. He knew Yi Fan was formidable, but never imagined he possessed such a hidden trump card. Chapter 54, no matter how powerful Nightfall is, it's still only this much. The middle-aged man gradually found himself struggling. Though he was also a master of the Night Veil, both Yi Fan's strength and the power of the Night Shadow Sword exceeded his expectations. After a series of fierce exchanges, the middle-aged man was finally struck in the shoulder by Yi Fan's Night Shadow Sword, blood gushing forth. Yi Fan stared at him, his eyes devoid of pity, filled only with cold indifference. No matter how powerful Nightfall was, it was nothing special. Clutching his wound, the man's eyes burned with hatred and fear. He knew he was no match for Yi Fan today, but he would not let Yi Fan off so easily. Yi Fan, you win today, but Nightfall won't let you off the hook. We'll settle this next time. With that, the man swiftly retreated, dissolving into a dark shadow that vanished into the night. Yi Fan smiled faintly, sheathing the Night Shadow Sword. Turning to Shen Lufeng, he said, Lufeng, you can tell those watching that no matter how powerful Night Curtain is, he's no match for me. Shen Lufeng nodded, watching Yi Fan's retreating figure with deepening respect. He knew the true power of Nightfall. A single master from Nightfall could sweep through half of Cloud City. Yet before Yi Fan, Night Shadow's elite had fallen so swiftly. The night in Yuncheng grew deeper as Yi Fan walked home, followed by several burly bodyguards radiating formidable presence. These bodyguards were hand-picked elites by Yi Fan himself, tasked solely with ensuring his safety. Just then, Yi Fan's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He picked up the phone and said coldly, "What is it?" A hoarse voice came from the other end. "Yi Fan, you defeated our Nightfall operatives today. This is something Nightfall cannot tolerate." Yi Fan sneered, "You Nightfall people walked into this death trap yourselves. I merely taught you a lesson." The raspy voice snarled, "Yi Fan, you think you're hot stuff now? Let me tell you, this is only the beginning. Nightfall will make you pay." Yi Fan hung up, his expression darkening slightly. He knew Nightfall wouldn't let this rest. But he wasn't afraid. With his formidable strength and backing, Nightfall's might couldn't scratch him. Returning home, Yi Fan pondered for a moment before deciding to personally investigate the forces behind Nightfall. He refused to let Nightfall hold leverage over him, nor would he allow them to undermine his standing in Yuncheng. Upon learning Yi Fan's decision to take matters into his own hands, Shen Lufeng sought him out privately to warn, "Mr. Yi, Nightfall's influence is not to be underestimated. You must be cautious." Yi Fan smiled faintly. "Lu Feng, have you forgotten who I am? Night Curtain is powerful, but it's nothing special. Rest assured, I've got this covered." Shen Lufeng nodded, knowing Yi Fan had his own plans, and said no more. In the days that followed, Yi Fan began quietly investigating the forces behind Nightfall. He discovered a powerful organization backing Nightfall. Nightfall was merely a branch of this larger entity. With this knowledge, Yi Fan grew even more cautious. He resolved to weaken Nightfall's influence step by step, starting from its subordinates, until it was utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Nightfall's higher-ups learned of Yi Fan's actions. They resolved to intensify their efforts, determined to eliminate him at any cost. By continuously striking at Nightfall's subordinates, Yi Fan gradually uncovered the organization's movements and patterns. Through special channels, he discovered Nightfall's headquarters was hidden within an old factory in Yuncheng. Outwardly ordinary, the factory concealed countless secrets within. On the day he resolved to act, Yi Fan specifically sought out Shen Lufeng, hoping for his support during the operation. Shen Lufeng agreed without hesitation, selecting several elite fighters from his own ranks to join Yi Fan in the operation. Deep into the night, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng drove their team toward Nightfall's headquarters. During the journey, Yi Fan activated the car's GPS tracker and discovered numerous red dots surrounding the factory, obviously traps set by Nightfall operatives. Yi Fan smiled faintly. He took out a specially designed miniature drone and said to Shen Lufeng, "I developed this specifically to help us evade Nightshade's traps." The drone ascended into the air and began scanning the factory's layout. Soon, it transmitted real-time footage of the facility. Using these images, Yi Fan swiftly identified a secure entry point. They approached the factory cautiously, bypassing all surveillance and traps, and successfully entered the facility's interior. The factory's interior was a labyrinthine maze, teeming with Nightfall's operatives. Yi Fan decided to split their forces to increase their chances of success. Shen Lufeng led his team to draw Nightfall's attention, while Yi Fan quietly infiltrated the factory's depths. After a fierce battle, Shen Lufeng successfully drew most of Nightshade's elite fighters away. Yi Fan, relying on his exceptional martial arts skills, defeated every enemy he encountered along the way. Deep within the factory, Yi Fan discovered a massive basement. Pushing open the basement door, he discovered a middle-aged man seated inside, none other than Nightfall's leader, Sima Wudi. Seeing Yi Fan, a flicker of surprise crossed Sima Wudi's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Yi Fan," he said, "you truly are a genius to have found your way here." Yi Fan smiled faintly. "My discovery of this place means your organization will cease to exist today." Sima Wudi rose slowly, his dark suit lending him an air of noble mystery. He pursed his lips slightly and sneered coldly, "Yi Fan, you're far too arrogant. Finding this place doesn't grant you the right to speak recklessly." Yi Fan remained unmoved, replying calmly, "Every word I speak will become reality." Sima Wudi roared with laughter, "What a confident fellow. Since you're so convinced, let's see whether your conviction is stronger or my power prevails." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sima Wudi vanished from his spot. Reappearing behind Yi Fan, he unleashed a fierce punch. Yi Fan sidestepped the blow, and the two engaged in fierce close-quarters combat. Each clash unleashed thunderous power, shaking the heavens and earth. Inside the factory, Shen Lufeng was locked in a fierce battle with Nightfall's men when he suddenly sensed intense fluctuations emanating from the basement. A sense of foreboding gripped him, yet he couldn't spare himself to investigate. He could only pin his hopes on Yi Fan defeating Sima Wudi. In the basement, Yi Fan and Sima Wudi traded blows relentlessly, locked in an evenly matched struggle. Yi Fan moved with elusive grace, each strike executed with exquisite precision, while Sima Wudi unleashed overwhelming power, every punch carrying the force to obliterate everything in its path. While clashing with Sima Wudi, Yi Fan analyzed his opponent's techniques, searching for a weakness. He noticed a subtle pattern in every punch Sima Wudi threw. A plan formed in his mind. He would lure his opponent into using that specific move. Chapter 55, How much further can you improve? Yi Fan deliberately exposed a weakness to lure Sima Wudi into attacking. Sima Wudi took the bait, unleashing a fierce punch toward Yi Fan. At that critical moment, Yi Fan spun instantly, evading Sima Wudi's strike while simultaneously landing a heavy punch squarely in his opponent's abdomen. Sima Wudi instantly felt a powerful surge of internal force crash into his body. The impact sent him flying backward, slamming violently into the basement wall. Yet he wasn't defeated. Instead, a wild gleam flashed in his eyes. Yi Fan, that move truly caught me off guard. But if you think you can defeat me, you're still far from it. Sima Wudi leapt down from the wall, radiating an even more intense aura. Clearly, he had elevated his strength to a new level. Yi Fan sneered coldly, then I'll see just how far you can push yourself. The two plunged into another fierce battle, each clash accompanied by thunderous tremors. Dust swirled in the basement, cracks appearing in the walls. Just then, Yi Fan suddenly felt his body pinned down by an overwhelming force, unable to move. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he struggled to comprehend how Sima Wudi had achieved this. Sima Wudi sneered coldly, Yi Fan, this is my ultimate technique. You have no chance left. With that, he abruptly spread his arms wide. A blinding beam of intense light shot forth from his palms, hurtling directly toward Yi Fan. This light contained immense energy, a forbidden technique Sima Wudi had mastered through years of cultivation from ancient manuals. Yi Fan knew the destructive power of this energy well. He couldn't simply dodge it like before. He drew a deep breath, his aura surging violently as the surrounding air seemed to be drawn toward him. Simultaneously, Yi Fan silently chanted an ancient incantation in his mind. A faint golden halo appeared around him, an unparalleled defensive artifact he had cultivated since his youth. A flicker of surprise flashed in Sima Wudi's eyes. Golden shield? I've heard of such a treasure, but how could you possibly possess it? Before he could ponder further, the blinding light struck the golden aura surrounding Yi Fan. With a thunderous crash, the underground chamber was instantly flooded with blinding light. When the light faded, both men were knocked back several steps. Though Yi Fan's golden shield had successfully blocked Sima Wudi's attack, it now appeared precariously unstable. Sima Wudi sneered coldly, Yi Fan, it seems this artifact is nothing special after all. He suddenly raised his right hand, fingers slightly parted, as if preparing to launch another attack. Yi Fan fixed his gaze on his opponent, his mind racing through the battle's progression. He understood that against an opponent like Sima Wudi, mere defense was insufficient. To prevail, he needed to find his opponent's weakness. He recalled a conversation with Shin Lufeng, during which Shin had mentioned that core members of the Night Veil shared a common trait, a specific tattoo concealed on a hidden part of their bodies. This tattoo was intrinsically linked to their cultivation techniques and represented the true source of their power. A sly gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He remembered catching a glimpse during their initial clash, a deliberately concealed area on Sima Wudi's left wrist. In that split second, he had clearly seen a tattoo resembling blue flames. Sima Wudi, that tattoo of yours is quite beautiful, Yi Fan remarked deliberately, attempting to divert Sima Wudi's attention. Sima Wudi's expression shifted slightly, seemingly caught off guard by the mention. But he quickly regained his composure. Do you think mentioning it will disrupt my plans? Yi Fan didn't respond. Instead, his figure vanished from his original position, reappearing at Sima Wudi's left side in the blink of an eye. A dagger flashed toward the tattooed area. Sima Wudi was stunned. He hadn't anticipated Yi Fan's speed. He urgently channeled his inner energy, preparing to block the strike. But he had clearly underestimated Yi Fan's offensive power. The dagger successfully sliced through his tattoo, triggering a wave of pain and numbness. The damaged tattoo visibly weakened Sima Wudi, his power waning as his inner energy no longer surged with its previous intensity. Seeing his chance, Yi Fan launched a series of relentless attacks, giving Sima Wudi no moment to breathe. Under Yi Fan's relentless onslaught, Sima Wudi gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Yet Sima Wudi refused to yield easily. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly activated the scarred tattoo, attempting to reverse his decline. Though each activation brought a searing, tearing pain, he was willing to endure the injury to defeat his opponent. Within the basement, their figures darted across the floor. Each clash whipped up gusts of wind, vibrating the surrounding air and transforming the entire space into a vast vortex. It centered the epic duel between these two supreme masters. The battle had raged on for an extended period, with both Yi Fan and Sima Wudi having expended vast amounts of physical strength and internal energy. Yet neither showed any sign of stopping, for both understood this battle would directly determine the fate of Nightfall and Yi Fan. Yi Fan analyzed the situation calmly in his mind. He knew that the injury to Sima Wudi's tattoo would affect his combat effectiveness, but he also understood that he couldn't always rely on this advantage. He had to seize an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Sima Wudi, however, grew fiercer with every blow. Despite his injuries, he refused to accept defeat at Yi Fan's hands. He was determined to demonstrate the full might of the Nightfall organization. As time passed, the storm unleashed by their clash in the basement grew ever more intense. Yi Fan's internal energy surged like a tidal wave, crashing against everything in its path. Sima Wudi, meanwhile, charged forward like a dragon unleashed from the sea, roaring as he swept away every obstacle in his path. Each collision sent shockwaves rippling through the entire space, making it feel as if it could collapse at any moment. Yi Fan, even if you possess extraordinary talent, so what? I, Sima Wudi, have defeated countless foes. What makes you special? Sima Wudi's breathing grew ragged, yet his eyes still burned with an unyielding hunger for victory.
Yifan sneered coldly, the Nightfall Organization's people are all like this, all talk and no real power.
You've gone too far. Sima Wudi roared.
The tattoos covering his body suddenly blazed with intense light as he unleashed a full power strike toward Yifan. Yifan calmly prepared to meet the blow, but suddenly sensed this attack was entirely different from previous ones, seemingly containing far greater power. He instantly channeled his entire inner strength, preparing to withstand the blow head-on. The collision of their attacks erupted in a deafening explosion. Dust swirled as the entire basement was reduced to shambles. As the smoke gradually cleared, both men stood where they had been, looking somewhat battered but neither seriously injured.
Chapter 56, This is only the beginning.
Yifan shook his head, a faint smile touching his lips.
Seems you do have some skill after all. Sima Wudi snorted coldly, this is only the beginning.
Immediately, he launched a new attack. This time, however, he didn't charge directly at Yifan. Instead, he began setting up formations within the basement, attempting to restrict Yifan's movements. Yifan saw through his scheme, yet he made no move to stop him. He knew the enemy was merely trying to wear him down. What Yifan needed most now was a single, decisive strike. Thus, Yifan began silently calculating in his mind, waiting for his opponent to reveal a weakness. Time seemed to freeze in this tense standoff, each clash heart-stopping and gripping. Suddenly, Sima Wudi accelerated in an instant, attempting to launch a surprise attack from Yifan's left flank. Yifan instinctively sidestepped to the right, then swung his blade in a backhand strike towards Sima Wudi. Sima Wudi hastily raised both hands to block the strike, but Yifan's strength far exceeded his expectations. A loud thud echoed as Yifan's blade struck squarely against Sima Wudi's clasped hands.
Yet, in that very instant, a sinister smile touched Sima Wudi's lips.
As if anticipating this attack, a golden light suddenly erupted from his hands, deflecting Yifan's strike. Yifan was sent reeling back several steps by the counterforce, his face turning slightly pale.
Sima Wudi sneered coldly, Yifan, do you think I don't know your fighting style? You've underestimated me. Yifan calmly touched his chest and sneered, Sima Wudi, do you think a few petty tricks can defeat me? You couldn't be more wrong. Sima Wudi arched an eyebrow, radiating confidence. Do you even know what this is? With a flick of his wrist, the golden light on his hands intensified, bright enough to illuminate the entire basement. Yifan narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as he stared at the golden light. A faint smile touched his lips. Oh? This is merely some forbidden technique of the Night Veil. Do you truly believe this can intimidate me? Sima Wudi laughed coldly, this is not merely a forbidden technique. It is a secret art passed down through my Sima family, known as Invincible Diamond. Do you truly believe your weapon can harm me? Yifan raised the blade in his hand and gave it a light flick. The icy chill swirling along the blade instantly spread throughout the entire space. He chuckled lightly, you're far too arrogant. I've seen many of Night Veil's skills, but none have ever truly threatened me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yifan vanished from his spot. A blur flashed before Sima Wudi's eyes. A chill breeze swept past his back and he instantly grasped Yifan's intent. He spun around urgently, attempting to defend. The two clashed fiercely once more, each collision like thunder colliding, sending waves of thunderous roars echoing through the air. Yifan grew fiercer with each exchange, fully immersed in the battle. Every strike seemed divinely inspired, while Sima Wudi felt the pressure mounting relentlessly. Suddenly, Yifan channeled all his inner strength, gripping the sword hilt with both hands as a bitter cold seeped from the blade's edge. He roared, Frost Soul Blade. Then, he swung his blade down fiercely towards Sima Wudi. Sima Wudi's face paled. He knew the power of this strike was extraordinary, even his invincible Vajra might not fully withstand it. He hastily pressed his palms together, and golden light flared once more, colliding with Yifan's icy blade energy. The entire basement seemed to tremble as two utterly different forces erupted in that instant, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding walls. Yifan gritted his teeth, channeling every ounce of his strength into the blade, striving to suppress Sima Wudi's golden light. Sima Wudi refused to be outdone. He bit his tongue until blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Instantly, his golden light blazed even brighter, locking in a stalemate with Yifan's icy blade energy. The battle between them grew fiercer. Yifan's ice-soul-cold blade and Sima Wudi's invincible golden force were evenly matched. The atmosphere in the basement grew increasingly tense, as if the very air had solidified. Yifan drew a deep breath, channeling his inner chi and slowly infusing it into the blade. The icy chill gradually condensed. Meanwhile, the golden light radiating from Sima Wudi's hands grew even more dazzling, clearly signaling he was also brewing a powerful move. Suddenly, a flash of insight lit Yifan's eyes as if he'd conceived a brilliant plan. He held the blade flat against his chest. Icy coldness radiated from the blade, rapidly spreading until nearly the entire basement was shrouded in a frosty mist. Sima Wudi felt the temperature plummet around him. He could distinctly sense the frigid chill emanating from Yifan's true chi, a situation highly unfavorable to him. He roared, channeling his chi violently into his palms to gradually dispel the intense cold. Yifan, do you think this will defeat me? Sima Wudi roared, his voice tinged with palpable irritation. Yi Fan sneered coldly, saying nothing more. He swiftly closed the distance, each slash moving like a phantom so fast it blurred the vision. Sima Wudi refused to be outdone. His palms struck like golden stones, each blow carrying the force to shake mountains and stir seas. As their clash intensified, cracks spread across the basement floor, threatening to collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng had disposed of a group of enemies and quietly approached the basement entrance. His gaze fixed intently on Yi Fan and Sima Wudi locked in combat, a look of deep concern etched on his face. He knew the outcome of this battle held immense significance, yet he could not intervene. All he could do was silently pray for Yi Fan's victory. Both combatants had completely lost track of time, existing only for the opponent before them. Yi Fan felt his true energy depleting at an accelerating rate, yet he dared not relax. He knew that if he showed even the slightest opening, Sima Wudi would never let it go. Sima Wudi's situation was equally dire. Though he kept trying to counter Yi Fan with his invincible Vajra technique, he too felt his true chi draining faster and faster. The two closed in on each other, their breaths almost palpable. Yi Fan's ice-soul cold blade collided with Sima Wudi's diamond palm chi, erupting in dazzling flashes of light. Shen Lufeng witnessed this scene and knew the battle had reached its most critical moment. He clenched his fists tightly, silently cheering Yi Fan on. Sima Wudi suddenly stumbled back several steps, his gaze cold and menacing as he fixed it on Yi Fan. Yi Fan, today ends with either your death or mine. Yi Fan gave a cold chuckle, then let's see who's more capable. The two charged at each other once more. Yi Fan wielded his ice-soul blade, his true chi surging like a tidal wave within his body. A chill emanated from the blade's surface, enveloping the entire battlefield as if shrouded in ice and snow. Meanwhile, Sima Wudi radiated golden light, his chest adorned with the Xiantai breastplate his peerless treasure, the Vajra Xiantai armor emitting a heart-stopping brilliance. Chapter 57, Neither Can Overcome the Other. Yi Fan leapt upward, swinging his ice-soul blade downward, trailing a trail of frosty air. Sima Wudi, refusing to be outdone, unleashed a palm strike. Golden light blazed as he met Yi Fan's frost blade head-on. The collision of these two immense forces erupted in a deafening roar, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The entire basement seemed to tremble. Shen Lufeng's gaze locked intently on the two intertwined figures, his eyes flickering with both anticipation and anxiety. Yi Fan was his benefactor, he couldn't bear to see him harmed. Through the relentless succession of fierce collisions, Yi Fan began to feel a hint of fatigue. Sima Wudi seemed to sense this, a cold smile curling his lips. He knew victory was within his grasp. The pressure on Yi Fan intensified, yet he refused to yield, fighting with increasing ferocity. He drew a deep breath, channeling his chi through his body. The icy aura around the ice-soul blade intensified, as if poised to freeze everything in its path. At that moment, Shen Lufeng suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching from behind. He turned to look and his expression turned horrified. It turned out that the Night Veil organization had, unbeknownst to them, completely surrounded the entire basement. It seemed they intended to strike once Yi Fan and Sima Wudi had both been weakened by their battle, aiming to capture Yi Fan in one fell swoop. But Shen Lufeng wasn't about to go down without a fight. He abruptly pulled a dark jade pendant from his robe and hurled it toward the Nightshade organization's ranks. The jade pendant instantly erupted in a cloud of black mist, engulfing everyone it touched. Chaos erupted among the Night Veil members, who scrambled to retreat. Seeing this, Yi Fan knew Shen Lufeng had bought him precious time. He refocused entirely on his battle with Sima Wudi. Yi Fan understood he must weaken Sima Wudi's strength as much as possible before the Nightfall organization launched another attack. The clash between Yi Fan and Sima Wudi grew increasingly fierce. Each collision sparked fiery sparks, as if only these two figures existed in the world. Though Yi Fan's true energy gradually depleted, each of his attacks grew more ruthless, as if he intended to pour every ounce of his power into this battle. Sima Wudi, too, held nothing back. Every strike seemed aimed at taking Yi Fan's life. A flicker of madness crossed his eyes, as if he was determined to cut Yi Fan down with his sword. But this was precisely what Yi Fan had been waiting for. He knew that every full power strike from Sima Wudi would drain a significant amount of his true energy. In Yi Fan's view, the longer he could prolong the battle, the harder it would be for Sima Wudi to sustain such an intense offensive. His goal was precisely to deplete that chi and find that one opening. Yi Fan understood this was a war of attrition. After dozens of exchanges, Sima Wudi finally showed signs of fatigue. Each attack lacked the earlier sharpness, and his speed had noticeably slowed. Yet Yi Fan seemed to grow more adept with each passing moment, his evasions perfectly timed to dodge every strike from Sima Wudi. Sima Wudi grew visibly impatient. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to endure this long, much less retain any reserves of strength. He began gritting his teeth with each strike, his attacks now accompanied by furious roars. Shen Lufeng watched from the sidelines, his heart pounding with fear. Though he knew Yi Fan possessed extraordinary strength, every clash between Yi Fan and Sima Wudi filled him with dread that Yi Fan might get injured. Yet Yi Fan seemed utterly unconcerned, his eyes flashing with a cold, piercing light as if Sima Wudi were nothing more than a mere puppet in his eyes.
Gradually, he gained the upper hand, each offensive leaving Sima Wudi reeling. Just then, Yifan's foot suddenly slipped, as if he'd lost his balance. Seeing this, Sima Wudi's pupils contracted sharply, and he launched an attack almost instinctively. Yet the instant his strike was about to connect, Yifan abruptly pulled his foot back, regaining his balance. His right hand gripped the ice soul blade, delivering a diagonal slash aimed straight for Sima Wudi's throat. Sima Wudi recoiled in shock, narrowly avoiding the blade. He knew the devastating power behind that strike. A mere hair's breadth had separated him from certain death. Yifan smiled faintly. This had been a deliberate illusion, crafted solely to lure Sima Wudi into the trap. Sima Wudi's face turned ashen. Realizing he'd been played by Yifan, his rage burned even hotter within him. Yifan, you're formidable. I admit I underestimated you. But do you think that's enough to defeat me? A fierce killing intent flashed in Sima Wudi's eyes. Yifan stared at him coldly. What else have you got? Bring it on. Sima Wudi took a deep breath, struggling to steady his composure. He knew the odds were stacked against him, but as the leader of Nightfall, he refused to appear weak before Yifan. His gaze fixed on Yifan with unyielding resolve. Suddenly, his form flickered, leaving only an afterimage behind as his true body materialized directly behind Yifan. A searing red glow erupted from his palm, striking straight for Yifan's vital point. Yifan felt the searing heat on his back and instinctively twisted to dodge, simultaneously swinging his blade backward in an attempt to break Sima Wudi's offensive. Their movements were so swift they blurred the eye. Their figures danced erratically across the basement floor, leaving only trails of razor-sharp blade energy and scorching palm winds in their wake. Shen Lufeng watched the battle with intense anxiety. Though he had absolute faith in Yifan's strength, facing the leader of the Night Curtain organization, even the slightest lapse could prove fatal. Yifan and Sima Wudi's clash intensified, each collision reverberating like an earthquake. Decorations and stone pillars in the basement shattered under their combined force. A vacuum zone formed around them, the surrounding air currents scattered by their overwhelming auras. During one clash, Yifan suddenly sensed a subtle shift in Sima Wudi's chi. This alerted him. He immediately reinforced his defenses, narrowly evading a golden palm strike unleashed by Sima Wudi. The strike slammed directly into the basement wall, instantly shattering it to pieces. Witnessing this, Yifan realized this was Sima Wudi's true trump card. He held nothing back, unleashing his most powerful technique. A blue aura surged around his body, swirling like water currents as it collided with Sima Wudi's golden palm strike. The immense energy fluctuation sent the air currents in the basement spiraling out of control, unleashing a violent storm. Shen Lufeng, witnessing the chaos, shouted urgently, "Mr. Yi, end this battle quickly. The basement is about to collapse." Hearing Shen Lufeng's cry, Yifan knew he couldn't delay any longer. He suddenly summoned all his true chi and charged towards Sima Wudi. The blue halo grew even brighter, nearly illuminating the entire basement. Sima Wudi, sensing the dire situation, immediately channeled all his true chi to form a golden light shield, attempting to block Yifan's assault. Chapter 58, Sima, let's end this. The collision of their chi erupted into an even more violent explosion, the shockwaves tearing through the basement's space. A massive crack split open in the floor, while several steel bars protruded from the walls. The sound of thunderous clashes echoed incessantly. The sheer force of this battle exceeded Shen Lufeng's expectations. He quickly backed away from the center of the fight, dodging falling bricks and jutting rebar, watching helplessly as Yifan and Sima Wudi battled fiercely. Yifan sensed his true energy rapidly depleting. He knew he couldn't continue entangled with Sima Wudi like this otherwise. Even if he defeated his opponent, he would be severely weakened. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. He abruptly withdrew the blue light circle and charged at Sima Wudi with all his might. Sima Wudi hadn't anticipated such an abrupt change in tactics, caught completely off guard. Yifan declared coldly, "Sima, let's end this." With that, he swung his blade at Sima Wudi. But Sima Wudi was no easy opponent. He dodged swiftly, and the two engaged in a fierce melee within the underground chamber. The clashing blades created a dazzling display of sparks, forming a brilliant starry sky. Each clash produced a thunderous roar, as if two massive boulders were colliding. Shen Lufeng, utterly stunned by the intensity of the battle, could only stand by nervously watching, cheering Yifan on. Yet as time wore on, Yifan felt his true energy waning. With each exchange, the pressure mounted exponentially. Meanwhile, Sima Wudi grew fiercer with every strike, clearly gaining the upper hand. Realizing the situation was dire, Yifan resolved to deploy his secret weapon. A powerful black aura suddenly surged from his body, a mysterious power he had obtained from an ancient ruin. Sima Wudi sensed the change in Yifan, a hint of surprise and caution flashing in his eyes. What kind of power is this? He silently wondered. Yifan offered no answer, merely gazing coldly at him before launching another assault. This time, both the speed and power of his strikes had noticeably escalated, overwhelming Sima Wudi with an unprecedented sense of pressure. The two engaged in fierce combat once more, but this time, Yifan clearly held the upper hand. With every clash, he effortlessly suppressed Sima Wudi, forcing his opponent into a defensive position.
The battle in the basement grew increasingly fierce. Fueled by that mysterious power, Yifan steadily gained the upper hand, while Sima Wudi became more and more passive. Under such relentless pressure, Sima Wudi began to struggle visibly. Yet as the leader of the Nightfall organization, he possessed vast combat experience and formidable strength. He would never surrender easily. Yifan charged like a tiger descending a mountain, each strike sharp and relentless. His continuous barrage forced Sima Wudi back step by step. Each collision sent shockwaves through the basement walls, sending dust swirling into the air. The basement echoed with the thunderous clashes of their chi, as if the heavens were splitting apart. Suddenly, Yifan thrust forward, his body launching like an arrow towards Sima Wudi. He gathered power in both palms, aiming straight for his opponent's chest and abdomen. Seeing this, Sima Wudi urgently concentrated all his chi into his palms, meeting Yifan's attack head-on. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the entire underground chamber. Both men staggered back several steps, leaving a massive crack gouged into the floor. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of Yifan's mouth, while Sima Wudi's face had gone pale. Clearly, both had sustained significant injuries. Yifan, I underestimated you. But do you truly believe this is enough to defeat me? Sima Wudi gritted his teeth. Though facing Yifan's formidable power, he would never yield easily. Yifan sneered coldly, Sima, you're still too naive. Today, this place will be your final resting ground. With that, Yifan gathered his true energy once more. The black aura surrounding him intensified, like an ancient beast awakening, poised for its final charge. Sima Wudi refused to be outdone. A golden aura surged from his body, powerful and domineering, forming a stark contrast to Yifan's black aura. Shen Lufeng watched from a distance, tense and focused. He knew this battle was crucial for Yifan. If Yifan fell, the power structure of Yuncheng would undergo a seismic shift, and the Nightfall organization would grow even more brazen. The two clashed again, each collision making the surrounding air intensely scorching, as if the entire basement had been ignited by their true chi. Yifan aimed for lethal strikes with every move, while Sima Wudi skillfully evaded, biding his time for a counterattack. After an unknown span of time, Yifan suddenly sensed his true energy nearing depletion, while Sima Wudi still seemed to possess reserves. He realized that if this continued, he would inevitably be forced into a disadvantage. With this realization, Yifan's mind shifted. He abruptly halted all offensive actions, retreating several steps as the black aura surrounding him gradually dissipated. Seeing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Sima Wudi's eyes. Yifan, are you giving up? Sima Wudi sneered, assuming Yifan had surrendered due to exhaustion. Yifan looked at him, a cold smile curling his lips. Sima Wudi, do you truly believe I would surrender so easily? I'm merely changing the way we fight. Sima Wudi froze, baffled by the meaning behind Yifan's words. But he quickly caught on, his expression turning grim. You're going to. Before he could finish, Yifan began chanting an ancient incantation. Waves of surging light began to form around his body, like a dragon emerging from the sea, its momentum overwhelming. At the center of that light, Yifan seemed to become a core of energy, ceaselessly absorbing the surrounding primordial energy. Seeing this, Sima Wudi's heart sank. He hastily gathered his own true chi, forming a golden light shield to defend himself. He understood Yifan was preparing a fatal strike, one that demanded his full countermeasure. Yifan recited faster and faster, the light surrounding his body growing ever brighter. The entire basement seemed bathed in this golden light. Finally, Yifan abruptly opened his eyes. His pupils radiated intense light, as if two stars were spinning within them. He pressed his palms together, then thrust them forward with tremendous force. An immense black pillar of light shot instantly from his hands, hurtling straight towards Sima Wudi. Sima Wudi's expression changed drastically. He channeled his true energy with all his might, unleashing a massive golden palm shadow in an attempt to collide with the black beam. Boom! The collision of these two immense forces unleashed a colossal energy storm. The entire basement shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Both Yifan and Sima Wudi were sent flying by the recoil, slamming hard into the wall and leaving human-shaped indentations in the plaster. Chapter 59, You think that's enough to defeat me? Both men scrambled to their feet, their faces pale. That collision had undoubtedly drained a significant portion of their true energy. Shen Lufeng watched nervously from a distance, thinking to himself, both of these men possess terrifying strength. If they weren't confined to this basement, their battle would likely shake the entire city of Yuncheng. Yifan wiped the blood from his lips, took a deep breath, and steadied himself. The resolve in his eyes remained unshaken, as if the previous exchange had barely touched him. Sima Wudi, however, appeared somewhat fatigued, yet he showed no sign of giving up. He sneered coldly, Yifan, that move of yours was indeed formidable. But do you truly believe that's enough to defeat me? A sharp gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. Then we'll see how long you can hold out. The two once again entered a tense standoff, the air around them seemingly frozen by the oppressive pressure emanating from both combatants. Yifan suddenly activated the secret technique within his body. A faint blue glow gradually appeared around him, growing brighter with each passing moment, like a star twinkling in the dark night. Sima Wudi's expression shifted slightly.
He sensed the immense energy radiating from Yi Fan, but refusing to be outdone, he activated his own ultimate technique. True Qi surged wildly within him, coalescing into a deep crimson energy barrier. The two engaged in another fierce exchange of attacks and defenses.
Each strike struck like thunder, shaking the entire basement to its foundations.
Each of Yi Fan's punches was accompanied by a blue glow, while Sima Wudi countered with crimson energy. The two colors of energy collided midair, erupting in deafening explosions that made hearts race.
Time seemed to freeze in that instant as Yi Fan and Sima Wudi's battle intensified.
Yi Fan, shielded by that layer of blue light, repeatedly parried Sima Wudi's powerful strikes.
Unwilling to be outdone, Sima Wudi's crimson energy blazed like flames, repeatedly forcing Yi Fan back.
The battle reached a fever pitch as their figures darted across the basement like two whirlwinds. Each collision erupted with a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves through the air. The sharp gleam in Yi Fan's eyes grew ever brighter. He knew he must unleash his true power to confront Sima Wudi. His hands pressed together once more as he silently chanted an ancient incantation. As he chanted, gusts of wind began to stir within the basement, accompanied by thunderous roars. Sima Wudi's eyes flashed with surprise at the sight, yet he did not halt his assault. He knew Yi Fan was preparing an even more powerful technique, and he had to defeat him before that happened. Yi Fan's incantation grew faster and faster, the surrounding winds intensifying until the entire basement seemed to become the eye of a storm.
Sima Wudi, too, gathered every ounce of his true energy, preparing for the final showdown.
Suddenly, Yi Fan spread his hands wide, and the entire basement was engulfed in an intense blue light.
Simultaneously, Sima Wudi unleashed a surge of crimson energy.
The two powerful energies collided in midair, forming a colossal sphere of light that seemed poised to engulf the entire basement. Shen Lufeng watched the scene unfold, his heart clenching in fear for Yi Fan. He immediately retreated to a corner of the basement, knowing this eruption could cause immense destruction, potentially leveling the entire underground chamber. The enormous sphere of light continued to expand, the blue and red energies intertwining and erupting in a blinding radiance.
The entire basement seemed swallowed by this blinding light, obscuring every detail from Shen Lufeng's view. He could only shut his eyes tightly, silently praying.
Yi Fan and Sima Wudi were both engulfed within the sphere.
Their opposing forces clashed relentlessly against the sphere's edges, striving to contain the destructive force.
The blue glow in Yi Fan's eyes intensified. His hands seemed to grasp something, steadying his position. Meanwhile, Sima Wudi gritted his teeth relentlessly as crimson energy blazed like raging flames, attempting to consume Yi Fan. As time passed, Yi Fan felt the pressure mounting. He knew he needed to find a breakthrough. Simultaneously, his body was being eroded by the crimson energy, wounds continuously appearing.
Sima Wudi sneered coldly, "Yi Fan, do you truly believe your meager strength can defeat me? That is your arrogance."
Yi Fan drew a deep breath and responded coldly, "Sima Wudi, I won't be defeated by your petty tricks.
Watch closely."
Yi Fan's hand suddenly emitted an intense blue glow, his entire body transforming into a blue star as he collided head-on with the crimson energy. Then, Yi Fan began chanting another, even more powerful incantation. "Mountains shatter, rivers break, heaven and earth overturn, all laws converge as one, I am the way of heaven."
As Yi Fan chanted, the entire basement began to tremble. An even more powerful energy fluctuation erupted from within him.
This energy shattered the crimson restraints, forming a colossal vortex whose immense gravitational pull instantly sucked Sima Wudi into its maelstrom. Sima Wudi paled in terror, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of oppression as if facing a cataclysmic disaster that threatened to shatter the heavens and tear apart the earth. Yet he refused to yield.
Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, he began channeling his ultimate technique.
The crimson energy coalesced once more, forming a colossal red dragon that charged toward Yi Fan.
The two powerful energies collided violently once more. The basement structure began to collapse, and the immense tremors reverberated directly to the surface.
The tremors reached the surface, sending citizens of Yuncheng fleeing in panic from buildings as they looked skyward toward the source of the shaking. In the sky, dark clouds churned, as if foretelling an impending storm. Inside the basement, Yi Fan faced the red dragon's onslaught with a faint smile on his face. The blue light radiating from his body grew increasingly brilliant, clashing fiercely with the red dragon.
Before long, the blue light transformed into a massive water dragon, engaging the red dragon in a fierce aerial battle. Sima Wudi watched the scene, his face contorted with even greater terror. He understood that Yi Fan had not yet revealed his full power, and now, he was about to face Yi Fan's true might. The two colossal dragons coiled and collided within the underground chamber. Each clash was accompanied by thunderous explosions, shaking the basement walls until cracks appeared. Yi Fan sneered coldly, chanting once more, "Heaven's way is unjust. With my might, I shall sever your demonic wings." As his words fell, the blue water dragon surged toward the red dragon, instantly coiling around its body. The red dragon struggled fiercely, but each attempt at resistance was suppressed by the water dragon. Finally, the water dragon opened its massive jaws and swallowed the red dragon whole. Sima Wudi's power was utterly shattered.
He knelt on the ground, his face pale and filled with disbelief.
Chapter 60, Nightfall, concluded.
He had believed himself the strongest within the Nightfall organization, yet now he knew the chasm between him and Yifan was vast. Yifan slowly approached Sima Wudi, his gaze cold and unwavering. Sima Wudi, he said, you believed yourself the ruler of Yuncheng, yet you knew nothing of what true sovereignty truly meant. Today, I'll show you. With that, Yifan extended his right hand and clamped it around Sima Wudi's throat. Sima Wudi struggled, but Yifan's fingers were like steel he couldn't break free. Nightfall organization, Yifan said coldly, it's time to end this. Then, he struck a palm against Sima Wudi's chest. A flicker of despair crossed Sima Wudi's eyes. Instantly, his body erupted in a crimson glow before disintegrating into ash, vanishing completely from the basement. Yifan stood rooted to the spot, took a deep breath, and turned to Shen Lufeng. The threat to Yuncheng has been eliminated.
It's time to clean house. Shen Lufeng nodded.
Yes, Mr. Yi. Though the basement had suffered severe damage, cracks gradually sealed as Yifan intervened, restoring the space to its original state. Yifan resolved to utterly destroy the Nightfall organization, eliminating every threat within Yuncheng. Shen Lufeng led a large contingent of men to begin a sweeping operation against all Nightfall organization strongholds. Days later, the Nightfall organization was utterly annihilated, and peace returned to Yuncheng. Yet Yifan knew this tranquility was only temporary. The external threats were far from over. Just as Yifan prepared to expand his influence in Yuncheng further, a sudden gust of wind carried a faint, unfamiliar fragrance. Yifan frowned. What was this? His eyes flickered slightly as he gazed through the window toward the distant horizon.
Shen Lufeng, noticing Yifan's expression, asked quietly, Mr. Yi, is something wrong?
Yifan replied calmly, someone is coming.
And it's someone I'd rather not see. Shen Lufeng listened intently. Amidst the distant clouds, a figure seemed to be rapidly approaching. Is this levitation? In modern society, anyone who masters such an ancient art is definitely no ordinary person. Soon, the figure landed, appearing before Yifan.
A young man dressed in luxurious attire, his face adorned with a smug grin, was followed by several black-clad bodyguards. He looked at Yifan and sneered contemptuously, Yifan, long time no see.
Yifan shot him a cold glance, Mo Feng, why have you come to my territory? Mo Feng was Yifan's formidable rival outside of Yuncheng.
The two had developed a deep-seated rivalry during their youth for reasons unknown.
Mo Feng had vowed to become Yifan's mortal enemy, promising to follow him wherever he went. Mo Feng chuckled.
I heard you've been running rampant in Yun City. I came to see for myself.
This puny city is only fit for a lowly insect like you.
A flash of murderous intent flickered in Yifan's eyes. Mo Feng, I warn you, don't utter words you shouldn't in my presence.
Mo Feng shrugged indifferently. Oh? Think you're so formidable now?
Let me tell you, beyond Yun City lies a far greater world.
Your petty skills won't amount to anything there. Shen Lufeng stepped forward, standing beside Yifan. Mr. Mo, Yun City is Mr. Ye's territory. Please leave.
Mo Feng glanced at Shen Lufeng and sneered with contempt. Shen Lufeng, Yun City's wealthiest man, actually sticking up for a lowly insect.
I really look down on you.
A flash of murderous intent flickered in Shen Lufeng's eyes, but Yifan waved him off. Mo Feng, since you've come to Yuncheng, I won't let you leave easily.
Mo Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh? You wish to challenge me?
Yifan sneered coldly. I don't need a challenge.
I just need a reason.
A flicker of caution crossed Mo Feng's eyes, yet he remained arrogantly defiant. Then give me a reason.
Let's see what you're made of.
Yifan's gaze sharpened like a blade. This is my turf.
Mo Feng roared with laughter.
Fine. Then let's see just how tough your turf really is. Yifan sneered coldly. Then please grace us with your presence, Mr. Mo Feng. Both men leapt into the air instantly, transforming into streaks of light as they clashed above the skies of Yun City.
Each collision thundered like rolling thunder, shaking the entire city.
Mo Feng unleashed his signature wind element spells, while Yifan met them head-on with his earth element magic. In an instant, winds howled and clouds churned, rocks and earth flew everywhere. The fierce clash between these two formidable foes in the sky captured the attention of all Yun City. The aerial battle raged on, transforming the skies above Yun City as wind and earth elements collided, unleashing staggering energy. Residents poured into the streets, gazing skyward at a spectacle beyond their imagination. Though both Yifan and Mo Feng restrained their power to protect civilians, the sheer intensity left every witness awestruck. Those within the city with cultivation backgrounds could sense that both Yifan and Mo Feng's power in this battle had surpassed the comprehension of ordinary people. Whispers spread among the populace, suggesting this clash might conceal some profound secret. High above, Yifan fixed Mo Feng with a cold stare, delivering each strike with ruthless precision. Earth element spells collided with Mo Feng's wind element magic, creating whirlwinds of sand and wind. Each impact seemed poised to tear the sky apart. Mo Feng continually attempted to evade Yifan's attacks by exploiting the agility and speed of wind, but Yifan's earth attribute spells were as solid as rock, swiftly countering each attempt.
Shen Lufeng stood atop the building, watching the battle with tense focus.
He knew clearly that the outcome of this battle would determine the future of Yuncheng City, as well as his own fate and that of Yifan. Suddenly, Mo Feng formed a massive wind blade with his hands, slashing directly at Yifan. The blade's power far surpassed previous strikes. Yifan's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly formed hand seals, gathering earth elements around his body to form a solid earthen wall. The collision between the wind blade and the earthen wall sent shockwaves rippling through the air, as if tearing the sky itself apart. Yet the wall gradually crumbled under the blade's relentless cutting, leaving Yifan's face etched with grim determination. Seeing this, Mo Feng charged forward with a maniacal laugh, intent on pressing his advantage. But at that very moment, Yifan suddenly bit his own tongue tip. Muttering incantations, the earth elements surrounding his body began to whirl violently, forming a massive earth attribute vortex. A flicker of surprise crossed Mo Feng's eyes. He could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from Yifan, vastly surpassing what it had been before. The vortex rapidly coalesced, instantly engulfing Mo Feng within its grasp. Mo Feng attempted to counter with a wind attribute spell, but it proved nearly useless against Yifan's earth vortex. Soon, the vortex began to contract, finally locking Mo Feng tightly within its grasp. Yifan gazed at Mo Feng trapped within the vortex and said indifferently, "Mo Feng, this is my territory." Shen Lufeng, witnessing Yifan's victory, wore a look of relieved satisfaction. The residents of Yun City cheered for Yifan. They finally understood that this man, once misunderstood and misjudged, was actually their city's guardian. Chapter 61, An Unexpected Guest. Yifan landed gently, restraining Mo Feng. "Mo Feng, do you have anything left to say?" A flicker of venom crossed Mo Feng's eyes, yet he knew this battle was utterly lost. "Yifan, you win." Yifan sneered coldly, "Win? Mo Feng, you'd best never set foot on my territory again. Get lost." Mo Feng suppressed his rage, shot Yifan a hateful glare, and flew away from Yuncheng. He knew this confrontation with Yifan had ended in utter defeat. Yet he swore silently within himself that he would return one day to reclaim the honor he had lost today. As Yun City's citizens witnessed Mo Feng's retreat, they erupted in applause and cheers. They had fully rallied behind Yifan, proud of his triumph. Shen Lufeng approached, slapping Yifan's shoulder with a smile. "Sir, you were absolutely incredible today." He was clearly stunned by the power Yifan had displayed. Yifan smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping the crowd. Mo Feng was merely the beginning. "I hope the people of Yuncheng understand that with me, Yifan, here, they are safe." Representatives from various factions and families in Yuncheng also came forward to offer their congratulations. Having previously adopted a wait-and-see attitude toward him, they now, witnessing his formidable strength, eagerly expressed their willingness to collaborate with Yifan and contribute to Yuncheng's prosperity. Yifan received them, but he understood that their willingness to cooperate stemmed solely from his power and background. Yet he didn't mind. As long as they could contribute to Yuncheng, he was willing to work with them. Days later, the atmosphere in Yuncheng gradually settled, yet Yifan's reputation had soared to unprecedented heights. He had become the new guardian of Yuncheng. One early morning, Shen Lufeng hurriedly sought out Yifan. "Sir, someone wishes to see you. They say it's about something important." Yifan furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Who is it?" Shen Lufeng glanced around before whispering, "It's Du Yiming, the head of the Du family from the Demon City." Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Yifan's eyes. The Du family of the Demon City was a traditional, powerful clan whose strength was unfathomable. He had no particular connection with the Du family. Why would their head suddenly seek him out? Shen Lufeng continued, "He said he's looking for someone named Yifan. There's something crucial concerning the Qianying Society he needs to tell you." Yifan's heart stirred. The Thousand Shadows Society, this name was not unfamiliar to him. It was a mysterious organization wielding immense influence within the martial arts world. Yet Yifan had never crossed paths with the Thousand Shadows Society. Why was he now entangled in its affairs? "Bring him in," Yifan ordered in a deep voice. Shen Lufeng acknowledged the order. Soon, a dignified middle-aged man in his 50s stepped into the room. This man was Du Yiming, the head of the Du family of the Demon City. Yifan rose to his feet, offering a slight smile. "Head of the Du family, what brings you here today?" Du Yiming cut straight to the point. "I've received intelligence regarding the Thousand Shadows Society. It's said they're preparing a major operation targeting Yun City." Yifan's eyes turned cold. "Why tell me this?" Du Yiming glanced at Yifan. "The Thousand Shadows Society's target isn't just Yuncheng, it's also my Du family here in the Demon City. We share a common enemy. I hope we can cooperate." Yifan pondered for a moment, knowing Du Yiming wasn't telling the whole truth. But rather than speculate on the Du family's motives, he decided to first hear the intelligence they held on the Thousand Shadows Society. "So, do you know the specifics of their current operation?" Yifan inquired. Du Yiming nodded, produced a small box, opened it, and revealed a USB drive. "This contains all the intelligence I possess." Yifan took the USB drive and inserted it into his computer. The contents detailed the Thousand Shadows Society's operational plan. It turned out the Thousand Shadows Society targeted the two major economic lifelines of Yuncheng and the demon capital. They planned to disrupt the economies of these cities to gain control over the entire martial arts world. After reading the contents, Yifan took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a cold light. The Thousand Shadows Society's move was truly massive. If they succeeded, both Yuncheng and the demon capital would plunge into profound crisis. He looked up at Du Yiming and said solemnly, "Since we share a common enemy, I will cooperate with you wholeheartedly."
Du Yiming smiled faintly. "Very well.
For this operation, I hope we can provide mutual support."
Yifan nodded. "I'll do everything in my power."
Over the next few days, Yifan and Du Yiming exchanged frequent communications. Together, they devised a series of strategies to counter the Thousand Shadows Society. Under Yifan and Du Yiming's leadership, preparations swiftly commenced in both Yuncheng and the demon capital. Major clans and factions declared their full support for Yifan and the Du family, uniting against the threat of the Thousand Shadows Society. At this moment, Yun City seemed to transform into a massive fortress, with defenses deployed in every corner.
Shen Lufeng oversaw Yuncheng's intelligence network.
Leveraging his financial resources and connections, he built an extensive information system to monitor the Qianying Society's movements at all times. Yifan knew this confrontation with the Thousand Shadows Society would be no simple matter, but he would never let them succeed. Under the night sky of Yuncheng, Yifan stood atop an office building, surveying the bustling city below. In his hand, he clutched the legendary Night Shadow token, engraved with the character Shadow.
This was the Qianying Society's highest-ranking token.
Yifan had obtained it during a secret mission, and to this day, the society remained unaware of its loss. Yifan understood that possessing this token granted him control over a portion of the Thousand Shadows Society's power.
"Sir, we've begun the setup," Shen Lufeng reported over the phone. Yifan responded coolly, "Continue surveillance. I want concrete intelligence. Don't let the Thousand Shadows Society detect us." Weeks passed, and the Thousand Shadows Society's activities grew increasingly frequent. Repeated attempts and repeated failures plunged the residents of Yuncheng into a state of constant fear. Yet Yifan stood firm like a mountain, steadfastly guarding Yuncheng, preventing the Thousand Shadows Society from ever truly infiltrating. Shen Lufeng's intelligence network proved invaluable during this period. They uncovered most of the Shadow Society's operational plans, enabling Yifan to deliver a fatal blow at the most critical moment. One night, Shen Lufeng sought out Yifan, his expression grave. "The Thousand Shadows Society appears poised to escalate their tactics," he said. "Their recent heightened activity likely centers on locating the Night Shadow token." A sharp gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes as he replied in a low voice, "It seems the time has come to show them who truly owns the Night Shadow token." In the days that followed, Yifan took the offensive. Harnessing the power of the Night Shadow token, he repeatedly disrupted the Thousand Shadows Society's plans, dealing them heavy blows. Chapter 62, The Cunning Enemy. Whenever the night grew still and dark, a shadowy figure would appear above Yun City, like a messenger of the night. Each time it emerged, it would carry away several members of the Thousand Shadows Society. That shadow was none other than Yifan. He had fully mastered the power of the Night Shadow token, becoming the true lord of the Night Shadow. Shen Lufeng examined the intelligence reports, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He knew that as long as Yifan remained, Yuncheng would face no danger. Yet the Thousand Shadows Society refused to accept defeat. They began mobilizing even greater forces, even summoning numerous elite fighters from other cities, determined to eliminate Yifan once and for all. Yifan understood this conflict had reached a critical juncture. He could no longer remain passive in defense, he must take the offensive. Together with Shen Lufeng and Du Yiming, he devised a bold plan aimed at utterly destroying the Thousand Shadows Society's influence in Yuncheng. Under the cover of night, Yifan stood atop a high-rise building, flanked by Shen Lufeng and Du Yiming. The three exchanged glances, their eyes burning with unwavering resolve. "Let's begin," Yifan said calmly. With that, his figure shifted and vanished into the night. That night, Yuncheng resembled a bustling chessboard of conflict. Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Du Yiming infiltrated the Thousand Shadows Society's hideout from different directions according to their pre-arranged plan. Harnessing the power of the Night Shadow token, Yifan effortlessly evaded the Qianying Society's guards. His target was the organization's headquarters, an ancient mansion concealed within the city center. Outwardly ordinary, this mansion served as the secret base housing all their plans and resources. Shen Lufeng was tasked with disrupting the society's peripheral operations. Leveraging his wealth and connections, he deployed numerous operatives to both block reinforcements and covertly sabotage their weapons and supplies. Du Yiming's mission was the most critical, to eliminate the Qianying Society's Council of Elders. He knew these elders possessed not only formidable martial arts skills but also were exceptionally ruthless. For this reason, he had specifically brought the elite forces of the Du family from the Demon City. As night deepened, Yifan effortlessly infiltrated the Thousand Shadows Society's headquarters. As he advanced deeper into the headquarters, he repeatedly clashed with the Thousand Shadows Society's elite forces. Yet Yifan moved like a ghost in the night, effortlessly defeating each opponent. His objective was clear: locate the Qianying Society's leader and dismantle their core strength directly. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng was causing chaos on the outskirts. Utilizing his men and various high-tech equipment, he repeatedly disrupted the Thousand Shadows Society's resource supply, forcing them into a defensive position. Meanwhile, Du Yiming engaged in a fierce battle with the Qianying Society's Council of Elders. He skillfully employed the secret techniques of the Du family of Magic City to trap each elder in turn, then defeated them one by one with ruthless methods. As time passed, the Shadow Society's influence in Cloud City steadily weakened. They grew terrified, unable to comprehend how Yifan could possess such overwhelming power. When Yifan confronted the Shadow Guild's leader, he declared coldly, "Your Shadow Guild has already failed." The leader stared in disbelief, utterly stunned that this man once cast out as a son-in-law by the Lu family had now amassed such immense power. Yifan sneered coldly, pointing a finger that sent a dark shadow hurtling toward the leader, trapping him. Yifan stated calmly, "This is the power of the Night Shadow token." The Thousand Shadows Society? You are insignificant. Yifan then began eliminating the remnants of the Thousand Shadows Society in Yun City, while Shen Lufeng and Du Yiming gradually completed their missions. It wasn't until dawn that this battle, which had shaken Yun City to its core, finally came to an end. Standing atop the ruins, Yifan watched the dawn break over Yun City. In his heart, he vowed silently, the people here would never suffer harm again. Just as Yifan stabilized the situation in Yun City and began planning for its future, Shen Lufeng received urgent intelligence: the main force of the Thousand Shadows Society had attacked the Du family in the demon capital. A cold glint intensified in Yifan's eyes. "They're feigning retreat to lure us in. By stirring trouble in Yun City, they're actually trying to tie us down so they can strike at the Du family in Magic City." Shen Lufeng frowned. "The Thousand Shadows Society is more cunning than we anticipated. This is their true objective." Du Yiming clenched his fists. "My family is in the Demon City. I cannot stand idly by." Yifan's gaze flashed like lightning as he coldly declared, "If they want to play games, we'll play them to the bitter end." The three decided to rush to Magic City immediately to support the Du family. Yifan activated the fastest transportation he possessed and sped toward the metropolis. Along the way, Yifan relentlessly mobilized resources and prepared battle plans, determined to crush the Thousand Shadows Society's ambitions in one decisive blow. By the time they reached the Demon City, the Du family compound had become a battlefield. The Du family's men were locked in fierce combat with the Thousand Shadows Society's elite fighters, the air thick with screams of agony. Seeing his clan members fighting desperately, Du Yiming's eyes blazed with fury. "Thousand Shadows Society, you've gone too far." Without a word, Yifan channeled the power of the Night Shadow token, charging into the fray like lightning. Each strike claimed another Shadow Society elite. Shen Lufeng wasn't about to be outdone. He leveraged his wealth to swiftly mobilize a massive reinforcements, surrounding the Thousand Shadows Society from all sides. The Du family's men, seeing Yifan and Shen Lufeng's reinforcements arrive, were greatly encouraged. They began fighting the Qianying Society's elite members in a desperate battle. Amidst the fierce fighting, Du Yiming located the mastermind behind the Thousand Shadows Society, a masked man who watched the battlefield with a cold sneer. "Du family, your downfall is inevitable." Du Yiming roared, "By yourselves?" The two instantly engaged in close-quarters combat. The masked man was clearly a formidable martial artist, trading blows with Du Yiming in a deadlocked stalemate. But with Yifan's assistance, Du Yiming gradually gained the upper hand. Yifan's every strike was ruthlessly precise, each move targeting the enemy's vital points. The elite fighters of the Thousand Shadows Society seemed as helpless as infants before him. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng commanded the reinforcements, orchestrating an offensive that gave them overwhelming superiority over the Thousand Shadows Society. Yifan and Du Yiming worked in perfect harmony. Whenever Du Yiming faced danger, Yifan would intervene just in time to avert the crisis. The masked man was forced into a steady retreat by the duo, yet he stubbornly resisted, refusing to concede defeat easily. "Who are you?" Du Yiming demanded loudly, his eyes filled with bewilderment. The masked man sneered coldly, "You should be more concerned about your family's fate than who I am." At that moment, a cold gleam shot out from the shadows, heading straight for Yifan. Yifan reacted with lightning speed, swiftly drawing his sword to meet the flash. The two blades collided, producing a crisp metallic clang. A figure emerged from the shadows, another elite assassin of the Thousand Shadows Society, Lung Feng. Holding a dagger that glinted coldly, he stared at Yifan with icy detachment. "Yifan, did you think you were the only one capable of assassination?" Yifan replied calmly, "Assassination and combat are entirely different concepts." "What do you think?" Lung Feng roared with laughter, "Then let me show you how I blend assassination with combat." Chapter 63, Then Try It. No sooner had Lung Feng spoken than his form began to drift like a ghost. The cold gleam of daggers flashed around him like scattered stars, all pointing directly at Yifan's surroundings. Yifan remained unflustered. His internal energy surged as his sword finger teleported, unleashing a dragon-like sword chi to meet Lung Feng's assault. Far away, the battle between Du Yiming and the masked man had reached a fever pitch.
Each strike from the masked man carried a chilling intent to kill, while Du Yiming remained as calm as a breeze, yet every blow he landed was exceptionally heavy. On the battlefield, the clash between Yi Fan and Lang Feng drew the most attention. Lang Feng's dagger moved with extreme speed, each thrust accompanied by a chilling wind that sent shivers down the spine. Yet Yi Fan's swordsmanship proved superior.
Each of his moves possessed a living energy, fluid and agile, perfectly countering Lang Feng's attacks.
Lang Feng, your speed is impressive, but your techniques are too predictable, Yi Fan suddenly remarked, his voice as calm as still water.
Lang Feng snorted coldly, then try it.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lang Feng flickered, appearing behind Yi Fan with the dagger aimed straight at his heart. But Yi Fan was ready. With a swift turn, his sword tip met Lang Feng's dagger. The two weapons clashed with a sharp ring, and in that instant, the distance between Yi Fan and Lang Feng closed. Their eyes locked, each seeing the unyielding resolve in the other's gaze. Shen Lufeng commanded the reinforcements from the sidelines, engaging in fierce combat with other elite fighters of the Thousand Shadows Society. His legion fought like tigers and wolves, each warrior a rigorously trained elite, exerting immense pressure on the Thousand Shadows Society.
Amidst the fierce battle, Yi Fan suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. He snapped his head up to find Lang Feng vanished from his original position.
Above him, a cold gleam flashed as Lang Feng soared high, his dagger radiating a fierce killing intent, aimed straight for Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan wasted no time, instantly channeling his entire inner strength. His body moved like lightning as he swiftly dodged to the side. The dagger plunged viciously into the ground, instantly carving a deep pit. After landing, Lang Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. Your speed can actually increase further? Yi Fan smiled faintly, what else have you got? Bring it on. A sly gleam flashed in Lang Feng's eyes, then you'd better watch out. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his body began spinning, transforming into a whirlwind that swept up a gale and charged straight toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled faintly, his sword dancing to form a net that met Lang Feng's assault head-on. Their clash instantly reached a fever pitch. Each exchange seemed to shake the earth, heating the surrounding air to a scorching intensity. Far away, Shen Lufeng watched Yi Fan and Lang Feng's battle, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. He knew the outcome of this battle would determine the entire course of the war. Du Yiming, locked in fierce combat with the masked man, noticed Yi Fan and Lang Feng's battle intensifying. Seizing an opportunity, he pulled away from his opponent while rallying his men to join Shen Lufeng in forming an encircling perimeter, isolating the battlefield of Lang Feng and Yi Fan. Shen Lufeng admired Du Yiming's strategic acumen. He swiftly deployed his men, joining forces with Du Yiming's troops to form an impenetrable defensive line, preventing others from approaching the combat zone between Yi Fan and Lang Feng. Yi Fan sensed Du Yiming and Shen Lufeng's strategy and felt heartened to have such allies. Yet he knew this was no time for sentimentality. His battle with Lang Feng had reached a critical juncture. Lang Feng's whirlwind assault intensified, his razor-sharp dagger narrowly missing Yi Fan with each strike. Yet Yi Fan's swordplay grew ever more masterful. He deftly evaded each strike while forcing Lang Feng back relentlessly with his blade. Suddenly, Yi Fan's foot slipped. Seizing what seemed like an opening in Lang Feng's defense, he thrust his sword toward Lang Feng's chest with thunderous force. But this was precisely the opening Lang Feng had been waiting for. Instantly breaking free from his whirlwind stance, he leapt upward, evading Yi Fan's deadly strike. Mid-air, a cold smile touched Lang Feng's lips. He flung his dagger with all his might, aiming straight for Yi Fan's forehead. Yi Fan was stunned. He hadn't expected Lang Feng to have another trick up his sleeve. Just as he was about to summon his inner energy to block, a lightning-fast sword chi sliced through the air beside him, knocking Lang Feng's dagger away. This was Du Yiming's sword technique. Lang Feng, I'm your target. Don't attack my friend. Du Yiming stepped beside Yi Fan, his eyes blazing with the resolve of a final showdown. Lang Feng landed, retrieved his dagger, and glared coldly, since you both seek death, I'll grant your wish. Yi Fan and Du Yiming exchanged a knowing smile, standing shoulder to shoulder as they faced off against Lang Feng. The scene froze in a tense standoff, the air thick with crisis. At that moment, Shen Lufeng led his men to charge into the battle zone between Du Yiming and the masked man, aiming to relieve some of the pressure on Du Yiming. Seeing this, the masked man had no choice but to engage Shen Lufeng and his men. Yi Fan and Du Yiming joined forces, engaging Lang Feng in an even more intense battle. Both sides displayed extraordinary skill. Each clash sent shockwaves rippling through the air, damaging surrounding buildings, many now teetering on the brink of collapse. Though surrounded by both opponents, Lang Feng consistently evaded Yi Fan and Du Yiming's attacks with agile maneuvers. The trajectory of his dagger seemed enchanted. At times it blurred into a shadow, at others it passed through obstacles like a ghost. Seeing this, Yi Fan sighed inwardly and resolved to change tactics. He began channeling his inner energy, concentrating it into his long sword. Each strike unleashed a blazing sword chi, striking directly at Lang Feng's vital points. Du Yiming refused to be outdone, his swordplay growing increasingly ruthless. Each strike seemed imbued with lethal intent, every move capable of shattering his opponent's spirit. Lang Feng felt the pressure, yet he did not retreat.
A sly smile curled the corners of his mouth as he suddenly pulled a small box from his robe and swiftly pressed a button. Yi Fan and Du Yiming felt a powerful tremor, followed by the ground across the entire battlefield cracking open. Fissures rapidly spread outward. It turned out Lang Feng had planted explosive devices long ago. The battle between Xin Lufeng and the masked man was also disrupted. Both were forced to halt their fight and dodge the spreading fissures. Yi Fan and Du Yiming clutched each other tightly, using their inner strength to soar upward, avoiding being swallowed by the fissures. Lang Feng seized the opportunity to swiftly flee the battlefield. When the tremors finally ceased, Yi Fan and Du Yiming landed to find the surrounding area reduced to ruins. Numerous structures had collapsed, and Lang Feng and his group had vanished without a trace. A flicker of worry crossed Du Yiming's eyes as he gripped his long sword tightly. That Lang Feng is truly cunning. To resort to such underhanded tactics this time. Chapter 64, Lang Feng's Plan. Yi Fan nodded resolutely. Master Du, Lang Feng's escape using explosive devices indicates he prepared meticulously in advance. We must proceed with utmost caution. Suddenly, Yi Fan shifted his footing and sprinted toward a partially intact structure amidst the ruins. Du Yiming followed close behind, and soon the two entered a concealed basement. The basement was filled with electronic equipment and surveillance screens, Yi Fan's intelligence hub in the metropolis. Yi Fan began operating one of the computers, and Lang Feng's image appeared on the screen. It seemed Lang Feng wasn't merely attempting to escape this time, he had other objectives. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Du Yiming frowned. Lang Feng operates with such secrecy. Could he have other forces backing him? Yi Fan pondered for a moment before nodding. That possibility cannot be ruled out. We must uncover the truth as soon as possible. Yi Fan operated the computer, tracking Lang Feng's movements while simultaneously searching for Xin Lufeng's location. Soon, a map appeared on the screen, with red markers pinpointing Lang Feng and Xin Lufeng's locations. Yi Fan pointed at the screen. Cold Peak appears to be heading toward an abandoned factory in northern Magic City, while Xin Lufeng is at a private club in the eastern sector. Du Yiming stared at the screen, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. I'll go to the club to find Xin Lufeng. You pursue Lang Feng. Yi Fan nodded. The two quickly exited the basement, splitting up to race toward their respective targets. Under the night sky of the Magic City, Yi Fan raced through the streets in a black sports car, his destination the abandoned factory in the city's north. He knew that since Lang Feng had chosen such a location, he must have some important plan in motion. The abandoned factory was brightly lit, with numerous men in black patrolling its perimeter, clearly Lang Feng's men. Yi Fan silently strategized a direct assault was unwise. He needed a plan. He parked his car in a nearby alley, leaped lightly onto a nearby building, and began stealthily moving forward using his cloaking gear. Concealed in the shadows, he slowly approached the factory. Yi Fan found a suitable vantage point high above and used a professional listening device to eavesdrop on the conversations inside. He overheard Lang Feng and several subordinates discussing a project called Sky Eye. Once the Sky Eye project succeeds, both the Du family and Yi Fan will be under our control. Lang Feng declared triumphantly. Yi Fan's gaze grew increasingly fierce. He couldn't let this plan succeed. Meanwhile, Du Yiming had already infiltrated the private club in the eastern district. His objective was to locate Xin Lufeng and gather more intelligence. The club was lavish beyond compare, exuding opulence in every corner. Du Yiming searched swiftly and finally located Xin Lufeng in a private room on the third floor. Xin Lufeng was bound to a chair, facing several black-clad figures armed with cold weapons. Du Yiming quietly opened the door. Using his exceptional martial arts skills, he swiftly subdued the men and freed Xin Lufeng. Xin Lufeng's face was pale, clearly showing signs of torture. He weakly said, head of the Du family, Lang Feng and the others plan to activate the Heavenly Eye. We must stop them. Du Yiming frowned. The Heavenly Eye? What is that? Xin Lufeng replied urgently, it can control all electronic devices and access all information. If they succeed, we'll be fish on a cutting board, at their mercy. Du Yiming's eyes turned icy. It seems we must accelerate our actions. Yi Fan, having also obtained detailed intelligence on the Heavenly Eye, resolved to act immediately. Using his stealth gear, he slipped silently into the factory. After searching, he finally located the so-called Sky Eye device. It was a massive circular apparatus with a camera-like object at its center, constantly rotating. Yi Fan knew this was a dangerous moment. He took a deep breath, preparing to destroy the device. But just then, Lang Feng burst in with a large contingent of his men. Yi Fan, you're truly brave daring to break into my territory. Lang Feng sneered. Yi Fan replied expressionlessly, Lang Feng, your ambition is too great. The Heavenly Eye cannot succeed. Lang Feng sneered coldly, and you think you alone can stop me? Resolve flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Today, I'll show you just how strong I truly am. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Fan sprang into action, engaging Lang Feng's men in fierce combat. Watching Yi Fan effortlessly handle his men, Lang Feng sneered coldly, Yi Fan, don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Do you really believe you can take on all of us alone? Yi Fan rolled to evade an attack from one of the men. His black longsword whirled like the wind, slashing out bolts of lightning that struck several black-clad assailants charging at him. They collapsed to the ground, instantly knocked unconscious. Lung Feng, you don't know me, Yi Fan declared, his eyes blazing like fire as sword energy surged around him, making him seem like a martial god descended from the heavens. Inside the factory, the mechanical roar grew louder, seemingly heralding the activation of the Sky Eye device. Yi Fan knew time was running out. He had to swiftly deal with the enemies before him. Lung Feng snorted coldly at the sight. Yi Fan, even if you defeat these men, you cannot stop the Heavenly Eye from activating. Yi Fan smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with confidence. Is that so? Then let's see. Then, the long sword in Yi Fan's hand spun rapidly, forming a massive vortex that instantly sucked in several of Leng Feng's men. In that instant, the entire factory seemed to be controlled by Yi Fan's sword energy. All enemies were trapped within the vortex, unable to move. Lung Feng watched in horror. What kind of sword technique is this? Yi Fan laughed dismissively. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. You haven't seen my true strength yet. Lung Feng snorted coldly, cutting off further words as he charged straight at Yi Fan. The distance between them closed instantly. Yi Fan's movements were like a phantom, each strike of his sword seeming to pierce through space itself. Lung Feng dodged like a ghostly apparition. Their clash of offense and defense was a true duel between masters. Their battle raged through the factory. The black longsword in Yi Fan's grasp clashed with Leng Feng's white dagger, producing deafening clangs. Each strike felt capable of tearing through space itself, threatening to obliterate the surrounding environment. Yi Fan and Leng Feng's battle raged on for what felt like an eternity. Both seemed to have forgotten time itself, utterly consumed by the enemy before them. Suddenly, a massive rumble echoed from the distance, causing the entire factory to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Yi Fan and Lung Feng halted simultaneously, turning to see the Sky Eye device in the distance activate. Its massive camera lens now trained directly upon them. Chapter 65, You Can't Stop This. A resolute glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Leng Feng, our fight isn't over. But right now, I must stop the Sky Eye first. Lung Feng sneered coldly. You think you still have a chance? Yi Fan wasted no words, charging toward the Sky Eye device. Lung Feng followed closely behind. Their battle escalated once more, but this time, unlike their previous confrontations, the arena shifted to the vast expanse surrounding the colossal Sky Eye apparatus. This was not merely a clash of strength and skill, but a contest of intellect and strategy. At the center of the massive camera lens sat a beam emitter. A purple light slowly coalesced within it. Yi Fan knew this was the prelude to the Heavenly Eye's activation. Once fully operational, even he would struggle to stop it. Surrounding the camera were multiple protective devices and automated mechanical arms, bristling with sharp weapons each capable of cleaving a person in two. Lung Feng launched a fierce assault on Yi Fan while simultaneously directing his robotic arms to surround and attack him, attempting to distract his focus. While fending off Leng Feng, Yi Fan also had to evade the mechanical arms assaults. Yi Fan, do you truly believe you can stop the Heavenly Eye? Lung Feng sneered, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. Even if you destroy the machinery here, you cannot prevent its activation. Yi Fan calmly evaded Lung Feng's strikes, his black longsword whirling like the wind. Each strike landed with thunderous force. In his eyes, that resolute gaze seemed to reveal he had already devised a countermeasure. Cold Peak, you overestimate your Heavenly Eye, Yi Fan said coldly. Suddenly, his sword emitted a blinding flash of light. As Lung Feng froze in surprise, Yi Fan vanished from his spot in an instant, propelled by that very force. When he reappeared, he was already standing before the control console of the Heavenly Eye device. The sword plunged into the console, attempting to halt the device's activation. Enraged, Lung Feng unleashed his speed, his white dagger clashing once more with the black sword. Each clash seemed to rent the sky, unleashing a continuous roar of thunder. Meanwhile, the purple beam gradually converged, growing ever brighter. Yi Fan knew he couldn't afford to continue this stalemate with Leng Feng. He needed to find a way to end the battle swiftly. Suddenly, a strange gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He surged toward a specific part of the device like a whirlwind, while Leng Feng attempted to block him. But Yi Fan seemed to have planned this all along. His speed was dizzyingly fast. Before Leng Feng could react, Yi Fan had already destroyed that section. The entire Heavenly Eye device shook violently, and the purple light vanished instantly. Yi Fan had successfully halted its activation for the moment. Leng Feng, this fight isn't over yet, Yi Fan said coldly, his long sword once again aimed at Leng Feng. Leng Feng's face turned pale. He knew he was now at a disadvantage. But he refused to accept defeat. He wouldn't go down without a fight. He drew a deep breath, preparing for the final showdown. The two clashed again, each strike shaking the very foundations of the earth. Yet Yi Fan clearly held the upper hand. Just as their battle reached its peak, a tremendous explosion echoed from the distance, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. Both Yi Fan and Leng Feng were knocked off balance by this sudden disturbance. Yi Fan turned to see flames spreading from the energy supply point of the Heavenly Eye device.
After he had destroyed the critical components of the heavenly eye, the entire device's energy supply had failed, ultimately triggering the explosion. Lang Feng stared at the scene in shock, his emotions churning. Yet he knew this battle was lost. Yi Fan took a deep breath. Facing the factory on the brink of collapse, he knew he had to leave this place as quickly as possible. But he had no intention of letting Lang Feng off the hook. Lang Feng, this fight is far from over. We will meet again, sooner or later. With that, Yi Fan flickered and vanished from the spot. Lang Feng stood frozen in place, staring at the direction Yi Fan had vanished, his heart filled with resentment. He silently resolved that after this battle, he would temporarily withdraw from the world to train in seclusion. Once his strength reached new heights, he would return to settle the score with Yi Fan. Yi Fan swiftly departed the collapsing factory and entered a dense forest outside the city, the rendezvous point he and Shen Lufeng had previously agreed upon. Soon, Shen Lufeng appeared before Yi Fan, riding a black motorcycle. "Mr. Yi, how did it go?" Yi Fan nodded. "The Heaven's Eye device is temporarily disabled, and Lang Feng is no match for me. We can return to Yuncheng." Several days later, while Yi Fan was in the midst of cultivation, he received a call from Du Yiming. A hint of warmth and gratitude colored Du Yiming's voice. "Yi Fan, I hear you've been doing quite well lately. I'm planning a banquet in Magic City. Would you be able to attend?" "Of course, this is also to thank you for your previous assistance." Yi Fan smiled faintly. "An invitation from the Du family head? How could I refuse? I'll be there punctually." Du Yiming chuckled happily. "Excellent. I look forward to seeing you there." Yi Fan hung up the phone, feeling somewhat puzzled. Though Du Yiming claimed it was to express gratitude, Yi Fan knew the Du family wasn't particularly close to him. This invitation must have another reason. Still, Yi Fan felt no fear. He was utterly confident in his own abilities. Shortly after, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng boarded a flight bound for the Magic City. On the evening of the banquet, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng arrived at the Du family's luxurious mansion. The guests included not only Shanghai's elite but also influential figures from other cities. Du Yiming, dressed in a black suit and holding a glass of red wine, greeted each guest personally. As Yi Fan entered the banquet hall, Du Yiming smiled faintly and approached him. "Yi Fan, I'm truly honored you've graced us with your presence at this banquet." Yi Fan gave a cold chuckle, his gaze utterly unruffled. "Mr. Du, what might I have done to deserve your gratitude?" Shen Lufeng followed closely behind, his eyes darting warily around the room, ever ready for any unexpected developments. Du Yiming paused slightly, but quickly composed himself. "Let's not dwell on the past. Today is about collaboration. Your influence in Yuncheng continues to grow. I hope we can work together." Yi Fan frowned and replied slowly, "You know I have no interest in power. I only want to live a peaceful life." Du Yiming chuckled, a sly look crossing his face. "Yi Fan, I don't mean to threaten you, but you know there are many secrets between Magic City and Yuncheng. If you refuse to cooperate, I might just reveal those secrets." A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as his gaze sharpened. "Are you threatening me?" Du Yiming swirled his wineglass leisurely, his tone tinged with amusement. "That depends on how you interpret it. I simply hope we can enjoy a pleasant collaboration." Chapter 66. What are these so-called secrets? Shen Lufeng snorted coldly, tugging Yi Fan's arm to signal him not to engage with Du Yiming. But Yi Fan shook his head, indicating Shen Lufeng needn't worry. "Du family head," Yi Fan said coldly, "I can consider cooperating with you. But first, you must tell me what exactly is this secret you speak of?" Du Yiming flashed a smug smile. "Then agree to cooperate with me first." Yi Fan knew this was undoubtedly Du Yiming's scheme, but he refused to let him off the hook. He decided to agree. "Fine, I accept." Du Yiming roared with laughter. "Ha! Yi Fan, you truly are a clever man. I'll reveal those secrets to you at the appropriate time." The banquet commenced shortly after. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng took their seats at the head table, conversing with numerous bigwigs from the metropolis. But Yi Fan couldn't stop thinking about the so-called secrets Du Yiming had mentioned. After the banquet ended, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng returned to the hotel. Sitting on the sofa, both were deep in thought. "Mr. Yi, are you truly going to partner with Du Yiming?" Shen Lufeng asked with a hint of concern. Yi Fan gave a cold laugh. "He holds a secret. How could I possibly let that slip? I'll make him understand that he's not qualified to play political games with me." Shen Lufeng nodded, understanding Yi Fan's resolve. After a moment of silence, Shen Lufeng spoke up. "Mr. Yi, the Du family wields considerable influence in the metropolis. Making them our enemy will surely bring us trouble." Yi Fan replied indifferently. "Trouble? To me, it's but a fleeting cloud. But what do you think the secret Du Yiming mentioned is?" Shen Lufeng asked curiously. Yi Fan frowned. "That's precisely what I'm pondering. Why is he so confident that possessing that secret will force me to cooperate with him?" Both men fell deep in thought until late into the night. Yi Fan resolved to visit Du Yiming the next day to see what game he was playing. The next day, Yi Fan headed to the Du residence. When he arrived, Du Yiming was seated in his study. Spotting Yi Fan enter, he smiled faintly.
Yi Fan, you truly are decisive. The banquet barely ended last night, and you're already at my door. Yi Fan replied coldly, head of the Du family, since I've agreed to your terms, it's time you revealed that secret to me. Du Yiming nodded, picked up a black box from the table, opened it, and revealed an ancient scroll inside. He handed it to Yi Fan. This ancient text records a hidden realm from Yun City's past. It is said to hold boundless treasures. Yi Fan took the scroll, his eyes flickering slightly. Is this the secret you spoke of? Du Yiming smiled. Of course there's more than that. This is merely the beginning. The treasures there might be insignificant to ordinary people, but for someone like you, they represent boundless wealth and power. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. You want to partner with me to enter that secret realm? Du Yiming nodded. Exactly, Yi Fan. Partner with me. Together, we'll uncover its secrets. Both of us stand to gain. Yi Fan took a deep breath. Fine. But I have one condition. Du Yiming asked curiously, what condition? Yi Fan stated, I want 60% of all the treasures. Du Yiming frowned, clearly surprised by the demand, but quickly smiled, agreed. You get 60% provided you guarantee our safe passage in and out of that secret realm. Yi Fan nodded. Of course. The two reached an agreement and began planning their entry into the ancient secret realm. The existence of that secret realm soon became a hot topic of discussion throughout the city. In the days that followed, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng began gathering information about the secret realm, while Du Yiming took charge of preparing the necessary supplies for the journey. Yi Fan didn't fully trust Du Yiming, fearing he might renege on his promise. Therefore, he secretly made his own preparations to ensure his safety. Finally, with all preparations complete, Yi Fan, Shen Lufeng, and Du Yiming led a team of people on their journey to find the ancient secret realm of Yuncheng. Following clues from ancient texts, they trekked for days before finally locating the legendary entrance to the secret realm. It was a deep, hidden cavern nestled within the mountains, its surroundings permeated with an ancient aura. The real challenge, however, had only just begun. The cavern was vast and pitch black, illuminated only by a few flickering torches. The damp air carried a faint musty odor, and echoes reverberated within the cavern, creating an atmosphere both mysterious and oppressive. Du Yiming pulled out an ancient map, comparing it to the cave's terrain to guide everyone forward. His eyes gleamed with greed, as if he could already envision the boundless treasure ahead. Shen Lufeng followed closely behind Yi Fan, periodically warning him of traps and dangers ahead. Yi Fan, however, walked calmly ahead, each step carefully considered. He frequently gestured for the others to halt or take alternate routes. The path through the cavern was far from smooth, littered with bizarre traps and mechanisms. Some were hidden stone spikes, others were falling boulders, and there were even eerie storm zones that could sweep anyone careless enough into their grasp. Leading the way, Yi Fan relied solely on his intuition and experience, bypassing each trap without any weapons or tools, guiding the group deeper into the cavern. After an unknown duration of travel, a sudden rumbling echoed from ahead, causing the entire cavern to tremble. A massive stone door appeared before them, engraved with ancient runes that emitted a faint golden glow. Du Yiming rushed forward excitedly, attempting to open the door. Yet no matter how he pushed or pulled, it wouldn't budge an inch. He looked anxiously at Yi Fan, hoping he might have a solution. Yi Fan stepped forward, gazing intently at the ancient runes as if conversing with them. Slowly, he extended his hand, placed it upon the stone door, and closed his eyes. The golden runes began to flicker, growing brighter and brighter until the entire cavern was bathed in golden light. Moments later, a thunderous rumble echoed as the massive stone door creaked open, revealing a vast chamber filled with treasures. Gold, silver, jewels, ancient texts, weapons, and even rare herbs, everything was arranged in perfect order. Du Yiming stared in disbelief, as if witnessing boundless riches. He couldn't resist rushing forward, reaching out to grab a golden cup. Just then, Yi Fan suddenly snorted coldly. Du Yiming's hand seemed to be held fast by some force, unable to move forward. These treasures don't belong to you. Do you really think a mere map grants you easy access to all this? Yi Fan said coldly. Du Yiming's face drained of color? He knew Yi Fan was reminding him that this expedition wasn't solely his achievement. Shen Lufeng stepped forward, his gaze cold as he fixed it on Du Yiming. The true treasure lies not merely in the riches before us, but in the wisdom and power that lie behind them. Chapter 67. Du Yiming, won't take this. Yi Fan nodded, then turned to Shen Lufeng. Let's divide the supplies and leave this place as soon as possible. The aura here is far too ancient, who knows when it might trigger other mechanisms. Du Yiming sensed trouble brewing? After all, he hadn't anticipated the depth of the collaboration between Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng. He stepped forward, attempting to appease them. Yi Fan, we're all here for the riches. Why not cooperate fairly and split these treasures evenly? Yi Fan sneered coldly. Do you really think I came here for these mere riches? Shen Lifeng shot Du Yiming a dismissive glance. The Du family's perspective is indeed this narrow-minded. Yi Fan said no more. He began selecting some of the precious items, especially the ancient texts and medicinal herbs. Shen Lufeng followed suit, and the two quickly divided the spoils. Du Yiming could only stand by, daring not to make a move. Before long, Yifan and Shen Lufeng finished their division and decided to leave the secret realm first. Du Yiming, however, was temporarily immobilized by a small seal placed upon him by Yifan. Stepping out of the secret realm, Yifan said to Shen Lufeng, "Let's return to Yun City. These items require careful study." Shen Lufeng nodded. "Agreed. I sense something extraordinary about these artifacts. They seem to harbor immense power." Upon their return from the secret realm, the two made a beeline back to Yuncheng. Yifan's residence was located in the most prestigious central district of Yun City, a standalone mansion with an ancient exterior but modern interior facilities. At the very center of the mansion was an incredibly mysterious laboratory, Yifan's primary space for research and cultivation. Entering the laboratory, they laid the precious items they had acquired upon the table. Shen Lufeng pointed to one ancient text and said, "This ancient book is called the Cloud Heaven Record. It's said to contain the cultivation insights of a great master from ancient Yun City. It's extremely valuable." Yifan took the ancient text, flipping through its pages. A contemplative look crossed his eyes. "Some of the content resembles cultivation methods I know, but there are also many new realms and perspectives. It truly is a remarkable book." Shen Lufeng nodded. "Besides this book, those herbs also seem exceptionally unique. They appear to be rare medicinal plants found only in the lands of Yun City." Yifan picked up a herb, brought it to his nose, and sniffed. "This is Yunlu grass," he remarked casually. "It aids cultivators in condensing their true essence. It's extremely rare." Just as Yifan was about to delve deeper into these precious herbs with Shen Lufeng, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Then, the mansion's main gate was violently pushed open. Dozens of black-clad figures burst in, each wearing a black veil that concealed everything but a pair of cold, piercing eyes. At their head stood none other than Du Yiming. A burly man stepped forward beside him, a long blade gleaming coldly at his back. He shot a chilling glance at Yifan and Shen Lufeng before speaking. "Yifan, you offended our Du family in the secret realm. Today, we've come to settle the score." Yifan frowned, responding calmly, "Du Yiming, what is this about?" Du Yiming sneered. "Yifan, you've pushed your luck too far. Today, it's either you die or I live." Shen Lufeng rose to his feet and said flatly, "Du Yiming, you wish to make an enemy of my Shen family?" Du Yiming sneered coldly, "Shen Lufeng, what are you? Do you really think you're someone in Yuncheng? You're nothing but Yifan's lackey." A flash of murderous intent flickered in Shen Lufeng's eyes, but Yifan stopped him. Yifan said calmly, "Du Yiming, if you came for me, come for me. Don't drag the innocent into this. If you dare touch a single hair on Shen Lufeng today, I'll wipe out your entire Du family." Du Yiming roared with laughter. "Yifan, who do you think you are? You think you can wipe out my Du family? Today, I'll take your worthless life right here." With that, the black-clad men behind Du Yiming launched a fierce assault on Yifan and Shen Lufeng, their movements precise and deadly. But they didn't know that hidden within this mansion, besides Yifan and Shen Lufeng, were also elite fighters under Yifan's command. In an instant, figures materialized throughout Yifan's residence. These were the elite warriors under his command, each possessing profound martial arts skills. They engaged in fierce combat with Du Yiming's men. Yifan fought side by side with Shen Lufeng. Together, they were no match for Du Yiming. But Du Yiming seemed prepared. Suddenly, a figure leapt out from behind him, a man clad in a purple gold robe, his aura unfathomably deep. Merely standing there, he created an oppressive space that made everyone present feel a powerful suppression. "Yifan," the purple gold-robed man sneered coldly, "do you truly believe these minions can stand against my Du family?" A flicker of surprise crossed Yifan's eyes. "You're the hidden master of the Du family, Du Tianqing, right?" Du Tianqing nodded. "Correct. It seems you know something. But today, you won't escape." Yifan smiled faintly. "Is that so? Then I'll see just how much capability your Du family truly possesses." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cold, gleaming long sword appeared in Yifan's hand, his divine weapon, the Cloud Shadow Sword. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng drew his family heirloom weapon, the Qiankuan brush. Du Tianqing eyed their weapons, a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes. "Mere divine weapons, and you dare act so brazenly before me?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than his form shifted, vanishing from his original position in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already before Yifan, delivering a palm strike aimed to kill him outright. But Yifan was ready. His Cloud Shadow Sword whirled into a blur of swordlight, parrying Du Tianqing's strike. Their battle grew increasingly fierce, each clash seeming to shake the very foundations of the heavens. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng clashed with Du Yiming, their movements mirroring each other's every step in a relentless exchange. This battle had become a spectacle for all of Yun City, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. The clash between Yifan and Du Tianqing grew fiercer, the tension on the battlefield thickening by the moment. Each time, Yifan skillfully evaded Du Tianqing's lethal strikes, while Du Tianqing likewise dodged Yifan's attacks. Suddenly, a sly gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. He abruptly stepped back, exploiting Du Tianqing's momentary lapse. With a flick of his finger, a massive whirlwind formed, instantly engulfing Du Tianqing. Du Tianqing was taken aback.
He hadn't expected Yifan to have this move up his sleeve. His body swayed unsteadily within the whirlwind, seemingly unable to find his footing. Yifan let out a cold laugh as his cloud shadow sword danced, unleashing a barrage of sword chi that shot straight toward Du Tianqing. Seeing no way to evade, Du Tianqing suddenly chanted incantations. A layer of purple gold light surged from his body, forcibly blocking Yifan's attack. Seeing this, Yifan knew something was amiss. He leapt upward, attempting to evade Du Tianqing's counterattack. But Du Tianqing clearly wouldn't let this chance slip. He unleashed a purple gold palm strike, aiming directly at Yifan. Chapter 68, This Du Tianqing, he's truly got some skills. Yifan felt immense force surging toward him. The air itself seemed saturated with that purple gold light. In that instant, he felt as if death's claws were closing in on him. Yet at this critical moment, his mind remained as still as water, utterly composed. Seeing this, Shen Lufeng realized the situation was critical. He charged toward Du Tianqing, aiming to relieve some of Yifan's pressure, but Du Yiming clung tightly to him, preventing him from breaking free. As the purple gold palm struck, Yifan's mind raced. In a flash of inspiration, he unleashed the heavenly thunder break. Clasping his palms together, he instantly summoned dark clouds and thunderous roars from the sky. Then, bolts of lightning cracked down from the heavens, crashing fiercely toward Du Tianqing. Du Tianqing was stunned to discover that these bolts possessed not only immense destructive power but also an inexplicable gravitational pull. This interference severely weakened the force of his purple gold palm. The collision of these two immense forces produced a deafening roar, forming a colossal vortex of energy that sucked everything nearby into its maw. Chaos erupted instantly as countless people fled in terror in all directions. Parts of Yun City were utterly devastated by the energy, billowing with smoke and dust. Yifan was sent flying by the immense recoil force, but he stabilized his stance through his astonishing physical prowess. Du Tianqing, however, was sent crashing into a distant building by the immense shockwave. A flicker of concern crossed Shen Lufeng's eyes as he rushed to Yifan's side. His voice was low and urgent. "Mr. Yi, are you all right?" Yifan shook his head. Though his expression remained impassive, Shen Lufeng could see the exhaustion in his eyes. Yifan remarked, "This Du Tianqing, he's got some real skill." Shen Lufeng sneered coldly, "So what? Today, he will not escape death." A sharp gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes as he replied, "Our objective today isn't to kill him, but to capture Du Yiming." Shen Lufeng paused slightly, then nodded in understanding. At that moment, Du Tianqing crawled out from a distant building, his clothes torn and tattered, clearly having suffered severe injuries. Yet his gaze remained unwavering. Fixing Yifan with a look brimming with hatred, he spat, "Yifan, you're the first to dare lay a hand on me like this. I swear I'll never let you off the hook." Yifan regarded him impassively, a cold smile curling his lips. "Seems you still haven't grasped the situation. You're no match for me now." Du Tianqing snorted coldly, yet a flicker of unease stirred within him. The buildings behind him lay in ruins, and the surrounding residents were fleeing in all directions. Only this energy-ravaged area remained, becoming the battlefield between him and Yifan. Shen Lufeng prepared to strike again, but Yifan stopped him. "You hold off Du Yiming. I'll finish this fight." Shen Lufeng nodded immediately upon hearing this. On the other side, Du Tianqing swung his weapon, letting out a furious roar as he charged toward Yifan once more. Yifan, however, showed no haste. He merely leapt lightly, evading Du Tianqing's attack. Their figures crisscrossed in the air, each collision generating massive surges of air that made the surrounding buildings sway precariously, as if they might collapse at any moment. Shen Lufeng watched this scene, admiration flashing in his eyes. Yifan's current fighting style was entirely different from his previous approach, as if he had finally found a way to counter Du Tianqing. Yifan suddenly let out a cold laugh. With a flick of his right hand, another massive whirlwind formed, hurtling toward Du Tianqing. Startled by this sudden assault, Du Tianqing scrambled backward. But this whirlwind was different from the previous ones. It seemed to possess a magnetic pull, trapping Du Tianqing in its grasp. A triumphant gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes as he coldly declared, "Du Tianqing, is this the extent of your power?" A flicker of panic crossed Du Tianqing's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, snorting coldly, "Yifan, do you really think this is enough to defeat me?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Du Tianqing began chanting incantations, a purple gold light surging around his body. This light was far more powerful than before, instantly shattering Yifan's whirlwind and surging toward him. Yifan's expression darkened, recognizing the attack's lethal intent. Yet he didn't retreat. Instead, he charged straight into Du Tianqing's assault. The two collided like two meteors, generating a powerful shockwave that shook the entire sky above Yun City. Buildings on the ground began to sway precariously under the tremors. From afar, the entire city seemed to tremble under the intensity of the battle. At that very moment, the battle between Shen Lufeng and Du Yiming also reached a fever pitch. Shen Lufeng brandished a flaming longsword as he faced off against Du Yiming. Each swing of his blade unleashed searing flames, seeking to scorch his opponent. Du Yiming, however, continuously unleashed frost spells, attempting to freeze Shen Lufeng solid. With each flick of his fingers, icy arrows shot forth, striking directly at Shen Lufeng's vital points.
Fire and ice intertwined, creating a dazzling clash of scorching heat and biting cold that was a feast for the eyes. Back on the battlefield between Yi Fan and Du Tianqing, Yi Fan was now completely enveloped by Du Tianqing's purple gold light, as if trapped within a massive halo. He tried to break through this barrier, but each attempt was repelled by its immense power. Du Tianqing watched the trapped Yi Fan, a smug smile curling his lips. Yi Fan, do you truly believe you can escape my purple gold palm? A cold smile curved Yi Fan's lips. Closing his eyes, his body began to radiate a mysterious aura that gradually intertwined with the purple gold light, forming a strange vortex. Du Tianqing watched this unfold, surprise flickering in his eyes. Is this? Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes, golden light flashing within them. He pressed his palms together and thrust forward, unleashing a powerful gust of air that slammed straight toward Du Tianqing. Du Tianqing attempted to block it with the purple gold palm, but the force of the air current far exceeded his expectations. It sent him flying, slamming him hard into a towering building. Yi Fan seized the opportunity to charge forward, engaging Du Tianqing in close combat. Each time his fist struck, it unleashed a whirlwind, while Du Tianqing desperately blocked, preventing Yi Fan's blows from landing on his body. Shen Lufeng, seizing the moment when Du Yiming was off guard, thrust his sword into the latter's shoulder, inflicting a severe wound. Du Yiming let out a cry, flashing backward to create distance between himself and Shen Lufeng. Shen Lufeng, you've gone too far. Du Yiming roared angrily. Shen Lufeng sneered coldly, this is combat. There's no such thing as going too far, only life or death. Du Yiming roared, suddenly spewing a jet of black energy from his mouth. Chapter 69, Yi Fan, are you running away? The breath surged straight toward Shen Lufeng, carrying a destructive force. Shen Lufeng's expression changed as he dodged swiftly, but the black aura seemed to possess eyes of its own, relentlessly locking onto him. Seeing Shen Lufeng in peril, Yi Fan leapt into the air, spinning mid-flight as he channeled every ounce of energy to form a massive golden barrier, aiming to block Du Yiming's black breath. When the black aura collided with the golden barrier, the surrounding air seemed sucked dry, producing a tremendous explosion. Shattered golden fragments scattered everywhere like a meteor shower. Seeing Yi Fan temporarily leave the battlefield, Du Tianqing immediately pursued him. A dark purple energy sphere coalesced in his palm, aimed at shattering Yi Fan's golden barrier. Yi Fan, however, with extraordinary reflexes, continuously manipulated the golden barrier, deflecting every one of Du Tianqing's attacks. Yi Fan, are you running away? Du Tianqing sneered. Yi Fan shot him a cold glance, offering no reply. He knew that at this very moment, he needed to give his all to protect Shen Lufeng. It was his responsibility. Shen Lufeng had managed to evade the black aura's pursuit, but he was clearly exhausted, sweat already beading on his forehead. The flame-enveloped longsword in his grasp had now extinguished, leaving only an ordinary blade. Seeing Shen Lufeng in such a battered state, Du Yiming's face twisted with smug satisfaction. He sneered coldly, Shen Lufeng, do you really think you're the richest man in Yuncheng? You're nothing but a lackey of Yi Fan. Shen Lufeng drew a deep breath, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. True, I am Yi Fan's subordinate. But I am also Yun City's wealthiest man. And I will never let you succeed so easily. With that, Shen Lufeng suddenly began chanting a series of strange incantations. His entire body seemed to ignite as intense flames surged from within him, reigniting the long sword in his hand. This time, the flames burned even more fiercely than before, as if capable of consuming everything. A flicker of horror crossed Du Yiming's eyes. He hadn't expected Shen Lufeng to have such a hidden card. Yet he quickly regained his composure, gathering the black aura in his hand once more to clash with Shen Lufeng's flaming sword. Fire and black aura intertwined in the air, forming a massive vortex that seemed poised to swallow the entire battlefield. Yi Fan and Du Tianqing both sensed the disturbance unfolding here. They paused their own battle and turned their attention to Shen Lufeng and Du Yiming. Worry flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He knew Shen Lufeng was now pushing himself to the absolute limit. Du Tianqing, however, flashed a hint of cold indifference in his eyes, as if none of this concerned him. Yi Fan suddenly lunged forward, his speed as swift as a meteor streaking across the night sky, intending to intervene in the battle between Shen Lufeng and Du Yiming. He channeled a golden energy blast, striking the vortex formed by the intertwined flames and black mist. Seeing Yi Fan intervene, Du Tianqing's heart tightened. He charged forward as well, a purple glow emanating from his body as he lunged directly at Yi Fan, attempting to block him. In midair, the golden and purple energies collided, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The surrounding air currents raged like a violent storm, whipping up dust from the battlefield that obscured the sky. Within this dusty haze, Yi Fan and Du Tianqing clashed like two fierce lions locked in combat. Each exchange sent powerful gusts of air surging through the air. Their speed was dizzyingly fast, leaving only two blurred figures crisscrossing the sky. Meanwhile, on the ground, the battle between Shen Lufeng and Du Yiming reached a fever pitch. Flames and black mist continued their struggle, but Shen Lufeng felt the pressure intensify. Each time his flames touched the black mist, they weakened slightly. Gritting his teeth, Shen Lufeng's flames suddenly blazed even more fiercely, transforming him into a living inferno. The flame sword in his grasp swelled to monstrous proportions, each swing unleashing a torrent of fiery chaos.
Seeing this, a flicker of alarm crossed Du Yiming's eyes. He dared not let his guard down, urgently channeling his inner power to thicken the black mist, forcing it to clash with the flames. At that very moment, a deafening roar erupted from the direction where Yi Fan and Du Tianqing were battling. Yi Fan had gathered all his strength into a thunderous punch, striking Du Tianqing squarely in the chest. The impact sent him flying, crashing heavily into a towering building, causing it to collapse instantly.
Yet Du Tianqing suffered little harm.
Rising from the rubble, a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but the murderous intent in his eyes only intensified. Yi Fan snorted coldly, offering Du Tianqing no chance to catch his breath. He charged forward once more, and their battle resumed. In this situation, neither held back, unleashing their ultimate techniques. The skies above Yuncheng now resembled a scene from the apocalypse. Golden light, purple radiance, flames, and black mist intertwined.
Each collision seemed poised to obliterate the entire city.
Seeing this, Du Yiming sensed trouble. He summoned a black mist to separate himself from Shen Lufeng, then flew toward Du Tianqing to offer support. The icy glint in Yi Fan's eyes grew more intense. Every strike and maneuver radiated murderous intent.
Golden energy surged from his fists, slashing toward Du Tianqing like razor-sharp blades. Du Tianqing refused to be outdone.
His purple light collided with Yi Fan's golden radiance in the air, producing blinding flashes. Each clash stirred up violent winds and waves, causing the skies above Yun City to ripple incessantly from the collision of these two formidable forces. Du Yiming joined Du Tianqing, and together they launched a fierce assault on Yi Fan. Black mist and purple light intertwined, forming a massive vortex that surged toward Yi Fan. Unfazed, Yi Fan unleashed the sky-splitting strike. His hands became blades, slashing directly at the colossal vortex.
A dazzling light erupted from his fist, cleaving the vortex clean in two. Shen Lufeng refused to be outdone.
Though slightly at a disadvantage against Du Yiming, he fought back fiercely. His flames intertwined with Du Yiming's black mist on the ground, forming a massive vortex of fire that relentlessly devoured everything around it. At that moment, Yun City resembled a battlefield.
Flames and black mist, golden light, and purple radiance intertwined.
The battles of the four combatants had drawn the entire city into their fray. During another clash with Du Tianqing, Yi Fan was struck squarely in the chest by a powerful punch. His body flew backward like a, crashing heavily into a pile of rubble. Du Tianqing roared with laughter, his eyes gleaming with triumph. He prepared to pursue, but Yi Fan rose from the rubble, dust swirling around him. The golden light had vanished from his body, yet the steely resolve in his eyes remained unshaken.
You think this is enough to defeat me?
Yi Fan sneered coldly, the power within him erupting once more.
Chapter 70. Do you truly believe you can defeat us?
A massive whirlwind began to form around his body, crackling with golden arcs of lightning. Du Tianqing and Du Yiming both felt an overwhelming sense of pressure.
Realizing the danger, they immediately braced themselves for Yi Fan's next assault.
Shen Lufeng seized the moment, channeling every ounce of his power into a colossal fireball hurled directly at Du Yiming. On Yuncheng streets, vehicles and pedestrians had come to a standstill.
Countless onlookers gazed upward at this breathtaking showdown.
The neon lights in the sky mingled with the street lamps below, yet all seemed insignificant in the face of this battle. The storm swirling around Yi Fan seemed to swallow the entire sky in an instant, golden arcs of lightning coiling around him as if his rage had ignited the heavens themselves. Yet Yi Fan knew all too well that he couldn't unleash this power unchecked, it would harm the innocent. The coldness and sharpness in Du Tianqing's eyes grew more pronounced. He knew Yi Fan was no easy opponent to deal with.
Meanwhile, Du Yiming was pinned down by Shen Lufeng's fireball.
The blazing inferno, fierce and domineering like a raging beast, closed in on him rapidly.
Du Tianqing drew a deep breath and roared at Yi Fan, "Yi Fan, do you truly believe you can defeat us? Let me tell you, you won't escape today."
Yi Fan's lips curved into a faint, contemptuous smile. His voice was deep and measured. "You're still too young, Du Tianqing.
Do you truly believe you can act with such reckless abandon in Yuncheng?"
The storm swirling around Yi Fan intensified, yet he began to channel its power into a more refined attack. His fists crackled with thunderous energy as he charged directly at Du Tianqing.
Du Tianqing's expression darkened.
Recognizing Yi Fan's full power strike, he instantly summoned surrounding energy to form a solid defensive shield.
Shen Lufeng refused to be outdone.
His fireball blazed ever brighter, forcing Du Yiming to retreat step by step. Behind him, the flames coalesced into a colossal fire dragon, lunging fiercely toward Du Yiming. Du Yiming's face drained of color. He retreated rapidly, attempting to evade the fire dragon's attack, but its speed was too great. He felt he had nowhere left to go. Suddenly, Du Yiming bit his tongue, muttering incantations. A surge of icy power erupted from his body, colliding with Shen Lufeng's fiery dragon. The fire dragon appeared to be severely suppressed, gradually weakening until it finally vanished into thin air. A flicker of shock crossed Shen Lufeng's eyes. He hadn't expected Du Yiming to possess such a technique. The battle between Yi Fan and Du Tianqing grew increasingly fierce, each strike seeming capable of shaking the entire city. Though lacking in intricate techniques, both fighters unleashed their full power.
Yi Fan and Du Tianqing moved with such blinding speed that they became mere streaks darting across the sky. Each clash sent powerful shockwaves rippling through the air, unleashing waves of turbulent energy. The skyscrapers and high rises of Yuncheng seemed to sway slightly in the tremors, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. On the streets, ordinary people instinctively stopped in their tracks, their eyes drawn to the breathtaking spectacle. Some brave youths pulled out their phones, attempting to capture this breathtaking moment, but the footage only managed to freeze two figures moving like flashes of lightning. Shen Lufeng stood atop a skyscraper, his eyes fixed intently on Du Yiming. He knew this man was no ordinary foe and could not be let off lightly. He slowly withdrew his fire energy, gathering crimson flames in both palms as if pinching a ball of blazing fire. Du Yiming, what kind of move is this? Ice and fire power? Shen Lufeng sneered. A ruthless glint flashed across Du Yiming's face as he coldly replied, Shen Lufeng, you think you're the only one who understands elemental power? But today, I'll make you understand exactly what true ice-fire techniques are. No sooner had Du Yiming spoken than his hands erupted with icy blue and fiery red light. Instantly, a torrent of ice and fire shot from his palms, hurtling toward Shen Lufeng at blinding speed. Shen Lufeng, seeing the fierce onslaught of ice and fire, wasted no time. He immediately channeled the fire energy within his body, forming a massive shield of flame in an attempt to block the attack. The two forces collided mid-air, instantly creating a massive explosion. Flames spattered everywhere, and ice crystals drifted down. The entire sky above Cloud City seemed illuminated by the spectacle. Meanwhile, the duel between Yi Fan and Du Tianqing reached a fever pitch. Yi Fan, relying on his formidable physique and unexpected techniques, fought Du Tianqing in a deadlock. Every punch and kick they exchanged was brimming with raw power and technical precision. A flicker of surprise crossed Du Tianqing's eyes. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to last this long against him. He sneered coldly, Yi Fan, you are indeed formidable. But do you truly believe you can defeat me? Unfazed, Yi Fan responded coldly, Du Tianqing, you're overconfident. The fight has only just begun. The two plunged back into fierce combat, their figures flickering like phantoms, leaving only echoes of their strikes reverberating through the air. Resolute determination burned in Yi Fan's eyes. With every clash against Du Tianqing, he sought out his opponent's vulnerabilities. Du Tianqing's speed was blinding, each strike as swift as a thunderclap. Yet Yi Fan's body seemed unbreakable, deftly evading or sheerly blocking every assault. The battle between Shen Lufeng and Du Yiming intensified. Each collision between ice and fire, or fire and shield, was accompanied by a tremendous explosion that shook the entire city. Shen Lufeng's expression grew grim. He knew this was a battle of equals, one misstep could tip the scales against him. Du Yiming, Shen Lufeng sneered coldly, murmuring incantations as he gathered even more powerful flames. Do you truly believe this ice-fire power can defeat me? Du Yiming snorted coldly, clasping his hands together. An even more formidable surge of ice-fire power erupted from behind him, hurtling directly toward Shen Lufeng. A resolute light flashed in Shen Lufeng's eyes. He knew this was the decisive battle against Du Yiming he could not afford to lose. He pressed his palms together, forging flames into a sword that clashed head-on with Du Yiming's ice-fire power. A massive explosion echoed once more, engulfing the entire sky in blazing fire and icy frost. At the same time, Yi Fan and Du Tianqing's battle had also reached its final, decisive stage. Yi Fan's attacks grew increasingly fierce, each punch carrying the resolve to destroy everything in its path. Du Tianqing felt the pressure, cracks appearing in his defenses. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck in the chest by Yi Fan's kick, sending him flying like a meteor to crash into a skyscraper. Yi Fan seized the moment to pursue, forming chains with his hands to bind Du Tianqing's arms. With a violent tug, he yanked him down from the building, slamming him hard onto the ground. Chapter 71, Victory at Last. Du Tianqing coughed up blood in agony, yet he refused to yield. His eyes blazed with viciousness and venom. Yi Fan, do you think this is enough to defeat me? Yi Fan stood towering over Du Tianqing, his gaze icy. This is only the beginning, Du Tianqing. Just as Du Tianqing prepared to counterattack, a frantic shout echoed from the distance, Brother, we're leaving. Du Yiming was already being overwhelmed by Shen Lufeng, teetering on the brink of defeat. He knew that if this continued, he would inevitably lose. He quickly pulled Du Tianqing to his feet and turned to flee. Yi Fan watched coldly as the two fled in disarray. He didn't pursue them, for he knew this battle was already his. Shen Lufeng approached Yi Fan and took a deep breath. Mr. Yi, you are truly formidable. Several days later in Yuncheng, the city appeared unchanged on the surface, yet turbulent shifts were brewing beneath the surface. A new power was quietly emerging in Yuncheng, the Fengyun Society, formed by a group of former business tycoons and martial arts figures. Their sole objective was to challenge Yi Fan's dominance. The Wind and Cloud Society expanded rapidly, demonstrating formidable influence in both legitimate business circles and the underground underworld. Soon, influential figures and prominent families in Yuncheng began defecting to the Wind and Cloud Society, eager to ride this new wave of power back to prominence. Upon receiving the news, Shen Lufeng immediately went to Yi Fan's residence to report the situation.
Mr. Yi, the Wind and Cloud Society seems to be growing increasingly powerful.
Should we take action?
Shen Lufeng asked, his face etched with concern.
Leaning back in a luxurious sofa, Yifan gently swirled the red wine in his glass before speaking slowly. The Wind and Cloud Society?
Though they've risen quickly, they're nothing but a flash in the pan.
They merely seek to challenge my position, foolishly aspiring to dominate. Shen Lufeng frowned.
But many now favor them, calling the Fengyun Society the new overlord.
Yifan smiled. Hegemony isn't something you simply claim. True dominance is forged through the test of time and adversity.
In recent days, the Wind and Cloud Society had made frequent appearances at events across Yuncheng, openly challenging Yifan's authority. They even hung a massive banner in the city center square, declaring, "The Wind and Cloud rise again. Yifan must die." Yifan seemed unfazed, calmly continuing his daily life. Yet beneath his composure, he had already begun laying his plans in secret. One night, deep within the imposing headquarters of the Fengyun Society, a secret meeting was underway. The core members of the Wind and Cloud Society were discussing their next course of action.
That brat Yifan is too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson, a middle-aged man declared angrily.
Another man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, smiled faintly.
No need to rush.
Yifan may be powerful, but our Fengyun Society isn't one to be trifled with either. I've already orchestrated a major move to show him who truly rules the city. Just then, the lights throughout the entire building suddenly went out, plunging the surroundings into complete darkness.
The crowd gasped in shock, frantically pulling out their phones to activate flashlights. A cold, piercing voice echoed through the darkness. Fengyun Society, do you truly believe you can challenge my position, Yifan?
Everyone looked around frantically, but no one was in sight.
Who's there?
Show yourself, the middle-aged man roared angrily. The lights flickered back on, revealing Yifan standing at the conference room door. Behind him stood a group of heavily armed men clad in black. The core members of the Wind and Cloud Society were stunned. They never imagined Yifan would suddenly appear here.
Yifan stepped forward, his gaze as sharp as a blade.
Wind and Cloud Society, he declared, I give you a choice, disband immediately, or you will pay the price for challenging my authority. The Fengyun Society members exchanged stunned glances, clearly unprepared for Yifan's decisive and forceful stance. The middle-aged man, Wang Hai, leader of the Fengyun Society, drew a dagger and pointed it at Yifan.
Yifan, do you really think you can take on our entire society alone?
Yifan smiled faintly, saying nothing. Shen Lufeng stepped forward from behind him, his piercing gaze sweeping over every member present. His arrival seemed to intensify the oppressive atmosphere surrounding the Wind and Cloud Society.
Wind and Cloud Society, Yifan said coldly, you've surely heard of Shen Lufeng?
The crowd nodded in unison. Shen Lufeng's name was renowned throughout Yun City and the entire martial world. Few were unaware of his fame. The revelation that Shen Lufeng was actually Yifan's subordinate sent a wave of unease through the Fengyun Society members, making them squirm in their seats. Wang Hai gripped the dagger in his hand tightly, his heartbeat echoing distinctly in the quiet conference room. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, Yifan, you've come onto Fengyun Society's turf today.
Do you really think you'll leave unscathed?
Yifan shrugged. Since he'd come, he had no intention of leaving.
Your territory? It's nothing special. Wang Hai's eyes widened. He'd never encountered such brazen arrogance before. This cold disdain was unbearable.
He suddenly waved his hand, and members of the Fengyun Society drew their weapons, instantly heightening the tension. But Yifan remained utterly unfazed. Pointing to his chest, he spoke calmly, begin. I'll show you what a true overlord is defined by. Wang Hai roared with fury, and the Fengyun Society members surged toward Yifan. Yet Yifan and Shen Lufeng's coordination seemed to enter a realm of their own. Whenever an attacker drew near, they were effortlessly defeated.
Yifan's movements were incredibly agile, each action perfectly timed, as if he had anticipated every move his opponents would make. His fists flashed like lightning, each strike delivering excruciating pain.
Shen Lufeng stood like an impregnable fortress.
His defense was flawless. Anyone attempting to approach him was instantly intimidated by his overwhelming aura.
The Fengyun Society members seemed as fragile as paper in front of Yifan and Shen Lufeng, posing no threat whatsoever. Soon, the conference room floor was littered with defeated Fengyun Society members, while Yifan and Shen Lufeng remained standing in the same spot, unscathed. Wang Hai was cornered against the wall, still clutching his dagger, yet he had lost all will to resist. Yifan walked up to him, gave his cheek a light tap, and sneered coldly, Wang Hai, is this your Fengyun Society? Wang Hai lifted his head, his eyes filled with despair and fear. Yifan, you win. My Fengyun Society dissolves effective immediately.
Yifan smiled faintly. That's the wise choice. Then he turned and walked away.
The conference room door swung open as Yifan and Shen Lufeng stepped out, leaving the Fengyun Society members trembling on the floor.
Chapter 72, An Eagle Doesn't Worry About an Ant's Provocation.
Yuncheng, this bustling metropolis teeming with all manner of people and vibrant nightlife, saw Yifan's reputation soar even higher after his clash with the Wind and Cloud Society. The Wind and Cloud Society, once one of Yuncheng's major powers, had been defeated with ease by Yifan.
This made everyone understand what a true powerhouse looked like.
Afterward, Shen Lufeng opened the car door and motioned for Yifan to enter first. Yifan casually patted Shen Lufeng's shoulder in thanks, and the two drove straight to Yifan's private residence in Yuncheng. Inside the car, Shen Lufeng spoke up. Mr. Yi, the Wind and Cloud Society has disbanded. Those smaller factions will likely stay quiet for a while, but eventually, someone will covet your territory. Leaning back in his seat with half-closed eyes, Yifan replied calmly, let them covet.
An eagle doesn't fret over an ant's provocation.
Shen Lufeng smiled faintly, deeply impressed by Yifan's confidence. Upon arriving at the residence, Yifan entered his study and began organizing some documents. These documents weren't financial contracts or business plans, but rather classified files related to Yifan's past.
Yifan's background was extraordinary, and naturally, it held many secrets that couldn't be easily revealed. Just as Yifan was about to relax, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Yifan answered and coldly asked, "Who is this?"
A cool, detached male voice came from the other end. "You don't need to know who I am.
Just know that I have what you want."
Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied in a cold tone, "Speak."
"What is it?"
The voice chuckled softly. "Yifan, you've been far too careless. Those classified documents you cherish most are now in my possession."
Yifan's heart sank. He knew exactly what the other party was referring to. If those classified documents were leaked, Yifan's very foundation could be threatened. "What do you want?" Yifan demanded in a deep voice. The man replied, "Simple. 500 million. I'll send the transaction location to your phone. If you dare to call the police or try any tricks, I'll release those documents immediately." Yifan took a deep breath, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. "Fine. I agree."
After hanging up, Yifan stared at the phone in his hand, his gaze deep and intense. Shen Lufeng entered and, seeing Yifan's expression, knew exactly what was on his mind.
"Mr. Yi, what's the matter?"
Yifan briefly explained the situation. Shen Lufeng frowned, fully aware of the importance of those classified documents. "Mr. Yi, 500 million isn't a huge sum for us, but this deal is too risky. We can't agree to it lightly," Shen Lufeng said. Yifan shook his head.
"It's not about the money.
I want to know who could obtain those documents in such a short time." A flicker of doubt crossed Shen Lufeng's eyes. Indeed, those documents were stored in specific locations hardly accessible to ordinary people.
Yifan stood up.
"Whoever it is, I'll make them understand the consequences of crossing my line."
Shen Lufeng nodded. "I'll get to the bottom of this for you."
Afterward, Yifan headed alone to the transaction site at the address provided.
The location was a remote warehouse district in Yuncheng.
When Yifan arrived, he found dozens of men in black already lined up in formation.
In the center stood a man in a suit, holding a folder. Yifan asked coolly, "You're the one on the phone?" The man in the suit smiled and nodded.
"That's correct."
"Did you bring the money?"
Yifan sneered coldly.
"First, I want to see those documents."
The man in the suit waved his hand, and one of the men in black handed the folder to Yifan. Yifan opened it and confirmed they were indeed the classified documents. Setting the documents down, Yifan suddenly sneered, "Now that I've seen the files, I don't plan on paying." A sharp glint flashed in the man in the suit's eyes.
"You think this place is your family business?"
Yifan swept a cold glance around at the surrounding black-clad men. Suddenly, his form shifted. Like a ghost, he drifted to the man in the suit and punched him squarely in the chest. The man in the suit flew backward instantly, slamming heavily into the wall. The surrounding black-clad men immediately closed in to attack Yifan, but in his eyes, they were nothing more than ants.
Agile and swift, each strike of his knocked down an opponent.
Before long, all the men in black lay sprawled on the floor. Yifan walked up to the man in the suit and said coldly, "Tell me, who gave you these documents?" The man in the suit spat out a mouthful of blood and trembled. It was. A cold glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. "Speak." The man looked up at Yifan, then suddenly twisted his mouth into a savage grin. "Yifan, you'll pay for this." Before the words faded, the man bit through his tongue. His body stiffened and collapsed to the ground, life already extinguished. Yifan surveyed the scene, fully aware that his enemies now extended far beyond Yuncheng. He needed to uncover the truth behind this swiftly and protect his family's foundation. Shen Lufeng rushed to the scene. Seeing the aftermath, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. "Mr. Yi, powerful forces are undoubtedly orchestrating this." Yifan picked up the documents from the floor, his gaze turning cold.
"This wasn't just about my family's secrets, it involved the power struggle within Yuncheng. I will find the mastermind behind this."
The two left the warehouse and drove back to the heart of Yuncheng. Yifan's composure remained unshaken. He knew that once his identity was exposed, he would face even greater trials. "Shen Lufeng," Yifan said in a low voice, "I need you to mobilize every resource at your disposal to uncover the mastermind behind this."
Shen Lufeng nodded.
"Mr. Yi, I will do everything in my power."
Yuncheng's night was ablaze with lights.
In a lavish private room atop a luxury high-rise, several middle-aged men sat around a table, each wearing a satisfied smile.
Yi Fan has finally taken the bait.
One man swirled his glass of red wine. This time, no matter how capable he is, he won't escape our grasp.
Another middle-aged man said fiercely.
Just then, a knock sounded at the door. A man in black entered, bowing his head to the others. Sir, Yi Fan didn't fall for our trap. He's already started investigating us.
The men's expressions darkened instantly. Setting down their wineglasses, they demanded coldly, what happened?
The man in black recounted the events that had just unfolded in the warehouse. The middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table.
It seems Yi Fan is no ordinary man. We can no longer underestimate him. Should we?
Another middle-aged man's eyes flickered.
Eliminate him now?
The first middle-aged man pondered for a moment, a flicker of cunning passing through his eyes. No, he decided.
This time, we're going big. I'm going to take down every last bit of power in Yuncheng.
Meanwhile, at Yi Fan's private residence, he and Shen Lufeng were analyzing the enemy lurking behind the scenes.
Chapter 73, Let's Play Bigger.
After some investigation, they discovered the forces behind the attack were far more extensive than they had imagined.
Mr. Yi, this time they're not just targeting you.
It seems they want to control all of Yuncheng, Shen Lufeng frowned. A resolute glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes.
If they want to play, then let's play big.
Yi Fan rose to his feet, walked to the window, and gazed out at the dazzling nightscape of Yuncheng. His voice turned cold. This city isn't a place they can come and go as they please. Shen Lufeng watched Yi Fan's retreating figure inside. Mr. Yi, ever since you returned to Yuncheng, the place has been in turmoil.
Are you truly prepared to confront those factions head-on?
Yi Fan turned, his eyes blazing with a fire that seemed capable of consuming the world. His voice was calm yet resolute. Since they dared cross my line, I'll make them pay the price.
Shen Lufeng nodded, recognizing Yi Fan's unwavering resolve.
I've already assigned personnel to investigate those middle-aged men, he reported.
But Mr. Yi, you must be cautious. Their influence is far greater than we anticipated.
Yi Fan sneered coldly, they're nothing but a bunch of old foxes. Find their weak points, and they're nothing but paper tigers.
Shen Lufeng smiled faintly, recognizing Yi Fan's preparedness.
I'll fully support you to ensure this operation's success.
Yi Fan nodded. Good. Let's start by looking into their businesses and see what we can exploit.
The two immediately sprang into action, mobilizing all available resources to investigate the middle-aged men's business operations.
This move was quickly detected by the other side.
In an exclusive private club, the middle-aged men gathered once more. Yi Fan has started investigating our business, one of the men said angrily.
Another middle-aged man snorted coldly, he doesn't know his place. How dare he target us? Does he really think we're easy to push around?
A cold gleam flashed in the first man's eyes. This time, he said, we can't just sit back and wait for disaster.
We must strike back.
The others all nodded in agreement. We can start with his associates like that Shen Lufeng, one suggested. The first man pondered for a moment before nodding.
Agreed. Start with Shen Lufeng.
Shortly thereafter, the large shopping mall operated by Shen Lufeng was suddenly subjected to violent vandalism.
The news spread, instantly causing panic among the public and merchants. Shops within the mall suspended operations one after another, leaving the shopping center desolate in an instant.
Shen Lufeng frowned, fully aware this was merely the enemy's first move. Soon, other businesses began to suffer collateral damage from hotels and restaurants to real estate projects. Everything seemed to be losing its calm. In a luxury apartment in Yuncheng, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng sat together. Gazing out at the bustling cityscape beyond the window, both men's eyes revealed a resolute determination. Looks like they've started their move, Shen Lufeng remarked, gesturing toward the group of middle-aged men.
Yi Fan smiled faintly.
They're merely forcing our hand prematurely.
Shen, how do you think I should respond?
Shen Lufeng pondered for a moment before replying. These individuals are clearly leveraging their connections and backgrounds to manipulate events behind the scenes. First, we must uncover their vulnerabilities, then strike back. This will be a long battle, but I believe that if we keep up the pressure, we'll eventually find their weak spot.
Yi Fan nodded.
Gazing out the window, his deep eyes seemed to hold twinkling stars as he spoke slowly. Zhao Shen, I want to establish an anonymous investigation firm in Yuncheng.
Its sole purpose will be to probe these individuals' backgrounds and business dealings. What do you think?
Shen Lufeng offered an approving smile.
Good idea.
That way we can maintain a low profile while digging deeper into their secrets. Yi Fan immediately set to work. He rented a secluded office space, hired a team of professional private investigators and cybersecurity experts, and established the investigation firm.
To avoid detection by his adversaries, he deliberately chose an ordinary name for the firm, Cloud Investigation.
Yi Fan then personally ordered a comprehensive investigation into everything about those middle-aged men. From their business records and financial flows to their private lives, no detail escaped Yi Fan's scrutiny. After a period of investigation, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng received a thick folder at a dinner banquet. This was Cloud Investigation's first investigative report. Shen Lufeng opened the folder and, after glancing at just a few pages, his expression turned grave. He looked up at Yi Fan, his eyes filled with shock. "Mr. Yi, the forces behind these people are far greater than we imagined."
Yi Fan sneered coldly, "Is that so?
Then this becomes even more interesting.
Since they wish to challenge me in Yuncheng, I'll make them regret it utterly. Xiao Xin, send me the files."
Yi Fan extended his hand. Shen Lufeng promptly handed over the folder. Yi Fan scanned through it, deep in thought. These middle-aged men appeared to be merely wealthy businessmen from Yuncheng on the surface, but the forces behind them exceeded even their expectations. They weren't just business tycoons, they also had connections to Yuncheng's underground underworld. This made Yi Fan even more cautious about his next move. Yi Fan took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, "Xiao Shun, looks like we need to adjust our strategy."
Since their influence in Yuncheng is so vast, we can't just confront them here. Shen Lufeng nodded.
"You're right, Mr. Yi. These men have extensive business interests elsewhere. We should expand the battlefield and leave them no breathing room. First, we must cut off their cash flow." A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes.
Did Yun's investigation uncover any overseas assets or investments belonging to them?
"Yes, this folder contains that information," Shen Lufeng replied. Yi Fan quickly scanned through the documents. Soon, he zeroed in on a key target. This company, Tada International, registered overseas, yet it held substantial investments in Yuncheng.
"We'll start with this company." Shen Lufeng's eyes lit up. "I see.
If we can take control of Tada International, or at least cripple it, their financial chains will be disrupted, and their influence in Yuncheng will weaken accordingly." Yi Fan smiled faintly, though the expression held no warmth. "And we must ensure they know exactly who's targeting them." In the days that followed, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng began covert operations against Tada International. From acquiring its shares to covertly manipulating its supply chain, they even uncovered some of the company's hidden secrets.
Chapter 74, We Can't Sit Idly by any longer. Within mere months, Tada International's stock plummeted. Numerous shareholders began dumping shares, plunging the company into a severe operational crisis. Meanwhile, the middle-aged men in Yuncheng naturally felt the pressure mounting. Their funding chains began to break, many former partners distanced themselves, and some even stabbed them in the back. On a rainy night, the middle-aged men gathered once more. Deep worry etched their faces. "You all know about Tada International's situation. Our funds are already in trouble," the first middle-aged man said in a low voice. Another middle-aged man snapped angrily, "This is all that Yi Fan's doing. We can't just sit here and wait for disaster. He's clearly trying to push us to the brink. We must unite against him," the third man declared. The first middle-aged man paused briefly before declaring resolutely, "This Yi Fan, since he dares challenge us in Yuncheng, he shouldn't blame us for being ruthless. Prepare everything. Starting tomorrow, we'll launch a full-scale counterattack against him." Inside the luxurious private club, the middle-aged men were busily plotting their counterattack against Yi Fan. All were Yun City's business titans, boasting extensive networks and resources. Soon, a meticulously crafted plan took shape. The next day, a prominent Yun City daily newspaper splashed a city-wide shocker across its front page. Yun investigation agency suspected of illegal intrusion into personal privacy, implicated in a massive money laundering case. Furthermore, these allegations were widely reposted by numerous media outlets, severely damaging Yun investigation's reputation. Yi Fan sat in his office, eyes fixed on the news article before him, a cold gleam flashing in his gaze. "Xiao Xin, what's your take?" Yi Fan asked.
Shen Lufeng replied with unwavering resolve, "Mr. Yi, this is clearly retaliation from those middle-aged men. They're leveraging the media to destroy our reputation before crushing us commercially." Yi Fan smiled faintly, "These people really seem to think I'm a pushover. But since they've chosen this path, don't blame me for being ruthless." Shen Lufeng immediately understood Yi Fan's meaning. "What should we do now?" he asked. Yi Fan rose and walked to the window, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "First, we must safeguard Cloud Investigation's reputation. Then, for the clients we've worked with, we must guarantee their interests remain unharmed. As for those middle-aged men, I already have a plan." Yi Fan then gathered Yun Investigation's core team to formulate a detailed action plan together. First, they secretly obtained compromising evidence on those middle-aged men. Then, they anonymously leaked it online. The materials were authentic and sufficient to destroy the reputation of those men. The revelations immediately caused an uproar online. From manufacturing counterfeit goods to connections with street thugs, each revelation was shocking. Soon, these men became public targets, and their business empires faced immense pressure. Yi Fan didn't stop there. He launched further attacks on the middle-aged men's business networks. Due to his relationship with Shen Lufeng, many large enterprises chose to partner with Yi Fan instead of those middle-aged men. This caused their standing in the business world to plummet dramatically, and their capital chains began to show serious problems. Meanwhile, Yi Fan launched a major campaign to promote his positive image through cloud-based investigations. He donated substantial funds to charities, assisted numerous impoverished families, and frequently participated in public welfare activities. Through concrete actions, he demonstrated to everyone that he was not the person those middle-aged men portrayed him to be.
Shen Lufeng watched the unfolding events with deep admiration.
He patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and said, "Mr. Yi, you're truly a remarkable man.
How did I never see this before?"
Yi Fan smiled and replied, "Little Shen, this is what they call stirring up the grass to scare the snake. I kept a low profile all this time to give them the illusion that I was an easy target, tempting them to take a bite. But now that they've stepped into my game, I'll make them regret it completely." Time flew by, and for various reasons, those middle-aged men began facing legal consequences. Their business empires crumbled, their reputations in tatters.
Yi Fan, meanwhile, reaped the rewards, emerging as Yuncheng's new business titan.
But he knew this was only the beginning.
In this complex world, too many enemies and hidden threats lurked in the shadows.
His task was not merely to defend his territory, but more crucially, to continue protecting those around him. One day, atop the most luxurious hotel in Yuncheng, Yi Fan hosted a grand banquet. The guests were all major business tycoons from Yun City, making the scene exceptionally grand. Yi Fan, dressed in a black suit, sat commandingly at the head table, his aura so powerful that no one dared meet his gaze. Midway through the banquet, Yi Fan rose and walked to the center of the stage. He stated calmly, "Tonight, I, Yi Fan, wish to share some news with you all. Effective immediately, I am formally taking control of Yun Investigation and renaming it Yuncheng." Shen Lufeng stood below the stage, smiling faintly. He knew Yi Fan's decision meant far more than a simple name change. It signified that Yi Fan was ready to build his own business empire in this city and he would be its most loyal member. After the banquet, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng stood on the balcony, gazing at the dazzling lights of Yun City. Both were filled with anticipation. Yi Fan said calmly, "Shen, we'll walk this path together from now on." Shen Lufeng nodded firmly, "Mr. Yi, rest assured.
I will always stand by you."
Just then, a shooting star streaked across the distant sky, illuminating the entire night. Both men looked up simultaneously, witnessing the beautiful spectacle.
Yi Fan took a deep breath and said, "This is a good omen.
It signifies that our future path will be smooth sailing."
Xiaoshen smiled and asked, "Mr. Yi, do you believe in such things?"
Yi Fan smiled faintly, "Perhaps. But more than that, I believe in myself." In the days that followed, Yuncheng soared to new heights, becoming the commercial leader of Yuncheng. Enterprises under Yi Fan's leadership sprang up like mushrooms after rain, while he himself increasingly stepped back into the shadows, entrusting most affairs to Xiaoshen's management. One day, while Yi Fan was reviewing documents in his office, his assistant Xiaoling rushed in and said, "Mr. Yi, someone is here to see you."
Yi Fan looked up. "Oh? Who is it?"
"He claims his name is Nangonyu and says he has something extremely important to discuss with you." Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly.
He didn't recall this person.
But since the man had come, it would be impolite to refuse.
He nodded, "Let him in." Chapter 75, The Nangong Clan.
Moments later, a middle-aged man dressed in a white robe entered. The man appeared to be in his 40s, wearing a faint smile on his face, yet his gaze held a sharp intensity. "Mr. Yi Fan, it's a pleasure to finally meet you," the man said with a smile. Yi Fan eyed him warily.
"Who are you? Why are you looking for me?"
The man smiled faintly. "My name is Nangongyu, head of the Nangong family.
I've come to propose a partnership." A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. "The Nangong family? That's one of the three major families of Yuncheng. Why would you want to cooperate with me?"
Nangongyu replied, "Mr. Yi Fan, your cloud peak is truly exceptional.
The Nangong family wishes to establish a partnership with you."
Yi Fan felt puzzled.
The Nangong family held immense influence in Yun City. Why would they proactively seek him out?
Nangongyu seemed to sense Yi Fan's confusion and explained, "Mr. Yi Fan, as you know, within Yuncheng's business circles, besides the Nangong family, there are two other major families. These two clans have long been at odds with our Nangong family. I wish to leverage your strength to defeat them once and for all."
Yi Fan pondered for a moment before replying, "I understand your meaning, but I need time to consider."
Nangongyu smiled faintly, "Of course, Mr. Yi Fan.
Please take your time.
I believe our collaboration will benefit both parties." Yi Fan nodded, and Nangongyu turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Yi Fan felt a complex mix of emotions. This opportunity for collaboration was undeniably a great temptation, but Yi Fan knew it was bound to be fraught with traps and hidden dangers. He needed to proceed with caution. Over the following days, Yi Fan closely monitored the movements of the Nangong family and the other two major clans. He discovered that these three major families were locked in relentless competition within Yuncheng's business circles. Each family had its own allies and spheres of influence, forming an intricate web of interests. At the headquarters of Yuncheng, Yi Fan convened a meeting with his elite senior executives.
"What are your thoughts on the Nangong family's proposal for cooperation?" Yi Fan asked calmly. One executive replied, "The Nangong family wields immense influence in Yun City.
Partnering with them could indeed bring significant benefits, but it would also alert the other two major families.
Another executive added, moreover, if we help the Nangong family defeat the other two major families, might they then turn their attention to us?
This was Yi Fan's greatest concern.
He took a deep breath. I've considered this issue.
But our strength is rising rapidly now. Soon, we'll be on par with all three major families. At that point, I'd like to see if they dare to touch us. Xiao Shen, standing beside Yi Fan, remarked calmly, Mr. Yi, I believe this collaboration is both an opportunity and a test. We can work with the Nangong family, but we must ensure our own safety.
Yi Fan nodded. Xiao Shen is right. We must prepare thoroughly for this collaboration.
Thus, Yi Fan began planning the alliance with the Nangong family. He resolved to first join forces with the Nangong family to confront the other two major clans, while secretly making every possible preparation behind the scenes to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. On the day the formal cooperation agreement with the Nangong family was signed, the entire business world of Yuncheng was shaken.
The alliance between the Nangong family and Yuncheng undoubtedly formed a formidable force, making other families feel threatened.
Subsequently, Yi Fan and Nangong Yu joined forces to launch a fierce assault against the other two major families. Whether in business or other spheres, they employed extremely aggressive tactics, inflicting heavy losses on the rival clans. Yet Yi Fan never relaxed his vigilance toward the Nangong family. He had planted numerous spies behind the scenes, keeping a constant watch on the Nangong family's movements. Time flew by, and before they knew it, several months had passed. Yi Fan and the Nangong family's collaboration grew increasingly smooth, while the other two major families found themselves at a disadvantage, nearly on the verge of defeat.
Yet, at this very moment, Yi Fan received intelligence. The Nangong family was secretly plotting an assault on Cloud Peak.
Yi Fan was not surprised. He had long anticipated this day. He smiled faintly and said to Xiao Shen, it seems the real war is about to begin. Xiao Shen looked at Yi Fan with unwavering resolve. Mr. Yi, no matter what happens, I will stand by you.
Yi Fan nodded. I know, Xiao Shen. This time, we must fight to the end. Night had fallen, yet Yuncheng's bustling energy showed no sign of waning. Neon lights flickered, and the flowing shadows between skyscrapers resembled liquid gold, showcasing the city's prosperity and vitality.
Yi Fan sat in the top floor office of Yuncheng, facing a massive city map.
Red and blue pins marked the power distributions of the Nangong family and Yuncheng.
His cold gaze swept over the map as his strategy took shape. Xiao Shen, I need detailed intelligence on the Nangong family's attack, Yi Fan stated. Xiao Shen nodded, opened a folder, and detailed the Nangong family's movements to Yi Fan. The Nangong family has already positioned personnel at several key locations.
They've also formed alliances with other factions, aiming to take down Yuncheng in one decisive strike.
They seem to have obtained intelligence unknown to us, hence their unusually swift actions.
After listening, Yi Fan pondered for a moment before stating, they must have a mole within our ranks.
Otherwise, they couldn't have obtained some of our classified information.
Want me to investigate? Xiao Shen asked.
Yi Fan shook his head.
Not yet. Stabilize the situation first.
We'll discuss it later. The two began strategizing to prepare for the impending conflict. Subsequently, Yi Fan began intensively gathering the core forces of Cloud Peak.
After careful planning, they resolved to strike first, aiming to preempt the Nangong family's attack.
Deep into the night, yet a subterranean club in Yuncheng remained brightly lit. This was a secret base of the Nangong family, now filled with its high-ranking members and their partners. Nangong Yu sat at the head of the table, his eyes flashing with cold determination. Gentlemen, Yi Fan is no ordinary man.
We must proceed with caution.
But there's no need for excessive worry. As long as we unite our forces, Cloud Peak will be no match for us.
Suddenly, the lights dimmed, plunging the entire venue into silence. Nangong Yu and everyone present wore expressions of alertness.
At that moment, the door burst open violently. A blinding beam of light flooded the room as dozens of heavily armed men stormed in.
Leading them was none other than Yi Fan. Nangong Yu's expression darkened as he stood up. Yi Fan, what do you think you're doing?
Yi Fan sneered coldly. Nangong Yu, I intended to cooperate with you.
But since you've chosen betrayal, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 76, Yi Fan, don't get too cocky.
The senior members of the Nangong family and their partners felt their hearts sink. They never expected Yi Fan to launch a sudden attack, and with such overwhelming force. Though stunned, Nangong Yu quickly regained his composure. After all, as the head of the Nangong clan, he could not afford to falter.
Yi Fan, don't get too cocky. Do you think our Nangong family is something you can bully at will?
Nangong Yu glared at Yi Fan, his voice dripping with murderous intent.
Yi Fan remained unmoved,
instead smiling coldly. Nangong Yu, do you really think you have the standing to speak to me like this under these circumstances?
Nangong Yu's expression darkened further.
He knew the situation was dire for him, but he was no pushover either. Yi Fan, if you kill me, the Nangong family will never let you off.
Who said I want to kill you?
Yi Fan sneered coldly.
I'm only here to reclaim what belongs to me. With that, Yifan waved his hand, and his men swiftly began searching the entire clubhouse. Nangong's brow furrowed tightly. He understood Yifan had come to find evidence of the mole. Moments later, an unassuming-looking folder appeared in Yifan's hands. Yifan opened it and his expression instantly turned icy. Nangongyu, I never imagined your Nangong family would stoop to such a thing. Nangongyu gritted his teeth. Yifan, if you've got the guts, kill me now. Stop spouting empty threats. Yifan smiled faintly. Kill you? That would be too easy. I want you to live and watch. Watch as I dismantle the Nangong family you worked so hard to build, piece by piece. With that, Yifan led his men out of the clubhouse. Nangongyu and the others were left behind, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what to do next. Upon returning to Cloud Peak, Yifan immediately convened an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures against the Nangong family. Mr. Yi, we've obtained detailed intelligence on the Nangong family enough to deliver a fatal blow, Xiaoshen stated firmly. Yifan nodded indifferently, though the Nangong family is powerful, they have no room left to maneuver. We must seize this opportunity to wipe them off the map of Yun City once and for all. Hearing Yifan's words, everyone's blood began to boil. They knew this would be an unprecedented battle, and they would be the most crucial players in it. Yifan handed the documents to Xiaoshen. Xiaoshen, deliver these to the intelligence organization. Have them investigate the Nangong family. I will expose the Nangong family's crimes to the light of day. Xiaoshen took the documents and nodded firmly, rest assured, Mr. Yi. I will see it through. Yifan smiled with satisfaction, go. I trust you. After Xiaoshen left, Yifan began planning the economic assault on the Nangong family. He knew the intelligence organization alone wouldn't suffice. He had to cripple the Nangong family financially to defeat them completely. Over the next few days, Yifan and the executives of Yuncheng were exceptionally busy. Leveraging their resources, they launched a comprehensive assault against the Nangong family. The Nangong family felt unprecedented pressure. Their businesses began to falter, and their capital chain showed signs of strain. Nangongyu grasped the gravity of the situation, yet he was powerless to reverse it. Sitting in his office, Yifan studied the report in his hands, a cold smile curling his lips. Nangongyu, you once believed you could control everything. But you were wrong. In my eyes, you'll always be nothing but a loser. And all of this is merely the beginning of Yifan's revenge plan. He resolved that this time, he would give the Nangong family no chance to catch their breath. Yifan rose to his feet, walked to the window, and gazed out at the bustling city below. A cold, sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. A storm is coming to Yuncheng. Yifan murmured to himself. Yifan's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was Xiaoshen calling. Mr. Yi, the intelligence operation has commenced. We've uncovered numerous secrets of the Nangong family. Yifan nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Keep up the pressure. I won't give the Nangong family any breathing room. Yes, Mr. Yi. Xiaoshen acknowledged before hanging up. Yifan set his phone aside. He knew the coming days would be even harder for the Nangong family. But he had no intention of stopping there. He intended to make the Nangong family pay an even heavier price. Yifan dialed another number. It's me, Yifan. Initiate Plan B. I want the Nangong family to collapse completely. A low, measured voice answered, understood. Yifan hung up. He knew the rest would be handled by his people. All he needed to do was wait for the good news. Days later, the Nangong family's series of shady deals were exposed. Their reputation plummeted to rock bottom. Numerous partners withdrew their investments, causing the Nangong family's financial chain to snap completely. Nangongyu sat in his luxurious office, staring at the stream of withdrawal notices from partners. His face was deathly pale, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He finally realized he had lost utterly and completely. Meanwhile, Yifan sat in the conference room at Cloud Peak headquarters, holding a meeting with other executives. His phone buzzed. He glanced at the message from Xiaoshen, the Nangong family is finished. Yifan smiled faintly. He knew his revenge plan had finally succeeded. He rose and walked to the conference room window, gazing out at Yuncheng. His heart swelled with satisfaction. Everyone, the Nangong family has collapsed. A new era dawns upon Yun City. Yifan turned, his gaze sweeping fiercely across every executive present. Yuncheng would become the city's unshakable overlord. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the executives present. They understood that with the Nangong family's collapse, Yuncheng would leap to become Yun City's most powerful force. Yifan's phone rang again. He glanced at the screen to find an unfamiliar number. Yifan, this is Lu Wudi from Mo City. I hear you're formidable. I'd like to spar with you. A deep, resonant male voice came through the line. Yifan smiled faintly. He appreciated this straightforward approach. Lu Wudi? No problem. Name the place and time. 3 days from now, on the Mo City arena stage. See you there. Lu Wudi hung up immediately after speaking. Yifan set his phone down, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. He relished challenges, especially from formidable opponents from other cities. This promised to be a spectacular showdown. Xiaoshun, get ready.
We're heading to Imo City in 3 days, Yifan said into his phone.
Chapter 77, Off to Imo City. Got it, Mr. Yi.
I'll start preparing right away, Xiaoshun replied, his voice brimming with excitement. 3 days later, Yifan and Xiaoshun's group arrived in Imo City.
Imo City was a stark contrast to Yun City, more expansive and giving off a bold, unrestrained vibe.
Yifan arrived at the designated arena, where he saw a burly man with a full beard standing atop the platform, none other than Lu Wudi. Yifan, Lu Wudi said in a deep voice, I hear you become a dominant force in Yuncheng.
I'm eager to witness your strength firsthand.
Yifan smiled faintly, then you'd better be careful.
I won't hold back. At the referee's signal, both men sprang into action. Yifan's speed was blinding. In an instant, he materialized before Lu Wudi and swung a punch. Lu Wudi's reflexes were equally sharp.
He raised his fist, meeting Yifan's punch head-on.
Boom!
A thunderous explosion sent dust flying across the ring. Both were formidable masters. The sheer force of this strike caused the entire ring to tremble.
Lu Wudi staggered back 2 steps before steadying himself.
He looked at Yifan, surprise flickering in his eyes. Not bad.
He really has some skills. Yifan offered no reply.
His form flickered once more as he launched a fierce assault upon Lu Wudi.
Lu Wudi refused to be outdone, channeling every ounce of his strength into an intense battle with Yifan. Blow after blow landed with brutal force, the intensity of the exchange overwhelming.
The spectators were stunned by the intensity of the fight. They had never witnessed such a high-stakes confrontation. Time ticked by, yet Yifan and Lu Wudi's battle raged on. Both were drenched in sweat, yet their eyes shone with exhilaration. Yifan's fists came like a raging storm, each strike packed with devastating force, while Lu Wudi stood like solid rock, stubbornly absorbing every blow. On the stage, their figures crisscrossed as the clatter of fists and feet filled the air.
In the stands, spectators' eyes were glued to the combatants, utterly captivated by the fierce battle.
Some couldn't help but rise to their feet, cheering loudly.
Yifan sensed the immense power surging within Lu Wudi, fueling his fighting spirit even further.
He knew he could no longer hold back. He had to give it his all.
All right, bring it on.
Yifan roared, his body erupting with astonishing power. His fist, carrying the force of a thunderous blow, slammed violently toward Lu Wudi.
A resolute glint flashed in Lu Wudi's eyes. He didn't retreat but met the attack head-on.
His fists, like 2 mountains, collided with Yifan's with unstoppable force.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the entire stage shattered into pieces from the impact. Cracks spread outward from the point of collision, threatening to tear the platform apart.
In the stands, spectators were stunned speechless by the sheer force. They had never witnessed such a brutal clash. Even the stage couldn't withstand the power unleashed by these 2 men. Yifan and Lu Wudi both staggered back several steps before regaining their footing. Both sensed the immense power radiating from their opponent. They knew they had met their match. So powerful. Yifan drew a deep breath, his eyes flashing with excitement.
Lu Wudi, I've never encountered an opponent like you before.
Today has truly opened my eyes. Lu Wudi remained composed and steady. Wiping sweat from his brow, he smiled and said, Yifan, you are also incredibly powerful.
It is my honor to fight you.
They charged at each other once more, this time holding nothing back.
Every strike was a lethal blow.
On the stage, their fists danced like a storm, their movements too rapid to follow. Time ticked by, and Yifan and Lu Wudi's battle had already lasted over half an hour.
Both were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through.
Yet even so, neither showed the slightest sign of stopping. Their battle raged on. Cracks crisscrossed Yifan's knuckles, each strike sending sharp pain through his hands. But gritting his teeth, he refused to slow his assault.
Lu Wudi's condition was scarcely better than Yifan's.
His body was covered in wounds, bloodstains dotting his skin. Yet his eyes still flashed with unwavering resolve, showing no sign of retreat. The spectators below the arena were utterly captivated by the fight, stunned by the indomitable spirit of both Yifan and Lu Wudi. They understood this battle transcended victory or defeat. It was a true test of skill, the ultimate pursuit of martial arts.
Just then, Yifan suddenly sensed an unprecedented surge of immense power erupting from Lu Wudi.
His eyes blazed with an unparalleled sharpness, his entire being transforming like an awakened beast.
Yifan's brow furrowed. He could distinctly sense the power within Lu Wudi rapidly intensifying.
This force was astonishingly potent, even making Yifan feel a hint of threat.
Good. Very good. Yifan gave a cold chuckle.
His body instantly erupted with even greater power, colliding head-on with Lu Wudi's force.
Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the floorboards of the arena instantly cracked.
The fissures spread outward, causing the entire platform to tremble under the force. The spectator stands erupted in gasps. They had never witnessed such an intense battle. The entire platform seemed on the verge of collapse.
Yifan and Lu Wudi's figures flickered across the stage. With every punch and kick, the collision of power produced deafening roars, the air itself trembling from the shockwaves.
Their battle reached a fever pitch. Yifan felt every bone in his body tremble, each strike like a duel with death itself. Lu Wuti, too, felt pressure unlike any he'd ever known. He recognized Yifan as the strongest opponent he'd ever faced, and this battle would undoubtedly become the most unforgettable experience of his life. Yifan sensed the shift in Lu Wuti. He knew the man had pushed his power to its absolute limit. Yifan resolved to hold nothing back either, committing himself entirely. "Come on, Lu Wuti. Let's see this fight through to the end." Yifan roared, launching himself like an arrow from a bowstring, hurtling toward Lu Wuti. Lu Wuti showed no sign of retreat. Power surged through his fists as he met Yifan's attack head-on. As their fists collided once more, dust swirled across the ring. The violent clash of their power produced a deafening roar, causing the surrounding air to tremble. In the stands, spectators were utterly engrossed in the fight. They were stunned by Yifan and Lu Wuti's performance, knowing this was a true battle between men. Chapter 78, Today's battle I concede defeated. The battle between Yifan and Lu Wuti intensified, their power nearly reaching its peak, while the atmosphere on the stage grew increasingly tense. In this fierce battle, Yifan gradually gained the upper hand through his exceptional combat experience and formidable strength. Each of his moves was exquisitely executed, leaving Lu Wuti scrambling to respond. Though Lu Wuti matched Yifan in raw power, he fell slightly short in combat experience and technique. He began to feel the pressure, yet his eyes still flashed with an unyielding light. He would never concede defeat so easily. In the audience, spectators cheered and applauded as Yifan steadily gained the upper hand. They were stunned by Yifan's power and cheered for his cold-blooded decisiveness. Just then, Shen Lufeng, standing at the edge of the ring, suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes flickering with a complex light. He knew Yifan had gained the upper hand, yet he also understood that Lu Wuti was not one to be defeated easily. Shen Lufeng gave Yifan a deep look, a flicker of admiration passing through his own eyes. He understood that Yifan's return wasn't merely to win this match, it was to prove himself and reclaim everything he had once lost. On the stage, Yifan's attacks grew increasingly fierce, each punch and kick carrying the force of a thunderous blow. Lu Wuti fought desperately, but he could feel his strength waning. Finally, after another fierce exchange, Yifan seized his chance. A single punch struck Lu Wuti squarely in the chest. The immense force sent Lu Wuti flying backward, crashing heavily against the edge of the ring. The stands erupted in cheers, acclamations for Yifan's victory and awe at his overwhelming power. Lu Wuti struggled to his feet. Though his eyes brimmed with disappointment and pain, they held even more admiration for Yifan. He knew he had lost fairly, defeated by a truly formidable opponent. "Yifan, you win. Today's battle I concede defeat wholeheartedly." Lu Wuti managed to utter, each word dripping with anguish and resignation. Yifan gave Lu Wuti a calm glance. He recognized Lu Wuti as a true warrior, worthy of respect. "Lu Wuti, you are formidable too. This battle has taken a heavy toll on me as well." In the stands, the spectators erupted into cheers for Yifan upon witnessing Lu Wuti's concession. They cheered for Yifan's victory, stunned by his formidable strength. Yifan descended from the ring, all eyes in the arena fixed upon him. Shen Lufeng quickly approached him, asking with concern, "Mr. Yi, are you alright?" Yifan waved his hand and smiled calmly. "Young Shen, these minor injuries are nothing. I'm fine." Seeing Yifan's resilience, Shen Lufeng felt even greater admiration. He knew well that Yifan carried untold stories and secrets within him, and his true strength far exceeded what met the eye. After leaving the ring, Yifan and Shen Lufeng drove to the most luxurious hotel in Imo City. Shen had arranged this in advance, knowing that despite Yifan's formidable physique, such an intense battle would inevitably take a toll on his body, requiring proper rest and recuperation. In the opulent presidential suite, Yifan lay on the plush bed while Shen Lufeng personally poured him a cup of tea. "Mr. Yi, you were truly astonishing this time. Lu Wuti is considered a major figure in Imo City, yet he wasn't even your match." Shen Lufeng marveled. Yifan smiled faintly. "Young Shen, this was merely a taste of what's to come. The waters in Imo City run deeper than I anticipated." A flicker of awe crossed Shen Lufeng's eyes. "Mr. Yi, how should we proceed next?" Yifan pondered for a moment before replying, "The factions in Imo City are tangled and complex. I need to understand the situation thoroughly before making any decisions. Do you have any reliable intelligence sources?" Shen Lufeng quickly replied, "Mr. Yi, I have some connections that should be able to assist you." Yifan nodded. "Very well. Begin by investigating which factions in Imo City should not be underestimated." Shen Lufeng immediately agreed and turned to leave the room. Over the next few days, Yifan remained at the hotel recuperating, while Shen Lufeng gathered intelligence for him outside. Through Shen Lufeng's inquiries, Yifan learned that three major factions dominated Imo City: the Zhao family, the city's local business titans the Black Tiger Gang, a powerful underground organization, and the enigmatic martial arts clan, the Lin family. Yifan knew that to establish a foothold in Imo City, he must first deal with these three major factions. Thus, he began meticulously planning his strategy, determined to take down each of these factions one by one.
Time flowed like water, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. That evening, in the most bustling district of Mo City, a nightclub called Night Lantern glowed with dazzling lights and pulsed with deafening music. Zhao Yunjin, the young master of the Zhao family, was partying wildly with friends in a private room. Just then, the door swung open as Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng walked in. Zhao Yunjin's expression darkened instantly. He hadn't expected his private gathering to be interrupted by outsiders. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Zhao Yungjin demanded sharply. Yi Fan smiled faintly, striding directly before Zhao Yunjin. "Zhao Yunjin, I presume? I hear you wield considerable influence in Mo City. I came specifically to see for myself." Zhao Yunjin sneered coldly. "You two dare challenge me? You're asking for death." Yi Fan's smile vanished. He stared coldly at Zhao Yunjin. "Challenge you? Are you even worthy?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yi Fan suddenly struck, landing a punch squarely in Zhao Yunjin's abdomen. The blow sent Zhao Yunjin crouching in agony, his face turning pale. The others in the private room leapt to their feet, staring at Yi Fan in shock. You dare hit me?" Zhao Yunjin clutched his stomach, glaring at Yi Fan in agony, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yi Fan swept a cold glance around the room and said indifferently, "I came here today to teach you all a lesson. To make you understand that in Mo City, you don't get to do whatever you want." He then turned to Shen Lufeng. "Little Shen, handle this." Shen Lufeng nodded, his gaze turning cold as he fixed it on Zhao Yunjin. "Zhao Yunjin, today you've had the misfortune of crossing paths with us. You have two choices, either transfer all your businesses in Mo City to me, or you vanish from Mo City." Zhao Yunjin's face instantly drained of color. He never imagined these two would be so ruthless, striking at the very core of his livelihood. Who are you?" Zhao Yunjin managed to ask, his voice trembling. Yi Fan sneered coldly. "Who we are doesn't matter. What matters is that you must make a choice now." Zhao Yunjin gritted his teeth. He knew these two were no ordinary foes, he stood no chance against them. Chapter 79, The Zhao Family's Power in Mo City. He took a deep breath and declared, "Fine. I choose to transfer my assets." Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction. "Smart. Xiao Shen, you handle this." Shen Lufeng immediately pulled out his phone and made a call. Within 10 minutes, his subordinate walked in carrying a stack of documents. "Zhao Yunjin, produce your personal seal and sign these documents," Shen Lufeng ordered coldly. Zhao Yunjin had completely lost the will to resist. He fumbled his personal seal from his pocket and signed every document with trembling hands. Yi Fan watched the scene unfold, silently approving in his mind. Today's affairs had proceeded smoothly, the other party had been utterly powerless to resist. After handling Zhao Yunjin's affairs, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng left the nightclub immediately, leaving Zhao Yunjin alone in the private room, staring blankly into space. Zhao Yunjin knew that from this day forward, he had no place left to stand in Mo City. For Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng, however, today was merely the beginning. Their arrival would trigger earth-shattering changes in Mo City's landscape. In the days that followed, Mo City was swept by a whirlwind of change. The Zhao family's businesses were sold off one after another, leaving the family head, Zhao Tianming, seething with rage. He had learned of Zhao Yunjin's beating, and this filled him with a deep, seething hatred for Yi Fan. Seated in his luxurious study, Zhao Tianming's brow furrowed deeply. He understood that the man who dared strike his son and seize the Zhao family's assets was no ordinary figure. Investigate. Thoroughly investigate Yi Fan's background. Zhao Tianming commanded his trusted aide. However, Yi Fan's background was shrouded in mystery, and even the Zhao family couldn't uncover the truth in a short time. During this period, Yi Fan did not pause his efforts. He systematically crushed other minor factions in Mo City, rapidly expanding his influence throughout the city. Yi Fan knew the Zhao family would inevitably retaliate, so he accelerated his actions, preparing to strike first before they could react. After consulting with Shen Lufeng, Yi Fan resolved to strike directly against the Zhao family. "Mr. Yi, the Zhao family has deep roots in Mo City. Their strength shouldn't be underestimated," Shen Lufeng voiced his concern. Yi Fan gave a cold laugh. "No matter what, the Zhao family won't be able to withstand our assault. Shen, arrange the personnel and prepare everything. We'll make the Zhao family understand the price of crossing us." Shen Lufeng nodded. Though uneasy, he placed absolute trust in Yi Fan. Over the next few days, Mo City was thrown into turmoil as Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng began targeting the Zhao family's businesses. Their shopping malls and hotels suffered successive acts of sabotage. Though no direct evidence pointed to Yi Fan, Zhao Tianming knew full well he was behind it all. Consumed by rage, Zhao Tianming could no longer contain himself and decided to take matters into his own hands. That night, as Yi Fan stepped out of a nightclub, he sensed something was amiss. His senses were razor sharp, instantly detecting the hidden killing intent surrounding him. "Mr. Yi, be careful." Shen Lufeng, who had also sensed the danger, urgently warned Yi Fan. Yi Fan let out a cold laugh. "So Zhao Tianming couldn't hold back any longer? Fine. I've been wanting to see just how powerful the Zhao family of Mo City really is. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a swarm of black-clad figures surged from all directions. Wielding cold steel weapons, their eyes blazed with murderous intent. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng stood back to back, instantly plunging into fierce combat. These black-clad figures were clearly professionally trained, their movements swift and ruthless, putting immense pressure on Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng. But Yi Fan was, after all, a master among masters. Even facing so many assailants, he remained utterly composed. His strikes were precise, forcing the enemy back step by step. Though Shen Lufeng was not Yi Fan's equal, he was still a direct descendant of the Shen family and possessed considerable strength. With Yi Fan's support, he too repelled the black-clad figures one by one. After a fierce battle, the black-clad assailants were finally driven back entirely. Though Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng sustained some injuries, they were not severe. "Mr. Yi, the Zhao family's strength is truly formidable," Shen Lufeng said, panting heavily. Yi Fan sneered coldly. "The Zhao family may be strong, but that's all they are. Shen, prepare yourself. We're launching a counterattack." Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng swiftly departed the scene. They knew this assault was merely the Zhao family's first wave. A more intense offensive was bound to follow. "Mr. Yi, shouldn't we evacuate Imo City first to avoid their sharp edge?" Shen Lufeng asked anxiously. Yi Fan shook his head. "Withdraw from Imo City? Impossible. If the Zhao family dares to lay a finger on me, they'd better be prepared to pay the price." A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. "Not only will we stay in Imo City, but we'll continue striking at the Zhao family's assets. They'll learn the consequences of crossing Yi Fan." Shen Lufeng's eyes hardened with resolve. "Mr. Yi, I understand. I'll immediately assign personnel to continue targeting the Zhao family." Over the next few days, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng didn't slow down because of the Zhao family's attack. They kept hitting the Zhao family's businesses. The Zhao family's shopping malls, hotels, and companies suffered successive devastation, incurring catastrophic losses. Zhao Tianming burned with rage. He never imagined Yi Fan would be so ruthless, showing utter contempt for the Zhao family. Though the Zhao family possessed deep-rooted influence in Imo City, they gradually found themselves overwhelmed by Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng's relentless onslaught. Zhao Tianming finally realized that if this continued, the Zhao family might truly be crushed by Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng. His anxiety intensified, compelling him to take more decisive action. After careful deliberation, Zhao Tianming resolved to take matters into his own hands. He would eliminate Yi Fan once and for all. Though advanced in years, Zhao Tianming had been a martial arts master in his youth. Moreover, he had never ceased his cultivation over the years. He was confident that with his own strength, he was fully capable of taking Yi Fan down. Zhao Tianming orchestrated a meticulously planned ambush, intending to strike when Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng were off guard and defeat them in one decisive blow. Though Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng maintained constant vigilance, they never anticipated Zhao Tianming would personally intervene. That night, after striking another blow against the Zhao family's holdings, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng were preparing to leave when they suddenly sensed the air around them tighten. Instantly sensing danger, they sprang into a state of alert. "Mr. Yi, there's an ambush." Shen Lufeng's voice carried a hint of urgency, his eyes flashing with sharp intensity. Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He too sensed something amiss. The killing intent around them grew heavier by the second. This was clearly a meticulously planned ambush. "Little Shen, looks like the Zhao family means business this time." Yi Fan gave a cold chuckle, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. Though he knew his opponents were formidable, he felt no fear. His confidence was unwavering. Chapter 80, Little Shen, stay close to me. "Mr. Yi, what should we do?" Shen Lufeng asked nervously, fully aware of the formidable strength of their adversaries. Yi Fan's gaze was piercing as he scanned the area, searching for an opening. "Xiao Shen, stay close to me." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Fan shot forward like an arrow released from its string. His speed was blinding, nearly reaching the limits of human perception. Shen Lufeng followed closely behind. The two of them charged into the enemy's encirclement like a pair of rolling storms. The enemy clearly hadn't anticipated Yi Fan's direct assault, momentarily thrown into disarray. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan unleashed a frenzied assault. His fists and kicks rained down on the opponents like a storm, each strike carrying overwhelming force. The black-clad figures screamed in agony, collapsing one after another onto the ground. Yi Fan moved through the crowd as if no one existed, his figure darting swiftly among the black-clad figures. Wherever he went, black-clad figures fell. Though Shen Lufeng couldn't match Yi Fan's speed, he performed exceptionally well. Drawing upon his profound internal energy and masterful martial skills, he forged a bloody path through the enemy ranks. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng worked in perfect harmony, quickly scattering the black-clad men until only a few stubborn holdouts remained. Just then, a heavy aura suddenly materialized, and a towering figure appeared before Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, you are formidable, but you've picked the wrong enemy." This man was none other than Zhao Tianming, his eyes flashing with a cold, ruthless light. Yi Fan sneered coldly. "Zhao Tianming, you finally deigned to show yourself. I've long wanted to witness the strength of the Zhao family head." Zhao Tianming snorted coldly. Do you really think you can walk out of here? Today, you will pay the price.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhao Tianming charged toward Yifan.
His speed was blinding, closing the distance in the blink of an eye.
Yifan showed no sign of panic. He met the attack head-on, and the two were instantly locked in fierce combat.
Zhao Tianming's prowess proved formidable indeed.
Each strike carried savage force, placing Yifan under immense pressure. Yet Yifan showed no fear. Drawing upon his exceptional combat awareness and vast battle experience, he deflected Zhao Tianming's attacks one by one.
The two exchanged blows relentlessly, locked in a deadlocked battle that was utterly perilous.
Just then, a sharp gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes as he spotted an opening in Zhao Tianming's defense.
Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power, landing a punch squarely on Zhao Tianming's chest.
Zhao Tianming grunted as his body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Yifan's strike had also left him exposed. Though wounded, Zhao Tianming was a seasoned veteran. He wouldn't let this opening slip. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rolled once, scrambled to his feet, and charged at Yifan with frenzied ferocity. Yifan let out a cold laugh, shifting his body slightly to effortlessly evade Zhao Tianming's frenzied assault. Simultaneously, he drove his right foot forward with explosive force, aiming a kick straight for Zhao Tianming's abdomen. Zhao Tianming scrambled to block, but Yifan's force was overwhelming. The kick sent him flying, slamming hard into a wall and leaving a massive dent in its surface. The scene fell silent for a moment. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, unable to believe what they had witnessed. Yifan slowly approached Zhao Tianming, towering over him.
Zhao Tianming, he said, I'm giving you a chance. Get out now, and I'll spare your life. Zhao Tianming clutched his chest, coughing painfully.
His eyes burned with resentment and refusal to accept defeat.
Yifan, don't get too cocky. The Zhao family won't let this slide.
Yifan sneered coldly.
The Zhao family?
They're nothing but a pack of dogs. Not worth my attention.
Today I'll spare your life, but that doesn't mean you'll have such good fortune next time.
With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Zhao Tianming alone on the ground, coughing incessantly.
Shen Lufeng approached, concern evident in his voice. Mr. Yi, are you all right?
Yifan shook his head.
I'm fine. Just a minor injury.
The two quickly departed the scene, leaving the Zhao family members frozen in anger and shock. Zhao Tianming struggled to his feet, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Yifan, you just wait. This Zhao Tianming will have his revenge. By the next day, news of Yifan's confrontation with the Zhao family had spread like wildfire throughout Imo City's upper echelons. Many were stunned by Yifan's strength, while others felt sympathy for the Zhao family. After all, in their eyes, the Zhao family had become the defeated underdogs at Yifan's hands.
Zhao family residence, Zhao Tianming's study.
Zhao Tianming sat in his chair, his expression as dark as storm clouds. His body hadn't fully recovered yet, and even his breathing carried a heavy weight. Head of the family, what should we do now? Asked one of the Zhao family elders, his eyes filled with worry. A cold gleam flashed in Zhao Tianming's eyes. Yifan may be powerful, but he is still just one man.
Our Zhao family's centuries-old legacy will not be destroyed by him alone.
We must uncover Yifan's weaknesses. Only then can we hope to defeat him. As he spoke, a ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Tianming's eyes.
Investigate. Find out everything about Yifan's background.
I will make him understand the consequences of provoking the Zhao family. Members of the Zhao family promptly obeyed his command. They understood this matter was a matter of life and death for the Zhao family and showed no sign of slackening their efforts. In Yifan's apartment, Shen Lufeng looked at him with concern. Mr. Yi, the Zhao family won't let this go.
We need to be on guard.
Yifan smiled faintly.
What are the Zhao family? In my eyes, they're nothing but ants.
If they're smart, they'll keep their heads down.
Otherwise, I won't hesitate to make sure the Zhao family vanishes from Imo City. Shen Lufeng's eyes flashed with admiration.
Mr. Yi truly possesses a magnanimous spirit. Even formidable foes like the Zhao family hold no sway over you. Still, Mr. Yi, we must remain cautious.
After all, the Zhao family has deep roots in Imo City. Their influence shouldn't be underestimated, and they might have even deeper backing. Shen Lufeng analyzed earnestly.
Yifan nodded in agreement.
Young Shen was right, no enemy should be underestimated.
But even though the Zhao family has deep roots in Imo City, if they truly want to take me on, they'd better weigh their own strength first. A sharp gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. He resolved to teach the Zhao family a lesson, making them understand the price of provoking him. After a moment of contemplation, Yifan suddenly smiled.
Shen, what do you think we should do to ensure the Zhao family never returns?
Shen Lufeng's heart stirred at the words, then he suddenly understood. Mr. Yi intended to lure the Zhao family into the trap themselves. Yifan smiled faintly and nodded.
Exactly. What we need to do is set this trap and let the Zhao family walk right into it.
Yifan and Shen Lufeng began discussing the specifics of the plan. As they talked, their excitement grew, and the entire scheme gradually took shape.
Chapter 81, Investigating Yifan's Background.
Meanwhile, the Zhao family had already begun investigating Yifan. They sought to uncover his weaknesses and strike him down in one decisive blow. However, Yi Fan's background proved far too mysterious.
After days of digging, the Zhao family uncovered no useful information. Zhao Tianming's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated Yi Fan would prove so difficult to deal with. Master, Yi Fan is far too enigmatic. We simply cannot uncover any details about his background, an elder of the Zhao family said helplessly. Zhao Tianming snorted coldly. Useless fools. You can't even uncover a man's background.
Master, I believe we should proceed with caution.
Yi Fan's strength is not to be underestimated.
We cannot confront him head-on any longer, another elder suggested. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Tianming's eyes as he roared, Are you suggesting our Zhao family fears a mere Yi Fan? I refuse to believe centuries of our family's heritage can be so easily shattered. Head of the family, we certainly do not fear Yi Fan.
However, we cannot engage in direct conflict any longer.
We should find another way to deal with him, the elder advised.
Zhao Tianming fell silent for a moment before finally nodding.
Very well. We shall avoid his sharp edge for now and deal with him when the opportunity arises. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng's plan gradually took shape. They decided to set a trap to lure the Zhao family into it. Yi Fan deliberately made high-profile appearances at certain events, acting as if he held the Zhao family in utter contempt. Seeing this, the Zhao family members grew even more furious, but remembering the patriarch's instructions, they forced themselves to endure. Seeing no action from the Zhao family, Yi Fan smirked inwardly. Well, the Zhao family does have some patience after all. Still, Yi Fan was certain the Zhao family would eventually lose their patience and come looking for trouble. Yi Fan resolved to escalate his actions. He began aggressively poaching the Zhao family's business and resources in Mo City's commercial circles. The Zhao family's losses grew increasingly severe, and Zhao Tianming's expression darkened by the day. Finally, in yet another battle for resources, Yi Fan once again beat the Zhao family to the punch, securing a massive business opportunity for himself. This time, Zhao Tianming could no longer contain himself. He slammed his fist on the table.
Yi Fan, you've gone too far.
The elders of the Zhao family were equally furious.
Head of the family, we can't tolerate this any longer.
We must teach Yi Fan a lesson. A fierce glint flashed in Zhao Tianming's eyes as he coldly declared, Yi Fan, since you're so arrogant, don't blame the Zhao family for being ruthless. Prepare yourselves, we'll take matters into our own hands and teach this presumptuous upstart a lesson he won't forget. Seeing Zhao Tianming truly enraged, the elders voiced their support. The family head is wise.
We must make Yi Fan pay the price.
Zhao Tianming nodded. He knew this operation carried immense significance. There could be no room for error. We must proceed discreetly, he emphasized.
No outsider must learn of the Zhao family's actions. All preparations must be meticulous. We strike to kill, leaving Yi Fan no chance whatsoever.
The elders acknowledged the orders and departed to prepare for the operation against Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng were discussing countermeasures. Mr. Yi, the Zhao family has clearly reached their limit. They'll move against us soon, Shen Lufeng stated gravely. Yi Fan smiled faintly.
He had anticipated the Zhao family's move all along.
Shen, there's no need to worry.
No matter how powerful the Zhao family becomes, they're no match for me.
This time, I'll make the Zhao family pay a heavy price. Shen Lufeng's eyes flashed with admiration at these words. Mr. Yi truly had everything under control, showing no regard for the Zhao family.
Mr. Yi, what should we do now? Shen Lufeng asked cautiously.
A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes.
What we must do is continue provoking the Zhao family until they can no longer endure and strike first.
Then, I'll show them what true power really means. Shen Lufeng's heart trembled at these words.
Mr. Yi truly is a master among masters.
To orchestrate such a battle with such mastery is truly admirable. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng continued plotting their actions against the Zhao family. Both men were clear in their intent, to make the Zhao family pay a heavy price. Time flowed like water, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. The Zhao family's plans had also entered a substantive phase. They had prepared everything, waiting only for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow to Yi Fan. Zhao Tianming sat in his study, his eyes filled with a cold, murderous intent. Yi Fan, since you dare to be so arrogant, don't blame the Zhao family for showing no mercy. Just as the Zhao family prepared to strike against Yi Fan, he seemed oblivious, continuing to live his carefree life. He deliberately appeared at key events, stealing the Zhao family's spotlight and infuriating them further.
The Zhao family elders repeatedly urged Zhao Tianming to act swiftly, insisting Yi Fan's arrogance could not be tolerated any longer.
Zhao Tianming waved them off. No rush. We must wait for the perfect moment, a single strike to finish him. The elders could only suppress their rage and continue waiting for the moment to arrive. Meanwhile, Yi Fan grew increasingly smug. He knew the Zhao family could no longer contain themselves, they would strike soon.
Xiao Shen, are you ready?
The Zhao family will strike soon, Yi Fan said, turning to Shen Lufeng.
Shen Lufeng nodded.
Rest assured, Mr. Yi. Everything is prepared. We just need to wait for the Zhao family to take the bait.
Yi Fan smiled faintly. Excellent. This time, we'll show the Zhao family what true hell feels like. A resolute gleam flashed in both their eyes. They were fully prepared for the impending battle. Yi Fan turned and walked to the window, gazing out at the distant horizon as his fighting spirit surged even higher. He knew this battle would be fierce, but he was confident he would emerge victorious. Shen, Yi Fan asked, turning back, the Zhao family will undoubtedly send their strongest to confront me. How do you think they'll strike? Shen Lufeng pondered for a moment before replying, Mr. Yi, the Zhao family wields immense influence in Mo City. They might leverage their connections to suppress you from every angle. Of course, they might also send assassins directly for a hit. Yi Fan nodded, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. No matter what methods they employ, he declared, I'll make them understand the devastating price they'll pay for provoking Yi Fan. Seeing Yi Fan's unwavering confidence, Shen Lufeng felt his own resolve strengthen. Mr. Yi, I will spare no effort in assisting you against the Zhao family. Yi Fan patted Shen Lufeng on the shoulder, his expression satisfied. Excellent. With you by my side, I feel even more confident. Chapter 82. Do you really think you can defeat my Zhao family? As days passed, the Zhao family finally began their move. Leveraging their connections throughout Mo City, they launched a full-scale campaign to suppress Yi Fan. Yi Fan's company faced unprecedented pressure as numerous partners began pulling out. Yet Yi Fan remained utterly unflustered. He had anticipated the Zhao family's tactics. Leveraging his formidable resources and connections, he swiftly stabilized the situation and even launched a counterattack, intensifying the pressure on the Zhao family. Zhao Tianming's face darkened further as he saw his plan failing. Yi Fan, you've truly made me look at you with new respect. I never imagined your capabilities were so formidable. But do you truly believe you can defeat my Zhao family? Zhao Tianming decided to stop holding back. He resolved to directly deploy his assassins to carry out a hit on Yi Fan. Through his intelligence network, Yi Fan quickly uncovered Zhao Tianming's scheme. He gave a cold laugh. Zhao Tianming, since you want to play assassination games, I'll play along to the very end. Yi Fan immediately mobilized his strongest forces to prepare for battle against the Zhao family's assassins. Under the watery night sky, two figures silently approached Yi Fan's residence on the streets of Mo City. They were two elite assassins dispatched by the Zhao family, tasked with eliminating Yi Fan. But just as they were about to reach Yi Fan's residence, a cold, piercing voice suddenly rang out beside them. Are you here to die? The two assassins instantly grew alert, swiftly retreating as they drew their weapons. Yi Fan emerged slowly, a cold glint in his eyes. Since you've come, don't expect to leave alive. The assassins were startled by this sight. They hadn't expected Yi Fan's reaction to be so swift. He'd already detected their movements. Yi Fan, don't think you can stop us. Today, you will die without fail, one of the assassins declared coldly. Yi Fan let out a cold laugh and suddenly sprang into action. His movements were lightning fast, instantly closing the distance to the two assassins. His fists shot out like cannonballs. Though the two assassins possessed formidable strength, they still felt immense pressure under Yi Fan's relentless assault. They urgently channeled their internal energy to block Yi Fan's assault. What formidable fist technique, one assassin thought, inwardly alarmed. He sensed terrifying power surging within Yi Fan's punches, something far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Yi Fan sneered coldly, his assault growing even more ferocious. Each punch tore through the air with a piercing whistle, its sheer force sending shivers down the spine. The two assassins felt pressure unlike anything they'd ever experienced before. They began fighting back desperately, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't stop Yi Fan's onslaught. Is that all you've got? The Zhao family is nothing special after all. Yi Fan sneered. Hearing Yi Fan's taunt, the two assassins grew even more enraged. Their attacks grew fiercer, yet they still posed no threat to Yi Fan. Suddenly, Yi Fan's figure flickered and vanished from his original position. The assassins were startled and frantically scanned their surroundings for Yi Fan's whereabouts. Just then, Yi Fan's voice echoed in one assassin's ear, "You're too slow." The assassin spun in terror, only to find Yi Fan already behind him. A vicious punch slammed into his back. Put! The assassin spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. The other assassin turned pale at the sight, acutely aware of Yi Fan's terrifying power. He knew survival was unlikely today. Yet he gritted his teeth and fought back, refusing to die so easily. Yi Fan gave a cold chuckle, his form shifting again like a ghostly apparition to appear before the assassin. A punch erupted from his fist, striking squarely against the man's chest. The assassin's body instantly flew through the air like a rag doll, crashing heavily onto the ground, never to move again. Yi Fan strolled over slowly, his gaze sweeping over the two corpses lying on the ground. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Zhao Tianming, this is what happens when you send men to kill me. Zhao Tianming's face darkened as he learned both assassins he'd sent had been killed by Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you're utterly insolent. Do you think the Zhao family is yours to kill at will? Zhao Tianming roared furiously.
His rage boiled over, and he resolved to take matters into his own hands to avenge his fallen assassins. Upon learning Zhao Tianming would personally intervene, Yi Fan's face broke into an amused smile.
Zhao Tianming, you finally deigned to show your face? Then let's have some fun.
Yi Fan gave a cold chuckle, his body vanishing instantly from his original spot as he sped toward the Zhao family's direction. Across the night sky of Mo City, two figures streaked like shooting stars, chasing each other in an earth-shattering battle. Zhao Tianming stood within the Zhao family's opulent mansion, his eyes blazing with fury. Powerful internal energy coalesced around his body, clearly signaling his readiness for a final, decisive battle with Yi Fan. Yi Fan streaked across half of Mo City like a black lightning bolt, heading straight for the Zhao residence. His speed was so swift it seemed ghostly, utterly unpredictable.
Yi Fan, you've come.
Zhao Tianming sensed Yi Fan's presence, a savage grin spreading across his face. Yi Fan smiled faintly, his body halting abruptly before Zhao Tianming.
Zhao Tianming, you sent men to kill me. I won't let you off the hook.
Zhao Tianming sneered coldly, Yi Fan, you've grown far too arrogant. Today, I'll make you understand that my Zhao family isn't a place you can come and go as you please.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhao Tianming launched a sudden attack.
His body transformed into a streak of light, moving at a dizzying speed as he charged toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan's eyebrows arched slightly as he sensed Zhao Tianming's power. He knew that despite his advanced age, Zhao Tianming's power was not to be underestimated. Yet Yi Fan did not flinch. He countered with his own assault, his fists striking out like two black bolts of lightning, colliding with Zhao Tianming's.
Boom! A deafening roar erupted as their fists collided. Zhao Tianming felt as if his fist had struck a mountain. A tremendous recoil force surged back, jolting his entire body.
Yi Fan, however, stood completely unmoved. His fist had withstood Zhao Tianming's attack without suffering a single scratch.
Zhao Tianming was stunned.
He hadn't expected Yi Fan's strength to be so immense that he could withstand his full power strike. Yi Fan gave a cold laugh, offering Zhao Tianming no chance to catch his breath.
Chapter 83, Yi Fan, you'll never defeat me.
His body suddenly erupted with even greater power, launching an even more ferocious assault at Zhao Tianming.
Zhao Tianming's heart lurched in alarm as he urgently channeled his internal energy to block Yi Fan's onslaught.
The two engaged in a breathtaking battle above the Zhao family estate. Each clash sent violent ripples through the air, accompanied by deafening roars. Witnessing this, the other members of the Zhao family paled. They never imagined Yi Fan's strength could be so terrifying, capable of fighting Zhao Tianming to such an extent. After all, Zhao Tianming, the head of the Zhao family, was widely recognized as a martial arts master throughout Mo City. His formidable strength was enough to sweep aside any opponent of equal rank. Yet now, he was being suppressed by Yi Fan, an utterly unbelievable turn of events. The battle raged on for half an hour. Zhao Tianming was drenched in sweat, feeling his stamina rapidly depleting, while Yi Fan remained calm and composed, seemingly unaffected.
Rage boiled within Zhao Tianming.
He knew that if this continued, defeat by Yi Fan was inevitable. Just then, Zhao Tianming suddenly thought of something, and a vicious grin spread across his face.
Yi Fan, you're strong, but don't even think about defeating me.
The words barely left his mouth when Zhao Tianming abruptly channeled a peculiar internal force within his body. His entire aura instantly transformed, becoming eerily potent. Yi Fan's brow furrowed as he sensed the shift in Zhao Tianming's energy. He knew Zhao Tianming was likely about to unleash some special technique. Sure enough, Zhao Tianming's attacks grew fiercer, each strike carrying devastating destructive force that was impossible to guard against. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he swiftly adjusted his combat strategy. His internal energy surged through his body like waves, countering Zhao Tianming's assault with lightning-fast precision.
A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Tianming's eyes.
He hadn't expected Yi Fan to adjust his state so swiftly under such pressure, and he couldn't help but regard Yi Fan with newfound respect.
Yet Zhao Tianming's internal energy reserves were profound.
Gritting his teeth, he pushed his unique energy to its absolute limit, attempting to overwhelm Yi Fan.
Their attacks collided once more, erupting in an earth-shattering roar.
The air seemed to tear apart, and surrounding structures trembled violently under the force of the impact. Seeing this, the other members of the Zhao family retreated in fear, dreading being caught in the terrifying shockwaves. Their fear of Yi Fan deepened. Such power was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. Yet Yi Fan's face remained impassive. He sensed Zhao Tianming's power steadily intensifying, yet his own composure only deepened. He knew he couldn't be intimidated by Zhao Tianming's power. He had to hold on, waiting for the chance to defeat him. The standoff lasted nearly an hour.
By then, Zhao Tianming was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath.
Yet Yi Fan remained utterly composed, as if the battle had only just begun.
Zhao Tianming finally sensed something was terribly wrong.
With horror, he realized his internal energy was rapidly draining away, while Yi Fan seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply, showing no sign of weakening whatsoever.
Impossible. How could this be?
Zhao Tianming screamed inwardly, unable to believe his eyes. Seeing this, Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile.
Zhao Tianming, did you think you were the only one with secret martial arts techniques? As he spoke, an even more powerful aura erupted around Yi Fan's body. He transformed into a ferocious beast, lunging toward Zhao Tianming. Zhao Tianming never anticipated Yi Fan had another trick up his sleeve. Momentarily flustered, he was caught completely off guard. Yi Fan's fist slammed into Zhao Tianming like a cannonball, sending him flying backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhao Tianming groaned in agony, feeling as though his internal organs had shifted from the impact. The pain was excruciating. Struggling to his feet, his eyes burned with agony and refusal to accept defeat. He knew his loss was certain today, yet the fear he felt toward Yi Fan and his own craving for power refused to let him give up. Yi Fan, don't gloat. Zhao Tianming gritted out, his internal energy surging wildly once more as he tried to turn the tide. The Zhao family isn't some place you can just come and go as you please. Just then, a steady voice cut through the air, Tianming, step back. You are no match for him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a burly, middle-aged man with a full beard emerged slowly. His eyes radiated a cold, piercing aura that made one hesitate to meet his gaze. Hearing the voice, Zhao Tianming turned his head. Spotting the newcomer, he looked as if he'd found a savior. He immediately nodded in agreement, yes, father. This middle-aged man was none other than Zhao Wanshou, the hidden master of the Zhao family and Zhao Tianming's father. He had always remained hidden within the Zhao family, rarely intervening. Yet whenever he did act, his moves were thunderous and terrifying, striking fear into all who witnessed them. Zhao Wanshou's gaze shifted to Yi Fan as he spoke indifferently, Yi Fan, you are indeed formidable. But if you wish to harm my son, you must first get past me. Yi Fan gave a cold laugh, his expression calm and composed. Zhao Wanshou, do you really think you can stop me? Zhao Wanshou offered no reply. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, reappearing before Yi Fan the next moment. His fist, carrying a savage force, slammed toward Yi Fan's head. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Fan's eyes. Zhao Wanshou's speed far exceeded his expectations. Yet, as a man who had weathered countless storms, Yi Fan quickly regained his composure. Yi Fan shifted his body slightly, deftly evading Zhao Wanshou's strike. He immediately countered with a back fist aimed at Zhao Wanshou's chest. Zhao Wanshou hadn't anticipated Yi Fan's lightning-fast reflexes. Unwilling to take the blow head-on, he scrambled backward to evade the strike. His respect for Yi Fan's strength deepened. He knew he had met a formidable opponent today. Zhao Wanshou regained his composure and charged at Yi Fan once more. This time, his attacks were even more fierce, each punch and kick cutting through the air with a piercing whistle that sent shivers down the spine. Yi Fan remained utterly focused, deflecting Zhao Wanshou's onslaught. Their limbs clashed in a series of thunderous impacts, causing the entire Zhao family estate to tremble under the force of their battle. Zhao Wanshou's attacks grew increasingly fierce. He was clearly taking desperate risks, throwing everything he had into defeating Yi Fan. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed relentlessly, each clash making the surrounding air feel scorching and unstable. Yi Fan showed no sign of weakness. His internal energy surged, his movements agile and shadow-like. He dodged and countered, each strike precisely targeting Zhao Wanshou's vulnerabilities. Chapter 84, Since you're so out of touch with reality. Their battle raged like a fierce dragon and tiger clash within the blazing inferno, shaking the entire mansion to its foundations. Time ticked by, second by second. Both sides appeared utterly exhausted, yet their fighting spirit only grew more intense. A fierce glint flashed in Zhao Wanshou's eyes. He sensed Yi Fan hadn't come to the Zhao family unprepared. This battle seemed to hold special significance for him. Zhao Wanshou suddenly changed tactics, unleashing a lightning-fast punch toward Yi Fan's chest. The sheer speed and force of the strike revealed his determination to end this battle swiftly. A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He had already recognized the ruthlessness and speed of Zhao Wanshou's strike. His body shifted, dodging the lethal blow at an extremely bizarre angle. Instantly, he countered with a back fist, slamming it viciously into Zhao Wanshou's ribs. Zhao Wanshou grunted as his body flew backward like a crashing into a wall of the mansion. An indentation in the shape of a human form immediately appeared in the wall. The scene froze in a tense stalemate. Yi Fan showed no intent to press his advantage, instead standing motionless with a cold, piercing stare fixed on Zhao Wanshou. Zhao Wanshou slowly rose from the wall, his eyes filled with astonishment and rage. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to be so powerful, capable of injuring him in such a short time. Yi Fan, you've got some skills after all. No wonder you dared to barge into the Zhao family so brazenly. Zhao Wanshou gritted his teeth, his voice thick with fury and resentment. Yi Fan smiled faintly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Zhao Wanshou, I never wished to be your enemy. But since you refuse to recognize the situation, don't blame me for being impolite. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Fan's figure shot forward. Instantly appearing before Zhao Wanshou, he delivered a vicious punch straight at Zhao Wanshou's face. Zhao Wanshou was utterly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Yi Fan's speed to be so blindingly fast. Before he could react, he could only instinctively raise his hand to block. Yet Yi Fan's force was immense. Though Zhao Wanshou blocked the punch, the sheer impact sent him flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall once more. Yi Fan gave Zhao Wanshou no chance to recover. His figure flickered again, instantly returning before Zhao Wanshou, where he delivered a vicious kick to his chest. Zhao Wanshou was now at the end of his strength, utterly unable to defend against Yi Fan's assault. He could only watch helplessly as Yi Fan's foot slammed into his chest. With a thunderous thud, Zhao Wanshou's body flew through the air like a ragdoll, crashing heavily to the ground. He had no strength left to rise. A deathly silence fell over the entire Zhao family estate. Everyone stood stunned, utterly shocked that Yi Fan could be so powerful, defeating Zhao Wanshou in such a short time. Yi Fan slowly approached Zhao Wanshou, towering over the once mighty figure with cold, contemptuous eyes. "Zhao Wanshou," he said, "you sought my life. Now that you've lost, how do you think I should deal with you?" Zhao Wanshou gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with venom and resentment. "Yi Fan, if you kill me, the Zhao family will never let you off." Yi Fan sneered coldly, "The Zhao family? I, Yi Fan, have never held the Zhao family in any regard. Today, I came only to reclaim what is mine. The Zhao family is nothing but a stumbling block in my path." Yi Fan's words were cold and ruthless, brimming with arrogance and confidence. Though gravely wounded, Zhao Wanshou felt his rage flare even brighter at Yi Fan's words. "Yi Fan, don't get too cocky. The sky over Mo City isn't something you alone can obscure." Yi Fan smiled faintly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "The sky over Mo City? If I, Yi Fan, choose to darken it, no one can stand in my way. From this day forward, the Zhao family ceases to exist in Mo City." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Fan raised his leg, delivering a brutal stomp directly onto Zhao Wanshou's chest. Zhao's eyes widened in shock as his body convulsed violently before all signs of life vanished. Yi Fan slowly turned to face the terrified Zhao family members surrounding him. His voice was utterly cold. "Members of the Zhao family, I give you two choices, either leave Mo City, or die." Completely cowed by Yi Fan's imposing presence, the Zhao family members knelt in unison, begging for mercy. "Mr. Yi, we're willing to leave Mo City. Please spare us." Yi Fan gave a cold laugh. "Remember this, from this day forward, the Zhao family has no place in Mo City." The Zhao family members, as if granted a pardon, fled the Zhao residence in panic. Their fear of Yi Fan had reached its peak. Yi Fan gazed at the ruins of the Zhao residence as his anger gradually dissipated. Turning away, he departed. After his exit, the entire Zhao estate seemed to have lost all vitality. As Yi Fan exited the Zhao residence, he received a call from Shen Lufeng. "Mr. Yi, are you all right?" Yi Fan smiled faintly. "Young Shen, rest assured. Do you think I, Yi Fan, am someone to be bullied so easily? The Zhao family is finished. The power dynamics in Mo City are about to be reshuffled." Shen Lufeng fell silent for a moment on the other end. "Mr. Yi, the other factions in Mo City have united. They're extremely dissatisfied with your actions and seem intent on taking measures against you." Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he sneered coldly, "Humph. Do they think uniting can take me down? Little Shen, deliver this message to every faction in Mo City. Anyone who dares show disrespect to Yi Fan will pay with their blood." Shen Lufeng acknowledged the order. "Yes, Mr. Yi. I'll handle it immediately." Yi Fan hung up the phone, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He knew that crushing the Zhao family was merely the beginning. The turmoil in Mo City had likely only just begun. Yi Fan never shied away from challenges. No matter how fierce the storm, he would weather every blow and make every traitor pay dearly. Though Yi Fan's heart remained calm, he understood that the complexities of Mo City's political landscape would only deepen because of his actions. Though Mo City was a bustling metropolis, it concealed countless power struggles and commercial rivalries beneath its surface. Yi Fan's decisive strike against the Zhao family was an unmistakable declaration of war against all the forces in Mo City. He must prepare thoroughly to face the impending storm. Inside the Zhao family mansion, Zhao Tianning trembled as he stared at Zhao Wanshou, beaten beyond recognition on the floor. Rage and resentment churned within him. He never imagined Yi Fan could be so arrogantly powerful. The Zhao family had operated in Mo City for decades, amassing vast wealth and connections, only to be utterly crushed by Yi Fan overnight. He knew Yi Fan was no ordinary man and must be treated with utmost caution. Yi Fan walked the streets of Mo City. Skyscrapers lined both sides, neon lights flickered, and the city's bustling prosperity showed no sign of change despite his recent battle. Chapter 85. What do you mean by cooperation? But Yi Fan knew the underground forces of Mo City were undoubtedly watching his every move. He had to remain vigilant at all times. Just then, his phone rang. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. "Mr. Yi Fan, I am Yun Zhongtian, head of the Yuncheng Hall. I heard you caused quite a scene at the Zhao residence today. Would you be interested in discussing matters with our Yun sect?" A deep voice came from the other end. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the head of Yuncheng Hall to reach out to him proactively. "Yun Zhongtian? What do you want with me?" Yi Fan asked, feigning calmness. Yun Zhongtian chuckled.
Mr. Yifan, your performance today was truly outstanding. Our Yuncheng Hall has always welcomed individuals of substance. I believe there is significant potential for us to collaborate.
Yifan sneered inwardly.
He knew the Yuncheng was probing his background, testing his capabilities.
Collaboration?
Yifan had always operated alone. I'm not sure what kind of collaboration you have in mind, Yuncheng. Yuncheng paused briefly. Mr. Yifan, the situation in Mo City is about to undergo a major upheaval. Our Yuncheng is willing to provide you with ample resources and support to help you establish a firm foothold in Mo City. Of course, we also hope to receive your assistance in our mutual development. Yifan understood clearly, Yun Zongtong was ostensibly offering aid, but in reality, they sought to leverage his power to bolster their own position. The waters of Mo City run deep, with every faction pursuing its own agenda.
He replied indifferently, Yun Zhongtian, I will consider your proposal.
However, I, Yifan, have always operated by my own principles. I do not readily agree to others' requests. Yun Zhongtian fell silent for a moment on the other end of the line before finally saying, Mr. Yifan, you are a smart man.
I trust you will make the right choice. You have my number.
Should you wish to collaborate, feel free to reach out anytime. After hanging up, a playful smile touched Yifan's lips.
He knew that Yun Zongtong was merely one of many factions in Mo City. More would come knocking soon.
But no matter who it was, no one would ever exploit him, Yifan. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and dialed Shen Lufeng's number. Shen, he began, I just received a call from Yun Zhongtong's leader, Yun Zhongtian.
They want to collaborate with us.
Shen Lufeng fell silent for a moment on the other end. Mr. Yi, while Yun Zongtong holds some influence in Mo City, their foundations aren't as deep-rooted as the Zhao families.
Partnering with them might not be very helpful.
Yifan smiled faintly.
I know. I never intended to cooperate with them anyway. However, since they've approached us proactively, it shows they hold us in some regard. That could work to our advantage. Shen Lufeng nodded.
You're right, Mr. Yi.
But what should we do next?
The factions in Mo City are like dark currents in the deep sea, intricately intertwined.
We must proceed with utmost caution.
A sharp gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes.
Shen, have your people continue monitoring other factions' movements, especially Yun Zongtong.
I have this feeling they're not exactly saints. Also, be cautious yourself. Should Yun Zonghal discover your close ties to me, they may target you.
Understood, Mr. Yi.
Shen Lufeng replied with unwavering resolve. Yifan pondered for a moment before continuing, I believe we should strike first.
We can't let them think we're easy prey. Shen, with all your years in the business world, do you have any ideas on how to make Yun Zonghal suffer a bit?
Shen Lufeng considered the question before answering, Mr. Yi, while Yun Zongtong holds some influence in Mo City, their core businesses lie in real estate and hospitality.
If we can target these two areas, we should be able to put some pressure on them.
Yifan smiled approvingly.
Excellent. We'll focus on those two areas. I expect to see results within a month. Rest assured, Mr. Yi. I won't let you down, Shen Lufeng declared firmly.
After hanging up, Yifan's gaze turned icy. He knew this was only the beginning, the battles ahead would be even fiercer. But Yifan never shied away from challenges. No matter how formidable the opponent, he was confident he could defeat them one by one. Just as Yifan was plotting how to strike against the Yuncheng Hall, Yun Zhongtian, the hall master, sat in his office, furiously pounding the desk. Yifan, you dare to show contempt for my Yuncheng Hall. I'll make you pay dearly.
Yun Zhongtian roared.
He knew that to deal with Yifan, the strength of the Yuncheng alone would be insufficient. He must unite with other factions to act together. Thus, he began making calls, reaching out to other factions in Mo City, preparing to unite against Yifan. Time slipped away in a whirlwind of tension and busyness, and before he knew it, a month had passed. During this month, Yifan and Shen Lufeng launched a fierce offensive, drastically shrinking the Yuncheng Hall's market share in real estate and the hotel industry, inflicting heavy losses upon them. Though Yun Zhongtian had united several other factions, they found themselves overwhelmed by Yifan and Shen Lufeng's relentless onslaught. Standing in his office, Yifan surveyed the business map before him, a smug smile curling his lips.
Yun Zhongtian, you wanted to take me on?
Now taste my power.
Yifan said with a cold laugh. Just then, his phone rang.
He picked it up to see it was Shen Lufeng calling.
Mr. Yi, we've succeeded. Yun Zongtong has begun selling off all their assets in Mo City and is preparing to withdraw.
Shen Lufeng reported excitedly. Yifan nodded with satisfaction.
Very good, little Shen. You've done well. Next, we must consolidate our position in Mo City. We can't let other factions seize the opportunity to move in.
Understood, Mr. Yi. I'm on it, Shen Lufeng replied firmly. Yifan hung up the phone, thinking to himself, Yun Zongtong's retreat is only the first step. We still have much more to accomplish. He decided to celebrate properly with Shen Lufeng tonight while also planning their next moves. Yifan called Shen Lufeng, and the two arranged to meet at an upscale restaurant in the city center.
At 7 o'clock sharp, Yifan arrived at the restaurant. It was an elegantly decorated French restaurant with a refined atmosphere. He was led to a window seat where Shen Lufeng was already waiting. "Mr. Yi, you're here." Shen Lufeng rose to shake his hand. Yifan nodded. "Young Shen, you've worked hard. Tonight, we'll celebrate properly." Just as they finished ordering and were chatting, several burly men with unsavory expressions suddenly entered the restaurant. Leading them was a burly man with a full beard, radiating a menacing aura that immediately marked him as no pushover. Chapter 86, The Black Tiger Gang. Well, isn't this Mr. Yi, the new rising star of Mo City? What's this? A new friend today? The big man sneered, his gaze shifting between Yifan and Shen Lufeng. Yifan glanced at the man, a faint irritation stirring within him, though his face remained calmly composed. "Get to the point. Don't waste my time here." The leader snorted disdainfully. "I'll be blunt. We heard you've been messing with Yun Zongtan lately. Sure, Yun Zongtan's arrogant, but who in Mo City doesn't have a dark past? You'd be wise to stay out of this." Shen Lufeng shot Black Tiger a displeased glare. "This is between us and the Yun sect. It's none of your Black Tiger gang's business to stick your nose in." Black Tiger sneered coldly. Shen Lufeng, don't think you're hot stuff just because you've got some cash now. The waters run deep in Mo City. You'd better play it smart." Yifan had completely lost his patience. Rising to his feet, his gaze sharp as blades, he declared, "I'll give you one piece of advice, get the hell out of here immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Black Tiger froze, clearly taken aback by Yifan's boldness. But he quickly recovered, bursting into laughter. "Very well, Mr. Yi. Your reputation is well deserved. Today, I'll see just how much you're really capable of." Before the words had even faded, Black Tiger charged forward, his fist hurtling toward Yifan's face. The punch came with fierce momentum, clearly the work of someone trained in genuine martial arts. But Yifan didn't even bat an eye. His body flickered, effortlessly dodging the punch. Then, his right hand formed a palm strike, slamming violently toward Black Tiger's chest. Black Tiger felt a tremendous force surge through him. Before he could react, his entire body was sent flying backward like a giant wave had struck him, slamming heavily into the restaurant wall. Those nearby were stunned. They hadn't expected Yifan to not only have an extraordinary background but also such formidable martial prowess. The other Black Tiger gang members, enraged by the sight, surged forward, intent on avenging their leader. Yifan gave a cold snort, clearly unwilling to waste much time here. His movements were ghostly swift, each strike precise and deadly. Within moments, the entire Black Tiger gang lay sprawled on the floor, groaning and moaning, utterly incapable of rising. Yifan withdrew his hand and turned to Shen Lufeng. "Little Shen, let's go." Shen Lufeng hadn't expected Yifan to be so decisive and forceful. He paused in surprise before realizing what was happening and followed Yifan out of the restaurant. Outside the restaurant, Yifan's expression darkened slightly. He hadn't expected the Black Tiger gang to dare provoke them at this moment. "Mr. Yi, are you all right?" Shen Lufeng asked with concern. Yifan shook his head. "I'm fine. But I've taken note of this Black Tiger gang." Shen Lufeng clenched his fists tightly. "Mr. Yi, shall I send men to deal with them immediately?" Yifan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No. Now is not the time. The Black Tiger gang has deep roots in Mo City. We can't act rashly." Yifan's voice was calm and resolute. "We need to first uncover their true nature and find their weaknesses." Shen Lufeng's eyes flashed with admiration upon hearing this. He knew Yifan never acted without certainty, calculating each step with meticulous care. "Mr. Yi, what should we do next?" Yifan's gaze swept the surroundings like a piercing torch, ensuring no one was following. "First, we must strengthen our own capabilities and consolidate our position in Mo City. Second, regarding the Black Tiger gang, I'll have people investigate them, covertly expose every detail about them." Shen Lufeng immediately acknowledged the order. "Understood, Mr. Yi. I'll get it started right away." The two men quickly departed, leaving the restaurant in disarray. Meanwhile, at the Black Tiger gang's headquarters, the main hall was shrouded in gloom. "What? You were all defeated by that kid?" Black Dragon, the Black Tiger gang's leader, seethed with rage. "He took you all down single-handedly?" "Yes, boss. That kid's martial arts are too powerful. We were no match for him," one subordinate answered, trembling. Black Dragon slammed his fist hard onto the table. "Useless. All of you are useless. Boss, we can't just let this slide." Another subordinate stepped forward. "We must take revenge." Black Dragon took a deep breath, struggling to calm himself. "Revenge? Do you think I don't want revenge? But we can't act blindly. That kid's skills are extraordinary. He must have powerful backing. We must investigate his background first." The boss's words made the atmosphere in the hall even heavier. Yifan returned to his mansion, his mood unlifted despite defeating the Black Tiger gang. He knew this was only the beginning. The Black Tiger gang wouldn't let it rest.
Shen Lufeng also returned to his residence. He immediately began mobilizing his men to strengthen their presence in Mo City while dispatching agents to covertly investigate the Black Tiger Gang. Several days later, Yi Fan received a call from Shen Lufeng. "Mr. Yi, we've uncovered some information about the Black Tiger Gang." Yi Fan raised an eyebrow.
"Tell me."
Shen Luofeng's tone turned serious.
"The Black Tiger Gang does indeed have deep-rooted connections in Mo City.
They not only control the city's underground operations but also maintain intricate ties with certain figures in the business world.
Completely crushing them won't be easy."
Yi Fan gave a cold chuckle.
"Easy? Not necessarily. But they've crossed my line. I won't let them off easy. Shun, continue your investigation. Find every single one of their weaknesses.
I want them wiped off the face of Mo City." Shen Lufeng's eyes flashed with resolve.
"Yes, Mr. Yi."
After hanging up, a cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes.
He knew the days ahead would be a war without gunfire. And all of this was only just beginning.
The Black Tiger Gang was merely his first target. He would make the entire city of Mo know that his name, Yi Fan, was not to be challenged. The spark of war had been quietly ignited. Returning to his luxurious apartment in the heart of Mo City, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming weight on his shoulders. He knew the battle ahead would be exceptionally arduous, for he would be confronting not only underground forces like the Black Tiger Gang, but also the powerful business tycoons lurking behind the scenes. Yi Fan sat at his desk, booted up his computer, and began reviewing the Black Tiger Gang intelligence Shen Lufeng had delivered. The files revealed the Black Tiger Gang's influence permeated nearly every corner of Mo City. Their operations spanned gambling, loan sharking, protection rackets, and more, with intricate connections to influential figures within the city. A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He knew that to completely crush the Black Tiger Gang, he must first undermine their power from within.
Chapter 87, The Black Dragon, leader of the Black Tiger Gang.
Just then, Yi Fan's phone rang.
It was an unfamiliar number. "Yi Fan?
This is Black Dragon, leader of the Black Tiger Gang."
A gravelly voice came through the line.
Yi Fan smiled faintly, showing no panic. Instead, he responded calmly, "Black Dragon, I never expected you to call me personally.
Feeling like things aren't going so well for you lately?"
Black Dragon fell silent for a moment before coldly stating, "Yi Fan, you're formidable.
I admit I underestimated you. But do you really think that's enough to take down the Black Tiger Gang? You're being naive."
Yi Fan shrugged indifferently. "Care to test it? I'm genuinely curious who's more formidable, your Black Tiger Gang or me, Yi Fan."
Black Dragon laughed bitterly in rage. "Fine. Very well, Yi Fan. Since you're so arrogant, don't blame me for being ruthless. We'll see about that." With that, Black Dragon hung up the phone.
Yi Fan set down his phone, the cold glint in his eyes intensifying. He knew he had thoroughly enraged the Black Tiger Gang, and a fierce battle was inevitable. And Yi Fan needed precisely such a fierce battle to hone his strength. He would make the entire city of Mo know that Yi Fan was not someone to be trifled with.
Meanwhile,
upon receiving Yi Fan's message, Shen Lufeng began mobilizing his forces with urgency.
He knew the coming days would bring turmoil to Mo City.
Inside the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters, Black Dragon slammed his wineglass to the floor in fury. "Yi Fan, you just wait. I'll make you understand the consequences of provoking the Black Tiger Gang." Black Dragon gritted his teeth fiercely, his eyes flashing with a cold, menacing light. The Black Tiger Gang's members sensed their boss's fury and eagerly volunteered to teach Yi Fan a lesson.
Black Dragon sneered coldly. "No. Yi Fan is not someone you can handle. I'll handle him personally.
He'll learn what happens to those who challenge the Black Tiger Gang." With that, Black Dragon turned and left the hall, determined to personally handle Yi Fan this troublesome problem. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was preparing for the impending battle. He intended to eradicate the Black Tiger Gang from Mo City once and for all. The smoke of battle gradually filled the skies above Mo City, enveloping the entire city in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Seated in the study of his luxurious apartment, Yi Fan rapidly analyzed every detail of the Black Tiger Gang in his mind, searching for a decisive strike. He knew that despite the Black Tiger Gang's vast influence, they were not without weaknesses.
Through deep investigation, Yi Fan uncovered their greatest vulnerability, their financial lifeline.
Despite their outward appearance of strength, the Black Tiger Gang's financial chain was exceptionally fragile.
If severed, the entire organization would teeter on the brink of collapse.
A cold smile touched Yi Fan's lips. He had a perfect plan. Meanwhile, Black Dragon waited quietly in his hideout for the decisive showdown with Yi Fan. His thorough investigation into Yi Fan had deepened his understanding of the man's capabilities. He knew Yi Fan was no pushover, yet he remained confident that his years of established influence and power within Mo City would be sufficient to utterly defeat him.
Black Dragon chuckled coldly, eager to witness Yi Fan's true capabilities.
Just then, Yi Fan's phone rang. It was Shen Lufeng calling.
"Mr. Yi, everything is ready. We await your orders." Shen Lufeng's voice came through the phone, unwavering in its resolve.
Yi Fan smiled faintly.
Very well, little Shun. Proceed according to plan. Remember, we have only one objective, the complete annihilation of the Black Tiger Gang. Yes, Mr. Yi, Shen Lufeng replied. After hanging up, Yi Fan stood up. He knew the battle was about to begin, and he would be the one leading it. Night fell, shrouding the entire city of Mo in darkness. Yet behind this veil of shadow lurked countless dangers and conspiracies. Yi Fan arrived at his secret base, where years of preparation had yielded an arsenal of weapons and equipment. He donned a black combat suit and strapped on heavy gear. He would personally lead the charge to eradicate the Black Tiger Gang from Mo City. Yi Fan drew a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a cold, steely light. He knew this battle would be the most crucial one of his life. He must give it his all, leaving no room for error. Meanwhile, Black Dragon received word of Yi Fan's impending assault on the Black Tiger Gang. A savage grin spread across his face. Yi Fan, you've finally shown yourself. I've been waiting for this moment. Black Dragon said coldly. He rose and stepped out of his hiding place, preparing to face Yi Fan personally. He intended to make Yi Fan understand just how foolish it was to challenge the Black Tiger Gang. Black Dragon wore a form-fitting black battlesuit, his physique agile and muscular. A sharp long sword hung diagonally across his shoulder. His gaze was resolute and ruthless, radiating a powerful aura of killing intent and battle lust. He was ready. Ready to face Yi Fan. Ready to fight for the Black Tiger Gang's honor. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had also completed his final preparations. He inspected his gear once more, ensuring everything was in order. He knew this battle wouldn't be easy, but he was fully prepared. Yi Fan opened the secret base's doors and stepped out, his gaze unwavering and his stride steady. He knew the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters lay just ahead, and he needed to proceed with utmost caution to avoid detection. On the other side, Shen Lufeng had also begun his operation. He led his men, silently closing in on the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. They all understood the critical importance of this mission and were prepared to give their all. The Black Tiger Gang's headquarters was a sprawling estate, surrounded by high walls and heavily guarded. Yi Fan stood at a distance, observing the estate's situation through binoculars. He knew that to enter the estate, they would first have to eliminate the guards. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Fan decided on a flanking maneuver, circling around the estate site to bypass the guards at the main gate. He moved with the lightness of a cat in the night, utterly silent. Shen Lufeng and his team also approached the estate, their movements equally cautious and swift. Shen Lufeng knew Yi Fan had already begun his operation. They had to hurry and not keep Yi Fan waiting too long. Black Dragon, positioned at the estate's center, sensed the commotion outside. A faint smile touched his lips. Come on, Yi Fan. Let me see just how strong you really are. Yi Fan finally bypassed the estate's perimeter wall and slipped silently into the grounds. His figure darted through the night like a black bolt of lightning. Just then, several Black Tiger Gang minions suddenly appeared ahead of Yi Fan. Chapter 88, Yi Fan, you finally arrived. They were patrolling and chatting idly, completely unaware of Yi Fan's presence. Yi Fan let out a cold laugh. These men were nothing but prey delivered right to his doorstep. He swiftly closed the distance, then struck in an instant. With a few clean, decisive moves, the Black Tiger Gang minions all collapsed to the ground, never to stir again. Yi Fan didn't pause, continuing forward. He knew Black Dragon lay ahead. He had to find him quickly and eliminate this threat. Shen Lufeng and his team had also successfully infiltrated the estate and were now executing their plan. They spread out, preparing to launch attacks from different directions to create maximum chaos for the Black Tiger Gang. Yi Fan quickly located Black Dragon's position. He took a deep breath, his entire being shifting into combat mode. He knew the coming battle would be fierce, but he was ready to defeat the Black Dragon once and for all. Black Dragon sensed Yi Fan's presence, his eyes flashing with a fanatical gleam. Yi Fan, you've finally come. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Their gazes locked, and the air instantly thickened with a palpable aura of murderous intent and battle. The battle was about to begin. Yi Fan hesitated not a moment. He knew he must unleash his full power to overcome the opponent before him. A cold, ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes as he stood like a drawn blade, razor-sharp and unyielding. Black Dragon sensed Yi Fan's formidable power and dared not take him lightly, instantly entering combat readiness. A cold, gleaming dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. He knew this battle demanded he unleash his true power. The two collided instantly. Yi Fan's fist and the Black Dragon's dagger clashed, erupting in a deafening roar. The air itself seemed torn apart by their force, and the surrounding earth trembled under their power. Yi Fan sensed the icy killing intent radiating from the dagger in Black Dragon's hand. He knew this opponent was no ordinary foe. Yet he felt no fear. His eyes burned only with the light of battle. Black Dragon, too, was stunned by Yi Fan's power. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to be this formidable. Yet he did not retreat. As the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, he could not afford to lose. Thus, the two clashed within the estate. Their speed was too swift for the naked eye to follow, their power sufficient to shake mountains and rivers. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng and his men executed their plan, launching their assault.
Their assault came like a violent storm, instantly catching the other Black Tiger gang members off guard. Though formidable fighters, the Black Tiger gang members were thrown into disarray by the sudden onslaught. Soon, the estate descended into a chaotic battlefield. Yi Fan and Black Dragon's battle remained fierce, both pushing their power to the absolute limit. Yi Fan's fists were enveloped in dazzling light, each strike carrying thunderous force. Black Dragon's dagger grew increasingly razor-sharp, each swing sending a cold gleam rippling through the air. As the battle progressed, both combatants bore a multitude of wounds. Yet neither showed any sign of retreat. Their eyes were fixed solely on each other, consumed entirely by the fight. Yi Fan knew he couldn't continue like this. He had to seize an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Black Dragon. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He was ready. Just then, the Black Dragon launched a fierce assault. His dagger struck with the force of a raging storm, bearing down on Yi Fan. Yi Fan hesitated not a moment, meeting Black Dragon's assault head-on. The two clashed once more, their fierce battle continuing within the estate. Black Dragon's dagger moved like a serpent, unpredictable and deadly, each strike carrying lethal force. Though Yi Fan reacted swiftly, he couldn't deny that Black Dragon's martial arts had reached a truly astonishing level. Yi Fan regained his composure, rolling through the air with agile evasions to dodge the Black Dragon's strikes. A steely light flashed in his eyes. He knew he couldn't remain passive any longer. He had to seize an opportunity to strike back. Just then, the Black Dragon's dagger shot toward Yi Fan's chest with blinding speed. The blade carried a chill, clearly channeling all its power into the strike. A cold smile flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. His body spun violently, evading the deadly strike. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan launched a swift counterattack. His fist sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, striking directly toward the Black Dragon's head. Though Black Dragon reacted swiftly, Yi Fan's speed was unmatched. He had no time to dodge. The Black Dragon's body flew backward instantly, crashing heavily to the ground. It lay unconscious, completely incapacitated. Yi Fan stared coldly at the fallen Black Dragon, his eyes devoid of pity. He knew he had won this battle. Just then, explosions echoed from other parts of the estate. Shen Lufeng and his men had already eliminated all remaining Black Tiger gang members, restoring calm throughout the grounds. Shen Lufeng approached, gazing down at the fallen Black Dragon with a cold smile. "Mr. Yi, we finally eradicated the Black Tiger gang completely." Yi Fan nodded, a cold gleam in his eyes. "Though the Black Tiger gang is dealt with, we must continue investigating the forces behind them. This incident is merely the beginning." Shen Lufeng nodded. "Rest assured, Mr. Yi. I'll begin the investigation immediately. We absolutely cannot let the mastermind behind this evade justice." Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction. "Very well. I trust you can handle it. Today's matters are concluded for now. In the days ahead, we have much more work to do." Shen Lufeng smiled faintly. "Mr. Yi, with you leading us, I'm confident we can overcome any obstacle." Yi Fan smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "Let's go. The night in Mo City is still long." The two departed the estate, leaving behind the Black Dragon, sprawled on the ground and utterly incapacitated. In the distance, figures concealed in the shadows slipped away silently, their eyes reflecting complex emotions. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng remained unaware of their presence as they drove away from the estate, disappearing into the night of Mo City. The night was as dark as ink, and Yi Fan's eyes shone with a profound light. He knew that although tonight's battle had been won, the road ahead remained long. He must remain vigilant at all times, for he knew the shadowy forces behind the scenes would never let this rest. Meanwhile, the remnants of the Black Tiger gang were quietly regrouping, their eyes burning with fury and hatred. They swore to avenge their leader, Black Dragon, and resolved to delve deeper into uncovering Yi Fan's true identity, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 89, Complete Eradication. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng drove to a luxury hotel in the heart of Mo City, needing to rest and recover here. They entered the presidential suite, its interior opulent and elegant, fully equipped with every amenity. Yi Fan sat on the sofa, closed his eyes, and began circulating his internal energy to restore his stamina. Shen Lufeng stood guard beside him, his eyes brimming with reverence and loyalty. Time slipped away unnoticed. When Yi Fan opened his eyes again, his condition had fully returned to peak form. He rose to his feet and addressed Shen Lufeng. "Shen, let's head to the Black Tiger gang's lair and wipe them out completely." Shen Lufeng nodded. "Yes, Mr. Yi." The two set out once more, driving to the outskirts of Mo City, where the Black Tiger gang's former headquarters stood. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng entered the abandoned factory, their eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, figures surged out from all directions, wielding blades and swords, their eyes burning with hatred and madness. It turned out the remnants of the Black Tiger gang had ambushed them here, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Yi Fan. Yi Fan gave a cold chuckle, his eyes flashing with icy light. He said to Shen Lufeng, "Little Shen, looks like tonight will be another tough fight." Shen Lufeng remained unflinching. Drawing the long sword at his waist, he replied in a cold tone, "Mr. Yi, with me here, you have nothing to worry about."
The two charged forward with lightning speed, knocking the Black Tiger gang remnants to the ground in an instant.
Yi Fan's fists blazed with dazzling light, each strike carrying the force of a thunderclap.
Shen Lufeng's swordplay was even more ruthless, each strike deadly.
Within moments, the ground was littered with the Black Tiger gang's remnants, their agonized screams and pleas for mercy rising in waves. Yi Fan stared at them coldly, his eyes filled with ruthlessness and murderous intent.
He approached a severely wounded Black Tiger gang member and demanded coldly, "Speak. Who is behind you?"
The man turned deathly pale, trembling as he stammered, "I'll tell you everything.
"It's the Li family." Yi Fan's brow furrowed. The Li family, another major power in Mo City. He hadn't expected them to be drawn into this conflict.
A cold smile touched his lips, a flash of murderous intent darting through his eyes.
"Very well. You may die." With that, his blade sliced through the air.
The man collapsed instantly, his body sinking into a pool of blood. Yi Fan stood up and said to Shen Lufeng, "Next, we're going to the Li family. We'll settle this dispute once and for all." Shen Lufeng nodded in understanding. The two quickly left the factory and drove toward the Li family's estate.
Their eyes burned with resolute determination.
They knew tonight's battle would be a fight to the death. Inside the Li family estate, the patriarch, Old Master Li, had already received the news. His face was as dark as water, his eyes flashing with a savage light.
He commanded the clan members beside him, "Issue the order. Mobilize every martial force in the family.
If Yi Fan dares to set foot on Li family grounds tonight, make him stay forever." The old patriarch's voice was cold and ruthless. Tension instantly gripped the entire estate as the Li family's elite warriors rushed in from all directions, gathering within the manor to prepare for battle against Yi Fan. The mansion gates remained tightly shut as everyone waited for Yi Fan's arrival, the tension growing thicker by the moment. Suddenly, the gates were kicked open. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng strode in. "Yi Fan, you have the audacity to barge into the Li family estate," roared an elder of the Li family.
Yi Fan gave a cold laugh. "I've come today to make the Li family pay the price."
The Li family members were momentarily stunned by Yi Fan's imposing presence, but they quickly recovered. Drawing their weapons, they charged toward Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng.
Battle erupted instantly.
Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng fought side by side, their techniques razor-sharp, each strike radiating lethal intent. Within moments, the Li family's elite fighters lay scattered on the ground, none able to withstand Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng's relentless onslaught. Old Master Li watched this scene, his rage boiling over.
He knew he must intervene personally.
He drew a deep breath, his aura instantly sharpening to a piercing edge. Stepping forward deliberately, he addressed Yi Fan, "Yi Fan, you are formidable.
But you should not have come to the Li family." Yi Fan gave a cold laugh. "Your Li family has pushed things too far. Today, I've come to seek justice."
The two stood facing each other, the tension thickening. Suddenly, Old Master Li moved.
His figure flashed like lightning, appearing instantly before Yi Fan as he launched a punch.
Yi Fan showed no sign of panic. He reacted swiftly, meeting the punch head-on with his own fist. Their fists collided with a deafening crash that shook the entire mansion. Yi Fan felt immense force surge through him, sending his body flying backward. He slammed into a wall, leaving a deep dent in its surface. Seeing this, Shen Lufeng rushed over and helped Yi Fan to his feet. "Mr. Yi, are you all right?" he asked anxiously. Yi Fan shook his head.
"I'm fine.
That old man's got some skills." Old Master Li watched Yi Fan rise from the impact of his heavy punch, surprise flickering in his eyes. But quickly, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. "Yi Fan, you may have some skills, but today, you absolutely won't walk out of our Li family alive."
Yi Fan gave a cold laugh. "We'll see about that."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than his body surged forward again. Moving at extreme speed, he instantly materialized before Old Master Li. His fist, accompanied by a whistling sound, slammed fiercely toward Old Master Li. Old Master Li snorted coldly. The instant Yi Fan's fist neared him, his body suddenly became ethereal. Yi Fan's fist passed right through him, inflicting no harm whatsoever.
Yi Fan's brow furrowed.
This was the first time he'd encountered such a phenomenon. Old Master Li's body could actually become ethereal. This was undoubtedly an extremely profound martial art. Mr. Li's form solidified once more, a smug smile spreading across his face.
"Yi Fan, do you truly believe you are my match? You are far too young." Yi Fan gave a cold laugh.
His body vanished instantly from his original position. The next moment, he appeared behind Old Master Li, his fist striking out again with blinding speed.
Old Master Li sensed a powerful aura approaching from behind.
He spun around urgently, meeting the attack with both palms. Yi Fan's fist collided with his palms, erupting in a deafening thunderclap. This time, Old Master Li's body didn't become ethereal. Struck by Yi Fan's fist, he flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Fan gave him no chance to catch his breath, charging forward once more. He intended to take advantage of Old Master Li's injuries to defeat him completely.
Chapter 90, The Terrifying Old Master.
Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Old Master Li flashed a ruthless glint in his eyes. He knew he could no longer afford to be reactive. It was time to unleash his true power. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body, causing the entire mansion to tremble. The air itself seemed to freeze. Yi Fan felt an invisible pressure bearing down upon him. He knew Old Master Li was about to unleash his true power. He drew a deep breath, channeling his inner energy to its peak, preparing to withstand the Old Master's fierce assault.
Old Master Li roared, charging forward like a cannonball.
His fist was enveloped in dazzling light, a strike that seemed capable of obliterating everything in its path. Yi Fan remained unflinching. His own fist, equally enveloped in brilliant light, met Old Master Li's strike head-on without the slightest retreat. Their fists collided mid-air, erupting in a deafening roar louder than any before. The entire mansion shook, and a massive crack split open in the ground. Yi Fan and Old Master Li were both sent flying, their bodies tracing elegant arcs through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Both were gravely injured, yet their eyes burned with unyielding fighting spirit. They knew this battle was far from over. Yi Fan struggled to his feet. The wounds on his body were healing at a visible pace, his vitality remarkably strong. Old Master Li also rose with great effort, astonishment in his eyes.
You managed to stand after my full power strike? You're a monster.
Yi Fan gave a cold chuckle. Old Master Li, you're no slouch either. You're the first to make me unleash my full power. As he spoke, he straightened his posture, the cold glint in his eyes intensifying.
Old Master Li took a deep breath, steadying his own breathing.
His eyes flashed with intense fighting spirit. Yi Fan, it's been a long time since I've faced an opponent like you.
Today, no matter what, I'm going to see your true strength.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than an intense radiance erupted from Old Master Li's body once more. His aura surged instantly, transforming him almost beyond recognition. Yi Fan felt immense pressure, knowing Old Master Li was about to unleash his ultimate technique. Yi Fan dared not take it lightly. He channeled his inner energy to its absolute limit, forming a visible energy shield around his body.
He knew the next strike would be the turning point of this battle.
With a thunderous roar, Old Master Li transformed into a blinding streak of light, closing the distance to Yi Fan in an instant. His fist shot forward like a meteor, trailing searing flames as it slammed toward Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan remained eerily calm. As the fist neared, his body shifted sideways at the last instant, evading the deadly blow. Simultaneously, his palm, sharp as a blade, slashed toward Old Master Li's throat with blinding speed. An icy chill pierced Old Master Li, who jerked his head away just in time to evade the strike. But Yi Fan clearly wasn't done. His body surged forward again, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon Old Master Li like a violent storm.
Though gravely wounded, Old Master Li remained the patriarch of the Li family of Mo City.
Decades of combat experience allowed him to unleash astonishing fighting prowess in this critical moment. Gritting his teeth, he stubbornly held his ground, engaging Yi Fan in a fierce, all-out battle. Their offense and defense shifted with blinding speed, the combat intensifying to the point where the entire courtyard of the mansion lay in ruins. Though Yi Fan held the upper hand, he too felt the toll on his body. He knew he couldn't prolong this any longer. The fight had to end swiftly. Just then, Yi Fan suddenly sensed a powerful aura erupting from Old Master Li's body. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes.
Could this old man still have a hidden card up his sleeve?
A savage grin twisted the old man's lips. Yi Fan, you are indeed formidable.
But do you truly believe you can defeat me? You're far too naive.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Old Master Li's body blurred into a mere afterimage, moving at blinding speed. His fist, carrying a rolling wave of energy, slammed viciously toward Yi Fan. A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Without the slightest retreat, he met Old Master Li's fist head-on, striking out with brutal force. Their fists collided once more, erupting in an earth-shattering roar that reverberated like an earthquake. This time, Yi Fan felt as though his fist had struck a mountain. A tremendous recoil force slammed into every cell of his body. His internal organs trembled violently in that instant, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Though Old Master Li also absorbed the immense force, his physique was far more resilient than Yi Fan's. He merely staggered back a few steps before steadying himself. Wiping the blood from his lips, a smug smile spread across his face. Yi Fan, your strength is indeed formidable, but you still fell at my hands. Yi Fan gritted his teeth against the pain, slowly rising to his feet. His eyes burned with defiance and fury.
Old Master Li, don't gloat too soon. I, Yi Fan, have not yet lost.
Old Master Li sneered coldly. Boy, no matter how powerful you become now, it won't change the fact that you've lost. Yi Fan clenched his teeth. He knew he couldn't concede defeat now, otherwise, his standing in Mo City would plummet. His internal energy surged once more. Though its flow was significantly slower than before, he refused to give up. Shin Lufeng watched from the sidelines, his heart pounding with fear. He had never seen Yi Fan in such a desperate state.
Mr. Yi, he cried urgently. Withdraw now. I'll hold him off.
Yi Fan waved him off.
Little Shin, this is my fight. Stay out of it. With that, he charged forward once more, engaging in a fierce battle with Old Master Li. Old Master Li frowned upon seeing Yifan still had the strength to continue fighting. He understood Yifan was a tough nut to crack, not to be underestimated. His fist shot forward again, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling straight toward Yifan. Yifan didn't flinch. He met the punch head-on, striking back with brutal force. He knew retreat was no longer an option. Only by charging forward headlong could he grasp a sliver of hope. Their fists collided violently once more, this impact more intense than before, the very air seeming to warp from the shockwave. Yifan felt a tremendous recoil surge through his entire body. His arm instantly went numb, and his whole frame was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet Yifan showed no sign of pain. Instead, he scrambled to his feet with surprising speed. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a cold smile spread across his face. Oldly, your fists pack a serious punch, but if you think that's all it takes to defeat me, you're sorely mistaken. Chapter 91, Kid, let's see how long you can last. Old Master Li saw Yifan rise swiftly despite such severe injuries, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before it quickly turned into a more intense rage. He roared, "Boy, I want to see how much longer you can hold out." With that, Old Man Li charged forward again. His fist whistled through the air, carrying a fierce killing intent as it bore down on Yifan. He had sworn to knock Yifan down for good, ensuring he never rose again. Yifan gave a cold laugh and charged forward to meet Old Master Li. His fist, too, was packed with every ounce of his strength, carrying a colossal force as it met Old Master Li's punch head-on. The two collided violently once more, this clash even more earth-shattering than before. The ground trembled violently, and the surrounding air seemed on the verge of shattering under the sheer force. Old Master Li felt as though his fist had struck an iron mountain. Yifan's fist had actually withstood his full force blow. A chill ran through him. Yifan's strength was terrifying, no wonder he dared to be so brazen. Yifan also felt the immense pressure radiating from his fist, yet the cold smile on his lips only deepened. He knew that although he had paid a heavy price, he had also shocked Old Master Li considerably, exactly the effect he had sought. "Old Li, looks like you're not so formidable after all. You can't even knock me down." Blood trickled from the corners of Yifan's mouth, yet he sneered with utter indifference. Old Master Li's face darkened to an extreme degree. He never imagined that after so many years of cultivation, he would be pushed to this point by a junior. He knew he couldn't lose this battle. Defeat would send his reputation in Mo City plummeting. "Boy, you forced me to unleash my full power. Don't blame me for showing no mercy." Old Master Li roared, channeling his internal energy to its absolute peak. A dazzling radiance instantly enveloped his entire body. Seeing this, Yifan raised an eyebrow and unleashed his own full power, radiating a dazzling light from his entire body. He knew this battle had reached its most critical moment, he could hold nothing back. Both men charged forward once more, unleashing their most devastating techniques. The air thickened with tension and danger. Their fists collided once more, erupting in an earth-shattering roar. The entire battlefield shattered under the force, the ground cracking open in massive fissures. The air thickened with the acrid scent of smoke and gunpowder. Both fighters were sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground as everything around them was obliterated by their combined force. Seeing this, Shun Lufeng's heart sank. He rushed over, concern etched on his face as he looked at Yifan. "Mr. Yi, are you all right?" Yifan struggled to his feet, the cold smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth. "Young Shin, rest assured. I'm fine. This battle may be arduous, but I, Yifan, will never concede defeat lightly." Seeing Yifan utter such defiant words under such circumstances, Shun Lufeng couldn't help but feel profound admiration. He thought to himself, "Mr. Yi is truly extraordinary. Such spirit and such power are truly astonishing." Old Master Li also struggled to his feet. His gaze fixed on Yifan, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. He knew this Yifan was a formidable opponent. This battle hadn't been a loss for him, but neither had it been a victory, it was a draw, a mutual defeat. "Yifan, you are formidable. Though my Li family has reclusive masters in residence, I deem today's battle a draw." Old Master Li finally spoke, his tone tinged with admiration and acknowledgement. Yifan gave a cold laugh. "Old Man Li, since you say it's a draw, then our business today ends here. However, you'd do well to remember, don't provoke me again. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences yourself." Old Master Li narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Yifan. "Very well. Face the consequences yourself. Yifan, to possess such prowess at your young age is truly remarkable. The Li family will remember today's events. But I hope you remember this too, Mo City is no place for you to run rampant alone." Yifan sneered coldly. "Old Li, I didn't get where I am today by talking big or relying on handouts. Mo City may be vast, but no one can ever stand in the way of the path I, Yifan, choose to walk." The moment Yifan's words fell, the tension in the air thickened. Shun Lufeng stood silently nearby, his clenched fists alone speaking volumes of his seething anger. Old Master Li looked at Yifan, then at Shun Lufeng, and finally sighed, "Enough. Let today's matter end here."
Yifan, I hope you'll think twice before acting impulsively again. With that, Old Master Li turned and walked away, leaving behind a scene of chaos and shock. Yifan watched the old man's retreating figure, the smile fading from his face. He turned to Shen Lufeng. Shen, let's go back. Shen Lufeng nodded. He knew Yifan was in a bad mood and said nothing more. The two left the scene in silence. Back at his villa, Yifan sank into the sofa, lost in deep thought. Shen Lufeng observed Yifan, his own emotions a tangled mix. He understood Yifan's emotions must be incredibly complex right now, but he also knew Yifan was someone who could handle pressure and solve problems independently. After a long silence, Yifan finally spoke. Shen, tell me, was I too impulsive today? Shen Lufeng didn't answer directly, instead asking, Mr. Yi, do you think you acted impulsively? Yifan shook his head. I don't know. But I do know I won't let anyone push me around. Shen Lufeng nodded. Mr. Yi, you did nothing wrong. Sometimes we must stand our ground. Even if it means acting impulsively, we can't let others think we're easy to push around. Yifan gave a bitter smile. Perhaps you're right. But today's events have served as a wake-up call. I can't afford to be so blindly overconfident anymore. I need to become stronger. Shen Lufeng looked at Yifan earnestly. Mr. Yi, you're already strong enough. But if you want to become even stronger, I believe no one will be able to stop you. Yifan looked at Shen Lufeng and suddenly smiled. Little Shen, thank you. With you by my side, I feel I can face anything. Shen Lufeng smiled back. Mr. Yi, it's my duty. You've done me a favor, and I, Shen Lufeng, will remember it for the rest of my life. The two shared a smile, and the atmosphere instantly relaxed. Yifan smiled, gazing out the window at the nightscape of Mo City. A resolute light flashed in his eyes. Mo City, this place where I once had nothing, will witness my rise. Chapter 92, Tomorrow we'll make our move. Shen Lufeng's gaze hardened with resolve upon hearing this. Mr. Yi, I will spare no effort to lend you my full support. Yifan nodded, turned to his desk, picked up a pen, and began mapping out his grand plans for the future. Shen Lufeng, observing this, refrained from interrupting. He stood quietly by, awaiting Yifan's instructions. Time passed slowly. Finally, Yifan set down his pen. Turning to Shen Lufeng, his eyes flashed with sharp intensity. Shen, get ready. Tomorrow, we're going to make a big move. Shen Lufeng perked up. Mr. Yi, what's your plan? A playful smile curved Yifan's lips. The Li family may be powerful, but they're not invincible. I intend to strike at their greatest strength and show them the consequences of provoking Yifan. Shen Lufeng's eyes flashed with excitement upon hearing this. Mr. Yi, you mean? Yifan smiled faintly. Exactly. Business. The Li family's commercial empire in Mo City is vast beyond measure, but precisely because of that, they have numerous vulnerabilities. I'll strike at each one, making them suffer unbearably. Shen Lufeng clenched his fists. Mr. Yi, I understand. I'll start preparations immediately. Yifan nodded. Go. Time is short. We must move fast. Shen Lufeng left immediately, while Yifan once again fell into deep thought. The next day, Mo City's business world was suddenly turned upside down. A series of fierce business wars erupted one after another, sending shockwaves through the entire Mo City business community. The Li family's enterprises suffered unprecedented blows, with Yifan's influence permeating nearly every industry. Leveraging his years of business experience and Shen Lufeng's resources, Yifan inflicted devastating losses on the Li family in a remarkably short time. Old Master Li watched his subordinates frantically report the situation, his expression darkening to the extreme. He never imagined Yifan would be so ruthless, striking with such precision at the Li family's weakest points. This forced him to reassess the young man before him. Yifan, well done. You truly are no ordinary man. But don't think this is enough to defeat the Li family. You're still too young. Old Master Li snorted coldly, beginning to mobilize his resources in preparation for a counterattack. Sitting in his office, Yifan watched the various data streams on his computer screen, a satisfied smile curling his lips. Xiao Shun, it seems our plan has been a resounding success. The Li family must be in a complete panic right now. Shen Lufeng stood beside Yifan, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Mr. Yi, this is only the beginning. Should we intensify our offensive next? Yifan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No. Now is not the time to press the attack. The Li family has suffered heavy blows, but they remain an established power in Mo City. Their depth of resources is beyond our imagination. What we need to do now is consolidate our gains while giving the Li family a chance to regroup. Shen Lufeng froze. Mr. Yi, why? Are we just letting the Li family off? Yifan smiled faintly. Of course not. I merely want the Li family to believe we're satisfied, lulling them into complacency. Then, we'll deliver the fatal blow that shatters them completely. Shen Lufeng's eyes lit up with understanding. Mr. Yi, your strategy is truly brilliant. I'm utterly impressed. Yifan smiled faintly, paying little heed to Shen Lufeng's praise.
His gaze grew even more profound, as if he had already seen through everything in the future. Shin, what we need to do now is to continue strengthening ourselves discreetly. When the Li family truly lets their guard down, we will push them into the abyss in one decisive move. Shen Lufeng clenched his fists, his voice brimming with conviction. Mr. Yi, I understand. I'll begin preparations immediately. Yi Fan nodded. Remember, our actions must remain undetected by the Li family. Everything must unfold naturally. Yes, Mr. Yi. I will keep that in mind. Watching Shen Lufeng's retreating figure, a sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He knew this move was crucial, it had to be flawless. Over the following days, Mo City outwardly returned to calm, and the turbulence in the business world gradually subsided. After a series of adjustments and reorganizations, the Li family gradually stabilized their position, yet their apprehension toward Yi Fan reached unprecedented levels. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng accelerated their plans behind the scenes. They not only made strategic moves in the business world but also quietly expanded their influence across both commercial and martial circles. Yi Fan understood that commercial power alone would never be enough to completely defeat the Li family. He needed greater strength to fortify his own forces. During this process, Yi Fan gradually uncovered some of the Li family's hidden secrets. These revelations gave him a deeper understanding of the Li family and further solidified his resolve to defeat them. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a crack, and before they knew it, a month had passed. Throughout this month, the winds of change swept through Mo City as various factions vied for dominance. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng quietly amassed their strength, biding their time for the perfect moment. Finally, their moment arrived. On a bright, sunny morning, Yi Fan received a call from Shen Lufeng. Mr. Yi, everything is ready. We can move now. A resolute gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Very well. Proceed. With Yi Fan's command, Mo City was once again thrown into turmoil. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng's plan unfolded swiftly, unleashing a thunderous assault upon the Li family. Across the business world, martial arts circles, and every corner of society, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng's forces swept through like a raging flood, devastating everything in their path. Caught completely off guard, the Li family plunged into chaos. They never imagined Yi Fan would strike at this moment, nor with such overwhelming force. Standing in his office, Yi Fan watched the screens before him, a smug smile curling his lips. The Li family, you've finally fallen at my hands. Just then, Shen Lufeng entered, his face also glowing with excitement. Mr. Yi, we've succeeded. The Li family is in complete disarray. Yi Fan nodded, his gaze icy. This is only the beginning. Next, we will crush the Li family into the dust. A resolute gleam flashed in Shen Lufeng's eyes. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng then sat down to meticulously plan their next moves. A sharp gleam shone in Yi Fan's eyes. His understanding of the Li family ran deep. He knew that commercial and social pressure alone would not be enough to bring them down completely. The Li family had deep roots in Mo City, built over decades of cultivation. Their foundations were exceptionally solid, and the hidden masters within were opponents Yi Fan had to take seriously. Chapter 93, Extremely Powerful Masters. Shin, we've largely mapped out the Li family's commercial network. Next, we must target their martial arts forces. From what I understand, the Li family harbors several reclusive masters of formidable strength. We must be thoroughly prepared. Yi Fan stated bluntly. Shen Lufeng nodded in agreement. Mr. Yi, I've already dispatched people to investigate covertly. It's exactly as you said, the Li family does have several extremely powerful masters. They usually keep themselves deeply hidden, but we've already found some clues. Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Our priority now is to eliminate these masters discreetly. Should they intervene, the Li family could potentially regain their footing. Shen Lufeng responded earnestly. Mr. Yi, rest assured. I will handle this properly. Over the next few days, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng began dismantling the Li family's martial arts forces. Leveraging their resources and intelligence, they launched covert strikes against the Li family's elite fighters. Simultaneously, to avoid alerting the Li family, Yi Fan deliberately had people make superficial concessions in business dealings with them. This created the illusion that Yi Fan and his group were backing down. Sure enough, the Li family took the bait and began to lower their guard, presenting Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng with a prime opportunity. Like cheetahs, they approached the Li family's elite fighters silently, delivering fatal blows when their opponents were completely unprepared. 1, 2, 3 of the Li family's elite fighters fell in quick succession. They hadn't even grasped what had happened before their lives were taken. With the successive deaths of the Li family's elite fighters, the clan's overall power began to rapidly collapse. Their commercial network fell completely under the control of Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng, and their influence in Mo City was nearly wiped out entirely. The Li family now stood on the brink of collapse, teetering precariously. Standing at the window of his office, Yi Fan gazed out at the bustling city below, a cold smile curling his lips. The Li family, he thought, you once tried to take me down. Now you know what karma feels like. Yet, just as Yi Fan believed the Li family was entirely within his grasp, their final trump card was finally played.
Li Tiandao, the Li family's strongest member, was an old monster who had lived under an assumed name in the underworld for many years. He had remained hidden behind the scenes, silently observing the unfolding situation, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. Though powerful, Yifan was still young and inexperienced. His understanding of the Li family was superficial at best. He never imagined they harbored such a formidable figure. Li Tiandao emerged from his seclusion, his gaze icy cold. He stood like a drawn blade, its edge gleaming with lethal intent. He walked straight to the building housing Yifan's company, his gaze like lightning, instantly locking onto Yifan's location. Suddenly, Yifan sensed a powerful killing intent within his office. His brows furrowed tightly as a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Xiaoshen, check downstairs for anything unusual, Yifan ordered into the walkie-talkie. Shen Lufeng moved swiftly, but upon reaching the lobby, he found nothing amiss. The entire building was eerily quiet, showing no signs of anything unusual. Yifan sensed something was off. The killing intent grew stronger by the moment. He could feel the opponent's immense power far beyond what an ordinary person could possess. Shen, come back immediately. The opponent is extremely powerful. We might be in trouble. Yifan made a swift judgment, knowing that what he needed most now was to stay calm and composed. Shen Lufeng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Yifan's words. Without hesitation, he immediately turned and headed back upstairs. Li Tiandao, realizing his presence had been detected, abandoned all pretense. He instantly transformed into a blurring afterimage, materializing before Yifan's office door in the blink of an eye. The moment Yifan saw Li Tiandao, surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected the other party to find him so quickly. Yifan, I am Li Tiandao of the Li family. I have come for your life today. Li Tiandao declared coldly, his voice thick with murderous intent. Yifan stood up, his gaze coldly fixed on Li Tiandao. So you're the Li family's top expert. No wonder you dared to come find me directly. But do you really think you can kill me alone? Li Tiandao wasted no words. He struck immediately, slamming his palm toward Yifan. The force of his strike was like a raging storm, compressing the air into a howling roar. Yifan's expression didn't waver. He countered swiftly, meeting Li Tiandao's strike head-on. The collision of their palm forces in midair produced a deafening roar that made the entire office tremble. Shen Lufeng rushed forward to assist, but Yifan waved him back. Shen, stand down. I'll handle this opponent myself. Yifan's gaze grew even colder. He knew he couldn't lose. Defeat would shatter everything. Li Tiandao's eyes flickered with surprise at Yifan's ability to withstand his strike, but he soon sneered coldly, Yifan, you do have some skill. But do you really think that's enough to defeat me? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Li Tiandao vanished again. Like a ghostly apparition, he materialized behind Yifan and launched a sudden attack. Yifan sensed the killing intent behind him and reacted instantly, twisting his body to evade Li Tiandao's strike. Their battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Li Tiandao's attacks were ferocious, each strike brimming with lethal intent, clearly aiming to finish Yifan off. Though young, Yifan possessed extensive combat experience. He skillfully evaded or braced against every one of Li Tiandao's strikes. A calm light flickered in his eyes as he had already formulated a plan. Shen, look into Li Tiandao's background. I need to know every single weakness he has. Yifan issued the order to Shen Lufeng through a secret communication device. Yes, Mr. Yi. Without hesitation, Shen Lufeng sprang into action. Yifan faced Li Tiandao's attacks once more, his movements growing even more agile. Each evasion was perfectly timed. Though Li Tiandao's strikes were fierce, they never managed to land a single blow. Yifan, your speed is impressive. But do you truly believe that alone will defeat me? A flash of anger flickered in Li Tiandao's eyes. He hadn't encountered such a formidable opponent in a long time. Yifan gave a cold laugh, offering no reply. His speed suddenly surged, transforming into a blur as he charged toward Li Tiandao. Though powerful, Li Tiandao felt a flicker of pressure against Yifan's near-superhuman speed. Yifan's attacks were lightning fast, each strike brimming with ruthlessness and finality. He had resolved to fight Li Tiandao to the death. Chapter 94, Do you really think you can kill me? You're too naive. Facing Yifan's frenzied assault, Li Tiandao gradually found himself at a disadvantage, sensing an unprecedented sense of danger. Yifan, do you really think you can kill me? You're too naive. Li Tiandao roared furiously. The aura around him surged violently, unleashing a terrifying force from within his body. Yifan sensed intense danger. Realizing Li Tiandao was going all out, he immediately accelerated his attacks, aiming to defeat him before Li Tiandao could counter. However, Li Tiandao's power was simply too overwhelming. Though Yifan's attacks came relentlessly, they consistently failed to breach Li Tiandao's defenses. Just as Yifan felt his strength waning, Shen Lufeng's voice suddenly rang in his ear, Mr. Yi, I've found out Li Tiandao. Before Shen Lufeng's words had fully faded, a sharp gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. He abruptly shifted his attack's trajectory, instantly breaching Li Tiandao's defenses and striking directly at his vital point. Disbelief washed over Li Tiandao's eyes. He never imagined Yifan could identify his weakness so swiftly and strike without hesitation. Yifan gave Li Tiandao no chance to catch his breath, his attacks growing fiercer, each strike brimming with lethal intent. Though powerful, Li Tiandao felt immense pressure under Yifan's frenzied assault, his body gradually buckling under the strain. Just as Yifan prepared to deliver the final blow to utterly defeat Li Tiandao, the latter suddenly unleashed unprecedented power. His aura intensified instantly, radiating a blinding light. Yifan sensed an immense threat, realizing Li Tiandao had summoned his absolute limit. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifan swiftly adjusted his state, preparing to meet Li Tiandao's frenzied counterattack. A resolute light flashed in his eyes. He understood the stakes of this battle. He could afford no carelessness. Li Tiandao roared, his fist hurtling toward Yifan like a cannonball. The air itself compressed in that instant, forming a terrifying shockwave. Yifan gave a cold snort and met the attack head-on, his fists like two mountains crashing into Li Tiandao's assault. The collision of their forces in midair produced a deafening roar. The entire office shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Yifan felt immense pressure, his fists growing numb. Li Tiandao's strength surpassed his expectations. This was indeed a formidable opponent. Yet Yifan did not flinch. A cold, steely light flashed in his eyes. He knew he could not falter now. Yifan, you may be powerful, but you will ultimately fall at my hands. Li Tiandao roared with maniacal laughter, his attacks growing even more ferocious. Yifan sneered coldly, Li Tiandao, do you truly believe victory is already yours? As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from Yifan's body. His strength surged once more in that instant. Li Tiandao's expression froze instantly as a palpable sense of danger washed over him. Yifan's fist struck Li Tiandao's chest like a thunderbolt. Disbelief filled Li Tiandao's eyes as his body flew backward like a ragdoll, crashing heavily into the wall. The entire office trembled at that moment, cracks appearing across the walls. Yifan slowly approached Li Tiandao, his eyes cold and ruthless. Li Tiandao, you've lost. Li Tiandao struggled to lift his head, his eyes burning with defiance. Yifan, who are you? Yifan sneered coldly, who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that the Li family owes me. Today, I'm going to take back what's mine double. With that, Yifan swung his fist again, intent on utterly defeating Li Tiandao and exacting his justice. But at that very moment, Yifan's brow suddenly furrowed. He sensed an intense feeling of danger. He spun around violently, only to see a figure appear before him like a ghostly apparition. The person held a sharp long sword, thrusting it fiercely toward Yifan's heart. Yifan reacted with lightning speed, launching his attack instantly to meet the strike head-on. Two forces collided in midair, erupting in a deafening roar. A tearing pain shot through Yifan's fist, making him realize his opponent was no ordinary foe. His body instantly retreated, creating distance between them. A fierce glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. At that moment, Shen Lufeng's voice echoed in his ear once more, Mr. Yi, be cautious. This man is a hidden master of the Li family, his strength is not to be underestimated. The glint in Yifan's eyes sharpened further as he coldly appraised the Li family expert before him. The Li family truly is willing to pay a heavy price. To deal with me, they've even sent out an old monster like you. A flicker of surprise crossed the Li family expert's eyes clearly. He hadn't expected Yifan to uncover his identity so swiftly. Yet his composure returned almost instantly. Yifan, you slaughtered so many of our Li family members. Today, I will avenge my clan. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the aura radiating from his body surged to new heights. The long sword in his grasp streaked through the air like a meteor, piercing toward Yifan with unstoppable force. Yifan's expression grew grave. He knew he could no longer hold back. He met the attack with all his might. Within moments, dozens of blows exchanged between them, each strike landing with brutal impact as sword light flashed. The entire space was saturated with the vibrations of their battle, as if it might collapse at any moment. Yifan felt pressure unlike anything he'd ever experienced. His opponent's strength was undeniably formidable, yet Yifan didn't flinch. Instead, his fighting spirit surged even higher. His fist launched like a cannonball, tearing through the air with devastating force, crashing into the Li family expert. He intended to defeat this enemy before him with his utmost strength. Facing Yifan's ferocious assault, the Li family expert also felt immense pressure. Yet, as a seasoned veteran of the martial world, he swiftly adjusted his combat strategy, shifting to a more evasive, striking approach. A cold gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. He saw through the opponent's intent. His body moved like a ghost, instantly appearing behind the Li family expert. A punch slammed out with devastating force. The Li family expert reacted with lightning speed. Unflappable in the face of danger, he twisted his body to evade Yifan's strike. Simultaneously, he flipped his long sword and thrust it backward, aiming straight for Yifan's throat. A murderous intent intensified in Yifan's eyes. He shifted his body slightly to evade the lethal strike, then unleashed his right fist like a tornado, carrying unstoppable force, striking toward the Li family expert once more. The Li family expert's face paled. He sensed the immense threat emanating from Yifan's fist. He knew that if he took this blow head-on, he would suffer severe injury.
Chapter 95, the Li family must pay the price. But retreat was no longer an option.
Gritting his teeth, he braced himself with all his might.
Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire space.
Yi Fan's fist finally struck the Li family expert, sending him flying violently into the wall.
The impact left a massive crack in the stone.
Yi Fan's breathing grew slightly ragged, yet his eyes grew colder. Every member of the Li family would pay the price. As Yi Fan's words fell, he strode toward the utterly weakened Li Tiandao, his gaze as icy as frost, piercing to the bone. Li Tiandao lay utterly spent on the ground, his face twisted with bitter resentment and fear. You can't do this to our Li family. Li Tiandao croaked hoarsely, attempting a final threat. Yet Yi Fan's eyes showed not the slightest flicker of wavering.
Your Li family? Yi Fan sneered coldly, gazing down at Li Tiandao with an icy voice. The Li family ends today.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Fan planted his foot firmly on Li Tiandao's chest with a sudden, brutal stomp. A sharp crack echoed as Li Tiandao let out a wretched howl of agony. His ribs had snapped. Yi Fan showed no mercy. He turned to face the other severely injured Li family experts, the cold glint in his eyes intensifying. He strode forward, planting his foot squarely on one of the Li family's elite fighters' legs. Another sharp crack echoed, followed by a piercing scream of agony. From this day forward, the Li family ceases to exist in Mo City, Yi Fan declared coldly. His voice swept like a chilling wind, sending shivers down the spine. Shen Lufeng stood at a distance, witnessing it all. His heart trembled involuntarily, his awe and respect for Yi Fan deepening. He understood that after today, the landscape of Mo City would be forever altered. Yi Fan turned and departed, his sight set squarely on the Li family's stronghold.
He intended to erase the Li family from Mo City entirely. Chaos now reigned at the Li family stronghold. News of the events had spread, plunging the entire Li clan into unprecedented panic.
Upon receiving the news, Li Jifeng, the head of the Li family, turned pale. He never imagined Yi Fan could be so powerful. Even Li Tiandao and that long-hidden expert were no match for him.
He knew deep down that today's events would likely spell disaster for the Li family.
Yet even so, he refused to surrender without a fight. After all, the Li family had deep roots in Mo City, having resided there for generations. Quickly gather every skilled fighter in the family. Set up defenses. We absolutely cannot let Yi Fan break through. Li Jifeng ordered urgently. The family's masters sprang into action, yet their hearts were filled with unease and dread. They knew all too well that facing an adversary of Yi Fan's caliber, whether they could hold their ground remained an uncertain prospect. Yi Fan raced forward, swiftly reaching the outskirts of the Li family's stronghold. Seeing the heavily guarded perimeter ahead, a cold smile flashed in his eyes.
Think these men can stop me?
Yi Fan murmured under his breath. His form shifted, vanishing from his original spot in an instant. The next moment, he materialized deep within the Li family stronghold. The guards hadn't even registered his presence before Yi Fan effortlessly defeated them. Like a man unopposed, Yi Fan swept through everything in his path, charging straight toward the Li family's core area. Upon receiving the news, Li Jifeng's face drained of color. He knew Yi Fan's onslaught was relentless and likely unstoppable. Gritting his teeth, he made his decision. Everyone, follow me. We fight to the death. Members of the Li family gathered, their eyes filled with resolve. Even in death, they would fight to uphold the Li family's honor. Yi Fan watched the Li family's elite warriors emerge one by one with a cold gaze, a mocking smile curling his lips. He knew that though numerous, few among them posed any real threat. He slowly raised his hand, the aura emanating from his body growing increasingly intense, causing the entire space to tremble. The Li family members felt this oppressive pressure, their fear deepening. Li Jifeng's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined Yi Fan could be this powerful. Regret washed over him, regret for ever choosing to oppose Yi Fan. Die! Yi Fan roared, his form instantly charging toward the Li family's elite fighters. Chaos erupted instantly. Yi Fan moved as if through empty space, each punch and kick carrying the force to obliterate everything. The Li family's experts crumbled before him, as fragile as paper. Within moments, the ground was littered with the Li family's elite fighters, some gravely wounded, others killed outright by Yi Fan's single strike. Li Jifeng watched the scene unfold, utterly stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. His legs trembled uncontrollably as fear reached its peak within him. Who are you? Li Jifeng stammered, his voice trembling. All will to fight had deserted him. Yi Fan stared at him coldly, his tone dripping with scorn. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that today, the Li family must pay the price. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Fan struck. His palm, sharp as a blade, sliced clean through Li Jifeng's throat. Li Jifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined he would meet his end at Yi Fan's hands. His body slowly collapsed, its life force finally extinguished. Yi Fan watched the fallen Li Jifeng without a shred of pity. He turned and walked away, leaving behind a field of corpses and the wails of the Li family. The Li family vanished from Mo City forever. Yi Fan's name spread throughout Imo City, becoming the focal point of everyone's discussions.
Yi Fan, who exactly was he? How could he possess such formidable strength?
The city buzzed with speculation. Yet Yi Fan seemed to vanish into thin air, his whereabouts unknown to anyone. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng, upon learning that Yi Fan had single-handedly annihilated the Li family, was struck by a shock beyond words. This only strengthened his resolve to follow Yi Fan, for he knew Yi Fan's future held boundless potential. Yi Fan returned to his residence, sitting calmly on the sofa with a fleeting look of fatigue in his eyes. Despite his formidable strength, the relentless battles had left him feeling a touch of weariness. Closing his eyes, he slowly adjusted his state, gradually sinking into a deep meditation. This meditation not only restored his physical strength but, more importantly, optimized his mental state, keeping him alert and composed. A faint glow emanated from Yi Fan's body, the result of years of cultivation and a testament to his formidable power. As time passed, his aura grew increasingly steady, his entire being resembling an immovable mountain.
Just then, his phone suddenly rang, shattering the room's tranquility.
Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, rose from the sofa, and picked up the phone.
It was Shen Lufeng calling. He pressed the answer button.
Shen Lufeng's voice, tinged with concern, came through the line. "Mr. Yi, we've just received intelligence that a mysterious force is operating covertly in Imo City.
Their target appears to be you." Chapter 96, The Mysterious Enemy.
Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He wasn't surprised, for he had long anticipated such an occurrence.
He asked calmly, "Xiao Shun, have you uncovered any specific details about them?"
"Mr. Yi, this mysterious force is extremely secretive.
We haven't uncovered any concrete details yet. However, we have detected some of their movements. They appear to be gathering information about you."
Shen Lufeng's tone carried a hint of urgency.
Yi Fan scoffed coldly. "Gathering information on me? They're asking for trouble."
Though he spoke lightly, he knew deep down that this mysterious force was no ordinary group.
Their ability to track him down so swiftly indicated capabilities that could not be underestimated. "Shun, continue your investigation.
You must locate their base of operations before they make their move. At the same time, increase our security. Protect our brothers nearby, don't give them any openings." A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes.
He wouldn't sit idly by waiting for disaster, he had to strike first.
"Yes, Mr. Yi."
Shen Lufeng's tone was resolute.
He knew this opponent was likely formidable, but he had absolute faith in Yi Fan. He believed Yi Fan could handle any challenge, no matter how powerful the enemy. After hanging up, Yi Fan stood by the window, gazing at the night sky over Imo City. A look of deep contemplation crossed his eyes. He knew he had to prepare thoroughly to face the impending storm. Just as Yi Fan prepared to act, on the other side of Imo City, within the lair of that mysterious organization, a group of people were engaged in tense discussions.
"Reporting, we've obtained some basic information on Yi Fan. He appears to have a complex background and possesses formidable strength."
A figure in black attire respectfully briefed the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with sharp intelligence.
"Yi Fan, I never imagined you were hiding so deeply.
But since you dared to wipe out the Li family single-handedly, don't blame us for being ruthless."
"Sir, what should we do now?" another black-clad figure inquired. The middle-aged man gave a cold laugh. "Since Yi Fan is so arrogant, we'll give him a swift end. Are you ready?"
"Rest assured, sir.
Everything is ready. We await your command." The black-clad men answered in unison.
The middle-aged man nodded.
"Very well. Proceed as planned.
We must succeed in one decisive strike, leaving Yi Fan no chance to react."
The black-clad figures responded in unison, then dispersed to execute their plan. A storm was brewing.
Beneath the night sky of Imo City, a battle that would determine Yi Fan's fate was about to begin.
Yet Yi Fan seemed to sense something.
A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes.
He knew they wouldn't keep him waiting long. They would strike swiftly.
On Shen Lufeng's side, tense preparations were already underway. As Yi Fan's right-hand man, he fully understood the critical importance of this confrontation.
He could not let Yi Fan down.
Shen Lufeng gathered his strongest men, elite warriors rigorously trained and battle-hardened.
"Everyone, the enemy we face this time is extremely formidable, but we absolutely cannot back down. Mr. Yi has given us this opportunity, and we must prove ourselves."
Shen Lufeng stood before the group, his tone resolute. Upon hearing this, everyone pledged to give their all and support Mr. Yi.
Shen Lufeng nodded. He knew these people were reliable.
This operation must be swift, precise, and ruthless, delivering a crushing blow to the enemy.
Everyone understood that Mr. Yi never took prisoners, and we must do the same. On Yi Fan's side, everything was already prepared. He understood the critical importance of this battle and would tolerate no mistakes. Deep into the night, the streets of Imo City were nearly deserted. Yet Yi Fan could distinctly sense numerous skilled fighters lurking in the shadows.
A cold smile flashed in his eyes. He felt no fear whatsoever, only a burning desire for battle.
Perfect timing. Just what I need to vent my frustration. A ruthless smile curled the corners of Yi Fan's mouth as his figure vanished from his original position in an instant. Simultaneously, the shadowy figures in black moved like ghosts, instantly surrounding Yi Fan. But Yi Fan was faster. He darted through the crowd like a bolt of lightning, each strike sending another black-clad figure crashing to the ground. Though numerous, the black-clad figures were utterly powerless against Yi Fan's overwhelming strength, falling one after another beneath his blows. Yi Fan's eyes burned with the fervor of battle, his form shifting like a phantom, impossible to pin down. Not far away, Shen Lufeng arrived with his men. Witnessing Yi Fan's overwhelming power, they couldn't help but show expressions of shock. Without hesitation, Shen Lufeng ordered his men to charge forward, joining Yi Fan in confronting the black-clad figures. The battle concluded swiftly. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng's group easily defeated all the black-clad figures. Yi Fan surveyed the bodies on the ground, his face devoid of sorrow, only cold determination. Shen, investigate these men's backgrounds. I need to know who's pulling the strings behind them. Yes, Mr. Yi. Shen Lufeng nodded. He knew that despite this victory, the enemy surely had more tricks up their sleeves. They had to be prepared. Yi Fan turned and left the battlefield, his stride resolute, his gaze icy. Though this battle had been won decisively, he understood it was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true enemy still lurked in the shadows. Shen Lufeng immediately began clearing the battlefield with his men and dispatched his most reliable operatives to investigate the identities of these black-clad figures and the forces behind them. Yi Fan returned to his secret residence in Mo City, an unassuming exterior concealing state-of-the-art facilities. He needed to calm his mind and analyze the potential scenarios unfolding ahead. Seated before his computer, he pulled up all major recent incidents in Mo City, searching for clues linked to this attack. Suddenly, his eyes lit up upon discovering a crucial piece of information. It turned out that a month prior, a mysterious organization had quietly infiltrated Mo City, conducting extensive financial and personnel movements within the city. This affair was clearly no simple matter. Yi Fan murmured coldly to himself as his mind raced through possible motives for the organization. Just then, his phone rang. It was Shen Lufeng calling. Mr. Yi, we've confirmed it. These black-clad figures were dispatched by an organization called Jimin. They've been unusually active in Mo City lately, seemingly planning something major. Shen Lufeng's voice carried a hint of gravity. Jimin? Yi Fan furrowed his brow. He had heard of this group, a mysterious organization that had risen in recent years, possessing strength that could not be underestimated. Chapter 97, What exactly is Jimin? Yes, we've mapped out some of their movement routes in Mo City. I believe we can launch a counterattack now, Shen Lufeng stated. Yi Fan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Xiaoshen, I have a feeling this matter isn't simple. There's likely a greater power behind Jimin. We mustn't act rashly. We need to clarify their true objectives first. Shen Lufeng listened, feeling some reluctance, but he knew Yi Fan's decisions were always extremely precise. He nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Yi. I'll arrange personnel immediately to continue investigating every move of Jimin. Yi Fan ended the call, a deep, unfathomable gleam flashing in his eyes. He knew this Jimin organization must have a specific objective, one that was likely directly connected to him. Jimin, I'll see just what you're up to. A cold smile curved Yi Fan's lips. He was fully prepared. Whatever Jimin had planned, he was confident he could defeat them. Meanwhile, within the Jimin organization's secret base, an elderly man with snow-white hair sat at the head of the table, his eyes clouded with a dark, brooding expression. What's going on? You said Yi Fan was just a useless son-in-law. How could he possess such formidable strength? The old man coldly interrogated his subordinate before him. Old man, we never anticipated Yi Fan would be this formidable. We've already dispatched additional forces and will eliminate him without fail, a shivering figure in black reported. Oof. If this matter isn't handled properly, none of you will be coming back. The old man's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He despised failure intensely. The black-clad men bowed their heads in unison. They knew that another failure would mean a gruesome fate for them. As for Yi Fan, his battle had only just begun. He had to proceed with caution, for he knew Jimin would never give up. Returning to his luxurious apartment in Mo City, Yi Fan began organizing his thoughts. He had to uncover Jimin's weaknesses before they launched another attack. He pulled up extensive files on Jimin from his computer and began meticulous analysis. A gleam of intelligence flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. His mind operated like a supercomputer, efficiently sifting through the data. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. He had uncovered a massive flaw in Jimin's operations. They appeared to have established a secret base somewhere, and its location was concealed so ingeniously that even Yi Fan had nearly missed it. A cold smile touched Yi Fan's lips. He knew this was his chance to strike back. He immediately contacted Shen Lufeng and relayed his discovery. Shen Lufeng perked up upon hearing the news and sprang into action. He understood this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They had to destroy Jimin's secret base in one decisive strike to resolve the problem at its root. Shen Lufeng led an elite squad, silently closing in on Jimin's secret base.
Every member was a seasoned combatant, operating with consummate skill. Yifan provided support from the rear, pinpointing the exact location of Jiming's base via satellite to guide Shen Lufeng's team with pinpoint accuracy. Just as they were about to reach the base, Yifan's brow suddenly furrowed. He sensed that Jiming had apparently detected their approach and was urgently reinforcing its defenses. He immediately contacted Shen Lufeng to relay the situation. "Mr. Yi, we are fully prepared. Even with Jiming's defenses in place, we are confident we can defeat them." Shen Lufeng's voice was firm and brimming with assurance. Yifan gave a slight nod. He knew Shen Lufeng was an extremely reliable man. If he said he was confident, then the mission would surely be accomplished. "Shen, remember, this operation isn't just about defeating Jiming. More importantly, we must uncover their true objectives and prevent them from regrouping." Yifan's words carried weight. "Yes, Mr. Yi. I understand." Shen Lufeng responded solemnly. As their conversation concluded, Shen Lufeng led his team to continue their stealthy approach toward Jiming's secret base. They moved with extreme caution, fearful of alerting Jiming. Meanwhile, Yifan waited quietly, his heart filled with anticipation. He was determined to uncover the secrets Jiming had hidden. Finally, Shen Lufeng's group drew near Jiming's secret base. Jiming seemed to have detected their presence, and both sides instantly plunged into fierce combat. Shen Lufeng's group, relying on their formidable combat skills, repeatedly repelled Jiming's attacks and gradually gained the upper hand. The battle raged fiercely, with both sides trading blows in an evenly matched contest. Shen Lufeng knew the critical importance of this mission. Gritting his teeth, he pushed his combat abilities to their absolute limit. Just then, Jiming's organization suddenly reinforced their ranks with a large contingent of reinforcements. They appeared to have been prepared all along, aiming to wipe out Shen Lufeng and his team in one decisive blow. Shen Lufeng's brow furrowed as he realized the situation was turning dire. He immediately contacted Yifan and reported the situation on the ground. Yifan's expression darkened upon hearing the news. He knew that without a swift response, Shen Lufeng and his team could find themselves in extreme danger. "Shen, you guys retreat first. Keep your distance. I'll be there immediately." Yifan calmly issued the order. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Lufeng immediately led his team in retreat. Their movement was exceptionally swift, quickly establishing a safe distance from Jiming. Meanwhile, Yifan piloted his private helicopter at breakneck speed toward the battlefield. He knew he had to intervene personally to resolve the crisis at hand. Yifan surveyed the battlefield below with a cold gaze, his eyes flashing with icy determination. He could clearly sense that the Jiming organization had prepared meticulously for this operation, seemingly anticipating Yifan's personal involvement. Yet Yifan showed no fear. He smiled faintly as a small, black sphere suddenly appeared in his hand. This black sphere was a highly advanced explosive device Yifan had specially prepared, possessing immense destructive power capable of altering the course of battle. Yifan tossed it lightly. The black sphere streaked through the sky like a meteor, landing with pinpoint accuracy amidst the Jiming organization's ranks. Instantly, a deafening explosion erupted, flames erupting everywhere. The Jiming organization's forces were blown apart, scattering in all directions, plunging the battlefield into utter chaos. Shen Lufeng watched the scene unfold, a surge of joy welling up inside him. He knew Yifan had arrived. Sure enough, as the flames subsided, Yifan's figure materialized on the battlefield. His gaze, cold as a frosty star, swept over the remnants of the Jiming organization. Chapter 98, Du Dingtian's terrifying power. "Who is your leader? Step forward, and I may spare your life," Yifan declared coldly, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. The Jiming organization members were cowed by Yifan's imposing presence, lowering their heads one by one, unable to meet his gaze. Finally, a tall man stepped forward, defiance flashing in his eyes. "I am the leader of Jiming's operation this time, Du Dingtian. Ask whatever you wish to know." Yifan regarded him, a flicker of approval in his eyes. "Very well. I have the utmost respect for those with backbone. Tell me, what exactly does Jiming intend to do? Why are you targeting me?" Du Dingtian sneered coldly. "Want to know? Only if you defeat me." Yifan smiled faintly. He appreciated this straightforward approach. His form shifted, transforming into a shadowy figure in an instant, appearing directly before Du Dingtian with blinding speed. Yifan's palm carried a force that seemed to tear through the air, slamming viciously toward Du Dingtian's face with overwhelming momentum, as if intent on flattening him into a meat patty. Though Du Dingtian was the leader of Jiming and possessed formidable strength, facing someone as near divine as Yifan, he felt immense pressure. However, as the leader of Jiming, he possessed his own pride and confidence. He snorted coldly, his fists like two steel mountains, slamming out to meet Yifan's palm. Instantly, two colossal forces collided violently in midair, erupting in a deafening roar. The surrounding air seemed to shatter under the immense force, creating a terrifying shockwave that swept all nearby Jiming members away. Shen Lufeng stood at a distance, watching the scene with wide eyes. His admiration for Yifan swelled like a raging river, unceasing and boundless.
He knew clearly that the power Yifan had displayed far surpassed the limits of ordinary humans, reaching what could only be described as a mythical realm. Du Dingtian, though barely managing to withstand Yifan's strike, was sent flying backward uncontrollably. He crashed heavily onto the ground, his body sinking deep into the earth. Yifan coldly surveyed Du Dingtian, whom he had sent flying, the icy glint in his eyes intensifying. He knew that although he held the upper hand, Du Dingtian was by no means an easy opponent to deal with. True to his expectations, Du Dingtian slowly rose from the ground. His body bore multiple wounds, blood flowing freely, yet his eyes burned with an even more intense fighting spirit. Yifan, you've got some skills, but you're still far from defeating me. Du Dingtian roared, his entire being transforming into a furious lion as he lunged at Yifan once more. Yifan's eyebrows arched slightly. He could sense the powerful aura emanating from Du Dingtian, causing him to regard this opponent with newfound respect. He knew he couldn't afford the slightest carelessness now, otherwise he might suffer a heavy loss at this opponent's hands. Thus, Yifan gathered his energy once more. A resolute gleam flashed in his eyes as his entire being transformed into a razor-sharp sword, charging straight toward Du Dingtian. The two collided fiercely once more, instantly filling the battlefield with a palpable tension. Each clash between Yifan and Du Dingtian was accompanied by deafening explosions. Their speed was so blindingly fast that onlookers could barely track them with the naked eye, seeing only two intertwining figures flashing across the battlefield. Yifan's techniques were razor-sharp, each strike and punch carrying devastating force. Though severely wounded, Du Dingtian's fighting spirit remained unshakable. His attacks came like a relentless storm, unceasing and unyielding. Du Dingtian, you do possess some skill, Yifan sneered coldly, his voice thick with battle lust. But to defeat me? You're nowhere near enough. Du Dingtian roared in fury, his aura surging once more. He seemed to transform into a war god, his weapon blazing with dazzling light. The icy glint in Yifan's eyes intensified. He knew Du Dingtian had been provoked to his limit, an opportunity he would not let slip. Their battle raged on for dozens of rounds, the intensity remaining extraordinary. Spectators were utterly captivated by this earth-shattering clash, completely losing track of time. In a corner of the battlefield, Shen Lufeng watched Yifan's figure intently, his heart filled with admiration. He had never witnessed such a fierce battle, nor had he ever seen Yifan display such overwhelming power. Mr. Yi truly kept his abilities hidden, his power was terrifyingly formidable. Shen Lufeng thought to himself. The battle raged on, both combatants now at their absolute limits, yet they gritted their teeth and persisted, showing not the slightest sign of retreat. Just then, Yifan suddenly felt an overwhelming power erupt from the depths of his being. His entire body seemed to transform into a supernova, blazing with dazzling brilliance. He knew this force was the latent potential deep within his body erupting at the critical moment. Without hesitation, Yifan unleashed this power completely. His attacks instantly grew more ferocious, transforming him into an unstoppable war god. Du Dingtian sensed the transformation in Yifan, and a powerful sense of crisis surged within him. He knew that unless he gave his absolute all, he might truly lose his life here today. Thus, Du Dingtian also unleashed the latent power deep within his own body. His momentum instantly reached its peak, and he charged forward like a ferocious beast. The two collided once more. This time, the tension on the battlefield thickened, the air itself seemed to freeze solid. Yifan's fist and Du Dingtian's claws collided fiercely in midair, sparking blinding flashes of light. The entire battlefield trembled violently under the force of their clash. Du Dingtian felt an unprecedented pressure. To his shock, his claws cracked upon contact with Yifan's fist. How could Yifan's strength be this formidable? Du Dingtian's heart raced with dread. Yifan showed no sign of stopping. Sensing the dawn of victory, his momentum surged even higher. His fists pounded like cannonballs, striking Du Dingtian's body again and again. Du Dingtian was forced back repeatedly, his body already covered in wounds, blood streaming freely. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, his eyes burning with stubborn defiance and fierce determination. Seeing this, Yifan let out a cold laugh. He knew Du Dingtian was now at the end of his rope. One more fatal blow would end this fight completely. Du Dingtian, you've already lost. What tricks do you have left? Bring them on! Yifan said coldly, his eyes gleaming with the light of victory. Hearing Yifan's words, Du Dingtian's fury intensified. He knew he was truly at a disadvantage, but he refused to concede defeat so easily. Yifan, don't even think about defeating me so easily. Even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me. Du Dingtian roared, his body suddenly erupting with astonishing power. Chapter 99, What trouble can you bring me after death? This force swept across the battlefield like a violent storm, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. Though Yifan had prepared for this, he dared not take such an extreme onslaught lightly. His form instantly blurred into a trail of afterimages, weaving nimbly across the battlefield to evade Du Dingtian's strikes. But Du Dingtian clearly had no intention of giving Yifan any breathing room. He pursued relentlessly, his attacks growing ever more fierce. The battle reached a fever pitch.
Though Yifan dodged with all his might, Du Dingtian's power was simply too overwhelming, and wounds gradually appeared on Yifan's body. Watching Yifan steadily lose ground, Shen Lufeng stood by, his fists clenched in nervous tension as he silently cheered Yifan on. Though wounded, Yifan's gaze grew colder. He knew he couldn't remain passive any longer, he had to find an opening to strike back. His mind raced, and finally, amidst Du Dingtian's relentless assault, he spotted a tiny opening. Without hesitation, he channeled all his strength into his fist and slammed it viciously into Du Dingtian's chest. This punch channeled all of Yifan's strength and fury, delivered with blinding speed that left little time to react. Du Dingtian clearly hadn't anticipated Yifan launching a counterattack under these circumstances. His movements faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his senses, urgently gathering his internal strength to try and block the punch. Yet Yifan's punch was overwhelmingly fierce. Despite Du Dingtian's desperate resistance, he was sent reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Multiple fractures shattered his body, blood gushing uncontrollably. Witnessing this, Shen Lufeng leapt to his feet in excitement. "Mr. Yi, you're incredible." Yifan stared coldly at Du Dingtian sprawled on the ground, his eyes devoid of any pity. "Du Dingtian, you've lost. Any last words?" Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Du Dingtian's body twisted in agony. Yet his eyes remained filled with stubborn defiance and viciousness. "Yifan, don't get too cocky. Even if I die today, I'll never let you off easy." Yifan sneered coldly. "Is that so? I'll see just what kind of trouble you can cause me after you're dead." At that moment, Yifan suddenly sensed an overwhelming sense of danger. His instincts screamed that he must leave immediately. Without hesitation, he instantly activated the power within him and swiftly departed the battlefield. The instant he vanished, a blinding light descended from the heavens, striking Du Dingtian. The blinding light burned like a raging inferno, instantly reducing Du Dingtian's body to ashes, leaving not a single trace behind. Standing at a distance, Yifan stared in stunned disbelief at the scene. He knew this was a power far beyond the comprehension of ordinary humans. And this power was clearly not something Du Dingtian could possibly wield. A powerful sense of danger surged within Yifan. He knew this world was far more complex and perilous than he had ever imagined. Shen Lufeng approached, his face pale, clearly shaken by what he'd witnessed. "Mr. Yi, what kind of power was that?" Yifan took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. "I'm not sure, but it's definitely connected to the Zhiming organization. It seems we've provoked a formidable adversary." Shen Lufeng's brow furrowed deeply. "Then what should we do now?" A resolute glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. "Since they've already targeted us, there's no point in avoiding confrontation. We must prepare ourselves to confront Zhiming." With that, Yifan turned and left, Shen Lufeng following close behind. Back at their secret base, Yifan immediately summoned all his subordinates to devise countermeasures against Zhiming. His eyes blazed with intensity. "Everyone, the Zhiming organization is a formidable adversary we cannot ignore. They possess power beyond our imagination. But that doesn't mean we have no chance of victory. We must pool all our strength, uncover their weaknesses, and deliver a fatal blow." Yifan's words resonated like battle drums, igniting the morale of every man. Shen Lufeng stepped forward. "Mr. Yi, I pledge to commit all my resources in Yuncheng to fully support our operation." Yifan nodded. He knew this battle would be massive, and every resource would be invaluable. Over the next few days, Yifan and his team worked tirelessly, gathering intelligence on the Zhiming organization through every available channel and searching for their vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, the Zhiming organization was not idle either. They employed every means to exert comprehensive pressure on Yifan. Yifan's business operations were sabotaged, and his neighbors and friends were threatened. The Zhiming organization seemed to have transformed into an omnipresent dark force, relentlessly striking at Yifan at every turn. Yet Yifan refused to be crushed. His eyes grew colder and colder. "Zhiming, since you've chosen to be my enemy, don't blame me for showing no mercy." Yifan channeled all his fury into the fuel for action, tempering both his body and will into something stronger. He knew this battle would be exceptionally brutal, but he was prepared. Just as Yifan prepared to confront the Zhiming organization with everything he had, he suddenly received intelligence from an inside source. The Zhiming organization was about to hold a secret meeting in Mo City, with all high-ranking members in attendance. This presented Yifan with an unparalleled opportunity. He resolved to lead the assault personally, delivering a devastating blow to the organization. "Shen, mobilize your men immediately. We're launching a surprise assault on the Zhiming organization. We'll strike while their leadership is gathered to weaken their strength decisively." A cold gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes as he issued the order. "Yes, Mr. Yi." Shen Lufeng, though apprehensive, trusted Yifan implicitly and immediately sprang into action. Yifan began meticulously planning the operation. He knew the mission carried extreme danger, leaving no room for carelessness. As time passed, all preparations fell into place. Yifan led a group of elite subordinates, silently approaching the location of the Zhiming organization's secret meeting. In a dark, damp abandoned factory in Mo City. This was the location for the Zhiming organization's secret meeting.
Hidden in the darkness, Yi Fan and his team waited, their eyes gleaming coldly, biding their time for the perfect moment to strike. As time passed, the Jiming organization's high-ranking members began arriving one after another. They chatted and laughed, completely unaware of the danger closing in. Finally, Yi Fan judged the moment had come. With a cold smile, he resolutely gave the order to attack. Attack! In an instant, Yi Fan's elite squad charged like tigers descending a mountain, launching a fierce assault on the Jiming organization's high-ranking members. Chapter 100, Do you truly believe you can destroy us, Jiming? Deafening battle cries and piercing screams filled the entire factory. The Jiming organization members were caught completely off guard, unable to react before Yi Fan's forces overwhelmed them. Within mere minutes, the factory descended into utter chaos, its floor littered with the corpses of Jiming organization operatives. Yi Fan scanned the surroundings expressionlessly. He knew this operation had achieved tremendous success, but it was merely the beginning of the battle. The Jiming organization would never give up so easily. Sure enough, just as Yi Fan and his team prepared to withdraw, alarms blared from all sides of the factory. Blinding lights flooded the area as dozens of vehicles and hundreds of heavily armed personnel surrounded the entire facility. Yi Fan, do you truly believe you can destroy our Jiming? You're far too naive. A cold voice boomed from the loudspeaker. It belonged to one of the Jiming organization's leaders. Yi Fan's expression darkened. He knew they had likely fallen into the Jiming organization's trap. Mr. Yi, what should we do? Shen Lufeng asked nervously. Yi Fan fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, a resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. Fight. Even if we have to fight to the last drop of our blood, we will never let the Jiming organization succeed. With that, Yi Fan led his men fearlessly into the encircling forces. Despite their dire predicament, Yi Fan and his men remained remarkably composed. They swiftly found cover and engaged the Jiming organization members in fierce combat. Every strike from Yi Fan's hands landed with pinpoint accuracy. His movements were as elusive as a ghost, making it impossible for his opponents to track him. Shen Lufeng, Yi Fan's trusted lieutenant, proved equally formidable. Agile and battle-hardened, though not quite as powerful as Yi Fan, he still held his own against 10 opponents without faltering. Mr. Yi, the Jiming organization is exceptionally well prepared this time. We can't keep fighting head-on. Shen Lufeng quickly assessed the battlefield situation after a brief skirmish and advised Yi Fan. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He understood the logic behind Shen Lufeng's words. Though formidable, their numbers were limited, whereas the Jiming organization had clearly made thorough preparations in advance. Shen, take the wounded and retreat. I'll cover your withdrawal. Yi Fan's brow furrowed as he issued the order decisively. Shen Lufeng hesitated for a moment, but quickly grasped Yi Fan's intent. Yes, Mr. Yi. Please be careful. Yi Fan nodded, then turned and plunged back into the fray. Like a lone warrior, he charged forward relentlessly, steadily eroding the Jiming organization's morale. Shen Lufeng swiftly retreated with the wounded, using the factory's complex layout to successfully shake off the Jiming organization's pursuers. Meanwhile, Yi Fan continued to cause trouble for the Jiming organization. He knew he had to withdraw quickly if surrounded, even he might not escape unscathed. Just as Yi Fan prepared to retreat, he suddenly sensed an intense sense of danger. He instantly dodged out of the way just as a Jiming elite appeared before him. Yi Fan, I never expected you to be such a tough nut to crack. But with me, Zhang Zhaning, here, you won't be leaving today, the expert sneered coldly. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He could sense the formidable power of this expert, yet he showed not a trace of fear. Is that so? Then let's see. Yi Fan responded coldly, immediately engaging Zhang Zhaning in a fierce battle. The clash between Yi Fan and Zhang Zhaning instantly became ferocious. Both were formidable masters, each strike carrying the force of a raging storm. The surrounding air seemed to tear apart under their force, erupting in deafening roars. Yi Fan's movements were lightning fast, his fists and feet striking Zhang Zhaning like a violent storm. Each strike was ruthless and fierce. He aimed to defeat Zhang Zhaning and seize an opportunity to escape. Zhang Zhaning refused to be outdone. His body blurred into streaks of motion as he traded blows with Yi Fan, each strike a lethal counter. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes clearly, he intended to keep Yi Fan trapped here. The battle raged on for a long time. Yi Fan gradually felt a threat of fatigue creeping in. He knew he couldn't keep this up. He needed to find an opening to break through. Otherwise, if he truly exhausted himself, the outcome would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Just then, Yi Fan suddenly detected a split-second hesitation in Zhang Zhaning's movements. A flash of sharpness lit his eyes as he seized this once-in-a-lifetime opening, unleashing a full-force attack. Yi Fan's fist struck Zhang Zhaning's chest like a cannonball, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle. Zhang Zhaning grunted, his body flying backward like a crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Fan gave Zhang Zhaning no chance to recover. Swift as thunder, he charged forward again. He intended to capitalize on Zhang Zhaning's vulnerability and eliminate this threat once and for all. Yet despite his injuries, Zhang Zhaning remained a formidable opponent.
Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he scrambled to his feet and met Yifan's charge head-on. The two were once again locked in fierce combat. Yifan knew he couldn't afford to give Zhang Jianing any breathing room. His attacks grew more ruthless, each strike brimming with lethal intent. Though wounded, Zhang Jianing's counterattacks remained ferocious. He understood that his very survival hinged on this moment. There could be no room for complacency. The cold glint in Yifan's eyes intensified. His attacks came like a violent storm, overwhelming Zhang Jianing with immense pressure. Zhang Jianing struggled to defend, his wounds deepening with each blow. Zhang Jianing, you have no chance left. Today, you must die here. Yifan declared coldly, his voice filled with utter resolve. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of Zhang Jianing's mouth. His eyes flashed with a stubborn light. Yifan, even if I die, I won't let you off easy. The battle raged on. Yifan's attacks grew increasingly savage. Zhang Jianing could no longer hold on. His body gradually collapsed, and finally, under Yifan's punch, he fell completely. Yifan gasped for breath, knowing this battle was finally over. But he also understood that the Jining organization wouldn't stop here. They would undoubtedly send even stronger opponents to deal with him. Mr. Yi, are you all right? Shen Lufeng arrived with a group of people. Seeing Yifan unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Yifan waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. But the Jining organization won't let this rest. We must prepare. Shen Lufeng nodded in agreement, knowing Yifan spoke the truth. Mr. Yi, I'll immediately arrange personnel to ensure your safety. Chapter 101, We Must Strike First. Yifan glanced at him and said slowly, Shen, this incident shows us that the Jining organization is no pushover. We must strike first and eliminate them completely. Shen Lufeng asked nervously, Mr. Yi, what exactly do you mean? A cold gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. If they want to play games, then we'll play along until the very end. I'll make them understand the consequences of crossing Yifan. Seeing Yifan's resolute expression, Shen Lufeng felt a surge of determination. He knew Yifan was preparing to strike back. Mr. Yi, I'll make the arrangements immediately. Shen Lufeng nodded in agreement. Yifan patted his shoulder. Shen, this isn't a simple matter. You must be careful. We don't fully understand the capabilities of the Jining organization yet, but no matter what, we cannot lose. Shen Lufeng met Yifan's intense gaze and understood this was a fight with no room for retreat. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with resolve. Mr. Yi, rest assured. I will not let you down. Yifan nodded. Knowing he had such reliable friends by his side, he felt confident he could overcome any obstacle, no matter how daunting. Though the battle had ended, Yifan understood that the real challenge had only just begun. The Jining organization wouldn't let him off the hook, and he, in turn, would never let them off easy. Yifan's gaze grew even colder. He understood that in the days ahead, he would face even greater dangers and trials. He needed to grow stronger to utterly destroy the Jining organization. Shen Lufeng saw the resolve in Yifan's expression and knew he was prepared. He silently vowed to assist Yifan in any way possible. Mr. Yi, I'll immediately assign personnel to investigate every scrap of intelligence on the Jining organization. We can no longer be reactive. We must locate their headquarters and wipe them out completely. Shen Lufeng declared with unwavering resolve. Yifan nodded. He understood this would be a battle requiring both intellect and bravery. Shen, be cautious. Though the Jining organization appears to be a local underground group in Mo City, their influence may run much deeper. You must remain vigilant and avoid rash actions. Shen Lufeng responded earnestly, Mr. Yi, rest assured. I will proceed with utmost caution. Yifan nodded in satisfaction. With Shen Lufeng on the case, he was confident the Jining organization's secrets would soon be laid bare. Over the next few days, Mo City's political landscape shifted like shifting sands, with hidden currents churning beneath the surface. Yifan did not relax his guard after defeating Zhang Jianing. He knew the Jining organization would never let this matter rest. He intensified his training regimen, pushing himself to the absolute limit daily, determined to elevate his strength as swiftly as possible. Shen Lufeng did not disappoint Yifan's expectations. He mobilized his most elite forces to launch an in-depth investigation into the Jining organization. As the investigation deepened, the true nature of the Jining organization gradually came to light. It turned out they weren't merely an underground force in Mo City, they also had intricate connections to certain foreign powers. Their ambitions extended far beyond dominating Mo City, they harbored far more sinister objectives. Shen Lufeng swiftly compiled this intelligence and delivered it to Yifan. Yifan's eyes flashed with a sharp, icy glint as he studied the documents. He never imagined that such a massive secret lay hidden behind the Jining organization. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. He had to act swiftly to completely eradicate the Jining organization. Good work, Shen, Yifan said, patting Shen Lufeng on the shoulder. With this intelligence, we can deliver a fatal blow to the Jining organization. Shen Lufeng replied excitedly, Mr. Yi, I can't wait any longer. Those bastards have gone too far. It's time to show them what we're made of.
Yi Fan nodded, his heart brimming with the thirst for battle. Yes. It's time to end this. As Yi Fan's words fell, the entire room seemed saturated with an atmosphere of unwavering resolve and decisiveness. Shen Lufeng felt an unprecedented pressure, yet this pressure did not make him flinch. Instead, it ignited a deep-seated fighting spirit within him. Mr. Yi, I'll arrange the operation immediately. We must strike decisively, leaving the Jiming organization no breathing room.
Shen Lufeng's tone was unwavering, his eyes blazing with the light of final confrontation. Yi Fan looked at him and silently nodded in approval.
He knew Shen Lufeng was truly prepared. This time, they couldn't fail. Failure meant everything was over.
Shen, before we move, we still need to make some preparations.
Though we've uncovered some weaknesses in the Jimin organization, they've remained hidden for so many years they must still have hidden cards we don't know about. We must proceed with utmost caution and avoid alerting them.
Yi Fan's voice was solemn.
Shen Lufeng nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Yi. I'll deploy personnel to conduct silent reconnaissance. The Jiming organization won't detect our movements.
Yi Fan regarded him with satisfaction.
Well done. This battle is crucial. We cannot afford the slightest error. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a crack.
Before they knew it, 3 days had passed. Throughout those 3 days, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng remained relentlessly vigilant. They thoroughly investigated every aspect of the Jiming organization, even locating its very headquarters. Yi Fan studied the documents in his hands, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. It's time.
We can't wait any longer.
Shen Lufeng stood up nervously. Mr. Yi, do you mean?
Yes.
We depart immediately, strike at the heart of the matter, and eradicate the Jiming organization completely. A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He knew this battle was crucial, there could be no room for error.
Shen Lufeng took a deep breath. He understood the stakes and knew he couldn't let Yi Fan down.
Yi Fan looked at him and suddenly smiled faintly. Little Shen, after this battle, no matter the outcome, we will have no regrets. Shen Lufeng was moved by Yi Fan's words, a resolute gleam flashing in his own eyes.
Mr. Yi, I've followed you for so long and never once seen you show the slightest fear. This time, I will not let you down either. Their gazes locked, brimming with mutual trust and unwavering resolve.
And so, in an atmosphere thick with tension, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng led a group of elite fighters, moving silently toward the Jiming organization's stronghold. They knew this battle would be a fight to the death, no retreat, only victory.
Meanwhile, as they departed, a group of black-clad figures held an urgent meeting within the Jiming organization's stronghold. Report, a large force is approaching our position. Chapter 102, All personnel, prepare for battle.
A burly man with a face full of fleshy bulges burst in, panic etched across his features.
What? How did they find us?
A lean, icy-faced man stood up. He was the deputy leader of the Jimin organization, known as Zhang Lang, the ice-faced one.
Deputy leader, what should we do now? The burly man asked anxiously.
A cold gleam flashed in Zhang Lang's eyes. Since they dare come, they won't leave alive.
All personnel, prepare for battle. At Zhang Lang's command, the entire Jiming organization's stronghold erupted into chaos.
Everyone nervously grabbed their weapons, preparing for battle.
The air thickened with the scent of impending battle, each pair of eyes burning with fierce determination and ruthlessness.
Meanwhile, in a concealed corner not far from the headquarters, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng led their team, silently waiting for the optimal moment to strike. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes.
He could clearly sense the tension and chaos emanating from the Jimin organization's headquarters. He knew they had successfully thrown the organization into disarray. Shen, are you ready? Yi Fan asked in a low voice.
Shen Lufeng gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes gleaming with cold determination.
Mr. Yi, we're ready to strike at any moment.
Yi Fan nodded, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes.
Good. Let's move out and wipe out the Jiming organization once and for all.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Fan led his team like a sudden storm, charging toward the Jiming organization's stronghold. Zhang Lang stood at the highest point of the headquarters, watching Yi Fan's group charge in through the surveillance feed.
His expression darkened considerably. These bastards actually dared to charge straight in? They were asking for death.
Zhang Lang sneered coldly, then barked at a subordinate beside him, prepare all weapons. I'll make them understand the consequences of provoking the Jiming organization. Yi Fan and his team charged with blinding speed, reaching the outer perimeter of the Jiming organization's stronghold within minutes.
Mr. Yi, there are multiple layers of defenses ahead.
We need to be cautious, Shen Lufeng warned nervously. A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes.
Don't worry.
No matter how tight their defenses are, they won't stop us.
Follow me. With that, Yi Fan charged forward first. His weapon swung like the scythe of death, and with each swing, another member of the Jiming organization fell.
Witnessing Yi Fan's overwhelming power, Shen Lufeng and the other team members' morale soared. They followed closely behind, charging forward fearlessly. At Yi Fan's command, the battlefield instantly ignited with explosive tension. The air thickened with the scent of blood. Though the Jiming organization outnumbered them, they were driven back relentlessly by Yi Fan's team's fierce assault, unable to mount any effective resistance. Shen Lufeng's eyes flashed with excitement as he gripped his weapon tightly and threw himself into the fray without hesitation. He keenly sensed Yi Fan's formidable power, deepening his awe and strengthening his resolve to follow him. However, Zhang Lang proved far from easy to deal with. Watching his men fall one by one, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he resolved to intervene personally. Yi Fan, you may be formidable, but don't think you can run rampant on my turf. Zhang Lang sneered coldly, his figure flickering as he instantly materialized before Yi Fan. Yi Fan's brow furrowed in surprise at Zhang Lang's astonishing speed. He immediately summoned all his strength, preparing to meet the challenge. The two collided in an instant, producing a deafening crash. Intense energy rippled through the air, causing those nearby to feel a wave of suffocating pressure. Yi Fan sensed Zhang Lang's immense power, which matched his own in every way. He knew this battle would be extremely difficult. Yet he showed no sign of retreat. Instead, his eyes blazed with an even fiercer combat desire. He would prove his extraordinary worth with his own strength. Zhang Lang, I'll see just how strong you really are. Yi Fan growled, channeling his power once more as he prepared to unleash an even fiercer assault. Seeing this, Zhang Lang's eyes sharpened with focus. He knew Yi Fan was no easy opponent and could afford no further complacency. The two collided once more, this impact more violent than before, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Shen Lufeng watched Yi Fan and Zhang Lang locked in fierce combat, his heart tightening. He understood this battle would directly determine their fate. Yet he also knew his own strength was utterly insufficient to intervene. His only recourse was to clear the battlefield, buying Yi Fan precious moments. At this thought, a resolute gleam flashed in Shen Lufeng's eyes. Wielding his weapon, he charged at the members of the Jiming organization like a raging storm. As time passed, corpses piled higher on the battlefield, and the stench of blood thickened in the air. Meanwhile, the battle between Yi Fan and Zhang Lang intensified, both fighters now locked in a white-hot struggle. Yi Fan felt his strength steadily draining, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew that defeating Zhang Lang would shatter the Jiming organization completely, securing their ultimate victory. Zhang Lang, too, sensed Yi Fan's formidable strength. He never imagined Yi Fan could hold his own against him for so long without faltering. Yi Fan, I refuse to believe I can't defeat you. Zhang Lang roared, his entire body surging with power once more. Madness flashed in his eyes as he transformed into a beast unleashed in a storm, erupting with unprecedented combat prowess. Facing Zhang Lang's frenzied assault, Yi Fan dared not let his guard down. His own eyes flashed with icy resolve as his entire being was pushed to its absolute limit. Their battle intensified, their fists and kicks raining down like a violent storm. The speed of their attacks was dizzying, the surrounding air torn apart by their power, erupting in deafening booms. Shen Lufeng fought fiercely on the other side of the battlefield, yet his heart remained preoccupied with Yi Fan's safety. He knew Yi Fan was formidable, yet Zhang Lang was no pushover either. The outcome of this battle remained utterly unpredictable. Just then, Shen Lufeng heard a roar like a dragon's fury. He whipped his head around to see Yi Fan and Zhang Lang locked in a central standoff. Their fists collided with brutal force, producing a deafening crash. This single punch collided with the full force of both Yi Fan and Zhang Lang. The surrounding air instantly compressed, generating a terrifying shockwave that made the ground tremble all around them. Shen Lufeng sensed a powerful aura emanating from the point of contact between Yi Fan and Zhang Lang. Chapter 103, Even in death, he would never surrender. He knew this was the collision of their true power. The outcome of this strike would directly determine the battle's course. Shen Lufeng gripped his weapon tightly, his heart filled with both anticipation and worry. Anticipation that Yi Fan would defeat Zhang Lang, and worry that Yi Fan might be injured. The shockwaves in the air gradually dissipated, revealing Yi Fan and Zhang Lang once more within Shen Lufeng's sight. Yi Fan staggered back a few steps, yet his eyes still blazed with unwavering resolve. Zhang Lang, however, stood pale-faced, clearly bearing significant injuries. Seeing this, Shen Lufeng's heart surged with hope. He knew Yi Fan had gained the upper hand. The scales of victory were beginning to tilt in his favor. Mr. Yi, keep it up! Shen Lufeng couldn't help but shout, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. Hearing Shen Lufeng's voice, Yi Fan felt a surge of warmth. He knew he couldn't let Shen Lufeng down, nor could he let himself down. He drew a deep breath, summoning the power within him once more, preparing to launch his final assault. Though wounded, Zhang Lang refused to yield. A stubborn gleam burned in his eyes. He clearly intended to fight Yi Fan to the bitter end. Yi Fan looked at Zhang Lang, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. He recognized this opponent as a true powerhouse, worthy of his full effort. Both men charged toward each other once more. This time, Yi Fan held nothing back. He would use his utmost power to defeat the man before him. At that very moment, Zhang Lang unleashed his final reserves of strength. He would prove through his actions that even in death, he would never concede defeat easily. The tension in the air reached an unprecedented peak. The entire battlefield grew heavy with the weight of Yi Fan and Zhang Lang's confrontation. Their fists collided once more, this impact more violent than any before, like two mountains crashing together mid-air, causing the entire space to tremble. Yi Fan felt the immense force surging through his fist. He knew Zhang Lang hadn't weakened from his injuries, instead, the pain had only made him more frenzied. Yet Yi Fan felt no fear. Instead, his eyes blazed with an even more intense fighting spirit. He knew this battle would be the most intense and spectacular fight of his life. The moment Yi Fan's fist collided with Zhang Lang's, it suddenly erupted with blinding light. The power within him erupted completely at that instant, forming a colossal force wave. This force wave instantly surged through Yi Fan's fist, striking Zhang Lang's body directly. Zhang Lang felt an unstoppable, colossal force bearing down on him. His body was instantly hurled backward by the impact, crashing heavily onto the ground and instantly carving a massive crater into the earth. Yi Fan, however, remained rooted to the spot. His fist still held its attacking posture, yet a satisfied smile flickered in his eyes. He knew this single punch had decided the outcome of the battle. Shen Lufeng witnessed this scene and felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He knew Yi Fan had won, they had won. He shouted loudly, "Mr. Yi, you're incredible." Hearing Shen Lufeng's shout, Yi Fan smiled faintly. He understood that while this battle was won, the war was far from over. Though the Jimin organization had lost the formidable warrior Zhang Lang, their strength remained formidable. Yi Fan turned, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on the Jiming organization members in the distance. His voice was cold and sharp as he declared, "Now, it's your turn." The Jiming organization members paled at his words. They saw the shadow of death in Yi Fan's eyes and knew escape was impossible. Yi Fan, however, walked toward them slowly, each step heavy and resolute. An overwhelming aura of authority radiated from his body. Shen Lufeng followed closely behind, knowing they had to win this battle. As Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng drew near, fear gripped the Jiming organization members to its peak. They dropped their weapons and turned to flee. Yi Fan watched with a cold smile curling his lips. He had anticipated the remnants of the Jiming organization would flee. This played perfectly into his hands. He turned to Shen Lufeng and said, "Shen, let them run. Our goal is to utterly crush the Jiming organization's foundation, ensuring they never raise their heads again in Mo City." Shen Lufeng nodded in agreement, placing unwavering trust in Yi Fan's judgment. He knew Yi Fan possessed not only formidable combat prowess but also extraordinary strategic acumen, always making the right decisions at critical moments. At that moment, a deep, ominous voice cut through the air, "Completely crush Jiming? You're being far too naive." Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng spun around simultaneously, their gazes turning grave toward the source of the voice. A man clad in black robes emerged slowly, his eyes flashing with a cold, piercing light. His entire being radiated a fierce, murderous aura. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, sizing up this unexpected intruder. He sensed the man's power was formidable, potentially even surpassing Zhang Lang, whom he'd just fought. The man approached, fixing Yi Fan with a cold stare. "Yi Fan," he said, "I am Bai Qingji, executive director of the Jiming organization. I will avenge Zhang Lang." A cold smile flashed across Yi Fan's face. He had long anticipated that the Jiming organization wouldn't let this matter rest. More formidable experts were bound to appear. He remarked indifferently, "Bai Qingji? I never imagined the Jiming organization would spare no expense in sending a master like you to deal with me." Bai Qingji snorted coldly, "Yi Fan, though you defeated Zhang Lang, you are no match for me. I'll show you what true power means." With that, Bai Qingji's body surged forward. Like a black bolt of lightning, he instantly materialized before Yi Fan and unleashed a devastating punch. Yi Fan dared not take it lightly, swiftly mobilizing the power within his body as he met the attack with both fists. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Yi Fan felt a colossal force surge through his fist, sending his entire body flying backward. Shen Lufeng's face paled at the sight. He rushed forward to catch Yi Fan. Yi Fan shook his head, signaling he was unharmed. A resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. "Bai Qingji, your strength is indeed formidable. But if you think that's enough to defeat me, you're sorely mistaken." Bai Qingji sneered coldly, "Yi Fan, you're only able to stand against me with petty tricks. I'll show you what true power is." With that, Bai Qingji charged forward again, his attacks growing fiercer, each punch packing astonishing force. Yi Fan took a deep breath. He knew he couldn't keep taking blows passively, he had to find an opening to strike back. Chapter 104, Yi Fan, do you really think you've won? Yi Fan's form twisted through the air, deftly evading Bai Qingji's relentless barrage of punches. He understood that although he was currently at a disadvantage, if he could seize the right moment, he could turn defeat into victory with a single strike. Seeing Yi Fan remain composed and agile under his relentless onslaught, Bai Qingji's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed that the power hidden within Yi Fan was far greater than what met the eye, forcing him to take Yi Fan even more seriously. As Yi Fan rolled through the air, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura approaching from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively sidestepped, evading the lethal strike. Turning, he saw Bai Qingji staring coldly at him, his eyes flashing with ruthless light. Yi Fan was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected Bai Qingji's speed to be this astonishing, able to instantly shift from front to back.
It seemed he had to give it his all now, or he might truly be defeated here. Shen Lufeng stood nearby, his gaze fixed intently on the two figures battling at the center of the arena. His hands were clenched into fists, worry etched clearly on his face. He knew Yi Fan was their only hope. If Yi Fan lost, they truly had no chance of victory. Yi Fan adjusted his breathing, his gaze sharpening. He knew this was the perfect moment to strike back. His body suddenly erupted with astonishing power, propelling him like a whirlwind straight toward Bai Qingji. Seeing this, Bai Qingji let out a cold laugh and met the charge head-on. The two collided instantly. Yi Fan felt immense force surge from Bai Qingji's fist, clenching his teeth to force his body into stability. He knew this was his chance, and he had to seize it. Yi Fan's fist, carrying savage force, slammed viciously into Bai Qingji's chest. Bai Qingji's body flew backward instantly, slamming hard into a wall and leaving a massive dent in its surface. Yi Fan gave Bai Qingji no chance to recover. His body erupted with another surge of power, propelling him forward like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he was upon Bai Qingji, unleashing a barrage of punches that rained down relentlessly upon his opponent. Though Bai Qingji possessed formidable strength, Yi Fan's relentless barrage gradually overwhelmed him. His body swayed under Yi Fan's relentless punches. Though he desperately tried to counter, Yi Fan's assault was too fierce, leaving him almost no chance to catch his breath. Yi Fan saw through Bai Qingji's predicament. He knew he had gained the upper hand and couldn't afford to give his opponent any breathing room. His attacks grew more ferocious, each punch delivered as if determined to utterly crush Bai Qingji. Yi Fan, do you really think you've won? Bai Qingji gritted his teeth, his words dripping with defiance. Though beaten to a pulp, an unyielding glint still burned in his eyes. Yi Fan sneered coldly. Bai Qingji, you have no chance left. Your defeat is certain. Now comes your time to die. With that, Yi Fan intensified his assault, his fists pounding Bai Qingji like a raging storm. Each punch carried overwhelming force, seemingly intent on shattering Bai Qingji completely. Bai Qingji felt excruciating pain, his body nearing collapse. Yet his eyes still burned with the will to fight. He refused to concede defeat so easily. Just then, Shen Lufeng shouted from the sidelines, "Mr. Yi, watch out." Yi Fan froze momentarily, turning his puzzled gaze toward Shen Lufeng. In that instant, he sensed an intense sense of danger approaching from behind. Without a moment to think, he instinctively rolled sideways, dodging the attack that came from behind. Turning around, he saw that Bai Qingji had vanished from his original spot. In his place stood a man wielding a long blade, his face twisted into a ferocious grimace. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He instantly realized this was a trap. Bai Qingji had merely been bait to draw his attention, while the true assassin was this man wielding the long blade. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan unleashed a surge of immense power from his body and charged directly at the man. Clearly caught off guard by Yi Fan's lightning-fast reaction, the man frantically raised his blade to block. Yet Yi Fan's force was overwhelming, the man couldn't withstand it. With a thud, Yi Fan's fist pierced straight through the man's chest, sending his entire body flying backward. Yi Fan stared coldly at the man lying motionless on the ground, his life already extinguished. He knew this crisis had finally been averted. Yet his heart felt no relief whatsoever. He knew the Jiming organization would never let him off so easily. They would surely make their next move. Yi Fan turned to Shen Lufeng and said calmly, "Shen, it seems our days ahead won't be peaceful." Shen Lufeng clenched his fists tightly and declared resolutely, "Mr. Yi, no matter what happens, I will stand by your side and face every challenge together with you." Yi Fan nodded, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his eyes. He knew that with a friend like Shen Lufeng by his side, whatever the future held, he now possessed greater confidence. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng immediately grew alert, recognizing the approach of the Jiming organization's men. Yi Fan gave Shen Lufeng a calm glance and said, "Shen, prepare to retreat." Shen Lufeng nodded, and the two swiftly departed the scene, vanishing into the night. Though they had withdrawn swiftly, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng knew the Jiming organization's strength was unfathomable. Relying solely on their two men, it would be difficult to completely shake off the pursuit. Therefore, they decided to split up, making it harder for the pursuers to track them. Yi Fan understood the weight of his responsibility. He must swiftly uncover the Jiming organization's vulnerabilities and defeat them completely to ensure the safety of himself and those close to him. As Yuncheng's wealthiest man, Shen Lufeng possessed vast resources and an extensive information network. He would be responsible for gathering all intelligence on the Jiming organization, providing Yi Fan with the most advantageous support. As night deepened, Yi Fan moved swiftly, constantly changing direction to keep the Jiming organization's pursuers guessing about his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng leveraged his influence in the business world to swiftly mobilize every available resource, launching an in-depth investigation into the Jiming organization. After a tense chase, Yi Fan finally managed to temporarily shake off the Jiming organization's pursuers. He found a concealed location, pausing to steady his nerves. Just then, his phone rang. It was Shen Lufeng calling. Chapter 105, What Lies Behind Jiming?
Mr. Yi, I've uncovered some information about the Jiming organization. Shen Lufeng's voice carried a hint of excitement and tension. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he spoke. Shen Lufeng swiftly relayed the intelligence he'd gathered. The Jiming organization was backed by a mysterious family wielding immense global influence. They held investments across numerous countries, their network of power intricate and far-reaching. Jiming was merely one of their domestic branches, primarily responsible for illegal activities and controlling underground forces.
Yi Fan's brow furrowed. He knew this opponent would be no easy foe, but he would never give up. Shen, keep gathering intelligence. Find their weaknesses. I'll find an opportunity soon to deal with them personally.
Shen Lufeng paused briefly before replying with unwavering resolve. Mr. Yi, I will do everything in my power to assist you.
We will overcome them.
Yi Fan gave a faint smile.
I believe in you, Xiao Shun.
After hanging up, a resolute gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He knew he couldn't remain passive any longer. He had to seize an opportunity to strike back against the Jiming organization.
Meanwhile, at the Jiming organization's headquarters, a group sat huddled together, their expressions grim.
Clearly, they were deeply dissatisfied with the recent pursuit operation.
How could this happen?
Yi Fan, alone, managed to evade our pursuit. A middle-aged man slammed his fist on the table in fury. Reporting to the boss, we've discovered Yi Fan has a powerful backer. Yuncheng's wealthiest man, Shen Lufeng, a slender man whispered. The middle-aged man frowned.
Shen Lufeng? That spoiled rich kid from the business world? How could he possibly be Yi Fan's backer?
Boss, while Shen Lufeng appears to be a playboy on the surface, his backing is immensely powerful.
We can't underestimate him.
The slender man said earnestly. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before letting out a cold laugh.
Very well.
Since that's the case, we'll start with Shen Lufeng and cut off Yi Fan's retreat.
As for Yi Fan, he won't get away.
With that, he rose to his feet, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. A few faint clouds drifted across the night sky of Mo City.
Neon lights flickered along the streets, adding a touch of mystery to this bustling metropolis. Yet behind this city's facade lay countless hidden secrets.
Yi Fan sat in a concealed corner, his gaze as sharp as a predator's. Despite having just endured a tense pursuit, his expression remained calm and composed. He knew he was now the center of attention, drawing countless eyes and covetous glances wherever he went.
Just then, Shen Lufeng's voice rang out again through his phone. Mr. Yi, I've obtained all operational intelligence on the Jiming organization within Mo City. They appear to have initiated an investigation into me and are preparing to take action.
Yi Fan smiled faintly. He had anticipated all this. Little Shen, don't worry.
I won't let anything happen to you. The Jiming organization may be powerful, but they're nowhere near strong enough to take us down.
Shen Lufeng fell silent for a moment before replying firmly, Mr. Yi, I trust you. At your command, I can launch a counterattack against them at any time.
Yi Fan nodded. No rush. We need more intelligence first. Keep a low profile and avoid drawing their attention. I'll personally teach them a lesson.
After hanging up, Yi Fan rose to his feet, his figure vanishing like a ghost into the night. Meanwhile, within the Jiming organization's headquarters, the middle-aged man sat in the main seat, his eyes flickering with a cold, sinister light.
Yi Fan, do you think you can escape me?
I'll make you understand the consequences of crossing the Jiming organization. He turned to a man in black beside him.
Assign my strongest hit squad. I want Yi Fan dead.
At the same time, destroy every business empire Shen Lufeng has built. I want them both with nowhere to run. The black-clad figure responded with a cold nod before turning and leaving the room. Beneath the night sky of Mo City, Yi Fan's figure darted between skyscrapers.
His speed was lightning fast, his trajectory almost impossible to track.
His heart burned with battle fervor. This time, he would make the Jiming organization understand that Yi Fan was no ordinary man. On the other side, Shen Lufeng sat in his luxurious office, a cold gleam in his eyes. Though outwardly the wealthiest man in Yuncheng, his true identity was as Yi Fan's loyal subordinate. He knew Yi Fan was currently battling their shared enemy, and his heart brimmed with both respect and concern. Shen Lufeng immediately picked up the phone and dialed a secret number.
Slow down all my recent business operations for now. We need to keep a low profile. We can't give them any leverage.
The person on the other end responded promptly. After hanging up, a resolute gleam flashed in Shen Lufeng's eyes. He knew he had to remain calm, for Yi Fan would surely overcome all obstacles. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had arrived near the secret base of the Jiming organization. His cold gaze swept over the surroundings. He knew the defenses here would be formidable, but that posed no challenge to him. Yi Fan's body shot forward like a ghost, effortlessly bypassing every defensive line and swiftly infiltrating the Jiming organization's inner sanctum. Inside the base, the middle-aged man was discussing countermeasures against Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng with his subordinates when suddenly, darkness engulfed his vision. When he regained his senses, he stared in horror as Yi Fan stood directly before him. How did you get in? The middle-aged man stared at Yi Fan in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his meticulously designed defenses had been breached so effortlessly.
Yi Fan gave a cold laugh. Your defenses are nothing but window dressing to me. Tell me, Yi Fan demanded, why are you hunting me in Shenlufeng?
The middle-aged man felt a chill in his heart under Yi Fan's icy stare.
He stammered, we were hired. We don't know who exactly.
Yi Fan frowned. He hadn't expected the matter to be so complicated. It seemed a greater power was pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Tell me everything you know. Otherwise, you know the consequences.
Yi Fan's voice turned utterly icy. The middle-aged man felt as if a mountain had crushed him, barely able to breathe.
Under Yi Fan's relentless pressure, the man finally revealed everything he knew.
It turned out they had been hired by a mysterious organization to target Yi Fan in Shenlufeng. As for the true purpose of this shadowy group and the forces behind it, they knew nothing.
Chapter 106, After the enemy, there's still more enemy.
Yi Fan stared coldly at the middle-aged man before him, his eyes flashing with icy light. The man was already scared half to death, his body trembling uncontrollably, unable to speak coherently. Yi Fan felt no sympathy whatsoever. He knew this man was merely a low-level operative within the shadowy organization, but he needed to extract more information from him.
How did you make contact? What payment did they give you? What else do you know?
Yi Fan fired a barrage of questions at the man like machine gun fire. Shaking violently with fear, the man stammered, We communicated online.
The payment was transferred via Bitcoin. I really don't know anything else.
After hearing this, Yi Fan silently analyzed the situation. This mysterious organization operated with extreme secrecy. They were clearly skilled at concealing their identities. But this only made uncovering their true identities even more difficult.
Alright, you can go.
But I warn you, don't get involved in this kind of dirty business again.
Next time, you won't be so lucky.
Yi Fan's voice was as cold as ice. The middle-aged man felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. He nodded frantically in agreement, then fled the scene like a stray dog. Yi Fan remained standing, his gaze deep and unfathomable. He knew this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true enemy remained hidden in the shadows. Meanwhile, Shenlufeng waited anxiously in his office for news from Yi Fan. He knew Yi Fan's mission was fraught with danger, his heart filled with both anticipation and unease. Just then, his phone rang abruptly.
Shenlufeng answered immediately. Mr. Yi, are you okay?
Yi Fan's voice sounded weary on the other end.
Little Shen, I'm fine.
But this situation seems far from simple.
Our enemy is deeply entrenched. Shenlufeng's heart tightened upon hearing this. Mr. Yi, what should we do?
Yi Fan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Right now, the only thing we can do is stay vigilant and gather as much information as possible about that mysterious organization. I have a feeling this turmoil is far from over.
Shenlufeng asked anxiously, Mr. Yi, what do you need me to do?
Yi Fan smiled faintly.
You've already done well.
Now, I need you to keep a low profile and avoid drawing the organization's attention.
We need them to believe we've been defeated. That's how they'll reveal their weaknesses. Though uneasy, Shenlufeng trusted Yi Fan implicitly. Understood, Mr. Yi. I will follow your instructions to the letter. Yi Fan nodded. Good. Remember, don't act rashly. What we need now is time.
After hanging up, Yi Fan took a deep breath. He knew that in the days ahead, both he and Shenlufeng would have to tread carefully, allowing no room for carelessness. Seated in his luxurious office, Yi Fan's gaze swept through the floor-to-ceiling windows, taking in the bustling cityscape beyond. His heart burned with the desire for battle.
He knew this mysterious organization wouldn't stop here. They would undoubtedly launch even more reckless actions. Thus, Yi Fan resolved to strike first.
He began mobilizing all his resources in Mo City to launch a covert investigation into this shadowy group. His sole objective was to uncover the organization's true identity and eradicate it completely. Though Mo City appeared prosperous, countless secrets lurked beneath its surface. Despite Yi Fan's extraordinary status, uncovering the truth behind this shadowy group proved no easy feat. Yet Yi Fan remained unhurried. He understood this was a protracted battle demanding immense patience and cunning. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a crack, and before he knew it, a week had passed. During this week, Yi Fan devoted nearly all his time and energy to investigating the mysterious organization, yet his gains were minimal. The group moved like a ghost, its whereabouts elusive and unpredictable. Sitting in his office, Yi Fan's brows were deeply furrowed, clearly in a foul mood. Just then, his phone rang urgently. Yi Fan answered immediately, and Shenlufeng's anxious voice came through. Mr. Yi, it's bad. One of our subsidiaries has suddenly been targeted by a hostile takeover. The situation is extremely dire. Yi Fan's frown deepened. He knew this was likely retaliation from that mysterious organization.
Shen, don't panic. Tell me the specifics.
Yi Fan forced his voice to sound calm. Shenlufeng promptly recounted the sequence of events to Yi Fan. It turned out that although this subsidiary was small in scale, it held a crucial technology vital to the entire group. The rival had leveraged substantial capital and extensive connections to swiftly acquire a controlling stake in the subsidiary.
After hearing this, Yi Fan became even more certain that this was the work of that mysterious organization. He let out a cold chuckle. Xiao Shen, don't worry. This is just their petty trick. I'll make sure they understand we're not to be trifled with. With that, Yi Fan hung up the phone, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. He knew it was time to strike back. He could no longer afford to be patient, otherwise, the other side would only grow more brazen. Thus, Yi Fan began mobilizing every resource at his disposal, preparing to launch a fierce counterattack against this shadowy organization. His objective was clear: utterly crush them, making them understand that neither he nor Shen Lufeng were easy opponents to deal with. Yi Fan moved with lightning speed. First, he leveraged his business connections to launch a series of investigations into the subsidiary acquired by the shadowy group. He needed to uncover their vulnerabilities to fully prepare for the impending counterattack. After working through the night, Yi Fan finally uncovered some clues. It turned out that despite the mysterious organization's vast influence and deep pockets, they had left some oversights in this acquisition. This provided Yi Fan with an opening. Yi Fan immediately relayed this information to Shen Lufeng and shared his plan. Shen, we're going on the offensive this time, but we can't rush it. We need to proceed steadily and catch them off guard first. Though Shen Lufeng felt some urgency, he knew Yi Fan was always cautious. If Yi Fan said this, there must be a reason. Mr. Yi, I understand. I'll support your actions. Over the next few days, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng launched their counteroffensive. They first employed legal measures to launch a series of strikes against the mysterious organization, forcing them into a defensive position. Simultaneously, Yi Fan leveraged his influence in the business world to impose economic sanctions on companies associated with the shadowy group, disrupting their financial operations. Chapter 107, The Wolf Alliance's Strength. Though the mysterious organization possessed formidable strength, it found itself increasingly cornered by Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng's relentless counteroffensive. Throughout this process, Yi Fan continued his covert investigation into the true identity of the shadowy group. Through a series of investigations, he finally uncovered valuable clues. It turned out that behind this shadowy group lay a massive foreign power, the Wolf Alliance. Their invasion of Mo City aimed to seize the resources held by Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng, thereby gaining control over the city's entire economy. A cold smile flashed across Yi Fan's face. He hadn't expected the Wolf Alliance to be so audacious to directly invade Mo City and covet the resources held by him and Little Shen. But to him, they were nothing more than prey walking right into his trap. Shen, Yi Fan said coldly, do you know who our enemy is? It's the Wolf Alliance. Shen Lufeng's eyes widened with surprise at the mention, but he quickly regained his composure. Mr. Yi, I've heard of the Wolf Alliance. They're no small force. We must proceed with caution. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Xiao Shen, rest assured. Though the Wolf Alliance is powerful, in my eyes, they're nothing but a bunch of clowns. This time, I'll show them what true strength looks like. Yi Fan's voice brimmed with confidence. He had already decided to take matters into his own hands and eradicate the Wolf Alliance from Mo City once and for all. Subsequently, Yi Fan began laying out his plan to confront the Wolf Alliance. Leveraging his business connections, he swiftly located the Wolf Alliance's hideout within Mo City. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng arrived silently at the Wolf Alliance's hideout. Standing below, they could clearly see the situation inside through the windows. Inside, Wolf Alliance members were discussing how to deal with Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng have gone too far. They actually dared to take action against our Wolf Alliance. We absolutely cannot let them off the hook like this, one Wolf Alliance member declared angrily. Another member chimed in, exactly. We need to teach Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng a lesson, show them the true power of the Wolf Alliance. Hearing this, Yi Fan's face twisted into a cold smile. Shen, he said, look at this. This is the true strength of the Wolf Alliance. They think we're afraid of them? How laughable. Shen Lufeng also gave a cold chuckle. Mr. Yi, shall we move now? Yi Fan shook his head. No rush. Let's see what other tricks they have up their sleeves first. Sure enough, the Wolf Alliance members quickly devised a plan to deal with Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng. We can leverage Yi Fan's business empire to impose economic sanctions on him, one Wolf Alliance member proposed. Cut off his company's funding, and he'll be nothing. Excellent. That's a solid plan. Let's proceed with it. The other Wolf Alliance members nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Yi Fan's face twisted into a sneer. Shen, look at their plan. They actually think economic sanctions can take me down? Utterly delusional. Shen Lufeng couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Yi, they really don't see the situation clearly. Since they want to play, we'll play along with them. Yi Fan nodded. Exactly. This time, we'll make sure the Wolf Alliance vanishes completely from Mo City. With that, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng swiftly departed the scene, beginning preparations for their plan against the Wolf Alliance. Yi Fan first reached out to his business contacts, instructing them to gather intelligence on the Wolf Alliance's global commercial operations. Simultaneously, he activated his hacker network, preparing to strike the Wolf Alliance online. Shen Lufeng wasn't idle either. He leveraged his influence in Mo City to launch a thorough search for the Wolf Alliance, determined to eradicate them completely from the city.
As time passed, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng's actions became increasingly effective. They not only launched fierce cyber attacks against the Wolf Alliance but also leveraged their influence in the business world to severely disrupt the organization's commercial activities. The Wolf Alliance's global business empire began to show signs of turmoil, and their funding chains faced severe problems.
Simultaneously, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng utilized their networks to conduct a thorough search for the Wolf Alliance within Mo City. They located every Wolf Alliance hideout within the city and systematically dismantled them. The Wolf Alliance's presence in Mo City was completely eradicated, and their plans were declared a failure. Witnessing this outcome, Yi Fan's face finally broke into a satisfied smile. He knew that through this operation, they had not only successfully defended Mo City but also dealt a heavy blow to the Wolf Alliance. Shen, we did well, Yi Fan said with satisfaction. Shen Lufeng also smiled. Mr. Yi, we've really hit the jackpot this time. We've completely wiped out the Wolf Alliance's influence in Mo City.
They'll never raise their heads here again.
Yi Fan nodded. That's right. We've truly done well this time. However, we must not let our guard down. Though the Wolf Alliance has lost its foothold in Mo City, they still wield immense influence internationally. We must remain vigilant at all times and not give them any openings.
Shen Lufeng said solemnly, Mr. Yi, rest assured.
I will be extremely cautious.
Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction. He knew that with capable assistants like Shen Lufeng, his influence in Mo City would only grow stronger. Yi Fan composed himself, his eyes flashing with sharp determination. Shen, though we've won this round, I won't let the Wolf Alliance off so easily. I intend to make them pay a far heavier price. Shen Lufeng's gaze turned icy upon hearing this.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Yi. We cannot give the Wolf Alliance a moment to breathe. We must crush them completely in one decisive blow.
Yi Fan nodded, his eyes radiating unwavering resolve.
Shen, I've decided to personally lead an operation to the Wolf Alliance headquarters. Shen Lufeng was taken aback. Mr. Yi, that place is fraught with danger. Going alone.
Yi Fan waved his hand, cutting him off.
Shen, rest assured. I know my limits. Besides, I won't be alone. I have my methods.
Shen Lufeng watched Yi Fan's confident demeanor.
Though still uneasy, he finally nodded. Understood, Mr. Yi. I trust you.
Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction.
He knew his decision might be risky, but he was confident he could succeed. He was sick of the Wolf Alliance constantly meddling. This time, he was determined to put an end to them once and for all. Over the next few days, Yi Fan began making secret preparations. He tapped into his international contacts, procuring a series of specialized equipment and meticulously planning every detail to ensure thorough preparation for the operation. Chapter 108, Yi Fan strikes at the heart of the Wolf Alliance.
Yi Fan chose a clear night to set out alone for the country housing the Wolf Alliance's headquarters. After a long flight, Yi Fan finally reached his destination.
He wasted no time and immediately commenced his operation.
Employing his advanced hacking skills, Yi Fan successfully infiltrated the Wolf Alliance headquarters surveillance system, gaining complete oversight of their operations. Like a ghost, he approached the Wolf Alliance's core area without a sound. Though the Wolf Alliance boasted many skilled fighters, before Yi Fan they seemed like lambs awaiting slaughter. Yi Fan moved with lightning speed, dispatching several elite Wolf Alliance fighters in an instant. Thus, Yi Fan fought his way through, overcoming every obstacle until he finally reached the Wolf Alliance's core area. There he saw the Wolf Alliance's leader, a middle-aged man with a hideous, snarling face.
Yi Fan, you dare to infiltrate our Wolf Alliance's lair alone? You're incredibly bold.
The Wolf Alliance leader sneered coldly. Yi Fan returned a cold smile.
I came here today to put an end to your Wolf Alliance's crimes. You've pushed things too far. I, Yi Fan, swear to wipe you off the face of this earth. The Wolf Alliance leader roared with laughter. Yi Fan, do you truly believe you alone can take on our entire Wolf Alliance? You're sorely overestimating yourself.
A cold, piercing light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes.
Your Wolf Alliance is indeed formidable, but you've forgotten one thing. I, Yi Fan, never fight alone.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than dozens of figures materialized around Yi Fan.
Each possessed extraordinary skills and an awe-inspiring presence.
It turned out Yi Fan had meticulously planned everything in advance, bringing his most formidable team.
Witnessing this spectacle, the Wolf Alliance leader finally paled.
You had this prepared all along.
Yi Fan sneered coldly.
I told you long ago Yi Fan, never fight alone. Today marks the day your Wolf Alliance falls.
As Yi Fan's words fell, battle erupted instantly.
Yi Fan's team charged at the Wolf Alliance members with lightning speed, plunging both sides into a white-hot battle in an instant. Yi Fan's team members were all exceptionally skilled, working together seamlessly.
They nearly overwhelmed the Wolf Alliance, pinning them down so they couldn't lift their heads.
Yet, at that very moment, a deafening roar split the sky. A figure plummeted like a meteor from above, crashing down with brutal force right in the center of the battlefield. This figure was none other than the Wolf Alliance's strongest warrior, Celestial Wolf. The moment Tianlang appeared, he radiated a heart-stopping aura of overwhelming power, instantly tightening the tension across the entire battlefield. His eyes blazed with savage fury, his black cloak fluttering menacingly in the wind, creating an utterly unsettling presence. Yi Fan, you dare disrupt the Wolf Alliance's plans in Mo City. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. Tianlang roared, his voice like thunder, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Yi Fan stared coldly at Wolf King, the icy glint in his eyes growing even more intense.
Wolf King, he said, I intend to eradicate your Wolf Alliance completely. Today, it's either you die or I perish.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Fan's form shifted, vanishing from his spot like a phantom. Seeing this, Wolf King's face twisted into a savage grin. His body instantly transformed into a dark shadow, swiftly pursuing after him.
The battle between Yi Fan and Tianlang raged with extraordinary ferocity.
Their movements were so blindingly fast that their figures were barely discernible.
Each clash erupted with deafening booms and blinding flashes of light.
Seeing this, Yi Fan's teammates rushed into the fray, determined to aid him against Tianlang.
Yet they soon discovered they couldn't even approach the combat zone. The overwhelming aura and energy fluctuations sent them all flying backward.
Yi Fan, none of you shall stand in the way of the Wolf Alliance.
Tianlang roared, his black cloak fluttering wildly.
His attacks grew more ruthless, each strike carrying a fierce intent to kill. A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He knew he must unleash his true power to stand a chance against this formidable foe. Their battle raged on for a long time, leaving the battlefield utterly devastated. Giant craters and fissures littered the ground. Despite throwing everything he had at the wolf, Yi Fan found himself unable to breach his defenses.
The wolf's power was simply too overwhelming.
A cold light flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. He drew a deep breath, and the aura radiating from his entire body instantly grew sharper.
He knew he could no longer hold back. Otherwise, today would surely end in a miserable defeat.
Just then, Tianlang's attacks grew even more ferocious, each strike brimming with the power to obliterate everything in its path. Yi Fan felt immense pressure bearing down on him. He understood he had to find a way to break through quickly. Countless combat experiences and techniques flashed rapidly through Yi Fan's mind as he sought a weakness in Wolf's attacks.
In that critical moment, Yi Fan finally spotted a tiny opening in Wolf's assault.
Without hesitation, he channeled every ounce of his strength, transforming into a streak of light as he lunged toward the opening.
The celestial wolf sensed an immense threat and desperately tried to evade, but it was already too late.
Yi Fan's strike pierced the wolf's body with razor-sharp precision, sending a spray of blood into the air. The heavenly wolf let out a piercing scream as his entire body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground.
Yi Fan gave Tianlang no chance to recover, instantly closing the distance.
Each of his footsteps echoed with a heavy thud, the very air trembling under his presence. Tianlang struggled to his feet, his body severely wounded, yet his eyes still blazed with savage fury. He refused to accept defeat at Yi Fan's hands.
Yi Fan, do you think this is enough to defeat me? You've underestimated the might of the Wolf Alliance. Tianlang roared, forcing down the agony within him as he launched another attack.
Yi Fan stared coldly at Tianlang, knowing he could afford no further openings. He channeled every ounce of power within him, transforming into a blinding beam of light that met the wolf's onslaught head-on. Their assaults collided violently in midair, erupting in a deafening roar. The entire battlefield was torn apart by their combined might, leaving behind a landscape of fissures and billowing dust. Yi Fan felt his strength rapidly draining away, but he knew he couldn't back down. He had to hold on until the very end. Gritting his teeth, he continued his assault.
Just then, Yi Fan suddenly felt an immense surge of power erupting from within his body.
A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He never imagined that at this life or death moment, he would unlock the latent potential within his body. Without hesitation, Yi Fan channeled every ounce of this power into his assault.
Chapter 109, The Terrifying Celestial Wolf.
His assault instantly grew more ferocious, the very air torn apart by his power. The celestial wolf felt an unprecedented pressure, horrified to realize he couldn't withstand Yi Fan's assault. His body was forced back relentlessly by Yi Fan's onslaught, until he finally slammed heavily into a massive boulder with a dull thud. The black wolf's cloak tore apart as he struggled to rise from the rock, his eyes blazing with fury and shock. He never imagined Yi Fan could unleash such astonishing power at the brink of life and death. Yi Fan, you've truly made me look at you with new respect.
But do you think that's enough to defeat me? Tianlang roared, the dark energy within him surging wildly, coalescing into a massive black vortex.
A flicker of caution crossed Yi Fan's eyes.
He sensed the shift in Tianlang's energy, knowing the battle ahead would grow even more intense. Just then, the heavenly wolf's body trembled violently.
He transformed into a dark shadow, instantly appearing before Yi Fan and delivering a punch straight to his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan swiftly countered with his own fist. Their fists collided violently in midair, erupting in a deafening roar. The air seemed to tear apart under their force, and the surrounding ground instantly cracked open in massive fissures. Yi Fan felt as though his fist had struck a solid mountain. A tremendous force surged through his arm and throughout his entire body, sending him flying backward involuntarily. Yi Fan steadied himself, his fist tingling with numbness. He knew his attack, though powerful, had failed to breach the celestial wolf's defenses. Yi Fan, your strength is indeed formidable, but you still cannot match me, Tianlang declared arrogantly, his voice brimming with confidence. Yi Fan stared coldly at Tianlang. He knew he couldn't keep taking hits like this. He had to find an opening if he stood any chance of defeating this formidable foe. As Yi Fan contemplated his next move, Tianlang launched another assault. His form blurred into a dark shadow, materializing instantly before Yi Fan and delivering a thunderous punch. A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. His body spun sharply, deftly evading the wolf's strike while simultaneously launching a kick toward the wolf's chest. Tianlang hadn't anticipated Yi Fan's lightning-fast reaction. He scrambled to dodge, but it was too late. Yi Fan's foot slammed into Tianlang's chest with a dull thud. Tianlang's body flew backward like a, crashing heavily to the ground as he spat a mouthful of blood. Yi Fan gave Tianlang no chance to catch his breath. His body instantly closed the distance, landing punch after punch on Tianlang's body. Tianlang tried to fight back, but he discovered his strength was being suppressed by Yi Fan, leaving him utterly unable to retaliate. Yi Fan's fists rained down on Tianlang like a storm, each blow carrying savage force that inflicted unprecedented agony. Yi Fan, you can actually suppress my power? Who the hell are you? Tianlang roared in agony, his voice thick with disbelief. Yi Fan let out a cold laugh. He knew he had finally found the way to defeat Tianlang. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you must die here today. With that, Yi Fan intensified his assault, determined to finish Tianlang swiftly, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Tianlang felt his life rapidly ebbing away. He knew that if this continued, he truly might die here. Gritting his teeth, he began frantically channeling the dark energy within his body, preparing for a final counterattack. Yi Fan sensed the shift in Tianlang's energy and knew the enemy was about to strike back. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. He decided to take the risk to defeat Tianlang completely before the counterattack could be launched. Yi Fan's body convulsed violently as his power erupted once more. His attacks instantly grew savage, each punch carrying the force to obliterate everything in its path. Yi Fan's onslaught raged like a storm, each strike carrying thunderous force. The air itself seemed torn apart by his power, emitting a piercing crackling sound. His eyes burned with fierce determination. He would crush the celestial wolf completely, teaching him that provoking him meant only one outcome, death. Tianlang felt as if his body was being torn apart. Each punch that landed on him felt like a sledgehammer blow, causing excruciating pain. His dark energy had been pushed to its absolute limit, yet against Yi Fan's ferocious onslaught, he felt as insignificant as dust, utterly powerless to resist. Suddenly, Tianlang let out a deafening roar. Dark energy surged violently throughout his body, coalescing into a massive black orb as he attempted to block Yi Fan's assault. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Fan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He knew he couldn't stop now, otherwise, all his previous efforts would be for naught. Gritting his teeth, he pushed his power to its absolute limit once more and slammed his fist into the black sphere formed by Tianlang. As Yi Fan's fist struck out, the entire space seemed to tremble. A massive energy wave engulfed everything around it. Under Yi Fan's assault, the black orb began to crack, appearing as if it might shatter at any moment. Seeing this, the celestial wolf's expression changed drastically. He hadn't anticipated Yi Fan's attack being so terrifying. Even at his full strength, he struggled to withstand it. He knew that if he didn't find a way out soon, he would truly die here. In this critical moment, Tianlang suddenly bit through his own tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood that landed on the black orb. The sphere instantly erupted with an even more intense glow, somehow managing to withstand Yi Fan's assault. Seeing this, Yi Fan's brows furrowed. He hadn't expected Tianlang to have another trick up his sleeve, but he didn't back down. Instead, his resolve to defeat his opponent only grew stronger. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and launched another fierce assault. Though Tianlang had temporarily stabilized the situation, his body was pushed to its absolute limit. Blood flowed continuously from his mouth, leaving him looking utterly battered and exhausted. He knew he couldn't hold out much longer and had to find a breakthrough quickly. Yi Fan's attacks grew increasingly savage, each strike seeming to tear the very fabric of the world apart. The celestial wolf fought back with all his might, yet he could feel his strength steadily waning. A wave of despair washed over him. Just then, a sudden flash of insight struck Tianlang. He conceived a dangerously high-risk strategy. He resolved to abandon defense entirely, channeling all his remaining strength into a counterattack, a fight to the death with Yi Fan. Chapter 110, Let me see your resolve. Tianlang's gaze fixed on Yi Fan with savage intensity. He had no retreat left. He knew this move would either become the turning point of the battle or his swan song. Yet when standing on the brink of death, the instinct to survive compels one to make a final struggle to grasp even the faintest glimmer of hope. Yi Fan saw the desperation in Tianlong's eyes, a flicker of disdain crossing his own. To him, this counterattack was nothing more than a futile attempt like a mantis trying to stop a cart. Yet he did not underestimate it, for he knew that at life's threshold, even the weakest prey could unleash astonishing power.
Come on, show me your resolve. Yi Fan growled, his figure darting like a ghost as he closed in on Tianlang. Knowing he had no choice, Tianlang roared furiously. The dark energy within him ignited like black flames, forming a terrifying energy storm. He raised his hand and pointed fiercely at Yi Fan. All the dark energy condensed into a slender beam of black light, moving at an astonishing speed, hurtling straight toward Yi Fan. This was Wolf's ultimate technique. He had channeled all his power into this single strike. If it connected, even Yi Fan would find it hard to survive. But Yi Fan's reflexes were equally astonishing. He reacted almost the instant the black beam was released. His body shifted sideways with a light movement, evading the deadly strike. Simultaneously, an even more powerful force surged from within him. Veins bulged on his arm as he delivered a punch straight to Wolf's chest. This punch contained all of Yi Fan's strength, along with every ounce of his combat experience and willpower. The air itself seemed to implode under the force of the blow, erupting with a terrifying, ear-splitting boom. A flicker of terror flashed in Tianlong's eyes. He knew he couldn't evade this punch, nor did he have the strength to block it. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented threat of death. But at this critical juncture, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the distance, a faint whistle pierced the night sky. Though faint, the sound struck both combatants like a sledgehammer to the heart. Yi Fan's fist halted mere inches from Tianlong's chest, a barely perceptible smile playing across his face. Tianlang, however, was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why death had halted its scythe at the very last moment. Xiaoxin, is that you?
Yi Fan spoke calmly, his voice utterly unruffled, as if the fierce battle moments ago had been nothing more than a minor practice session. From the distant darkness, a figure slowly emerged. Clad in a crisp, tailored suit, he appeared exceptionally refined even in the night's gloom. It was Shen Lufeng.
Mr. Yi, it's me.
Shen Lufeng's voice carried a barely perceptible weight as he approached the two with steady steps.
Yi Fan gave a slight nod.
He turned, his gaze returning to Tianlang. The coldness and composure in his eyes suggested everything that had just happened had been entirely within his expectations.
Tianlang, propping up his exhausted body, glared at Yi Fan through gritted teeth. He knew his chance was gone.
Yet even now, a stubborn flame of defiance still burned in his eyes.
Shen Lufeng, why are you here? Yi Fan did not immediately deal with Tianlang.
Instead, he turned to Shen Lufeng and asked, his tone tinged with inquiry. Shen Lufeng pursed his lips slightly, his tone tinged with barely perceptible gravity. Mr. Yi, our plan may have been compromised.
Upon receiving intelligence, I felt compelled to inform you immediately. Moreover, Tianlang isn't fighting alone, a force is watching him from the shadows.
These words caused Yi Fan's gaze to sharpen slightly. He knew Shen Lufeng spoke with certainty. This was no baseless rumor. He turned his gaze back to Wolf, his eyes cold as ice. So you're not as simple as you seem, Wolf, Yi Fan said calmly, his steps slowly closing in on him.
But do you really think those people behind you can save you? Tianlong's face turned pale, yet a sly smile touched his lips.
Yi Fan, you think you've seen through everything, but the waters of this world run far deeper than you imagine. You may have defeated me, but you'll never know how many eyes are watching you from the shadows. Yi Fan offered no reply, merely smiling faintly. Suddenly, his fist erupted with dazzling light, radiating a power that seemed to seize the soul. In that instant, Yi Fan revealed his true strength, a power so overwhelming it even made Shen Lufeng's expression change. Tianlang, consider yourself honored to witness my true power. Yi Fan's words carried not a flicker of emotion, like a judge delivering final judgment. Suddenly, his fist shot toward the wolf's heart at an unimaginable speed. This punch seemed capable of piercing through anything. Even solid steel would feel as thin as paper before it. Yet, just as Yi Fan's fist was about to strike Wolf's chest, the latter's figure dissolved like a wisp of smoke in the cold wind, leaving only a contemptuous laugh echoing through the night sky. You think you know enough, but the truth is merely the tip of the iceberg. Before the words faded, Wolf reappeared several meters away, a playful smirk on his face, seemingly challenging Yi Fan's limits. Shen Lufeng's brows furrowed deeply as he sensed the gravity of the situation. He knew the opponent before him was no ordinary figure, one with profound connections and formidable means. Yi Fan, however, remained unperturbed. A composed smile never left his face, as if Tianlong's escape hadn't fazed him in the slightest. He turned to Shen Lufeng and said, "Little Shen, it seems this opponent is trickier than we anticipated." Shen Lufeng nodded in agreement, his respect for Yi Fan's abilities deepening further. He knew Yi Fan never revealed his true capabilities lightly. This composure undoubtedly meant he still had hidden cards up his sleeve. "Mr. Yi, should we reassess our opponent's capabilities and the potential organization backing him?" Shen Lufeng inquired, his tone carrying a measured gravity. Yi Fan shook his head lightly. "No need. The plan continues as before, but from now on, we must be more cautious. Though Wolf has escaped, I believe he won't give up so easily."
This is merely the opening move of the chess game. Yi Fan's gaze drifted into the distance, where the knight seemed to hold even more secrets waiting to be uncovered. He knew Tianlang was merely a pawn, the true adversary remained hidden behind the scenes. At this very moment, on the other side of Mo City, a mysterious underground organization convened an emergency meeting. Tianlong's slip-up had captured their full attention. A middle-aged man with a face scarred by blades sat in the headseat, a sinister gleam flashing in his eyes. Yi Fan, he murmured softly, fingering a black chess piece. How many secrets do you truly hold? Chapter 111, already in the hunting ground. Several hours later, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng had returned to their residence in Mo City, a luxurious villa on the city's outskirts. Yi Fan stood at the window, his gaze deep and piercing, as if capable of seeing through the night. Shen, he murmured, many eyes in this world are indeed watching me. But what they don't know is that I've long grown accustomed to this game. They think they've spotted the prey trail, unaware they've already entered the hunting ground. Shen Lufeng stood beside Yi Fan, his voice solemn. Mr. Yi, what should we do next? A playful curve lifted the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. We proceed as usual. My identity, my power, someday, I will expose them all to the light. Deep into the night, the entire city of Mo seemed shrouded in darkness, so still you could almost hear the wind rustling through the treetops. Inside the villa, Yi Fan's figure seemed to blend into the night itself, his gaze as deep and captivating as the starry sky. Shen Lufeng understood that Yi Fan's current calm was the stillness before the storm. As Yi Fan's longtime partner, he knew Mr. Yi had never backed down in any adversity. Mr. Yi, what preparations should we make now? Shen Lufeng asked, knowing Yi Fan already had a plan in mind. Yi Fan turned slowly, his expression as still as water. Prepare? For us, the best preparation is to maintain our routine. But at the same time, we must be more vigilant, paying attention to every detail. Yi Fan paused briefly before continuing. Shen, your task is to continue expanding your business empire and maintain your image as a super wealthy tycoon in the public eye. As for me, I'll be setting the pieces in motion behind the scenes, waiting for those lurking eyes to reveal themselves. Admiration flashed in Shen Lufeng's eyes. Mr. Yi, I've always wondered how you manage to maintain such composure, even at times like this. Yi Fan smiled faintly, his tone tinged with philosophy, because, little Shen, this world is nothing more than a grand chessboard. And I am merely playing my game. Emotion will never make a good player. Shen Lufeng fell silent. He knew every decision Yi Fan made was precise, almost flawless. He knew he hadn't reached Yi Fan's level yet, but it was precisely because of this Yi Fan that he would follow him to the end. The next morning, the sun of Mo City pierced through the thin mist, bathing the bustling streets in light. As usual, Yi Fan sat quietly reading in his villa's study, while Shen Lufeng had already left to attend to his daily business affairs. Meanwhile, in another corner of Mo City, members of that mysterious organization sat together with grim expressions. They hadn't anticipated Yi Fan could so easily thwart one of their operations. It seems Yi Fan is tougher than we anticipated, the scarred man said in a low voice. We need to adjust our strategy. Another figure emerged from the shadows, his voice cool and commanding. Yi Fan may be strong, but he's not invincible. There will always be an opening around him. Then what should we do next? A member asked. A sharp gleam flashed in the scarred man's eyes. Send Black Snake. Get him into Desert City. Yi Fan is powerful, but he can't remain vigilant every single moment. The slightest lapse is our chance. The scarred man's words echoed in the dim room, and sinister smiles spread across the other members' faces. They had absolute confidence in Black Snake's abilities. He was the most cunning and deadly assassin among them. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's movements in the study paused slightly. He gently closed the seemingly uninteresting book and placed it on the desk. His gaze pierced through the study window, scanning the distant horizon as if penetrating the city's clamor to sense the lurking dangers and challenges. Yi Fan rose and walked toward the classical, long oak table in the corner of the room. Antiques of immense value were scattered across its surface. He gently picked up an exquisitely crafted bronze incense burner adorned with beast face patterns, a deep, unfathomable gleam flashing in his eyes. Black Snake, Yi Fan murmured softly. He knew this name represented more than just an assassin. It was a signal laden with murderous intent and danger. Setting the incense burner down, he turned and exited the study through another door, heading straight for the secret underground chamber. Here lay all his weapons and equipment, each a world-class masterpiece. Yi Fan selected his most trusted black dagger, a prize won in a life-or-death struggle. Its unparalleled sharpness mirrored Yi Fan's own ruthless approach. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng was on the other side of the city, managing the day-to-day operations of his vast business empire. His phone suddenly rang. Yi Fan's exclusive ringtone. Mr. Yi, any new instructions? Shen Lufeng answered immediately, his tone tinged with tension. Yi Fan's voice came through the phone, as cool and resolute as ever. Shen, I need you to be on high alert. Some uninvited guests may have already slipped into Mo City. Shen Lufeng's eyes instantly darkened with gravity. Understood, Mr. Yi. I'll immediately deploy personnel to reinforce security at all our critical locations. Yi Fan gave a light nod. Well done. Remember, their target is me, so ensure your own safety. I don't want my friends to come to any harm.
After hanging up, a barely perceptible smile touched Yifan's lips. He knew the arrival of Black Snake was precisely the moment to test whether the chessboard he had laid out was flawless.
He would show those lurking enemies what a true hunting ground truly meant. Days later, a shocking news story exploded across the headlines of Mo City. Heirs from prominent families had encountered inexplicable incidents within the city's exclusive clubs. Their private spaces had been invaded, and a sinister black playing card had been left behind. On it was etched a serpentine totem coiling upward, flanked by crimson gold ink declaring, "Everything is under control." This black card became the talk of the town. The arrogance on the faces of the young heirs from various families vanished, replaced by deep apprehension. Little did they know, this was precisely the signal Yifan had sent. That day, Yifan sat quietly in his study within the villa, seemingly untouched by the external commotion. His fingers lightly brushed the spine of a book on the shelf, a text on ancient military strategy. Yet to Yifan, it was merely a pastime for idle moments. Shen Lufeng's call rang punctually, clearly signaling an important matter to report. "Mr. Yi, everything unfolded exactly as you predicted." A hint of excitement tinged Shen Lufeng's voice. The black cards had already sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of Mo City. Chapter 112, The view is nice, but I prefer it alone. Yifan's voice was as calm as still water. What's the current status of the Black Snake? We've identified several suspects whose patterns align with the Black Snake's modus operandi.
Agents are monitoring them closely, Shen Lufeng replied. Yifan nodded, his expression seemingly indifferent, yet his mind was already calculating. Little Shen, maintain the high-pressure stance, but don't act rashly.
I want to see what game the Black Snake is really playing. Understood.
Shen Lufeng responded, hanging up the phone as a flicker of awe crossed his eyes.
In his mind, Yifan always seemed to foresee every move of the enemy.
This wasn't just due to Yifan's formidable strength, but also his extraordinary intelligence and unflappable composure.
Over the next few days, the nights in Mo City became unusually lively. Many young scions of wealthy families, terrified by the ominous black card, dared not indulge in their usual nightlife. Some even began hiring private bodyguards to guard against unforeseen dangers. Under this atmosphere, the various factions that had been simmering beneath the surface temporarily suppressed their rivalries. No one dared to provoke Yifan's displeasure at this moment. That night, Yifan arrived alone at an upscale bar in the city center. His arrival immediately caused a stir both inside and outside the bar. Yet Yifan's gaze remained composed and detached as he walked straight to the bar and ordered the most ordinary whiskey. Soon after, a slender woman approached him, her eyes and brows carrying a hint of allure. "Sir, the night view here is quite beautiful. Might you consider finding a companion to enjoy it with?" Yifan offered a faint smile, lifting his eyes to meet hers. His gaze seemed to pierce through her soul, causing her heart to tighten. She quickly realized this gentleman was no ordinary man. Yet Yifan did not refuse outright. He merely murmured softly, "The scenery tonight is indeed splendid, but I prefer to savor it alone." Hearing his calm yet unquestionable tone, the woman sensed defeat and gracefully nodded before retreating into the crowd. Yifan's gaze shifted back to the bar counter, his deep eyes seeming to conceal the shifting storms of Mo City. Just then, several fashionably dressed young people entered the bar, laughing and chatting with an air of arrogance. Leading the group was Lin Zihao, the son of a prominent wealthy family in Mo City. His arrival instantly drew numerous glances. Lin Zihao scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on Yifan with a hint of amusement. Well, isn't this the legendary Yifan? What brings you out to play today, you dashing playboy?" Lin Zihao approached with a mocking smile. Yifan lifted his eyes to meet Lin Zihao's. The unyielding coldness in his gaze made Lin Zihao's smile falter slightly. Yifan took a leisurely sip of whiskey before speaking in a flat tone, "Young Master Lin, this bar isn't your private property, nor is it exclusively for your use. Your words seem rather superfluous." Lin Zihao's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Yifan to openly defy him in public, and his anger quickly turned to humiliation. "Yifan, don't get too cocky. In Mo City, no one has ever spoken to me like this." "Is that so?" A barely perceptible sneer curled at the corner of Yifan's mouth. He rose abruptly, his movements elegant and effortless. "But in my eyes, you're nothing more than a spoiled brat riding on your family's coattails. True strength doesn't need to be proven through arrogance." Lin Zihao's face turned ashen, about to explode, when Yifan's gaze shifted to the group of burly men standing quietly nearby. These burly men, their faces covered in thick, fleshy features, clearly weren't pushovers. Lin Zihao instantly realized these men were Yifan's henchmen. Though lacking obvious insignia, each exuded an aura that spoke of formidable power. A chill ran down Lin Zihao's spine. The bodyguards accompanying him seemed no match either. Forcing himself to maintain his composure, his tone softened. "Yifan, I won't press the matter today." Yifan glanced at him indifferently. "Holding a grudge? Do you even deserve that?" With that, he turned and returned to his seat, resuming his sipping of whiskey as if the earlier altercation had been nothing more than a trivial interlude. The rage and humiliation on Lin Zihao's face were impossible to quell. To be publicly humiliated by Yi Fan like this, how could he possibly swallow his pride?
Yet he knew he was no match for Yi Fan here tonight. Suppressing his rage, he hurriedly left the bar with his entourage, leaving behind a mocking smile. Yi Fan didn't glance in Lin Zihao's departing direction. His gaze seemed to pierce through the bar's clamor, fixed instead on the distant night sky. He seemed lost in contemplation of something far more profound. In his world, Lin Zihao was but a fleeting cloud, incapable of stirring even the slightest ripple. Just then, the phone at the bar rang. The bartender picked it up, his expression shifting slightly as he glanced at Yi Fan. He approached, hesitating slightly before saying, "Mr. Yi, it's a call from Yuncheng." Yi Fan took the phone and heard Shen Lufeng's voice on the other end. "Mr. Yi, there's a matter requiring your personal attention concerning that plot of land in the southern district of Mo City."
Yi Fan's expression immediately turned grave.
The southern district land had become the hottest topic in Mo City recently, with numerous factions eyeing it greedily.
He replied in a low voice, "Tomorrow.
I'll go take a look myself." After hanging up, Yi Fan rose and left the bar. The night wind caught his coat, as if heralding the opening act of a new storm brewing over Mo City. The next day, Yi Fan arrived at the southern district of Mo City as promised. An auction for land use rights was underway, with representatives from all factions present, creating an exceptionally heated atmosphere. As Yi Fan entered the auction hall, a stir immediately rippled through the crowd.
All eyes converged on him. His arrival was undoubtedly the biggest wildcard of the auction.
Yi Fan's gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on a middle-aged man seated ahead.
That was Zhao Taizhu, a renowned real estate tycoon in Mo City.
He had long coveted the land in the southern district, and this auction was a must-win for him. Zhao Taizhu's unease surged like crashing waves upon seeing Yi Fan, yet outwardly he maintained a composed, confident demeanor, as if victory were already in his grasp. The tension in the auction hall escalated with each bid, as competing parties declared their desire for the land through their offers. Yet Yi Fan maintained his signature composure, treating all competition as child's play. Finally, when Zhao Taizhu shouted a price that seemed unbeatable, the entire room fell into a brief silence. His triumphant smile was on the verge of bursting forth. Yet, at that very moment, Yi Fan slowly raised his hand and calmly uttered a figure double Zhao Taizhu's bid. His voice was not loud, yet it felt like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, sending towering waves crashing across the surface. Chapter 113, Third Time's the Charm. Zhao Taizhu's smile froze instantly, and the entire atmosphere solidified. This figure was not only a direct blow to Zhao Taizhu's confidence but also a silent rebuke to all who coveted the southern district's land. After Yi Fan's bid, no one dared speak again. The air in the hall seemed to solidify, oppressing everyone until they could barely breathe. The auctioneer cast shocked, questioning glances at the other participants, but faced with an opponent like Yi Fan, everyone tacitly chose to retreat. After all, in Mo City, Yi Fan's name and power were already known to all. Going once, going twice, sold. The auctioneer's gavel fell, sealing the fate of the South District's last prime feng shui plot. Yi Fan's expression remained largely unchanged, as if this outcome had been entirely within his expectations. Zhao Taizhu swallowed the bitter taste in his throat and stood up to leave. This defeat was devastating for him. Yet, just as he reached the exit, Yi Fan's voice suddenly echoed beside him. "Taizhu, I hope this experience makes you understand that some things cannot be measured by money." Zhao Taizhu halted, not turning back, yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed the rage and turmoil raging within. After the meeting dispersed, Shen Lufeng approached Yi Fan, his expression betraying genuine admiration. "Mr. Yi, we've won this round splendidly." Yi Fan turned to Shen Lufeng, his eyes gleaming with profound insight.
"This is merely the beginning. The land in the southern district is but a pawn to me.
The real game has only just begun."
Shen Lufeng understood Yi Fan's grand ambitions well.
His plans never confined themselves to immediate gains or losses. Every move was calculated with foresight.
"So what's our next move?" Shen Lufeng asked.
Yi Fan smiled faintly, his expression carrying a blend of composure and cunning.
"Next, let us ignite the storm in Mo City.
The land in the southern district is crucial, but the subsequent strategic moves will determine the outcome. Get ready, we're about to shake up the business world." Shen Lufeng's eyes flashed with excitement upon hearing this.
Yi Fan's plans never followed conventional wisdom, always catching people off guard. He couldn't wait to witness the shockwaves to come. In Mo City's business world, Zhao Taizhu was merely one of many powerful players. Yi Fan's true adversaries were the titans lurking behind the scenes, those who controlled the economic lifeline of Mo City.
These figures commanded unfathomable power and influenced the adversaries Yi Fan truly needed to be wary of. With each successive victory, Yi Fan's reputation in Mo City soared to unprecedented heights, while every one of his adversaries trembled inwardly. Zhao Taizhu's defeat served as a rehearsal, reminding everyone of Yi Fan's formidable strength. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was already laying out a larger chessboard. 1 week later, on a drizzly afternoon, a light rain fell over Mo City, casting a gloomy atmosphere. Yet atop a skyscraper, bustling activity filled the air. Shen Lufeng was hosting a private reception, and every guest in attendance was a top figure from various sectors of Mo City.
Xiao Shen, have all the guests arrived today?
Yi Fan asked, holding a glass of red wine, his gaze indifferent. Mr. Yi, aside from a few bigwigs currently abroad, nearly all the key local figures are present, Shen Lufeng replied, his tone tinged with excitement.
Very good.
Yi Fan gave a faint nod, his gaze sweeping over every person present. His gaze was like a sharp blade, causing some uneasy businessmen to instinctively avert their eyes. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. People mingled, the clinking of glasses echoing throughout the room, yet all eyes were fixed on one thing, Yi Fan's speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us tonight.
Yi Fan's voice was calm yet powerful, carrying throughout the entire venue.
Today, I have an announcement to make. We will launch a project called Dawn, which will revolutionize not only Mo City but the entire business world. Dawn will span 3 major sectors: technology, real estate, and finance.
Moreover, our ambition extends beyond leading Mo City. We aim to make our mark on the global stage. Yi Fan's words sent a wave of unprecedented awe through every person present. Shen Lufeng stood below the stage, watching Yi Fan above, his heart surging with excitement and admiration. Each of Yi Fan's speeches struck a chord, igniting passion and ambition within everyone.
Yi Fan continued, Dawn is not merely a project, it represents the future, it represents vitality.
We will use cutting-edge technology to shatter the existing landscape and reshape the rules. Everyone here tonight has the opportunity to become part of this revolution. The entire venue erupted in murmurs, every pair of eyes glistening with anticipation and greed. Yi Fan's words seemed to offer them glittering dreams. But Yi Fan's next words doused the fervor in their hearts like cold water. Of course, to be part of this revolution, you must prove your worth. Yi Fan's voice was icy cold, piercing to the bone. Dawn belongs only to the strong.
The atmosphere in the hall instantly grew tense.
People exchanged glances, unsure of the deeper meaning behind Yi Fan's words. Over the next few weeks, my team will evaluate each of your enterprises.
We will select the enterprises and teams with the greatest potential and adaptability for the new era.
As for those who fail to meet the standards, I can only say, the future belongs to the prepared. Yi Fan's words once again dropped a bombshell among the crowd.
Shen Lufeng understood, Yi Fan was screening allies while declaring his ambitions. In Yi Fan's world, there was no neutral ground, only allies and enemies.
After the meeting concluded, Yi Fan exited the stage like a sovereign in the night alone, yet radiating an unmatched aura of dominance. And Mo City's night, because of Yi Fan's words, was destined to be anything but calm. Business tycoons began making active preparations, scheming to carve out a share of the spoils in Yi Fan's dawn. At that very moment, in another corner of Mo City, a mysterious figure also began to stir. He was another powerful figure in Mo City, a forgotten chess master who had always operated from the shadows.
Yi Fan, you wish to lead the revolution?
Standing at the window of a high-rise, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes.
Then let me see if you have the capability. In the shadows of the tower, the figure's outline remained blurred and enigmatic. He was the underground king of Mo City, known as Jihan. Behind the glitz of the business world, Jihan orchestrated Mo City's vast underground networks.
His name struck fear like the harshest winter. Jihan slowly picked up the phone and dialed a number.
Chapter 114, Initiate Plan B.
Initiate Plan B. Yi Fan may be powerful, but he must understand this city doesn't belong to him alone. A low, gravelly voice answered on the other end.
On the other side of Mo City, Yi Fan returned alone to his residence. This was his private domain, where modern and classical design elements blended, revealing the owner's unique taste. Mr. Yi, Jihan has initiated his move. Shen Lufeng's voice came through the phone.
Leaning back in the leather sofa, Yi Fan twirled a black fountain pen in his hand, his gaze cold and sharp.
He couldn't hold back any longer. Should we take action? Shen Lufeng inquired. No. Let him jump.
Plans never keep pace with change.
The game in this city has only just begun.
A barely perceptible cold smile tugged at Yi Fan's lips. That night, the shifting winds of Mo City seemed to herald the approaching storm. The next day, a shocking piece of news rocked Mo City's economic circles. At the Southern District land auction, a seemingly worthless plot sold for an astronomical price. The new owner of this land was none other than a mysterious company controlled by Yi Fan. The news of the land auction exploded like a bomb across Mo City's elite circles, with everyone speculating on Yi Fan's intentions.
Meanwhile, Jihan's operations were quietly unfolding behind the scenes.
Under the cover of night, unusual activity began to stir in the shadowy corners of Mo City's streets.
Small-time leaders of underground factions received cryptic instructions and cautiously began to move.
Unaware citizens carried on with their peaceful lives, yet the balance of power had already begun to shift.
In Yi Fan's grand design, Dawnbreak was more than just a project, it was a meticulously orchestrated game.
He needed more than just partners, he required sufficient strength to intimidate his opponents, especially a sly fox like Jihan, lurking in the shadows. Over the next few days, commercial activity surged across Mo City. Capital flow accelerated, with the stock market, real estate, and technology sectors all displaying extraordinary prosperity.
It all seemed to be laying the groundwork for Yifan's dawn.
Standing atop his company's skyscraper, Yifan gazed out over the bustling city and murmured softly, "The calm before the storm is always the most captivating." Shen Lufeng stood beside him, his voice heavy. "Mr. Yi, everything is ready." Yifan turned, his expression unreadable.
"Then let's begin." At that very moment, within Mo City's financial network, a series of intricate financial maneuvers commenced silently.
Like tiny screws being turned into a massive machine, these maneuvers unfolded before people could sense any change, already drawing them unknowingly into Yifan's carefully orchestrated scheme. Jihan received the latest intelligence in his secure chamber, his brow furrowed. His informant reported that Yifan's company was exhibiting unusually active capital flows in the financial markets, seemingly orchestrating a major capital game. This Yifan was becoming increasingly difficult to fathom.
Jihan stroked his chin, contemplating a countermeasure.
Meanwhile, Yifan's plan had already begun to take root. He was manipulating not only the stock prices of listed companies but also multiple enterprises in Mo City. Under his manipulation, Mo City's economy displayed unprecedented vitality, and this was merely the prelude. The first step of Yifan's dawn plan was capital restructuring. Leveraging his economic influence, he made multifaceted investments spanning hot sectors like real estate, high-tech, and biopharmaceuticals. His objective was straightforward: to stir up the winds of change in these sectors and then unify Mo City's economic landscape. Shen Lufeng had already begun massively acquiring shares of tech companies poised for explosive growth, following Yifan's instructions. Within days of these acquisitions, the company's stock prices began consecutive limit upsurges, capturing the attention of the entire financial community.
"Mr. Yi, we're riding the wave now."
"Everyone's watching us," Shen Lufeng reported on the progress. Yifan smiled faintly, his expression tinged with a touch of devil-may-care. "Let them watch their fill.
The future of Mo City isn't built by watching."
Soon after, Yifan launched an even bolder initiative, privately reaching out to the younger generations of Mo City's prominent families. Using the lure of substantial returns and future collaborations, he began winning their allegiance. In a private room at an exclusive club, Yifan held confidential talks with several young family heirs.
"Gentlemen," Yifan declared with unwavering conviction, "Mo City's fate is sealed. I am no lone wolf.
I stand ready to share this golden age with you all."
After the meeting, the young heirs of the major families unanimously expressed their willingness to stand united with Yifan.
These individuals would become powerful pawns in Yifan's expansion of influence within Mo City.
Meanwhile, Jihan's efforts to suppress Yifan were not yielding the desired results.
His faction launched multiple economic assaults against Yifan's companies in the marketplace, yet the efforts consistently yielded meager results. On several occasions, Yifan even seized the opportunity to counterattack, inflicting heavy losses on Jihan's forces. Through these repeated clashes, the people of Mo City began to realize that the true ruler of this city was not the established clans, but the newcomer named Yifan. His tactics, audacity, and strategic prowess compelled everyone to reassess his influence.
Shaoshun, in the days ahead, will make this game in Mo City even more interesting.
Yifan gazed at the city skyline, plotting a larger chessboard. Shen Lufeng stood behind him, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Mr. Yi, I can hardly wait." Night fell over Mo City like a black curtain, slowly descending.
As the lights came on and neon signs flickered, pedestrians hurried along the streets. Yet, at the city's highest echelon of power, a gathering of extraordinary significance was unfolding in utter silence. Within these circles, Yifan's name had become thunderous, his every move a grand spectacle that astonished the entire room. This gathering was more than a social occasion, it was a crucial step in Yifan's grand scheme. "Shaoshun, how are your preparations coming along?" Yifan inquired from a private luxury lounge.
Shen Lufeng adjusted his suit. "Mr. Yi, your key contacts are all present. They're very interested in our proposal." Yifan nodded, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Tonight was the moment he would catch them all in one net.
At the banquet, Yifan blended unobtrusively into the crowd. Though lacking an overwhelming presence, he possessed an undeniable charm that commanded attention.
He interacted with everyone with perfect poise, neither servile nor arrogant, each word adding a touch of elegance. He knew Jihan's spies were everywhere, so each of his moves was like a chess game, steady and precise. As the banquet drew to a close, Yifan raised his glass with a gentle smile.
"Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "Mo City's future development requires our collective effort. Chapter 115, tonight will be a new beginning.
I believe tonight will mark a new beginning." The words had barely left his mouth when a series of phone rings suddenly filled the room.
Many faces paled instantly.
They picked up their phones only to hear news from banks, partners, and even overseas sources, all pointing to one thing: unprecedented shifts in market capital flows, all originating from funds controlled by Yifan. Some present had hoped to witness Yifan's downfall, only to find themselves facing their own predicament instead.
Stock markets, real estate, and even those venerable enterprises once deemed as solid as a rock all felt an unprecedented tremor in that instant. Yet Yi Fan remained utterly composed. He casually raised his wineglass and addressed the flustered crowd with calm assurance. "Gentlemen, no need for panic. This is merely a minor ripple in Mo City's development. We, however, will be the helmsman riding the stormy seas." His words acted like a tranquilizer, steadying the nerves of the once shaken tycoons. They began to realize Yi Fan's capabilities far exceeded their expectations. The power this young man commanded was already sufficient to dictate the economic pulse of the entire Mo City. Meanwhile, upon learning of this, Jihan's face turned ashen. He finally grasped that all his resistance and defiance had merely been dancing to Yi Fan's script. As night deepened and the banquet dispersed, Yi Fan did not depart immediately. He quietly observed from the sidelines, watching how the bigwigs would choose. "Xiao Shen, prepare for the next move," Yi Fan murmured softly. Shen Lufeng nodded. He had already prepared the next phase of operations according to Yi Fan's instructions. This time, they would penetrate deep into the very foundations of Mo City, embedding Yi Fan's influence into every corner of the city. Behind Yi Fan's casual words lay a commanding force. Shen Lufeng knew that what followed would be an even more intricate battle. This was not merely a contest of money, but a clash of strategy and intellect. The second phase involved deeper infiltration of Mo City's established power structures. Yi Fan intended to leverage his influence in the business world to spearhead major projects. These initiatives would not only bring economic prosperity to Mo City but also secure him a foothold in its political landscape. "Shen, contact the companies we secretly control and have them begin their operations. We must seize complete control of the market before the next quarterly report is released." Yi Fan's tone was as calm as still water, yet Shen Lufeng could sense the unwavering resolve beneath it. Shen Lufeng hesitated not a moment. He trusted Yi Fan and knew his capabilities well. Thus, beneath the night sky of Mo City, a silent war began to unfold. Over the following weeks, a series of meticulously orchestrated moves shook Missouri City's economic landscape. Once obscure companies suddenly became market darlings, with Yi Fan's hand behind every move. Jihan witnessed his own failure reflected in the relentless stream of economic data. He had to admit that Yi Fan's business strategy had far surpassed his comprehension. He had once believed he could control everything in Mo City, only to discover he was merely a pawn on Yi Fan's chessboard. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was not idle. Through Shen Lufeng, he quietly injected capital into several pivotal projects. These projects appeared unremarkable, yet they held the potential to become Mo City's new economic engines in the future. All these maneuvers were executed with extreme discretion and efficiency. Yi Fan rarely appeared in public, executing all actions through Shen Lufeng. He functioned like an invisible commander, controlling the lifeline of Mo City. However, while Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng meticulously laid their plans, other factions in Mo City were not sitting idly by. They began to detect Yi Fan's maneuvers and attempted to unite against his control. One night, Mo City's most influential figures convened a secret meeting to devise a counter-strategy. "Yi Fan is far too cunning, his methods are unpredictable. We must unite to have any chance of preserving our positions," one leader declared gravely. "True, but how do we counter him? His moves are too elusive to grasp." Another leader frowned in question. "I have a plan," declared a seasoned veteran of the business world, a glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. "We can target Yi Fan's network and expose his vulnerabilities." The proposal immediately gained the others' approval. They resolved to investigate Yi Fan's background, hoping to discover a way to make him submit. Yet Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng seemed utterly unconcerned, as if they had long anticipated this move. Yi Fan possessed his own intelligence network and think tank, and he knew these opponents inside out. In a luxurious conference room deep within Mo City, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng sat across from each other as screens displayed data on the city's major factions. "Mr. Yi, those old fools have begun banding together against us." Shen Lufeng's tone carried a hint of amusement. He knew Yi Fan would never tolerate any adversary scheming behind his back. A barely perceptible cold smile curved Yi Fan's lips. "Little Shen, do you really think a pack of rats can take on a lion?" Shen Lufeng smiled faintly, fully understanding Yi Fan's meaning. Yi Fan always gave off an aura of unfathomable depth. He never engaged in direct conflict, yet always delivered a fatal blow when his opponents least expected it. "They want to find my weakness?" Yi Fan gently swirled the crystal wineglass in his hand, its cold glint flashing along the rim. "Let them search. But I'll be damned if I don't see the look on their faces when they realize we've already uncovered their weaknesses first." Shen Lufeng's gaze hardened as he rose to his feet. "Mr. Yi," he said with a nod, "I'll make the arrangements immediately." In the days that followed, the major factions of Mo City indeed began covert investigations into Yi Fan. They sought to find leverage by probing his former business partners, old enemies, and even the minutiae of his daily life. Yet Yi Fan's past remained as impenetrable as a locked book. Save for tales of triumph and glory, they found scarcely a single flaw. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had already begun his counterattack. Rather than deploying his own resources directly, he had Shen Lufeng orchestrate things behind the scenes, gradually luring those investigating him into a trap. Shen, release that news story, Yifan instructed calmly. Shen Lufeng understood Yifan's intent and acted swiftly. Soon, a news story about a major figure in Mo City suspected of economic crimes sent shockwaves throughout the entire city. This tycoon was one of those who had secretly convened to oppose Yifan. The few bigwigs who had originally planned to encircle and eliminate Yifan suddenly found the tables turned. Each of them was now forced into a defensive position. Only then did they realize Yifan's counterattack was far more ruthless and swift than they had anticipated. Chapter 116, He'll devour every last one of them. The news orchestrated by Shen Lufeng detonated like a bombshell, casting a shadow over Mo City's upper echelons. The bigwigs who had once planned to unite against Yifan exchanged uneasy glances. Their fragile alliance began to crumble under the weight of fear and suspicion. In a lavishly decorated private club, these bigwigs convened an emergency meeting. This Yifan is far too ruthless, one tycoon, who had extensive connections in both political and business circles, slammed his fist on the table in anger. If we don't unite now, he'll devour every last one of us. Another tycoon wore a look of deep worry. But what can we possibly do now? Every move we make seems to be within his calculations. Just as anxiety gripped the room, the conference door swung open. A figure strode in with deliberate grace. Shen Lufeng. Gentlemen, it seems you've encountered some difficulties. Shen Lufeng's tone was relaxed, as if he didn't regard the influential figures before him with much regard. Shen Lufeng, you're Yifan's man. What are you doing here? Someone glared at him, eyes brimming with suspicion. Shen Lufeng smiled, casually finding a seat and resting his legs lightly on the table. I'm here, naturally, to deliver a message on behalf of Mr. Yi. What message? Someone demanded impatiently. Shen Lufeng spoke slowly. Mr. Yi is willing to give you an opportunity to cease being enemies from this day forward. All you need to do is make the right choice. What is the right choice? The leaders couldn't help but tense up. It's simple, abandon confrontation and embrace cooperation. Mr. Yi can not only guarantee your safety but also elevate your businesses to new heights. Shen Lufeng's voice carried an undeniable allure. The group exchanged glances, hesitant. They knew this was a choice with no real alternatives. Yifan now held all the cards. In the tense silence, one of the big shots finally spoke up. What if we refuse? Shen Lufeng drew his legs back and stood up, his gaze suddenly sharpening like a blade. Then I believe you all understand what will happen next. Mr. Ye's mercy has its limits. With that, Shen Lufeng turned and left the clubhouse, leaving the remaining bigwigs feeling like they were sitting on pins and needles. The moment Shen Lufeng stepped outside the club, he spotted a black sedan parked silently by the roadside. The door opened, and Yifan stepped out. His demeanor appeared ordinary, yet his eyes held an unshakable confidence that commanded everything. Well, little Shen? Yifan asked casually. Just as Mr. Yi had anticipated, they were already gripped by panic. My presence only made them more uncertain. Shen Lufeng reported back. Yifan nodded slightly, his gaze drifting into the distance. All right, let them ponder it. We have more important matters to attend to. The two men got into the car, which slowly pulled away. Inside the clubhouse, the bigwigs continued their heated discussions, though their minds had long since left the premises. Instead, they followed Yifan's shadow, imagining what kind of future that lofty figure might grant them. Inside the car, conversation between Yifan and Shen Lufeng was sparse and deliberate. Yifan's gaze fixed through the window on the neon lights flickering beneath Mo City's night sky, as if contemplating his next move in the chess game. Shin, Yifan suddenly spoke, his voice calm yet resolute. Do you know? In this game, what matters most isn't how many pieces you possess, but how you arrange them. Shen Lufeng smiled faintly. Mr. Yi, I understand your meaning. These big shots are merely pieces on the chessboard. Yifan nodded lightly. Exactly. But every piece has its purpose. What we must do next is guide these pieces into the trap we've set for them. A sharp gleam flashed in Shen Lufeng's eyes. You mean we should guide them to self-destruct? Precisely. Yifan smiled faintly, his expression holding an unspoken depth. The car glided smoothly into a quiet street, coming to a stop before a private club that appeared ordinary yet was tightly secured. Yifan and Shen Lufeng walked in side by side. This was Yifan's secret base in Mo City. The interior was lavishly decorated, yet devoid of the usual bustle, giving off an eerie, desolate feel. Yifan approached a concealed room. The door opened automatically, revealing a battle command center that combined meeting facilities with cutting-edge technology. Screens on the walls displayed real-time information streams from all over Mo City. Yifan approached the central console and began manipulating the data on the screens. Shen, Yifan said, our targets are these key industries. I want you to grasp the dynamics of these sectors within 3 days, Yifan commanded. Shen Lufeng stood beside him, his eyes fixed on the data screens. He quickly grasped Yifan's intentions. Mr. Yi, this is a massive undertaking, but I'm confident I can complete it within the time frame. Yifan said no more. He knew Shen Lufeng's capabilities. He shifted his focus. Once this step is completed, Mo City's economic structure will undergo subtle shifts. The big players will either adapt or be left behind. The tide of the times waits for no one. Shen Lufeng gave a slight nod.
He understood Yifan's intent. This wasn't merely a blow to the bigwigs, but a profound strategic move shaping Mo City's future trajectory. Over the next few days, a series of peculiar shifts rippled through Mo City's business world. Companies that had once seemed rock solid began experiencing internal turmoil, with their stock prices fluctuating wildly. Capital in the market grew restless, and the once clear landscape became shrouded in uncertainty. All these shifts were precisely within Yifan's calculations. He hadn't intervened directly, yet like a master manipulator, he had effortlessly ignited a war without gunpowder. Only now did Mo City's power brokers truly realize they were facing not merely a businessman, but a force capable of dictating the city's very destiny. One midnight, as the city's bustle faded, lights remained ablaze within a grand mansion. Several once arrogant power brokers gathered, their faces stripped of their former haughtiness, replaced by deep worry and fear. "We must decide," one leader said, his voice trembling. "Either we align with Yifan, or we're finished." Another boss took a deep drag on his cigarette, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. "No. We can't surrender so easily. Yifan may be powerful, but he's still human. He must have weaknesses. We must find it." Just as they debated their strategy, Shen Lufeng's figure appeared on the surveillance feed. Standing outside the mansion, a faint, ambiguous smile played on his lips. With a casual flick of his wrist, a small listening device flew with pinpoint accuracy into one of the mansion's windows. Chapter 117, Everything Under Control. Shen Lufeng turned and walked away. Yifan's voice came through the communicator. "Everything is under control, little Shen." Yifan's voice echoed through the device, calm yet brimming with confidence. "They'll panic on their own. All we need to do is give them a little push." Shen Lufeng stood in the shadows, watching the mansion's lights, a smug smile curling his lips. "Mr. Yi, the storm you planned is now fully prepared." "Very good." Yifan's voice carried a hint of approval. Next, it was time to watch them stage their own desperate escape from a hopeless situation. Inside the mansion, the bigwigs continued their heated debate, unaware that every word they spoke was under Yifan's control. Shen Lufeng waited silently in the darkness, like a hunter biding his time for prey to walk into the trap. The next day, a significant upheaval rocked Mo City's business world. Several major players suddenly announced capital restructuring, sending shockwaves through the market. Everyone speculated about the truth behind it, with more eyes turning toward Yifan. Yet Yifan appeared detached and uninvolved, like a master above the fray. He appeared at Mo City's most exclusive club, every movement and word radiating composure and unparalleled confidence. "Mr. Yi," a middle-aged man in the club asked respectfully, "everyone is speculating that you orchestrated this capital restructuring." Yifan merely sipped his tea lightly, smiling without reply. His silence felt like a silent storm, making everyone feel uneasy. Shen Lufeng sat nearby, observing Yifan with quiet approval. He knew Yifan's plans extended far beyond this. This was merely the prelude. Over the next week, Mo City's economic landscape shifted dramatically as numerous companies underwent restructuring. Whenever a company faced difficulties, one of Yifan's companies would step in with astonishing speed, acquiring stakes or injecting capital. Every move was executed flawlessly. Simultaneously, Yifan's name grew increasingly prominent in Mo City. His presence extended beyond the business world, even appearing at major charitable events across the city. Yifan seemed to be redefining Mo City's rules in his own way. Shen Lufeng witnessed it all. He understood that Yifan wasn't merely building a business empire, he was forging an era of his own. In this era, Yifan was the sole ruler. As the night sky over Mo City shone brightest, Yifan stood atop his towering skyscraper, gazing down at the city ablaze with lights. His eyes held not a trace of emotion. Mo City was merely the beginning. He murmured, his voice resonating with boundless ambition and resolve. In Yifan's grand design, Mo City was merely a pawn on the chessboard. His gaze had already turned toward distant horizons. Yet on his path to greater heights, he must first cement his dominance in Mo City. He would make it known to all, this was his territory, and any challenge to his authority would be crushed without mercy. Mo City, a city seemingly tranquil yet teeming with hidden currents, was undergoing a quiet shift in its power structure due to Yifan's involvement. His influence had not only permeated the business world, but the city's underground realm was also firmly within his grasp. Late one night, within Mo City's largest underground boxing arena, dim lights flickered amidst a roar of voices. People from every corner of the city had gathered here, some for money, others for the thrill. Tonight, the arena hosted a highly anticipated match with unprecedented stakes. The casino's owner, a prominent tycoon in Mo City's underworld, sat in a private box wearing a smug grin. He had heard Yifan's name, but in his eyes, Yifan was merely a rising power who would inevitably stumble in his own arena. Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance of the boxing arena, Shen Lufeng. His arrival caused a slight stir. After all, Shen Lufeng was a name that carried weight in Mo City. Shen Lufeng walked straight up to the casino owner and offered a slight smile. "Mr. Yi and I are interested in participating in tonight's betting. Might we be granted an exception?"
A flicker of surprise crossed the casino owner's eyes before he burst into laughter. Mr. Shen, gracing my humble establishment truly makes it shine.
Mr. Ye's participation is, of course, always welcome.
Shen Lufeng pulled a check from his pocket and placed it lightly on the table. This is Mr. Ye's stake. The owner glanced at the figure on the check, his smile broadening into a radiant grin. The sum was enough to make anyone envious. Yet he understood that should this money be lost at the boxing ring, Yifan's prestige in Mo City would suffer a severe blow. The match commenced, and the atmosphere in the boxing ring reached a fever pitch. The two fighters clashed fiercely on the ring, each heavy blow accompanied by deafening thuds. The casino owner watched the battle unfold, silently calculating that based on the current momentum, his fighter held the upper hand. But just as he was feeling smug, Yifan quietly appeared at the door of his private box. Mr. Yi! The owner rose to greet him, his smile somewhat strained. Yifan merely smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on the ring. I don't like losing. The moment Yifan finished speaking, the fighter who had been on the defensive suddenly unleashed astonishing power. He seemed like a different person, each punch and kick landing with devastating force. Within mere minutes, he knocked his opponent to the canvas. The casino owner watched the scene unfold, his face turning ashen. He wasn't stupid. He instantly understood what had happened. The entire boxing ring was under Yifan's control, including his own fighter. Yifan glanced at the stunned casino owner and said calmly, everyone in Mo City should understand who the true ruler is. This wager was merely a small reminder. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a crowd of stunned spectators and a casino owner who was utterly devastated. Behind Yifan, the air inside the casino seemed to freeze solid. Every gaze followed his retreating figure, a mix of awe for the formidable and dread of the unknown. Yifan's demonstrated strength and influence far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Shen Lufeng followed closely behind, his eyes sparkling with admiration and excitement. For him, serving alongside such a leader was the greatest honor of his life. By Yifan's side, he had learned much, not only shrewd business acumen and decisive judgment, but more importantly, the bearing of a true leader. Stepping out of the casino, the cool night breeze ruffled the lapels of both men. Yifan looked up at the night sky. The stars twinkled, mirroring the cold, glittering ambition in his own eyes. Xiao Shun, Yifan asked suddenly, his voice calm yet tinged with intense inquiry, what do you think is Mo City's most valuable resource? Chapter 118, Hidden Forces. Shen Lufeng paused briefly before answering, information and connections, Mr. Yi. Yifan nodded slightly. Information is indeed crucial, but Mo City's most valuable asset remains its hidden forces. The intertwining of underground and above-ground forces, if one could control them, they would become an unstoppable pawn. Shen Lufeng's expression sharpened upon hearing this. He understood the implication. Yifan intended to weave an invisible net across Mo City, each thread connecting to different factions. It was a plan bordering on audacity, yet in Yifan's hands, it always became reality. Yifan said no more, turning to step into a waiting black sedan. The windows rose slowly, sealing out the outside world, leaving only silence. Shen Lufeng drove through the night streets of Mo City. He understood that tonight's casino was merely one of the many dramas Yifan orchestrated. This man constantly reshaped the rules without fanfare, compelling everyone to dance to his rhythm. Days later, Mo City's underworld underwent seismic shifts. Many once powerful figures quietly lowered their stances. They knew in Mo City, a new king had ascended. Behind these shifts, Yifan's shadow was always visible. Yifan wasn't content with merely controlling the underworld, his ambitions reached much further. In the days that followed, he began extending his reach into every industry, technology, entertainment, education. His influence permeated them all. Shen Lufeng busied himself handling the myriad tasks Yifan assigned him, like a sharp sword carving out new territories for his master. He understood that each triumph would lay another cornerstone for Yifan's empire. Meanwhile, Yifan's name began circulating among Mo City's elite circles. Some marveled at his capabilities, others held him in awe, while still others watched from the shadows, trying to uncover the secrets of this enigmatic figure. In Mo City, Yifan's name had become as notorious as a fish leaping across the river, striking fear into the hearts of all who spoke it. Yet in the city's deepest shadows, a force remained shrouded in mystery and silence. The Chen family, a long-established, reclusive clan possessing vast, undisclosed wealth and influence, had always lurked beneath the city's surface, silently observing every wave of change in Mo City. Chen Dong, the head of the Chen family, was a mysterious figure rarely seen in public. In Mo City, the Chen family is known to all, yet few have ever laid eyes on Chen Dong himself. His existence felt like an eternal enigma, elusive and unfathomable. As Yifan's influence steadily expanded, the Chen family quietly laid their own groundwork. Their power spread like an invisible net, silently unfurling across the entire city of Mo. After handling a series of affairs, Shen Lufeng returned to Yifan's private club. The clubhouse was lavishly decorated yet refined, every detail reflecting Yifan's taste and unique aesthetic. Mr. Yi, there's been some unusual activity in Mo City lately.
The Chen family appears to be making moves behind the scenes, Shen Lufeng reported to Yi Fan, who sat sipping tea nearby.
Yi Fan took a sip of tea and said indifferently, "The Chen family? It's time to meet this clan that has always hidden in the shadows."
Just then, Yi Fan's phone rang. It was a message from an unidentified number containing only a single line, "Midnight.
Chen Garden." This was undoubtedly an invitation from the Chen family.
Such directness underscored their imposing presence without needing to raise their voices. Yi Fan glanced at the message, his expression unchanged.
"Seems they can't wait to meet me."
Yi Fan's voice carried an unquestionable calmness.
That night, Chen Garden was ablaze with lights.
Chen Dong himself presided over the gathering, awaiting Yi Fan's arrival. By the pond within the garden, a warm breeze caressed the face, and bamboo leaves rustled softly, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. Arriving punctually, Yi Fan came alone, without any entourage. He walked through the long corridor toward the pavilion where Chen Dong was seated. Dressed in a traditional long robe, Chen Dong watched Yi Fan approach, a faint smile playing on his lips.
"Mr. Yi, welcome to Chen Garden." Chen Dong rose and offered a formal greeting. Yi Fan nodded, bypassing formalities, and asked directly, "Mr. Chen invited me here, what might you wish to discuss?"
Chen Dong's gaze sharpened, probing Yi Fan's eyes.
Mr. Ye's ambitions are known throughout all of Mo City. Though the Chen family stays out of worldly affairs, we naturally keep tabs on figures who might influence Mo City's landscape.
Yi Fan smiled faintly, responding with calm composure. "Understanding is one thing, but I doubt the Chen family had summoned me merely for that purpose, correct?" Chen Dong didn't answer directly, instead speaking slowly. "The shifting winds of Mo City, the Chen family wishes to collaborate with you, Mr. Yi, for mutual development. We only hope you understand that the waters of Mo City run deep.
Not everyone can stir up waves at will."
A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He understood the implication behind those words, yet he remained impassive.
"The head of the Chen family's meaning is clear to me.
I'll gauge the depth of Mo City's waters myself.
However, as for cooperation, I find that rather intriguing."
Chen Dong's smile deepened upon hearing Yi Fan's words, though it held a hint of sharpness beneath the surface.
He knew Yi Fan was no ordinary figure. Though Mo City was vast, very few could prompt the Chen family to take action. Mr. Ye's foresight is truly admirable. I am deeply impressed. Tonight's meeting is no idle talk. The Chen family does indeed have a request." Chen Dong said solemnly.
Yi Fan raised an eyebrow.
"The head of the Chen family, please speak."
Mo City is about to host a grand-scale commercial event, with many prominent families and top-tier enterprises participating.
The Chen family hopes to seize this opportunity to join forces with Mr. Yi and collectively expand our influence in Mo City. Chen Dong cut straight to the chase, laying out his intentions directly.
Yi Fan smiled faintly, seemingly anticipating this.
He calmly inquired, "Head of the Chen family, do you think I would be interested in such an event?"
If Mr. Yi were uninterested, I, Chen Dong, would not have extended this invitation personally.
Chen Dong stated confidently.
This gathering is not merely a contest of wealth, but an opportunity to demonstrate strength and redefine the power dynamics within Mo City.
Yi Fan listened, then fell silent, seemingly pondering Chen Dong's proposal.
He understood this gathering represented not just wealth and prestige, but a symbol of power, a stage coveted by all the wealthy and noble families of Mo City. "I appreciate the Chen family head's kindness," Yi Fan said.
"Cooperation is possible, but I have two conditions."
Yi Fan finally spoke.
Chen Dong's eyes flickered. "Please proceed, Mr. Yi."
"First, I must hold at least 30% of the decision-making authority within the grand gathering."
Yi Fan cut straight to the point, needing sufficient influence to safeguard his interests. "Second, regardless of the outcome, the Chen family must maintain complete commercial independence from the Yi family after the event concludes. They are forbidden from interfering in the Yi family's business affairs."
Yi Fan's gaze was unwavering. This was his steadfast insistence on the autonomy of his own power base.
Chapter 119, Mr. Ye's Conditions.
Chen Dong fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons.
Finally, he nodded.
"The Chen family accepts Mr. Ye's conditions.
May this partnership prove fruitful."
After exchanging a resolute glance, the two began discussing the details of their collaboration. The entire Chen garden seemed enveloped in the quiet eve of an event poised to alter the destiny of Mo City. Several days later, the grand event commenced as scheduled. Yi Fan, dressed in a crisp suit, appeared at the entrance alongside Shen Lufeng, his deputy. Their arrival immediately caused a stir. Many in Mo City's high society knew Yi Fan and the Chen family would make a move, but none anticipated such a public appearance. As Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng strode into the venue, their piercing gazes and commanding presence instinctively cleared a path around them. Their presence undeniably added the most unmistakable splash of color to the grand event.
Amidst the tense yet expectant atmosphere, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng stood like two extraordinary storm centers. Wherever they went, the focused gazes of the crowd followed. Though surrounded by corporate titans and business luminaries, Yi Fan's presence seemed to dim their radiance.
The highlight of the gala was a series of business cooperation and capital investment negotiations. Every entrepreneur sought to showcase their strength and influence, hoping to secure a share of the spoils at this commercial feast. Yet Yifan's plans were clearly far more far-reaching. After a series of impressive opening remarks and diverse exchanges, the public bidding phase finally commenced. Project after project was presented, sparking fierce competition among the entrepreneurs. Yet Yifan maintained an aloof demeanor throughout, his gaze drifting among the numerous projects as if searching for something. Just then, a project concerning new energy development caught Yifan's attention. This venture involved massive investment and high risks, causing many entrepreneurs to opt for a wait-and-see approach after weighing the pros and cons. But Yifan slowly rose to his feet, followed closely by Shen Lufeng. The Yi group is interested in this project. Yifan's calm voice echoed throughout the hall, instantly drawing everyone's attention back. Whispers rippled through the crowd. They were taken aback by Yifan's decision. In their eyes, the venture was far too risky. Even Mo City's major families showed no willingness to participate. Yet Yifan's voice cut through the surrounding doubts like a clear spring. Mr. Yi, this is no ordinary investment. Have you truly considered this carefully? Someone couldn't help but ask aloud. Yifan turned his head, his gaze piercing enough to see through anyone's heart. I never need others to question my actions. His words were cold, yet radiated supreme confidence. Shen Lufeng chuckled softly beside him, knowing Yifan never made decisions recklessly. Behind this must lie his own calculations and strategic moves. While the crowd was still buzzing with speculation about Yifan's decision, an entrepreneur stepped forward, intending to compete with Yifan for the project. But during their exchange, Yifan used only a few words to point out the flaws in the other's plan and the potential difficulties they might encounter. His analysis was sharp and thorough, leaving the other party speechless and ultimately forced to withdraw from the competition in embarrassment. This scene caused everyone present to involuntarily look at Yifan with newfound respect. They finally realized Yifan's capabilities were far beyond what they could underestimate. During the subsequent gala, Yifan repeatedly demonstrated his ability to accurately identify the potential and risks of other projects. Not only did he secure several advantageous partnerships for Yi Group, but he also left fellow entrepreneurs marveling at his extraordinary vision and wisdom. The grand event concluded amidst a chorus of admiration. As Yifan and Shen Lufeng exited the venue, the very air around them seemed transformed. The night in Mo City grew deeper, yet for Yifan, this marked merely the beginning of his journey. Meanwhile, on the other side of Mo City, the night unfolded in a different light. As the city lights began to glow, a luxurious private club shone brightly. Here gathered another group of Mo City's elite, the small and medium-sized business owners who had failed to gain Yifan's favor at the daytime gala. They sat around a table, their expressions varied, some seething with resentment, others scheming for opportunities. A middle-aged man tapped the table, drawing everyone's attention. Gentlemen, we're not here to complain. That young upstart Yifan is indeed cunning, but can he truly dominate Mo City alone? No sooner had he spoken than others chimed in. Brother Wang is right. No matter how formidable Yifan is, he's still just one man. If we unite, we'll find a way to deal with him. Counter Yifan? A sharp-featured man wearing glasses spoke softly. He was the only one among them who had engaged Yifan in several rounds of confrontation during the grand gathering. His words carried a hint of cool calculation. Everyone had seen it today. So many entrepreneurs stood before Yifan, utterly powerless to retaliate. To take him down, we need thorough preparation and a flawless plan. The group fell silent. Clearly, they understood that impulsiveness would solve nothing. At that moment, a figure appeared silently at the clubhouse entrance, Shen Lufeng. His arrival went unnoticed. He stood quietly by the doorway, his gaze calmly sweeping over every person present. Gentlemen, Shen Lufeng's voice was calm and clear, cutting through the club's clamor. I hear you're discussing how to deal with Mr. Yi? Heads turned, and the room fell silent the moment Shen Lufeng came into view. Shen Lufeng's name and identity were known to everyone in Mo City. He wasn't a businessman, but a force to be reckoned with, a man whose methods and power inspired fear. Brother Wang's brow furrowed, but he quickly composed himself. Rising to his feet, he spoke with a hint of caution. Mr. Shen, you're with Yifan. What brings you here tonight? Shen Lufeng walked to the conference table, picked up an untouched glass of wine, took a light sip, and then spoke slowly. Mr. Yi has a message for all of you tonight. He hopes the business environment in Mo City can become more harmonious, and that everyone's energy won't be wasted on pointless conflicts. The words sounded ordinary, but coming from Shen Luofeng, they carried an undeniable weight of authority. The entrepreneurs present felt a tightening in their hearts. They understood this was not merely a suggestion, but a warning. So Yifan expects us all to follow his lead, someone muttered discontentedly. Shen Lufeng chuckled softly, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. No, he clarified. Mr. Yi's point is that Mo City is large enough to accommodate us all growing together. But if anyone seeks to stir up trouble, Mr. Yi won't hesitate to quell those waves early. Chapter 120, The chess game in Mo City has begun. The moment the words left his mouth, the club fell silent. Every word Shen Lufeng spoke felt like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of those present. Most of them had no desire to antagonize Yi Fan, they were merely searching for a sliver of hope. Shen Lufeng said no more. Setting down his wineglass, he turned and left the club. The entrepreneurs who remained sat facing each other, their eyes filled with deep contemplation. In the night sky of Mo City, Yi Fan's name shone like a full moon, high in the heavens, illuminating every corner of the city. As for these entrepreneurs, what choices they would make, how they would act, perhaps they themselves hadn't yet figured it out. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng returned to the headquarters of Yi Group, where the lights between the buildings shone as brightly as daylight. Shen, Yi Fan said, his gaze piercing through the night as if peering into a distant future, the chess game in Mo City has begun. What should our next move be? Shen Lufeng smiled faintly. He knew Yi Fan never engaged in unprepared battles. Mr. Yi, though the night in Mo City is deep, our steps will not falter. We must consolidate our strength from within before sweeping away all enemies in one decisive move. Yi Fan nodded, his gaze unwavering and sharp. Very well. We begin with the economic market. We must establish absolute dominance in this market. Immediately, Yi Fan began plotting his grand strategy. First, he ordered his subordinates to acquire several promising companies in Mo City that were facing financial difficulties. Using these as stepping stones, he further expanded the Yi Group's influence in the city. Under Yi Fan's shrewd management, these companies swiftly recovered from their predicaments. Not only did they return to profitability, but under Yi Group's leadership, their performance soared dramatically, and their market share rapidly expanded. This transformation stunned all observers of the game, leaving them in awe of Yi Fan's tactics. Following this series of moves, Yi Fan quietly began laying the groundwork in Mo City's real estate market. Employing unique strategies, he secretly acquired and invested in prime properties strategically positioned within Mo City's development blueprint. Meanwhile, Yi Fan did not overlook the entrepreneurs who sought to oppose him. Through Shen Lufeng, he announced a business dinner, inviting all major figures in the commercial world to attend. While ostensibly aimed at fostering collaboration, Yi Fan harbored a hidden agenda. On the evening of the banquet, Mo City's most luxurious banquet hall was ablaze with lights, filled with a sea of guests. Every person present was eager to see what Yi Fan intended to do. Dressed in a bespoke suit, Yi Fan moved through the banquet hall with unhurried composure. His presence at any given spot invariably sparked murmurs of discussion. Shen Lufeng shadowed him closely, his eyes gleaming with sharp focus. He exchanged brief words with seemingly insignificant guests, yet always managed to glean valuable information from their remarks. Just as the banquet reached its peak, Yi Fan suddenly stood up and raised his glass to address the assembled guests. My friends of Mo City, it is truly an honor to gather with you all tonight. But tonight, I have something even more important to announce. Yi Fan's voice was clear and resolute, echoing throughout the banquet hall. All eyes focused on Yi Fan. They knew this announcement would surely stir up a storm in Mo City. Yi Fan's gaze slowly swept across every person present, finally resting on several seemingly ordinary middle-aged men and women seated in the front row. Tonight, I announce that Yi Group will collaborate with several entrepreneurs present here to establish a new investment fund. This fund will focus on Mo City's future technological and real estate development. The news struck like a bolt from the blue, stunning everyone present. Though these individuals kept a low profile, they were all figures wielding immense resources and influence. Their presence alongside Yi Fan alone underscored the immense weight of this investment fund. While the crowd was still reeling from the shock, Yi Fan spoke again. Furthermore, I announced that Yi Group will utilize this newly established fund to fully launch the development plan for Mo City's southern district. This is not merely a commercial investment, it will be a revolution for the city. At that, the entire banquet hall erupted in applause. Yi Fan's ambition was clear, he aimed not only to become a titan of business but also to drive the city's development. After the banquet, major media outlets widely reported Yi Fan's declaration, sending Mo City's stock and real estate markets into a frenzy. While some rejoiced, others worried. For those rivals who had once tried to suppress Yi Group, this was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Days later, in the top floor office of Yi Group headquarters, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng meticulously analyzed every detail of their newly established investment fund and the Southern District Development Plan. Mr. Yi, all partners have signed the agreements, and the funds are in place. Should we commence the first phase of operations? Shen Lufeng held the documents, his expression solemn. Yi Fan set down his teacup, his gaze as clear and profound as the stars at dawn. Shen, he said, move swiftly, but with caution. Though we're making a grand entrance now, those in plain sight are always the easiest targets. You and I both know that while the current opportunity is promising, the risks are equally significant. Shen Lufeng nodded slightly, understanding Yi Fan's meaning. In the business sea of Mo City, Yi Fan was like a mighty vessel, while Shen Lufeng was its shrewd and capable captain. Yi Fan charted the course, while Shen Lufeng ensured the vessel sailed steadily and securely. I've already had people discreetly investigate. Our opponents are growing restless. They may strike soon. A hint of cold-blooded determination tinged Shen Lufeng's tone. Yi Fan merely smiled. Then let them come. It's time for a reshuffle in Mo City's business world. I'll be watching to see who stands firm amidst the storm. Shen Lufeng knew Yifan's words weren't just confidence, they were absolute trust in his own strength. In his heart, Yifan was not merely a leader, but a game-changer capable of overturning every rule. A few days later, the development project in the southern district of Mo City officially commenced, instantly drawing the attention of the entire city. This once desolate area had now become the focal point of everyone's attention. Amidst the roar of excavators and the constant movement of construction vehicles, Yifan's plan gradually unfolded. Yet while everyone's attention was fixed on the southern district development, Yifan was secretly monitoring another matter: the Chen family. The Chen family, a reclusive clan of Mo City, had always maintained a low profile and shrouded themselves in mystery, rarely engaging with the outside world. Yet Yifan knew their power was unfathomable, so much so that even he had to guard against them in certain respects. In Yifan's scheme, the Chen family was a pawn that could not be ignored and potentially a looming threat.
Chapter 121, Meeting at the Usual Spot.
Now was the perfect moment to probe the Chen family's true intentions. Just then, Yifan's phone rang unexpectedly.
The caller was none other than Chen Dong.
After a moment of silence on the line, Chen Dong spoke slowly. "Mr. Yi, I've observed your recent actions and have some questions I can't quite figure out.
How about we meet at the usual place tomorrow at noon to discuss this in detail?"
"Very well, Mr. Chen. See you tomorrow." Yifan responded indifferently before hanging up. The next day, at a quaint private club in Mo City, both men arrived as promised. The club was quiet and elegant, with only Yifan and Chen Dong seated across from each other. Though no one knew the details of their conversation, everyone sensed that the winds of change were quietly stirring in Mo City. After the meeting concluded, Yifan rose and walked toward the door, his stride firm and his gaze deep.
Chen Dong watched Yifan's retreating figure, a complex gleam flickering in his eyes.
Though the meeting seemed to yield no concrete agreement, both men knew an unspoken understanding had taken root between them. Yifan returned to his luxury car, where Shen Lufeng was already waiting.
"Mr. Yi, how do you think the Chen family will respond?" Shen Lufeng asked cautiously.
Yifan smiled faintly, his gaze as deep as the stars.
"Little Shen, some pieces require patience to position. The Chen family won't make rash moves. They'll watch and wait. And will put on a good show for them."
Shen Lufeng could hear the confidence in Yifan's words.
He knew Yifan never acted without certainty.
Over the next few days, Yifan made frequent appearances at key development sites across the southern district. Each of his appearances sparked a media frenzy. Simultaneously, he deliberately disclosed details of crucial contracts and projects, seemingly showcasing his openness and confidence to the outside world. The other major families and conglomerates of Mo City watched these moves with a mix of envy and apprehension. Yifan's actions unmistakably conveyed his confidence in the South District Development Project and his influence within Mo City.
The Chen family, meanwhile, watched these developments unfold quietly. Chen Dong sat in his study, holding the latest progress report on the Southern District development. His gaze was complex, lost in thought. "Yifan, is this a challenge or an invitation to cooperate?" Chen Dong murmured to himself.
Meanwhile, Yifan had already initiated another plan. He sought out influential unofficial organizations in Mo City, beginning to support their community service and environmental protection activities. He even personally participated in some of these initiatives. This series of actions not only enhanced his public image but also indirectly demonstrated his soft power influence to the Chen family. This influence extended beyond the business world, permeating the lives of every ordinary citizen. Yifan's far-sighted strategy steadily deepened his roots in Mo City. Even a reclusive family like the Chens found themselves compelled to reassess their relationship with him.
Chen Dong's eyes reflected the soft light of his study.
After a moment of deep thought, he rose slowly and walked to the window.
Mo City shimmered beneath the night sky, dotted with stars like jewels scattered across velvet.
Within this city, Yifan undoubtedly shone the brightest.
Chen Dong knew well that Yifan's actions always carried multiple layers of meaning.
His charitable endeavors appeared simple on the surface, yet concealed deep-seated strategies that his opponents found difficult to discern.
Yifan's current low profile was undoubtedly the calm before the storm.
Days later, a press conference on the development of the Southern District unfolded with great fanfare. Before the cameras, Yifan calmly outlined the project's progress, every detail showcasing his professionalism and composure. Yet, while the entire city's attention was fixed on the event, Yifan's gaze seemed to pierce through the cameras, reaching far beyond. After the event, Yifan mingled effortlessly among the crowd, smiling as he conversed, yet his eyes scanned every face and every subtle movement.
At that moment, an uninvited guest appeared.
A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed and carrying himself with noble bearing, entered the venue with a hint of mockery. His arrival instantly captured everyone's attention. "Mr. Yi, the Southern District project seems to be progressing quite vigorously," the man said with a smile, though a hint of sarcasm was impossible to mask in his voice. Yifan turned, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on the newcomer.
"Mr. Chen," he replied calmly, "what brings you here today?"
The man was none other than Chen Feng, a key figure within the Chen family and the nephew of Chen Dong. He had always harbored hostility toward Yi Fan, and his visit today was clearly not merely for sightseeing.
Advice? Not really.
I'm just here to see what makes this project, which will shape the future of Mo City, so extraordinary. Chen Feng surveyed the surroundings, his words laced with provocation. Yi Fan remained expressionless as he looked at Chen Feng and said softly, "Since Mr. Chen is so interested, perhaps we could discuss it further.
There might even be deeper cooperation between us."
A murmur rippled through the crowd. Yi Fan's words carried obvious hidden meaning, leaving them baffled. Chen Feng's expression stiffened. He clearly hadn't anticipated Yi Fan proposing collaboration so openly before everyone. His plan had been to intimidate Yi Fan here, yet he found himself stumped by Yi Fan's double-edged suggestion.
"Mr. Yi, you have quite the sense of humor," Chen Feng chuckled awkwardly, attempting to salvage the situation. But Yi Fan gave him no chance. Turning to the crowd, he announced, "Today, I'm delighted to inform everyone that the Chen family has become one of our key partners in the Southern District project. The collaboration ahead will undoubtedly bring greater prosperity to Mo City." Chen Feng's face turned ashen.
He understood Yi Fan had set a trap in public, forcing him to play along with Yi Fan's rhythm. Refusing now would not only embarrass him before everyone but also damage the Chen family's credibility in Mo City's business circles. The crowd murmured in astonishment at this sudden revelation, while simultaneously expressing admiration for Yi Fan's tactics. Yi Fan's gaze swept across the crowd. His face bore a gentle smile, yet his eyes held the sharp intensity of a general on the battlefield. Chen Feng was forced to shake Yi Fan's hand as media flashes erupted in rapid succession. Thus, through Yi Fan's masterful maneuvering, the Chen family's partnership with him became an established fact. As Chen Feng clasped Yi Fan's hand, the strained smile on his face couldn't mask the seething fury and helplessness within. He knew this moment would become a defining instant in Mo City's business world, and Yi Fan's name would once again be etched into everyone's memory. And he, without a doubt, was the one left with egg on his face in this scene. "Mr. Yi, I must say I'm impressed by your tactics," Chen Feng said through gritted teeth. Yi Fan merely offered a faint smile, its hidden sharpness more piercing than blades. "Mr. Chen, you flatter me. I look forward to our collaboration."
Chapter 122, Today's tactics were truly brilliant.
Under the glare of flashbulbs and the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Feng helplessly became a pawn in Yi Fan's strategic chessboard. With his cold-bloodedness and cunning, Yi Fan once again demonstrated his formidable power in Mo City. Amidst this atmosphere, Shen Lufeng, the super-wealthy tycoon known to everyone present, stood quietly to the side. His gaze remained fixed on Yi Fan, his eyes brimming with respect and loyalty. To outsiders, he was merely the head of a conglomerate. Yet in this moment, he knew his role was simply that of Yi Fan's subordinate and executor of Mr. Ye's directives. After the meeting, Yi Fan made no pause, heading straight for a private club. Shen Lufeng followed closely behind. "Mr. Yi, your tactics today were truly masterful. The Chen family has likely suffered a major setback this time," Shen Lufeng remarked with a smile.
"Young Shen, this is merely the opening act.
Though the Chens possess considerable strength, everyone in the business world knows I, Yi Fan, never shy away from any challenge. This collaboration merely serves to show them that opposing me will only lead to mutual destruction." Yi Fan's voice was calm, yet every word carried an air of unwavering resolve and dominance.
Shen Lufeng nodded. He knew Yi Fan never made empty threats. Every move was a carefully calculated strategy. "So what's our next move?" Shen Lufeng inquired.
Yi Fan paused, gazing out at the nightscape of Mo City. The darkness mirrored his current state of mind, profound and distant. "Next, let the people of Mo City see that the real show has only just begun. I suspect the Chen family won't let this rest. They're bound to make their move. All we need to do is prepare to meet their challenge." Yi Fan murmured softly, a gleam of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Shen Lufeng's eyes burned with intensity upon hearing this. He knew that under Yi Fan's leadership, whether it was the Chen family or any other enemy, they would become nothing more than stepping stones on their path forward.
Deep into the night, Mo City's lights still shone brightly, dazzling like daylight.
In an unassuming luxury club within the city, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng sat in a spacious private room, discussing their upcoming plans in detail.
"Mr. Yi, we've tracked the Chen family's movements in the financial markets. They appear to be planning a large-scale capital operation."
Shen Lufeng handed over a document. Yi Fan took the documents, his eyebrows arching slightly as he scanned the contents. A subtle hint of approval flickered across his face. The Chen family's move this time is indeed quite bold.
It seems they intend to seize control of Mo City's economic lifeline in one fell swoop.
"Mr. Yi, should we take action to stop them before it's too late?"
Shen Lufeng asked cautiously.
Yi Fan set down his documents, his eyes flashing with calculation.
"No rush.
In the market, timing and patience are paramount. We'll observe for a while, identify the right moment, and then make our move." Yi Fan's calmness and depth mirrored the night he was observing. Underlying currents swirled, yet he remained in complete control.
Shen Lufeng understood Yi Fan always acted with caution, each move a decisive strike.
Shen Lufeng nodded, his admiration for Yifan's composure and shrewdness deepening. He knew Yifan had his own plans. Though the Chen family was powerful, they always felt an intangible pressure in Yifan's presence, a barrier that seemed impossible to overcome. As time passed, the Chen family indeed began making frequent moves in the financial markets, just as Yifan had predicted. They engaged in various capital maneuvers, attempting to influence the economic trajectory of Mo City. Yifan, however, seemed to be quietly observing from the shadows, making no obvious moves. Yet none of this escaped Yifan's notice. He had already dispatched his own people to secretly gather intelligence on the Chen family's every move. A week later, at Mo City's most exclusive bar, Yifan hosted a private party accessible only to insiders. The guests, financial titans and martial arts luminaries alike, were all handpicked by Yifan. At the climax of the gathering, Yifan stood at the center, his voice echoing through the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have noticed the Chen family's recent activities in the financial markets. I must say, this could mark a new chapter in Mo City's economic history, or it could be a colossal trap. His words sent ripples of unease through the crowd. The guests exchanged astonished glances, seemingly pondering the deeper meaning behind Yifan's words. Yifan's words held merit. The Chen family could indeed be laying the groundwork for a larger scheme. Yet how could such a plan escape his keen eye? Every person present realized Yifan spoke truth, prompting them to reassess the risks of potential collaboration with the Chen family. Yifan continued, Mo City needs development and capital investment, but what it needs even more is a clear and stable future. I trust each of you here possesses the wisdom to discern genuine opportunities. His words were met with thunderous applause. Yifan's words pierced through the fog of uncertainty in their minds like a ray of light. Amidst the applause and probing glances, a smug smile touched the corners of Yifan's lips. He knew every word he spoke was laying the groundwork for his next move. In this game of finance and power, he had already cast an intricate net, waiting only to pull it tight. Yifan waved his hand, signaling for the music to resume, and the party atmosphere surged once more. Beneath the bustling facade, Yifan quietly slipped away, leading Shen Lufeng into a secret room behind the stage. Shen, execute Plan B. Initiate Phase 2, Yifan ordered in a deep voice, his tone carrying an unquestionable resolve. Shen Lufeng swiftly pulled out his phone, made a few taps, then nodded. Mr. Yi, it's underway. A cold gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. He knew every move the Chen family made in the financial markets was under his surveillance. Plan B was a composite tactic designed to suppress the Chen family through market manipulation and psychological warfare, creating confusion so deep that opponents couldn't discern genuine market trends. Yifan's remarks at the party marked the opening salvo of this psychological warfare, sowing doubt about the Chen family among all attendees. Shen Lufeng's subsequent actions would amplify this effect. Yifan retreated back to the party scene, acting as if nothing had happened, continuing to mingle with the guests. His gaze periodically swept over several key figures, the sharks capable of stirring up waves in Mo City's financial circles. He knew their underhanded maneuvers would ultimately sway the Chen family's decisions. Days later, the Chen family indeed reacted like a roused beast, adopting increasingly aggressive strategies in the market. Stock prices fluctuated wildly, and for a time, Mo City's financial markets were in a state of flux. In his office, Yifan watched the numbers dance across his computer screen in silence. His gaze was as calm as still water, yet the pen in his hand tapped lightly on the paper, like the steady beat of a timer. Mr. Yi, the Chen family has initiated large-scale purchases. The stock price is rebounding. Shen Lufeng reported the latest developments. Chapter 123, Initiating Phase 3 of Plan B. Yifan gave a slight nod before saying flatly, it's time. Initiate Phase 3 of Plan B. Shen Lufeng understood this signaled Yifan's final decisive strike. He couldn't help but admire Yifan's far-sightedness and cool composure. True battles were often decided before the opponent even realized they were at war. Over the following days, the Plan B Yifan had meticulously orchestrated began to unfold. False information flooded the market, driving the Chen family's operations into increasingly reckless territory. Meanwhile, Yifan's capital lay in wait like a lurking cheetah, biding its time for the prey's most vulnerable moment. Finally, on a bright and sunny afternoon, the Chen family sensed something was amiss. Their capital chain began to falter, stock prices plummeted suddenly, and market liquidity seemed to evaporate in an instant. Only then did Yifan truly begin his move. His capital surged into the market like a raging storm, swiftly acquiring the shares the Chen family had desperately dumped after cashing out at high prices. The stock price stabilized and began climbing again. The Chens were thrown into panic. They had believed they controlled the economic lifeline of Mo City, only to find themselves ultimately becoming mere pawns in Yifan's hands. The shifting tides of the stock market seemed entirely within Yifan's grasp. His movements were effortless and composed, without a trace of haste. Chen Dong, the patriarch of the Chen family, sat in his luxurious study, his face as dark as storm clouds. His hands braced against the heavy rosewood desk, his knuckles turning white from the force of his grip. He never imagined Yifan would not only surpass him in strength but also effortlessly defeat him on the financial battlefield. Head of the family, Yi Fan has now fully taken control of the company holding our liquid assets.
The rumors circulating in the market have also put us on the defensive.
A middle-aged man in a suit reported the latest developments with an anxious expression. Chen Dong remained silent for a long moment before finally slamming his fist on the table.
Yi Fan. Good. Very good. Does he truly believe victory is assured? Mobilize the family's hidden funds.
I'll make him understand that the Chen family is no pushover. While the Chen family scrambled to mobilize resources for a last-ditch market struggle, Yi Fan was already relaxing in his private club, raising glasses in easy conversation with several influential figures who held the economic lifeline of Mo City in their hands.
Mr. Yi, that was a masterstroke.
The Chen family must be reeling like a pack of stray dogs now, praised a towering business tycoon. Yi Fan merely smiled faintly, taking a sip from his glass.
Business is business. Mo City's market needs fresh blood.
I'm merely making necessary adjustments. Just then, Shen Lufeng entered from outside and whispered something in his ear. Yi Fan's eyebrows lifted slightly before settling back into composure. He addressed the group, "Gentlemen, it seems tonight we'll not only enjoy fine wine but also witness quite a spectacle unfolding." Almost the moment Yi Fan finished speaking, the club doors burst open. Several bodyguards in black suits entered, followed by a burly middle-aged man striding confidently into the hall. "Chendong.
Yi Fan, your tactics are impressive, but do you truly believe this will crush the Chen family? You underestimate us."
Chen Dong's face was ashen, his tone laced with bitter resentment.
Yi Fan rose to his feet, meeting Chen Dong's gaze with cool, piercing eyes.
"Chen Dong, you've come here in person.
Is this to surrender, or to bid farewell?" Chen Dong gritted his teeth. "Yi Fan, my Chen family has deep roots in Mo City. Do you think a momentary advantage will push us out? Let me tell you, this battle has only just begun."
Yi Fan chuckled, his laughter dripping with contempt.
"Battle? Chen Dong, you're mistaken.
This was never a battle, the outcome was predetermined. You're merely moving each predictable step across my chessboard." As he spoke, Shen Lufeng produced a document and slammed it open on the table. It was densely packed with data on the Chen family's companies and the latest market analysis. Chen Dong's eyes narrowed, a vague sense of foreboding creeping over him. Yi Fan's gaze swept over Chen Dong's face as he coldly declared, "This is your final ultimatum.
All market operations of the Chen family must be fully transferred to my control by tomorrow. Otherwise, what awaits you will be the utter destruction of the Chen family." The tension in the room reached a peak.
Chen Dong stared intently at Yi Fan, his eyes a mix of anger and reluctance. He knew Yi Fan wasn't exaggerating, he truly had the capability to make good on his threat. Finally, his shoulders slumped, a hint of exhaustion and resignation creeping into his voice.
"Fine, Yi Fan. I accept your terms."
Though Chen Dong's voice was low, within the private room of the clubhouse, it struck each person present like a heavy hammer blow to the heart. Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction. His gaze swept over each person present, finally settling on Shen Lufeng.
"Shen, I'm leaving this matter to you.
Remember, give them some dignity, but make it clear that a new era has dawned in Mo City."
Yi Fan's tone brooked no argument.
Shen Lufeng acknowledged the order with a slight smile, signaling his understanding. He then turned, his gaze cold as he addressed Chen Dong. "Head Chen, please."
Chen Dong followed Shen Lufeng out, his expression complex.
He knew that from this moment onward, the Chen family's standing in Mo City would cease to exist.
Yi Fan was the true ruler.
The clubhouse doors closed slowly behind Chen Dong. Yi Fan turned to gaze out the window at Mo City. The city's nightscape resembled a woman's pupils, deep and mysterious.
"Mr. Yi, the Chen family is no longer an issue. But how should we proceed with our plans for Mo City?" A man in a black suit from the Sun family spoke up. He was another of Yi Fan's capable assistants, specializing in intelligence gathering and analysis. "The Sun family?"
Yi Fan's lips curved upward in a faint smile, tinged with amusement. As a martial arts lineage, the Sun family naturally had their own principles to uphold.
"But that's irrelevant.
What matters is whether they violated my rules."
The man nodded, understanding fully.
Since taking control of Mo City, Yi Fan had established a clear boundary, no one was permitted to challenge his authority. As for the Sun family, though a martial arts lineage, they too must maintain reverence before Yi Fan. Within the Sun family residence, the patriarch, Sun Wudi, stood solemnly in the spacious martial arts courtyard, a cold, gleaming sword clenched in his hand.
"Master, a report came from Yi Fan's side. The Chen family has been defeated."
A short, elderly man delivered the news. Sun Wudi gripped the sword hilt tightly, his voice as cold as ice. "The Chen family are nothing but a bunch of greedy merchants."
Their defeat at Yi Fan's hands was only to be expected.
But Yi Fan is no ordinary man. Our Sun family has guarded the martial arts for generations, we cannot be shaken by him so easily. The elder bowed his head, the head of the family is wise.
But how should we deal with Yi Fan?
Our Sun family's martial arts network spans the entire desert city, we're bound to cross paths with him.
Chapter 124, Sun Wudi.
Sun Wudi slowly sheathed his sword, lifting his gaze to the star-studded night sky. Martial arts know no boundaries. Our Sun family has always acted with righteousness. If Yifan merely seeks dominance in the business world, we shall not interfere. But if he dares to violate the fundamental principles of martial arts. Before he could finish, a young figure hurried in, interrupting Sun Wudi. Master, Yifan's men have come looking for us. Sun Wudi's gaze sharpened. He calmly stepped out of the training ground. Take me to meet them. In the Sun family's council hall, Yifan's two representatives had been waiting for some time. They were no ordinary individuals. One was a master strategist specializing in finance, the other Yifan's personal advisor, a martial arts expert. Sun Wudi entered the hall, his gaze darting over them like lightning. What brings Yifan's envoys here? He demanded coldly. The financial strategist spoke first, his voice calm and assured. Head son, Mr. Yifan wishes to invite you to a meeting tomorrow to discuss the future of Mo City. The personal advisor continued. Mr. Yifan values martial arts and respects martial artists. He hopes to establish deeper cooperation with the Sun family. Sun Wudi fell silent for a moment, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Tomorrow, I will personally visit Yifan. Sun Wudi's words echoed through the council chamber. The two representatives exchanged glances, sensing the extraordinary nature of this martial arts clan leader. They responded in unison. Mr. Yi will personally receive you at that time. The next day, as dawn broke, Sun Wudi was already fully prepared. He wore a black martial arts robe, with a seemingly ordinary yet concealed blade at his waist. Under the watchful gaze of numerous Sun family disciples, Sun Wudi set off for the luxurious club where Yifan resided. Meanwhile, within the modern yet elegantly appointed clubhouse, Yifan was discussing a major plan with Shen Lufeng. Shen Lufeng placed a document before Yifan and murmured, Mr. Yi, this concerns the Sun family's recent martial arts capital operations. They appear to be preparing for something significant. Yifan's gaze swept over the documents, yet his expression remained utterly unruffled. His face remained impassive and inscrutable, as if the Sun family's actions had been anticipated all along. No rush, little Shen. Today, I'll have the head of the Sun family tell me personally what they want. Yifan's voice was calm and confident. Just then, a report came from outside the door. Mr. Yi, the head of the Sun family has arrived. Yifan rose to his feet and strode toward the clubhouse reception hall. Shen Lufeng followed closely behind, knowing that the upcoming meeting was nothing more than another game for Yifan. Sun Wudi entered the reception hall to find Yifan already standing there waiting for him. Their gazes locked mid-air, each revealing their sharpness without concealment. Head of the Sun family, you've traveled far. My apologies for not greeting you at the door. Please, take a seat. Yifan's voice remained calm, yet its inherent authority commanded respect. Sun Wudi did not sit immediately. His gaze remained resolute. Yifan, I hear you've been making waves in Mo City lately. Naturally, the Sun family must come and see for ourselves. Yifan merely smiled faintly. Master Sun, you misjudged the situation. I, Yi, have merely done what was required. As for stirring up waves in this city of shifting winds and clouds, it's not something anyone can do simply by wishing for it. Their exchange crackled with tension, thickening the air in the chamber. Yet, at that very moment, Yifan seemed to shift tactics. His voice softened abruptly. Head of the Sun family, I invited you here today with no hidden agenda. Frankly, I have a matter I wish to discuss with your family. Sun Wudi's expression tightened slightly. He knew Yifan was no ordinary man. Every word spoken was likely the result of deep, calculated thought. Oh? What might Mr. Ye's proposal be? Sun Wudi finally sat down, his gaze fixed intently on Yifan. Yifan smiled faintly as he unfolded an exquisitely detailed map of Mo City, marked with red lines indicating several crucial locations. Look. Mo City is vast and rich in resources, yet it remains shackled by outdated ideas and patterns. What I seek is to truly bring prosperity to this city, and martial arts are precisely one component of my plan. Sun Wudi frowned deeply, knowing Yifan's words held profound meaning. Yifan continued, as a martial arts family in Mo City, the Sun family wields profound influence. What I seek is cooperation and mutually beneficial partnership. Sun Wudi's gaze burned like a torch as he scrutinized Yifan, searching for any clues to discern the young man's true intentions behind his composed expression. Yet Yifan remained as inscrutable as a bottomless pool, his inner thoughts impossible to fathom. Mr. Yi, martial arts are no trivial matter. Though Mo City is vast, not everyone can sway its course. Sun Wudi's tone carried an unwavering certainty. Yifan nodded lightly, his gaze fixed intently on Sun Wudi. Head of the Sun family, I understand this well. My plan will not only elevate the Sun family's reputation in martial arts but also bring tremendous economic growth. I'm not here to seek cooperation, but to offer an opportunity. The sharp glint in Sun Wudi's eyes softened slightly. He leaned forward slightly, his fingers touching several points on the map. Mr. Yi, tell me, what is your plan? Yifan took a deep breath before detailing his proposal. He proposed establishing a new martial arts alliance to unite Mo City's major martial families and individual masters, collectively elevating the city's martial prowess. Furthermore, leveraging the Sun family's influence in Mo City, he aimed to attract capital and build a martial arts industry chain from weaponry and equipment to martial herbs and warrior training, creating a comprehensive service ecosystem.
Upon hearing this, Sun Wudi's gaze grew complex.
If Yifan's plan succeeded, it would not only solidify the Sun family's standing in the martial arts world but also bring unprecedented economic gains.
Yet it also meant becoming inextricably linked with Yifan, this enigmatic powerhouse of future fraught with uncertainty. The proposal was undeniably tempting.
Sun Wudi's voice grew low, betraying his inner turmoil.
But I need to know,
Mr. Yi, what exactly do you stand to gain from this entire scheme? A barely perceptible smile touched Yifan's lips.
Head of the Sun family, what I desire is simple, peace and prosperity for Mo City.
Of course, in exchange, I hope the Sun family will support some of my other business ventures.
Yifan's answer plunged Sun Wudi into deep thought. He understood Yifan's intentions ran far deeper than the surface.
Yet he also recognized that Yifan's power and connections represented a formidable asset for the Sun family. Even a martial arts clan could scarcely withstand the turbulent winds of change sweeping across Mo City alone.
Chapter 125, Little Shin, the game in Mo City has only just begun.
After several minutes of silence, Sun Wudi finally spoke. Mr. Yi, I can agree to your proposal, but I need to consult with the family.
Yifan nodded, showing no surprise whatsoever.
This was only natural. Head of the Sun family, I await your favorable response. After seeing Sun Wudi off, Shen Lufeng approached Yifan and whispered, Mr. Yi, do you truly believe the Sun family will agree so easily? Yifan turned, a fleeting sharpness flashing in his eyes.
Little Shin, the game in Mo City has only just begun.
If the Sun family is wise, they'll know which path to choose. With that, Yifan turned and strode deeper into the clubhouse. His steps were steady and powerful, each one seeming to resonate with the very pulse of Mo City's soil. Shen Lufeng watched Yifan's retreating figure, his eyes filled with both respect and apprehension. He understood that Yifan's plan for Mo City was like a meticulously calculated gamble. Every move demanded precision.
Even the slightest misstep could lead to total collapse.
Days later, the night sky over Mo City was as dark as ink, the city lights just beginning to twinkle. Yifan stood atop a skyscraper, surveying the entire city as light and shadow danced in his eyes. Just then, Shen Lufeng hurried over, a barely perceptible tension on his face.
Mr. Yi, the Sun family has responded.
Yifan turned, his expression calm.
Oh? What did the head of the Sun family say?
Shen Lufeng replied, the Sun family is willing to join the alliance, but they have one condition. Yifan waved him off gently. I anticipated their conditions.
What do they want?
Shen Lufeng paused.
The Sun family wants control over the alliance and demands a larger share in the martial arts industry chain.
A faint smile touched Yifan's lips. They certainly know how to make demands.
Since the head of the Sun family has agreed, it means they've been lured by tangible benefits. This battle over dominance and profit distribution is merely the opening gambit.
Shen Lufeng pondered thoughtfully.
How does Mr. Yi intend to respond?
Yifan's gaze hardened. Now that they'd entered the game, they wouldn't be able to leave so easily. Tell Sun Wudi, control of the alliance is negotiable, but it must be decided by a vote within the alliance itself. As for profit distribution, it can be determined based on each member's contribution and strength within the alliance. But these are secondary matters. I want to see if the Sun family will show greater ambition when faced with the bigger picture. Shen Lufeng understood Yifan's meaning.
Mr. Yi, are you testing the Sun family?
Yifan gave a slight nod.
Not merely a test, it's also a form of guidance. If the Sun family commits wholeheartedly, they would undoubtedly become a formidable ally for us.
If they become overly greedy, it only proves they haven't grasped the reality of the situation. Days later, news of the alliance spread among Mo City's major clans and martial experts, sending shockwaves through the entire martial arts world.
As the first major family to respond, the Sun family undoubtedly gained further prestige in everyone's eyes.
Yet they understood that Yifan was orchestrating everything behind the scenes.
Shen Lufeng, following Yifan's instructions, approached Sun Wudi to convey Yifan's position.
A fleeting, almost imperceptible gleam of sharpness flashed in Sun Wudi's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he responded with the authority befitting a sect leader. Tell Mr. Yi that the Sun family understands the importance of the greater good. We are willing to abide by his rules. All of this had been anticipated by Yifan. He was not only a prominent figure in Mo City but also the very architect of its rules. He knew Sun Wudi would agree, for the Sun family also craved a place in Mo City's future landscape. News of the Sun family's response swiftly spread throughout Mo City. While other clans and martial arts masters held Yifan in awe, they each began calculating their own interests. They began frequent contacts and covert alliances, seeking to carve out a position within the grand scheme Yifan was constructing. But lacking Yifan's vision and audacity, they remained mere pawns on the vast chessboard of Mo City. Amidst this turbulent upheaval, an unusual commotion erupted from a small martial arts academy on the very outskirts of Mo City.
A young martial arts expert, his face set in a cold, stern expression, challenged the entire academy single-handedly. The young man's prowess was astonishing. He effortlessly defeated the academy's numerous masters. This minor challenge swiftly became the hottest topic in Mo City's martial arts circles. Soon, the name of this young martial arts prodigy reached Yifan's ears. His name was Lin Feng. During a conversation with Shen Lufeng, Yifan mentioned Lin Feng. "Little Shen, how much do you know about this Lin Feng?" Shen Lufeng shook his head. "Only that he's a rising star who appeared recently, with a mysterious background and formidable strength. He's highly regarded in martial circles and seems to have some extraordinary status." Yifan smiled faintly. "Interesting. Another talent has arrived in Mo City. Keep a close eye on him. I want to see how far he can go in this game." Just then, a private banquet hosted by Sun Wuti brought Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and several other powerful figures from Mo City together. At the banquet, Sun Wuti displayed obvious deference toward Yifan, sparking speculation among the other guests about what agreement had been reached between Yifan and the Sun family. At the banquet's climax, Sun Wuti suddenly proposed hosting a grand martial arts tournament in Mo City to showcase warriors' prowess. Even more astonishingly, he expressed his hope that Yifan would serve as the honorary chairman of this tournament. Yifan remained impassive, responding only with a faint smile. "The head of the Sun family has an interesting proposal. However, might such a gathering invite unnecessary trouble? After all, displays of power often bring unforeseen consequences." Sun Wuti paused briefly before his eyes lit up with understanding. "I see what you mean, Mr. Yi. However, this also presents an opportunity to reshuffle the entire martial arts world of Mo City." Yifan nodded lightly, his gaze deepening. "Very well. Let us hold a martial arts tournament and see just how many hidden talents Mo City truly harbors." News of the tournament swept through Mo City like a whirlwind, setting the martial arts world ablaze. From the young talents of martial arts schools to seasoned masters, from hidden clan heirs to wandering ranger hermits, all factions eagerly expressed their desire to participate. Yifan, the man nominated as honorary chairman, became the focal point of everyone's discussions. Under Sun Wuti's meticulous planning, the scale and prestige of the tournament rapidly escalated. Yifan understood Sun Wuti's intentions to select allies and demonstrate strength, yet he welcomed the development. The order of Mo City needed a shake-up, and this tournament was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity. In the days leading up to the tournament, Yifan held consecutive private meetings with several key figures in the martial arts world. These meetings were held behind closed doors, with not a word leaked to the outside world. Yet afterward, the looks in these martial arts masters' eyes betrayed shock and awe. Clearly, Yifan was not merely the nominal chairman, his influence had penetrated deep into the very core of Mo City's martial arts community. Yifan and Shen Lufeng discussed the tournament's details in a luxurious office. Shen Lufeng presented a list. "Mr. Yi, this is the roster of confirmed martial artists for the tournament. Several possess extraordinary strength and may emerge as dark horses." Chapter 126, Surface Strength is merely the tip of the iceberg. Yifan took the list, his gaze darting like lightning across each name. He was no stranger to these martial artists from various factions. His information network spanned every corner of Mo City. Yet he understood all too well that in such a tournament, surface strength was merely the tip of the iceberg. What lay hidden beneath was far more significant. Indeed, several of these individuals would prove worthy opponents. Yifan's voice was cool and confident. Yet, regardless of who emerged as the dark horse, their true worth would ultimately be measured by whether they could withstand the real pressure on the arena. Shen Lufeng gave a slight nod. He understood Mr. Yi's capabilities and knew his perspective always reached further and deeper. Pressing his lips together, he added, "Mr. Yi, regarding security for the tournament, I've arranged for the most elite security team. Both the matches inside the arena and the order outside will be handled properly." Yifan gently set down the list. His gaze drifted through the window, settling on the bustling martial arts arena in the distance. The grand scheme of Mo City demanded a major shakeup. Sun Wuti wanted to use this opportunity to establish his authority. So be it. But the ultimate victor will depend on our arrangements. "Mr. Yi, what is your plan?" Shen Lufeng inquired. "The plan is simple," Yifan replied, a playful smile curling his lips. "Control the situation. Find opportunities in every potential chaos. Then, strike." The night before the grand assembly commenced, Yifan was far from idle. He met with several key figures in the martial arts world, local masters from Mo City and visiting martial arts experts alike. After their private discussions with Yifan, each bore an expression brimming with anticipation for the upcoming tournament. The night sky over Mo City shone even brighter, reflecting the excitement building for the upcoming tournament. On the day of the tournament, as the sun rose, Yifan arrived at the arena early. As the honorary chairman, his seat occupied the central position on the main platform, with Shen Lufeng seated to his right. Their arrival immediately caused a stir among the spectators. The tournament rules were straightforward, a challenge system where the victor could choose to continue challenging or take a break. Yet all eyes were fixed on the arrival of one man, Lin Feng.
When Lin Feng stepped onto the stage, his composed demeanor and the subtle sharpness radiating from him instantly silenced the crowd. His arrival was like a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake, sending out ever-widening ripples. The match commenced, pitting Lin Feng against a middle-aged martial artist well regarded in Mo City. Initially, spectators anticipated a fierce battle, but Lin Feng dispatched his opponent with just a few simple moves. This was not merely a display of strength, but a supreme demonstration of dominance.
Xiao Shen, it seems this Lin Feng is indeed a formidable opponent, Yi Fan remarked, his eyes gleaming with an unreadable expression. Mr. Yi, should I intervene?
Shen Lufeng leaned forward slightly, asking in a low voice. Yi Fan shook his head slightly.
No. Our task is to make him the focal point of the tournament.
The stronger he appears, the more striking the effect when we finally settle the situation.
Following Lin Feng's match, a series of spectacular duels unfolded.
Yi Fan watched the fierce battles below the stage, yet his mind was occupied with deeper strategic calculations. The skies over Mo City, much like the strategy unfolding in Yi Fan's mind, gradually grew deep and unfathomable. As the tournament progressed, Lin Feng's name swept through Mo City like a whirlwind. Everyone who mentioned him did so with a mix of awe and curiosity. Each of Lin Feng's matches seemed to redefine what it meant to be a true martial arts powerhouse. Yet amidst the crowd's cheers, Yi Fan's face remained serene.
He knew this tournament was merely the opening move of a larger game.
His true adversaries weren't the martial artists on the field, but the shadowy forces watching from the shadows. The martial arts world of Mo City was controlled by several major families, the Sun family being just one of them. Though Sun Wudi, the head of the Sun family, radiated overwhelming dominance, Yi Fan understood that the true adversaries in this tournament were the leaders of the other major families lurking in the shadows, observing from behind the scenes. As the matches progressed, Lin Feng's opponents grew increasingly formidable. Yet without exception, each fell to his ferocious onslaught. Yi Fan noticed that whenever Lin Feng won a match, a fleeting, almost imperceptible shadow of gloom would cross Sun Wudi's face. The tournament reached its climax, with Lin Feng's matches becoming the most captivating focal point. The audience went wild, while Mo City's major clans intensified their covert investigations into Lin Feng, attempting to uncover the secrets behind this dark horse. At that moment, Yi Fan murmured to Shen Lufeng, "It's time to show them what true shock is." Shen Lufeng understood Yi Fan's meaning.
He smiled and nodded before leaving the VIP platform, disappearing into the crowd.
Immediately after, the tournament proceeded to its next segment, featuring a top-tier expert from the Sun family. This was an unexpected development. As per the original plan, this expert was scheduled to appear in a later duel. This change signaled that the Sun family had grown impatient and intended to strike hard immediately. The expert's name was Sun Jintian, the personal nephew of Sun Wudi and the Sun family's most promising prodigy with the potential to ascend to higher martial realms.
Sun Jintian's opponent was now changed to Lin Feng.
As the two stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Sun Jintian appeared clad in a black martial arts uniform, exuding an aura of unfathomable depth. Lin Feng remained composed, his eyes showing not a ripple of emotion.
"Come on," Sun Jintian said coldly.
"Let me see if you have what it takes to be a worthy opponent of the Sun family."
Lin Feng offered no reply, standing silently as if awaiting his opponent's attack. The moment the battle commenced, the entire arena fell into silence.
Sun Jintian lunged forward with such blinding speed that his figure blurred beyond recognition. Yet, the instant he was about to touch Lin Feng moved. His movement was concise, yet it contained astonishing power. Amidst the gasps of the audience, Sun Jintian was hurled backward as if by a colossal force, slamming hard into the ring's guardrail, his face frozen in utter disbelief. Yi Fan took a leisurely sip of tea from his seat in the stands, his gaze serene. His plan was unfolding precisely as intended. Sun Jintian scrambled to his feet, his eyes blazing with fierce fighting spirit. "Good. Very good. You finally made me feel truly excited." The moment Sun Jintian's words fell, the air above the ring seemed to solidify. Every spectator's gaze converged on the two combatants. Lin Feng's expression remained as cool and composed as ever, as if his earlier outburst had been nothing more than a fleeting interlude in his long martial arts journey. Sun Jintian adjusted his stance, his next assault even more ferocious.
Chapter 127, All According to Plan.
Each punch he threw whipped through the air with a sharp whistle, as if his sheer force were tearing through the very fabric of the atmosphere. Lin Feng, however, continued his simple evasions and counterattacks, each strike landing precisely on Sun Jintian's vital points. Off the field, Yi Fan gave a slight nod, seemingly satisfied with Lin Feng's performance. His plan wasn't merely to make Lin Feng the center of attention, more importantly, through Lin Feng, he aimed to probe the true capabilities of the Sun family and the other clans. After several rounds, Sun Jintian finally realized that this opponent was far beyond any of the challengers he had easily defeated before. Lin Feng carried an oppressive aura, the true presence of a master, a realm Sun Jintian rarely encountered even within his own family. As the battle progressed, Sun Jintian gradually found himself on the defensive. His attacks grew increasingly desperate, while Lin Feng, like a seasoned teacher, continued to deliver blows and lessons. Finally, after a near-perfect counterattack, Lin Feng delivered a light palm strike that sent Sun Jintian flying over the edge of the arena. Sun Jintian's face was deathly pale, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. Yet, his eyes shone with an unusual light, a recognition of strength and a yearning to push his own limits.
A brief silence fell over the arena, followed by thunderous applause and cheers.
Lin Feng quietly stepped aside, showing no sign of celebration, as if everything he had just done was merely routine. Yi Fan rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the arena before turning to leave the spectator seats.
He knew more challengers would come for Lin Feng, and the Sun family wouldn't let this rest. But all of this was within his plan. Shortly after Yi Fan departed, Shen Lufeng appeared silently by his side. The two walked through the streets of Mo City like old friends. "Mr. Yi, what should we do next?" Shen Lufeng inquired.
Yi Fan smiled faintly. "Next, we'll see the true strength of these families.
Let them expose themselves."
Lin Feng was merely the beginning. The real game has only just begun. Shen Lufeng nodded, placing unwavering trust in Yi Fan's words.
He knew Yi Fan never acted without certainty, each step meticulously planned. This performance was merely the opening act. "Shen, prepare a banquet next. Say it's to celebrate Lin Feng's victory. The venue will be Tsuiyun Tower in the eastern part of the city, scheduled for tomorrow evening. I want everyone to attend."
Yi Fan's voice carried a hint of amusement. A sharp gleam flashed in Shen Lufeng's eyes. He understood Yi Fan was setting a trap.
"Understood, Mr. Yi. I'll handle it perfectly."
Yi Fan smiled faintly, patted Shen Lufeng on the shoulder, and turned to leave. His goal was to maintain control throughout this game, ensuring all opponents moved only on his chessboard. Tsuiyun Tower, one of Mo City's premier luxury venues, was a frequent gathering place for the powerful and privileged. Tomorrow night's banquet would naturally draw significant attention. Shen Lufeng knew this was Yi Fan's signal to intimidate other families and a test to gauge how many would defect to the Sun family at this critical juncture. News of the banquet swiftly spread through Mo City's upper echelons, with major clans speculating on the meaning behind this sudden gathering. The Sun family, as one of Mo City's martial arts clans, naturally received word as well. Sun Wudi sat in the seat of honor in the Sun family's main hall, his brow furrowed.
What was Yi Fan up to? Was this merely to celebrate a minor victory?
The clan elder beside him shook his head. "Master, Yi Fan is a man of unfathomable depth.
His actions never follow conventional logic. This banquet is likely no simple affair."
A cold gleam flashed in Sun Wudi's eyes. "Whatever his plans may be, our Sun family must attend.
It could be an opportunity, or it could be a trap. Either way, we must attend."
Meanwhile, Yi Fan's attention wasn't focused on the impending banquet. He had more pressing matters to attend to. In his private club, Yi Fan was engaged in a confidential discussion with a mysterious figure.
This figure was cloaked entirely in black from head to toe.
His arrival went unnoticed by everyone, not even Shen Lufeng had sensed his presence.
Everything was proceeding according to plan.
Yi Fan's voice was low and confident. The mysterious figure's voice emerged from beneath the cloak, low and hoarse. "Are you certain the Sun family will take the bait?"
"Absolutely."
Yi Fan rose to his feet and walked to the window, gazing out at the bustling nightscape of Mo City. Though the Sun family was powerful, it was precisely because of this that they would never pass up an opportunity to demonstrate their strength. They would come, and they would come with everything they had. The cloaked figure said nothing more. He rose slowly, an aura emanating from him that made even Yi Fan pause slightly.
"Then, I'll handle everything. At the banquet, the Sun family will give you a satisfactory answer, no matter what."
The cloaked figure gradually faded into the shadows, as if he had never been there at all. Yi Fan turned, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. He knew this game was only just beginning to get interesting.
On the night of the banquet, Tsuiyun Tower glowed with brilliant lights, radiant and dazzling.
Luxury vehicles pulled up one after another before the building as Mo City's elite and dignitaries stepped out.
Their faces bore warm smiles, yet their eyes betrayed hidden calculation and scrutiny.
Shen Lufeng stood ready at the entrance, warmly and courteously ushering each arriving guest into the banquet hall.
Though a super wealthy tycoon, here he primarily served as Yi Fan's assistant. The atmosphere inside was electric.
As drinks circulated, the clamor of laughter nearly drowned out the background music. Guests harbored their own thoughts, exchanging glances and glancing around as if searching for someone's presence. The arrival of the Sun family became the climax. The moment Sun Wudi appeared, the entire scene seemed to fall silent for a brief instant. Accompanying him were several martial arts masters from the Sun family, each step they took radiating steadiness and authority. Shen Lufeng stepped forward to greet them, his face bearing a respectful smile, though beneath it lay a hint of anticipation for the spectacle to come. "Head of the Sun family, your presence truly elevates tonight's banquet," Shen Lufeng said, bowing his hands.
Sun Wudi nodded, his expression unreadable. "Mr. Shen, you flatter me.
I came tonight to witness the legendary Yi Fan." At that moment, all eyes suddenly turned toward the entrance.
Yi Fan, the most enigmatic man in Mo City, entered at a leisurely pace.
His stature was imposing, his stride deliberate, each step steady and powerful.
Chapter 128, was my banquet tonight to your satisfaction?
Not a trace of a smile touched his lips, his gaze deep and unfathomable, like an abyss that could pierce the soul. The atmosphere in the entire hall froze at Yifan's arrival, followed by an even more fervent buzz of conversation. They discussed this enigmatic man, trying to glean information from his every gesture. Yifan walked straight toward Sun Wuti, his expression calm and composed, as if everyone else in the room were invisible.
Mr. Sun, he inquired, I wonder if you found my banquet this evening to your liking?
His tone held neither hostility nor warmth, as if he were inquiring about the most ordinary of matters. Sun Wuti fixed his gaze on Yifan, searching his face for any hint of intent. Yifan, you've hosted a splendid banquet.
But I must ask, what exactly is your purpose?
Yifan smiled faintly, then turned to signal a waiter to bring 2 glasses of wine, offering one to Sun Wuti.
Drink. Sun Wuti accepted the cup but did not drink immediately.
He knew Yifan was no simple man, and everything tonight held deeper meaning.
Yifan took a sip of wine before speaking slowly. Head of the Sun family, you and I both understand that the situation in Mo City is constantly shifting.
Tonight, I simply wish to remind everyone that this city is not solely under the Sun family's control. The moment these words left his mouth, the room fell silent, followed by low murmurs.
Complex expressions flashed across every face. Was Yifan challenging the Sun family's authority?
A sharp gleam flashed in Sun Wuti's eyes as he grasped Yifan's intent. A cold smile curled his lips.
Yifan, do you think you have the qualifications?
Yifan slowly set down his wine cup. His gaze swept over Sun Wuti and every person present, finally settling on Sun Wuti. He spoke calmly, qualifications have always been decided by fists.
As the words fell, an invisible current began to stir within Suiyun Tower, the tense atmosphere intensifying. Everyone knew tonight might change the winds of Mo City.
The air within Suiyun Pavilion seemed to freeze, and the guests' breathing grew faint. Yifan's words exploded like a bombshell at the heart of the banquet, sending shockwaves rippling through the room.
The smile on Sun Wuti's face gradually faded.
He stared coldly at Yifan, his aura beginning to gather around him.
Yifan, do you really think that with the meager power behind you, you can stir up trouble in Mo City?
Yifan remained expressionless, his gaze as sharp as a blade.
Head of the Sun family, the measure of power isn't spoken, it's demonstrated.
The other guests at the banquet had long since retreated to the sidelines. They knew tonight's protagonists were solely Yifan and Sun Wuti, while they were merely supporting characters. Suddenly, a flash of sword light streaked through the emerald-clouded hall. A martial arts expert from the Sun family thrust a sword toward Yifan. The sword's aura was fierce, its edge cold as ice, slicing the air as if splitting it in two. Yet Yifan merely smiled lightly. With a slight shift of his body, he effortlessly evaded the deadly strike. His movement appeared simple, yet everyone could see the astonishing speed and agility it contained. The Sun family's swordsmanship is nothing special. Yifan spoke indifferently, his words like invisible blades striking directly at the Sun family's weak point. The Sun family members present turned ashen-faced, their pride challenged like never before. As a martial arts clan of Mo City, the Suns had always prided themselves on their swordsmanship. Yet now, before everyone's eyes, Yifan had treated them with utter contempt. Sun Wuti's brow furrowed deeply. He understood that tonight's events had spiraled completely beyond his expectations. Yifan's strength far exceeded his expectations, and for the first time, Sun Wuti felt genuine pressure before an audience. Yifan, don't even think you can shake the Sun family's standing in Mo City by yourself. Sun Wuti said in a deep voice, his tone carrying an unquestionable resolve.
Head of the Sun family, I never intended to undermine anything.
I am merely doing what I must. Yifan's voice was as calm as still water, yet each word struck the hearts of the assembled guests like a heavy hammer. At that moment, Shen Lufeng stepped forward slowly. Standing beside Yifan, he faced Sun Wuti and the Sun family's experts, his voice calm yet firm. Head of the Sun family, Mr. Ye's intention tonight is simple to declare one thing. In Mo City, there still exists someone like Yifan.
Sun Wuti's pupils contracted slightly. He now realized Yifan was no unknown quantity. He was an adversary the Sun family must take seriously. Tonight's events would force the Sun family to reassess the influence of this enigmatic figure.
In that case, Sun Wuti waved his hand, signaling his men to stand down. Tonight we shall see which will shake Mo City more profoundly, the presence of Yifan, or the standing of the Sun family.
Yifan nodded, accepting this unspoken challenge.
Very well, head of the Sun family. I look forward to our exchange. Tension thickened once more as every present spectator fixed their gaze upon these two masters. They knew this was not merely a contest of strength, but a test of the future power dynamics within Mo City. Sun Wuti took a deep breath. The warriors behind him instinctively stepped back several paces, clearing a space for combat. His gaze locked onto Yifan, eyes flashing with a sharp intensity, the calm of a predator surveying its prey. Yifan, since you insist on this, let me see what you're truly capable of. Sun Wuti's voice was deep, carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. Yifan offered a faint smile, uttering no words. He simply loosened the buttons of his collar with a relaxed ease. This gesture seemed to declare to all present that even facing an opponent like the Sun family head, he held no fear whatsoever. Shen Lufeng stood nearby, his expression serene, yet his gaze was as sharp as a sword, fixed intently on Sun Wudi's every move. He knew his boss, Yi Fan, never acted without certainty. As the battle was about to commence, the surrounding spectators instinctively retreated to a safer distance, leaving ample space for the two masters. Sun Wudi slowly drew his long sword first. Its blade glowed with a faint, chilling light, as if foretelling an earth-shattering battle to come. Yi Fan, however, stood with his hands slightly open, appearing completely unguarded. But all who understood martial arts knew that such a relaxed posture often concealed the most terrifying explosive power.
Come, Yi Fan uttered two words, calmly yet resonant as morning bells and evening drums, echoing through the crowd. Without hesitation, Sun Wudi lunged forward in a flash. The sword tip aimed straight for Yi Fan's throat, its speed dizzyingly fast. But Yi Fan merely shifted his stance to the side, as effortlessly as water flowing around a rock, easily evading the deadly strike. Chapter 129, What Power?
In response, Yi Fan countered with a back fist punch. The wind whistled around his fist. Though devoid of any flashy techniques, it contained astonishing power. Sun Wudi hastily raised his sword to block, yet the sheer force of the punch sent him staggering back several steps, his expression shifting slightly. A gasp erupted from the surrounding crowd. They hadn't expected Yi Fan's strength to be so immense that it could actually force Sun Wudi back.
What incredible power, someone couldn't help but exclaim. After regaining his footing, the shock on Sun Wudi's face gradually faded, replaced by an even more intense fighting spirit. He understood that today's opponent was no ordinary foe. He would have to unleash his full strength. The battle intensified. Sun Wudi's sword techniques grew increasingly fierce, his blade striking like a torrential downpour. Yet Yi Fan always managed to evade at the last possible moment, sometimes even counterattacking mid-dodge, forcing Sun Wudi into a defensive position. Time ticked by, and their battle had already lasted half an hour. Yet Yi Fan still appeared effortlessly composed, while Sun Wudi was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Just then, Yi Fan suddenly spun on his heel, his feet moving like the wind. His fist struck like a thunderbolt, aiming directly for Sun Wudi's chest. The punch was lightning fast, leaving Sun Wudi no time to react.
He could only instinctively raise his sword to block. However, Yi Fan's power far exceeded Sun Wudi's expectations. The blow sent Sun Wudi's sword flying, and Yi Fan's fist followed like a bamboo-splitting force, slamming heavily into Sun Wudi's chest. Sun Wudi flew backward as if struck by a sledgehammer, crashing heavily to the ground.
For a moment, he couldn't even get up. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them.
Sun Wudi, the head of the Mo City martial arts clan, had been knocked flying by a single punch from Yi Fan. Such a display of power exceeded everyone's expectations. Sun Wudi struggled to his feet, his chest visibly caved in from the severe injury. Yet his eyes burned with an unyielding fighting spirit. He knew that if Yi Fan defeated him in front of so many people today, the Sun family's prestige in Mo City would plummet. Yi Fan, you've got some skills, Sun Wudi gritted out, his voice laced with pain and fury. Yi Fan stared at him expressionlessly, his voice calm. Head of the Sun family, you chose this path. Today, you must see it through to the end. The crowd murmured in astonishment. They hadn't expected Yi Fan to not only possess formidable martial prowess but also completely overpower Sun Wudi in sheer presence. At that moment, Shen Lufeng quietly approached Yi Fan and whispered, Mr. Yi, today's events will likely leave the Sun family with no peaceful resolution. Yi Fan gave a slight nod and replied calmly, Young Shen, since they've chosen this path, they must be prepared to see it through to the bitter end. Sun Wudi struggled to steady himself. He knew victory was unlikely today, yet he refused to concede. He drew a deep breath, channeling his inner energy to its peak. His entire being seemed transformed, his aura surging once more. Yet Yi Fan seemed utterly unfazed, standing there calmly like an immovable mountain. Yi Fan, you've made me lose face. You'll pay the price. Sun Wudi roared, his form darting toward Yi Fan like lightning. This time, he held nothing back, channeling every ounce of his inner strength into his fist. Yi Fan merely shifted his stance slightly, effortlessly evading Sun Wudi's strike. Then, with a light leap, his form drifted like a floating leaf, appearing seamlessly behind Sun Wudi.
A palm gently tapped the back of Sun Wudi's spine.
The palm strike appeared gentle, yet concealed immense power. Sun Wudi felt as though struck by a tidal wave, sent flying across the arena and crashing heavily against its edge, collapsing unconscious once more.
In the ensuing silence, Shen Lufeng couldn't help but marvel, Mr. Yi's martial arts truly reached the pinnacle. Yi Fan offered no reply.
He turned, his gaze sweeping coldly over every person present.
Today's events end here. I, Yi Fan, never bully the innocent. But if anyone chooses to be ungrateful, I won't hesitate to teach them another lesson. His words struck like a thunderbolt, instantly calming the tense atmosphere. Everyone felt Yi Fan's overwhelming presence and decisive nature, their breathing instinctively becoming quieter. In that moment, everyone in Mo City realized a truth, Yi Fan, this name would become Mo City's new legend. As for the Sun family, they might merely be a minor footnote in his legendary life.
The other Sun family masters, watching Sun Woody writhing in agony on the ground, dared not make a single move. Everything that had transpired tonight would become an eternal pain in their hearts. In their eyes, this was not merely a contest of strength, but a display of ultimate trump cards. They had believed themselves standing atop the pinnacle, overlooking everything, yet Yifan's emergence had utterly shattered all their calculations. Yifan walked lightly to Sun Woody's side, looking down at his trembling form. His eyes held no trace of pity, only icy clarity.
Sun Woody, don't you think that name is a bit too arrogant?
Yifan's voice was not loud, yet it pierced like the winter wind, cutting straight to the heart. Sun Woody lifted his head, his eyes flickering with resentment and hatred, but more than anything, they were filled with terror. Yifan, you may have won today, but don't forget Nemo City has many more eyes watching you. Yifan smiled, a smile as cold as ice. Let them watch.
I, Yifan, have never feared an audience when I do my work.
He turned to the surrounding crowd, his voice booming like thunder. If anyone here feels dissatisfied today, step forward. From this day forward, Nemo City will no longer be ruled by the Sun family.
It will be ruled by strength. Not a single voice answered. The night in Nemo City seemed to take on Yifan's color dark and mysterious. The Sun family members hung their heads in defeat. Their arrogance and domineering ways proved utterly worthless against Yifan's iron fist. Shen Lufeng stood by, his eyes brimming with admiration. This was the Yifan he knew. He scorned power and influence, showed no mercy to his enemies, yet held an inexplicable trust and tolerance for his men. Let's go, little Shen.
Yifan slapped Shen Lufeng on the shoulder.
We've put on enough of a show for today. Let's grab a drink.
The two walked side by side out of the venue. Among the crowd left behind, murmurs gradually rose, their focus centered on one man, Yifan.
Tonight, he had reshaped the power landscape of Nemo City with his own strength.
After Yifan and Shen Lufeng departed, someone from the Sun family finally dared to lift Sun Woody.
The expression on the old patriarch's face was intensely complex.
Tonight's humiliation was an indelible mark for the Sun family, who had always prided themselves on their strength.
Chapter 130, What countermeasures will the Sun family take? Sun Woody, having learned from his bitter experience, finally recognized his mistake.
He knew challenging Yifan had been a grave mistake, yet he understood this was merely the beginning. He needed to reassess Yifan's strength and forge a new path for the Sun family.
This night marked a turning point for the Sun family.
For the other powers in Nemo City, however, it was a new shock. Yifan's name was etched into everyone's mind like a brand new emblem. Yifan and Shen Lufeng entered an upscale bar, one of Shen Lufeng's ventures in Nemo City. The establishment's design was opulent yet tasteful, its nighttime lighting making it particularly dazzling. Bring 2 bottles of the finest liquor, Shen Lufeng instructed the manager. For them, this was the ultimate celebration. The manager nodded knowingly and hurried off to prepare. Shen Lufeng turned to Yifan. Mr. Yi, you truly stunned all of Nemo City tonight.
Aren't you concerned about the Sun family's retaliation?
Yifan lifted his glass, took a sip, and replied calmly, the Sun family will retaliate, that's certain. But they must carefully consider whether they can bear the cost of a second defeat. In the bar, as the lights began to twinkle, Yifan's words cut through the night air like a thunderclap. Shen Lufeng smiled faintly upon hearing them, his respect for Yifan deepening threefold. Soon, the bar manager cautiously presented 2 bottles of vintage red wine, the establishment's prized treasures, reserved exclusively for distinguished guests. As their glasses clinked, the 2 men exchanged a knowing smile. Shen Lufeng understood that this simple toast signified Yifan's position in Nemo City was now as solid as a rock. Yifan's gaze seemed to pierce through the night, seeing the shifting winds of the future.
Shen, he said, Nemo City's waters run deep. The Sun family is merely a ripple on the surface. The real big fish haven't surfaced yet.
A sharp gleam flashed in Shen Lufeng's eyes.
Mr. Yi means there are even greater forces at play? Exactly. Yifan nodded. Behind Mo City, there are forces at work we know nothing about. The Sun family is merely a pawn. The true chess master remains unseen.
The atmosphere in the bar grew heavier. Both men understood tonight's victory was merely the beginning. The real contest lay ahead. Just then, the bar doors swung open, and a group of men in sharp suits entered. Leading them was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary presence. His gaze swept across the bar before settling firmly on Yifan.
Mr. Yifan, we represent the Nemo City Chamber of Commerce.
We heard of your remarkable display tonight and have come to offer our congratulations, the middle-aged man said with a smile, though his eyes betrayed a probing intensity. Yifan gave a slight nod, his expression unreadable. Members of the chamber, you've arrived at just the right moment. The chamber members didn't respond immediately, instead surveying the surroundings with obvious interest in the bar itself.
Shen Lufeng watched quietly from the side.
He knew Yifan wouldn't let these people easily see through him. What does Mr. Yi mean? The middle-aged man tentatively asked. Yifan slowly swirled his wine glass, his tone detached. Nemo City may be vast, but few can sit down and drink with me. If you're here merely to offer congratulations, I'll raise a toast to you. But if you have other intentions, I advise you to abandon them sooner rather than later. The middle-aged man's smile remained unchanged, but he said nothing more. He understood Yi Fan's meaning was perfectly clear. Shen Lufeng stood up and handed the middle-aged man a business card. If the Chamber of Commerce ever needs any assistance, don't hesitate to reach out. The middle-aged man took the card, gave Shen Lufeng a long, meaningful look, then led his men away. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng exchanged a knowing smile. Both understood that tonight was merely the opening act, the real show was yet to come. As the night deepened and the bar's patrons gradually thinned out, Yi Fan and Shen Luofeng remained seated, as if waiting for something. A hint of worry flickered in Shen Lufeng's eyes.
Mr. Yi, which faction in Mo City do you think they belong to?
Yi Fan gazed up at the night sky, lost in thought.
No rush. On my chessboard, everyone must play by my rules. As they spoke, the sound of urgent vehicle engines roared outside. Accompanied by hurried footsteps, the bar door swung open once more. A group of agile young men and women entered. Their attire differed from the regular patrons. Each carried an air of confidence, their eyes gleaming with sharpness, clearly no ordinary individuals. Leading the group was a young man with handsome features and a tall, imposing frame. The moment he entered, his gaze locked onto Yi Fan, and he strode forward with unwavering determination. Yi Fan, I'm Lu Feiyang from the Wind and Cloud List. I've heard about tonight's incident.
I'm here on behalf of our friends on the list.
Lu Feiyang's voice carried an air of unshakable confidence. The Wind and Cloud List comprised the cream of Mo City's young generation, an independent faction untethered by traditional powers, each member boasting formidable backgrounds and abilities.
Shen Lufeng glanced nervously at Yi Fan, seemingly awaiting instructions. Yi Fan, however, remained unhurried.
He slowly set down his wineglass, rose to his feet, and fixed Lu Feiyang with a piercing stare.
Lu Feiyang, the Wind and Cloud rankings are indeed renowned, but before me, your titles mean nothing. If you're here tonight for the Sun family, I advise you to reconsider. Yi Fan's voice was icy, each word carrying an air of unquestionable authority.
Lu Feiyang raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Yi Fan's directness.
The expressions of those behind him shifted, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled.
Yi Fan, you've misunderstood. We're not here for the Sun family tonight.
We simply wish to see for ourselves what the legendary Yi Fan is made of. Yi Fan chuckled softly. This was the kind of game he enjoyed. He motioned for Shen Lufeng to pass over 2 fresh bottles of red wine.
In that case, please sit.
Tonight, we won't discuss martial world grudges, only the camaraderie of brothers.
Lu Feiyang and his companions exchanged glances, but eventually sat down as the atmosphere gradually relaxed.
After 3 rounds of wine, Yi Fan and Lu Feiyang were chatting and laughing as if they were old friends. Yet Yi Fan knew well that though the Wind and Cloud List hadn't explicitly stated it tonight, their arrival was undoubtedly tied to the shifting power dynamics in Mo City. The Wind and Cloud List's stance might well prove pivotal in the shifting tides of Mo City's future.
As the night deepened, Lu Feiyang and his friends eventually departed. Yet Yi Fan knew this night marked only the beginning of Mo City's story.
He and Shen Lufeng returned to the top floor of the private club Yi Fan's secret base in Mo City.
Overlooking the bustling city, its lights shone brightly, yet they couldn't compare to the starlight twinkling in his eyes.
Shen, Yi Fan inquired, twirling a silver lighter in his hand, its smooth metal surface reflecting a faint glow under the light.
What are your thoughts on the Wind and Cloud List's actions today?
Shen Lufeng pondered for a moment before replying, Mr. Yi, before the Wind and Cloud List agents arrived, I had already gathered some intelligence.
The Sun family has been unusually active lately, seemingly preparing for something major.
This visit from the Wind and Cloud List is likely connected to the Sun family.
Chapter 131, Control Everything.
Yi Fan's gaze seemed to pierce through the night, sharp as a blade. He gently set down the lighter and turned his attention to Shen Lufeng.
The Sun family.
Yi Fan murmured softly, yet his words carried an undeniable weight. It's indeed time they received a lesson. A flicker of agreement passed through Shen Lufeng's eyes. Mr. Yi, Sun Wudi has long had his sights set on you.
If he truly intends to move against you through the Wind and Cloud List, should we not act first?
Yi Fan smiled faintly, cutting Shen Lufeng off. Young Shen, you still don't know me well enough. In Yi Fan's dictionary, there was no such thing as preemptive action.
Only mastery of every situation. Shen Lufeng's eyes widened in realization.
He had grown accustomed to Yi Fan always finding the optimal solution in any situation. He replied solemnly, Mr. Yi, so your meaning is? We remain silent, letting the Sun family believe everything is under their control. Yi Fan rose and walked to the center of the clubhouse, lightly stroking the exquisitely carved chessboard. What I want is for Sun Wudi to lay all his cards on the table before delivering the fatal blow.
What should I do now? Shen Lufeng asked. For the next few days, return to your normal routine. Let the outside world believe we haven't caught on.
Simultaneously, monitor the Sun family's movements through our channels, especially any connections to the Wind and Cloud rankings.
Shen Lufeng nodded.
He understood that Yi Fan was preparing for a war without gunfire, a true battle of wits. Over the next few days, Mo City appeared calm on the surface, but beneath lay turbulent currents and gathering storms. The Sun family's interactions with the Wind and Cloud list grew frequent, while other factions in Mo City watched and sought their positions. Then, one after another, young martial artists began appearing in Mo City. Some were members of the Wind and Cloud list, while others had been invited by the Sun family. The martial arts world of Mo City grew exceptionally lively, with frequent arena duels and secret transactions taking place. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Xin Lufeng seemed to vanish, their whereabouts unknown to anyone. Until one late night a week later, a high-end martial arts banquet orchestrated by the Sun family quietly commenced within the city's most opulent estate. Guests filled the halls, gathering heroes from across the martial world. In a corner of the estate, a figure stood silently in the shadows. His gaze pierced the night, seeing everything. Xin Lufeng approached his side and whispered, "Mr. Yi, everything is ready." Yi Fan smiled faintly and stepped out of the shadows. In that instant, the entire city of Mo seemed to tremble as every gaze converged upon the man emerging from the darkness. "Then, let us begin." Yi Fan's voice was deep and resonant, like a timpani drum, officially sounding the opening of this performance. In the grand hall of the estate, luxurious chandeliers cast a warm glow, illuminating the faces of every guest. The air was filled with chatter and laughter, the atmosphere of the martial arts banquet reaching its peak. Yet none of this stirred Yi Fan in the slightest. His gaze, sharp as a torch, swept over every martial artist present. Sun Wudi sensed an unusual aura amidst the crowd. His gaze drifted among the guests before finally settling on Yi Fan. Though Yi Fan's attire was unassuming, his unparalleled composure commanded attention. The very air seemed to freeze around him. "Oh, Mr. Yi, you finally deigned to show yourself." Sun Wudi approached Yi Fan with a hint of amusement in his smile, his voice neither loud nor soft, just loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Yi Fan offered a faint smile in response. What an elaborate display, head of the Sun family. Could it be all this is to welcome an uninvited guest like myself? Sun Wudi's smile deepened. "Mr. Yi, you have a wonderful sense of humor. Our Sun family banquet naturally welcomes heroes from all walks of life. However, Mr. Yi, who usually travels alone, making his first appearance today is truly unexpected." The surrounding crowd began to notice the commotion, and in an instant, all eyes converged on Yi Fan and Sun Wudi. A storm seemed poised to erupt. Yi Fan remained unhurried, his gaze lingering briefly on Sun Wudi. "I came here for a reason, naturally. I heard the Sun family head was announcing important news tonight, so I came to join the fun." Hearing this, a sharp gleam flashed in Sun Wudi's eyes. This was typical Yi Fan, direct and without beating around the bush. He spoke up, "Since Mr. Yi has already guessed, I won't keep you in suspense. Tonight, at the climax of this banquet, I, Sun Wudi, will announce the Sun family's collaboration with the Wind and Cloud rankings. This will be a perfect union of our respective strengths, and the landscape of Mo City will be reshuffled as a result." Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan gave a slight nod. His eyes held no trace of surprise, only an unfathomable calm. A partnership? What a grand gesture. But, head of the Sun family, do you truly believe this will reshuffle the deck in Mo City? Don't forget, every reshuffle leaves someone utterly bankrupt. Yi Fan's voice remained calm, yet each word struck like a heavy hammer against the hearts of those present. Sun Wudi's gaze sharpened. He knew Yi Fan never spoke without purpose. These words held deeper meaning. He couldn't help but retort, "Oh? Might Mr. Yi have a better proposal?" Yi Fan slowly opened his palm, as if holding the invisible reins of power. His voice carried an irresistible force. "Suggestion? No. I'm merely reminding you, head of the Sun family, that this game is far from over." Whispers rippled through the crowd. Yi Fan's every appearance seemed to herald the arrival of a storm. And now, it seemed the curtain had silently risen on this very tempest. The banquet reached its climax as the Sun family's martial artists demonstrated their prowess one after another, while the young warriors from the Wind and Cloud rankings refused to be outdone. As the atmosphere reached its peak, Sun Wudi finally stepped forward, poised to announce the news that would shake the entire city of Mo. Yet, the moment his words fell, an inexplicable aura suddenly rose from a corner of the hall, drawing all eyes involuntarily toward that spot. In that corner stood a figure clad in black, his silhouette rendered profoundly mysterious by the surrounding lights. His robes were as dark as ink, yet they could not conceal the sharp aura radiating from his body. The crowd stared with curiosity and confusion. This man had appeared without a sound, unnoticed even by Sun Wudi himself. Who? Sun Wudi's voice carried a hint of displeasure. This was his territory. That someone could infiltrate unnoticed was a grave provocation. The dark-clad figure remained silent, slowly pacing toward the center of the interplay of light and shadow, the focal point of every gaze. Chapter 132, Collaboration with the Wind and Cloud rankings. Then, he gently lifted the black veil from his face, revealing an extraordinarily handsome yet coldly indifferent countenance. It was Lu Feiyang, a renowned expert on the Wind and Cloud rankings. "It's Lu Feiyang," someone murmured, their voice tinged with unmistakable surprise. Sun Wudi's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected anyone from the Wind and Cloud rankings to appear tonight, especially in such a manner. But he quickly regained his composure, his face returning to its usual smile.
Lu Feiyang, since you're here, why didn't you show yourself sooner? Lu Feiyang's gaze remained serene, as if observing an unimportant spectacle.
I merely wished to see if the Sun family head's banquet was truly worth my early appearance. His words instantly tightened the atmosphere.
Lu Feiyang's attitude clearly showed he held no regard for the Sun family.
Yifan watched it all unfold from within the crowd, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He knew tonight's gathering was far from a simple social affair, it was a contest of hidden currents.
Lu Feiyang's arrival undoubtedly added fuel to the fire.
Sun Wudi remained unperturbed by Lu Feiyang's words, replying calmly, "Since you're being so forthright, I'll cut to the chase. Tonight, I announce my partnership with the Wind and Cloud ranking, including Lu Feiyang himself."
The room erupted in a roar of astonishment. A partnership between the Wind and Cloud list and the Sun family would undoubtedly send shockwaves through all of Mo City. What was Lu Feiyang's intention in appearing here as the Wind and Cloud list's representative?
Just as the crowd was engrossed in speculation, Yifan gently pushed through the crowd and stepped into the center. His voice, though not loud, carried clearly to every corner. "A partnership is fine, but before we proceed, I want to know how you intend to divide the interests of Mo City?" The question exploded like a heavy bomb within the banquet hall. Yifan's question wasn't just a challenge to the Sun family and the Wind and Cloud list, it struck at the heart of every faction present. Should the profit structure of Mo City be redistributed, anyone could emerge as a winner or a loser. Sun Wudi and Lu Feiyang's gazes froze momentarily at Yifan's words. Sun Wudi, a seasoned veteran, did not respond immediately to this sudden challenge. Instead, he adopted a contemplative expression. Meanwhile, a flicker of amusement crossed Lu Feiyang's eyes, as if he were anticipating a particular outcome. Shen Lufeng stood silently beside Yifan. He understood Yifan's capabilities well and knew that Mr. Yi must have deep intentions. His gaze was unwavering, showing no regard for anyone present, especially established powers like Sun Wudi. Yifan's voice rang out again, measured and deliberate, his tone carrying an icy certainty. "The territory of Mo City is not something you can simply divide at will. I merely wish to remind everyone here that certain things cannot be bought with money." The air seemed to freeze upon these words. Everyone knew the unimaginable power backing Yifan, even the Sun family and the Wind and Cloud rankings dared not underestimate him. Sun Wudi remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Mr. Yi, you overstate the case. Every inch of land in Mo City has its rightful owner. Our Sun family would never covet what belongs to others. Tonight's collaboration is merely an effort to achieve mutual prosperity for Mo City alongside the Wind and Cloud list." Yifan smiled, his expression tinged with an air of unrivaled dominance.
Prosperity?
He shook his head lightly.
Cooperation is understandable, but disregarding basic rules is another matter entirely. Lu Feiyang suddenly interjected, "Since Mr. Yi has reservations about this collaboration, might we hear your insights?" Yifan's gaze burned like fire as he fixed it on Lu Feiyang. "My suggestion is simple. Matters concerning Mo City should be decided by the people of Mo City. Who do you think you are?" This statement was nothing short of an open provocation. Everyone present felt an intense wave of pressure wash over them. Yifan's words carried more weight than anyone else's in the room. Sun Wudi's expression finally shifted. Though Mo City was vast, no one had ever dared to question his authority so bluntly. Lu Feiyang raised an eyebrow, surprised by Yifan's directness. This posed a significant challenge to the prestige of the Wind and Cloud rankings. "Mr. Yi, what do you propose? Do you intend to monopolize Mo City?" Sun Wudi's tone turned icy, his eyes flashing with dangerous intent. Yifan remained unmoved, offering a faint smile that radiated absolute confidence. "Head Sun, you're overthinking this. I, Yifan, have always acted with integrity and transparency. I never engage in schemes to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. However, certain matters are not entirely within your control." He turned to face everyone present, his voice ringing out with conviction. "Tonight, I, Yifan, declare that from this moment onward, I shall preside over the martial arts alliance of Mo City. All rules and orders shall be redefined. Whoever dares to defy this, come find me." The declaration thundered like rolling thunder, instantly setting the banquet hall ablaze with commotion. Yifan had openly declared war, announcing his intent to dominate Mo City's martial order, a reality no martial artist present could ignore. Sun Wudi's expression darkened. The Martial Arts Alliance of Mo City was the core organization controlling the entire city's martial power. Yifan's words were an unmistakable challenge to his authority, a challenge that, for the Sun family, amounted to a profound insult. "Yifan, you are testing the Sun family's limits." Sun Wudi's voice was icy cold. Behind him, the family's elite warriors all placed their hands on their sword hilts, the tension in the air reaching its peak. Yet Yifan merely waved his hand lightly, his aura so powerful it seemed to make the entire space tremble. "Head of the Sun family, you misunderstand. I am not challenging you, I am merely doing what I ought to do. Mo City needs a new order, and I happen to possess the ability to bring it about." All eyes in the arena now fixed on Yifan.
Though some had doubted whether he truly possessed the capability to take charge, the unshakable confidence and power he displayed caused every person present to begin viewing him with new respect. Just then, an unexpected voice spoke up. "Mr. Yi speaks well.
Mo City does indeed need a new order."
Before the words had fully faded, a distinguished middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd.
It was Ouyang Jintian, the head of the Ouyang family, another influential clan in Mo City. Head Ouyang.
Sun Wudi's expression grew even more complicated.
Ouyang Jintian's endorsement undoubtedly provided Yifan with significant backing. Ouyang Jintian walked over to Yifan with a smile, clasping his hands in a bow.
"Mr. Yi, I, Ouyang Jintian, pledge my support to you.
Mo City truly needs a transformation, and you are the perfect person for the job." Chapter 133, The Storms of Mo City will be changed by tonight.
At that moment, Shen Lufeng slowly approached Yifan. His presence added an even more delicate tension to the atmosphere.
Shen Lufeng's wealth and resources were well known throughout Mo City.
His backing undoubtedly gave Yifan greater confidence. Facing this sudden shift, Sun Wudi's expression darkened like storm clouds. He knew today's situation had completely slipped from his grasp. He drew a deep breath, suppressing the rage boiling within him.
Since Mr. Yi is so determined, the Sun family will refrain from confronting you all tonight.
With that, Sun Wudi swiftly led his family members out of the banquet hall, leaving behind a crowd buzzing with speculation. "It seems today's events will cause quite a stir in Mo City," Shen Lufeng murmured to Yifan.
Yifan nodded, his gaze cold and sharp. "This is only the beginning.
The winds of change in Mo City will shift because of tonight."
The onlookers watched Yifan's retreating figure, each harboring their own thoughts. Yet one certainty remained: the landscape of Mo City would be utterly rewritten from this day forward. Beneath Mo City's night sky, neon lights shimmered like a dazzling starry river, radiating brilliant hues.
This city never imagined the earth-shattering changes that would unfold within its walls tonight. Standing on the rooftop terrace, Yifan surveyed the city. His gaze swept not merely over the night's illuminations, but seemed to foresee Mo City's future. Shen Lufeng stood beside him, the air between them crackling with the sparks of future plans.
"Xiao Shen, are you ready?" Yifan asked calmly. "Restoring order to Mo City won't happen overnight."
Shen Lufeng smiled faintly, his expression carrying a hint of boldness.
"Mr. Yi, my men are ready. This time, we won't just restore order, we'll make those old powers understand that Mo City now has a new ruler."
Yifan nodded, his gaze unwavering, as if everything was already within his grasp.
"The night of Mo City would be illuminated anew because of us." That night, Yifan did not act immediately.
He knew that the grand plan required not only overwhelming momentum but also strategic positioning. Though the Sun family had temporarily retreated, Yifan understood that a figure like Sun Wudi would never accept this outcome.
Major moves were bound to follow.
Meanwhile, the young masters of the Wind and Cloud rankings, Lu Feiyang and others, were all watching this suddenly shifting situation.
Seated in a lavishly decorated private club, Lu Feiyang's eyes flashed with sharp intensity.
He understood that Yifan's emergence would bring him both opportunity and challenge. "Yifan, I'll see just how much of a storm you can stir up in Mo City,"
Lu Feiyang murmured coldly. His subordinate responded in a low voice, "Young Master Feiyang, should we take action?" "Not yet." Lu Feiyang shook his head, his gaze as sharp as a predator's. "Do the right thing at the right time. For now, let's observe how Yifan navigates the chessboard." Over the next few days, the martial arts world of Mo City was in turmoil. Yifan did not rush to expand his power. Instead, he began solidifying alliances with factions like Shen Lufeng and Ouyang Jintian. Simultaneously, he set about rewriting Mo City's martial arts regulations. Outdated and obsolete rules were systematically abolished, replaced by new ones that were fair and strict. This instilled a sense of unprecedented order in everyone. However, these changes also struck a nerve with certain vested interests, the Sun family being one of them. Though outwardly unremarkable, the Sun family was a storm brewing beneath the surface. Sun Wudi, the family head, convened high-ranking members nearly every day to strategize. They understood that once Mo City's new order was firmly established, the Sun family's standing within the city would face unprecedented challenges. Seated in his study, Sun Wudi surveyed the intelligence spread before him. "Yifan, just you wait," he muttered. "The foundations of the Sun family are not something an outsider like you can shake." As he prepared to devise a detailed counterplan against Yifan, a core family member rushed in, his face etched with urgency. "Head of the family, it's bad news. Lu Feiyang of the Wind and Cloud list has suddenly declared his support for Yifan in rebuilding Mo City's order." Sun Wudi leapt to his feet. He hadn't anticipated Lu Feiyang choosing sides at this critical juncture, making the power dynamics in Mo City even more complex. It seemed the real storm had only just begun. A murderous intent grew ever more icy in Sun Wudi's eyes. With a cold laugh, he picked up the phone and issued orders. All Sun family experts were to enter immediate alert status. Simultaneously, activate the covert storm plan. I'll make Yifan understand what a true tempest looks like. Yes.
Family members saluted and departed, instantly tightening the atmosphere throughout the Sun family. On the other hand, Lu Feiyang's endorsement undoubtedly provided a powerful boost to Yi Fan's campaign to restore order in Mo City. As a top-tier figure on the Wind and Cloud rankings, Lu Feiyang commanded a loyal following. His alliance represented a significant reinforcement to Yi Fan's forces. In Yi Fan's private club, he held a secret meeting with Shen Lufeng and Lu Feiyang. "Mr. Yi, the Sun family will not let this rest," Shen Lufeng analyzed gravely. "Our operation must be swift, precise, and thunderous." Leaning back in his chair, Yi Fan toyed with a black and white ghost stone, his gaze piercing. "Sun Wudi will mobilize every resource the Sun family possesses against us. It's his only option. We must remain steadfast amidst all changes." Lu Feiyang wore an expression of confidence. "Mr. Yi, you are the new force reshaping Mo City. The Sun family is merely an outdated, fading power. What we need to do now is send a signal to the market, a signal that a new era has arrived." "Good." Yi Fan smiled faintly. "Then let the night of Mo City become our chessboard. We must handle every piece of the Sun family with ease." The group discussed the specific action plan. Liu Feiyang leveraged his influence among the younger generation to spread news of Yi Fan's orderly restructuring throughout Mo City, sparking immense interest among young martial artists. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng employed his financial resources to exert economic pressure and impose a blockade on the Sun family, causing their influence in financial markets to plummet rapidly. Just as the Sun family faced unprecedented crisis, Yi Fan made a surprising decision. He personally visited the Sun family residence. Outside the Sun family's gates, Yi Fan's arrival caused a sensation. The Sun family's martial artists stood nervously in formation, but Yi Fan merely smiled faintly and walked calmly into the Sun residence as if entering an empty domain. Upon learning of Yi Fan's arrival, Sun Wudi's face turned ashen. He knew today's confrontation was unavoidable. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of the inner hall to confront Yi Fan directly. Chapter 134, What Brings You to the Sun Family? The two stood facing each other in the Sun family's front courtyard, the tension thick enough to ignite every oxygen molecule in the air. "Yi Fan," Sun Wudi demanded in a deep voice, masking his inner turmoil, "what brings you to the Sun family?" Yi Fan, however, wore an easy expression. He looked at Sun Wudi, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable force. "Head of the Sun family, I have come here merely to offer you a choice. Join me, or become history." Sun Wudi's hands trembled slightly. Yi Fan's words were like a sharp blade, piercing the pride and self-respect he had spent years building. For decades in Mo City, the Sun family had reigned as absolute rulers, unchallenged. Now Yi Fan threatened to consign them to history, a bitter irony. Yi Fan, do you truly believe you can shake the Sun family now? Our centuries-old legacy is not something an outsider like you can topple." Sun Wudi lowered his voice, striving to appear composed. Yi Fan shook his head gently, his gaze utterly unruffled, as if observing an opponent already doomed to defeat. "Head of the Sun family, the shifting winds of Mo City are no longer within the grasp of old guard forces like yours. Today, the choice I offer you is also an opportunity. After all, I, Yi Fan, never like to leave future troubles unresolved." Sun Wudi's brow furrowed deeply. He knew Yi Fan's strength was formidable, and with Lu Feiyang's addition, Yi Fan's influence was now at its zenith. For a moment, the scales of his inner deliberation began to waver precariously. Then, a cold laugh pierced the tense silence in the front courtyard, shattering the deadlock. "Yi Fan, you're too arrogant." The voice belonged to Sun Feng, a young prodigy of the Sun family. As Sun Wudi's nephew and one of the rising stars among the younger generation, his prowess ranked high on the Wind and Cloud leaderboard. Yi Fan turned his head, his gaze piercing like flames. His icy stare locked onto Sun Feng, who immediately felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. "Young man, recklessness serves no purpose." Yi Fan's voice rang out coldly, each word striking the hearts of the Sun family members like heavy hammers. Sun Feng's expression darkened, but he quickly regained his confidence. "Yi Fan, this is the Sun family's territory. It's not a place for you to run wild." Yi Fan paid no heed. He walked toward Sun Feng with deliberate, steady steps. Each footfall seemed to hammer at the Sun family's authority, filling the surrounding Sun family martial artists with an indescribable sense of oppression. "Xiao Shun, is everything ready?" Yi Fan didn't look at Sun Feng, instead turning slightly to address Shen Lufeng. Shen Lufeng responded calmly, "Mr. Yi, everything is ready." Yi Fan nodded, then continued addressing Sun Feng. "Sun Feng, I know your prowess on the Wind and Cloud rankings is formidable. But before me, Yi Fan, you are still insignificant. Today, if the Sun family chooses not to join me, then even you won't be able to protect your clan from what follows." Sun Wudi listened with his heart pounding. He knew Yi Fan spoke with absolute certainty. Yet if the Sun family yielded, they would lose Mo City's decades-long leadership position. It was a brutal choice, pride or survival. Sun Wudi felt an unprecedented struggle within him. As for Sun Feng, confronted by Yi Fan's overwhelming dominance, he felt profound helplessness for the first time. He didn't know if Yifan had even greater forces backing him, but he understood that after today, the Sun family could never maintain its former prestige. A storm raged within Sun Wudi's heart. Amidst his turmoil, he knew he must make a decision. Confronting Yifan head-on risked not only the family's honor but also a river of blood, jeopardizing Mo City's very standing. He cast a long, lingering look at his nephew, Sun Feng, his eyes flickering with pain and reluctance. Sun Feng returned the gaze, and in their meeting of eyes, countless unspoken words were exchanged. Finally, Sun Wudi drew a deep breath, as if steeled in resolve, and turned to enter the mansion. Yifan stood in the courtyard, his expression as composed as ever, as if no turmoil could shake him in the slightest. His solitary figure stood resolute, like a solitary peak towering in the wind, unshakable by any storm, no matter how fierce. Shen Lufeng stood nearby, his gaze never leaving Yifan, his eyes filled with admiration. In the ever-shifting landscape of Mo City, being able to follow Yifan was an immense honor for him. Before long, Sun Wudi emerged with several figures in tow. Two of them wore ancient martial robes, their bearing extraordinary, clearly no ordinary individuals. They are the Sun family's hidden masters, reclusive experts who have never appeared in the outside world. Yifan tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the two masters. Head of the Sun family, he said calmly, is this your answer? Sun Wudi's expression was complex. He knew that once these two masters acted, today's events would inevitably stain the Sun residents with blood. Yet for the sake of the family, he had no choice but to proceed. Yifan, you've pushed too far, Sun Wudi's voice was low, tinged with a hint of tragic resolve. Sometimes, choice matters more than effort. Yifan's reply was as light as a breeze. Sun Wudi nodded, signaling the two reclusive masters to prepare for action. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected voice cut through the tense standoff. Master Sun, why such haste? A figure strolled leisurely through the doorway, none other than Lu Feiyang, another master from the Wind and Cloud rankings. He looked at Yifan, then at Sun Wudi and the two reclusive masters, and smiled. Mo City is vast enough to accommodate heroes of all kinds. We've all witnessed Mr. Ye's prowess, and Lord Sun's decision carries its own profound meaning. Why not let today's events end here? Yifan offered a faint smile and nodded toward Lu Feiyang. His gesture provided Sun Wudi with a face-saving exit. Sun Wudi remained silent for a moment before finally sighing. He waved to the two reclusive masters, signaling them to withdraw. He knew that if a fight had truly broken out today, not only would the Sun family suffer heavy losses, but the entire power structure of Mo City might be altered as a result. Yifan, the Sun family has taken note of today's events. We're not afraid of you, we simply don't want the people of Mo City to suffer collateral damage. Sun Wudi finally conceded. The Sun family head is wise. Yifan offered a calm assessment before turning to Shen Lufeng. Young Shen, let's leave today's matter at that. There's no need to dwell on it further. Shen Lufeng smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Mr. Yi speaks wisely. I'll relay your orders immediately. As Yifan departed, the tense atmosphere within the Sun residence gradually eased. Sun Wudi stood rooted to the spot, watching Yifan's figure disappear beyond the door. His expression was complex and difficult to decipher. Chapter 135, The balance of Mo City must not be easily shattered. Lu Feiyang strolled over with a light step, patting Sun Wudi on the shoulder. Head of the Sun family, today's events were truly eye-opening. Sun Wudi gave Lu Feiyang a deep look and let out a bitter laugh. Brother Lu, what exactly brought you here today? Lu Feiyang narrowed his eyes, a playful smile curling his lips. Naturally, I disdain those who perch themselves on high. But more importantly, the balance of Mo City must not be easily disrupted. Yifan's strength is undeniably formidable, yet the Sun family remains one of Mo City's pillars. If it came to an all-out confrontation, the losses wouldn't be confined to either side. Mo City's order would descend into chaos. Sun Wudi fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. I remember today's favor. Should you ever require the Sun family's assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Lu Feiyang waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. We're all Mo City's people. Helping each other is only natural. After Lu Feiyang departed, Sun Wudi exhaled heavily. Turning to the other family members, he saw their faces etched with worry and unease. Sun Wudi straightened his back, his voice firm. Today's events are merely the beginning. Yifan's emergence has shattered the balance that has held Mo City for years. Our Sun family must neither yield nor act rashly. From this day forward, intensify internal training to strengthen our capabilities. Simultaneously, dispatch agents to closely monitor Yifan's movements. At his words, the crowd nodded in unison, a shared resolve and determination rising within the hearts of the Sun family members. Meanwhile, in another part of Mo City, Yifan returned to his residence. Shen Lufeng followed behind him, a hint of worry on his face. Mr. Yi, the Sun family is, after all, one of Mo City's prominent clans. Today's events will likely make them even more wary of you. Standing by the window, Yifan gazed out at the bustling nightscape of Mo City, his voice carrying a hint of composure. Little Shen, the situation in Mo City is as deep and complex as this night. The Sun family is merely one part of it. I came to Mo City not to truly make enemies with the Sun family.
My ambitions extend far beyond that. Shen Lufeng's heart stirred at these words. What do you mean, Mr. Yi? Yifan turned, a glint of unfathomable light flashing in his eyes. Mo City will be the beginning of my conquest. The Sun family is merely a minor player. The true adversary has yet to make an appearance. Shen Lufeng was shaken to his core. He knew full well Yifan's ambitions extended far beyond this. Behind him lay a much deeper, more far-reaching scheme. He couldn't help but admire Yifan even more, while also feeling filled with anticipation for the future. Shen Lufeng stared intently at Yifan, his gaze seeming to pierce through every speck of starlight in the night sky. After a moment of silence, he spoke. So, Mr. Yi, what do you suggest our next move should be? Yifan smiled lightly, a smile carrying a touch of effortless composure. Little Shen, do you recall the black tide plan I once mentioned? Shen Lufeng startled, his expression immediately turning grave. Of course. That's the grand strategy we've been planning for years. But isn't it premature to activate it now? Yifan shook his head slightly, pacing slowly around the room as if each step were part of a grand design. Opportunity, he said, is never something you wait for. To seize control of Mo City, we must make a bold move. Though the Sun family has temporarily retreated, other factions are still watching. This is our best opportunity to strike. Shen Lufeng pondered for a moment before nodding in understanding. Mr. Yi, your foresight is impeccable. We shall proceed as you suggest and activate Operation Black Tide. I'll begin making arrangements immediately. No rush. Yifan suddenly raised a hand to stop him, a hint of amusement in his tone. Before that, we have one crucial piece that needs to be placed. Shen Lufeng looked at him in confusion. Pawn? What do you mean? Yifan turned to face the window, his eyes flashing with sharp brilliance. Those on the wind and cloud rankings, not one of them is simple. Especially the top few. They are our prey, but they could also become our allies. I believe it's time to make contact with Lu Feiyang. Shen Lufeng immediately grasped Yifan's intent. I see. Lu Feiyang is indeed a rare talent. If we could harness his abilities. Exactly. Yifan cut him off. What I need isn't just his strength, but more importantly, his influence among the younger generation. With him on our side, we gain the support of the entire younger generation. At this moment, Yifan displayed the bearing of a true leader. Every word he spoke seemed imbued with boundless power, compelling unwavering trust. Shen Lufeng was completely captivated by Yifan's charisma, his confidence in Yifan unwavering. Mr. Yi, I'll arrange a meeting with Lu Feiyang immediately. Wait. Yifan suddenly spoke again, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. You won't need to go. I'll handle this personally. I'll make Lu Feiyang understand that by aligning with me, he won't just gain status and power, he'll secure the future of all Mo City. Shen Lufeng watched as Yifan stepped out of the office, a surge of overwhelming power welling up within him. Yifan's confident and resolute figure convinced him that there was nothing Mr. Yi couldn't handle. In the western district of Mo City, Lu Feiyang sat in a luxurious private room of an exclusive club. A wineglass in one hand, he idly fiddled with an intricately carved folding fan in the other. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes, as if anticipating some amusing turn of events. Yifan arrived at the club without prior notice. His stride was steady, his black trench coat casting a particularly austere shadow under the lights. He bypassed all reception staff, heading straight for Lu Feiyang's private room. The doorman, seemingly briefed in advance, offered no resistance. Thump. 3 crisp knocks echoed. Lu Feiyang raised an eyebrow, sensing the visitor was no ordinary guest. He slowly closed his folding fan, and an aura of regal authority emanated from him. He spoke indifferently, "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing Yifan's figure at the threshold. His face bore no trace of emotion, revealing neither joy nor anger. Yifan, you've arrived earlier than I anticipated. The night in this city seems to have made you impatient. Yifan stepped into the private room, scanning the space without pretense. Lu Feiyang, your public endorsement of me earlier, was that just a show? Lu Feiyang smiled faintly, gesturing for Yifan to sit. Yifan, did you truly believe I would support you unconditionally? In Mo City, I only trust immediate gains and the dramas that bring me pleasure. And you? You're merely the protagonist in one such play. A cold glint flashed in Yifan's eyes, yet his voice remained calm. Then is this the kind of show you want to see? Instantly, Yifan's aura sharpened, his presence solidifying and filling the entire private room. Lu Feiyang refused to be outdone. He tossed aside his folding fan, stood up, and his own aura surged rapidly. Yifan, if you came here merely to show off your strength, you've come to the wrong place. In Mo City, my name is the law. Chapter 136, what you see is not all. In Mo City, where the rules of the game were dictated by profit and power, the confrontation between Yifan and Lu Feiyang was undoubtedly a contest of strength and a battle of wits. Shen Lufeng observed from the shadows. He knew Yifan's strength far surpassed Lu Feiyang's, yet Yifan never revealed his true power lightly. Lu Feiyang, do you think what you see is all there is? Yifan's voice was low, yet it echoed throughout the private room. A fleeting, barely perceptible surprise flashed in Lu Feiyang's eyes before he regained his composure. Yifan, what do you mean? Yi Fan gave a faint smile. Suddenly, the air seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere in the private room grew tense. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he stared directly at Lu Feiyang. What I mean is, the real show has only just begun. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a man in a black suit, his demeanor cold and stern, stepped in behind Yi Fan. It was Shen Lufeng. Shen Lufeng gave Yi Fan a slight nod. Mr. Yi. Lu Feiyang's expression shifted slightly. Shen Lufeng's appearance was clearly unexpected. Yi Fan rose to his feet, surveyed the room, and spoke slowly. The night in Mo City is indeed unbearably impatient. But what I can't wait for isn't the night in Mo City, it's changing the current state of Mo City. Lu Feiyang dropped his dismissive expression, realizing Yi Fan's ambitions extended far beyond the immediate situation. Yi Fan, what do you want? Lu Feiyang asked bluntly. Simple. Yi Fan smiled faintly. What I want is for every corner of Mo City to understand what true rules are. On Mo City's power rankings, Yi Fan's name was inconspicuous. But after tonight, everyone would know that behind this name lay not just strength, but the dawn of a new era. Yi Fan turned and walked away, leaving Lu Feiyang with a pensive gaze fixed on his retreating figure. Shen Lufeng followed closely behind. Left alone in the empty private room, Lu Feiyang suddenly felt a loneliness he had never known before. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the Sun family, a clan renowned for martial arts since ancient times, was gathering under the leadership of its patriarch, Sun Wuti. Yi Fan, this man must not be underestimated. Sun Wuti's voice was solemn. His emergence could potentially shake the Sun family's standing in Mo City. The family's martial arts masters murmured among themselves, all having heard of Yi Fan's methods. Sun Wuti knew that Yi Fan's power and background would become a challenge the Sun family must confront in the future. Yi Fan did not return directly to his residence in Mo City. Instead, he headed to a secret location hidden within the city center. This was the true seat of Yi Fan's power, an obscure organization possessing vast resources and intelligence. Seated at the command center's main console, Yi Fan surveyed a holographic map of Mo City. Each glowing point represented a key figure or strategic asset. Begin, Yi Fan said calmly. Instantly, the atmosphere in the chamber grew tense. Information and data swirled across the holographic map like a living organism. Yi Fan's gaze was as sharp as a predator's. His fingers tapped lightly on the map's points of interest, each movement displaying extraordinary decisiveness. Shaoshan, how is the project in the western district of Mo City progressing? Yi Fan asked without turning his head, his voice cold and sharp. Shen Lufeng stood nearby, his expression respectful. Mr. Yi, the West District project has been completed on schedule and is now in its revenue phase. However, the Sun family appears to be sabotaging it behind the scenes. Yi Fan's gaze lingered on a bright spot in the western district on the holographic map, the Sun family's sphere of influence. A barely perceptible cold smile curved his lips. The Sun family. It's time to show them what we're made of. Under Yi Fan's command, the figures in the dark room sprang into action. They were Yi Fan's eyes and ears in Mo City, his hands and feet. Among them were sharks of the business world and low-profile operatives of the underworld. Under Yi Fan's leadership, they formed an invisible network, manipulating the lifeblood of Mo City. At that very moment, Sun Wuti, the head of the Sun family, was convening a family meeting. A hint of worry clouded his face. That young upstart Yi Fan is making quite a stir. We must respond with utmost caution. Head of the family, should we send one of our elite fighters? A clan expert tentatively inquired. Sun Wuti waved his hand, signaling silence. Yi Fan is no ordinary man. We must confront him with unconventional methods. Are you ready? Everything is ready. We await your command, Patriarch. A voice emerged from the shadows, its tone cold and ruthless. Sun Wuti nodded, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. Then begin. The winds of change in Mo City will shift because of our Sun family. While the Sun family plotted in secret, Yi Fan had already set his own plan in motion. He intended not only to strike against the Sun family's influence but also to show those ruthless young talents on Mo City's power rankings who truly ruled the city. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. His scheme extended far beyond a mere power game. Mo City, this metropolis whose glittering facade concealed countless conspiracies and power struggles, was about to be swept by a storm. Shaoshan, activate Operation Storm Clouds, Yi Fan ordered calmly. Shen Lufeng instantly grasped Yi Fan's intent, nodding in agreement. Mr. Yi, all preparations are complete. We await only your command. Yi Fan rose to his feet as the holographic map before him slowly faded away. He walked to the window, gazing out at Mo City shrouded in night. Every light in the city seemed to whisper its own tale. He knew the Sun family's influence permeated every corner of Mo City, yet he never shied away from a challenge. His goal was not merely to drive the Sun family back, but to make every enemy who dared to him pay the price. Meanwhile, the Sun family's plans were already quietly unfolding. Sun Wuti sat in the seat of honor, his gaze sharp as lightning, directing the family's elite operatives to begin their mission. Unaware that Yi Fan had already woven an inescapable net, they believed their actions were swift and covert.
On the wind and cloud rankings of Mo City, Lu Feiyang also closely monitored the unfolding situation. As a member of the wind and cloud list, he felt threatened by Yifan's rapid rise to power and resolved to unite with other members to suppress Yifan. They were unaware that Yifan had already incorporated their actions into his own calculations. Instead of confronting the Sun family and wind and cloud rankings members directly, Yifan employed a series of seemingly loose yet meticulously orchestrated maneuvers to silently erode their influence. Leveraging Shen Lufeng's influence in the business world and other hidden pawns, he began economically suppressing the Sun family while simultaneously creating obstacles at every level to disrupt the plans of Lu Feiyang and others. On the surface, everything appeared calm, yet beneath lay turbulent currents. Chapter 137, Little Shen, begin. Yifan was like a cool-headed conductor, silently orchestrating this war without gunpowder. As Yifan's strategy gradually unfolded, the existing power dynamics in Mo City began to shift subtly. The Sun family and members of the Wind and Cloud list started feeling pressure from all sides, gradually realizing that this war against Yifan might not be as straightforward as they had anticipated. Yet Yifan remained coldly composed, a faint smile perpetually playing on his lips, as if everything unfolded precisely as he intended. He knew the true decisive battle had yet to begin, and he stood ready to meet any challenge. Beneath the night sky of Mo City, Yifan resembled a star poised to erupt, awaiting its most dazzling moment. Amidst the city's night, his figure streaked like a streak of light, his stride steady, his gaze unwavering. He had long seen through the shifting winds of this city. His task was to establish his sovereign status amidst these turbulent changes. The Sun family's intricate schemes were mere child's play in Yifan's eyes. His plan was meticulously crafted, each step carefully orchestrated to expose the Sun family's schemes, revealing ever-growing flaws. Even the young prodigies of the wind and cloud rankings, each possessing extraordinary skills, could not escape Yifan's calculations. Shen Lufeng received Yifan's latest orders. His eyebrows arched slightly, and a barely perceptible smile touched his lips. He knew Mr. Ye's plans were always unexpected, and each time, they achieved astonishing results. Everything is prepared according to your plan, Mr. Yi, Shen Lufeng reported through the communicator. Yifan stood atop a skyscraper, surveying the city below. His plan was not merely to strike against the Sun family and the wind and cloud rankings, but to reshape the very future of Mo City. He would make it clear to everyone that the destiny of this city rested solely in his hands. Very well, Shen. Proceed. Yifan's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Shen Lufeng immediately sprang into action. Under his command, a series of meticulously orchestrated economic and military maneuvers began to unfold. Mo City's stock market began showing unusual fluctuations. Shares of multiple companies linked to the Sun family suddenly plummeted, undermining the Sun family's standing in the business world. Simultaneously, several seemingly unrelated rumors began circulating among Mo City's elite circles, each skillfully undermining the Sun family's reputation. Members of the Wind and Cloud Council also began feeling the pressure. Some of their secret deals were sabotaged by mysterious forces, and key figures abruptly shifted allegiances. They watched in horror as their once unshakable position began to crumble. All of this was the meticulously orchestrated result of Yifan's planning. Without revealing a trace of his intentions, he had quietly seized control of the lifeblood of Mo City. Upon learning of this, Sun Wudi's expression darkened. He realized he might have underestimated Yifan's capabilities. He summoned the family's elite warriors and strategists to devise a countermeasure. Yifan, do you think this will secure your victory? Sun Wudi stood in the ancestral hall of the Sun family, his gaze piercing. This is merely the beginning, the true battle lies ahead. Sun Wudi's voice echoed through the ancestral hall, heavy and powerful. Before him stood a group of fierce-looking family masters, each a martial arts expert, their eyes burning with the fire of vengeance. The Sun family's honor had been challenged, and they could not stand idly by. Yifan's influence had permeated every level of Mo City. This was not merely a contest of strength, but a trial of wisdom and patience. The Sun family, with its deep-rooted foundations spanning generations, possessed ample resources and connections to mount a counterattack. Yet Yifan's strategies rendered him elusive, as if he had anticipated every one of their moves. Yifan stood silently on the balcony of his high-rise private residence, the night breeze ruffling the hem of his robe. His gaze pierced the night, as if he could see every move the Sun family made. He knew Sun Wudi wouldn't give up easily, and the young talents on the wind and cloud rankings were surely stirring in the shadows. Xiao Shun, I need you to handle something. Yifan's voice came through the communicator, calm and resolute. Shen Lufeng responded immediately, Mr. Yi, at your service. Yifan spoke indifferently, arrange a gathering for me. Invite every major figure in Mo City including the Sun family and members of the Wind and Cloud rankings. At this gathering, I will personally establish Mo City's new rules of the game. Shen Lufeng acknowledged the order and departed. He knew Yifan's plans were always unexpected, yet each time they delivered a seismic impact. Meanwhile, upon learning of Yifan's move, Sun Wudi's eyes flashed with a cold smile. He addressed his men, Yifan thinks this will let him control Mo City? He's far too naive. We'll make him understand that the Sun family's power is beyond his wildest imagination. The Sun family's elite fighters responded in unison, their atmosphere heavy and resolute. They began secret preparations, vowing to deliver a crushing blow to Yifan at this gathering. Members of the Wind and Cloud list also watched from the shadows. Though they feared Yifan's power, they were equally unwilling to see the Sun family dominate Emo City unchallenged. A sharp gleam flashed in Lu Feiyang's eyes as he began scheming to extract maximum advantage from this gathering. News of the gathering swiftly spread through Emo City's high society. Everyone speculated on Yifan's intentions, certain this event would become a major spectacle in the city. Yifan knew full well his actions would cause a huge stir, but he never shied away from challenges. His plan was not merely to suppress the Sun family in the Wind and Cloud rankings, but to completely redefine Emo City's power structure. He intended to make it clear to everyone that in this game, he alone would set the rules. The day of the gathering finally arrived. The grand ballroom atop Emo City's most luxurious hotel was chosen as the venue for this grand event. Gorgeous crystal chandeliers cast their glow upon the polished marble floors, while the breathtaking nightscape of Emo City unfolded beyond the windows. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, the entire city seemed to await the arrival of tonight's main protagonist. Yifan stood at the banquet hall entrance, clad in a bespoke black suit, his gaze sweeping over the diverse crowd attending the gathering. Business tycoons, martial arts masters from renowned families, and even the mysterious powerhouses from the Wind and Cloud rankings had all gathered here. Their eyes brimmed with curiosity, all eager to uncover what Yifan intended to do. As the host, Shen Lufeng greeted the guests, yet his eyes kept searching for Yifan's figure. He knew tonight would mark the beginning of Yifan's plan to reshape the order of Emo City. The banquet commenced. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the clatter of chopsticks, it seemed as though everyone was waiting for some signal. Yifan slowly made his way toward the podium, his arrival instantly capturing everyone's attention. In the ensuing silence, Yifan's voice carried clearly throughout the banquet hall. Chapter 138, I shall be the one to establish this order. Tonight, I have gathered you not for celebration, nor for conversation. Yifan's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Emo City needs a new order, and I shall be the one to establish it. A low murmur rippled through the room as each person processed this sudden declaration in their own way. Sun Wudi's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated Yifan would state his ambitions so bluntly. He clenched his fists. This was an open challenge to the Sun family. Lu Feiyang, however, flashed a hint of admiration in his eyes. He appreciated Yifan's directness and courage, yet simultaneously calculated how to secure greater advantage for himself in this shifting landscape. Ignoring the murmurs below, Yifan continued, I know some of you feel dissatisfied, even skeptical. But let me tell you this, starting tonight, the rules of Emo City will be rewritten. And each and every one of you will be part of this new order. His words carried an air of dominance, and the atmosphere in the banquet hall seemed to freeze. Should anyone refuse to submit, I welcome your challenge. Yifan's provocation was blatant, his eyes blazing with defiance. Sun Wudi rose to his feet. He knew this was an irreversible moment. He had to respond. Yifan, do you think you now hold the lifeline of Emo City? Yifan smiled faintly, his expression cold. Sun family head, I don't merely think so, I am certain. The standoff between the two became the focal point of the entire banquet. Others stepped back, forming a circle that enclosed them at the center. The clash between Yifan and Sun Wudi was not merely a personal duel, it represented the confrontation between Emo City's old and new powers. At this moment, every eye in Emo City was fixed on the outcome, from the Sun family's elite warriors to the Wind and Cloud rankings members, to every citizen. Yifan's voice rang out again, I will establish a brand new arena within Emo City. Anyone may come to challenge it. And I, Yifan, shall be the first opponent in this arena. On that banquet night, Yifan's words struck like a heavy hammer, resonating within every heart. His challenge felt like a declaration of war, silent yet earth-shattering. The soon-to-be-built arena would become Emo City's new symbol of power. Sun Wudi's brow furrowed deeply. He could feel Yifan's aura spreading throughout the banquet hall, challenging his authority. Yet Sun Wudi was no ordinary man. As the head of the Sun family, he had his own hidden cards. Yifan, an arena? Sun Wudi responded in a deep voice, his tone carrying an unquestionable resolve. If that is the case, the Sun family will certainly not be absent. We will show everyone who truly rules Emo City. The tension reached its peak. Other guests exchanged complex glances, some excited, some anxious, others plotting in secret. Lu Feiyang stood among the crowd, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This game held boundless possibilities for him. Over the next few days, the winds of change swept through Emo City. The arena Yifan had spoken of took root like a seed, quietly sprouting in the city's heart. Leveraging Shen Lufeng's resources and influence, Yifan erected a modern arena in the heart of Emo City within a week. Its speed and scale astonished everyone. True to Yifan's vision, the arena swiftly became Emo City's hottest topic. Elites from all walks of life, whether business tycoons or underground figures, were itching to test their mettle on this new stage. Standing atop the arena's highest point, Yifan surveyed the entire venue with a plan already formed in his mind. He would use this arena to redraw the power lines of Mo City, making it clear to everyone that in this game, he was the ultimate player. On the opening day, the arena was flooded with people, heroes from all walks of life gathering together. Dressed in all black, Yifan stood at the center of the arena. His voice echoed once more, resonating in every corner.
Welcome to Mo City's new arena.
Yifan's voice carried with authority. Here, the clash of strength and the contest of intellect would be witnessed. Today, I stand here to accept any challenge. Before his words had fully faded, a figure stepped forward from the crowd.
The first challenger was a martial arts expert with some renown in Mo City.
He leapt onto the platform, his eyes blazing with combat intent. Yet, after exchanging merely 3 moves with Yifan, he was effortlessly defeated. Subsequently, more challengers took the stage, some seeking fame, others testing Yifan's strength, yet without exception, they all fell before him.
Yifan's power was once again witnessed by all. Among the crowd stood the Sun family's martial artists, their eyes flickering with complex emotions.
Sun Wuti did not act immediately, he was waiting for the most opportune moment. He knew this game had only just begun, the true confrontation lay ahead. Lu Feiyang also held his ground, preferring to orchestrate events from behind the scenes. In his view, this arena contest presented the perfect opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of Mo City. Yifan stood at the center of the arena, like an invincible divine statue. His gaze swept across the crowd, knowing this game would only grow more spectacular. And he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead.
For the people of Mo City, Yifan's arena was more than just an ordinary contest, it had become a litmus test.
Those who proved themselves here were the elite of every field. For Yifan, this was precisely what he desired. He intended to use this stage to reshape the order of Mo City, making it clear to all that the winds of change had shifted.
In the days that followed, Yifan's displays of power in the arena stunned all of Mo City.
Whether established masters of the martial arts world, emerging forces, or even reclusive clans, none could stand before him for long. Yifan's name, much like his presence, became ubiquitous and known to all. The forces backing Yifan gradually came to light. Xin Lufeng, the prominent figure in the business world, was now increasingly recognized as merely one of Yifan's subordinates.
This revelation forced everyone to reassess Yifan's true strength and influence.
As time passed, the Sun family began to feel unprecedented pressure. Repeated failures had shaken their standing. Among the younger generation of the Sun family, private discussions began about whether to change their stance toward Yifan. Some even proposed forming an alliance with him. Sun Wuti sensed this shift and knew he could no longer afford to wait.
Chapter 139, Time to Make a Move.
One quiet night, he gathered the Sun family's core members and several elders for a secret meeting that lasted the entire night. Finally, they reached a decision to formally challenge Yifan in the arena in the name of the Sun family. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyang, that perpetually enigmatic figure on the wind and cloud rankings, had been observing the unfolding situation from the shadows. Now, he decided it was time to make his move. He didn't want to confront Yifan directly, but instead planned to exploit the rivalry between the Sun family and Yifan, seeking opportunities to maximize his own gains. Challenges in the arena grew increasingly frequent, each contest drawing massive crowds. Ordinary citizens of Mo City, and even visiting tourists, were drawn into this fervor. Yifan's name had become a symbol, representing power and victory. Until this day, when the Sun family's challenge was formally issued. Sun Wuti personally ascended the arena, flanked by the Sun family's elite forces. That day, the skies over Mo City seemed to grow heavy. All eyes were fixed on the arena, awaiting the commencement of this grand spectacle. Yifan and Sun Wuti stood at the center of the arena, their gazes clashing like sharp blades. Yifan smiled faintly, his expression radiating unshakable confidence. Head of the Sun family, Yifan said calmly, I've been waiting for you for a very long time. Sun Wuti offered no reply, merely tightening his grip on the long sword in his hand. His form shifted, and in an instant, he launched a fierce attack toward Yifan. A palpable tension filled the air before the battle. Every spectator in the arena held their breath, eyes fixed on the two opponents at the center. Yifan, a name that had become legendary in Mo City. Sun Wuti, an unshakable peak of martial arts.
In this moment, they were the most dazzling focal points of Mo City.
Sun Wuti's sword sliced through the air with a whistling wind, instantly reaching Yifan's face. The blade's tip glinted with a cold, piercing light, its sharpness seemingly capable of cleaving through any obstruction. Yet, facing such a fierce assault, Yifan merely shifted his stance with effortless grace, as if gliding through clouds, effortlessly evading the deadly strike. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, Yifan launched his counterattack. His movements flowed with fluid speed, each punch accompanied by the howl of wind, each step echoing with thunderous roars. Yifan's assault surged like a raging torrent, overwhelming in its scale, momentarily pinning Sun Wuti back. A flicker of astonishment crossed Sun Wuti's eyes. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated Yifan's strength reaching such formidable heights. But as the head of the Sun family, how could he concede defeat so easily?
Gritting his teeth, he channeled his inner energy, and his long sword shot forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, striking toward Yifan once more. Their clash erupted like a storm of thunder and lightning, the clanging of swords and fists deafening. Each exchange made the spectators' hearts race, each offensive and defensive maneuver eliciting waves of gasps and exclamations. Amidst this fierce contest, Shen Lufeng stood within the crowd, his gaze unwavering and profound. He knew every counter from Yifan was meticulously calculated, every strike executed with pinpoint precision. In Yifan, he saw the future hope of Mo City. The battle raged on for quite some time. Sun Wudi's swordplay grew increasingly frenzied, while Yifan's punches and kicks became steadily more composed. Every strike from both fighters gripped the hearts of everyone present, each exchange seeming to articulate the profound truths of martial arts. Yet as time wore on, Sun Wudi gradually felt his strength waning. Yifan's stamina and inner strength seemed far deeper than he had imagined. In a moment of carelessness, Yifan landed a heavy punch followed by a spinning kick, striking Sun Wudi's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Sun Wudi was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena, sending dust billowing into the air. Silence fell over the arena as all eyes focused on Sun Wudi. As the dust settled, Sun Wudi struggled to his feet, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. In that instant, the atmosphere in Mo City grew even more tense. Everyone assumed the battle was decided. Sun Wudi would concede defeat, and the Sun family would withdraw in disgrace. Yet the outcome defied all expectations. Sun Wudi stood at the edge of the arena, his gaze hardening once more as his aura surged rather than waning. The Sun family masters behind him wore anxious expressions, yet Sun Wudi seemed to have rediscovered the fiery passion and unwavering resolve he possessed when he first stepped onto the martial path. His gaze locked onto Yifan once more as his inner energy began to boil within him, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Seeing this, Yifan's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. He admired Sun Wudi's unyielding warrior spirit. This was precisely the kind of opponent he sought. Master Sun, your spirit is admirable, but it won't change the outcome. Yifan's voice was calm and resolute, each word striking the hearts of everyone present. Outcome? Sun Wudi sneered coldly, standing with sword raised, his posture as straight as a pine. The battle isn't over, the outcome remains unknown. Yifan, you're far too overconfident. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sun Wudi's form flickered, transforming into a streak of sword light that shot straight toward Yifan. This time, his sword strikes were even more ruthless, each carrying the force of 1,000 thunderbolts. He had channeled his entire martial cultivation into each strike, each capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks. Facing Sun Wudi's ferocious onslaught, Yifan chose not to meet it head-on. His form darted across the arena like a phantom, each evasion perfectly timed, as if he had foreseen Sun Wudi's attack trajectories. The battle intensified. Each of Yifan's evasions left Sun Wudi's strikes empty, yet Sun Wudi fought like an untiring warrior, his assaults rolling like waves, each surge more powerful than the last. As the battle continued, the spectators began to realize this was not merely a contest of strength, but a clash of wills. Sun Wudi and Yifan, two titans of Mo City, performed a symphony of courage, wisdom, strength, and willpower within the arena. The battle reached a fever pitch, Yifan's fists and feet weaving with Sun Wudi's sword edge into dazzling webs brimming with both peril and beauty. No one knew when this battle would end, but every spectator understood it would become a legendary clash in Mo City's martial history, one to be recorded in the annals and celebrated by future generations. Sun Wudi's sword strikes lashed at Yifan like a raging storm, each blow carrying the power to shatter everything in its path. Yet Yifan stood immovable as a mountain, skillfully employing his martial wisdom to deflect each assault. Beneath his composed expression lay precise control over every ounce of force and a profound understanding of his opponent. At this moment, the spectators found themselves utterly speechless, unable to articulate the intensity of their excitement. Chapter 140, Sun Wudi's Sword. Sun Wudi's sword technique embodied not only the martial legacy accumulated by generations of the Sun family, but also his own relentless pursuit of martial perfection. Yifan, once an obscure figure, now displayed combat talent beyond the ordinary and an indomitable will. On the arena, time seemed to freeze, each clash of techniques pulsing with the very beat of existence. The audience's heartbeats synchronized with the action, their breaths merging with the combatant's own. This was no mere contest, it was the culmination of Mo City's martial spirit. Shen Lufeng, the super-wealthy benefactor who had always supported Yifan from behind the scenes, had now forgotten his own status. His eyes were fixed intently on Yifan in the arena, his face etched with utter astonishment. Yifan's palm winds intertwined with Sun Wudi's sword momentum, erupting in deafening clashes. The figures on the field grew faster and faster, their movements becoming almost indistinguishable to the eye. Only two intertwining shadows remained visible. Every offensive from Sun Wudi was deflected or countered by Yifan in astonishing ways, while Yifan's own attacks consistently failed to deliver a decisive blow. Their battle seemed locked in a stalemate, yet everyone understood that such an intense confrontation would inevitably reach a conclusion. As the duel continued, Sun Wudi's breathing grew ragged, yet his gaze remained unwavering. Yifan's posture remained effortless, yet his brow furrowed slightly as if searching for an opening.
Suddenly, Yi Fan's movements halted. He had found his opening. As Sun Wudi's sword slashed toward him, Yi Fan twisted his body at an impossible angle. Mid-spin, his arm hardened like steel, striking Sun Wudi squarely in the abdomen. The strike was swift and precise, its force meticulously controlled, demonstrating Yi Fan's extraordinary mastery while sparing Sun Wudi from serious injury. Sun Wudi's body flew backward upon impact, his footsteps leaving a long trail across the ground before he finally steadied himself. The entire arena fell into a brief silence before erupting in thunderous applause. The crowd cheered for the thrilling duel, thrilled by Yi Fan's victory and impressed by Sun Wudi's unyielding spirit. Sun Wudi slowly straightened his body. The sharpness and ferocity that had once filled his eyes had faded, replaced by a calmness tinged with complex emotions. He gave Yi Fan a deep, lingering look before bowing deeply to him. In that moment, it felt as though the very skies of Mo City trembled. The head of the Sun family, the pillar of a martial arts dynasty, publicly paid his respects to Yi Fan. This was not merely recognition of an individual, but an acknowledgement of the shifting tides of an era. Yi Fan approached Sun Wudi, extending his hand to help him rise. As their palms clasped, the martial arts world of Mo City witnessed the harmonious transition between old and new. "Master Sun, your sword remains as sharp as ever," Yi Fan's voice echoed throughout the arena. Sun Wudi smiled a smile of release. "Yi Fan, the skies of Mo City's future will be illuminated by you." In the distant gaze of Lu Feiyang, a flicker of deep contemplation passed. He knew the rules of the game in Mo City had been rewritten, and he too must devise new plans for this new era. In the handshake between Sun Wudi and Yi Fan, the power structure of Mo City had quietly shifted. Though the Sun family remained a martial arts dynasty, Sun Wudi's words had declared Yi Fan the new leader. This moment became a turning point in Mo City's history, heralding the imminent arrival of a new storm. Lu Feiyang, the young tyrant atop the wind and cloud rankings, had been secretly observing every move Yi Fan made. His ambition extended beyond dominating the wind and cloud rankings. He sought to place the entire city of Mo under his influence. Yi Fan's rise presented him with new opportunities, but also brought fresh challenges. Shortly after Yi Fan's showdown with Sun Wudi, Lu Feiyang began his own maneuvers. He convened a secret meeting among the wind and cloud rankings, gathering those unruly young talents whose eyes all gleamed with ambition. "Fellow warriors," Lu Feiyang declared from the center of the meeting hall, his words charged with incitement. "The winds of change sweep through Mo City once more. Yi Fan may be formidable, but he stands alone. We, however, represent the mightiest force in Mo City. It's time for everyone to know that the power of the wind and cloud list is not to be underestimated." The atmosphere in the conference room boiled over at Lu Feiyang's words. The wind and cloud rankings members, young, confident, and eager to demonstrate their might. Inspired by Lu Feiyang, they resolved to give Yi Fan a surprise. Days later, a series of seemingly unrelated incidents began unfolding across every corner of Mo City. On the surface, these incidents appeared coincidental, but in reality, they were meticulously orchestrated by Lu Feiyang, each one interlocking with the next. His objective was clear: to weaken Yi Fan's influence and power without directly confronting him. Yi Fan remained unaware, but Shen Lufeng keenly sensed the unfolding scheme. He immediately went to Yi Fan's residence and reported the recent changes in Mo City. "Mr. Yi, the wind and cloud list has begun its operations. They are secretly working against us," Shen Lufeng said with a grave expression. Yi Fan listened quietly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. "Shen," Yi Fan acknowledged. "The wind and cloud list's petty maneuvers are nothing to worry about. But since Lu Feiyang wants to play, we'll play along with him." Yi Fan stood atop the towering office building, his gaze sweeping across the city skyline. The night was as dark as ink, while Mo City's neon lights converged into a sea of light below. Shen Lufeng stood beside him, his expression grave. "Mr. Yi, the wind and cloud rankings actions have already impacted our operations. They are indeed putting considerable effort into this," Shen Lufeng said, a barely perceptible edge of tension in his voice. Yi Fan shook his head lightly, a faint smile curving his lips. "Little Shen, this is nothing more than Lu Feiyang's little trick. For us, this is precisely an opportunity." Shen Lufeng paused, then a glimmer of understanding lit his eyes. "What do you mean, Mr. Yi?" "Lu Feiyang wants to use the wind and cloud rankings to oppose me. Fine. I'll show him whether the rankings are truly powerful, or if it's us." Yi Fan's voice was filled with decisiveness and resolve. "I'll make the people of Mo City see who the real ruler of this city is." Shen Lufeng's eyes lit up. He knew Yi Fan well, a man who never made empty promises. If Yi Fan had decided to act, this game promised to be spectacular. Yi Fan turned and walked toward a wall within the office. With a light touch, the wall slowly slid aside, revealing a state-of-the-art command center. A large screen on the wall displayed a map of Mo City and intricate data streams. "What we must do is rearrange the order of Mo City, transforming the power of the wind and cloud rankings into our own strength." Yi Fan's fingers glided lightly across the screen, each touch executed with extraordinary precision. Chapter 141, That's Too Bold. Within the command center behind the wall, the air seemed to freeze, thick with the aura of high technology and a hidden tension. Yi Fan stood at the center, his figure appearing even more imposing in the blue glow. Shen Lufeng followed him in, his eyes no longer clouded with confusion but filled with unwavering resolve and trust.
Following this plan, we'll control Mo City's business sector within 3 days.
Yi Fan pointed at the nodes on the screen, his voice steady and powerful. Shen Lufeng followed Yi Fan's gaze, his heart racing with shock yet overwhelming excitement.
This is too bold, Mr. Yi.
Yi Fan turned, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes.
Bold? In Mo City, I am the rulemaker. Lu Feiyang and his wind and cloud rankings are nothing but a sideshow.
Understood, Mr. Yi.
I'll make the arrangements immediately.
Shen Lufeng responded promptly, turning to leave the command center with resolute steps. Yi Fan stood alone in the command center, his gaze returning to the large screen displaying the distribution of major factions in Mo City and the movements of the wind and cloud rankings. His hand lightly touched the screen, and the information began to rapidly shift, displaying the actions he was about to take. Just then, an encrypted message suddenly appeared on the screen, originating from his least-known ally in Mo City.
The message contained only one line: Operation Ready. Awaiting signal.
A playful smile curved Yi Fan's lips once more. He pressed the confirmation button lightly, and the entire underground world of Mo City seemed to sense a ripple of change. The wind and cloud rankings response was undoubtedly swift, but Yi Fan's plan had already surpassed their imagination. Yi Fan's gaze shifted from the screen to the star-studded night sky beyond the window. His thoughts, however, were as deep and distant as the night sky itself. He knew Lu Feiyang and the wind and cloud list wouldn't give up so easily, but he was prepared to meet any challenge head-on. Days later, Yi Fan's plan began to unfold. In the economic market of Mo City, the wind and cloud rankings capital chain suddenly suffered a severe blow. Overnight, their stock market investments suffered catastrophic losses, resulting in massive financial damage. All this was the result of Yi Fan's covert maneuvers behind the scenes. Utilizing his information network and Shen Lufeng's resources, he had precisely targeted the wind and cloud list's economic lifeline. In the underground world, the shadowy forces lurking in the shadows also began to stir. Under Yi Fan's subtle prompting, they started sabotaging the wind and cloud list's illicit operations. Illegal gambling dens and black markets were raided unexpectedly, causing severe losses in funds and supplies for the wind and cloud list.
Lu Feiyang felt pressure unlike anything he had ever experienced before.
Seated in the wind and cloud list headquarters, he was buried under piles of reports and intelligence, each one delivering bad news. His eyes betrayed anger and frustration. He never imagined Yi Fan's counterattack would be so swift and deadly.
Yi Fan! Lu Feiyang clenched his fists tightly, his heart boiling with rage. I won't lose to you like this. Lu Feiyang began organizing a counterattack.
He summoned the core members of the wind and cloud list to plan a large-scale operation targeting Yi Fan.
They mobilized every resource, summoning every available force, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Yi Fan.
But what Lu Feiyang didn't know was that Yi Fan had already anticipated his plans. Yi Fan watched the information on the screens in the command center, a faint smile still playing on his face. Mr. Yi, everything is proceeding according to plan, Shen Lufeng's voice came through the communicator.
The wind and cloud list's counterattack will commence shortly. We are ready.
Very good. Yi Fan rose and walked to the window. His voice was calm and brimming with confidence.
Let Lu Feiyang and his wind and cloud list see what true power looks like. Beneath the night sky of Mo City, a turbulent battle was quietly unfolding.
Lu Feiyang's counterattack seemed poised to strike, yet Yi Fan's strategic web had already been cast, a vast net awaiting its prey to walk right into it. Seated in the wind and cloud rankings secret chamber, Lu Feiyang faced a pitch-black table strewn with intelligence reports and blueprints. His eyes scanned each document, every blink seeming to calculate the odds of success. His fingers tapped the tabletop, producing a crisp, rhythmic sound.
Lu Feiyang knew this time he had to strike with deadly precision.
Failure would mean the wind and cloud rankings standing in Mo City would be irrevocably shattered.
Suddenly, Lu Feiyang's phone rang.
He answered it, and the voice of a trusted subordinate came through. Mr. Lu, everything is ready.
We await your command.
A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Feiyang's lips.
Good. Issue my command.
Let Yi Fan see what true power truly means. Just as Lu Feiyang issued his command, Yi Fan's smile deepened within his command center. His phone vibrated with a message from Shen Lufeng, all set. Yi Fan replied with a simple begin, then slipped the phone back into his pocket.
He knew that within the next few hours, a silent war would erupt in Mo City, and he would be its commander.
The Wind and Clouds faction had mobilized every available resource and connection, laying traps and ambushes across every corner of Mo City, preparing to take Yi Fan down in one decisive strike. What they didn't know was that Yi Fan had already positioned his own pieces throughout Mo City, with his men stationed at every critical point.
As night deepened, Feng Yunbang operatives began moving through Mo City's streets. Like ghosts, they moved through the darkness, each action precise and deadly.
Yet the moment they struck, Yi Fan's counterattack commenced simultaneously. Under Yi Fan's command, Shen Lufeng led an elite team. Like phantoms, they weaved through the night of Mo City, disrupting the Wind and Cloud List's plans, rescuing the bait Yifan had set, and capturing numerous key figures from the Wind and Cloud List.
Above Mo City, a drone circled overhead, its camera recording every move of the Wind and Cloud List.
Shen Lufeng and his team moved like pieces on a chessboard, while Yifan guided each of their steps. Seated within the Wind and Cloud List's headquarters, Lu Feiyang's expression darkened with each incoming intelligence report. Not only had his actions failed to harm Yifan, but Yifan had exploited them to strengthen his own forces. Shock and dread filled his heart as he began to realize Yifan's power far exceeded his imagination.
Lu Feiyang's fingers dug into the tabletop as his facial muscles twitched, betraying his seething rage and utter defeat. He had believed the trap he'd set would easily ensnare Yifan, only to find it had ultimately become his own stumbling block. Chapter 142, What Should We Do?
In this silent contest, Yifan not only emerged unscathed but steadily consolidated his position in Mo City, even beginning to erode the influence of the Wind and Cloud rankings.
Mr. Lu, what should we do?
A voice broke the silence, a core member of the Wind and Cloud List, his tone laced with panic.
Lu Feiyang lifted his head, a flame of unwillingness burning in his eyes. This game isn't over yet. Yifan, you think you've won? No. This is merely the beginning. He rose and walked to the window, gazing down at the nightscape of Mo City. Strategies flashed through his mind, each ruthless enough, each demanding risk. But Lu Feiyang knew this: without risk, there could be no victory. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng returned to Yifan's side to report the latest developments. Mr. Yi, the Wind and Cloud rankings are beginning to show cracks. Their operations are being disrupted. Our plan has achieved initial success. Standing before the large screen, Yifan gave a slight nod, his gaze unwavering and profound. Very good. Keep up the pressure. The Wind and Cloud rankings are merely the beginning. Mo City's future demands a more solid foundation. We must make everyone understand the price of challenging us. With Yifan's command, the entire city of Mo seemed to feel this invisible pressure. The Wind and Cloud rankings' influence gradually waned. Their business ventures no longer sailed smoothly, and their standing within the martial arts world began to falter. Over the following weeks, Yifan became increasingly involved in every facet of Mo City. Whether in economic or social activities, Yifan's presence became increasingly prominent, his words and actions radiating the charisma of a true leader. Behind him, Shen Lufeng remained a constant presence. His commercial empire seamlessly integrated with Yifan's power, providing solid backing for Yifan's actions. In the chessboard of Mo City, Yifan and Shen Lufeng were like two masters, each move steady and decisive. Their rival, Lu Feiyang of the Wind and Cloud rankings, though cunning and resourceful, remained within Yifan's calculations and never posed a significant threat. Yifan understood that direct force was not the optimal solution. The true battle lay in controlling the situation, subtly steering his opponent's fate. He decided it was time to launch the final decapitation strike against Lu Feiyang, eliminating the Wind and Cloud rankings threat to Mo City once and for all. He gathered Shen Lufeng and his team to orchestrate a meticulously planned operation. They would exploit the recent turmoil within the Wind and Cloud List, dispatching a small elite squad to feign defection from Yifan's faction. They would infiltrate Lu Feiyang's inner circle and seize the opportunity to take him down. Shen, this operation carries significant risks. Exercise caution, Yifan cautioned Shen Lufeng. The trust between the two men, forged through countless battles, had reached a level of tacit understanding that required no words. Shen Lufeng nodded, his eyes filled with resolve. Rest assured, Mr. Yi. I know what needs to be done. On the night of the operation, everything was in place. Inside a secret base of the Wind and Cloud List, Lu Feiyang was holding an emergency meeting, feeling pressure unlike anything he'd ever experienced. The power dynamics in Mo City had shifted. He understood that if he didn't act, he would lose everything. Midway through the meeting, an alarm suddenly blared. A frantic voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Mr. Lu, there's a mole inside. Lu Feiyang's heart sank. He couldn't believe it, a traitor had infiltrated the very heart of his Wind and Cloud League. He sprang to his feet and rushed toward the exit, but outside, Shen Lufeng's voice already echoed, Lu Feiyang, it's over. That night, the Wind and Cloud List in Mo City suffered an unprecedented blow. Lu Feiyang was surrounded by a group of martial artists claiming to be loyal supporters of Yifan. The elite warriors he had relied upon fell one by one at the hands of Shen Lufeng's elite team. Lu Feiyang was ultimately captured, his ambitions shattered along with the downfall of the Wind and Cloud rankings. The storm he once stirred over Mo City was now overshadowed by Yifan's dominance. Under the cloak of night, Yifan stood atop the office building, gazing at the city shrouded in darkness. A profound gleam flickered in his eyes. The turmoil in Mo City had subsided, but Yifan's gaze reached far beyond. Mo City is merely the beginning. My target is the entire martial world, Yifan murmured to himself. His voice drifted away on the night breeze, yet it carried the unwavering resolve of a solemn oath. Shen Lufeng returned from his mission and stood beside Yifan. Their gazes converged on the distant horizon, where boundless possibilities in the future lay. Mr. Yi, what should we do next? Shen Lufeng inquired.
Yi Fan's gaze swept across the nightscape of Mo City, his face radiating the confidence unique to a victor.
Next, we must consolidate our gains, integrate the absorbed factions, and ensure Mo City's order remains as solid as a rock.
Then, we will set our sights on the wider world, letting the Yi family's banner fly over more territories.
Shen Lufeng nodded.
He trusted Yi Fan's judgment and decisions completely, immediately taking action to mobilize resources and integrate the newly controlled factions. This would form the solid foundation for Yi Fan to secure his position as the dominant figure in the martial world. Yet, as Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng plotted their future empire, a new force was brewing in the shadows. Deep within Mo City, Luo Mengsheng, master of Lu Feiyang and a name bordering on legend in the underworld, a reclusive master untouched by the world for years, learned of his disciple's demise and resolved to intervene personally. Luo Mengsheng, an elderly man past 70 yet remarkably vigorous, possessed martial arts skills of unfathomable depth. In his youth, he had swept through the martial world, unmatched by any. For years, he had silently observed the shifting currents of the martial world from the shadows until Lu Feiyang's defeat struck a chord within him. Under the cover of night, Luo Mengsheng traversed the streets of Mo City, each step seeming to echo the rhythm of time itself. His eyes flickered with complex emotions, a mix of pity for his disciple and curiosity toward Yi Fan. In the command center, Yi Fan suddenly sensed a powerful aura descending. A message flashed across the screen before him. Luo Mengsheng had entered Mo City and was heading straight for the building where Yi Fan was located.
Xiao Shun, it seems Lu Feiyang's master, Luo Mengsheng, has arrived. He must be seeking vengeance for his disciple.
Yi Fan's voice was calm, yet each word carried the chill of ice, radiating a sharp, murderous intent. Shen Lufeng's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Mr. Yi, Luo Mengsheng's martial arts are formidable.
We cannot underestimate him. How should we respond?
Yi Fan rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the figure gradually approaching in the night sky. Xiao Shun, prepare my weapons.
I intend to meet this reclusive master personally. As for countermeasures, I have my own plans. Chapter 143, Reaping What One Sows.
Luo Mengsheng entered the building, passing unchallenged until he reached the door of Yi Fan's command center. The door slowly opened, revealing Yi Fan standing in the doorway. Their eyes locked, and the air crackled with electric tension. Luo Mengsheng, your disciple's failure is his own doing. If you seek revenge, then prove you have the capability. Yi Fan's voice was as cold and sharp as the north wind cutting through a winter night. Luo Mengsheng looked at Yi Fan, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes before hardening into resolve. Yi Fan, you are formidable. But this world is not yours alone. Today, I will seek justice for my disciple. Within the sealed confines of the command center, two powerful auras began to intertwine, sparking an invisible clash. Yi Fan, clad in a black trench coat, wore an expressionless face. His aura was composed and steady, like an ancient mountain weathered by time yet growing ever more solid. Luo Mengsheng, however, resembled a master stepping out of ancient scrolls. Though his figure bore the weight of years, every subtle movement held astonishing power. Senior Luo, Yi Fan spoke, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. His gaze locked onto Luo Mengsheng, not wavering for a moment. The downfall of the wind and cloud rankings is a cycle of cause and effect. It was not the work of one man alone.
Luo Mengsheng's expression grew grave.
He sensed the blinding sharpness radiating from Yi Fan, a presence so intense it was almost unbearable to look upon. He knew Yi Fan was not one to kill without purpose. Yet as his master, his heart was filled with guilt and self-reproach toward his disciple.
He needed to seek justice for Lu Feiyang, even if the opponent was someone like Yi Fan.
The air seemed charged with electricity as both men's auras intensified, enveloping the entire command center in a suffocating tension. Shen Lufeng stood by, knowing this battle would become a legend in Mo City, regardless of its outcome. Suddenly, Luo Mengsheng's form shifted. His entire body blurred into a trail of afterimages as he charged straight at Yi Fan. His movement was almost impossibly swift, yet Yi Fan seemed to have anticipated it. With a slight sidestep, he deftly evaded Luo Mengsheng's attack. In response, Yi Fan countered with a backhand strike, channeling what seemed like the entire power of Mo City's night sky into a devastating blow aimed at Luo Mengsheng.
Luo Mengsheng's form twisted mid-air, evading Yi Fan's assault.
Their battle erupted within the confined space, each strike accompanied by the howling of powerful winds. Luo Mengsheng's palm strikes surged like raging waves, while Yi Fan's fists struck with thunderous force. Each clash felt like mountains crumbling and rivers shattering, each collision causing the air within the command center to tremble. This battle raged on for an unknown duration, neither fighter gaining the upper hand.
Though aged, Luo Mengsheng's martial prowess remained unfathomable, each strike brimming with unpredictable wisdom.
Yi Fan, however, stood as solid as steel, every move demonstrating his profound mastery of the martial arts. Within the sealed confines of the command center, the clash between these two masters grew ever more intense. Luo Mengsheng's palm strikes whistled through the air, each blow carrying the weight of centuries and the tremors of the earth itself.
Yi Fan's counterattacks, however, seemed to reverse the flow of time, every punch and kick landing with pinpoint accuracy on Luo Mengsheng's vital points.
Yifan, clad in a black trench coat that accentuated his knight-like depth, resembled a shadow hunter in the dark. Every movement carried a deadly coldness. Luo Mengxing's form seemed to merge with the surrounding world, each strike embodying the natural laws and rhythms of the universe. Amidst the battle, Yifan suddenly stepped back several paces, seemingly granting Luo Mengxing an opening to strike. Seizing the moment, Luo Mengxing brought his palm crashing down with ferocious force, as if to split the heavens. Yet, just as the palm's force was about to strike Yifan, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a trail of distorted air. Luo Mengxing's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed Yifan's power surge in that instant, a rare opponent he had seldom encountered in all his years. He couldn't help but feel even more exhilarated as his inner energy surged through his body like a tide beneath the surface. Yifan materialized behind Luo Mengxing. His fist, condensed with the night's darkness of Mo City, struck with a fierce, piercing wind, aiming straight for the vital point. Luo Mengxing sensed Yifan's momentum and twisted his body instinctively, dodging the strike at an impossible angle. His counterattack followed instantly, palm winds and fist winds colliding in the air with a deafening roar. The glass windows of the command center began to vibrate, as if they might shatter at any moment. Shen Lufeng stood silently by. Though he yearned to join the fray, he knew this was a contest between Yifan and Luo Mengxing. He had to trust Yifan. As the battle progressed, Luo Mengxing began to feel fatigue. After all, age and physical strength no longer allowed him to endure prolonged combat as he had in his youth. Yet his eyes still burned with fighting spirit. He couldn't fall here, he had to win dignity for his disciple. Yifan could sense Luo Mengxing's strength slowly waning, yet he remained utterly unwavering. He knew that an opponent like this could unleash astonishing bursts of energy even as his final reserves were nearly depleted. He resolved to end this battle in the manner he excelled at, swift, precise, and ruthless. Within the confined space, the two men swirled like whirlwinds, constantly intertwining, colliding, and separating. Their combat transcended ordinary imagination, reaching an artistic realm. Beneath the night sky of Mo City, the duel between these two masters unfolded like a silent symphony. On the command center's walls, Luo Mengxing's palm strikes left deep, gouged marks, while Yifan's every move carried the howling of wind, its momentum overwhelming. Luo Mengxing, though advanced in years, possessed inner strength as still as an ancient well, its depths unfathomable. Each strike seemed to summon dormant powers from the ancient martial world, rendering his assaults relentlessly fierce. Facing such an opponent, Yifan could only respond with even more masterful martial arts. Their figures darted across the arena, sometimes separated by several meters, other times mere inches apart. Yifan's punches were fierce, striking directly at vital points, each blow brimming with the potential for devastating force. Luo Mengxing, however, employed softness to overcome hardness. His palm winds always seemed to diffuse Yifan's attacks at the last moment, trapping the battle in a stalemate. In this high-intensity duel, both men's breathing grew ragged, yet neither showed any sign of yielding. This was not merely a contest of bodies, but a clash of wills. Yifan's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, while Luo Mengxing's eyes burned with the fire of vengeance. As the fight progressed, the air within the command center seemed to grow scorching hot. On the computer screen, the nightscape of Mo City appeared particularly deep and profound, as if foreshadowing the far-reaching implications of this battle. Chapter 144, Luo Mengxing's True Strength. Yifan and Luo Mengxing clashed time and again, long surpassing the limits of ordinary men. At this level of combat, even the slightest lapse could prove fatal. Yet both were seasoned masters, each exchange brimming with profound respect for their opponent. Suddenly, Luo Mengxing's palm strikes shifted rhythm. He seemed to have found a breakthrough, unleashing a torrent of palm shadows like a storm before the downpour, bearing down on Yifan. A flicker of surprise crossed Yifan's eyes, but he swiftly adjusted his tactics. His form blurred like a phantom, evading Luo Mengxing's assault. Around Yifan, the air itself seemed to warp and distort from his rapid movements. Luo Mengxing's palm strikes rolled in like raging waves, wave after wave, yet Yifan soared through them like a sea eagle, skillfully weaving between the tempestuous currents. No matter how ferocious the assault, not a single strike grazed the hem of his robe. A flicker of admiration crossed Luo Mengxing's eyes. This young man's martial prowess had reached a level that demanded his full respect. Yifan's prowess astonished him not only in raw strength but also in his profound understanding of the martial way. Even he rarely encountered such an exceptional opponent. Their clash intensified, like two razor-sharp blades colliding, sparks flying everywhere. Each of Yifan's attacks was precise beyond measure, every move and technique a silent challenge to Luo Mengxing. Luo Mengxing, however, countered every assault with his profound internal energy and vast combat experience. Each of his palms carried the force of an earth-shattering blow. The battle reached a stalemate. Their movements blurred into afterimages, their clashes a continuous roar too rapid for the ear to distinguish individual strikes. The surrounding space seemed to vibrate with the intensity of their clash. Suddenly, Luo Mengxing's body swayed, as if he had found a flaw in Yifan's defense. His form blurred into an afterimage as he lunged toward Yifan's back. This strike carried all his strength and speed, as if he intended to fight to the death.
Yet, at this critical moment, Yifan's form twisted violently, turning offense into defense. His arm traced a perfect arc across his chest, not only completely nullifying Luo Mengxing's assault but also countering with a swift, backhanded strike aimed lightly at Luo Mengxing's waist. Though seemingly gentle, this strike contained immense power. Luo Mengxing felt a powerful force surge toward him, forcing him to stumble back several steps to regain his balance. Shen Lufeng witnessed this exchange, his heart filled with quiet astonishment. Yifan's strength had reached an almost unbelievable level. Even a reclusive master like Luo Mengxing felt pressure when facing him. The standoff grew increasingly tense, and a hint of astonishment flickered in Luo Mengxing's eyes. He hadn't anticipated Yifan's martial arts reaching such exquisite mastery. His palm force was steady and profound, like the hidden currents deep within the ocean, silent yet containing boundless power. Luo Mengxing began to realize that Yifan was not merely a symbol of raw power, but also the embodiment of wisdom and strategy. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Mengxing knew brute force alone would not secure victory. He must now draw upon deeper martial wisdom. His body gradually relaxed, and his palm winds softened. He began to employ his unique dream shadow palm technique, his palm shadows becoming hazy and elusive, seemingly merging with the surrounding air currents. Yifan smiled faintly. His martial arts drew from ancient traditions, having seen much and known much. He was naturally unsurprised by Luo Mengxing's changes. His punches began to shift in response to Luo Mengxing's palm winds. Each strike felt like a dialogue, as if telling Luo Mengxing that no variation could escape Yifan's grasp. Shen Lufeng stood by, not directly engaged in the fight, yet his heart raced with every exchange. He understood clearly that this battle was not merely about personal glory, but also about the future fate of Mo City. As time passed, the intensity of the battle surpassed ordinary imagination. Luo Mengxing's dream shadow palm and Yifan's shadowless fist interwove through the air, painting breathtaking martial arts masterpieces that left even the observing Shen Lufeng awestruck. This duel resembled a war without gunpowder, each side expressing the philosophy of the martial artist in their own way. Each of Yifan's attacks radiated decisive intent, while every defensive move from Luo Mengxing seemed unfathomably deep. Just as their battle reached its fever pitch, thunder rumbled through the night sky outside, as if providing a soundtrack to the fight. Amidst the thunder, Luo Mengxing's movements abruptly halted. His palm strikes surged with overwhelming force, each blow carrying the might of 1,000 thunderbolts, causing the entire command center to tremble. Yifan sensed the surge in Luo Mengxing's power, yet his gaze grew even more composed. He knew this was the true manifestation of Luo Mengxing's power in the decisive moment of the fight. He drew a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his fists, preparing to meet Luo Mengxing's thunderous strike. Amidst the night sky of Mo City, as thunder rumbled, the confrontation between Yifan and Luo Mengxing reached its most critical juncture. Tension and anticipation filled the air, as if time itself had frozen in that instant. Luo Mengxing's palm strikes carried rolling thunder, each blow seeming capable of tearing the sky apart and shaking the earth. Facing such overwhelming force, Yifan remained as composed as ever, his figure growing ever more resolute in the lightning's glow. Luo Mengxing unleashed palm strike after palm strike, while Yifan met each with a fist. Their techniques reached an extreme speed, their movements almost indistinguishable to the eye. Only the relentless clashes of their blows could be heard. The very air within the command center seemed torn apart by their power, forming visible ripples. Every punch Yifan delivered embodied his profound understanding of martial arts. His power was no longer mere physical strength, but the perfect fusion of mind and body. Each punch seemed guided by an invisible force, seeking out Luo Mengxing's vulnerabilities. Though aged, Luo Mengxing's battle-hardened experience and profound inner strength allowed him to hold his own in this life-or-death contest. Each of his palms held subtle, unpredictable shifts, forcing Yifan to respond with utmost caution. Just then, a bolt of lightning split the night sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Luo Mengxing seemed to take this as his cue, his movements suddenly accelerating as his palm strikes grew even more ferocious. He threw himself into the fight, determined to crush Yifan with thunderous force. Yifan did not retreat. He knew that even the slightest fear at this moment would be fatal. Only by confronting the challenge head-on could he gain the upper hand in this duel. His fists, as if wrapped in storms, met Luo Mengxing's thunderous palm strikes head-on. The collision of their power in the air produced a sound that seemed to surpass the thunder itself, shaking the entire city of Mo. In that instant, both Yifan and Luo Mengxing poured their very essence into this battle. Chapter 145, A New Beginning. The battle raged on, neither Yifan nor Luo Mengxing gaining the upper hand, yet both had already demonstrated their strength and resolve. This was a contest of spirit, an exploration of martial arts' ultimate limits, the brightest stars shining beneath Mo City's night sky. Crashing together, Yifan and Luo Mengxing resembled two meteors streaking across the night sky. Their combat transcended mere physical blows, becoming a dance of intricate technique and strategic calculation. Each of Yifan's attacks was meticulously calculated, as if he had already anticipated Luo Mengxing's next move. Luo Mengxing, in turn, relied on his profound internal energy and extensive combat experience to deflect Yifan's sharp strikes.
As the battle deepened, the martial artists of Mo City began to sense the extraordinary nature of this clash. Young martial artists with untapped potential faintly sensed the collision of energy between the two masters, while seasoned veterans frowned deeply, knowing the profound impact this battle would have on Mo City. As Yifan's right-hand man, Shen Lufeng's heart was filled with complex emotions. He understood the immense responsibility Yifan now bore. He must remain composed, supporting Yifan until the very last moment. In the battle at the command center, the two masters fought with such abandon that they became mere afterimages, their power so immense it seemed to make the entire space tremble. Yifan's fist winds and Luo Mengxing's palm forces created ripples in the air, as if poised to unleash a storm. Amidst the relentless collisions, Yifan suddenly detected a subtle shift in Luo Mengxing's rhythm. This realization flashed a gleam in his eyes. He began altering his combat strategy, abandoning head-on clashes for more agile footwork and techniques, seeking a breakthrough in this seemingly endless clash of power. Luo Mengxing sensed Yifan's shift, and a flicker of seriousness crossed his own eyes. He knew Yifan was no ordinary opponent. The young man's growth far exceeded his expectations. Luo Mengxing had to admit that even he couldn't easily predict this young man's next move. In this silent duel, both Yifan and Luo Mengxing seemed to be searching for that final strike, the decisive moment that would determine the outcome. Yifan's techniques grew increasingly fierce. Each strike seemed to declare to Luo Mengxing, even profound martial wisdom would one day be surpassed. Luo Mengxing felt pressure unlike any he had ever known, yet this very pressure only strengthened his resolve in the martial path. He no longer fought merely for his own disciple, but for all young martial artists so they might walk a brighter path in the days to come. His palm techniques grew deeper and more profound, abandoning flashy displays to return to the purest essence of martial spirit. The battle stretched into the late night, the skyline of Mo City shifting between their fists and palms. Suddenly, a peculiar rhythm seemed to infuse Luo Mengxing's palm strikes, not merely martial technique, but the essence of his years of cultivation. With each strike, the air seemed to tear apart, producing a peculiar melody. Yifan sensed the transformation in Luo Mengxing's palm techniques, recognizing it as a unique insight born from the old man's martial journey. Yifan couldn't help but feel a thread of respect for this elder, though that didn't mean he would hold back. Yifan's gaze sharpened further as his body accelerated to near its absolute limit within the space. Seeing Yifan in this state, Luo Mengxing felt a surge of heroic spirit welling up within him. He roared with laughter as his entire being surged with boundless power. Palm winds coalesced into tangible force, like bolts of lightning, striking toward Yifan. Yifan did not retreat. His fists seemed capable of shaking mountains and rivers as they met Luo Mengxing's palm winds head-on. Their forces collided violently in the air, producing a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the entire city of Mo. Under the night sky of Mo City, the battle between Yifan and Luo Mengxing raged on with an almost mythical intensity. Each of Luo Mengxing's palms carried devastating force, as if tearing apart the night sky itself. Yifan's fists, like echoes reverberating through a canyon, surged relentlessly, wave upon wave. Yet as the battle dragged on, even a martial arts master like Luo Mengxing struggled to sustain such relentless exertion. His palm strikes began to slow, their force gradually losing its earlier overwhelming dominance. A barely perceptible gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. He knew his chance had come. Yifan's form suddenly accelerated, his fist wind lashing out like a violent storm, sharp and relentless. Leveraging his superior speed and power, he relentlessly assaulted Luo Mengxing's defenses. Finally, after a fierce exchange, Yifan's fist struck Luo Mengxing's chest with pinpoint accuracy, the vital point where his internal energy converged. Luo Mengxing's body recoiled as if struck by a giant hammer. A look of agony flashed across his face as Yifan's force sent him flying backward, slamming heavily into the command center wall. The impact left a human-shaped indentation in the plaster. Shen Lufeng watched the scene unfold, his heart surging with overwhelming emotion. He knew Yifan had secured victory in this battle. Luo Mengxing struggled to rise from the dent, his eyes filled with the look of defeat. He understood that while he might not have been defeated by martial skill alone, he had been bested by the youthful vigor of Yifan. Yifan, today's battle has earned my complete respect. Your martial path has reached a new realm. Luo Mengxing, I offer my sincere respect. Luo Mengxing's tone carried a sense of magnanimity, his eyes brimming with respect for Yifan. Yifan did not pursue him. Calmly withdrawing his fist, he nodded respectfully to Luo Mengxing. Senior Luo, the disciple surpassing the master is the pursuit every junior should strive for. Today's battle has been an honor for me. Luo Mengxing knew he had no strength left to continue. Taking a deep breath, he mustered the last remnants of his inner energy and swiftly departed the command center. His figure gradually vanished into the night, leaving only the lingering thunder echoing over Mo City. Yifan turned to look at Shen Lufeng. The cold glint in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a look of anticipation for what lay ahead. Shen, Yifan said, Luo Mengxing has retreated, the wind and cloud rankings have fallen. Mo City's order must be rebuilt. It's time to demonstrate our strength and bring new hope to this city. After restoring order to Mo City, Yifan stood atop a skyscraper, gazing into the distance at the twinkling lights. Yuncheng, that prosperous and enigmatic city, was abuzz with news of a precious artifact about to be auctioned. This artifact was said to hold profound connections to the history of an ancient martial arts clan, capable of reshaping the power dynamics across the entire martial world. Shen Lufeng stood beside Yi Fan, knowing every move Yi Fan made was deliberate. When Yi Fan mentioned Yuncheng, he understood this would be the starting point of their next journey. Mr. Yi, the information about Seoul has been confirmed. The artifact is called the Chunlong Jade Pendant, said to be the relic of an ancient martial master.
If we could obtain it. Shen Lufeng's voice brimmed with excitement. Chapter 146, Departure for Seoul. Yi Fan's eyes blazed with intensity. He knew the Chunlong Jade Pendant was more than just a treasure, it was the key to unlocking the secrets of the ancient martial world, a treasure that could elevate his power to new heights. Chunlong Jade Pendant, Yi Fan murmured to himself. His gaze seemed to pierce through the vast distance, catching a glimpse of that legendary treasure. He turned to Shen Lufeng and said, "Young Shen, make preparations. Tomorrow we set out for Yuncheng."
Shen Lufeng nodded in agreement.
He knew that once Yi Fan made a decision, there was no room for change.
Yi Fan was a man whose decisions were as sharp as a blade and whose actions as swift as the wind, never dragging his feet. Having been by Yi Fan's side since his days as a super-wealthy tycoon, Shen Lufeng had witnessed countless triumphs and understood this time would be no exception.
The next morning, as the first light of dawn touched Mo City, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng were already fully prepared and ready to depart. Like ghosts in the night, they slipped silently from Mo City and set their sights on Han City. Yuncheng was a stark contrast to Mo City, its dazzling prosperity overwhelming.
Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng moved through the crowds, drawing no attention whatsoever. They blended into the city like ordinary citizens, yet they carried an undeniable air of royalty.
They checked into one of Yuncheng's most luxurious hotels, where they could overlook the entire cityscape.
Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Yi Fan watched the bustling traffic below. Yet his heart, like the city itself, never ceased its relentless rhythm.
"Mr. Yi, I've contacted the auction organizers. The Chunlong Jade Pendant will be featured in tomorrow night's auction, but the competition is fierce," Shen Lufeng reported.
Yi Fan turned, his gaze sharp.
"No matter how fierce the competition, the Chunlong Jade Pendant must be ours."
"Shen, you know I never compromise when it comes to pursuing power."
"Yes, Mr. Yi." Shen Lufeng nodded. He had never doubted Yi Fan's resolve. This man seemed like a favored son of fate, never failing. Under Yi Fan's plan, Shen Lufeng sprang into action. They would not only participate in the auction but also investigate potential rivals. Though Seoul was vast, information Yi Fan sought had never eluded him. On the eve of the auction, Yi Fan showed no signs of rushing. He sat quietly in his room, as if deep in meditation. The entire room was filled with an indescribable sense of pressure. Yi Fan's aura, powerful and unfathomable. The intelligence Shen Lufeng brought back caused Yi Fan to raise an eyebrow slightly. It turned out that the competition for the Chunlong Jade Pendant wasn't limited to martial arts circles. Influential figures and mysterious organizations from both domestic and international spheres were also involved. It seemed this auction would be a war without gunpowder. Yet to Yi Fan, all this was but fleeting dust. He possessed absolute confidence in his own strength. The Chunlong Jade Pendant was destined to be his.
On the day of the auction, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng arrived impeccably dressed. Their attire was unremarkable, yet the cold, formidable aura radiating from their very bones commanded respect. As they entered the auction hall, all eyes instinctively turned to them.
Though no one knew their identities, their unspoken aura of dominance compelled others to instinctively step back. Soft lighting bathed the hall, yet the atmosphere was thick with tension.
Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng took seats in a corner, appearing as observers stepping back from the limelight, yet in reality, they controlled the rhythm of the entire event.
As the auctioneer's excited declaration echoed, the Chunlong Jade Pendant was escorted onto the stage. Bathed in the spotlight, it emitted a faint blue glow. The shimmering dragon silhouette within the jade pendant seemed to swim, showcasing its extraordinary nobility. The moment the starting bid was announced, the room erupted. Yet Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng remained utterly composed, their expressions unmoved by the frenzy around them. As the bidding climbed higher, many lesser-known families and organizations withdrew from the auction. But for the true powerhouses, this was merely an appetizer. The real contest had only just begun. Shen Lufeng fixed his gaze on Yi Fan, awaiting his command. Yi Fan gave a slight nod, and Shen Lufeng raised his paddle to bid. Each increment was calm and decisive, each bid sparking a ripple of murmurs. Finally, when the auctioneer's hammer fell and the final winner was announced, the entire hall fell silent. That astonishing price, that last-minute decision, everyone understood. The one who had secured the Chunlong Jade Pendant was none other than Yi Fan, who had remained utterly composed from start to finish. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Yi Fan rose to his feet, followed closely by Shen Lufeng. They walked calmly to the front desk and took the jade pendant of the Dragon of the Hour, coveted by countless people. The moment Yi Fan held the jade pendant, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. He did not rush to leave, but instead turned to face everyone present, his gaze seeming to pierce through each person's thoughts. "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's auction has surely brought gains to all of you. The Chunlong Jade Pendant is indeed splendid, yet it is not destined for everyone. May you all find treasures that belong to you in the days ahead.
Yi Fan's voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly throughout the entire auction hall. These words were undoubtedly pretentious, but Yi Fan's power was undeniable. No one dared to challenge him openly. They could only silently marvel in their hearts at how utterly arrogant this young man was. After the auction concluded, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng made no haste to leave Hanchang. The acquisition of the Chunlong Jade Pendant was merely the opening act of their Hanchang saga. Yi Fan knew that beneath the surface of this city lay even greater opportunities and challenges. In the hotel's luxurious suite, Yi Fan unfolded the jade pendant and examined it closely. Shen Lufeng stood nearby, his eyes filled with admiration. He had never doubted Yi Fan's discernment or decisions. He understood that every item in Yi Fan's possession was extraordinary, each a crucial piece in the chessboard of their future journey. Yi Fan set the jade pendant down and murmured to Shen Lufeng, "Little Shen, the Chunlong jade pendant is merely the beginning. The waters in Seoul run deep, and the powerful figures here are no simple foes. Our next plan must be executed with even greater caution than the auction. Mr. Yi, how should we proceed?" Shen Lufeng inquired. Yi Fan smiled faintly, his expression tinged with subtle cunning and confidence. "The rules in Seoul are simple, might makes right. What we need to do is show them our strength, make them understand that opposing us brings no benefit whatsoever." No sooner had he finished speaking than Yi Fan's phone rang. He answered the call, his expression as composed as ever. The news coming through the line clearly concerned another major event in Hanchang. After hanging up, Yi Fan turned to Shen Lufeng and said, "There's an unwritten rule in Hanchang. Every year around this time, the major factions hold a private exchange meeting. We wouldn't normally be invited, but now, someone wants us to attend." Chapter 147, Not to respond, but to lead. Shen Lufeng understood this was both an opportunity and a test. At such gatherings, Seoul's most powerful figures would assemble, each possessing extraordinary status and commanding immense power and resources. "Mr. Yi, how do you plan to handle this?" Shen Lufeng asked. Yi Fan rose and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, his eyes reflecting his ambitions for the city. "Shen, we're going there not to react, but to lead." Over the next few days, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng began preparations for the exchange conference. They researched every potential attendee, devised strategies, and even prepared special measures to ensure they held the upper hand at the event. On the day of the exchange, Yi Fan wore a bespoke suit, while Shen Lufeng appeared as his personal assistant. As they entered the venue, countless probing and appraising glances followed them, yet they seemed to have no effect on Yi Fan. At the exchange meeting, Yi Fan's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did he demonstrate exceptional intellect in his discourse, but he also delivered brilliant retorts during several debates, leaving everyone in awe. Whenever someone attempted to challenge him, he countered with such effortless composure that every challenger was left in the dust. As the exchange drew to a close, Yi Fan rose to his feet. His voice carried clearly throughout the hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's exchange has been profoundly meaningful. I believe that each of you present here may one day become our partners or our adversaries. But whatever the case, remember this: making enemies with us is not a wise choice." These words detonated like a heavy bomb within the hall, each person feeling the weight of his statement. Yi Fan's gaze swept over every person present. The domineering and coldness in his eyes made it difficult for anyone to meet his stare. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Everyone silently wondered what hidden cards this newly emerged powerhouse possessed to face Seoul's power-saturated environment with such composure. Yi Fan returned to his seat as murmurs gradually resumed throughout the hall. He listened quietly to the surrounding murmurs, already mapping out his next move in his mind. He knew tonight's performance was merely the first step. To establish a firm foothold in Hanchang, he would need greater strength and more allies. At the banquet following the meeting, many attempted to approach Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng, hoping to befriend these two masters. Yi Fan navigated the socializing with unhurried composure, mentally sifting through those who held genuine value while observing others' reactions. "Mr. Yi, several individuals appear quite capable. Should I approach them?" Shen Lufeng whispered his report. Yi Fan waved him off. "No rush. Being overly eager in this setting would come across as frivolous. We seek allies, not followers. After this banquet, we'll proceed according to plan." After the banquet concluded, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng did not leave immediately. Instead, they headed to an exclusive club in Seoul. This was a gathering place for Seoul's elite and a crucial hub for information exchange. Yi Fan had no intention of immediately displaying his power. He preferred to observe from the shadows, biding his time. Seated quietly in a secluded private room within the club, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng remained composed. Yi Fan lit a cigar, exhaling smoke rings with a faint smile. "Shen," he said, "we need more intelligence about every faction and every corner of Hanchang. Starting tomorrow, you'll be in charge of gathering it. No matter how insignificant the piece of information, it could be our chance." Shen Lufeng nodded. He understood his duties and knew Yi Fan's methodical approach, always advancing cautiously, never acting rashly. The next day, Yi Fan made no hasty moves. Instead, he remained at the club, monitoring Seoul's dynamics through various channels. The city's shifting currents were unpredictable, but for Yi Fan, this was precisely the game he relished. Several days later, Shen Lufeng delivered a detailed report. Within its pages, Hancheng's power structure was laid bare, every influential family, every key figure, meticulously marked. Mr. Yi, this is the intelligence I've gathered over the past few days. It includes several emerging families that appear to be actively expanding their spheres of influence. Shen Lufeng reported in detail. Yi Fan studied the materials carefully, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Very good. We'll start by approaching these emerging factions. Their insatiable greed presents our opportunity. Our next move must be swift, precise, and decisive. Strike while their power is still expanding but not yet entrenched. We can more easily intervene, even seize control. Yi Fan's voice was low and unwavering. Shen Lufeng immediately agreed, his confidence in Yi Fan's plan unwavering. After all, every operation he'd undertaken alongside Yi Fan had proven the impossible possible. Over the following week, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng moved like ghosts through every corner of Seoul. They appeared at high-end cocktail parties or key business negotiations, each time striking precisely at their opponent's weak points before vanishing without a trace. Yi Fan not only used financial power to strike his opponents but also employed his intelligence and strategy to sow seeds of suspicion and division among them. Soon, turbulent currents began churning within these emerging factions, bringing various conflicts to the surface. On a rainy night, Yi Fan summoned the leaders of several emerging families. In a private room of an exclusive club, they gathered around a table. Yi Fan's commanding presence alone was enough to intimidate any opponent. Gentlemen, you are all rising stars in Hancheng, brimming with vitality and ambition. But going it alone will never make a real impact. I can provide the resources and support you need, but what I require in return is your loyalty. Yi Fan's voice was firm and deep, each word striking like a heavy hammer against the hearts of those present. Across the table, the men exchanged glances. They knew Yi Fan was no ordinary businessman. The power behind him was unfathomable. Under Yi Fan's piercing gaze and commanding presence, they all nodded in agreement. Thus, over the course of a single dinner, Yi Fan brought these forces under his command. His approach was efficient and direct, once again proving his influence in Seoul. Yet Yi Fan was far from satisfied. He knew this was merely the beginning. His ambitions reached far beyond. The power games in Seoul were far more intricate than this, demanding more allies and greater strength. In the days that followed, Yi Fan initiated his next phase of plans. Using his newly acquired power as a foundation, he began penetrating Seoul's deeper power structures. He skillfully showcased his strength and intellect at various events while covertly gathering intelligence from all sides. Chapter 148, Seoul's nightlife offers a unique flavor. Seoul's established power brokers began taking notice of Yi Fan as an emerging force. They cautiously approached Yi Fan, attempting to gauge his true depth. Yi Fan always presented himself with humility, yet consistently demonstrated astonishing sharpness at critical moments, forcing others to reassess his capabilities. In the bustling and complex landscape of Seoul, Yi Fan's name began to shine like a star in the dawn, growing ever more brilliant. His strategies and actions always defied prediction, approachable yet aloof, exuding an aura of mystery and power. He began making frequent appearances at various high-end events, whether elite gatherings or private dealings, always commanding attention. Yet he never revealed much about himself, weaving his words with such precision that people would linger on the surface of his statements, never quite grasping their core. One night, at Seoul's most exclusive bar, Yi Fan's arrival instantly silenced the previously boisterous atmosphere. The crowd parted naturally, clearing a path for him. He walked to the bar and ordered Seoul's most famous signature cocktail. "Mr. Yi, what a delightful surprise to see you here," the bartender said with a smile. Renowned as Seoul's master mixologist, he showed neither surprise nor confusion at Yi Fan's arrival, as if he had known Yi Fan would come. "A gentleman of the night, please," Yi Fan murmured softly. It was the bar's signature cocktail, embodying Yi Fan's own style, cool, elegant, yet sharp. Yi Fan lifted his glass, sipped lightly, and scanned the entire bar. His gaze was like a mirror that could pierce through illusions, seemingly able to see into everyone's secrets. Everyone present felt Yi Fan's presence, yet no one dared approach him. They knew such a figure was not someone to be approached lightly. Shen Lufeng stood nearby, his gaze cool and alert as he kept watch on the surroundings. As Yi Fan's loyal assistant, he understood his duty was to ensure Yi Fan's safety and the smooth execution of their plans. "Mr. Yi, Seoul's nightlife truly has a unique flavor," Shen Lufeng said with a smile as he approached. Yi Fan merely smiled faintly and replied, "Yes, but we're not here to enjoy it. We're here to conquer." Over the following weeks, Yi Fan embarked on his campaign of conquest. He not only seized control of the economic lifelines of several key commercial districts in Seoul but also secretly established several companies. His actions, though discreet, had the impact of a sudden storm, swift and fierce. Yi Fan's actions mirrored his gaze, sharp and far-reaching. In the bustling metropolis of Seoul, his footsteps never ceased. As night fell, he lurked like a panther in the shadows, waiting for his chance to pounce.
One night, on the top floor of Seoul's most luxurious hotel, a private banquet was underway. Gathered here were Seoul's elite and powerful business tycoons and social luminaries, each exchanging words with their own hidden agendas. Yet none of them knew the true protagonist of this gathering was about to arrive. Yi Fan slowly entered the banquet hall, Shen Lufeng following closely behind. Yi Fan's arrival detonated like a heavyweight bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere throughout the venue. Whispers rippled through the crowd, but Yi Fan seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed solely on the meticulously arranged round table ahead. Mr. Yi, tonight's guest of honor is Seoul's financial titan. Securing his backing would significantly amplify our influence in the city, Shen Lufeng whispered beside him. Yi Fan gave a slight nod. His stride was steady and composed, each step radiating an air of exceptional poise. He walked directly to the round table, surveyed the room, and said calmly, "Good evening, everyone. I imagine you're all waiting for a suitable partner." The room fell silent in an instant, all eyes fixed on Yi Fan. His unassuming words carried an undeniable weight that resonated with the powerful figures present. In the time that followed, Yi Fan engaged in deep conversations with several heavyweight figures present. His words were incisive, each revealing his unfathomable background and formidable strength. Not only did he pinpoint the exact pain points in Seoul's current economic development, but he also presented his own solutions. Yi Fan's plan was grand and meticulously crafted, with every detail carefully designed, compelling even the most discerning businessmen to take notice. After the banquet concluded, Yi Fan did not depart immediately. He stood quietly by the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the nightscape of Seoul. Shen Lufeng approached and asked softly, "Mr. Yi, you seem preoccupied?" Yi Fan turned, his gaze unwavering. "Hankook is merely the beginning. What I seek is the entire commercial landscape of the East." Shen Lufeng's eyes flashed with admiration upon hearing this. He knew Yi Fan's ability to turn words into action was the strongest he had ever witnessed. Their conversation remained unknown to others, yet the winds of change in Seoul had already begun to shift silently. Yi Fan's plan unfolded step by step. He not only stirred up the financial markets but also strategically placed pawns across various industries. Unbeknownst to anyone, beneath the city's surface, Yi Fan had established a vast intelligence network. He held information on every corner of Yuncheng economic trends, and the secrets of the powerful alike escaped his scrutiny. Yet even with Yi Fan's meticulous planning, unforeseen events inevitably arose. In Seoul's eastern district, a new power was quietly emerging, seemingly backed by another formidable force. In an unassuming high-rise office building in Seoul's eastern district, this new force was gathering strength. This was the secret headquarters of the Zhao Group. As the group's leader, Zhao Lai had been secretly monitoring Yi Fan's every move. Behind him lay an even more mysterious force. A clash between them and Yi Fan was inevitable. Zhao Lai sat in his white executive chair, his gaze sharp as his fingers tapped lightly on the desk. Unlike the extravagant attire of other businessmen, his simple black suit revealed a cold, pragmatic style. "Yi Fan, you think having Hancheng's intelligence makes you unstoppable?" Zhao Lai chuckled to himself. "You're nothing but a clown. The real show hasn't even begun." By his side, a burly man stood at the window, surveying the city's nightscape. This man was Han Dong, the executive officer of the Zhao Group and Zhao Lai's most trusted right-hand man. "Han Dong, what kind of opponent do you think Yi Fan will be?" Zhao Lai suddenly asked. Han Dong turned, his expression unreadable. "Yi Fan is a formidable opponent, but ultimately, he's just a pawn." A flicker of approval passed through Zhao Lai's eyes. Chapter 149, I see through your ambition. He knew Han Dong was a man of action, concise in speech yet always hitting the nail on the head. Just then, an intelligence officer from the Zhao Group rushed in with a report, reporting to Chairman Zhao. Yi Fan and his group seemed to be preparing for a large-scale commercial event recently, with unclear objectives. Zhao Lai's eyebrow arched. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. He rose and walked toward a map of Seoul hanging on the wall, his finger tracing its contours lightly. "Yi Fan, I see right through your ambition," he said calmly. "But your actions will only make me complete my plan sooner." Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng were discussing their next steps in a private conference room. A mountain of documents piled before Yi Fan, yet his expression remained composed. "Shen," Yi Fan asked, lifting his eyes, "has there been any unusual activity from the Zhao Group lately?" Shen Lufeng nodded. "Yes. They appear to be intensifying their recruitment efforts, though the purpose remains unclear." A barely perceptible cold smile tugged at Yi Fan's lips. "If they think I can't see their moves in Hancheng, they're sorely mistaken." Yi Fan casually picked up a document detailing Zhao Group's recent activities, including their secret dealings with multiple companies. "Shen, we need to accelerate our actions. I don't like being reactive." Yi Fan's voice was firm and resolute. "Prepare everything. We'll make the Zhao Group understand that they've started a war they can't win." Shen Lufeng saluted with a military gesture. "Understood, Mr. Yi." On Seoul's financial district, one building remained brightly lit, signaling the people inside were still hard at work. This was Yi Fan's newly established investment firm. In response to the Zhao Group, Yi Fan had decided to adopt a preemptive strategy. Shen, how are our funds prepared?
Yi Fan sat in his leather office chair, his gaze as sharp as a predator's. Shen Lufeng stood by the window, a financial report in hand.
Mr. Yi, we've completed the first round of capital allocation. It's sufficient to launch our initial offensive.
Yi Fan nodded, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk as if measuring the intervals between each heartbeat.
Very good. We must move before the Zhao group makes its move. In Zhao Lai's office, the atmosphere was entirely different.
Zhao Lai stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the nightscape of Yuncheng.
The city lights shimmered like scattered stars, reflecting its prosperity and splendor.
Yet his eyes held no admiration, only a cold, fierce resolve. Reporting to Chairman Zhao, Yi Fan has already initiated his move, an assistant cautiously relayed. Zhao Lai turned, a flicker of amusement crossing his lips.
He couldn't resist after all, just as I hoped.
He walked back to his desk and sat down, his gaze settling on a map of Seoul's economic layout.
Notify everyone, he ordered. Proceed according to plan.
We'll make Yi Fan understand that the waters in Seoul run far deeper than he imagines.
At Yi Fan's company, the tense yet orderly atmosphere gradually intensified.
Yi Fan's team bustled about, each fully aware they were about to enter a war without gunfire. Xiaoshen, activate the financial storm plan. Yi Fan's voice echoed through the conference room, each word like a drumbeat pounding on the hearts of those present. Shen Lufeng immediately picked up the microphone and began issuing a series of complex and precise instructions.
At the Zhao Group headquarters, Han Dong received orders from Zhao Lai.
His gaze hardened like steel as he confirmed, following the chairman's directive, we will activate Operation Heaven's Net, an invisible web powerful enough to trap Yi Fan in a desperate situation. Soon, unusual movements began to stir in Yuncheng's business and financial markets. Yi Fan's investment firm suddenly made massive moves into multiple key sectors, while the Zhao Group quietly positioned itself. The tug of war between these two forces in the market sent shockwaves through Seoul's business community, signaling the coming storm. Amidst the shifting financial currents of Seoul, the showdown between Yi Fan and the Zhao Group gradually reached a fever pitch. Every fluctuation in the stock market, every completed transaction, may be the result of a clash between two major forces. Yi Fan sat in the headquarters of the investment firm, his gaze piercing through the fog behind the market. He could clearly sense the pulse of every opponent.
Xiaoshen, how is our financial storm plan progressing? Yi Fan asked calmly.
His voice echoed through the spacious office, carrying an unquestionable authority. Shen Lufeng, holding the latest market analysis report, walked steadily toward Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, we have successfully gained control of shares in 3 major listed companies, and our market share is rapidly expanding. However, the Zhao Group appears to be exerting covert influence as well. Their Skynet operation has begun to impact some of our plans. Yi Fan took the report, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes.
He knew the rules of this game inside out. Operation Skynet?
Zhao Lai, you've certainly put a lot of thought into this.
But do you really think this will hold me back?
In this game, Yi Fan never liked being passive. He was the type to strike first, turning his opponent's strategies into opportunities for his own offensive. Yi Fan gently set down the report and calmly issued new orders.
Xiaoshen, activate Operation Headwind.
We'll use the Zhao Group's Skynet to give them a surprise. Operation Headwind was a larger net Yi Fan had cast over the Zhao Group. This operation encompassed not only financial markets but also Yuncheng's real estate, technology, and entertainment sectors of full-scale commercial war. Yi Fan knew Zhao Lai was a formidable opponent, but in his eyes, Zhao Lai was merely a stone to temper himself. Every move in Yi Fan's strategy was meticulously planned for ultimate victory. Days later, Seoul's economic circles began to feel the force of Operation Headwind. Yi Fan's companies seemed to become market darlings overnight, their business moves succeeding one after another, even beginning to impact the Zhao Group's stock price. In the Zhao Group's executive conference room, Zhao Lai's expression was grave. Han Dong stood beside him, reporting the latest market developments. Mr. Zhao, Yi Fan's headwind strategy appears far more potent than anticipated. Some of our countermeasures are already failing. Zhao Lai frowned deeply, surprised by Yi Fan's capabilities. It appears Yi Fan is not only exceptionally capable but also possesses a highly strategic mind. But don't get too excited just yet, this is merely the opening act. The moment Zhao Lai finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room grew even heavier. He was not one to concede defeat easily, and the Zhao Group was no ordinary entity.
Chapter 150, The Zhao Group's Plan.
In his view, while Yi Fan's counter-win plan was unexpected, the Zhao Group possessed deeper reserves.
Mr. Zhao, should we contact our partners and activate the contingency plan early?
Han Dong suggested, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Zhao Lai nodded, a sly smile playing on his lips. It's time to show our true strength. Yi Fan, you think you understand the rules of the game in Yuncheng, but what you don't know is that some pieces are simply beyond your reach.
Meanwhile, in Yi Fan's office, the surface appeared calm, yet beneath it, currents swirled.
Yi Fan sat in his high-backed chair, his gaze deep and intense, as if contemplating some profound strategy.
Xiaoshen, what's the latest from intelligence?
Yi Fan's voice carried an unhurried calm.
Shen Lufeng handed over a folder. Mr. Yi, we've discovered the Zhao Group secretly contacting external forces. It appears they're preparing for some large-scale operation. Yi Fan took the file and flipped through it. Zhao Lai, you're moving fast. But no matter how grand your scheme, it won't escape my grasp. He rose and walked to the window. Before him lay the bustling nightscape of Seoul, yet his thoughts drifted far beyond. Shen, notify all departments to heighten vigilance, especially in the capital markets. Simultaneously, strengthen protection for the key enterprises under our control. I won't tolerate any mishaps. Shen Lufeng immediately grasped Yi Fan's intent. He understood that Yi Fan was consolidating his position before Zhao Group made its big move, ensuring no unexpected complications arose. Over the next few days, the business landscape in Seoul grew increasingly complex. Capital flows in the market became unusually volatile, and stock market fluctuations grew increasingly unpredictable. The standoff between Yi Fan's investment firm and the Zhao Group had transcended mere commercial rivalry, transforming into a contest for control. Yi Fan showed no signs of slowing down. His plans were meticulously interlinked, each step executed with pinpoint precision. He had planted his spies and influence in every corner of Seoul, even infiltrating Zhao Group's inner circle. In this seemingly calm yet turbulent business war, Yi Fan operated like an exceptional commander, possessing an intimate understanding of Seoul's economic landscape. Not only did he anticipate every move of the Zhao Group, but he also positioned his own forces before the Zhao Group could act. Late one night, within a luxurious villa in Seoul, Yi Fan gathered his core team financial analysts, capital operations specialists, and business strategists. They were the sharp blades in his hand, ever ready to sever the fangs of his competitors. Everyone, the Zhao Group's Dark Tide project is about to launch. We must strike first. Yi Fan stood in the center of the room, his tone firm and brimming with confidence. An analyst rose to report, Mr. Yi, we've infiltrated Zhao Group's internal information network. We can leverage their information resources to counterattack before they act. A faint smile touched Yi Fan's lips. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He turned to Shen Lufeng. Shen, prepare our bright sword plan. I intend to make the Zhao Group fail at their own game. Shen Lufeng nodded in response, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. He knew Mr. Ye's strategies were always unexpected, capable of turning the tide at critical moments. Over the following days, Yi Fan's investment firm operated like a finely tuned machine, running with exceptional efficiency. Leveraging their intelligence, they delivered precise strikes against the Zhao Group's capital chain. In the stock market, Yi Fan's company orchestrated a series of complex transactions, successfully steering market trends and inflicting massive damage on Zhao Group's stock price. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's bright sword plan was quietly unfolding behind the scenes. This plan encompassed not only financial market maneuvers but also efforts to erode the Zhao Group's influence. Through a series of clever public relations maneuvers, Yi Fan gradually eroded the Zhao Group's reputation within Seoul's business community. Meanwhile, despite the grand scale of the Zhao Group's Dark Tide operation, Yi Fan's countermeasures forced them to advance cautiously, hampering their ability to execute their plans. They began to realize they might have walked into a meticulously designed trap. Zhao Lai sat in his starkly cold office, his expression growing increasingly grim in the face of Yi Fan's relentless counterattacks. He knew he could no longer afford to be on the defensive. More aggressive measures were necessary. A flash of ferocity flickered in Zhao Lai's eyes. He resolved to no longer confine his confrontation with Yi Fan to the business realm alone. He would shift the battlefield to a place Yi Fan never anticipated, the realm of force. Notify my shadow unit. Prepare for action. Zhao Lai ordered his assistant in a deep voice. The shadow unit he referred to was a group of highly trained specialists, expert in covert operations. Upon learning Zhao Lai might resort to unconventional means, Yi Fan showed little surprise. His past was rife with such confrontations, a testament to his formidable background. Xiaoshen, I suspect Zhao Lai won't confine his opposition to business alone. He'll attempt more direct methods, Yi Fan remarked calmly, as if discussing an ordinary commercial transaction. Shen Lufeng's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Mr. Yi, we're prepared. The shadow won't be a problem. Yi Fan nodded, a barely perceptible smile flickering across his face. He had already anticipated Zhao Lai's moves, every possible step he might take. Soon after, Zhao Lai's operatives began lurking in the shadows of Hansheng, with only one target, Yi Fan. Yet they soon found themselves trapped in an invisible labyrinth, each operation mysteriously sabotaged, every pursuit vanishing into thin air. Yi Fan's influence in Hansheng ran far deeper than Zhao Lai could have imagined. His reach extended far beyond mere business dealings. Late one night, one of Zhao Lai's operatives finally found an opening and infiltrated Yi Fan's residence. Yet, just as he believed success was imminent, a sudden chill swept over him. In the darkness, Yi Fan materialized like a specter, unleashing a fierce palm strike toward him. You think you can lay a hand on me, Yi Fan? Yi Fan's voice echoed through the night, cold and threatening. The shadow member had no chance to respond before Yi Fan effortlessly subdued him. Yi Fan showed no mercy, but instead used him to deliver a message to Zhao Lai: your plan has failed. The next day, Zhao Lai received news of the failed operation from the previous night. His expression darkened to the extreme. He hadn't expected Yifan to be so formidable in combat. It seems I underestimated you, Yifan. But that doesn't mean you've won. The game has only just begun. Zhao Lai said fiercely, deciding to take matters into his own hands. Zhao Lai was a renowned martial arts master in Yuncheng, his prowess ranking among the elite in the martial arts world. Chapter 151, We Fight to the Death. Zhao Lai stood at the center of his spacious training hall, fists clenched, body leaning forward slightly like a panther poised to strike. His eyes blazed with furious intensity, yet they also revealed a hunger for a formidable opponent. In this moment, he craved battle more than ever before, a battle to defeat Yifan and prove his unshakable status in Yuncheng. Inform Yifan, Zhao Lai growled to his subordinate beside him, each word squeezed through clenched teeth, revealing an unshakable resolve. 3 days from now, at the abandoned factory in the western part of the city. We will fight to the death. The message reached Yifan swiftly. Seated in his office's black leather chair, Yifan listened to his subordinate relay Zhao Lai's challenge. His expression remained utterly unchanged, as if all this had been entirely within his expectations. Shaoxun, get ready. Yifan said indifferently as he rose and walked to the window, his gaze deepening as he looked into the distance. In 3 days, I'll teach Zhao Lai a lesson and show him what true strength really is. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, stirring up quite a storm in Yuncheng. Though not publicly announced, the duel between Yifan and Zhao Lai had already become the talk of certain circles in Yuncheng. After all, a clash between two top figures in their respective fields would become a Yuncheng legend, regardless of the outcome. On the day of the duel, dark clouds gathered overhead, as if foretelling the impending storm. Inside the abandoned factory, a heavy, oppressive atmosphere hung in the air. The two figures stood out starkly amidst the ruins. Yifan stood motionless in a black jacket, radiating powerful presence with a cool gaze. Zhao Lai, clad in martial arts attire, stood tense as a drawn bow, every muscle taut, poised to unleash a deadly strike at any moment. The air between them seemed to freeze. Yifan loosened the collar of his jacket and spoke softly. Zhao Lai, do you truly believe force can solve everything? A cold smile curled Zhao Lai's lips. Yifan, today I'll make you understand that in this world, ultimately, fists speak loudest. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhao Lai launched toward Yifan like an arrow leaving the bowstring. His entire body became a blur of wind, his fists whistling through the air with a powerful, piercing sound, the essence of his years of martial cultivation. Each of Zhao Lai's punches carried the force of 1,000 thunderbolts. His assault was like a raging storm, ferocious and relentless. He gave it his all, each punch seemingly tearing through the air, shattering the oppressive sky. His punches were not only swift but precise, each strike aimed directly at Yifan's vital points. Yet Yifan seemed oblivious, his body swaying lightly under Zhao Lai's relentless assault. At the last possible moment, he evaded each strike with the slightest of movements. Yifan's reactions were not only swift but astonishingly precise. Each of his movements seemed calculated in advance, neither too much nor too little, perfectly timed. The battle raged on for several minutes. Zhao Lai's brow furrowed as he realized he hadn't landed a single true hit on Yifan. His internal energy surged forth like a tidal wave, yet each assault was deflected by Yifan in inexplicable ways. Yifan's composure stood in stark contrast to Zhao Lai's intensity. To Zhao Lai, Yifan resembled an iceberg. No matter how fiercely he struck, he couldn't shatter its icy surface. Yifan's gaze remained serene as still water, showing not the slightest ripple even amidst the fierce combat. As the fight progressed, Zhao Lai gradually felt the pressure mounting. Not only was Yifan's defense nearly flawless, but his attacks were beginning to show their sharp edge. Each of Yifan's counterattacks was remarkably concise, devoid of any superfluous movement, yet packed with astonishing power. Suddenly, Yifan's figure flickered, and he finally launched his true offensive. His movements lacked Zhao Lai's wild abandon, yet possessed an irresistible penetrating force. His palms seemed to carry the force of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, striking Zhao Lai with pinpoint accuracy. Each blow sent shockwaves through Zhao Lai's bones and soul. Zhao Lai watched in shock as his internal energy slowly drained away in the clash, while Yifan seemed to have reserves left. In this contest of strength and technique, Yifan clearly held the upper hand. Zhao Lai's breathing grew ragged, and cracks began to appear in his attacks. Suddenly, a crack opened in the dark clouds overhead. Sunlight pierced through the gloom, bathing the ruins of the abandoned factory. In that instant, both Zhao Lai and Yifan's silhouettes stretched elongated. The battle raged on fiercely, yet neither had emerged victorious. Zhao Lai refused to yield, his eyes blazing with defiance. Yifan, however, grew even more composed, standing as steady as a mountain. Zhao Lai roared, gathering the last remnants of his inner strength and channeling it into his fists. He knew that if he couldn't gain the upper hand with this strike, the rest of the fight would be extremely disadvantageous. His form appeared exceptionally fierce under the sunlight, each step seeming to shake the ground beneath him. His attacks grew more ferocious than before, each punch carrying a howling wind as it slammed toward Yifan. Yifan remained as steady as a mountain.
His movements were neither hurried nor slow, as if he could always anticipate Zhao Lai's attack trajectory before it arrived. Amidst Zhao Lai's relentless onslaught, Yifan navigated like a lifeboat through raging waves. Though swaying, he never capsized, even finding momentum to advance amidst the turbulence. The battle had raged for dozens of rounds. Zhao Lai's breathing grew increasingly labored, each exhalation seeming to drain his strength. Yet his gaze remained unwavering, showing no sign of retreat. Yifan, however, maintained a steady rhythm to his breathing from start to finish. It was as if he wasn't engaged in a fierce battle at all, but rather taking a simple stroll. Zhao Lai finally felt an unprecedented pressure. Yifan's strength far exceeded his expectations. In martial prowess, Yifan's realm was clearly superior. This stirred not only a towering rage within Zhao Lai but also a profound sense of helplessness. Yet, as a ruthless martial arts master, Zhao Lai refused to concede defeat. Zhao Lai roared, channeling the most powerful strike of his career. This fist contained the essence of his entire martial journey, compressing the air before it into a visible shockwave. In that moment, his fist struck not merely at Yifan, but seemed to challenge fate itself, the invisible forces that had driven him to this desperate end. Yifan witnessed Zhao Lai's life or death strike, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. He neither evaded nor overcomplicated his defense, simply raising his palm to meet Zhao Lai's fist. In that instant, time seemed to freeze as two forces collided in the air, erupting in a thunderous roar. Sunlight pierced the dark clouds, illuminating the point of their clash. The surrounding ruins seemed to bear witness to this moment. Dust swirled upward with the force of the impact, forming a massive vortex. Chapter 152, The True Meaning of Martial Arts. Dust and debris swirled in the air, forming a massive vortex. At its center, Yifan and Zhao Lai stood like two immovable mountains, locked in a standoff. Zhao Lai's fist strikes were fierce, yet Yifan's palm winds carried a more profound inner strength. It was a collision of two entirely different forces, one blazing like raging fire, the other deep as an abyss. Though only a handful among the surrounding spectators could truly discern the martial prowess of the two combatants, every onlooker was stunned by the intensity of the battle. They knew they were witnessing more than a simple fight. It was a clash between the pinnacle masters of two eras, a scene that would linger long in the memory of the Yuncheng martial arts world. Zhao Lai felt his fist strike against an impenetrable wall of steel. Yifan's palm strike not only nullified every offensive move, but also seemed to steadily devour Zhao Lai's inner strength. He was astonished to discover that his own martial cultivation seemed utterly insignificant in Yifan's presence. Yifan's gaze remained unchanged as he looked at Zhao Lai, as if observing a stubborn child. Zhao Lai, though your martial prowess is formidable, you've pursued explosive power alone, neglecting the true essence of martial arts. Zhao Lai froze, his attacks unconsciously slowing. His eyes filled with confusion and inner conflict. He couldn't comprehend why the power he had spent his entire life pursuing seemed so utterly feeble before Yifan. Yifan did not press his advantage. He withdrew his palm and stood there in silence. He knew this battle was not merely a clash of bodies, but a contest of wills. He waited for Zhao Lai to grasp it himself, to comprehend the true essence of martial arts. Zhao Lai's breathing gradually steadied. His fist slowly lowered as he began to reflect on his martial path. He finally realized he had been stubbornly clinging to the wrong path all along. He looked up at Yifan, his gaze complex. Yifan, I've lost. Zhao Lai finally spoke, his voice hoarse yet filled with release. You've shown me that true strength isn't just about hard fists, it's about having a strong heart. Yifan nodded silently, then turned and walked toward the exit of the ruins. He knew Zhao Lai had understood. Today's battle had been sufficient. He no longer needed to prove anything through force. True victory lay in planting a seed of enlightenment within his opponent's heart. Zhao Lai remained rooted to the spot, watching Yifan's retreating figure. He knew he had lost today, yet he had gained far more. This battle would mark a new beginning in his martial arts journey. Yifan stepped out of the ruins. Sunlight bathed him, gilding the edges of his black jacket with a golden sheen. In the distance, Shen Lufeng waited. Seeing Yifan approach unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Yi, is everything over? Shen Lufeng asked. Yifan smiled faintly. Yes, little Shen, it's all over. Now, we have more important matters to attend to. Shen Lufeng nodded slightly, knowing exactly what Yifan meant by more important matters. Yifan wasn't content with merely establishing a foothold in Seoul. His sights were set on much greater horizons. Mr. Yi, what's our next move? Shen Lufeng asked, his eyes brimming with anticipation and trust. Yifan gazed into the distance, his eyes deep and penetrating, as if piercing through the city's clamor to see a broader horizon. First, we must consolidate our position in Seoul and further expand our influence. Then, I intend to expand our operations nationwide and eventually, worldwide. Shen Lufeng felt a jolt in his heart. He had long known Yifan was ambitious, yet whenever Yifan voiced his plans, Shen Lufeng still felt a surge of excitement. Yifan's ambition and drive never failed to deeply inspire him. Mr. Yi, I will give my all to support your vision, Shen Lufeng declared firmly. Yifan nodded. He turned and returned to his vehicle, which slowly drove away from the abandoned factory. Inside the car, Yifan pulled out a folder containing detailed business plans and market analysis reports.
Shin, Yifan began, our next move is to enter the tech industry. The tech companies in Hansheng have matured, presenting us with a rare opportunity. Yifan's voice carried an air of unquestionable resolve. Shin Lufeng immediately began strategizing. Mr. Yi, I recall several tech startups in the southern part of the city seeking funding. We could start there.
Not bad, Yifan smiled faintly.
However, we're not just seeking investment, we want controlling stake. Only by mastering core technologies can we remain invincible in future competition.
Over the next few days, Yifan and Shin Lufeng became busy. They approached several tech companies, and with Yifan's business acumen and Shin Lufeng's financial resources, they soon stirred up a storm in Seoul's tech scene. They not only injected capital into these companies but also charted new paths for their development. Meanwhile, after his battle with Yifan, Zhao Lai embarked on a new chapter in his martial arts cultivation. He delved deeply into the subtleties of internal energy and the true essence of martial arts, quietly achieving a qualitative leap in his strength. He knew that without personally experiencing that battle against Yifan, he would never have attained such enlightenment and progress. Meanwhile, throughout the streets and alleys of Hansheng, the battle between Yifan and Zhao Lai had become the hottest topic of conversation during people's leisure hours. Many remained unaware of Yifan's full story, yet his name had already become a legend in Hansheng.
In Seoul's tech circles, Yifan and Shen Lufeng's influence continued to grow.
Their precise investments and forward-thinking vision propelled every company they touched toward leapfrog development. Their technological products had practically become market barometers, solidifying the standing of Yifan's backing company within the business world. Yet Yifan was not content with this.
His ambition is to build a business empire, one that spans multiple sectors and leads the trends of the era.
To this end, he began preparations to establish his own technology R&D center, positioning it as a pivotal move to break industry barriers and further consolidate resources. During a strategy meeting, Shin Lufeng remarked, Mr. Yi, our R&D center is taking shape.
The most critical task now is attracting top talent to join us.
Yifan waved his hand lightly.
Attracting talent isn't just about conditions, it's about our vision and atmosphere.
We must create a platform where every talent can unleash their full potential. Meanwhile, in the martial arts world, Zhao Lai's strength continued to rise through his relentless training.
Chapter 153, A Greater Goal.
He was no longer the warrior who blindly pursued strength. Instead, with each practice session, he gained profound insights into the true essence of martial arts. He began participating in various martial arts exchanges, sparring with other masters, and his reputation gradually spread throughout the martial arts world. His battle with Yifan had been a profound baptism for Zhao Lai. He even began to feel gratitude toward Yifan for granting him this opportunity for enlightenment. He understood that his martial progress would soon translate into greater advantages in the business world. In Hansheng, the names Yifan and Zhao Lai had become legendary figures in both commerce and martial arts. Their story was retold endlessly, their influence permeating every corner of the city. One day, at an exclusive club in Hansheng, elites from various industries gathered for a private meeting initiated by Yifan. Within the conference room, Yifan stood at the head of the table, Shin Lufeng by his side, while the other attendees were all top performers in their respective fields. Today, we gather not merely for business collaboration, but for a greater purpose, Yifan declared in a deep, resonant voice, his words brimming with passion.
We must unite to forge an entirely new ecosystem, one that will lead the future.
Our collaboration will extend beyond individual commercial projects to encompass technology, culture, education, and every other dimension.
Every pair of eyes in the room was fixed on Yifan.
His words resonated deeply within each person. They knew Yifan was not merely a businessman, but a visionary one with the power to turn dreams into reality. Yifan's gaze swept across every elite present, the cream of the crop from all sectors of Hansheng, each backed by immense resources and influence. Yifan understood that to realize his grand vision, the combined strength of himself and Shin Lufeng alone would be insufficient. He needed the support and collaboration of these elites. Each of you here is a leader in Seoul, indeed across the nation. Every decision you make can impact the lives of millions, Yifan said slowly, his voice resonating with charisma and conviction.
What we must do today is pool this influence into an unstoppable force.
Yifan rose and walked to the conference room's large screen, which displayed a complex network diagram.
Each node represented an industry, and the intricate relationships between them resembled the gravitational pull between galaxies in the universe, drawing each other in. Our goal is to integrate these industries and build an interconnected ecosystem.
Yifan pointed at the network diagram on the screen.
This is not merely an economic project, it is an innovative social experiment. Within this ecosystem, we will break down traditional industry boundaries, encourage cross-sector collaboration, and ignite the spark of innovation.
The attendees began whispering among themselves, many already captivated by Yifan's vision.
They knew that if Yifan's plan succeeded, each of them would become a pioneer of this new era.
We will cover technology R&D, capital operations, cultural dissemination, educational reform, and more, each field guided by expert teams. Yi Fan continued, we'll establish a shared platform where data, resources, and talent can flow freely, maximizing their value. Shen Lufeng retrieved a folder from the side and handed it to Yi Fan. Opening it, Yi Fan presented a series of detailed plans and projected outcomes to the assembled group.
This is our preliminary blueprint. Of course, achieving these goals will require everyone's wisdom and effort.
Yi Fan's voice resonated with inspiring conviction. This isn't merely a business banquet, it's a dream about the future. And today, we gather here to build that dream together.
The atmosphere in the conference room reached a fever pitch.
Everyone was moved by Yi Fan's words, exchanging glances with eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation.
Today, they witnessed the dawn of a new era, an era they would help shape.
In the days that followed, Yi Fan's ecosystem plan advanced rapidly. In an instant, capital markets, tech circles, and cultural spheres both within and beyond Hanshang were shaken by the news. Yi Fan's name and his ecosphere plan became the talk of the town, with countless people watching this massive project that could potentially reshape the entire social structure. Yet as Yi Fan's vision unfolded, dark currents began churning beneath the surface of Hanshang.
A new power called Wolf Path quietly emerged.
Their operational style was mysterious and highly covert, starkly different from Hanshang's traditional business tycoons and martial arts clans.
Most Wolf Path members were elite individuals handpicked from various fields. Resenting Yi Fan's success, they viewed him as the greatest obstacle blocking their own advancement.
The leader of Wolf Path, a shadowy figure, harbors deep envy toward Yi Fan's ecological circle initiative and his growing influence in Hanshang. This rival secretly orchestrates a series of sabotage operations. Yi Fan naturally senses this new threat, and his intelligence network swiftly tracks Wolf Path's movements. During a late-night meeting with Shen Lufeng, Yi Fan spread a detailed intelligence dossier across the table. Shen, Yi Fan said, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes, it seems we have a new adversary. Shen Lufeng studied the documents and replied in a low voice, Mr. Yi, it appears Langtu is targeting us directly. Their actions are growing increasingly brazen, even interfering with our commercial operations and technological projects. Yi Fan smiled calmly, his expression conveying both resolve and composure.
Whatever plans Langtu may have, we must guard against them before they materialize. We cannot let them destroy our vision.
Yi Fan immediately ordered Shen Lufeng to strengthen the company's security measures and conduct a deeper investigation into Wolf Path through their information network. Simultaneously, leveraging his extensive connections in Seoul, Yi Fan began quietly laying the groundwork for a counterattack against Wolf Trail. Yi Fan's fingertips tapped lightly on the solid wood desk. His gaze held a deep, calculating intensity, as if weighing every possible variable. Shen Lufeng stood nearby, aware that Yi Fan's thinking always ran several steps ahead of others, each decision carrying profound intent.
Shen, Yi Fan spoke slowly, his voice utterly unruffled. Though Langtu remains shrouded in mystery, their patterns of operation have revealed certain regularities.
They are belligerent and brutal, favoring direct, violent solutions, precisely what can become their weakness.
Chapter 154, Luring Wolf Path in.
Shen Lufeng nodded, trusting Yi Fan's judgment implicitly.
Mr. Yi, what do you propose?
Yi Fan smiled faintly, a smile brimming with wisdom.
We'll set a trap. Let Wolf Path walk right into it.
Since they relish violence, we'll prepare a martial feast for them.
When they're immersed in this pleasure, we'll close the net.
Shen Lufeng's eyes lit up as he grasped Yi Fan's intent.
Mr. Yi, you mean? Exactly. We'll host a tournament unprecedented in the martial arts world of Seoul.
Yi Fan rose to his feet and strode purposefully toward the floor-to-ceiling windows.
Seoul lay illuminated beneath the night sky. This will be an open competition. Anyone can enter, including Langtu.
In this tournament, we can cater to their interests while maintaining the upper hand. Shen Lufeng understood Yi Fan's strategy. This was not merely a trap but also a screening opportunity, a chance to identify the elite fighters within Wolf Path and potentially lure them into their own camp. Over the next few days, Seoul's martial arts world erupted with excitement over Yi Fan's impending tournament. News spread like wildfire, with every martial arts dojo and school buzzing about the impending spectacle.
Members of Wolf Path also sprang into action.
Some were deeply intrigued by the tournament and decided to participate, partly for the glory of the arena, partly to gauge Yi Fan's true capabilities.
The day of the tournament finally arrived. Inside a vast Seoul stadium, lights shone brightly. The stands were packed with a diverse crowd, all eagerly awaiting an extraordinary showdown.
Behind the scenes, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng quietly observed from the monitoring room. As the tournament progressed, many martial arts masters began to shine. Some won the crowd's cheers, while others seethed with anger at their losses. Yi Fan, however, was more focused on those hidden figures in the shadows, their expressions cold and detached. Many of them radiated the distinctive aura of the Wolf Path.
Shen, are you ready? Yi Fan asked in a low voice. Shen Lufeng nodded. Mr. Yi, everything is ready. We await your command.
Yi Fan smiled faintly.
Then, let's begin.
This tournament, known as the Seoul Martial Arts Challenge, was in truth a massive trap Yi Fan had set to screen Wolf Path members and identify martial arts talent.
Yi Fan showed no urgency to intervene.
His plans always unfolded in meticulously layered stages, each step carefully calculated. As the tournament progressed, the stadium erupted with fervor. The roars and cheers of the spectators merged into a single, thunderous chorus. These sounds echoed in the ears of the martial artists, fueling their increasingly fierce confrontations.
The fighters sent by Wolfpath displayed extraordinary ferocity on the field. Their combat style was unlike ordinary fighters, more savage, each strike carrying the resolve to crush their opponents. However, they were unaware that every move they made, every action they took, was being watched clearly by Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng in the surveillance room. Mr. Yi, these Wolfpath operatives appear to have undergone specialized training. Their combat style is distinctly different, Shen Lufeng remarked, his brow furrowed. Yi Fan nodded. That's exactly who we're looking for. The Lontu is brutal, their members are indeed formidable fighters.
Beyond identifying Wolfpath members in this tournament, I also hope to see if there's a chance to recruit them.
Recruit? Shen Lufeng was taken aback. Mr. Yi, do you truly believe that's possible?
Yi Fan smiled faintly.
Anything is possible, little Shen. Human hearts are the most complex.
Though Wolfpath members swear allegiance to their cause, they also harbor their own desires and ambitions.
If we can offer them a better platform and broader horizons, why wouldn't they choose to serve us?
Shen Lufeng pondered for a moment before finally grasping Yi Fan's intent.
Mr. Yi, your vision is truly admirable.
However, our immediate priority is ensuring this grand spectacle unfolds exactly as scripted. Yi Fan's gaze returned to the surveillance screens, where live feeds captured the intensity of each unfolding battle.
The competition reached its climax, each duel exceptionally thrilling, sending the audience's excitement into a frenzy. Behind the scenes, Yi Fan's plan was quietly unfolding.
Leveraging his influence within the martial arts world, he had arranged for several formidable fighters to face off against Wolfpath members. This served both to test their strength and to lure Wolfpath into revealing more weaknesses. Ultimately, after a series of fierce battles, only the strongest martial artists remained on the field. Some of these were Yi Fan's pre-arranged operatives, while Wolfpath members were eliminated one by one. Though formidable, their tactics and techniques proved immature. With the tournament concluded, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng had gathered extensive intelligence on Wolfpath's operatives. Regardless of affiliation, Yi Fan intended to reach out to the martial artists who had excelled in the arena, offering them promising career opportunities. Following the conclusion of the Seoul Martial Arts Challenge, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng's office was piled high with files on Wolfpath members. Their identities, techniques, fighting styles, and potential weaknesses were all meticulously documented. Every offensive and defensive maneuver, every standoff on the battlefield, held significant weight in Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng's strategic plans.
Mr. Yi, we've analyzed the Wolfpath members. Several are absolute masters.
Shen Lufeng handed Yi Fan a detailed report. Yi Fan took the report, his gaze sweeping over the names.
These were the elite of Wolfpath, each possessing unique abilities and backgrounds.
Yi Fan knew that if he could recruit these individuals, they would undoubtedly become a major asset to his cause.
Shen, what's our next move? Yi Fan asked, his gaze cool and penetrating.
Shen Lufeng understood Yi Fan's intentions and replied, we can approach them individually, using our resources and vision to attract them.
At the same time, we must guard against Wolfpath's retaliation. They won't give up this easily. Yi Fan nodded.
Rising to his feet, he walked to the window and gazed out at the nightscape of Yuncheng.
The city lights, scattered like stars, seemed to whisper of its boundless potential. Lontu won't let us off the hook, but we won't give them a moment's respite either. We must strike first, before they can prepare their counterattack.
Shen Lufeng stood beside Yi Fan, knowing this was a war without gunpowder. Beneath every light and shadow in Yuncheng, Lontu's eyes and ears might be lurking. This struggle would grow more intricate and covert. In the days that followed, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng began to take action.
Chapter 155, Yi Fan, this man is too dangerous. On one hand, they strengthened their influence within Yuncheng.
On the other, they quietly reached out to the martial artists who had excelled in the tournament. Yi Fan offered them more than just material rewards. He painted a vision of their future and made promises about what lay ahead. Meanwhile, Wolfpath's forces were stirring in the shadows. They hadn't anticipated Yi Fan would gather intelligence on them so swiftly, making them feel an unprecedented sense of threat.
The Wolfpath leader summoned his subordinates to a hidden stronghold.
Yi Fan, this man is far too dangerous. The Wolfpath leader's voice was low and filled with murderous intent.
We must act swiftly to eliminate this threat. The high-ranking members of Wolfpath exchanged glances.
They knew the task ahead would be perilous, but for the survival and growth of their organization, there was no turning back.
In Seoul's underworld, the name Wolfpath symbolized brutality and cold-bloodedness. Their influence spread like a vast net, silently reaching into every corner of the city. The Wolfpath leader, a man known only as the Wolf King, sat in a command center hidden beneath the city center, his eyes flickering with cunning and savagery. The Wolf King, whose real name remained unknown, was a mysterious and formidable presence. Even Wolfpath members know little of his past, yet all hold him in awe.
Each of his commands carried the weight of an imperial decree. No one dared defy him. Yi Fan, you've caused us far too much trouble. The Wolf King's voice was deep and commanding as his fingers tapped lightly on the desk. Yet, your appearance has made Seoul rather interesting. It's time for you to witness the true power of Wolfpath. The Wolf King's plan was straightforward. Through Wolfpath operatives infiltrating various sectors of Yuncheng, launch a series of attacks. This would both test Yi Fan's strength and make Yuncheng's inhabitants understand that Wolfpath was the city's true ruler. Meanwhile, Yi Fan remained vigilant. Through Xin Lufeng and other trusted aides, he closely monitored Wolfpath's every move. He knew Wolfpath wouldn't back down easily, and he himself would never passively wait. Shen, Yi Fan said, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office and gazing out at the bustling street below. His voice was firm and composed. We need to wage a preemptive strike. Wolfpath will inevitably make their move. We must act first and seize control of the situation. Xin Lufeng immediately acknowledged the order. He knew Yi Fan never spoke lightly of defeat. Every confrontation was a meticulously planned battle. Over the next few weeks, dark currents swirled beneath the surface of Yuncheng. Longtu's violent actions grew increasingly frequent. They stirred up disturbances in commercial districts, entertainment venues, and even around schools, attempting to disrupt public order and demonstrate their power. Yet Yi Fan maintained a narrow lead at all times. Under his direction, these actions were swiftly suppressed, gradually eroding Wolfpath's influence. Amidst this series of operations, Yi Fan also uncovered latent conflicts within Wolfpath, exploiting these divisions to weaken their internal unity. Seoul, where dark currents swirled, once again found itself in a delicate equilibrium. Yi Fan orchestrated the situation in this invisible battle, while Wolfpath grew increasingly restless under his suppression. Though Wolfpath's actions were rampant, each time Yi Fan neutralized them with superior wisdom and strength. They began to realize that Yi Fan was no easy opponent to deal with. During one operation, Wolf Trail attempted to sabotage Yi Fan's newly established tech company. They dispatched a top-tier hacker to infiltrate the company's internal network and paralyze its entire security system. Yet the moment the hacker entered the system, they found themselves trapped within a meticulously designed trap. Yi Fan had anticipated this move. Not only had he established numerous defense mechanisms, but he also traced the hacker's location back to its source. Xin Lufeng received the news and immediately reported to Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, we've captured the hacker sent by Wolf Trail. A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he said calmly, bring him to me. Shortly after, the hacker was brought before Yi Fan. Facing this shadowy ruler of Seoul, the hacker appeared both terrified and astonished. Yi Fan did not immediately strike him down. Instead, he offered the hacker a choice in his own unique way. Your skills are impressive. If you choose to serve me, I can provide you with a far greater stage. Yi Fan's voice held not a hint of emotion, yet it carried an undeniable force that brooked no refusal. After weighing his options for a long time, the hacker ultimately chose to join Yi Fan. He knew full well that before Yi Fan, he had little room for choice. With the hacker's insider information, Yi Fan gained deeper insight into Longtu. He uncovered some of Longtu's covert operations and plans, information that was undoubtedly invaluable to Yi Fan. These covert operations and plans were scattered across the hacker's hard drive like diamonds waiting to be picked up one by one. Yi Fan didn't rush into action. He knew every decision must be based on complete information and meticulous planning. In an unassuming Seoul eatery, Yi Fan and Xin Lufeng sat by the window, simple Korean dishes before them. Yi Fan preferred places like this, far from the solemnity of skyscrapers. Here, he could enjoy a moment of tranquility while observing the streets of Seoul and contemplating his next move. Wolfpath's actions are growing increasingly reckless, Xin Lufeng remarked, his gaze darting warily around the restaurant. This time, they seemed genuinely desperate. Yi Fan shook his head slightly, savoring the kimchi before him. Their impatience is precisely our opportunity. Though each Wolfpath member possessed exceptional skills, they lacked the wisdom to navigate complex situations. The more reckless their actions, the more chances we have to expose them. Xin Lufeng furrowed his brow. But Mr. Yi, we must remain cautious. Wolfpath's retaliation could strike at any moment. A faint smile touched Yi Fan's lips, as if he had already foreseen the shifting winds of the future. I'm ready, little Shin. No matter how Wolfpath strikes, I'll make them realize they picked the wrong opponent. In the days that followed, Yi Fan began laying his plans, using Seoul as his chessboard, placing each piece in its optimal position. Using intelligence provided by the hacker, he simultaneously undermined Wolfpath's economic foundations and secretly eroded their internal unity, sowing seeds of doubt and suspicion among its members. Simultaneously, Yi Fan fortified his own defenses. He knew that Longtu would target his business and his inner circle, so he bolstered the company's cybersecurity while deploying martial arts experts at key locations throughout Seoul, ready to respond to any potential attacks. Chapter 156, Activating Our Defense Plan. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside a luxurious villa, Yi Fan turned away from the map, his gaze settling on Xin Lufeng. His eyes held a reassuring steadiness. Shin, Yi Fan said, activate our defense plan. I want no mistakes, especially when it comes to the innocent. Shen Lufeng understood Yi Fan's meaning.
Though their enemies were ruthless, Yi Fan steadfastly upheld one principle: to spare ordinary citizens from being drawn into this protracted covert war whenever possible. Mr. Yi, I will ensure everything proceeds according to plan.
Shen Lufeng exited the office, while Yi Fan sank back into his chair. Closing his eyes, he silently rehearsed every possible scenario in his mind. As time passed, Long Tu's activities grew increasingly frequent. They seemed to be feeling the pressure, acting with greater recklessness. Amidst the nightscape of Seoul, the occasional wail of police sirens pierced the air. Fortunately, thanks to Yi Fan's meticulous arrangements, these incidents failed to cause significant disruption.
Late one night, an incident erupted at a renowned nightclub in Seoul. Several Wolf Path members rampaged through the venue, intent on sparking panic.
But as they moved, a group of martial arts masters appeared like shadows. These were fighters Yi Fan had strategically placed at key locations. Though the Wolf Path members were vicious, they proved no match for true masters.
After several intense skirmishes, the Wolf Path members were subdued one by one. The incident was swiftly resolved without harming ordinary citizens. The next day, news headlines across Yuncheng reported the nightclub incident.
Yet the swift and clean resolution left everyone wondering which unknown hero had intervened. Shortly after the incident, Yi Fan sat in an ordinary teahouse, chatting casually with several friends from the martial arts world. Their conversation seemed to revolve around the essence of martial arts and cultivation advancement, yet their words carried subtle insights into the current situation in Seoul.
Brother Yi, the atmosphere in Yuncheng is tense now. Wolf Path's methods are far too reckless, sighed a middle-aged martial artist in a grey tang suit, shaking his head.
Yi Fan sipped his tea lightly and replied calmly, the wind will eventually cease. Though wolves are fierce, they cannot escape the law.
What Yuncheng needs is peace, not this endless strife.
Yi Fan's words carried the bearing of a true leader. He wasn't merely fighting battles, he was paving the way for Seoul's future. His gaze swept past the street outside the window, as if envisioning a more harmonious and prosperous Yuncheng. Meanwhile, within the wolves' secret hideout, the Wolf King's face darkened like storm clouds upon learning of the nightclub operation's failure. He realized Yi Fan's power far exceeded his expectations. This struggle might not be as easy as he had imagined. Yi Fan, you are indeed formidable, the Wolf King stood, a flicker of light in his eyes. But the game is far from over. I will show you how a true hunter hunts. The Wolf King's voice echoed through the shadowy hideout, his gaze as sharp as a predator's, piercing the dim lighting. His followers, a group of elite Wolf Path warriors, sat encircling him, each face etched with unwavering resolve and loyalty. We must change our strategy, the Wolf King continued. Yi Fan's strength surpasses our expectations, but he must have weaknesses. We must find his Achilles heel through cunning, not mere brute force. His gaze swept the room, finally settling on a lean-framed man, the Wolf Clan strategist, renowned for his coolness and cunning.
Shadow, the Wolf King addressed the man, your schemes always surprise. I need you to orchestrate a perfect game. Shadow smiled faintly, his expression carrying an eerie beauty. Wolf King, what kind of story would you like to hear? A tale of betrayal and vengeance, the Wolf King replied slowly. A script that will make Yi Fan suffer unbearably. Meanwhile, on the other side of this covert battle, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng were reviewing the latest intelligence gathered in their villa. They knew Wolf Path wouldn't stop here, a more vicious plan was surely brewing. Mr. Yi, Long Tu's actions grow increasingly inscrutable. We must heighten our vigilance, Shen Lufeng said, his brow furrowed in unprecedented pressure. Yi Fan, however, remained calm. He said indifferently, every plan has its flaws. What we need is patience. Long Tu will eventually show his true colors. When that happens, we'll take him down once and for all. Just then, one of Yi Fan's subordinates rushed in, his face etched with tension. Mr. Yi, an incident has occurred. An explosion has taken place in the eastern district of Seoul, and wolf trails markings were found at the scene. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng exchanged glances, both understanding this was another attack launched by Wolf Path. Yi Fan rose to his feet, his expression turning grave for the first time. It seemed they were accelerating their operations. Shen, notify everyone to heighten vigilance. We cannot let panic grip Seoul. He walked to the window, gazing out at Seoul, a city ablaze with lights yet concealing danger. Seoul is my territory. I won't tolerate anyone wreaking havoc here. Shen Lufeng followed closely behind. Mr. Yi, I'll make the arrangements immediately. Shen Lufeng moved swiftly, and Yi Fan's orders spread like electricity throughout the entire city. Their allies, the martial arts masters, loyal business partners, and even intelligence operatives who usually worked in the shadows were mobilized, becoming part of the defense for Seoul. Though the explosion in the East District caused some chaos, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng's swift response minimized potential damage. They mobilized personnel, swiftly securing the scene while calming the public and maintaining order. Yi Fan stood on the villa's balcony, surveying the entire city of Yuncheng. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, seemingly able to pierce every corner of the city. He knew Wolf Path would be enraged by this setback, but he was prepared to meet an even fiercer onslaught. Mr. Yi, I've contacted all key figures. They're on high alert.
Shen Lufeng returned to Yi Fan's side, reporting the situation.
Yi Fan gave a slight nod. Very good. Now we wait for their next move.
As expected, Long Tu, like a wounded beast, launched a series of even more vicious attacks. They seemed intent on demonstrating their power through relentless acts of destruction, attempting to intimidate Yi Fan. But to Yi Fan, these were nothing but futile efforts. Leveraging his influence and resources in Seoul, he consistently received advance warnings, effectively thwarting Long Tu's sabotage plans each time. The citizens of Yuncheng scarcely felt any panic, as Yi Fan always defused crises before they escalated.
Chapter 157. Who exactly is this Yi Fan?
To Long Tu's covert observers, Yi Fan had become Seoul's guardian. No matter how fiercely Long Tu roared, it could not shake his position. The Wolf King sat in a dimly lit room, facing a large map of Seoul densely studded with colorful flags marking Long Tu's sphere of influence.
Lately, however, these flags had been dwindling.
The Wolf King's brow furrowed deeply as he sensed Wolf Path's power slowly slipping away. Who exactly is this Yi Fan? The Wolf King rasped to his subordinate, a man clad in a black trench coat. He's not only a titan of business, but also possesses profound martial arts prowess.
Our men have been thwarted time and again by him.
The man in the black trench coat replied in a low voice, his tone thick with apprehension. The Wolf King fell silent for a moment before slamming his fist on the table.
Yi Fan will pay the price. We must escalate our efforts even if it means turning Seoul upside down.
But just as the Wolf King was plotting new acts of sabotage, Yi Fan had already set his next move within his villa. He and Shen Lufeng sat in the spacious study, facing a smart screen crafted with cutting-edge technology, displaying key locations across Seoul. Yi Fan pointed to one of the blinking dots.
Shen, this is where Wolf Path has been active lately.
I suspect they've established a new base there. Shen Lufeng studied the screen intently before nodding.
Mr. Yi, I'll dispatch personnel to investigate. If confirmed as their base, should we take action?
Yi Fan smiled faintly, his gaze as piercing as the brightest star in the night sky.
Of course. We'll give Wolf Path a surprise.
But we must keep our operation low-key, no disrupting the order of Yuncheng. While they plotted, ordinary citizens of Yuncheng continued their peaceful lives. They chatted idly in streets and alleys, sipped tea in teahouses, and strolled through parks, none suspecting that behind their mundane routines, a breathtaking clandestine battle was quietly unfolding. Days later, Yi Fan's plan began to take effect. A small team led personally by Shen Lufeng approached Long Tu's new base without a sound.
They moved through the night like ghosts, undetected by anyone.
Inside the Wolf Path stronghold, members celebrated their recent victory, unaware of the danger closing in. Some drank, others played cards, their relaxed atmosphere starkly contrasting the tension outside. Shen Lufeng and his squad had already quietly surrounded the stronghold. Each member was a carefully selected martial arts expert, equipped with the most advanced communication devices and weapons. Maintaining faint communication through earpieces, every breath and heartbeat was precisely controlled to avoid the slightest sound.
At Shen Lufeng's brief signal, they burst in like shadows.
The door was silenced by a controlled explosion, and the Wolf Path members were subdued before they could even react. Shen Lufeng charged straight for the control room. His movements were swift and precise, each strike landing on a vital point without any wasted motion. Though Wolf Path's members were fierce, their reactions were a split second too slow against the sudden onslaught. This was a meticulously planned operation, every step calculated to perfection by Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng. Yi Fan observed the entire operation from another location via surveillance equipment, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. This operation was not merely about destroying one of Wolf Path's strongholds, it was also a psychological blow designed to make them understand they were now on the defensive.
However, Wolf Path was not unprepared.
In a hidden corner of the control room, an emergency alarm was triggered silently.
Long Tu's reinforcements would arrive soon, they wouldn't relinquish any territory easily.
After clearing the enemies from the control room, Shen Lufeng immediately sensed something was amiss.
Mr. Yi, Wolf Path's reinforcements are approaching. We need to retreat immediately.
Yi Fan's voice came through the communicator, calm and resolute. Retreat?
No. We're not leaving. This is the trap we set for Wolf Path. Let them come. We'll end this here. Shen Lufeng understood Yi Fan's intent and immediately issued new orders to his team.
They began fortifying the stronghold's defenses, preparing to withstand Long Tu's counterattack.
As time ticked by, Long Tu's reinforcements finally arrived.
Under the cover of night, the reinforcements moved like restless shadows, rapidly converging on the stronghold. Their footsteps were heavy, their eyes burning with the flames of rage and hatred, eager to avenge their previous defeat.
Shen Lufeng's gaze hardened further as he whispered into his earpiece, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Remember, we're not just holding this ground, we're making Long Tu pay."
Yi Fan's team members concealed themselves in the shadows, their breaths blending almost seamlessly with the night breeze.
Their weapons glinted coldly in the moonlight.
They were no ordinary fighters, each had honed formidable combat skills under Yi Fan's tutelage. Long Tu's reinforcements stormed the stronghold, only to be met by a series of traps and ambushes.
To their astonishment, the defenses here proved far more formidable than anticipated.
Again and again, their momentum was shattered against the meticulously laid defenses.
The wolf path leader watched the battlefield from afar, his brow furrowed.
He hadn't anticipated Yifan being able to establish such defenses in such a short time. He began to realize he might have underestimated Yifan's capabilities. The battle raged on, with both sides displaying astonishing martial prowess and unyielding resolve. Every clash tested the boundaries of life and death, every offensive and defensive maneuver held the fate of Yuncheng in the balance. At the battle's most intense moment, Shen Lufeng and his team demonstrated exceptional teamwork.
Like precision gears, they meshed seamlessly, holding their ground firmly despite facing numerical disadvantage.
Meanwhile, Yifan was quietly operating elsewhere. Exploiting the chaos, he infiltrated another wolf path stronghold where vast amounts of their intelligence and financial records were stored.
Yifan knew that only by severing Wolfpath's financial lifeline could their strength be truly weakened.
The battle unfolded not as Wolfpath had envisioned, but as a meticulously orchestrated trap set by Yifan.
Though Wolfpath's reinforcements were formidable, they could do nothing but retreat before Yifan's defenses. As night gradually receded, the fighting subsided before dawn.
The first rays of morning light illuminated the battlefield, heralding a new beginning.
Yet Yifan's plan was only half complete. His goal remained the complete eradication of Wolfpath's influence, restoring peace to Yuncheng. Chapter 158, Success.
The lingering tremors of battle still faintly rippled through Seoul's eastern district. Just as the first rays of sunlight pierced the sky and ordinary citizens began their daily routines, Lingtu's reinforcements retreated, leaving behind several ruins still smoldering with faint smoke. Yifan, the guardian of Yuncheng, stood atop a high rise at the street corner, surveying it all. His face bore little emotion, yet a flicker of satisfaction passed through his eyes. His plan was unfolding step by step, and Lingtu's power was steadily being whittled away. He turned and entered the building, where Shen Lufeng was already waiting.
Shen Lufeng looked somewhat weary after all. A night of combat was a test for anyone.
Yet his eyes held an unstoppable excitement.
Mr. Yi, we succeeded. We've secured Lingtu's stronghold, and their financial records are now in our possession.
Yifan nodded, but he knew this was no time for complacency.
What about the intelligence we gathered?
We need to analyze it quickly and uncover Wolfpath's next move.
Shen Lufeng produced a CD. This is everything. I've already assigned personnel to begin analysis. Yifan took the disk, walked to the computer in the center of the office, and inserted it. We need to move faster, Shen. Lingtu must be planning something too. We can't give them a moment to breathe. Shen Lufeng nodded, his gaze unwavering. Understood, Mr. Yi. I'll assign more personnel. We'll operate around the clock.
Yifan's eyes were glued to the streaming data on the screen.
Not only that, we need to infiltrate Wolfpath's inner circle. Wolf King is a covert adversary, we need more spies. As they analyzed the data, within Wolfpath's secret hideout, the Wolf King was furiously destroying the objects before him.
His plan had failed, an extremely rare occurrence in his memory. His subordinates stood by, not daring to make a sound.
Find them. The Wolf King's voice roared like a demon from hell. Find Yifan.
I will make him pay. Beneath his rage lay a deep-seated fear of Yifan's growing power. He knew that if swift action wasn't taken, Wolfpath's foundation in Seoul might truly be hollowed out piece by Yifan. As for Yifan, he had already taken the lead in this covert battle, each step of his affecting the very nerves of Yuncheng. He was not only defending the city but also paving the way for his greater ambitions. The sun climbed higher as Seoul's streets began to bustle. Small shops along the road opened one after another, students set off for school, and office workers began their new day. In the heart of Seoul, within an antique-style restaurant, Yifan and Shen Lufeng sat by the window, savoring a fleeting moment of tranquility. The restaurant's decor was simple yet tasteful: wooden tables and chairs, Chinese landscape paintings adorning the walls, and the soothing melody of a guzheng creating a stark contrast to the bustling city outside. Mr. Yi, even though we've been busy dealing with Lingtu, this meal today feels especially pleasant, Shen Lufeng remarked, taking a light sip of the spicy crab in front of him. Yifan chuckled softly, a hint of thoughtfulness flickering in his eyes.
Indeed, little Shen. Life isn't just about battles and strategies. Occasional relaxation is essential. Only then can we better face the challenges ahead. Just as they savored this rare tranquility, Yifan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was one of their key intelligence operatives.
Yifan motioned for Shen Lufeng to wait and answered the call.
Mr. Yi, urgent intelligence. Wolfpath appears to be preparing a large-scale operation targeting our economic backbone.
A tense voice came from the other end. Yifan's brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure.
Got it. Stay in touch. Keep monitoring. After hanging up, Yifan turned to Shen Lufeng. Looks like we'll have to cut this dinner short. Wolfpath is making its move again.
Shen Lufeng immediately stood up, his eyes flashing with resolve.
Mr. Yi, I'll return immediately to deploy defenses.
Yifan waved his hand.
No rush, little Shen. Wolfpath may be cunning, but their actions always leave traces. Let's finish this meal first, then plan in detail.
They continued eating, but the restaurant's tranquility had been shattered.
Both men were already plotting their next moves. Outside, Seoul bustled as usual, the sun hanging high in the sky. Yet in the city's shadows, a storm was gathering. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng didn't rush their meal despite the tense atmosphere. They knew that in this game, impatience would only give their opponents an opening. Yi Fan savored the restaurant's signature dishes, each bite seemingly analyzing Wolfpath's patterns and intentions. Mr. Yi, the food here is truly excellent.
Shen Lufeng attempted to lighten the mood. Though his men excelled in fierce combat, these quiet moments of culinary enjoyment were equally precious.
Yi Fan nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. A good life is why we fight so hard.
We protect Yuncheng not just for our business, but because there are things here worth cherishing.
The restaurant owner noticed these two unusual guests.
Though she couldn't discern their identities, she sensed their extraordinary presence. Gentlemen, anything else? She approached, asking with a smile.
Yi Fan shook his head. Everything is perfect, thank you. His voice was calm and assured, inspiring trust.
After their meal, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng stepped out of the restaurant. Sunlight bathed them, offering a fleeting warmth. They walked along the bustling streets of Seoul, observing the hurried crowds and feeling the pulse of the city.
Xiao Shun, what we need to do next is expose Lungtu completely.
Yi Fan murmured, his voice tinged with resolve. Shen Lufeng nodded in response.
I've already deployed our people. The moment Wolfpath makes a move, we'll detect it immediately.
Yi Fan paused, observing the bustling crowd before him.
We must protect these innocent people from Wolfpath's harm.
This struggle isn't just a contest of strength, it's a clash of wills. On the streets of Yuncheng, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng walked without haste. They seemed to be admiring the cityscape, yet every step held strategic significance. Around them, life carried on, shop signs swayed gently in the morning breeze, and the first newspapers of the day were already displayed at the roadside newsstands.
Mr. Yi, every corner of this city brims with vitality and hope.
A flicker of emotion passed through Shen Lufeng's eyes.
Chapter 159, The Meaning of Battle.
Yi Fan smiled faintly.
Yes, that is precisely the meaning of our fight. Seoul belongs not only to us, but to these ordinary citizens. Their peace is our greatest victory.
They continued walking, passing through a bustling commercial street. Suddenly, Yi Fan's peripheral vision caught sight of a black sedan parked by the roadside. Inside sat a man whose piercing gaze fixed on Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng the unmistakable mark of Lungtu. Yi Fan gave Shen Lufeng a light tap on the shoulder.
Looks like Wolfpath's shadow stretches farther than we thought.
We need to be careful, little Shen.
Shen Lufeng clenched his fists. Mr. Yi, I'm ready for anything. Yi Fan halted, his gaze unwavering and composed.
Remember, no matter how Wolfpath provokes us, we cannot act in plain sight.
Our actions must remain restrained, we can't give them any excuse. Understood. Shen Lufeng's reply was concise and forceful. The two walked straight past the black sedan, showing no sign of unusual behavior.
The man inside the car watched them intently until their figures vanished into the crowd. Over the next few days, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng intensified surveillance of key areas in Yuncheng while secretly gathering forces to prepare a fatal strike against Lungtu.
Meanwhile, in another corner of Seoul, the Wolfpath leader received a report in a dimly lit room.
Yi Fan, he seems to know all our movements, a subordinate reported in a low voice. A sly gleam flashed in Wolf King's eyes. Yi Fan is a worthy opponent, but this game is far from over.
I've already arranged the next plan.
This time, we'll deliver the fatal blow when he least expects it. At a discreet club in Seoul, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng were gathering their core team to discuss their next move against Wolfpath. This club was Yi Fan's private property. From the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary luxury bar, but inside, it was equipped with the most advanced surveillance and defense systems.
We've mapped most of Wolfpath's operational patterns, Shen Lufeng stated, pointing at intricate diagrams on the screen. Now it's about how we strike. Yi Fan stood by the window, his gaze deep as he watched the night outside.
Turning back, his face bore a resolute expression.
Wolfpath's ambitions extended far beyond disrupting Seoul's security, they wanted more.
We'll use a ploy to make them throw caution to the wind. The tension in the conference room thickened instantly.
Everyone understood this would be a showdown determining Seoul's future.
Xiao Shun, prepare your team for frontline action.
The moment Wolfpath makes a move, counterattack immediately. Yi Fan issued the order.
Shen Lufeng stood up.
Understood, Mr. Yi. We won't give them any opening.
Just then, Yi Fan's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was one of their inside contacts. Yi Fan answered, his expression shifting slightly.
Understood. Stay in touch.
After hanging up, Yi Fan turned to his team.
Wolfpath has already begun their operation.
Their target is the power grid of Yuncheng.
If they succeeded, the entire city would be plunged into darkness. Silence fell over the conference room, followed by swift action.
Shen Lufeng led his squad out immediately, while Yi Fan began contacting major power companies in Seoul to ensure safety measures were in place.
Meanwhile, Wolfpath's operational unit had already quietly approached Seoul's main substation. Their movements were practiced and clearly the result of meticulous planning. What they didn't know was that every move they made was being watched by Yifan. In the shadows of the substation, Wolfpath's operatives silently manipulated various equipment, preparing to paralyze Seoul's power grid through a meticulously planned sabotage operation. This would be a direct challenge to Yifan's authority and a grave threat to the lives of Seoul's citizens. Yet Yifan had already laid a meticulously constructed trap, leaving no loopholes. On the other side of the substation, Shen Lufeng and his squad members had already quietly positioned themselves for an ambush. Dressed in night camouflaged uniforms, they moved like ghosts in the darkness, each pair of eyes cold and focused. "Remember, not a sound. We stay hidden until the very last moment," Shen Lufeng whispered the orders through his earpiece. Just as the Wolfpath members prepared to breach the substation's final security protocol, Yifan observed their every move through a miniature camera in the security monitoring center. His fingers tapped lightly on the desk, a barely perceptible smile curling his lips. He pressed a button, sending a faint signal the command Shen Lufeng had been waiting for. The sudden activation of the grid countermeasure system plunged the Wolfpath task force into chaos in an instant. Immediately, Shen Lufeng's squad emerged like ghosts in the night, surging from all directions to encircle the Wolfpath members. "Mr. Yifan anticipated every move you made." Shen Lufeng's voice echoed through the silent night sky, carrying an undeniable authority. The Wolfpath operatives were forced to halt their activities, compelled to confront this sudden wave of adversaries. The fight erupted, but the Wolfpath members quickly realized they were no match for Yifan's squad. Each of their attacks was effortlessly deflected, while every counterstrike landed with deadly precision. At that moment, Yifan's voice boomed through the surveillance system speakers. "Friends of Wolfpath, your operation has failed. Seoul's power grid is far more resilient than you imagined. And you have fallen into our trap." The besieged Wolfpath members sank into despair. Not only had their plan failed, but they were now completely exposed and under Yifan's control. The battle concluded swiftly. Shen Lufeng's squad emerged unscathed, while Wolfpath's strike team suffered heavy casualties, with several key members captured alive. As the morning sun rose, Seoul's neon lights gradually faded, and people began their busy new day. Under Yifan's command, Shen Lufeng secretly transferred the captured Wolfpath members to a safe house. There, Yifan had prepared a detailed interrogation plan aimed at extracting further intelligence about the Wolf King from the captured members. "Mr. Yi, we've secured their location. What should we do next?" Shen Lufeng asked, his eyes brimming with anticipation for what was to come. Leaning back in his office chair, Yifan's gaze grew intense. "What we must do is sow discord within Wolfpath. Using these prisoners as pawns, we'll create illusions of information, allowing the Wolf King's suspicion and fear to spread on its own." Chapter 160, Time to deal Yifan a devastating blow. Shen Lufeng nodded in understanding. He knew Yifan's schemes were always unexpected, yet invariably yielded astonishing results. Yifan rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the city he had sworn to protect. "We must make the Wolf King understand that his every move in Yuncheng is under our surveillance. This time, he must pay for his arrogance." Over the next few days, Yifan and Shen Lufeng meticulously orchestrated each move. By releasing select Wolfpath members and implanting them with misleading intelligence, they successfully manipulated the Wolfpath's actions. Cracks began to appear within Wolfpath. Members started suspecting each other and even questioning the Wolf King's leadership. The Wolf King felt unprecedented pressure, his secret hideout filled with tension and unease. Each time he received false intelligence fabricated by Yifan, his brow furrowed deeper. The Wolf King knew he must make a bold move to counter the situation and restore Wolfpath's deterrent power in Seoul. Late at night, in a hidden district of Seoul, the Wolf King sat quietly in a dimly lit room. Spread out before him was a complex map of Seoul, densely covered with markers. His gaze drifted across the map, finally settling on a crucial node in the city center. "We can't afford to remain passive any longer." The Wolf King's voice was low and laced with murderous intent. "It's time to deliver a devastating blow to Yifan. We must make all of Seoul understand the price of challenging Wolfpath." His fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop as he contemplated the next move. He decided it would be a direct assault on Yifan's business empire, a meticulously planned kidnapping operation. Meanwhile, Yifan and Shen Lufeng had anticipated the Wolf King's move. They couldn't remain on the defensive forever. Under their command, the security network in Yuncheng spread like a vast net, silently awaiting the Wolf King's next move. The next day, as the sun rose and the city's bustle had yet to fully begin, Yifan and Shen Lufeng sat down at an unassuming breakfast shop, a place they frequented. The proprietress always prepared traditional Seoul breakfasts that left a lingering taste of nostalgia. "Xiao Shen, what do you think the Wolf King will do?" Yifan asked casually while enjoying his breakfast. Shen Lufeng set down his newspaper and pondered for a moment before replying, "Mr. Yi, I suspect he might attack you directly. He knows you're the core of the entire empire." Yifan smiled faintly, showing no sign of worry. "Then let him come. This time, we'll give him a surprise." As they spoke, one of Yifan's trusted confidants slipped quietly into the shop. He whispered a few words into Yifan's ear before hurrying away. Yifan nodded, signaling his understanding. Shen Lufeng's expression turned serious. Was it time? Yifan stood up, tossed a few bills on the table. Yes, it was time for their act to begin. The two left the breakfast shop and headed toward the city center, leaving the owner standing at the door watching their retreating figures. She sighed softly, as if sensing that today's Yuncheng would be anything but ordinary. Yifan and Shen Lufeng walked through the morning streets of Yuncheng, where people were still immersed in the tranquility of daily life. They traversed familiar alleys and bustling intersections, each step steady and deliberate. Their expressions were cool, their gazes unwavering, like hunters advancing through the urban jungle. Reaching the city center, Yifan halted before a towering office building, gazing upward at the symbol of the commercial empire under his control. Shen Lufeng stood beside him shortly after, their shadows lengthening in the sunlight as the surrounding clamor seemed to fade away. Shen, Yifan asked suddenly, how do you think the Wolf King will strike? Shen Lufeng pondered for a moment before answering. He might use the crowd to his advantage, or strike when we least expect it. The Wolf King's plans are always unpredictable. Yifan nodded, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Then we'll give him an unexpected response. Today, we'll wait for him right here. Meanwhile, the Wolf King sat in his secret chamber, his gaze fixed intently on a screen displaying the movements of Yifan and Shen Lufeng. A cold smile spread across his face as he slid his phone with a light touch, sending a brief command. Begin. A single word, yet enough to unleash a storm. Soon after, a piercing alarm pierced the heart of Seoul's city center, sending panicked crowds scattering in all directions. Amidst the chaos, several figures clad in black swiftly closed in on Yifan and Shen Lufeng's location. Their objective was clear, their movements professional, obviously highly trained professional assassins. Yifan and Shen Lufeng exchanged a glance, sharing a faint smile, utterly unconcerned by the impending attack. Yifan gave a slight wave of his hand. Instantly, several figures leapt out from the surrounding shadows, his personal bodyguards, each a martial arts master. A street brawl erupted instantly as the martial artists clashed fiercely with the black-clad figures. The blows landed with brutal force, but Yifan's men clearly held the upper hand. Not only were their techniques superb, but their coordination was seamless, allowing them to quickly gain the upper hand. Just as the battle reached its peak, a black sedan sped past. The window rolled down, revealing the distinctive mask of the Wolf King. His gaze pierced through the mask, locking onto Yifan. Yifan, you think you've won? This is only the beginning. The Wolf King's voice came through an electronic voice changer, then his vehicle accelerated and vanished around the corner. Yifan stood rooted to the spot, watching the Wolf King depart. A faint smile touched his lips. He remained unshaken by the threat. Mr. Yi, shall we pursue? Shen Lufeng approached Yifan, a hint of eagerness to chase flashing in his eyes. Yifan shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the now controlled battlefield. No, let him go. Chasing him now would serve no purpose. What we need is concrete evidence, not a fruitless pursuit. Shen Lufeng fell silent upon hearing this. He knew Yifan always handled every situation with composure, even under such intense pressure. Yifan turned to his subordinates still tidying the scene. Clear the battlefield. Ensure no traces remain. We cannot give Wolfpath any opportunity to retaliate. The men sprang into action, while Yifan and Shen Lufeng returned to the office building to plan their next move. They knew that although Lungtu had suffered a setback, they would never give up so easily. There would undoubtedly be more moves to come. In a quiet conference room, Yifan meticulously analyzed Lungtu's potential courses of action and strategies, his eyes gleaming with computer-like precision. Wolf King is a cautious hunter. He won't give up easily, Yifan said. But every move he makes will reveal his tracks. What we need to do is use those tracks to gradually force him out into the open. He spoke slowly. Chapter 161, Setting a Perfect Trap. Shen Lufeng nodded, his eyes flashing with deep respect for Yifan. Mr. Yi, how should we set the trap to ensure the Wolf King takes the bait? Yifan smiled faintly as he laid out his plan. We need to create a diversion to lure them out. The Wolf Clan's intelligence network is extensive, but they don't know we've already uncovered some crucial internal information. We can leverage this advantage to set a perfect trap. In the eastern district of Yuncheng lies an abandoned factory. Its complex terrain makes it ideal for our setup. Yifan decided to use this location to create the illusion of a large-scale underground transaction, thereby drawing Wolfpath's attention. Shen Lufeng immediately sprang into action, leveraging his influence in the business world to swiftly spread this false information. Meanwhile, Yifan meticulously orchestrated every detail, ensuring everything appeared credible and flawless. Within days, the rumor spread throughout the underworld, reaching Lungtu's informants. Upon hearing the news, a sly gleam flashed in Wolf King's eyes. He ordered his men to investigate the rumor's authenticity while preparing to move in, aiming to seize this major transaction in one fell swoop. Yifan and Shen Lufeng remained hidden in the shadows, observing Wolfpath's every move. Yifan's plan was to lure Wolfpath out and then wipe them out completely.
They had set up intricate surveillance and traps around the factory, ensuring Wolfpath would have no escape once they appeared. Finally, on a windy, pitch-black night, Langtu's men appeared near the factory. They cautiously entered the factory, seeking clues about the transaction. Unbeknownst to them, every move they made was under Yifan's control. Yifan gave Shen Lufeng a discreet signal. Shen Lufeng understood and silently led a team of elite operatives to seal off all exits around the factory. The Langtu operatives gradually sensed something was amiss, but it was already too late. Just then, Yifan suddenly materialized in the center of the factory, his figure towering prominently against the night sky. The Wolfpath members, startled by Yifan's sudden presence, swiftly drew their weapons. The atmosphere instantly turned tense as they faced off against him. Yifan stood there expressionless, his gaze coolly sweeping over each Wolfpath member as if calculating every possible move and reaction. Though fear gripped them, the strict discipline instilled by the Wolf King prevented any retreat. A burly Wolfpath member roared and charged at Yifan first, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. However, Yifan's reaction was far quicker than they had anticipated. He spun effortlessly, evading the attack, then swiftly countered, knocking the member to the ground with just a few simple moves. This sudden turn of events momentarily stunned the other Wolfpath members, but soon they surged toward Yifan like a tidal wave. Shen Lufeng and his elite squad also sprang into action, engaging in fierce combat with the Wolfpath members. The entire factory descended into a chaotic battlefield, yet Yifan maintained his composure and dominance throughout. Each of his strikes was precise beyond measure, as if he had already anticipated his opponent's every move. As the fight continued, the Wolfpath members began to feel the pressure mounting. They had expected an easy mission, never anticipating such a dire predicament. Yifan's strength far exceeded their expectations. They attempted to retreat, only to find all exits sealed off. Just then, the Wolf King himself suddenly appeared on the battlefield, leading an elite squad. His arrival instantly boosted the morale of the Wolfpath members. The Wolf King was a tall, imposing man with a cold, stern face. His eyes betrayed a mix of cunning and cruelty. Spotting Yifan, a cold smile curled his lips. "Yifan, I knew you'd resort to such tricks." The Wolf King's voice was icy, brimming with hostility. Yifan responded coldly, "Wolf King, your ambition will ultimately come at a price. Today is your doom." The standoff between the two men heightened the tension across the entire battlefield. Members of Wolfpath and Shen Lufeng's elite forces halted their fighting, fixing their gaze on this impending showdown. Wolf King smiled faintly as a long, cold blade suddenly materialized in his hand. His movements were swift and practiced, clearly those of a seasoned warrior. He advanced slowly toward Yifan, his eyes brimming with provocation and murderous intent. Yet Yifan remained unmoving, his gaze radiating unwavering resolve and cool composure. He knew the Wolf King's strength was formidable, but he was equally confident in his own martial arts prowess. "Mr. Yi, be careful," Shen Lufeng urged anxiously from the side. He knew that although Yifan was powerful, the Wolf King was also an opponent not to be underestimated. Yifan gave a slight nod, acknowledging the warning. Then, he swiftly drew his weapon, a black short sword. The blade appeared ordinary, yet in Yifan's grasp, it radiated an awe-inspiring aura. The distance between them closed rapidly, the surrounding air seeming to freeze solid. Members of Wolfpath and Shen Lufeng's team held their breath, watching the impending clash with bated breath. Suddenly, the Wolf King launched his attack, his long blade slashing toward Yifan like lightning. Yifan reacted with blinding speed, deftly evading the Wolf King's initial strike and immediately countering. Their battle rapidly intensified, blades clashing in a dazzling display of flashing steel and sparks. Though the Wolf King possessed formidable strength and extensive combat experience, Yifan's martial arts were more refined, each strike executed with extraordinary precision. Their battle was not merely a contest of strength, but a clash of skill and intellect. As time wore on, the Wolf King began to feel the pressure. He found himself unable to land a single blow on Yifan, while every strike from Yifan put him in mortal danger. A flicker of astonishment and unease began to appear in his eyes. Suddenly, Yifan launched a fierce assault. His short sword traced a lightning-fast arc, striking directly at the Wolf King's vital points. The Wolf King barely dodged the strike, but the sword's energy grazed his cloak, leaving a tear in its fabric. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, the Wolf King showed no sign of panic. Instead, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified, seemingly unleashing the primal savagery deep within him. He let out a roar as his entire body erupted with power, revealing his true strength. In that instant, a colossal aura erupted from the Wolf King's body, an aura potent enough to tear the very fabric of reality, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Yifan's brow furrowed slightly. He realized the Wolf King was no ordinary foe, and this battle was far more complex than he had anticipated. The Wolf King's attacks grew fiercer and more ruthless, each swing of his blade accompanied by a piercing wind. The edge seemed imbued with an invisible force, making it nearly impossible to block. Chapter 162, Your strength has also surpassed my expectations. Though Yifan possessed exceptional skill, he had to exercise extreme caution against the Wolf King's ferocious onslaught. The battle raged on for several minutes, each clash between them fraught with tension and peril. Yi Fan repeatedly escaped peril through his superior martial arts and agile reflexes, yet the Wolf King's strength steadily pushed him back. Shen Lufeng and the other spectators held their breath, eyes glued to the fierce battle. They all understood this was more than a simple clash of strength. It was a contest between two peak masters, where every movement, every offensive and defensive maneuver carried profound meaning. Just as Yi Fan seemed to gain the upper hand, the Wolf King abruptly shifted his combat strategy. He abandoned reckless assaults, instead unleashing increasingly bizarre and unpredictable techniques. His movements fluctuated between rapid and deliberate, shifting unpredictably from left to right, leaving Yi Fan unable to discern any pattern. Faced with this shift, Yi Fan adjusted his own combat strategy. He began relying more on wisdom and strategy, rather than solely on brute force. His eyes flashed with intelligence and wit, each strike calculated and preemptive. The battle had become a contest of wits and strength, with both Yi Fan and the Wolf King giving their all, desperately seeking the other's weakness. Yet neither Yi Fan's exquisite martial skills nor the Wolf King's formidable strength could decide the outcome swiftly. As time wore on, the battle intensified. Their figures darted through the night like intertwining bolts of lightning. The very air around them seemed torn apart by their overwhelming presence, the entire scene pulsing with tension and excitement. Finally, after a fierce clash, both men stumbled back several steps, locking eyes in a standoff. Their eyes flashed with mutual recognition and respect. Though adversaries, they could not deny each other's formidable strength. Wolf King adjusted his breathing and said coldly, "Yi Fan, I admit you're stronger than I imagined. But this battle is far from over." Yi Fan responded calmly, "Wolf King, your strength has equally surpassed my expectations. Our battle has indeed yet to determine a victor, but I believe the ultimate winner will be me." Just then, Shen Lufeng suddenly shouted from the side, "Mr. Yi, we've received word that the other members of Wolf Path are gathering here. We must make a decision quickly." Yi Fan frowned slightly, knowing that continuing the fight would bring greater risks. He thought quickly and said to Shen Lufeng, "Shen, order everyone to retreat. We must remain mobile and not get trapped here." Upon hearing this, the Wolf King let out a savage grin. "Yi Fan, you think you can escape?" Yi Fan responded calmly, "Not to flee, but to prepare for a better showdown next time. Wolf King, today's battle may have ended inconclusively, but next time, I won't give you any chance." With that, Yi Fan swiftly retreated toward the rear, followed closely by Shen Lufeng and his team. The Wolf King watched their retreating figures, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes before being swiftly replaced by cold ruthlessness. During their retreat, Yi Fan's group encountered resistance from some members of the Wolf Path. Under Yi Fan's command, they swiftly broke through the blockade and successfully withdrew from the battlefield. Though this battle ended inconclusively, the confrontation between Yi Fan and the Wolf King undoubtedly intensified the hostility and rivalry between the two sides. Upon reaching a secure location, Yi Fan immediately convened an emergency meeting to discuss their next move. Shen Lufeng and the other members focused their attention on Yi Fan, awaiting his instructions. Yi Fan's gaze was cold and sharp as he stated, "Although we failed to completely defeat Wolf Path this time, we gathered a great deal of crucial intelligence. Next, we must regroup and formulate a more meticulous plan. Longtu won't give up easily, and neither will we. This struggle has only just begun." Shen Lufeng nodded, his eyes flashing with determination. "Mr. Yi, how should we proceed? Should we gather more intelligence on Longtu first?" Yi Fan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Wolf Path's strength cannot be underestimated. We need to gain a deeper understanding of their internal structure and vulnerabilities. Shen, I need you to leverage your resources. Approach this from a business angle, investigate Wolf Path's economic activities and hidden profit chains in Seoul. Additionally," Yi Fan continued, "we must strengthen our own capabilities. I will reach out to some old acquaintances who hold significant influence in the martial arts world and can provide essential support." After the meeting concluded, Shen Lufeng sprang into action. Leveraging his business connections and resources, he began a covert investigation into Wolf Path's covert operations in Seoul. Simultaneously, Yi Fan began reaching out to his own old contacts, planning to seek additional support within the martial arts community. A few days later, Shen Lufeng brought back some crucial information. He discovered that Wolf Path had extensive business interests in Seoul, even maintaining undisclosed connections with several prominent corporations. This intelligence provided Yi Fan with fresh perspectives, prompting him to devise a bold plan. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's old friends expressed their willingness to help. Among them were martial arts masters, while others were experts with extensive experience in specific fields. With these new forces joining the ranks, Yi Fan's team grew significantly stronger. Just as Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng prepared to act, Longtu was not idle either. Sensing the threat, they actively bolstered their defenses. The Wolf King personally ordered tighter control over Yuncheng, attempting to track down Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng. Upon learning of this development, Yi Fan decided to strike first. He orchestrated a meticulously planned operation aimed at luring out high-ranking members of Longtu while simultaneously disrupting their critical operations in Yuncheng. As night fell, the streets of Yuncheng glowed with bright lights.
Yet behind this shimmering facade, a turbulent undercurrent of conflict simmered. Yi Fan stood atop a skyscraper, surveying the bustling city below. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, seemingly piercing through the night. Beside him, Shen Lufeng meticulously inspected the equipment, his expression focused and unusually serious. "Shen, are you ready?" Yi Fan's voice was low and firm. "Mr. Yi, everything is in place. Our team is already standing by at the designated positions." Shen Lufeng replied, his voice carrying an unwavering confidence. Yi Fan nodded. He understood the critical importance of this operation. Success would deal a devastating blow to Wolfpath while solidifying his position in Hancheng. Operation commences. Yi Fan issued the order succinctly. Under his command, an elite squad set out silently. Chapter 163 Found. Like ghosts in the night, they moved swiftly and stealthily, their target a secret warehouse controlled by Wolfpath. Situated on the city's outskirts, the warehouse appeared unremarkable. Yet Yi Fan knew it held vast supplies and crucial documents belonging to Wolfpath. This operation aimed not only to destroy supplies but also to seize documents that could expose Wolfpath's inner secrets. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng led the team, using high-tech equipment to evade the surveillance around the warehouse. Agile as cheetahs, they swiftly closed in on their target. Upon reaching the warehouse, Yi Fan signaled the team to halt temporarily. After carefully surveying the surroundings and confirming no traps or ambushes, he gave the order to advance. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminated the night sky as the warehouse's security system activated. Clearly, Lungtu had reinforced security here, but this did little to deter Yi Fan and his team. "Move fast, we don't have much time." Yi Fan urged his team in a low voice as they began using specialized tools to crack the electronic locks. Within minutes, the warehouse doors swung open. Yi Fan charged in first, his movements swift and precise. The team followed closely behind, executing the pre-arranged plan. They swiftly located the area where important documents were stored. Yi Fan personally scanned through the papers. Soon, a satisfied smile spread across his face. They had found what they needed. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside the warehouse. Reinforcements from Lungtu had arrived. Yi Fan realized the urgency of the situation and swiftly ordered a retreat. "Shen, lead the team out. Ensure the document's safety." Yi Fan instructed Shen Lufeng. Shen Lufeng sprang into action, leading his team to protect the vital documents as they began their withdrawal. Yi Fan remained as rear guard, calmly handling the pressing situation. His eyes flashed with a cold, steely light in the darkness, each movement brimming with power and precision. The reinforcements from Lungtu stormed into the warehouse only to find it completely empty, with nothing but scattered supplies and documents left behind. They instantly realized they'd been tricked. This was a trap Yi Fan had set. Yi Fan and his team had swiftly retreated to a secure location under cover of night. They skillfully shed their pursuers by exploiting the city's complex terrain. In a quiet alleyway, Yi Fan came to a halt, his breathing steady as if the operation had been effortless. "Mr. Yi, the documents have been safely retrieved," Shen Lufeng reported, approaching with a relaxed smile. "Very good. This operation was a success." Yi Fan nodded approvingly, then his gaze grew deep. "These documents must contain many of Wolfpath's secrets. We need to analyze them carefully. Mr. Yi, what should we do next?" Shen Lufeng asked, knowing this battle was far from over. Yi Fan smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with intelligence. "Lungtu must be plotting their counterattack right now. We must use these documents to disrupt their plans while continuing to strengthen our own forces. This game has only just begun." Just as Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng were strategizing their next move, the Wolf King received news in his secret chamber. His face darkened, fists clenched tightly, eyes blazing with fury. "Yi Fan!" The Wolf King gritted his teeth. He knew Yi Fan wasn't just a formidable opponent, he was a cunning strategist. This defeat presented an unprecedented challenge. The Wolf King took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. He turned to his subordinates behind him and issued an order: "Summon all high-ranking members immediately. I'm calling a meeting. We must learn from the lesson Yi Fan has taught us this time. We cannot give him any opportunity to exploit again." Meanwhile, in a concealed conference room, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng were meticulously analyzing documents obtained from the Wolfpath warehouse. The table was covered with various documents and computer screens displaying complex data and charts. "Mr. Yi, according to these documents, Lungtu's operations in Seoul span multiple sectors. Their influence is far greater than we anticipated." Shen Lufeng frowned deeply, clearly troubled by the intelligence. Yet Yi Fan's eyes flashed with a challenging spark. "It doesn't matter. The larger the organization, the more hidden weaknesses it possesses. What we hold in our hands now is precisely the key to unlocking those vulnerabilities." Shen Lufeng nodded, his eyes filled with trust and admiration for Yi Fan. Every decision Yi Fan made seemed precise and decisive. Yi Fan continued his analysis. "Wolfpath's economic network is intricately woven. We can find entry points within it, dismantling their influence link by link. Simultaneously, we must further strengthen our own forces to prepare for any eventuality."
Shen Lufeng immediately agreed and began implementing Yi Fan's plan.
Their actions were swift and efficient, soon taking root across every corner of Hansheng, quietly eroding Wolfpath's influence. Within days, Wolfpath began feeling the pressure.
Some of their key operations were disrupted, and several crucial deals were unexpectedly sabotaged.
The Wolf King recognized Yi Fan's handiwork, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "Yi Fan, you really are something else,"
the Wolf King murmured to himself, a hint of admiration flickering across his face, but more than that, a fierce hunger for battle. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was intensifying preparations for his next move.
He knew disrupting Wolfpath's operations alone wouldn't suffice. He needed to seize a decisive opportunity to completely shatter Wolfpath's influence in Hansheng. "Xiao Shen, are you ready?"
Yi Fan asked, his voice brimming with resolve. "Mr. Yi, everything is ready," Shen Lufeng replied, his eyes also blazing with fighting spirit.
Yi Fan rose to his feet, his gaze piercing. "Then let us begin this final battle. This time, we'll make Wolf Trail vanish completely."
Late at night, a black sedan glided silently through the streets of Hansheng, heading toward the city's outskirts. Inside, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng sat in the back seat, their expressions solemn, eyes gleaming with the resolve of warriors before a decisive battle.
"Our target is Longtu's secret base.
Intelligence indicates their core data and command systems are hidden there." Yi Fan's voice was low and resolute, his gaze flickering in the night like a leopard observing its prey. Shen Lufeng gripped the documents tightly in his hand and replied, "Mr. Yi, once we breach that base, Wolfpath's influence and soul will suffer a fatal blow." The vehicle came to a halt before an abandoned factory complex, a gloomy, desolate place that served as Wolfpath's secret base. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng exited the vehicle and swiftly infiltrated the factory's interior. Their movements were practiced and professional, moving through the night like ghosts.
Chapter 164, I never thought you'd actually come here. Suddenly, an alarm blared as Wolfpath's personnel detected the intrusion.
Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng sprang into action.
"Shen, you lead the team to disable their communications. I'll go find the core data."
Yi Fan swiftly assigned tasks before vanishing like a shadow into the night. Shen Lufeng's team swiftly destroyed the base's communication equipment, severing Wolf Trail's connection to the outside world. Meanwhile, Yi Fan moved through the base like a cheetah, swiftly approaching the core area. Longtu's guards detected his presence and launched attacks in unison. Yi Fan moved with agile precision, effortlessly evading bullets and assaults. Every movement was razor-sharp, every counterattack lethal. Finally, Yi Fan broke into the core data room. He swiftly located critical files and data, beginning the download.
Just then, Wolf King arrived with his elite squad, their eyes blazing with fury.
"Yi Fan, I never thought you'd dare come here," the Wolf King said coldly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Yi Fan turned to face the Wolf King, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Wolf King, this game has finally reached its climax." The tension between them thickened instantly, like a storm about to erupt. Yi Fan and the Wolf King, the two most formidable rivals in Hansheng, finally faced off head-to-head at this critical moment.
Just then, explosions erupted outside.
Shen Lufeng's team had successfully created chaos, disrupting Wolfpath's defenses. Yi Fan seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault on the Wolf King. A fierce battle erupted within the core data room. Each clash between Yi Fan and the Wolf King brimmed with raw power and blinding speed.
Their movements were lightning fast, their fierce collisions echoing through the confined space.
The Wolf King swung his long blade, each strike carrying the force of a raging storm, attempting to overwhelm Yi Fan. Yet Yi Fan evaded with astonishing agility, constantly seeking an opening to strike back. "Wolf King, your strength is indeed formidable, but you will never comprehend my resolve." After evading a fierce slash, Yi Fan stood his ground firmly, his eyes flashing with unwavering determination. The Wolf King sneered coldly and launched another assault, each step seeming to shake the very ground beneath them. "Yi Fan, I want to see how long your resolve can last." At that moment, Shen Lufeng's team engaged in fierce combat with Longtu's reinforcements outside.
Explosions and gunfire echoed incessantly, plunging the entire base into chaos.
Inside the data room, the battle between Yi Fan and the Wolf King grew increasingly fierce. Each collision between them seemed to tear the air apart. Yi Fan's martial arts were exquisite and masterful, each move brimming with cunning and ingenuity, while the Wolf King overwhelmed him with sheer power and speed. Suddenly, Yi Fan spotted an opening in the Wolf King's defense. Seizing the moment, he launched a devastating strike at the Wolf King's vital points. The Wolf King was forced back several steps, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't expected Yi Fan to find an opening amidst such a fierce battle. "Wolf King, you have lost," Yi Fan declared coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. The Wolf King clenched his jaw, clearly unwilling to concede defeat. He launched another attack, but it lacked the previous calm and precision, instead appearing somewhat frantic. Just then, Yi Fan received news from Shen Lufeng. They had successfully breached the Wolfpath's defenses and secured control of the entire base. Yi Fan knew victory was within reach.
Facing increasingly dire circumstances, the flame in Wolf King's eyes seemed to burn even brighter. He understood that if he fell to Yifan today, Wolfpath's influence in Yuncheng would suffer a devastating blow.
But he was not one to concede defeat easily.
Yifan, you think this is the end?
Wolf King snarled, his body suddenly erupting with a powerful aura, his true strength, long concealed. Yifan instinctively took a few steps back, sensing the Wolf King's power surging rapidly.
He knew the battle ahead would be even more grueling.
The Wolf King's attacks grew fiercer and more relentless, each strike carrying the power to obliterate everything in its path.
Yifan, relying on his extraordinary reflexes and agility, could still counter, but the pressure was steadily mounting.
The intensity of the battle surpassed all previous expectations. Each clash between Yifan and the Wolf King seemed to tear the very air apart. Though Yifan's martial skills and tactics were superb, the Wolf King's strength and speed had reached astonishing levels. Outside, Shen Lufeng and his team had secured control of the entire base, yet they too noticed the fierce battle raging within the data room. Shen Lufeng knew Yifan now faced an unprecedented challenge.
Mr. Yi, you must hold on.
Shen Lufeng silently prayed in his heart while ordering his team to reinforce defenses, ensuring no reinforcements from Wolfpath could approach. As the battle dragged on, Yifan gradually felt fatigue setting in.
The Wolf King's seemingly limitless strength and endurance placed immense pressure on him.
Yet his eyes remained unwavering. He knew he couldn't fail here. Just as Yifan and the Wolf King were locked in fierce combat, a barely perceptible shadow suddenly flickered past. It was another formidable expert from the Wolf clan, silently approaching the battlefield, clearly here to support the Wolf King. Yifan keenly sensed this new threat, his heart tightening as he realized the situation had grown even more perilous. He swiftly adjusted his fighting stance, preparing to meet the new challenge. That mysterious expert was none other than Chen Dengyun, the legendary figure of the Wolf clan and the Wolf King's master. His arrival granted the Wolf King a moment to catch his breath, while simultaneously placing significant pressure on Yifan. Chen Dengyun was not tall, yet every movement radiated an extraordinary calmness and power. His gaze was deep, as if he could see straight into one's soul. When his gaze settled on Yifan, the latter felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Yifan, I never imagined you'd force me to intervene personally. Chen Dengyun's voice was deep and resonant, each word carrying weight.
Yifan took a deep breath, steadying his emotions.
Chen Dengyun, I consider it an honor to witness your strength today. But no matter who you are, I won't show mercy to anyone who stands in the way of my victory. Chen Dengyun smiled faintly, his expression holding an unpredictable depth.
Very well.
Let's see just how strong you truly are. The battle erupted once more, and Chen Dengyun's arrival heightened the tension across the entire battlefield. His martial arts were profound and unfathomable, each strike brimming with wisdom and power. Even Yifan felt immense pressure. After exchanging several blows with Chen Dengyun, Yifan gained a profound understanding of his opponent's formidable strength.
Chapter 165, The Terrifying Chen Dengyun.
This was a true master, every movement precise and utterly threatening. Yet Yifan did not falter. A resolute light shone in his eyes. He knew this was a rare trial. Each of his attacks radiated resolve and courage, using his own strength to prove to Chen Dengyun that he was no easily defeated opponent. Outside, Shen Lufeng and his team heard the sounds of combat, knowing Yifan was facing a grueling challenge. Shen Lufeng's brow furrowed deeply. He yearned to intervene, yet knew his own strength was insufficient to enter such a high-level confrontation.
Mr. Yi, you must hold on.
Shen Lufeng silently prayed for Yifan in his heart while ordering his men to strengthen defenses, ensuring no reinforcements from Longtu could approach. Inside the core data room, the battle between Yifan and Chen Dengyun intensified. Each of Chen Dengyun's attacks carried overwhelming force, yet Yifan countered with agility and cunning, revealing astonishing combat talent under extreme pressure. A tenacious glint flashed in Yifan's eyes as his figure flickered like a phantom under Chen Dengyun's assaults, each time deftly evading the fatal blows. In this exchange, Yifan began to discern the flaws in Chen Dengyun's fighting style. Chen Dengyun, though powerful, you place excessive emphasis on brute force in every strike that is precisely your weakness. In a narrow encounter, Yifan suddenly launched a counterattack, his speed faster than ever before. Caught off guard by Yifan's speed and precision, Chen Dengyun was forced to retreat several steps, re-evaluating his opponent's strength. A flicker of seriousness crossed his eyes. He clearly recognized Yifan was no ordinary opponent.
The battle continued amid a tense atmosphere.
Chen Dengyun adjusted his combat strategy, adopting more agile and cunning attack patterns. His fists and feet struck like a violent storm, each attack brimming with lethal intent. Under Chen Dengyun's relentless onslaught, Yifan maintained his composure and agility. His body shifted with fluid grace through the space, each evasion and counter-strike executed with pinpoint precision. An unyielding light shone in Yifan's eyes, his heart brimming with an insatiable hunger for victory. The battle reached a fever pitch, each clash between Yifan and Chen Dengyun making the entire data room tremble. Their clash was not merely a contest of physical prowess, but a duel of wills and strategy. Suddenly, Chen Dengyun shifted his combat rhythm, his attacks becoming increasingly unpredictable. Yifan felt immense pressure, knowing Chen Dengyun was now giving his all.
Yifan, you are the strongest young man I have ever seen, Chen Dingyun's voice carried an air of confidence and depth. But you still cannot surpass my realm. Yifan gritted his teeth. Each of his strikes was charged with raw power and blinding speed. He refused to concede defeat. Amidst this fierce battle, Yifan felt his strength rapidly surging. Each strike grew more precise and deadly. The battle raged on for hours, pushing both combatants to the brink of physical and mental exhaustion. At this critical moment, Yifan suddenly spotted a tiny opening in Chen Dingyun's defense. Seizing the opportunity without hesitation, he launched a full-force attack. Chen Dingyun was caught off guard by Yifan's sudden strike, but drawing upon his profound inner strength and experience, he swiftly regained his composure, averting defeat. The two parted amid a tense atmosphere, gazing intently at each other. Each could sense the other's formidable strength and unyielding spirit. Though the battle ended without a clear victor, both men developed profound respect for each other. Chen Dingyun gave Yifan a long, appraising look before speaking slowly. Yifan, today's battle has truly opened my eyes. Your future holds limitless potential. But remember, the wolf's path is far from over. We will meet again. With that, Chen Dingyun vanished in a flash, disappearing into the night alongside Wolf King, leaving Yifan standing alone in the archives, reflecting on the battle. Yifan took a deep breath, steadied his breathing, then turned and walked out of the archive room. Though his body ached with exhaustion, his heart swelled with a profound sense of accomplishment. Today's battle had not only pushed his abilities to the limit, but also filled him with anticipation for what lay ahead. Stepping outside the base, Yifan saw Shen Lufeng and the team waiting for him. Shen Lufeng visibly relaxed upon seeing Yifan unharmed. He hurried forward, asking with concern, "Mr. Yi, are you alright?" Yifan smiled faintly and shook his head. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Chen Dingyun truly lived up to his reputation. His strength was formidable. However, this battle has also taught me a great deal. Shen Lufeng nodded, his eyes brimming with admiration. He knew that Yifan's performance today had surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. As they walked, the two began discussing their next course of action. After a moment of deep thought, Yifan said, "Although we didn't completely defeat Lungtu today, we've dealt them a major blow. Now we must consolidate this victory and continue weakening Lungtu's influence in Seoul." Shen Lufeng responded immediately, "Mr. Yi, I'll deploy personnel right away to intensify surveillance and crackdowns on Wolfpath. Simultaneously, I will leverage my influence in the business world to apply economic pressure on Wolfpath." Yifan nodded, his gaze resolute and far-reaching. "We must further strengthen our own capabilities. Lungtu won't give up easily. We must prepare for a protracted battle." After completing a day of intense and challenging operations, Yifan and Shen Lufeng decided to unwind at a renowned hot pot restaurant in Seoul. They needed moments like this to temporarily release their taut nerves and savor the ordinary yet beautiful aspects of life. The hot pot restaurant was located in a bustling district of Seoul. Its interior boasted a rustic yet cozy decor, soft lighting, and the air was filled with an enticing aroma. They chose a window seat, allowing them to savor their meal while taking in the nighttime views of the street below. "Mr. Yi, you performed exceptionally well in today's operation," Shen Lufeng remarked as he picked up his chopsticks, his eyes brimming with admiration. Yifan smiled and replied, "Little Shen, you did a great job too. Without your outstanding performance and that of the team today, we wouldn't have achieved this result." With that, he began serving himself, placing the food into the bubbling hot pot. As the aroma of the hot pot gradually filled the air, their conversation shifted from serious battle topics to lighthearted everyday chatter. They discussed the changes in Seoul, their respective lives, and future plans. "Mr. Yi, I'm curious, how do you usually relax?" Shen Lufeng asked. Yifan smiled faintly and replied, "I enjoy quiet contemplation. Sometimes I go for a run, feeling the pulse of the city. Life always needs moments of calm to maintain balance." Chapter 166, Time always slips away unnoticed. Shen Lufeng nodded in understanding. The conversation then shifted to their daily routines, from the demands of work to the warmth of family life, and the two chatted with great enthusiasm. Such moments allowed them to temporarily forget the conflicts of the martial world and the cutthroat competition of the business world, as if they had returned to the life of ordinary people. "By the way, Mr. Yi, what are your hobbies?" Shen Lufeng asked curiously. Yifan set down his chopsticks, pondered for a moment, and replied, "I enjoy reading, especially historical books. History always offers insights and food for thought. Beyond that, I also enjoy collecting antiques. Each piece has its own story." Shen Lufeng listened with rapt attention, realizing that Yifan was not only a formidable figure in the business world but also a man of deep emotion and broad perspective. As time passed, the dishes on the table gradually diminished, while the two men's conversation grew more and more animated. They touched on all sorts of fascinating topics, from classic films to pop music, from the customs and cultures of different countries to amusing little anecdotes from daily life. Just then, a group of young people entered the hot pot restaurant, laughing and chatting excitedly about the movie they'd just seen. This scene brought smiles to both Yifan and Shen Lufeng's faces as they felt the vitality of life and the passion of youth. Mr. Yi, seeing them reminds me of my own youth, Shen Lufeng remarked wistfully. Yifan smiled gently in response. Indeed, time slips away unnoticed, but as long as we keep a youthful spirit, we'll always stay young. The two continued enjoying their hot pot, immersed in this warm and relaxed atmosphere. For them, such evenings offered a rare tranquility and relaxation, a sanctuary far removed from the clamor of daily life. After dinner, Yifan and Shen Lufeng left the hot pot restaurant. They strolled slowly along the bustling street, soaking in the city's nightscape and the gentle breeze. Walking along the bustling streets, both Yifan and Shen Lufeng felt exceptionally at ease. The night sky over Seoul sparkled brilliantly, neon lights flickering as people bustled to and fro on the streets, each carrying their own story. Mr. Yi, the city truly pulsates with energy, Shen Lufeng remarked, his gaze sweeping the streets as if searching for something. Yifan nodded in agreement. Yes, Seoul changes every day. Every corner is brimming with vitality. This is our battlefield, and it's also our home. They passed a cafe where melodious music drifted out, catching Yifan's attention. He paused and said to Shen Lufeng, Shen, let's go in for a cup of coffee and take a break. Shen Lufeng nodded in agreement, and the two entered the cafe. The interior was warm and elegant, with the subtle aroma of coffee and soft music creating a cozy atmosphere. They found a window seat and sat down. Yifan ordered 2 lattes. While waiting for their coffee, Yifan looked around and observed the diverse crowd, couples whispering to each other, students studying intently, and others enjoying solitary moments. Mr. Yi, Shen Lufeng suddenly asked, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes, how long do you think this kind of life will last for us? Yifan pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, life is always full of uncertainties, we cannot predict the future. But no matter what happens, as long as we hold on to our convictions and cherish every moment before us, life will always bring us surprises. Their coffee arrived. Yifan gently blew on the steam rising from his cup before taking a sip. We're all striving toward our dreams, that's enough. Isn't that the very meaning of life? Shen Lufeng listened to Yifan's words, a flicker of resolve passing through his eyes. He knew Yifan was right. No matter what the future held, they would persevere, for this was the life they had chosen. Shen Lufeng smiled, giving Yifan a deep look filled with admiration. By Yifan's side, he always sensed a powerful force of passion for life and fearlessness toward the future. Mr. Yi, Shen Lufeng asked suddenly, sometimes I wonder if our busy lives make us miss out on simple joys? Yifan set down his cup and answered earnestly, Xiao Shen, joy often appears when we least expect it. Perhaps we miss some, but even more beauty awaits us. The key is to have a heart that appreciates and is grateful. Their conversation was interrupted by a waiter bringing a plate of freshly baked bread. The aroma filled the air, and both Yifan and Shen Lufeng couldn't help but smile. They savored the bread, relishing this small moment of joy. Suddenly, Yifan's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw it was an urgent message. His brow furrowed slightly before he turned to Shen Lufeng and said, Shen, looks like our break is over. There's something we need to handle immediately. Shen Lufeng immediately grew serious. Mr. Yi, what do you need me to do? Yifan stood up, his tone firm, an important deal is about to take place. I need you to assist me. This deal is crucial for us, it could determine our future in Seoul. The two quickly exited the cafe, where Yifan's car was already waiting at the entrance. After getting in, Yifan gave the driver concise directions to their destination, and the car immediately headed towards Seoul's financial district. Inside the car, Yifan briefly explained the significance of the deal to Shen Lufeng. It involved a massive real estate project with enormous sums at stake, and the counterpart was a prominent Seoul entrepreneur. Success would significantly elevate their standing and influence in the business world. Shen Lufeng's expression grew more serious upon hearing this. He knew such opportunities were rare, yet also fraught with risk. He immediately began mapping out potential negotiation strategies and contingency plans in his mind. The car traversed Seoul's bustling streets, where towering buildings stood side by side and lights flickered, the city's night brimming with vitality. Soon, they arrived at their destination, a high-end office building. In the building's luxurious conference room, Yifan and Shen Lufeng engaged in in-depth discussions with the opposing entrepreneur and his team. Yifan displayed his characteristic calmness and wisdom, while Shen Lufeng added significant value to the negotiations with his unique business acumen and negotiation skills. After several hours of intense discussion, both parties finally reached a preliminary agreement. This deal not only brought Yifan substantial financial gains but, more importantly, marked a significant advancement in his standing within the business community of Seoul. By the time they left the office building, night had deepened. Standing on the street, Yifan and Shen Lufeng watched the bustling traffic flow, their spirits soaring with excitement. Chapter 167, Tonight's success is only the beginning. This successful deal not only demonstrated their capabilities but also paved the way for their future plans. Mr. Yi, tonight's success is merely the beginning. I'm confident we'll achieve even greater accomplishments in the future, Shen Lufeng declared with unwavering confidence. Yifan smiled faintly, his gaze unwavering. Yes, little Shen, this is only the beginning. But we must remain vigilant at all times. The business world is like a battlefield, and every step requires caution. Our journey has only just begun. The two got back into the car, which slowly drove out of the bustling district, blending into the dazzling lights of Seoul's night. In Yifan's mind, plans for their next move were already taking shape. He knew that on the vast chessboard of the business world, every move was crucial. Just then, Yifan's phone rang again. This time, it was a message from one of his reliable sources, containing information about a rising business power in Seoul known as the Jintian Group. Behind Jintian Group, it was rumored, stood a mysterious and powerful figure named Luo Jintian. Mr. Yi, it seems we have a new adversary. Shen Lufeng glanced at the phone screen, his tone tinged with seriousness. Yifan nodded calmly. Luo Jintian? I've heard of him. They say he's no ordinary figure. It seems our path has encountered some new challenges. Luo Jintian, the head of the Jintian Group, is known for his ruthlessness and shrewdness. His emergence undoubtedly introduced new variables into the business landscape of Yuncheng. Yifan knew he and Shen Lufeng must prepare in advance to handle potential conflicts and competition. A few days later, Yifan and Shen Lufeng hosted a dinner at an upscale restaurant, inviting several key business partners from Yuncheng. The atmosphere was lively as everyone discussed Yuncheng's business development and market trends. Just as the festivities were in full swing, an unexpected guest appeared at the restaurant entrance, none other than Luo Jintian of the Jintian Group. His arrival instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Luo Jintian wore an impeccable suit, his face stern and his presence commanding. His gaze swept across the room before finally settling on Yifan. Yifan remained composed, rising to greet Luo politely. Mr. Luo, I never imagined I'd have the honor of meeting you tonight. Luo Jintian smiled faintly, walking calmly toward Yifan and shaking his hand. Mr. Yifan, I've long heard of your reputation. It is my great honor to meet you in person tonight. Their hands met mid-air, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze in that moment. Everyone present sensed the subtle tension between these two business titans. The dinner proceeded, but Luo Jintian's presence transformed the previously relaxed atmosphere into one of palpable tension. Yifan and Luo Jintian exchanged occasional words, each conversation brimming with probing and testing. After the banquet, Yifan and Shen Lufeng briefly discussed Luo Jintian's presence in the car. Mr. Yi, Luo Jintian's appearance presents both a challenge and an opportunity for us, Shen Lufeng stated. Yifan nodded in agreement. Yes, we need to thoroughly investigate his background and that of Jintian Group. At the same time, we must prepare for any possible scenario. A resolute gleam shone in Yifan's eyes. A few days later, under Yifan's arrangements, he and Shen Lufeng launched an in-depth investigation into Jintian Group. They mobilized every resource at their disposal, monitoring everything from market trends to financial flows. Meanwhile, Luo Jintian was not idle either. His Jintian Group was aggressively expanding, attempting to secure a foothold in multiple sectors of Yuncheng. Luo Jintian's ruthless tactics showed no mercy toward competitors, and his actions quickly drew market attention. By chance, Yifan learned that Luo Jintian was planning an extravagant dinner party, inviting numerous business elites from Yuncheng. Yifan resolved to use this opportunity to observe his mysterious rival up close. On the evening of the banquet, Yifan and Shen Lufeng arrived at the venue together. The venue was opulent and elegant, bustling with guests and a lively atmosphere. Yifan looked exceptionally handsome in his tailored suit, while Shen Lufeng drew considerable attention with his unique charm. During the dinner, Luo Jintian was quite warm and welcoming. He approached Yifan with a smile and said, Mr. Yifan, I'm delighted you could join me for this dinner. I've always held your talent and capabilities in the highest regard. Yifan responded politely, Mr. Luo, you flatter me. I've only done some insignificant work. It is my honor to meet you tonight. Their exchange sounded harmonious, yet everyone present could sense the undercurrent of tension. This dinner was not merely a social gathering, it felt more like a contest. After the banquet concluded, Yifan and Shen Lufeng departed the venue. A gentle evening breeze caressed them as they stepped out onto the streets of Seoul, bathed in the city's nighttime glow. The city's nightscape sparkled, neon lights casting reflections on their silhouettes. Yifan's brow furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. Shen Lufeng noticed Yifan's unease and quietly inquired, Mr. Yi, you seem troubled? Yifan gave a faint smile and shook his head. Shen Luofeng, Luo Jintian's behavior at tonight's banquet was overly enthusiastic. It doesn't seem like his style. I suspect he has some hidden agenda. Shen Lufeng nodded solemnly. Mr. Yi, I share that feeling. Luo Jintian has always been known for his shrewdness. Every move he makes is calculated. Yifan took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering. Shen, we must proceed with caution. This game has likely only just begun. As they spoke, a black sedan pulled up slowly and stopped before them. The door opened, and the driver bowed respectfully to Yifan. Mr. Yi, please. Yifan and Shen Lufeng climbed into the car. It weaved through the streets of Han City, speeding toward their destination. Inside, Yifan closed his eyes in deep thought, while Shen Lufeng remained quietly by his side. Soon, the car arrived at a secluded location. This was Yifan's private residence in Yuncheng. Ordinary in appearance, it concealed an extremely sophisticated security system. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng entered the house. The interior was simply decorated yet tasteful, every piece of furniture revealing the owner's unique taste. Yi Fan sat on the sofa, pondering for a moment before speaking. Shen, I think we need to investigate Luo Zhentian's recent movements. We need to find out what he's really planning. Shen Lufeng nodded in agreement and immediately pulled out his phone to begin making arrangements. Meanwhile, in his own mansion, Luo Zhentian was deep in discussion with several men dressed in suits.
These men carried themselves with an air of distinction, each exuding a powerful presence.
Chapter 168, starting with his connections.
A cunning gleam flashed in Luo Zhentian's eyes as he murmured, "Gentlemen, though Yi Fan is formidable, he's ultimately operating alone. We can create difficulties for him from multiple fronts, overwhelming him." One man sneered coldly, "Mr. Luo, you mean?" Luo Zhentian's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Beyond business pressure, we can also target his personal relationships. Yi Fan may seem invincible, but he always has vulnerabilities around him." At Yi Fan's private residence, he was conversing with a mysterious figure over the phone. A deep, commanding voice came through the line, "Yi Fan, you need to be careful lately.
Luo Zhentian's ambitions are considerable, he won't let you off easily."
Yi Fan smiled faintly, "Rest assured, I have my countermeasures."
Luo Zhentian may be cunning, but he doesn't know my trump card.
After hanging up, Yi Fan turned to Shen Lufeng, his gaze unwavering and composed.
"Shen, prepare. It's time to strike back."
A flicker of admiration crossed Shen Lufeng's eyes as he immediately responded, "Mr. Yi, I'm at your command anytime." The next day, the business world of Yuncheng was shaken.
A prominent company suddenly declared bankruptcy, one of Luo Zhentian's key investments.
The news spread like wildfire throughout Yuncheng, with everyone discussing this unexpected turn of events.
Upon receiving the news, Luo Zhentian's expression darkened.
He hadn't anticipated Yi Fan launching a counterattack so swiftly and with such ruthless precision.
In his luxurious office, Luo Zhentian clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. "Yi Fan, how dare you do this to me?"
Meanwhile, at Yi Fan's private residence, he was discussing their next move with Shen Lufeng. Yi Fan's gaze was deep, as if he could see through everything. "Luo Zhentian has only glimpsed the tip of our iceberg.
Next, let's make him utterly despair." Shen Lufeng nodded, excitement lighting his face. "Mr. Yi, your plan is truly brilliant.
Luo Zhentian is bound to take a major fall this time."
Meanwhile, at Jintian Group's executive meeting, Luo Zhentian's face darkened.
He scanned the room, addressing the executives seated around the conference table. "Yi Fan has begun his counterattack.
We must act immediately and prevent him from succeeding." One executive stood, his expression grave. "Mr. Luo, should we intensify our investigation into Yi Fan to uncover his vulnerabilities?"
Luo Zhentian's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. "Not only that, but we must also strike from another angle to constrain his movements." Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng were preparing to leave their private residence for their next destination. Yi Fan's phone suddenly rang an unfamiliar number. Yi Fan answered the call, only to hear a deep, threatening voice on the other end. "Yi Fan, you've just crossed Luo Zhentian's interests. You'd better watch your back." Yi Fan gave a cold chuckle and replied, "Tell Luo Zhentian that I, Yi Fan, never shy away from a challenge.
His threats mean nothing to me."
After hanging up, Yi Fan turned to Shen Lufeng and said, "Looks like Luo Zhentian has already started mobilizing his backers.
But that suits me just fine."
That evening, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng arrived at an upscale restaurant. There, they met with several business tycoons to discuss cooperation. Yi Fan's arrival drew considerable attention. His formidable presence commanded respect from everyone present.
The restaurant's soft lighting created an elegant atmosphere.
Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng were escorted to a secluded private room. Several heavyweight figures from the business world were already waiting there. Upon seeing Yi Fan, they rose to their feet, their faces breaking into respectful smiles. Yi Fan nodded lightly, smiling as he shook hands with each of them in turn. Shen Lufeng stood humbly behind Yi Fan, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. "Mr. Yi, it is a tremendous honor for us to collaborate with you," a burly business tycoon spoke first, his voice deep and commanding. After taking his seat, Yi Fan responded calmly, "Likewise. I also look forward to our collaboration creating a win-win situation." Subsequently, the group began discussing the details of their collaboration. Yi Fan remained remarkably composed, each proposal revealing his profound business acumen and precise grasp of the market. The assembled business leaders were all impressed by Yi Fan's composure and insight, growing even more eager for this collaboration. Meanwhile, Luo Zhentian sat alone in his luxurious office, gazing out at the night view. A sinister gleam flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fists. His assistant entered, his expression tense. "Mr. Luo, Yi Fan, he's in a closed-door meeting with several business tycoons.
It looks like he's planning a major business move." Luo Zhentian's expression darkened further as he gritted his teeth.
"Yi Fan, that bastard always manages to pull miracles out of the impossible.
We must act now and stop him from succeeding."
Back in the private dining room, Yi Fan's negotiations with the business tycoons were nearing their conclusion. One cooperation agreement after another was confirmed in their hands. Yi Fan rose to his feet, his expression calm as he said, "Tonight's meeting has been most pleasant. I look forward to our collaboration bearing fruit." The business tycoons nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with respect as they looked at Yi Fan. As Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng left the restaurant, the streets were already brightly lit. Shen Lufeng looked at Yi Fan and couldn't help but express his admiration. "Mr. Yi, tonight's meeting exceeded all expectations. Luo Zhentian is probably getting a headache right now." Yi Fan smiled faintly. "Young Shen, this is only the beginning. If Luo Zhentian thinks he can defeat me so easily, he's sorely mistaken." Just then, Yi Fan's phone rang again, displaying an unknown number. After answering, a cold, familiar voice came through. "Yi Fan, you seem to have forgotten I set the rules for this game. All your actions are nothing but futile." A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. "Luo Zhentian, I never play games set by others. I'll end this in my own way." After hanging up, Yi Fan's gaze hardened with resolve. Turning to Shen Lufeng, his tone was calm yet powerful. "Shen, we need to accelerate our operation. Luo Zhentian has begun to waver, but this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Next, we'll make him lose his footing completely." Trust and resolve flashed in Shen Lufeng's eyes as he answered firmly, "Mr. Yi, I understand. I'll make the arrangements immediately." The following day, the business circles of Seoul were once again thrown into turmoil. A series of meticulously orchestrated business maneuvers were unleashed by Yi Fan in rapid succession. Each step was precise and lethal, plunging Luo Zhentian's Zhentian group into unprecedented turmoil. Chapter 169, How did he do it? Panic gripped the market as investors and partners began losing faith in Zhentian group. Luo Zhentian slammed documents down on his office desk, his face ashen with rage. He roared, "That bastard Yi Fan! How the hell did he pull this off?" His assistant stood nearby, his face filled with dread, not daring to utter a word. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng sat quietly in a private club, observing the market's movements. Yi Fan sipped his tea and remarked calmly, "Luo Zhentian must be in a complete panic right now. His Zhentian group is teetering on the brink. Shen, prepare for the final strike." Shen Lufeng nodded, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. "Mr. Yi, this strike will be fatal." At this critical juncture, Yi Fan received an unexpected piece of news. It turned out Luo Zhentian, unwilling to accept defeat, had secretly allied with several major business tycoons in Seoul to prepare a final counterattack against Yi Fan. Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly, but soon a cold smile spread across his face. "Luo Zhentian, is this your trump card?" "Unfortunately, it's not enough." Shen Lufeng asked anxiously, "Mr. Yi, how should we respond?" Yi Fan's gaze was deep, as if he had already seen through everything. "Shen, don't worry. I have a plan." This time, it wasn't just about defeating Luo Zhentian, it was about shattering his reputation and ensuring he could never rise again. Yi Fan's voice carried a cold, unwavering resolve. His plan wasn't merely about victory, it was about shattering Luo Zhentian's ambitions completely, ensuring he'd never find a foothold in Yuncheng again. Shen Lufeng knew Yi Fan's capabilities well and asked no further questions, simply waiting quietly for Yi Fan's instructions. Yi Fan rose slowly and walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, his eyes flashing with sharp intensity. He picked up his phone and dialed several crucial numbers. Each call delivered highly targeted arrangements and instructions, precisely striking at Luo Zhentian's weak points. Meanwhile, Luo Zhentian sat anxiously in his mansion, awaiting news from his allies. The confidence and cunning that had once graced his face had vanished, replaced by restlessness and unease. His phone rang intermittently, but each call seemed to deliver unfavorable news. Just as Luo Zhentian was succumbing to despair, Yi Fan's voice suddenly rang out over the phone. "Luo Zhentian, your game is over. Your allies have turned to support me. Now, you stand alone, isolated and helpless." Luo Zhentian gripped the phone tightly, his voice trembling. "Yi Fan, how did you manage this?" Yi Fan replied calmly, "This is the difference between capability and influence. Luo Zhentian, your doom has arrived." After the call ended, Luo Zhentian sat motionless in his chair, his entire being seemingly drained of spirit. Yi Fan set down his phone and turned to Shen Lufeng. "Shen, it's all over. Luo Zhentian's power base has crumbled to dust. Now it's time to clean up the battlefield." Shen Lufeng nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Mr. Yi, you are truly a master among masters. An opponent like Luo Zhentian is no match for you." Yi Fan gazed out at the cityscape of Seoul, his voice carrying profound meaning. In this complex metropolis, only by constantly improving oneself can one remain invincible. Just as Yi Fan was deep in thought about his next move, Shen Lufeng suddenly received an urgent message. His expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly reported to Yi Fan, "Mr. Yi, there's a new development. A mysterious martial arts master has suddenly appeared in Seoul. He seems to be searching for you." Yi Fan's eyebrows arched slightly, a flicker of interest crossing his eyes. "Martial arts expert? In Seoul? That's rather unusual. Do we know his background?" Shen Lufeng shook his head. "Not yet, but his power is formidable. He's already caused a stir in the martial arts world." Yi Fan rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with the light of battle. "Very well. I shall meet this mysterious expert myself. That night, Yifan arrived at a secluded area in Seoul, a common spot for private martial arts sparring. Under the moonlight, a man clad in black martial arts attire stood silently. His posture was erect, and his gaze revealed an extraordinary aura. Yifan approached and asked calmly, "Are you here to see me?" The black-clad man nodded, his voice steady. "Yifan, I've long heard of your reputation. I've come here today to test your strength." Yifan smiled faintly, his aura shifting subtly to reveal his unfathomable power. "In that case, let's begin." The two immediately engaged in a fierce duel. The black-clad man's moves were swift and ruthless, each strike brimming with a fierce, murderous intent. Yet Yifan countered with ease, his movements fluid and precise, as if he were in his element. As the battle progressed, the man in black gradually felt the pressure mounting. Not only was Yifan highly skilled in martial arts, but he also possessed extensive combat experience, seemingly able to anticipate his opponent's moves in advance. Finally, with a deft counterattack, Yifan successfully subdued the man in black. Collapsing to the ground, the man in black smiled bitterly and said, "Yifan, you truly live up to your reputation. This battle has left me thoroughly convinced." Yifan extended his hand to help him up. "You flatter me. May I inquire about your background and purpose?" After steadying himself, the man in black adopted a serious tone. "My name is Lei Yi. I am a practitioner of martial arts from the Far East. I came to Seoul on someone's behalf to gauge your strength. But now it seems you are far more powerful than I had heard." Yifan raised an eyebrow. "On whose behalf?" Lei Yi paused briefly before finally saying, "A business tycoon in Seoul. He's very interested in your abilities. But now, I believe he is no match for you." Yifan smiled faintly. "I have no interest in business disputes. I only hope Seoul can remain peaceful. Lei Yi, since today's battle has forged a decent connection between us, I hope we can engage in more exchanges in the future." Lei Yi nodded, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "I look forward to it." After exchanging contact information, Yifan and Lei Yi parted ways. Returning to his luxury apartment, Yifan found Shen Lufeng waiting for him. Seeing Yifan return safely, Shen Lufeng visibly relaxed. "Mr. Yi, how did tonight's fight go?" Shen Lufeng asked eagerly. Yifan smiled faintly and replied, "Lei Yi certainly has some skill, but he's no match for me. However, he meant no harm. We might become allies." Shen Lufeng's face lit up with a satisfied smile. "That's the best outcome. Mr. Yi, regarding that business tycoon, what action should we take?" A flicker of thought crossed Yifan's eyes. "Not for now. I want to see what he does next." The situation in Yuncheng is becoming increasingly interesting. A few days later, Yifan stirred up another storm in Seoul's business circles. Chapter 170, A Mysterious Rival. He skillfully leveraged his resources and influence to make significant strides in several key projects. His actions were swift and precise, catching all competitors off guard. Meanwhile, the enigmatic business tycoon began laying groundwork in the shadows, plotting to challenge Yifan in the commercial arena. He dispatched a series of elite teams, preparing for a direct confrontation with Yifan on a major project. Upon learning this news, Yifan showed no sign of tension. He told Shen Lufeng, "Shen, get ready. We're going to meet this mysterious opponent." A few days later, Yifan and Shen Lufeng appeared at the bidding conference for that major project. The atmosphere in the venue was tense, with all parties covertly observing their rivals. Yifan's arrival immediately caused a stir. He strode into the hall with an imposing presence that made those around him feel pressured. His gaze swept across the room, finally settling on a mysterious man seated quietly in the corner. Yifan's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Sensing Yifan's stare, the mysterious man gave a slight nod, as if silently acknowledging Yifan's prowess. This man wore a black trench coat, his features deep set, his gaze piercing, exuding an air of extraordinary presence. Shen Lufeng stood beside Yifan and whispered, "Mr. Yi, that is Li Bo, a martial arts master from Yuncheng." Yifan smiled faintly, his gaze intense. "Little Shen, I know. He's one of today's opponents." Within the venue, other participants sensed an unusual tension as Yifan and Li Bo locked gazes. Yifan's reputation echoed throughout the martial world, while Li Bo, though less renowned, was a formidable master not to be underestimated. As the meeting commenced, various factions vied to showcase their strength and plans, the atmosphere gradually intensifying. Neither Yifan nor Li Bo rushed to make their move, instead quietly observing the shifting dynamics. After the meeting, Yifan and Shen Lufeng went to a tea house to discuss their next strategy. As they spoke, hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. A young martial artist burst in, panting heavily and pale-faced. "Mr. Yi, it's bad. Our training grounds in the southern district have been attacked by unknown martial artists." Yifan's brow furrowed, his gaze turning sharp. "Shen, it seems someone wants to challenge me in martial arts." Shen Lufeng immediately stood up. "Mr. Yi, we'll head there right away." The two sped off towards South City. Upon arriving at the scene, they found utter chaos. Faint traces of blood and signs of struggle still littered the ground. Yifan surveyed the area. His martial arts perception instantly detected that a fierce battle had just taken place here. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he remarked, "The aura here is still fresh."
The opponent must have left not long ago.
Shen Lufeng followed closely, his fists clenched.
Mr. Yi, what should we do?
Yi Fan pondered for a moment before replying, Shen, this is clearly a deliberate provocation.
I'll personally uncover the truth behind this.
He then began searching the training grounds for clues. His keen eyes quickly spotted a damaged emblem in a corner, adorned with intricate totems, clearly no ordinary object.
Shen Lufeng leaned in to examine it. This is.
Yi Fan's gaze turned icy.
This is the emblem of a mysterious martial arts academy in North City.
Seems the perpetrator has some serious connections.
With that, Yi Fan swiftly led Shen Lufeng toward North City.
Along the way, Yi Fan analyzed potential adversaries and their motives. Shen Lufeng followed closely behind, his respect for Yi Fan deepening with every step.
Upon reaching North City, they swiftly located the martial arts academy.
Its exterior appeared ordinary, yet it faintly exuded a sharp, piercing aura. Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly. Sensing his tension, Shen Lufeng also grew alert.
Just as they prepared to enter, a middle-aged man clad in black martial arts attire emerged from the dojo.
His gaze was sharp, his presence commanding. Spotting Yi Fan, a hint of surprise flashed across his face.
Mr. Yi, I hadn't expected to encounter you here.
The man offered a faint smile, his voice steady and composed.
Yi Fan studied the man before him and replied indifferently, Are you the master of this dojo? The man nodded. I am. My name is Zhao Taizhan. What brings you here, Mr. Yi and this gentleman?
Yi Fan handed the damaged badge directly to Zhao Taizhan.
Do you recognize this?
Zhao Taizhan took the badge, his brow furrowing slightly.
This is our martial arts academy's emblem. How did it end up in Mr. Ye's possession?
Yi Fan replied coldly, this badge was found at the scene of an unexplained attack. Zhao Tieshan's expression suddenly turned serious. Mr. Yi, please come inside for a detailed discussion. Inside the martial arts academy, Zhao Taizhan led Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng into a quiet meeting room.
Yi Fan recounted the details of the attack to Zhao Taizhan. After hearing Yi Fan's account, Zhao Tieshan's expression grew grim.
I was indeed unaware of this incident, but I will launch an immediate investigation. Such behavior is absolutely unacceptable at our martial arts academy. Yi Fan nodded, his gaze deepening. Master Zhao, if it is found that someone from your martial arts school was responsible, I expect a satisfactory explanation. Zhao Taizhan replied solemnly, Mr. Yi, rest assured. I, Zhao Taizhan, am a man of my word.
If it is indeed our martial arts school's doing, I will certainly give you a proper account.
Under Zhao Tieshan's arrangements, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng rested briefly at the martial arts academy.
Zhao Taizhan personally led the investigation team. Shen Lufeng whispered to Yi Fan, Mr. Yi, do you think there's deeper meaning behind this attack?
Yi Fan pondered silently, his gaze as sharp as stars. This attack was precise and ruthless, clearly premeditated.
Moreover, I sense a larger conspiracy lurking behind it all.
Just then, Zhao Taizhan rushed back, his expression grave. Mr. Yi, we've uncovered some leads. The attackers were indeed members of our martial arts academy, but they were manipulated by an unknown force.
Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Unknown forces?
Zhao Taizhan nodded, yes. After undergoing some kind of specialized training, these attackers seem to have changed.
We've observed their operational patterns diverge entirely from our museum's standard procedures. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. This special training, could you elaborate on it?
Zhao Taizhan paused thoughtfully. From what we understand,
this training involves deep psychological manipulation and physical modification.
This isn't ordinary martial arts training, but rather leans towards some kind of extreme combat technique. Yi Fan frowned deeply and said in a grave tone, this indicates that the forces behind them are not only powerful but also harbor significant ambitions. Using the martial arts school for such training clearly serves a deeper purpose.
Shen Lufeng asked anxiously, Mr. Yi, what should we do next?
Yi Fan stood up, his expression resolute.
Shen, we can't just sit here and wait for disaster.
I must personally uncover the truth behind this and expose the mastermind orchestrating everything.
Chapter 171, Unraveling the Mystery.
Yi Fan turned to Zhao Taizhan, Master Zhao, I need your assistance.
Guide me to understand the details of this specialized training.
Zhao Taizhan immediately accepted the task, organizing materials and personnel to assist Yi Fan in his investigation. They first conducted detailed interrogations of the manipulated martial arts academy members, seeking to uncover more clues. After a series of investigations and analyses, Yi Fan discovered that these manipulated martial artists all seemed to have come into contact with a mysterious figure. This person was extremely secretive within the martial arts world, known only to a select few. A plan formed in Yi Fan's mind. Shen, we need to find this mysterious figure. He might hold the key to unraveling this entire mystery. Subsequently, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng began gathering information about this enigmatic figure. They visited multiple martial arts academies and even delved into the underground martial arts world, all in pursuit of clues leading to this pivotal figure. During a chance encounter, Yi Fan came across a martial artist of extraordinary skill at an underground martial arts tournament.
This fighter, named Sun Ming, was a burly man possessing extraordinary strength and speed. Yi Fan sensed a unique aura emanating from him. Yi Fan approached Sun Ming for a conversation and discovered that he had once interacted with the mysterious figure. Sun Ming revealed that the figure was known as Phantom, a legend in the martial arts world, rumored to possess a peculiar martial art technique. Armed with this information, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng intensified their search for Phantom's whereabouts. After days of relentless pursuit, they finally located Phantom's hideout in a remote valley. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng approached the valley silently, carefully observing their surroundings. An eerie aura permeated the valley, sending an involuntary chill down one's spine. Just as they prepared to explore further, a strange laugh echoed from within the valley. Ha! Yi Fan, you finally arrived. Yi Fan's heart leapt in alarm, and he instantly readied himself for battle. He looked toward the source of the voice and saw a figure clad in black robes slowly emerge. It was Phantom. Phantom regarded Yi Fan, his eyes flickering with an inexplicable light. Yi Fan, what brings you here? Yi Fan's voice was grave. I want to know why you manipulated those martial artists. What is the truth behind them? Phantom shook his head lightly, an air of mystery about him. Yi Fan, do you really think I'd tell you so easily? Yi Fan's expression remained impassive, his tone unwavering. Phantom, your actions have disrupted the entire martial world's equilibrium. I must uncover the truth to prevent more innocent martial artists from suffering. Phantom chuckled, seemingly appreciating Yi Fan's sense of justice. Very well. Since you're so persistent, I'll tell you. All of this is actually about searching for an ancient martial arts manual called the Nine Yang Divine Art. This manual is said to contain supreme martial power, yet it has long been lost. I manipulated these martial artists merely to uncover clues. Yi Fan frowned deeply upon hearing this. You sacrifice so many innocent martial artists for a single manual? Is this what you call the way of martial arts? Phantom sneered coldly. Yi Fan, you're still too young. You don't understand the cruelty of the martial arts world. Sometimes, for a greater purpose, sacrifice is unavoidable. Yi Fan glared at him. I cannot accept such a view of martial arts. Today, I must stop you from continuing your plan. With that, Yi Fan's form shifted, charging toward Phantom with lightning speed. Phantom reacted instantly, and within moments, a fierce duel erupted in the valley. Yi Fan's martial arts were exceptional, each strike and move imbued with immense power and profound internal energy. The Phantom, however, fought back with elusive footwork and lightning-fast attacks, creating a deadlocked battle. Just as their battle reached its peak, the valley suddenly shook violently, accompanied by a deafening roar. It turned out Phantom had prepared a complex trap system within the valley. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng scrambled to take cover, while Phantom seized the opportunity to flee the battlefield. Seeing this, Yi Fan felt anxious but knew pursuit would be unwise. After returning to the martial arts dojo, Yi Fan recounted their valley encounter in detail to Zhao Taizhan. Though Phantom's actions had been temporarily halted, the legend of the Nine Yang Divine Art had heightened Yi Fan's vigilance. Yi Fan resolved that he must further enhance his martial prowess while guarding against Phantom's potential return. To this end, he began delving deeper into clues about the Nine Yang Divine Art while also strengthening the martial arts hall's defenses with Zhao Tieshan's assistance. One day, Shen Lufeng rushed to Yi Fan's side, his expression tense. Mr. Yi, urgent news. We've discovered the Phantom may have appeared at an abandoned factory in the southern part of the city. A resolute glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Shen, prepare immediately. We're going to investigate. By the time Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng reached the abandoned factory, dusk had fallen. The interior was desolate and gloomy, radiating an eerie atmosphere. Yi Fan's senses were unusually sharp. He could feel the faint aura of danger surrounding them. They advanced cautiously deeper into the factory, each step taken with extreme care. As they traversed a dimly lit corridor, a dark shadow suddenly plummeted from the ceiling, lunging straight at Yi Fan. Yi Fan reacted with lightning speed, twisting his body to evade the sudden attack. The attacker landed and immediately launched a fierce assault on Yi Fan. While fighting back, Yi Fan closely observed his opponent. Dressed in a black, form-fitting suit, the figure moved with agile, swift precision, clearly the product of specialized training. After a fierce exchange, Yi Fan finally subdued the opponent. He removed the mask to discover, to his astonishment, that the assailant was a young woman. Her features were cold and striking, yet her eyes betrayed profound terror. Who are you? Why did you attack us? Yi Fan demanded. The woman trembled, seemingly struggling to overcome her inner terror. I am a disciple of Phantom. He ordered me to wait here, saying an important figure would arrive. Yi Fan frowned. Where is Phantom now? The woman shook her head. I don't know. My master always appears and disappears like a ghost. Yi Fan realized this operation might be a trap set by Phantom, and he must be more cautious. He said to Shen Lufeng, Shen, we need to be more cautious. Phantom's actions this time are not simple. Yi Fan decided to escort the female disciple back to the martial arts dojo both to protect her and to extract more information about Phantom. Upon returning to the martial arts hall, Yi Fan instructed Zhao Taizhan to assign personnel to guard the female disciple while conducting a thorough interrogation.
Through his inquiries, Yi Fan learned the disciple's name was Lin Shuang. Originally an ordinary martial arts enthusiast, she had been drawn in by Phantom's power and charisma, eventually becoming his disciple.
Chapter 172, Blind Revenge will only drag you deeper.
Through Lin Shuang's account, Yi Fan gradually peeled back the veil of mystery surrounding Phantom.
Phantom was once a renowned martial arts master named Ji Yun.
However, during an accident, his martial arts dojo was destroyed by a mysterious force. From that day on, Ji Yun transformed into Phantom, vowing to seek vengeance. He began collecting various martial arts manuals, seeking to enhance his strength through the supreme techniques within them. He was constantly searching for the Nine Yang divine art, believing it held the key to fulfilling his vengeance. Deep reverence flickered in Lin Shuang's eyes. Yi Fan sighed deeply, blindly pursuing vengeance would only drag him deeper into darkness, harming more innocent people. Yi Fan resolved that he must find Ji Yun and stop him from continuing down this misguided path. To this end, he intensified his martial arts training while dispatching Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tieshan's men to search for Ji Yun's whereabouts. Several days later, Shen Lufeng returned with crucial news. Mr. Yi, we've discovered Ji Yun may be hiding in an ancient temple in the eastern suburbs. Yi Fan immediately resolved to go personally. He and Shen Lufeng packed light and swiftly headed for the eastern suburbs.
By the time they reached the ancient temple, it was deep into the night. Moonlight spilled over the temple's eaves, casting an eerie tranquility over the surroundings.
Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng slipped silently into the temple. Inside, they discovered Ji Yun's presence. Ji Yun sat in meditation with eyes closed. Beside him lay a book radiating a faint golden glow, none other than the Nine Yang divine art. Yi Fan approached slowly, his voice deep and solemn.
Ji Yun, your path of vengeance will only bring more hatred and destruction.
Ji Yun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze flickering with complex emotions.
Yi Fan, you don't understand. That night, I lost everything. I must have my revenge.
Yi Fan shook his head.
Revenge won't solve anything.
If you continue down this path, you'll only become the next one to create tragedy. Their conversation was interrupted by a deafening explosion. It turned out the mysterious force hadn't abandoned their pursuit of Ji Yun.
They dispatched more warriors to besiege the ancient temple.
Yi Fan and Ji Yun reacted swiftly, joining forces to repel the invading foes. The battle raged fiercely. Back to back, Yi Fan and Ji Yun repelled wave after wave of attacks with astonishing coordination and formidable martial prowess. Ji Yun's martial arts had reached an exceptionally high realm. Every move he made was imbued with power and wisdom. Yi Fan, with his agile movements and profound internal energy, complemented Ji Yun perfectly, displaying extraordinary combat prowess. The battle raged for nearly an hour before Yi Fan and Ji Yun finally succeeded in driving back all the enemies. As the last foe fell, the ancient temple returned to stillness. Ji Yun stood at the temple entrance, gazing at the first rays of dawn in the distance, and sighed deeply. Yi Fan, I once believed vengeance was my only path.
But now I understand.
The true path of martial arts should not be clouded by hatred and vengeance.
Yi Fan nodded, deeply moved. The true essence of martial arts lies in transcending oneself and protecting others.
Ji Yun, let go of your hatred, and you will discover a whole new world. Ji Yun slowly handed the Nine Yang Divine Technique Manual to Yi Fan. The secret text, I wish to entrust to you. You possess both the qualifications to inherit it and the capability to use it to bring peace to the martial arts world. Yi Fan accepted the manual and said solemnly, I will use it to safeguard peace in the martial arts world. Amidst the ancient temple's tranquility, Yi Fan and Ji Yun's conversation drew to a close, as a new journey was about to begin. Yi Fan clutched the Nine Yang divine art, his heart surging with emotion. The weight of this manual was not merely that of paper, but a responsibility and a mission. Just then, a black luxury car slowly pulled into the open space before the ancient temple. The door opened, and Shen Lufeng stepped out, hurrying toward Yi Fan. A hint of tension flashed across his face. Mr. Yi, something major has happened in Yuncheng.
Someone has challenged our authority. The situation is critical. Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly and asked calmly, who dares to be so bold?
Shen Lufeng replied gravely, the Zhao family from the north. They're dissatisfied with our influence in Yuncheng and have decided to resolve it by force.
Yi Fan tucked away the secret manual, his gaze firm. Let's go. Back to Seoul. Shen Lufeng nodded.
The two quickly got into the car and drove toward Yuncheng.
Hansong, a bustling metropolis, yet also a battlefield where martial arts factions intertwined. The moment Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng arrived, they sensed the tense atmosphere. Worry etched itself onto the faces of people lining the streets. After scanning the streets, Yi Fan immediately ordered Shen Lufeng, Shen, gather our people. Prepare for battle. I'll go meet with the Zhao family. As Yi Fan made his way to the Zhao residence, a deep sense of injustice welled up within him. He refused to let innocent people be dragged into this. He would resolve this crisis his way. Arriving at the Zhao residence, Yi Fan pushed open the door and entered. The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Tangsheng, was already waiting in the main hall. Tall and imposing, his face bore a stern expression, his eyes flashing with disdain. Yi Fan, you finally arrived. Zhao Tangsheng rose to his feet, his voice laced with provocation. Hancheng isn't your personal fiefdom. Yi Fan remained expressionless, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Zhao Tangsheng, I have no desire to ignite a senseless bloodbath here. Tell me, what exactly do you want? Zhao Tangsheng sneered coldly, his voice brimming with arrogance. It's simple. I want control of Hancheng. Yi Fan, don't think you're the only one who understands martial arts. Today, I'll show you how a true martial arts master controls everything. Yi Fan's brow furrowed, yet his mind remained calm. He knew this standoff was critical not only for Hancheng's peace but also for the balance of the martial arts world. Zhao Tangsheng, do you truly believe force can solve everything? Yi Fan asked in a deep voice. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Tangsheng's eyes before his expression hardened into coldness. Of course. In this world, might has always been the law. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door. Shen Lufeng burst in with a group of men, all bearing wounds. Evidently they just endured a fierce battle. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. We couldn't hold them back, Shen Lufeng said, his face filled with guilt. Yi Fan glanced at them, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes. It's fine. You did your best. Turning to Zhao Tangsheng, Yi Fan's voice turned icy. It seems your Zhao family is truly determined to turn Seoul upside down. Zhao Tangsheng roared with laughter. Yi Fan, you finally get it. Today marks your doom. Yi Fan took a deep breath. He knew that in this situation, there was only one path to fight. He rose slowly and walked toward Zhao Tangsheng. Zhao Tangsheng also stood up. The two faced each other in the center of the hall, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Yi Fan, do you really think you can take on the entire Zhao family by yourself? Zhao Tangsheng asked with a cold sneer. Yi Fan replied calmly, no, I am not alone. Behind me stands a conviction, to protect the peace of Hancheng. Chapter 173, How Strong Can a Belief Be? As he spoke, Yi Fan slowly clasped his hands together. A powerful aura erupted from his body, causing the entire hall to tremble under its force. Shen Lufeng and the others instinctively stepped back, creating ample space between Yi Fan and Zhao Tangsheng. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Tangsheng's eyes before they ignited with fervor. Very well. I'll see just how strong this so-called conviction of yours truly is. Their standoff felt like two mountain peaks colliding intense. The air around them seemed to freeze, the pressure mounting like a mountain. Suddenly, Yi Fan took his first step forward. Instantly, the entire battlefield fell silent. His movement was lightning fast, whipping up a fierce gust of wind. A sharp gleam flashed in Zhao Tangsheng's eyes as he met the attack head-on. Their fists collided mid-air, erupting in a deafening roar. Zhao Tangsheng's punches struck like a tiger descending a mountain, each blow carrying astonishing force. Yi Fan, however, moved like a dragon playing in water, agile and fluid, each evasion and counter-strike perfectly timed. The very air in the hall seemed torn apart by their fist winds. Shen Lufeng and the others watched this fierce battle, each feeling profound awe. The clash between Yi Fan and Zhao Tangsheng showcased the true contest between masters. Zhao Tangsheng roared, his aura growing fiercer as he unleashed his family's legendary technique, the Heavenly Gang's Fist. A barrage of fist shadows surged toward Yi Fan, shattering the very air itself. Facing this overwhelming assault, Yi Fan did not retreat. Instead, a flicker of excitement passed through his eyes. His body weaved through the storm of fists, each evasion happening at the last possible moment. Suddenly, he counterattacked. Like a ghostly apparition, he materialized behind Zhao Tangsheng and slammed a palm strike into his back. Zhao Tangsheng sensed the danger behind him and spun around, his fists firing like cannonballs. The rapid shifts between offense and defense were dizzying to behold. This battle raged on for several minutes, leaving the hall in utter disarray, yet they continued to trade blows, each strike deadly. A flicker of seriousness crossed Yi Fan's eyes. He knew this battle had reached a critical juncture. Just then, Zhao Tangsheng unleashed his ultimate move, unleashing a fierce, overwhelming aura. Yi Fan's brow furrowed as he felt an unprecedented pressure. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he met the challenge head-on. Two colossal forces collided mid-air, erupting in an earth-shattering roar. The entire hall seemed to tremble at that moment, worry filling the eyes of Shen Lufeng and the others. Yet within the blinding light, Yi Fan's figure remained as resolute as ever. His fist pressed relentlessly forward through Zhao Tangsheng's onslaught, finally striking him with devastating force. Zhao Tangsheng's body jolted, shock etched across his face. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to counterattack under such overwhelming pressure. Zhao Tangsheng stumbled back several steps, the astonishment in his eyes gradually giving way to fury. He hadn't anticipated Yi Fan's strength reaching such formidable heights. He roared and launched another fierce assault, his fists slashing out at Yi Fan like a raging storm. Facing Zhao Tangsheng's frenzied assault, Yi Fan remained utterly composed. His form shifted with fluid grace amidst Zhao Tangsheng's assaults, like a nimble fish weaving through raging waves. Each time Zhao Tangsheng's blows seemed poised to connect, they ultimately brushed past him. As the battle dragged on, Zhao Tangsheng gradually felt the weariness setting in. He realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to defeat Yi Fan. Yi Fan stood like an impregnable fortress, utterly unshakable. Then, Yi Fan suddenly launched a counterattack. His speed was so blindingly fast it was nearly impossible to track, moving around Zhao Tangsheng like a phantom. Each strike carried immense threat, subjecting Zhao Tangsheng to unprecedented pressure. Zhao Tangsheng roared in fury, but under Yi Fan's relentless assault, he began to show signs of exhaustion. Yi Fan, however, descended like a war god, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy on Zhao Tangsheng's vulnerabilities. In this moment, Yi Fan displayed his unfathomable strength and combat wisdom. He was not merely a formidable warrior, he had also seized the psychological initiative. He understood that victory in battle depended not only on strength but also on mastery over the enemy's psyche. Zhao Tangsheng gradually succumbed to despair, realizing the tide of battle could not be turned. Yet he refused to concede defeat, his eyes blazing with stubborn defiance. The battle raged on, with Yi Fan's advantage growing ever more pronounced. Each of his attacks left Zhao Tangsheng struggling to defend. Zhao Tangsheng's momentum began to wane, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, refusing to yield easily. Just as Yi Fan's assault raged like a fierce tiger and Zhao Tangsheng seemed trapped in a desperate situation, an unexpected turn occurred. Just as Zhao Tangsheng seemed about to collapse, his form suddenly flickered, splitting into multiple afterimages, his clan's secret technique, the phantom step. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Fan's eyes. He hadn't expected Zhao Tangsheng to have such a hidden technique. Zhao Tangsheng's afterimages flickered unpredictably across the hall, making his true form impossible to pin down. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, his focus sharpened to its peak. He knew this was Zhao Tangsheng's last desperate struggle. Zhao Tangsheng's true form abruptly separated from one of the afterimages and launched a fierce assault at Yi Fan. Each punch carried a fierce intent to kill, as if determined to utterly crush Yi Fan. Yet Yi Fan countered with even more agile movements. His actions within Zhao Tangsheng's onslaught were like a light leaf spinning, drifting, always maintaining grace and composure. This battle had transcended a mere contest of strength, becoming a duel of speed and reflexes. Yi Fan and Zhao Tangsheng's figures crisscrossed the hall at such blinding speed that onlookers could scarcely discern their movements. Zhao Tangsheng realized that even with the phantom step, he still couldn't completely overwhelm Yi Fan. A flicker of fear began to stir within him. Yi Fan's strength far exceeded his expectations. During one clash, Yi Fan abruptly shifted tactics, his attacks growing more cunning and unpredictable. He seemed to have penetrated the secrets of Zhao Tangsheng's phantom step, each strike now locked onto Zhao Tangsheng's true form. Zhao Tangsheng felt pressure unlike anything he'd ever experienced before, cracks beginning to form in his mental defenses. Yi Fan's onslaught rolled like a surging river, wave after wave, leaving him no chance to catch his breath. Under Yi Fan's relentless assault, Zhao Tangsheng finally felt his physical and mental strength rapidly draining. His movements grew sluggish, each evasion appearing forced. Yi Fan, agile as a cheetah, tracked Zhao Tangsheng's every step, leaving him no room to breathe. A flicker of despair crossed Zhao Tangsheng's eyes. He knew there was no escape from Yi Fan's relentless pressure. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his last reserves of strength and launched a fierce counterattack at Yi Fan. Each punch channeled his entire martial spirit and strength, aiming to break through Yi Fan's offensive. Yet Yi Fan seemed to have anticipated this move. With a swift twist of his body, Yi Fan deftly evaded Zhao Tangsheng's lethal strike. Instantly, he countered with a backhand palm strike, landing with pinpoint accuracy on Zhao Tangsheng's chest. Though not delivered with full force, this strike was sufficient to render Zhao Tangsheng incapable of further combat. Chapter 174, The True Martial Artist. Zhao Tangsheng crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise once more, but his body no longer obeyed his commands. His breath came in ragged gasps, his eyes filled with crushing defeat. After this fierce battle, he finally grasped the profound depth of Yi Fan's strength and the true essence of martial arts. Yi Fan stood before Zhao Tangsheng, his expression calm, yet his eyes held no trace of contempt or mockery. He looked at Zhao Tangsheng, his tone firm and deep. Zhao Tangsheng, your martial skills are formidable. But a true warrior is defined not only by the height of their martial prowess, but more so by the cultivation of their character. May you learn something from today's defeat. Zhao Tangsheng lifted his head with difficulty, meeting Yi Fan's gaze as a bitter smile touched his lips. He finally realized he had truly lost not only in strength, but in spirit. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed deeply, as if reflecting on everything about himself. The crowd watching witnessed this scene, and every single person was deeply impressed by Yi Fan's martial arts realm and his composure. Shen Lufeng stepped forward to assist Zhao Tangsheng, but Yi Fan stopped him. Let him get up himself. Yi Fan's voice was calm yet powerful. This was Zhao Tangsheng's martial path, he needed to complete it himself. Hearing these words, Zhao Tangsheng felt an inexplicable surge of strength welling up within him. Slowly and with great effort, he rose to his feet. The arrogance and contempt that had filled his eyes vanished, replaced by a newfound understanding and respect. Yi Fan turned and left the battlefield, Shen Lufeng following closely behind. As they departed, Yi Fan said to Shen Lufeng, Young Shen, the martial arts world of Hancheng needs a new order, one that places greater emphasis on the spirit of martial arts and inner cultivation. This will be our next mission. Shen Lufeng nodded, his eyes flashing with determination. Mr. Yi, I understand. We will achieve this goal. After Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng departed the battlefield, the night sky over Hancheng seemed to carry a fresher air. They walked through the bustling streets, the surrounding lights illuminating their resolute strides. Mr. Yi, after Zhao Tangshan, what should our next course of action be? Shen Lufeng inquired. A thoughtful look crossed Yi Fan's eyes. The martial arts world in Seoul has long been without order. We need to fundamentally change this situation. First, we must purge those factions that rely solely on brute force to dominate and oppress the weak. Shen Lufeng nodded in understanding. Those unrestrained martial arts factions are indeed a major scourge on Yuncheng. Yi Fan stated calmly, for those martial artists who are truly devoted to the martial arts and possess a sense of justice, we should offer support and assistance. Let them become the pillars of the new order. Shen Lufeng's eyes flashed with understanding as he grasped the weight of Yi Fan's words. I see, Mr. Yi. We will be the architects of this new era. Over the next few days, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng moved swiftly. They first eradicated several notoriously vicious martial arts factions that had long dominated Yuncheng, causing suffering to many martial arts enthusiasts and ordinary citizens. With these factions vanquished, martial arts circles in Yuncheng gradually returned to calm. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng also supported martial artists of genuine skill and integrity through various channels, empowering them to become pillars of the new order. Under Yi Fan's influence, a new system centered on justice, strength, and character began to take shape within Yuncheng's martial arts community. This represented not merely a shift in martial prowess, but a profound cultural and spiritual elevation. One night, Yi Fan stood atop a high rise in Yuncheng, gazing out over the city. Beneath the dazzling lights, the chaos and violence of the past gradually faded, replaced by harmony and order. Shen Lufeng stood beside him, his voice filled with awe. Mr. Yi, you have truly transformed Yuncheng. Yi Fan smiled faintly, his gaze unwavering. This is only the beginning. The transformation of Seoul is merely the first step toward our long-term goals. The real challenges and missions still lie ahead. Shen Lufeng clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with resolve. Whatever trials lie ahead, as long as you lead, I, Shen Lufeng, will follow you to the end. Yi Fan turned, his eyes gleaming with resolve. It's time to face new challenges. Though order has been tentatively established in Yuncheng, numerous forces outside still covet its prosperity. We must prepare to meet them. At that very moment, a hidden yet formidable force stirred in the shadows of Yuncheng. A man clad in a black trench coat stood in the shadows of a towering building. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently on Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng. This man was Lu Xiu, a hidden master of the martial arts world and a member of an international martial arts organization. His strength was unfathomable, and he had been observing the changes in Yuncheng from the shadows. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Xiu's eyes. Yi Fan, though you are powerful, what you don't know is that some forces far exceed your imagination. The order of Yuncheng will be the beginning of my intervention. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng, unaware of this, continued their operations. They began consolidating martial arts forces within Yuncheng while remaining vigilant against external threats. One evening, while Yi Fan was instructing young martial artists at a dojo, Lu Xiu silently appeared outside the building. His eyes flashed with a cold, ruthless light as he slowly walked into the dojo. Yi Fan sensed a powerful aura and immediately turned to face Lu Xiu. Their gazes locked mid-air, instantly thickening the tension. Who are you? Yi Fan demanded in a deep voice. Lu Xiu smiled faintly. I am Lu Xiu. Yi Fan, your strength is indeed impressive, but the order you seek to uphold may not be as straightforward as you imagine. Yi Fan remained unflappable. What is your purpose? Lu Xiu slowly approached Yi Fan, surveying the surroundings with a cold voice. My purpose is simple. I wish to test whether the new order in Yuncheng can withstand a true trial. A flicker of caution crossed Yi Fan's eyes. You want to challenge me? Lu Xiu nodded. Exactly. I want to see if you have the capability to protect this city. Yi Fan clenched his fists. He knew Lu Xiu before him was no ordinary man. This would be a true test. He drew a deep breath, preparing to face this mysterious and formidable adversary. Shen Lufeng stood alert beside Yi Fan, ready to provide support at any moment. He understood this battle would determine the future course of the martial arts world in Yuncheng. A flicker of challenge danced in Lu Xiu's eyes as he slowly peeled off his black trench coat, revealing a form-fitting combat suit beneath. His physique was imposing, muscles defined, every movement radiating a dangerous aura. Yi Fan, you may not know who I am, but I know you very well. Lu Xiu's voice was deep and brimming with confidence. Chapter 175, The Borderless Martial Traveler. I am a martial arts traveler without borders, having journeyed through countless countries and regions, sparring with masters from every corner of the world. Everything you've done in Seoul has long caught my attention. Yi Fan's gaze grew solemn. He could sense the formidable aura radiating from Lu Xiu. This was not the aura of an ordinary martial artist. Clearly, Lu Xiu's background was extraordinary. I care not for your past or identity, Yi Fan replied in a low voice. But if you threaten the peace of Seoul, I will not stand idly by. Lu Xiu smiled, seemingly satisfied with Yi Fan's answer. Very well. I like that spirit. Then let's begin. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lu Xiu launched a sudden attack. His speed was blindingly fast, almost impossible to track.
Yi Fan instantly heightened his alertness and reacted swiftly. Their fists and feet clashed in the air, producing a series of crisp, sharp impacts.
Shen Lufeng watched the fight nervously, ready to intervene at any moment.
But he also knew this fight was a crucial test for Yi Fan. He had to let Yi Fan face it alone. Lu Xiu's attack style was peculiar and unpredictable, clearly a fusion of various martial arts styles he had absorbed during his travels around the world. Each strike brimmed with power and skill, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Though at a disadvantage, Yi Fan maintained his composure. His movements grew increasingly fluid as he gradually adapted to Lu Xiu's attack patterns. Yi Fan launched his counterattack, his fists and kicks channeling immense internal energy, each strike precisely targeting Lu Xiu's vulnerabilities. As the fight progressed, Lu Xiu began to feel the pressure. He hadn't anticipated Yi Fan's strength reaching such a formidable level. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Xiu's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by resolve. Yi Fan, you are indeed formidable, but I haven't unleashed my full power yet. Lu Xiu growled lowly, his aura surging violently.
An invisible aura seemed to form around his body, making each of his attacks even more ferocious.
Lu Xiu's onslaught raged like a violent storm, each punch and kick carrying immense destructive force. Faced with such relentless assaults, Yi Fan had no choice but to push his martial cultivation to its absolute limit. Their battle raged fiercely within the martial arts hall, like two whirlwinds colliding, sending waves of turbulent air rippling through the space. Yi Fan felt pressure unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Lu Xiu's strength surpassed his expectations, each strike brimming with devastating force. Yet Yi Fan did not falter. A resolute glint shone in his eyes as each evasion and counterattack was executed with extraordinary decisiveness and precision. Amidst this grueling battle, Yi Fan gradually discerned patterns in Lu Xiu's offensive. He began exploiting the brief gaps between Lu Xiu's strikes to counterattack, each blow delivered with pinpoint precision. Yi Fan, you truly astonish me.
Your combat wisdom and strength far exceed my previous estimates.
Lu Xiu shouted amidst the clash, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes before hardening into coldness. But this is still far from enough. I'll show you just how terrifying a true martial arts master can be. With that, Lu Xiu's aura surged once more, a faint glow seeming to envelop his body. This was the pinnacle he'd reached through years of martial cultivation. Each strike now carried the force to shatter everything in its path. Facing such a formidable opponent, Yi Fan felt immense pressure, yet his fighting spirit only grew fiercer with each exchange. He understood this battle was not merely a test of his own strength, but a challenge to his very ideals of safeguarding peace in Yuncheng. The battle raged on for several tens of minutes, the two locked in a fierce, deadlocked struggle. Yi Fan's body was already covered in wounds, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered.
Lu Xiu, though holding the upper hand, felt an unprecedented exhaustion.
Finally, after one fierce clash, both men stumbled back several steps. Yi Fan gasped for breath, facing Lu Xiu with an unyielding glint in his eyes.
Lu Xiu's expression was complex.
He hadn't expected Yi Fan to endure this long.
Yi Fan, you've earned my respect.
Lu Xiu spoke slowly, his voice tinged with acknowledgement.
This battle, I concede defeat. But this doesn't mean it's over.
The martial arts world of Yuncheng holds many more challenges awaiting you.
Yi Fan drew a deep breath, knowing Lu Xiu spoke the truth.
This battle might be over, but the martial path in Yuncheng was far from finished.
He must strive harder to protect the peace of this city.
Before departing, Lu Xiu turned to Yi Fan and said, Yi Fan, you are a worthy opponent. But I am not the only challenger in Seoul's martial arts world.
There is one man you must be wary of. His name is Zhao Tianyu. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. Zhao Tianyu? I've never heard that name.
A seriousness flashed in Lu Xiu's eyes.
Zhao Tianyu is an extremely elusive figure.
His martial arts cultivation is unfathomable, and his methods are utterly treacherous. I've crossed paths with him several times, and each encounter was a narrow victory. He possesses deep knowledge of Seoul's martial arts world and seems to harbor undisclosed motives. Yi Fan's brows furrowed as a wave of caution washed over him.
Thank you for the warning.
I'll proceed with caution.
Lu Xiu nodded, then turned and vanished into the night.
Yi Fan turned to Shen Lufeng and said in a low voice, Shen, it seems our next mission will be even more challenging. We need to learn more about Zhao Tianyu and the potential threat he poses to Seoul. Shen Lufeng nodded in understanding. Mr. Yi, I'll immediately begin investigating all available information on Zhao Tianyu. Over the next few days, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng began intensive preparations while simultaneously investigating Zhao Tianyu's background and movements. Yet Zhao Tianyu seemed like a phantom. All information about him was shrouded in secrecy, making it nearly impossible to uncover. Meanwhile, a series of mysterious incidents unfolded in Yuncheng, where several martial arts masters vanished or were injured under unexplained circumstances. These incidents all seemed connected to Zhao Tianyu. Yi Fan sensed the gravity of the situation.
He realized Zhao Tianyu was not merely a formidable opponent, but a dangerous enemy. He must locate Zhao Tianyu immediately and thwart his schemes.
One night, Yi Fan unexpectedly encountered Zhao Tianyu in a narrow alley. Tall and imposing, Zhao Tianyu wore a black robe, his face expressionless, eyes flashing with a cold, ruthless light. Yi Fan, we finally meet. Zhao Tianyu's voice was deep and commanding. I've been observing you for quite some time. You possess considerable strength, yet before my plans, you remain insignificant. Yi Fan steadied himself and stared intently at Zhao Tianyu. What is your plan? Why harm innocent martial arts masters? Zhao Tianyu chuckled lightly. You'll soon understand my purpose. Now, let us first engage in a fair duel. Chapter 176, You can fight me to this point. The atmosphere between them grew tense and heavy. An unfathomable gleam flickered in Zhao Tianyu's eyes, while Yi Fan's gaze remained unwavering and resolute. The narrow alley felt suffocatingly confined, as if the entire world had focused on this impending clash. Zhao Tianyu struck first, his movement blindingly swift as he closed the distance to Yi Fan in an instant. His fist carried savage force, striking straight for Yi Fan's vital points. Yi Fan reacted instantly, darting aside with a flash of agility to evade Zhao Tianyu's strike. He immediately countered with a backhand palm strike aimed at Zhao Tianyu's chest. Yet Zhao Tianyu seemed prepared. He shifted his body slightly, effortlessly evading Yi Fan's counterattack while simultaneously launching a silent strike with his other palm toward Yi Fan's side. Yi Fan felt a powerful gust of air strike him, forcing him to step back abruptly. A look of gravity flashed across his face. Zhao Tianyu's fighting style was entirely different from Lu Xiu's. His movements were not only swift but also unpredictable, each strike difficult to anticipate. Yi Fan continuously adjusted his combat strategy, striving to find Zhao Tianyu's opening. As the fight progressed, Yi Fan gradually realized Zhao Tianyu's strength far exceeded his initial expectations. With every clash, Yi Fan felt an oppressive pressure emanating from Zhao Tianyu, a sensation he had rarely encountered in past battles. Zhao Tianyu regarded Yi Fan, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. Yi Fan, your strength is truly extraordinary. To have fought me this far is already something to be proud of. But you still fail to grasp my true purpose. Yi Fan clenched his jaw tightly. Though his body ached with exhaustion, his eyes burned with unyielding resolve. Zhao Tianyu, I care not what your purpose is. As long as your actions threaten the peace of Yuncheng, I will not let you succeed. Zhao Tianyu sneered coldly and launched another attack. This time, his movements were even more ferocious, each strike carrying the force to obliterate everything. Yi Fan struggled to defend, yet he was gradually pushed into a disadvantage. Just then, Shen Lufeng emerged from the shadows. Seeing Yi Fan in dire straits, he immediately joined the fray. Yet Zhao Tianyu showed no sign of panic at Shen Lufeng's arrival. Instead, he sneered coldly, very well. Let's see if your combined strength can turn the tide. The battle between the three intensified within the narrow alley. Each of Zhao Tianyu's attacks carried overwhelming force, seemingly intent on crushing both Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng simultaneously. Yet, facing such a formidable foe, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng showed no sign of retreat. They coordinated their movements, relentlessly searching for Zhao Tianyu's vulnerabilities. Zhao Tianyu's combat skills were exceptionally refined. He seemed to anticipate every move Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng made. Whenever the two thought they had found an opening, Zhao Tianyu would defuse the crisis with astonishing speed and power, even launching counterattacks. As the battle persisted, Yi Fan began sensing more than just formidable martial prowess emanating from Zhao Tianyu. There was also an unfathomable aura. This aura imposed an unprecedented sense of oppression upon Yi Fan, as if Zhao Tianyu wasn't merely a martial artist, but rather an entity harboring profound secrets. Zhao Tianyu, who exactly are you? Yi Fan stepped back after another clash, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Tianyu, his voice thick with questions. A deep shadow flickered in Zhao Tianyu's eyes as he spoke slowly. I was once a martial artist who yearned for justice. But in this world steeped in darkness and deceit, I came to understand true power. Yi Fan, you are still too young to comprehend the cruelty of this world. These words sent a chill down both Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng's spines. Zhao Tianyu's words seemed to conceal some deeper meaning. This was not merely a simple martial confrontation, but more like a clash of ideologies and philosophies. Zhao Tianyu launched another attack, this time with even greater ferocity and savagery. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng felt an invisible pressure weighing down their movements, making every action more laborious. At this critical moment, Yi Fan suddenly grasped something. He shouted to Shen Lufeng, Shen, we need to change our strategy. We can't keep taking hits passively. We need to be more flexible and find Zhao Tianyu's weaknesses. Shen Lufeng instantly grasped Yi Fan's intent. The pair began shifting tactics, abandoning head-on confrontations in favor of more mobile maneuvers aimed at dismantling Zhao Tianyu's offensive. The battle entered a new phase as Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng gradually adapted to Zhao Tianyu's fighting style. Though still at a disadvantage, they were no longer entirely on the defensive. Zhao Tianyu noticed this shift, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he regained his composure. Very well, Yi Fan, Shen Lufeng. You've proven your strength. But this fight is far from over. A cold edge cut through Zhao Tianyu's voice as his attacks remained relentless, each strike carrying overwhelming force. Though Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng had altered their combat strategy, they still felt immense pressure under Zhao Tianyu's relentless, storm-like onslaught. Under these circumstances, they had no choice but to exercise greater caution, striving to avoid direct, head-on confrontations. Zhao Tianyu appeared unruffled, yet internally he was calmly analyzing Yifan and Shen Lufeng's fighting styles and weaknesses. Each of his attacks was precise and deadly, seeking to exploit any opening in their defenses. The battle raged on for several minutes as the three figures darted through the alleyway, weaving a tense, high-stakes struggle. Yifan and Shen Lufeng's coordination grew increasingly seamless, gradually forming an effective containment against Zhao Tianyu. Finally, after a fierce exchange, Yifan and Shen Lufeng unleashed simultaneous, powerful attacks upon Zhao Tianyu. Facing their combined assault, Zhao Tianyu's expression finally shifted. His body trembled violently as he unleashed a powerful surge of internal energy, forcefully repelling Yifan and Shen Lufeng's combined assault. Zhao Tianyu's breathing became slightly erratic, clearly indicating that the previous exchange had taken a significant toll on him as well. Yifan and Shen Lufeng also sustained minor injuries. All three paused to catch their breath during the brief stalemate, glaring at each other warily. Zhao Tianyu stared coldly at Yifan and Shen Lufeng. Yifan, Shen Lufeng, today's battle has shown me the extent of your abilities. But don't think this will stop my plans. Our battle is far from over. Yifan clenched his fists, meeting Zhao Tianyu's icy stare with unwavering resolve. Zhao Tianyu, whatever your objectives may be, as long as you threaten the peace of Yuncheng, I will never back down. Zhao Tianyu gave a cold laugh, refraining from further attack. His figure flickered, vanishing swiftly into the night. Yifan and Shen Lufeng stood alert until they were certain Zhao Tianyu had departed, then both exhaled in relief. Shen Lufeng looked at Yifan, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Mr. Yi, Zhao Tianyu is exceptionally powerful, and it seems he's orchestrating some larger scheme behind the scenes. What should we do next? Chapter 177, The True Power Behind Zhao Tianyu. Beneath the night sky of Yuncheng, a resolute gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. He turned to Shen Lufeng, his voice calm yet carrying an unquestionable authority. Shen, we must first uncover the true power behind Zhao Tianyu. This man is no ordinary figure. His plans certainly extend far beyond superficial power struggles. Yifan's words made Shen Lufeng's eyes narrow sharply. He nodded. Mr. Yi, I've already begun investigating Zhao Tianyu's background. Results will be forthcoming soon. Just then, Yifan's phone rang. He picked it up to find a message from a covert operative. The message indicated Zhao Tianyu had recently been in frequent contact with a mysterious organization called Dark Forest. This group was deeply enigmatic, with rumors even suggesting they possessed some kind of black technology capable of overturning the existing order. Yifan's brow furrowed. He decided to personally investigate this Dark Forest organization. Meanwhile, he ordered Shen Lufeng to continue gathering intelligence on Zhao Tianyu's movements within Yuncheng. The next day, disguised as an ordinary traveler, Yifan slipped unnoticed to the outskirts of the Dark Forest organization's base. His arrival went completely unnoticed. Lurking in the shadows, Yifan meticulously observed the mysterious organization's every move. After several days of surveillance, Yifan noticed the members' movements were highly secretive and their behavior unusual, as if they were preparing for some large-scale operation. By chance, Yifan overheard several members discussing a term called Operation Shadow. This plan appeared to be closely tied to the security of Seoul, making Yifan realize the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng sent word that he had discovered a secret meeting between Zhao Tianyu and members of the Dark Forest organization in Seoul. Yifan immediately recognized that the collaboration between Zhao Tianyu and the Dark Forest must be stopped. Yifan quietly positioned himself on the periphery of the Dark Forest organization, his eyes fixed intently on every movement within the group. Though the organization boasted numerous members, Yifan trusted his own abilities and feared no challenge. As time passed, Yifan's understanding of this mysterious organization deepened. He discovered the group was divided into distinct tiers, with high-ranking members typically bearing special insignia, while lower-level members appeared relatively ordinary. This organization was indeed a vast dark force lurking behind the scenes in Seoul. Yifan's attention remained fixed on the term Shadow Project. He gradually realized the plan's significance could not be underestimated. It might profoundly impact the entire city of Hansung. However, the specific details remained elusive, leaving Yifan feeling somewhat anxious. Meanwhile, the connection between Yifan and Shen Lufeng remained constant. Every night, they would connect via encrypted communication devices, sharing their discoveries and intelligence. Yifan knew that only through cooperation could they effectively combat this shadowy organization. One evening, just as Yifan returned to his temporary residence from an observation post, he suddenly received a communication request from Shen Lufeng. He quickly answered and heard Shen Lufeng's voice. Mr. Yi, I have critical intelligence. I successfully infiltrated Zhao Tianyu's office and discovered a document detailing his collaboration plan with the Dark Forest organization. It appears they are planning a large-scale attack targeting a critical facility in Seoul, which could result in hundreds of casualties. We must stop them. Yifan's brow furrowed tightly, fully aware of the urgency. He quickly consulted with Shen Lufeng on their next course of action. They decided to team up and head to Zhao Tianyu's office to gather more intelligence and stop the attack from happening.
The next day, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng quietly arrived at Zhao Tianyu's office building. They snuck into the building and slipped into Zhao Tianyu's office under the cover of night. The office was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint glow filtering through the curtains onto the desk. Yi Fan approached Zhao Tianyu's desk and began searching through documents and computer files for intelligence. Shen Lufeng stood guard at the door, ensuring no one detected their presence. During the search, Yi Fan discovered a document titled Project Shadow. The document detailed the timing, location, and specific plans for the attack. Seeing this information, Yi Fan's brow furrowed even deeper as he realized the gravity of the situation. Just then, the office door burst open, and a figure darted inside. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng immediately went on high alert. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng spun around to find a man in a black trench coat standing in the doorway. His gaze was cold and sharp, radiating an aura that demanded attention. Yi Fan's gaze swept over the man, instantly recognizing him as Li Qingwu, Zhao Tianyu's trusted lieutenant. "Mr. Yi, I never expected to run into you here." Li Qingwu's voice was low and filled with hostility, his gaze fixed firmly on Yi Fan. Yi Fan responded with a cold laugh. "Li Qingwu, where is your master, Zhao Tianyu? I doubt he expected this day to come." Li Qingwu's face remained expressionless, yet a shadow of caution flickered within. He knew Yi Fan's strength was formidable, especially in this dark environment where Yi Fan's combat prowess would be amplified. "Mr. Yi, what brings you here?" Li Qingwu probed cautiously. Yi Fan didn't answer directly. Instead, he smiled and said, "To see Zhao Tianyu's trump card. And to clean house while I'm at it." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Fan suddenly moved. His movements were lightning fast, closing the distance to Li Qingwu in mere steps. Caught off guard, Li Qingwu could only barely raise his weapon to defend. Shen Lufeng, seeing this, swiftly moved closer to the doorway, alert to any other potential enemies. He knew Yi Fan's capabilities well and understood Yi Fan could handle Li Qingwu. The battle erupted instantly within the cramped confines of the office. Yi Fan's attacks were sharp and relentless, each strike revealing his unfathomable power. Li Qingwu barely managed to block them, but soon found himself overwhelmed by the pressure. The fight lasted several minutes, with Yi Fan gradually gaining the upper hand. Just then, footsteps echoed outside the office. Someone had clearly heard the commotion and was rushing in. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed sharply as he addressed Shen Lufeng. "Shen, take care of whoever's outside." "I'll handle him." Shen Lufeng nodded and swiftly exited the office to confront the approaching enemy. Yi Fan seized the opportunity to intensify his assault. Li Qingwu was already struggling to keep up and was soon overwhelmed by Yi Fan. Yi Fan kicked the weapon from Li Qingwu's grasp and demanded coldly, "What's Zhao Tianyu's next move?" Li Qingwu gritted his teeth and remained silent, clearly unwilling to reveal anything easily. Chapter 178, "If you won't tell me, that's fine." A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He knew ordinary methods wouldn't make Li Qingwu talk. He turned and walked to the desk, gently picking up a pen and twirling it slowly, as if deep in thought. A flicker of terror crossed Li Qingwu's eyes. He knew Yi Fan's methods extended far beyond this. "You don't have to say anything. It's fine." Yi Fan's voice suddenly turned cold and ruthless. His gaze sent a chill down Li Qingwu's spine. "But I have my ways." With a light wave of his hand, Li Qingwu's computer screen lit up, displaying a series of complex data and images. Using his advanced computer skills, Yi Fan swiftly hacked into Li Qingwu's system and began searching for all information related to Zhao Tianyu. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng swiftly dealt with the approaching enemies in the corridor. His movements were clean and decisive, leaving no one a chance to retaliate. After finishing, he returned to the office to find Yi Fan already in control of the situation. "Mr. Yi, do you need my assistance?" Shen Lufeng asked calmly. Yi Fan shook his head, signaling that there was no need for concern. At that moment, the computer screen displayed Zhao Tianyu's impending large-scale operation. Yi Fan's brow furrowed deeply. He recognized the gravity of this scheme. It threatened not only them, but the safety of the entire city. Turning to Li Qingwu, he said coldly, "It seems you still have some use. I'm aware of Zhao Tianyu's plan now. But you still have one last use." Li Qingwu felt a wave of despair wash over him. He knew there was no turning back now. Yi Fan stood up and said to Shen Lufeng, "Shen, we need to move fast and stop Zhao Tianyu's plan." The two quickly left the office and headed straight for the core location where Zhao Tianyu was about to execute his plan. On the way, Yi Fan meticulously analyzed the details of Zhao Tianyu's plan for Shen Lufeng, his eyes burning with determination and resolve. If this plan succeeded, it would have a massive impact on the entire city. "We must stop it." Yi Fan's voice was low and unwavering. Shen Lufeng nodded, placing complete trust in Yi Fan's judgment. The two were like one entity, always standing shoulder to shoulder no matter what challenges they faced. Upon reaching their destination, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng sprang into action immediately. Yi Fan swiftly bypassed the security system with his technical skills, while Shen Lufeng effortlessly handled unexpected enemies with his combat prowess. As they penetrated deeper into the heart of the operation, the enemies they encountered grew increasingly formidable, yet this did nothing to slow their advance.
Yi Fan's strikes were precise and deadly, while Shen Lufeng charged through the battlefield like a fierce tiger, displaying unmatched ferocity. Just as they were about to dismantle the final stage of the operation, Zhao Tianyu finally appeared. His imposing presence was clearly beyond that of an ordinary person. He glared coldly at Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng, his eyes blazing with fury. "Yi Fan, how dare you disrupt my grand scheme?" Zhao Tianyu roared furiously. Yi Fan remained expressionless, responding calmly, "Zhao Tianyu, your ambition is destined to fail. Today marks your end." With that, Yi Fan launched his attack swiftly. Zhao Tianyu refused to be outdone, and their battle instantly erupted into a fierce clash. The entire space was saturated with their overwhelming presence, as if every clash of fist and foot caused the very air to tremble. Yi Fan's attacks were sharp and swift, each step calculated with pinpoint precision, as if he could anticipate Zhao Tianyu's every move. Though Zhao Tianyu fought fiercely, he gradually found himself overwhelmed by Yi Fan's strategic brilliance and combat prowess. Shen Lufeng watched the fight nervously from the sidelines, ready to intervene at any moment. Yet he also recognized Yi Fan's capabilities. This was a contest between Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu, and his role was to provide support only at critical junctures. The battle raged on for several minutes, their movements accelerating to a pace nearly impossible for the naked eye to follow. Yi Fan's form flickered across the battlefield like a phantom, each strike catching Zhao Tianyu off guard. Suddenly, Zhao Tianyu unleashed his ultimate move, a devastating technique that channeled all his energy into a single punch, hurtling toward Yi Fan. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Fan's eyes, but he swiftly adjusted his stance and evaded the attack with astonishing speed. Though Zhao Tianyu's attack was formidable, it consistently failed to land a decisive blow against Yi Fan's agility and strategic mastery. Yi Fan always seemed to find a countermeasure at the last possible moment. The battle reached a fever pitch. Every exchange between Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu bristled with danger, the tension palpable. The slightest misstep could tip the balance of the fight. Zhao Tianyu felt the pressure mounting. He began to realize that Yi Fan possessed not only formidable strength but also astonishing combat intelligence and cool-headed judgment. Amidst the bustling streets of Seoul, Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu's battle intensified. Against the backdrop of towering buildings lining the streets, their figures danced like shifting shadows, weaving a tableau of a life-or-death contest. Zhao Tianyu, who had always prided himself on his strength and ruthlessness, found that his supposed advantages seemed less pronounced when facing Yi Fan. His attacks were fierce, yet Yi Fan consistently evaded them with astonishing agility and precise anticipation. "Mr. Yi, your skills prove far more troublesome than I anticipated," Zhao Tianyu sneered, his eyes flickering with a fanatical gleam. Yi Fan remained expressionless, responding only with a faint reply, "You haven't seen my true strength yet." The battle erupted once more. Yi Fan suddenly accelerated, appearing behind Zhao Tianyu like a bolt of lightning. His fist sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, striking Zhao Tianyu's back with brutal force. Zhao Tianyu cried out in pain but quickly adjusted his stance, spinning to counterattack. Just then, Yi Fan's phone rang, a call from Shen Lufeng. "Mr. Yi, there's an emergency," Shen Lufeng's voice came through the phone. Yi Fan frowned slightly but did not halt his movements. While parrying Zhao Tianyu's attacks, he calmly replied, "Xiao Shen, speak." "Mr. Yi, we've detected an unknown faction infiltrating Hancheng. Their objectives remain unclear, but their movements are highly covert. I'm concerned this could pose a threat to you." Shen Lufeng's voice betrayed a hint of tension. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened as he rapidly assessed the situation in his mind. Meanwhile, his offensive didn't waver. If anything, it grew more ruthless. "Shen, I understand. Keep monitoring and stay in touch." Yi Fan hung up the phone, his full attention now focused on Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu, seeing this, sneered, distracted, "Yi Fan? That's not like you." Yi Fan snorted coldly, suddenly unleashing a powerful kick aimed at Zhao Tianyu's midsection. Zhao Tianyu staggered back several steps, surprise etched across his face. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu unleashed his ultimate technique, a palm strike infused with immense internal force swooping toward Yi Fan. Chapter 179, You're Just Lucky. A fleeting, almost imperceptible gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. His body moved like a phantom, vanishing just before Zhao Tianyu's attack could land. In the night sky of Hancheng, Zhao Tianyu's palm strike kicked up a cloud of dust, striking only empty air. Yi Fan's figure remained elusive as a phantom under Zhao Tianyu's assault, each evasion executed with pinpoint precision. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Tianyu's eyes. He hadn't expected Yi Fan's footwork to be this masterful. Gritting his teeth, he launched another strike. This time, his palm wind was even more vicious, as if it could tear through the air. Yi Fan's face remained calm. His movements were fluid and swift, as if he had already anticipated every one of Zhao Tianyu's steps. Amidst Zhao Tianyu's relentless onslaught, Yi Fan not only evaded flawlessly but also countered with pinpoint accuracy whenever Zhao exposed a weakness. A precise punch struck Zhao Tianyu's shoulder, forcing him to stagger back in pain. Resentment and fury flashed across Zhao Tianyu's face, his eyes gleaming with a wild light. "Yi Fan, you're just lucky." Zhao Tianyu roared, a powerful aura beginning to radiate from his body as if preparing for an even more devastating attack. Yi Fan regarded him impassively, his voice cold.
Luck? In my experience, luck has never decided the outcome of a fight. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu unleashed his ultimate strike with full force. The entire night sky over Yuncheng seemed to tremble under the force of his palm strike, violent air currents whipping up storms along the streets. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed sharply. His body swiftly retreated as his hands formed seals, preparing to meet this deadly strike. Behind him, an invisible force seemed to gather. As he moved, this force gradually materialized, transforming into a dazzling beam of light. The collision of these two immense forces sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Glass shattered across surrounding buildings in that instant. Pedestrians and vehicles on the streets came to a halt, staring in terror at this unimaginable confrontation. Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu stood locked in confrontation beneath the night sky of Seoul, their energies colliding and intertwining in a breathtaking spectacle. At that very moment, Yi Fan's phone rang again. Shen Lufeng's urgent voice came through. "Mr. Yi, we've uncovered the true purpose of those unknown forces. They're closing in on your location." Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. He realized the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. A resolute glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He knew he had to end his battle with Zhao Tianyu swiftly to confront the new threat. But Zhao Tianyu seemed to sense something too. His attacks grew even more ferocious, as if he intended to finish Yi Fan before the unknown forces arrived. "Yi Fan, you won't escape!" Zhao Tianyu roared, his palm strikes sweeping toward Yi Fan like a raging storm. Yi Fan responded with cool composure, his form tracing elegant arcs through the night sky as each evasion was perfectly timed. Yet deep down, he knew mere defense wouldn't resolve his predicament. "Shen, I need you to do something." Yi Fan silently instructed Shen Lufeng. "Mr. Yi, I've positioned my men. They stand ready to assist you at any moment." Shen Lufeng's voice was calm and resolute. Yi Fan nodded, his gaze darting around the area, searching for an opening to counterattack. Just then, Zhao Tianyu launched another attack. His palm strike carried a sharp internal force, as if it could tear the air apart. Yi Fan drew a deep breath. His hands suddenly blazed with dazzling light as immense power surged from within him. He stepped forward swiftly, striking the center of Zhao Tianyu's palm strike with pinpoint precision. The collision of the two forces produced a tremendous explosion, shaking the entire street. Zhao Tianyu was sent reeling by the immense force, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yi Fan gave Zhao Tianyu no chance to catch his breath. Moving like a phantom, his strikes were relentlessly precise, gradually overwhelming Zhao Tianyu. Just then, several figures appeared at the far end of the street. Their movements were swift and stealthy as they closed in on the battlefield between Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu. Shen Lufeng's voice rang out again. "Mr. Yi, unknown forces are approaching. We must act swiftly." A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he swiftly assessed the situation. A plan formed in his mind. Turning to Zhao Tianyu, Yi Fan said coldly, "It seems our contest must be put on hold for now. There are more urgent matters to attend to." Zhao Tianyu, however, seemed unwilling to concede. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Yi Fan, do you think I'll let you walk away so easily?" A resolute glint, one that brooked no argument, flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. "Zhao, now is not the time for personal grudges. If you don't want to be dragged into bigger trouble, you'd better stop now." Just then, the shadowy forces had already approached the battlefield silently. Armed with various weapons and cold stares, they were clearly no ordinary foes. The brief standoff between Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu was shattered, forcing the two to join forces against the new threat. Yi Fan's combat skills and Zhao Tianyu's ferocious strength were displayed to their fullest extent, swiftly overwhelming the vanguard of the unknown forces. Throughout the fight, Zhao Tianyu kept casting appraising and astonished glances at Yi Fan, as if reassessing him. Yi Fan, however, remained fully immersed in the fight, each strike precise and deadly. Shen Lufeng commanded his men from a distance, supporting Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu. His voice came through the earpiece. "Mr. Yi, the enemy's main force is approaching. We need to end this fight quickly." Yi Fan acknowledged the call, his eyes flashing with calculated intent. Suddenly, his form flickered, appearing unexpectedly behind an enemy commander. A precise palm strike sent the officer crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu intensified his assault. His fist struck like a god of destruction, knocking down approaching enemies one by one. The two fought with astonishing coordination, swiftly eliminating most of the enemy forces. However, as the enemy's main force arrived, the battle intensified. Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu were forced to separate, each facing formidable opponents. The battle raged fiercely beneath Seoul's night sky, showcasing Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu's astonishing combat prowess. Amidst this sudden conflict, their previous disagreements seemed temporarily set aside as they united against an unprecedented challenge. As the battle progressed, the streets of Seoul descended into a chaotic free-for-all. Yi Fan demonstrated extraordinary tactical acumen and combat skills, each strike meticulously calculated to strike precise, lethal blows against enemy targets. Chapter 180, The Fight Must End Quickly. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu charged through the enemy ranks like a raging beast. His fists and kicks fell upon his opponents like a violent storm, each strike carrying devastating force. Shen Lufeng commanded from the rear, constantly monitoring the battlefield shifts.
Through his earpiece, he reported to Yi Fan, "Mr. Yi, enemy reinforcements are arriving continuously.
We must end this battle quickly."
At these words, a sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes.
He swiftly adjusted his tactics, concentrating his forces on striking the enemy's vital points.
His figure darted across the battlefield like an elusive specter, each strike plunging the enemy ranks into utter chaos. Although Zhao Tianyu had always harbored hostility toward Yi Fan, he couldn't help but acknowledge Yi Fan's prowess in this situation. He began mimicking Yi Fan's tactics, focusing on breaching enemy defenses and doubling the pressure on the opposition. Just then, a towering squad commander burst from the crowd, charging straight toward Yi Fan. His movements were exceptionally agile, each strike brimming with ferocious power. Facing this formidable opponent, Yi Fan showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he met the challenge head-on, engaging in fierce close combat. The battle between the two on the street drew everyone's attention. Each exchange between Yi Fan and the squad commander brimmed with danger and intensity, both men straining to find the other's weakness. After a fierce exchange, Yi Fan successfully identified his opponent's weakness.
A precise palm strike hit the enemy squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward.
This scene stunned the surrounding enemies, causing their morale to waver. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu intensified his assault, charging at the enemy with a roar, like an unstoppable beast. With Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu's combined efforts, the enemy ranks finally began to collapse, some even fleeing the battlefield. Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu's combined assault threw the enemy into chaos, and Shen Lufeng saw his chance. He swiftly redeployed his men, launching a methodical encirclement to intercept every fleeing enemy, leaving none to escape. The battle raged on through the streets of Seoul, with Yi Fan, Zhao Tianyu, and Shen Lufeng's team gradually gaining the upper hand.
Their combined strength and seamless coordination made them an unstoppable force.
After the squad commander was defeated by Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu's combined assault, morale collapsed further. The remaining enemies either surrendered or fled the battlefield.
Seoul streets gradually returned to silence, leaving only ruins and shattered buildings in their wake.
Yi Fan surveyed the surroundings with cold detachment. He knew this battle concealed a larger conspiracy, and his enemies would never give up easily. Zhao Tianyu, his face twisted with murderous intent, methodically finished off the fallen enemies on the ground, showing them no mercy. Shen Lufeng approached Yi Fan, smiling as he remarked, "Mr. Yi, it seems we've successfully thwarted this attack.
But this is only the beginning." Yi Fan nodded.
He understood that his adversaries extended beyond these mercenaries. The true masterminds lurked in the shadows. They must remain vigilant, uncover more clues, and expose the conspiracy behind it all. As Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng discussed their next course of action, a familiar figure approached slowly. It was Zhao Tianyu, the man who had once fought Yi Fan in a fierce battle. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng both fixed Zhao Tianyu with wary stares, ready to counter any attack. But unexpectedly, Zhao Tianyu raised both hands, signaling his lack of hostility.
"Mr. Yi, I'm not here to fight," Zhao Tianyu began.
"I misunderstood you before. I want to talk things through properly."
Yi Fan eyed Zhao Tianyu suspiciously but cautiously inquired, "What exactly do you mean? Spit it out."
Zhao Tianyu sighed deeply before speaking slowly. "Actually, the mastermind behind the attack on Yuncheng wasn't just targeting you, they had me in their sights too. I was manipulated by them, which is why I attacked you. Now that I've uncovered the truth, I want to join forces with you to find the real mastermind behind this."
After hearing Zhao Tianyu's explanation, Yi Fan pondered for a moment.
Meeting Zhao Tianyu's earnest gaze, he ultimately decided to trust him this once.
"All right," Yi Fan said. "Since you've sincerely apologized, I'll trust you for now."
"Let's uncover the truth together and root out those dark forces," Yi Fan said. Thus, Yi Fan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu formed a temporary alliance to jointly investigate the recent series of inexplicable incidents. Through intelligence analysis and their network of informants, they gradually began to uncover some clues. A mysterious organization seemed to be pulling the strings behind the scenes, calling themselves the Heavenly Alliance. Under the trio's joint investigation, some secrets of the Heavenly Alliance finally surfaced. It turned out the Celestial Alliance was subordinate to an ancient organization in Seoul called the Blood Moon Society, a group with a long history and unfathomable power. Their current scheme aimed to revive the Blood Moon Society. After obtaining this intelligence, Yi Fan and his team decided to infiltrate the Blood Moon Society to gather more information about them.
To accomplish this, they needed to infiltrate the Blood Moon Society's territory and capture one of their operatives for detailed interrogation.
Late one night, Yi Fan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu gathered outside an abandoned factory.
Dressed in black specialized gear, they prepared for their operation.
A resolute gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He knew this mission was fraught with danger, but it was an essential step.
"Shen, are you ready?" Yi Fan asked in a low voice. Shen Lufeng nodded.
Carrying advanced reconnaissance equipment and communication tools, he served as the eyes and ears of their trio.
"Zhao Tianyu, have you set up your surveillance network?" Yi Fan inquired next.
A cold smile touched Zhao Tianyu's lips as he replied confidently, "Of course.
The slightest disturbance will trigger my sensors. They won't escape my grasp." "Very well. Let's move out.
Yifan waved his hand, leading his two companions toward the Blood Moon Society's territory. They slipped through the shadowy alleys of Hanshang, evading patrolling Blood Moon Society members, and swiftly closed in on their target. Pausing before a dilapidated building, Yifan pushed open a half-open window. The trio slipped inside with stealthy precision. The building was an abandoned nightclub, once a crucial stronghold for the Blood Moon Society. Yifan and his group searched the rooms cautiously, looking for any possible clues. Suddenly, low voices drifted into their ears. They quickly hid behind a half-open door, spotting two Blood Moon Society members conversing inside.
Did you hear?
The boss recently sent people to find that missing guy.
Seems like it's for some crucial intel, one member whispered. Really? That guy's a real pain.
Heard he got thrown into the underground prison.
Wonder if he can hold out.
The other member replied.
Chapter 181, Preparing the Rescue.
A sharp gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the two Blood Moon Society members. His mind swiftly analyzed their conversation, simultaneously sketching a secret map in his head.
Shen, are you certain you can pinpoint the underground prison's location? Yifan asked Shen Lufeng in a low voice.
Shen Lufeng nodded, a confident smile spreading across his face.
Mr. Yi, I've completed my investigation.
The underground prison is located within an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Hanshang. It appears ordinary on the surface, but it's equipped with a sophisticated security system inside.
Shen Lufeng reported in detail.
Zhao Tianyu, we need a clean and decisive plan. Yifan turned to Zhao Tianyu, his eyes flashing with resolute determination. Zhao Tianyu gave a slight nod, a grim smile spreading across his face.
Mr. Yi, I've already devised a plan.
We can exploit the structure of this abandoned factory to distract the enemy while infiltrating the underground prison.
With the plan set, the trio swiftly departed the abandoned nightclub.
They moved through the night streets of Seoul like ghosts, silent and unseen. By the time they reached the abandoned factory in the suburbs, night had deepened. The factory appeared desolate from the outside, surrounded by high walls, looking utterly unremarkable. But Yifan knew this was precisely the most dangerous place. Shen Lufeng swiftly deployed an advanced surveillance jamming system to ensure their movements wouldn't be detected by the enemy's monitoring network. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu effortlessly hacked through the factory's electronic defenses with his masterful skills.
Let's go inside.
Yifan led the way, and the three crept over the wall like cats, slipping silently into the factory's interior.
The interior was dim and desolate, a bone-chilling cold permeating the air.
The trio advanced cautiously, each step taken with extreme care. They soon discovered the entrance to the underground prison. Descending the stairs into the underground dungeon, they discovered its layout was far more complex than they had imagined. Corridors crisscrossed like a maze, dim lights the only guides through the darkness. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached from ahead. Yifan immediately signaled the others to halt, and the trio swiftly hid in a nearby darkened room. Through a crack in the chamber, they saw several Blood Moon Society members approaching along the corridor. From their conversation, Yifan learned that a special chamber within the underground prison held important prisoners. Looks like we've found our target, Yifan murmured, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes.
He knew he was getting closer to the truth.
After the Blood Moon Society members departed, the trio ventured deeper into the underground prison. As they advanced, the air grew thicker with a chilling, musty stench, a clear sign this place had been untouched for ages. Shen Lufeng pulled a detailed map from his pocket, one they had prepared beforehand, meticulously marking every turn and chamber within the underground prison. Mr. Yi, we should be very close to that special room now, Shen Lufeng whispered. Yifan nodded, his gaze sharp and focused, tension etched across his features.
They followed the route on the map until they finally found the special room at the end of a narrow corridor.
The door was unusually sturdy, fitted with a complex electronic lock. Zhao Tianyu stepped forward swiftly, his fingers flying across the keypad. Moments later, the lock's indicator light shifted from red to green, and the door slowly swung open.
The interior was dimly lit, illuminated only by the faint glow of a single yellowish bulb.
In the corner, several figures lay curled up, seemingly unconscious.
Yifan swiftly entered and examined the figures.
They were all important figures captured by the Blood Moon Society. Among them was their primary target, a long-missing high-level intelligence operative.
We must get them out of here immediately,
Yifan said, his voice carrying an unquestionable resolve. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu sprang into action, helping the weakened individuals to their feet as the group began a rapid retreat. But just then, the alarm blared, and the lights throughout the underground prison flashed blindingly bright. Looks like we've been discovered, Yifan murmured with a cold smile.
But that suits me just fine.
They swiftly adjusted their escape route, dodging Blood Moon Society members surging in from all directions. Yifan drew the dagger concealed behind his back, responding to the sudden attacks with cold, practiced precision. Each strike landed with deadly precision, cutting through vital points as enemies fell one after another.
Zhao Tianyu and Shen Lufeng weren't about to be outdone.
Each played to their strengths, one mastering electronic warfare, the other dominating in close combat. The trio worked in perfect harmony, like an unstoppable force, crushing every enemy that stood in their path.
Ultimately, under Yifan's leadership, they successfully broke through the encirclement and escorted the crucial prisoners out of the underground prison.
As they emerged from the prison, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Yifan watched the sun gradually rise in the east, a thoughtful look flickering in his eyes. He knew that although this operation had succeeded, the Blood Moon Society would certainly not give up. He must prepare more thoroughly to face the even fiercer confrontations that would surely follow. As the sun climbed higher, Yifan's thoughts grew clearer. He understood that this victory was only temporary. As one of Seoul's largest underground forces, the Blood Moon Society would not let them off easily. Moving forward, they must prepare on two fronts, safeguarding these crucial prisoners while simultaneously bracing for the Blood Moon Society's retaliation, which could strike at any moment. Shen, Yifan said gravely to Shen Lufeng, we need to find a secure location to lie low for now.
Shen Lufeng nodded.
Mr. Yi, I know a place where we can temporarily house these people. Thus, the group swiftly relocated to the safe house provided by Shen Lufeng. It was a concealed estate on the outskirts of Seoul, appearing ordinary from the outside but boasting complete internal facilities and extremely high security. After personally inspecting the safe house's facilities, Yifan issued new orders to Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu. Shen, you'll handle staffing and ensure security here.
Zhao Tianyu, you will assist me. We need to anticipate the Blood Moon Society's next move.
Over the following days, Yifan and his team worked with intense focus and orderly efficiency. Zhao Tianyu utilized his hacking skills to monitor the Blood Moon Society's movements, while Shen Lufeng organized personnel to reinforce the safe house's defenses. Just then, Yifan received a critical intelligence report. The Blood Moon Society's leader, a mysterious and formidable figure, was preparing to personally confront Yifan in retaliation. This news flashed a sharp gleam in Yifan's eyes.
Chapter 182, Since They're Coming For Us. He knew this would be a life or death showdown. Mr. Yi, what should we do? Shen Lufeng asked.
Yifan pondered for a moment before declaring decisively, we must strike first. Since they're coming for us, we'll find them first. Thus, under Yifan's planning, they began preparing a meticulously designed counterattack. Zhao Tianyu used his technical skills to infiltrate the Blood Moon Society's communication network, tracking the leader's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng mobilized his resources to gather intelligence on the Blood Moon Society. Days later, they finally pinpointed the location of the Blood Moon Society's leader. It was a luxurious skyscraper in the heart of Han City, a bustling, glamorous facade concealing the Blood Moon Society's secret headquarters. Yifan stood before the bustling, opulent building, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. He knew this confrontation would be a true life or death struggle, yet he felt not a shred of fear. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside the building. The interior was lavishly decorated, yet Yifan's gaze remained cold and detached, his mind entirely focused on the impending confrontation. Using intelligence provided by Zhao Tianyu, Yifan effortlessly bypassed the building's security systems and silently approached the office door of the Blood Moon Society's leader. He took one last deep breath before pushing the door open. Inside, the Blood Moon Society leader sat in an opulent executive chair. He appeared middle-aged, yet his gaze was deep and piercing. Spotting Yifan, he offered a faint smile, as if anticipating his arrival all along. Yifan, you finally arrived, the leader said calmly, his tone carrying an air of composure. Yifan stood at the doorway, his gaze intense. I'm here to settle all scores. The leader chuckled lightly. You think you can handle me alone? Yifan replied coldly, I'm not here to deal with you. I'm here to end you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yifan moved with astonishing speed, like a black bolt of lightning. He charged directly at the Blood Moon Society's leader. But at that moment, several black-clad figures suddenly appeared from all sides of the room. Armed and ready, they swiftly surrounded Yifan. Yifan showed no sign of panic, his eyes grew even colder. He swiftly drew the dagger concealed behind his back and engaged the black-clad figures in fierce combat. Each slash cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy. Yifan weaved through the crowd of black-clad figures like a specter in a raging storm, sending them tumbling to the ground one after another. The leader watched his men being effortlessly defeated by Yifan, and his expression finally shifted. He rose from his seat and drew a cold, gleaming dagger from a desk drawer.
It seems I underestimated you, Yifan.
Yifan closed the distance between himself and the leader. His eyes held not a trace of fear, only unwavering resolve and determination. He knew this battle would settle the score between him and the Blood Moon Society once and for all. The two finally clashed. Yifan's movements were swift and sharp, while the leader's reactions were exceptionally agile. A fierce hand-to-hand battle erupted within the office, each strike filled with murderous intent. But Yifan's strength clearly surpassed the leader's. As the fight progressed, the leader gradually found himself at a disadvantage.
Finally, with a fierce thrust, Yifan drove his dagger deep into the leader's chest.
A flicker of disbelief crossed the leader's eyes before he slowly collapsed, his life completely extinguished. Yifan withdrew the dagger, his gaze sweeping coldly around the room to confirm there were no other threats. But at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged from outside the building.
Yi Fan's expression shifted slightly as he sensed an unprecedented pressure.
Outside the door, a tall, stern-faced man strode in with deliberate steps. His aura was formidable, his eyes revealing an extraordinary sharpness. This man was the true master of the Blood Moon Society, Nangong Xingxiong. Nangong Xingxiong's gaze lingered on Yi Fan as his voice boomed, deep and commanding. "Yi Fan, I never imagined you could defeat our leader."
"But do you think this is the end?"
Yi Fan remained expressionless, his reply cold and unwavering. "I came here with no intention of leaving any regrets." Nangong Xingxiong smiled faintly, his expression tinged with admiration.
"Very well. I look forward to facing you in battle." The tension between them rapidly thickened within the office, the air itself seeming to freeze. The distance between Yi Fan and Nangong Xingxiong steadily closed as both waited for the perfect moment to strike.
Suddenly, Nangong Xingxiong moved. His speed was astonishing, appearing before Yi Fan in an instant. His fist, accompanied by a piercing whistle, slammed toward Yi Fan's face.
Yi Fan reacted just as swiftly, shifting his body slightly to deftly evade the blow.
Simultaneously, he swung his blade in a backhand strike, aiming for Nangong Xingxiong's side.
A breathtaking close-quarters battle erupted within the office.
Each of Yi Fan's attacks was precise and ruthless, while every move Nangong Xingxiong made carried overwhelming force. Their combat styles complemented each other. Yi Fan was agile and quick-witted, while Nangong Xingxiong possessed immense strength, each strike carrying earth-shaking force. The fight raged on for several minutes, and Yi Fan gradually felt the pressure mounting.
Nangong Xingxiong's prowess proved extraordinary, each of his strikes delivered immense pressure.
Yet Yi Fan showed no sign of retreat, his eyes blazing with defiance. "Yi Fan, your skill is indeed commendable," Nangong Xingxiong sneered coldly between strikes, "but you still cannot compare to me." Yi Fan's face remained utterly composed, his eyes burning with the single-minded desire for victory. He knew this battle was a tremendous challenge for him, yet also an opportunity to demonstrate his true strength.
He calmly analyzed every one of Nangong Xingxiong's movements, searching for an opening.
Nangong Xingxiong's attacks came like a tiger descending a mountain, each punch and kick packed with astonishing force, leaving deep gouges in the office furniture. Yet Yi Fan moved like flowing water, deftly weaving through the fierce onslaught, searching for an opening to strike back. Finally, in a split second, Yi Fan seized upon a minuscule opening in Nangong Xingxiong's defense. His body surged forward with blinding speed.
His dagger darted like lightning toward Nangong Xingxiong's armpit, one of the body's vital points.
Nangong Xingxiong sensed the danger and swiftly retreated, yet Yi Fan's blade still lightly grazed his skin. Though only a shallow cut, it was enough to demonstrate how precise and ruthless Yi Fan's attack was. Nangong Xingxiong's expression turned serious as he realized Yi Fan was no pushover. His assault intensified, each punch accompanied by a gust of wind as he sought to overwhelm Yi Fan with sheer force and speed.
Chapter 183, must defeat the opponent before him. Yet Yi Fan remained as unyielding as a solid rock. He constantly adjusted his tactics, using his speed and agility to counter Nangong Xingxiong's strength advantage. Each evasion was precise, each counterattack razor-sharp. The battle intensified, the atmosphere in the office nearly frozen solid. Their figures intertwined rapidly through the space, like two bolts of lightning dancing within the clouds. Suddenly, Yi Fan made a bold decision. He ceased evading and chose to clash head-on with Nangong Xingxiong. In that moment, his eyes flashed with an unprecedented resolve and determination. Nangong Xingxiong was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a reckless tactic. Their fists and palms collided, erupting in a deafening crash. For a moment, the entire office seemed to tremble under the force of their clash. Yi Fan felt the immense power in Nangong Xingxiong's fist, yet his eyes held not a trace of fear. His mind held only one thought: to defeat the opponent before him and prove his strength. Their battle raged on, each exchange sending shivers down the spine. Yet Yi Fan maintained his composure and focus. He knew that only by staying in this state could he find an opening for victory in this life or death duel. Nangong Xingxiong, too, sensed Yi Fan's unwavering resolve. He began to realize this fight would not be as easy as he had anticipated. Their movements grew faster and faster, reaching a point where the naked eye could barely follow. Each clash sent intense energy ripples through the air, making the very office tremble. At that moment, Yi Fan abruptly shifted his combat strategy. His body erupted with astonishing speed, transforming into a blur that circled around Nangong Xingxiong with lightning-fast movements. Though Nangong Xingxiong possessed immense strength, his attacks grew clumsy under such high-speed movement. Like a ghost, Yi Fan materialized behind Nangong Xingxiong, his short knife thrusting forward with unbelievable speed. Yet Nangong Xingxiong seemed to have foreseen this, spinning violently to deliver a punch aimed squarely at Yi Fan. This punch contained all of Nangong Xingxiong's strength, compressing the very air around him. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Fan's eyes, but he swiftly adjusted his stance, sidestepping the deadly strike. Their battle reached a fever pitch, each movement charged with tension and intensity. Suddenly, an alarm sounded outside the building, clearly indicating their fierce battle had drawn attention from the outside world. Yi Fan realized this fight must end swiftly, or they would face even greater peril.
A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he unleashed a barrage of attacks, a torrent of techniques raining down upon Nangong Xingxiong. Faced with Yi Fan's ferocious onslaught, Nangong Xingxiong could only muster every ounce of strength to defend. Each of Yi Fan's strikes was sharp and precise, his movements swift as the wind and fierce as thunder. Though Nangong Xingxiong possessed astonishing strength, Yi Fan's ferocious onslaught subjected him to unprecedented pressure. The alarm outside the building grew louder, clearly drawing significant attention from the outside world. Yi Fan knew time was running out. He had to end this fight as quickly as possible, or they would face an even more complicated situation. Nangong Xingxiong sensed Yi Fan's resolve, and the coldness in his eyes gradually turned to gravity. Suddenly, he launched a powerful counterattack. His fist, carrying a rolling gust of wind, slammed violently toward Yi Fan's chest. Yi Fan instantly felt an overwhelming pressure, a flicker of defiance flashing in his eyes. In this critical moment, Yi Fan unleashed his ultimate technique, the Wind Shadow Step. His body became utterly illusory in an instant, transforming into a fleeting wind shadow that deftly evaded Nangong Xingxiong's lethal strike. Nangong Xingxiong's fist struck empty air, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to evade the attack with such agility under these circumstances. In that split second of Nangong Xingxiong's hesitation, Yi Fan seized his chance. His figure swiftly closed the distance, the cold gleam of his dagger flashing as it lunged toward Shigeo's vital points. Nangong Xingxiong frantically raised his arm to block, but Yi Fan's strike was too swift. He could only barely twist his body, allowing the dagger to merely slice a shallow wound across his shoulder. The two men pulled back, facing each other once more. A flicker of admiration and gravity crossed Nangong Xingxiong's eyes. He knew Yi Fan was no ordinary opponent. Yi Fan remained as composed as ever, his gaze unwavering and resolute. Yi Fan, you've earned my respect, Nangong Xingxiong suddenly spoke, his tone tinged with respect. But I haven't yet unleashed my true power. The moment the words left his mouth, Nangong Xingxiong's aura shifted abruptly. A powerful energy seemed to erupt from his body, making his entire aura even more terrifying. Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed Nangong Xingxiong's transformation. He knew the battle ahead would be far more difficult, yet he showed no sign of retreat. Nangong Xingxiong was like a different man, his attacks growing sharper and more ferocious. Each punch and kick carried a powerful whistling sound, as if capable of tearing through the air. The office furniture crumbled like paper under this force, shattered effortlessly. A defiant gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Facing such a formidable opponent, an unprecedented battle lust surged within him. His body darted through the space with agile precision, deftly evading every one of Nangong Xingxiong's strikes. Amidst Nangong Xingxiong's frenzied onslaught, Yi Fan transformed into a bolt of lightning, his speed and agility reaching their absolute peak. Each time Nangong Xingxiong's strikes missed their mark, Yi Fan seized the opening to counter with lightning-fast precision. Now, the ease and confidence had vanished from Nangong Xingxiong's face, replaced by a look of gravity and seriousness. He began to truly realize that Yi Fan was not merely a formidable opponent, but an enemy not to be underestimated. Their battle raged on for several minutes, reducing the entire office to a chaotic wreck. Windows shattered, furniture was torn apart, and cracks even appeared in the walls. Just then, Yi Fan suddenly spotted a minor lapse in Nangong Xingxiong's defense. One of his attacks was slightly careless, revealing a tiny opening. Without hesitation, Yi Fan seized the opportunity. His body moved like a streak of light, instantly appearing before Nangong Xingxiong. The dagger in Yi Fan's hand, trailing a sharp gleam, swiftly stabbed toward Nangong Xingxiong's vital points. Yet Nangong Xingxiong seemed to have foreseen it. His body reacted at the critical moment, sidestepping with a flash to narrowly evade the deadly strike. Chapter 184, Yi Fan, you truly surprised me. The two men separated once more, a flicker of astonishment crossing Yi Fan's eyes. He hadn't expected Nangong Xingxiong to evade so nimbly under such circumstances. Meanwhile, a hint of admiration flickered in Nangong Xingxiong's eyes. Clearly, he hadn't expected Yi Fan to seize such an opportunity amidst this intense battle either. Both men's breathing grew ragged, yet their gazes remained unwavering. Their figures darted across the office like two fierce lions locked in combat, enemies and yet each other's most formidable opponents. Yi Fan knew he had to shift the momentum of the fight quickly. He began attempting to lure Nangong Xingxiong into launching more attacks while searching for openings in his opponent's defense. Each of Nangong Xingxiong's strikes carried immense destructive force, yet as the fight dragged on, his attacks gradually revealed gaps in their rhythm. The instant Nangong Xingxiong unleashed a heavy punch, Yi Fan suddenly accelerated. His form appeared ghost-like at Nangong Xingxiong's side, delivering a precise counterattack aimed straight for his opponent's ribs. This time, Nangong Xingxiong couldn't fully evade. Yi Fan's dagger left a shallow wound beneath his ribs. Nangong Xingxiong staggered back several steps, his face turning slightly pale. Yi Fan's strike had clearly made a significant impact. Clenching his fists, he fixed Yi Fan with an even colder, sharper gaze. Yi Fan, you truly surprise me. Not only are your skills exceptional, but you're also meticulously strategic. No wonder you've risen this far in the martial world.
Yifan offered no reply, merely returning the cold stare. He knew this battle was far from over. The two men locked eyes once more, the battered office now a testament to their fierce confrontation. Just then, the alarm outside the building grew increasingly urgent. External forces had clearly intervened. A flicker of worry crossed Yifan's eyes. He understood this fight must end swiftly, otherwise, it would only grow more complicated and dangerous. Suddenly, Nangong Xingxiong's form flickered, and his assault intensified with unexpected ferocity. Yifan instantly realized his opponent was about to unleash his trump card. He swiftly adjusted his tactics, preparing to withstand the impending onslaught. Nangong Xingxiong's fists erupted with explosive force like cannonballs, each strike making the air roar. Yifan weaved nimbly through the relentless barrage, his figure darting across the office with each evasion teetering on the edge of danger. Their battle reached a fever pitch, each clash brimming with tension and intensity. The outside world seemed to fade into the distance, leaving only the echoes of their fierce combat and the sound of their breaths filling the office. In this almost unpredictable clash, Yifan and Nangong Xingxiong traded blows relentlessly, showcasing supreme martial arts skill and combat intelligence in their offense and defense. Yifan's speed and agility stood in stark contrast to Nangong Xingxiong's raw power and tenacity, yet neither could gain a decisive advantage. As the fight dragged on, both men gradually felt the weight of fatigue in their bodies. Their breathing grew heavier, and though their movements remained swift and fierce, they lacked the lightness and agility of the fight's opening moments. Finally, in a split second, Yifan detected a subtle opening in Nangong Xingxiong's defense. He launched his attack instantly, a precise and vicious blade strike aimed directly at Nangong Xingxiong's vital points. Yet Nangong Xingxiong dodged with astonishing reflexes, simultaneously countering with a vicious backfist aimed squarely at Yifan. Yifan barely dodged, but the force of the punch still grazed him, tearing a hole in his clothing. The two men pulled back, glaring at each other. Their gazes held both recognition of each other's prowess and an unyielding stubbornness. Nangong Xingxiong took a deep breath, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Yifan, today's fight has made me take notice. But we both know continuing this won't lead anywhere. Yifan nodded, his own eyes flashing with a cold light. Nangong Xingxiong, I will remember today's battle. But we remain enemies. Should we meet again, I will show no mercy. The two men locked gazes for a moment before simultaneously turning away, each departing the battlefield. The destruction and chaos within the office bore witness to their fierce battle, but the figures of the two masters had already vanished deep within the building. After leaving the building, Yifan swiftly vanished into the streets of Seoul. Weaving through the night streets of Seoul, Yifan's mind was filled with deep contemplation. Though today's battle ended without a clear victor, he now understood the Blood Moon Society's power far exceeded his expectations. He knew this was merely the beginning of a much longer confrontation. Entering a quiet alleyway, Yifan pulled out his phone and dialed Shen Lufeng's number. Shen, I need you to immediately investigate the Blood Moon Society's recent activities, especially their high-level movements. Shen Lufeng's voice came through quickly. Mr. Yi, I've already started making arrangements. Are you all right after today's fight? Yifan replied calmly, I'm fine. However, the Blood Moon Society's strength shouldn't be underestimated. We need to be more cautious. After hanging up, Yifan furrowed his brow slightly. He knew he needed more support to gain the upper hand in the upcoming struggle. Yifan dialed Zhao Tianyu's number, and the call was answered promptly. Zhao Tianyu's voice carried a hint of amusement. Oh? Calling me this late, got something interesting going on? Yifan cut straight to the point. The Blood Moon Society's influence is expanding. I need your help. Zhao Tianyu chuckled. You know, I've been waiting for this chance. The Blood Moon Society? I've been itching to take them on. I'll be right over. After hanging up, a cold smile curved at the corners of Yifan's mouth. With Zhao Tianyu, a master of his caliber, joining the fight, Yifan's confidence in confronting the Blood Moon Society grew significantly. Under the night sky of Seoul, Yifan and Zhao Tianyu met at a hot pot restaurant along a bustling street. Though unassuming from the outside, the restaurant offered excellent privacy, the perfect spot for their confidential discussion. Inside the private room, the two sat before a steaming hot pot. Zhao Tianyu dipped slices of beef into the pot as he spoke. Brother Yi, I assume you didn't invite me here just for hot pot? Yifan nodded calmly, his eyes flashing with cool determination. Brother Zhao, the Blood Moon Society's power is growing rapidly. They're no longer just another underground faction in Seoul. We need a plan, one that can thoroughly weaken them. Zhao Tianyu set down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious. I've been monitoring the Blood Moon Society's movements. They seem to be preparing for something big. Brother Yi, what are your thoughts? Chapter 185, A Surprise for the Blood Moon Society. Yifan pondered for a moment before slowly outlining his plan. I intend to divide their forces and defeat them one by one. The Blood Moon Society may be powerful, but their leadership lacks unity. If we can sow discord within their ranks and then take them down one by one, we might just tear them apart completely. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's eyes flashed with approval. Excellent idea. That's exactly my style. Then our first task is to gather intelligence on their leadership and identify exploitable weaknesses. Yi Fan nodded, right. I'll have Xiao Shen assist with gathering intelligence. Simultaneously, we must enhance our own strength to ensure we hold the upper hand when confronting the Blood Moon Society. Zhao Tianyu smiled faintly, rest assured, Brother Yi. My men aren't pushovers either. We'll give the Blood Moon Society quite the surprise when the time comes. The two continued discussing their strategy, gradually refining the entire plan. Throughout this process, their coordination grew increasingly seamless, clearly indicating that the trust and understanding between them had reached a new level. Just then, Yi Fan's phone buzzed with a message from Shun Lufeng. He opened it and his expression shifted slightly. The Blood Moon Society has a major transaction coming up near the outskirts of Seoul. This could be our chance. Zhao Tianyu raised an eyebrow. Looks like we'll have to move up the operation. Brother Yi, how about we prepare and launch a surprise attack during their transaction? Yi Fan smiled faintly, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. That suits me perfectly. This time, we'll make the Blood Moon Society understand they are not the undisputed rulers of Seoul. The two quickly exited the hot pot restaurant, blending into the streets shrouded in Seoul's night, and began preparing for the upcoming operation. Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu's expressions turned unusually serious. They understood the risks and importance of this operation. Yi Fan first contacted Shen Lufeng, instructing him to prepare all necessary equipment and personnel. Shen, we can't afford the slightest carelessness this time. I need you to prepare the most advanced weapons and communication equipment. At the same time, ensure our operation remains undetected by the Blood Moon Society. Shen Lufeng responded immediately, Mr. Yi, leave everything to me. I will ensure the operation proceeds smoothly. Next, Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu began meticulously planning their attack strategy. They decided to split into two teams. Zhao Tianyu would lead one group to directly assault the transaction site, while Yi Fan would command another unit to set up an ambush on the periphery, preventing reinforcements from the Blood Moon Society from arriving. As the plan took shape, determination hardened in Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu's expressions. They knew this operation wasn't just about reshaping the underground power structure in Yuncheng, it was about their personal honor and dignity. On the eve of the operation, Yi Fan stood alone atop a high rise in Seoul. Gazing at the bustling city lights below, a resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. He silently vowed to himself that no matter what, he would make the Blood Moon Society pay the price and defend his standing and reputation in Seoul. Meanwhile, at the Blood Moon Society's headquarters, Nangong Xingxiong was also preparing for the impending transaction. His eyes held a deep, cunning intensity, seemingly filled with anticipation for the challenge ahead. He murmured to himself, Yi Fan, this deal isn't just a major operation for the Blood Moon Society, it's also a test of your true capabilities. I hope you won't disappoint me. The next day, as dawn broke, Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu had already led their respective teams out, silently approaching the location of the Blood Moon Society's transaction. In the early morning of Seoul, sunlight had yet to fully dispel the night's gloom. Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu's teams flowed like two stealthy currents, moving silently through the city's shadows. Yi Fan drove a black SUV, with Shen Lufeng and several trusted subordinates inside, all combat ready. Not a trace of tension marred their faces, only calm and resolve. Yi Fan's gaze was unwavering as his fingers tightened slightly on the steering wheel. He understood the critical importance of this operation, there could be no room for error. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu's team advanced silently along another route. Clad in dark combat fatigues and armed with advanced weaponry. Zhao Tianyu himself rode a motorcycle, his black helmet shielding eyes that sparkled with anticipation for the impending battle. The transaction site was set up in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Seoul. Its remote location, surrounded by overgrown weeds, made it an ideal spot for a secret deal. The Blood Moon Society operatives had already arrived, establishing tight security within the factory. They too were clearly aware of the risks involved in this transaction. Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu's convoy slowly approached their destination, maintaining communication through their earpieces. Yi Fan whispered, Brother Zhao, we'll enter from the south. You flank them from the north. Remember, our goal is to disrupt this transaction as much as possible while dealing a heavy blow to the Blood Moon Society. Zhao Tianyu replied, Rest assured, Brother Yi. My men are hand-picked elite fighters. I won't let you down. Both teams swiftly moved into their designated positions and began deploying. Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu's teams swiftly executed their planned operations. As they drew closer, the Blood Moon Society's guards began to sense something amiss, but it was already too late. Yi Fan's team breached the defenses from the south, swiftly penetrating the factory interior, while Zhao Tianyu's squad launched a fierce assault from the north, engaging Blood Moon Society members in intense firefights. Leading from the front, Yi Fan moved with lightning speed and precision, each strike taking down an enemy. His men demonstrated exceptional combat proficiency, following closely behind and methodically eliminating every potential threat. The battle in the north was equally fierce for Zhao Tianyu. His individual combat prowess shone in this setting, his movements agile as he claimed an enemy's life with nearly every strike. His team followed closely behind, engaging in a desperate struggle against the Blood Moon Society's forces. The air within the factory thickened with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood.
Despite the Blood Moon Society guards' fierce resistance, Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu's meticulously planned assault gradually breached their defenses, shattering their defensive lines into disarray. After a fierce battle, Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu's forces finally secured control of the entire factory. Yi Fan swiftly searched the transaction site, discovering a large cache of weapons, the very supplies intended for the Blood Moon Society's deal. Yi Fan ordered his men to photograph the evidence, then contacted Shen Lufeng to prepare for its destruction.
Shen, are you ready? We need to dispose of these supplies immediately.
Shen Lufeng's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Mr. Yi, everything is ready. We'll ensure these supplies are completely destroyed, leaving no trace behind. Just as Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng were communicating, a powerful aura suddenly swept through the entire factory.
Amidst the chaos, a voice rang out, Yi Fan, do you think this can end so easily?
Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu paled instantly. They spun around to see Nangong Xingxiong leading a group of elite Blood Moon Society warriors materialize before them. A cold gleam flashed in Nangong Xingxiong's eyes clearly. This had been premeditated, a trap waiting for Yi Fan and his men to walk into.
Chapter 186, Your plan seems flawless.
Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu swiftly adjusted their tactical stances. Facing the sudden appearance of Nangong Xingxiong and his elite warriors, a spark of excitement flashed in Yi Fan's eyes.
Nangong Xingxiong, as a master of the Blood Moon Society, possessed formidable strength that could not be underestimated.
At this moment, he resembled a panther poised to strike, ready to unleash a deadly attack at any instant. Nangong Xingxiong, your plan seems flawless, Yi Fan said with a cold laugh, his voice echoing through the factory with a provocative edge. But unfortunately, I always manage to find the weak spot. Zhao Tianyu gripped his weapon tightly, ready to face the impending fierce battle at any moment. He knew these weren't ordinary foes, they were the Blood Moon Society's elite, each possessing formidable combat prowess. Nangong Xingxiong grinned, a fierce killing intent erupting from his body. Yi Fan, today I'll make you understand that the Blood Moon Society isn't a force you can challenge lightly. Both of you will die. The battle erupted instantly. Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu fought in coordination against Nangong Xingxiong and his men. Yi Fan's combat skills were exceptional, each strike cold and precise, while Zhao Tianyu's agile movements and ferocious attacks created more offensive opportunities for Yi Fan. Under Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu's coordinated assault, Nangong Xingxiong's elite warriors gradually lost their advantage. Despite their rigorous training, they seemed overwhelmed when facing masters like Yi Fan and Zhao Tianyu. Yi Fan's strikes were as swift as a cheetah, while Zhao Tianyu moved like a pack of wolves on the battlefield, ferocious and unpredictable. Suddenly, Nangong Xingxiong roared with fury, his form accelerating sharply as he lunged directly at Yi Fan. His speed was astonishing, transforming him into a black streak of lightning. Yi Fan responded with cool composure, deftly sidestepping Nangong Xingxiong's attack while simultaneously delivering a back fist punch that slammed hard into Nangong Xingxiong's abdomen. Nangong Xingxiong grunted, forced back several steps, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Yi Fan's strength exceeded his expectations, forcing him to reassess the young man before him. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu wasn't idle either. Seizing the opportunity, he led his men to continue suppressing the other members of the Blood Moon Society. Just then, the reinforcements led by Shen Lufeng finally arrived on the battlefield. They charged in like tigers, descending a mountain, swiftly joining the fray. Their forces combined with Zhao Tianyu's, further suppressing the Blood Moon Society's combat effectiveness. Seeing this, Nangong Xingxiong realized the situation was turning against him and attempted to break through the encirclement.
But Yi Fan shadowed him relentlessly, sticking close.
Every time Nangong Xingxiong tried to shake him off, Yi Fan accurately anticipated his movements and thwarted his attempts. Finally, during a fierce clash, Yi Fan landed a decisive blow to Nangong Xingxiong's vital point, sending him crashing to the ground. Nangong Xingxiong struggled to rise, but his injuries were too severe to continue fighting. Yi Fan coldly surveyed the fallen Nangong Xingxiong and remarked indifferently, Nangong Xingxiong, your skills are decent, but they're nowhere near enough.
I hope you remember today's lesson.
Yi Fan then turned to Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu, nodding to signal them to begin clearing the battlefield. Weapons and other evidence within the factory were swiftly gathered, ready for destruction. Amidst their bustle, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared at the factory entrance.
Dressed in a black trench coat and wearing sunglasses, the figure exuded an unusual aura.
Yi Fan turned to look, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes.
He sensed this stranger was no ordinary person. The aura emanating from him even made Yi Fan feel a slight pressure.
The stranger slowly strode into the factory, his gaze sweeping over Yi Fan and the others. Then, a barely perceptible smile curved the corners of his mouth. Stepping before Yi Fan, he removed his sunglasses to reveal deep, piercing eyes. His voice was calm as he spoke. Yi Fan, we finally meet. I am Ling Xiao, head of the Ling family. Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly. The Ling family was a force to be reckoned with in Hanqing's underworld, but he hadn't expected the head of the family to appear at this moment.
Ling Xiao, what brings you here?
Yi Fan asked, his tone thick with wariness. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, his tone unassuming.
Yi Fan, I've come here not as an adversary. In truth, I'm quite intrigued by your abilities. The way you handled the Blood Moon Society today earned my admiration. Yi Fan's gaze turned cold. He knew that in the underworld, admiration never came without a reason. Every word could conceal deeper meaning. What do you mean? He cut straight to the point. Ling Xiao surveyed the surroundings before speaking slowly. I have a proposal. Perhaps we could collaborate. Isn't the Blood Moon Society already our common enemy? Yi Fan fell silent for a moment. He understood Ling Xiao's proposal wasn't merely about simple cooperation. Behind it lay far more complex interests. But he also understood that sometimes the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Such an alliance might open up new opportunities for him. I'll consider your proposal, Yi Fan finally said, his voice devoid of any emotion. Ling Xiao nodded. He knew Yi Fan was a cautious man who wouldn't make decisions lightly. Very well. I await your response. With that, he turned and left the factory. Yi Fan turned to Shun Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu. Continue cleaning up the scene. Erase every trace from here. Over the next few days, Yi Fan pondered Ling Xiao's proposal. Simultaneously, he began tightening his grip on Yuncheng. He understood that in this complex underworld, only overwhelming strength could ensure invincibility. Late one night, Yi Fan sat alone in his luxurious apartment in the heart of Yuncheng, poring over the documents before him. The documents detailed the Blood Moon Society's recent activities and strategic deployments. A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He had already devised a bold plan to strike a decisive blow against the Blood Moon Society's influence in Yuncheng. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Shun Lufeng. Opening the message, Yi Fan read, Mr. Yi, Ling Xiao has resurfaced. He appears to be searching for you. Yi Fan frowned and decided to act immediately. He slipped into a black trench coat, donned sunglasses, and vanished like a fleeting shadow into the night streets. Yi Fan arrived at the agreed-upon location with Ling Xiao, an abandoned warehouse. Ling Xiao was already waiting there, his figure appearing unusually tall under the dim lighting. Yi Fan, Ling Xiao began, his voice calm and deep. I know you've been considering my proposal. Chapter 187, Only then can we truly cooperate. Yi Fan nodded. Ling Xiao, I've thought it through. But I have a condition. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Go ahead. I want all the Blood Moon Society's files and their operational blueprints. Only then can we truly cooperate. Yi Fan's tone was firm. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Alright, I accept your terms. But I have one condition. During the operation, you must follow my commands. Yi Fan hesitated, but ultimately agreed. He knew this was a dangerous game, but to achieve his goal, he had to take the risk. Over the next few days, Yi Fan and Ling Xiao worked closely together, planning their strike against the Blood Moon Society. Meanwhile, Yi Fan maintained tight control over Yuncheng, dispatching Shun Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu to reinforce surveillance of the city's critical areas. In a hidden command center, Yi Fan and Ling Xiao meticulously reviewed the Blood Moon Society's intelligence and operational blueprints. Their objective was clear: to destroy the Blood Moon Society's primary stronghold in Seoul in one decisive blow. Our primary target is the Blood Moon Society's weapons warehouse in the East District, Yi Fan stated, pointing to a marked location on the map. That's where they store their bulk ammunition. Ling Xiao studied the map. This warehouse is heavily guarded. We need a precise infiltration plan. I've already made arrangements, Yi Fan replied with confidence. Shun Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu will lead separate teams attacking from two directions, while we strike directly at the warehouse's core. With the plan finalized, Yi Fan and Ling Xiao sprang into action. They meticulously prepared a suite of equipment, including high-tech communication devices and advanced weaponry. On the night of the operation, Yi Fan, Ling Xiao, and their elite squad approached the Blood Moon Society's weapons warehouse silently. Dark clouds gathered thickly in the sky, as if foretelling the impending storm. Shun Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu's teams launched their attacks from both directions precisely on schedule, drawing the attention of the warehouse guards. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to infiltrate the warehouse's interior. The warehouse's defenses were tight, but with Yi Fan and Ling Xiao's ingenious strategy, they moved like ghosts among the guards, swiftly and efficiently taking down one after another. They soon located the control room, where Yi Fan swiftly hacked the computer system, gaining control over all surveillance and defense systems within the warehouse. Ling Xiao, meanwhile, was tasked with placing explosives, preparing to destroy the entire armory in one fell swoop. Just then, a series of violent explosions erupted outside the warehouse, indicating that Shun Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu were facing fierce resistance. Yi Fan and Ling Xiao realized they had to complete their mission as quickly as possible. With the explosives secured, Yi Fan shot Ling Xiao a quick, reassuring glance before both men retreated to a safe position. Yi Fan pulled out the remote control, took a deep breath, and then pressed the button with force. In an instant, the entire warehouse seemed torn apart by immense force. The blinding light of the explosion illuminated the night sky, and the deafening roar echoed across the city of Yuncheng. Yi Fan and Ling Xiao swiftly evacuated the scene and regrouped with Shun Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu's team. Shun Lufeng's face was streaked with blood, a clear sign they'd encountered fierce resistance. Zhao Tianyu wore a grim expression, his eyes gleaming with post-battle exhilaration. Mr. Yi, we succeeded, Shun Lufeng reported, panting heavily.
Yi Fan nodded, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
This is only the beginning. The Blood Moon Society has more strongholds we must eliminate. Ling Xiao stood nearby, his eyes also gleaming with the satisfaction of a plan executed. He knew this collaboration with Yi Fan would significantly bolster his standing in Hancheng.
Over the next few days, Yi Fan and Ling Xiao joined forces to launch a series of fierce attacks on the Blood Moon Society's remaining strongholds. They swept through the entire underground world of Hancheng like a violent storm, causing the Blood Moon Society's influence to rapidly decline. However, just as Yi Fan and Ling Xiao prepared to attack the Blood Moon Society's final stronghold, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. They received intelligence that Nangong Xingxiong had learned of their plans and had prepared a trap. Yi Fan's brow furrowed. He knew Nangong Xingxiong was a cunning old fox who would never give up easily. He resolved to alter their plan, adopting a more covert approach to deal with this final stronghold. As night fell, Yi Fan, Ling Xiao, and their team quietly assembled in an abandoned warehouse, preparing to deliver the fatal blow to Nangong Xingxiong's last stronghold. A tense, heavy atmosphere hung in the air. Everyone understood this would be a life or death struggle. The plan has changed. We'll split into 3 groups. Yi Fan's voice was calm and resolute as he swiftly assigned tasks.
Xiao Shun, you and your team create chaos to draw enemy attention.
Brother Zhao, you lead your men to breach the flanks. Ling Xiao and I will look for an opportunity to take Nangong Xingxiong directly. Shun Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu nodded, placing unwavering trust in Yi Fan's strategy. Yi Fan turned to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, this operation will likely be a fierce battle.
Are you ready?
A resolute gleam flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes.
Yi Fan, I am ready. For the peace of Hancheng, I'm willing to fight alongside you.
As night deepened, the operation commenced.
Shin Lufeng's squad launched the initial assault, triggering explosions and gunfire that successfully drew the attention of most enemy forces. Zhao Tianyu's squad swiftly flanked the position, engaging the enemy in fierce firefights.
Yi Fan and Ling Xiao slipped deep into the stronghold amid the chaos, moving swiftly and silently like ghosts in the night.
Yi Fan's movements were agile and precise, each takedown executed with effortless mastery.
Ling Xiao proved equally formidable, his combat skills equally superb, forming a perfect partnership with Yi Fan. Finally, they reached a concealed room that was clearly Nangong Xingxiong's temporary command center. Yi Fan quietly opened the door to find Nangong Xingxiong discussing something with several subordinates.
Yi Fan, you're finally here.
Nangong Xingxiong turned, a sly smile playing on his lips.
Yi Fan stared coldly at Nangong Xingxiong. Yes, I'm here. Nangong Xingxiong, your game is over. Nangong Xingxiong sneered. You think this is the end?
Yi Fan, you're too naive. As he spoke, he suddenly pressed a button on the table. The room's doors slammed shut, and hidden weapons mechanisms emerged from the walls on all 4 sides. Yi Fan and Ling Xiao reacted instantly, dodging the hail of bullets while returning fire. A breathtaking gunfight erupted within the confined space. Just then, louder explosions erupted outside, evidence that Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu's battle had reached its climax.
Chapter 188, The Powerful Nangong Xingxiong.
Yi Fan realized they had to end the fight here quickly, or the entire plan could fail. Under the urgent circumstances, Yi Fan and Ling Xiao swiftly adjusted their strategy. They knew bare fists alone wouldn't give them the upper hand. Yi Fan drew a pair of daggers from his waist, while Ling Xiao produced a metal rod. The two plunged into close-quarters combat with Nangong Xingxiong and his men. The confined space of the room proved ideal for Yi Fan and Ling Xiao to showcase their agile combat skills. Yi Fan's movements were swift and precise, each slash targeting vital points. Ling Xiao, leveraging the stick's length advantage, relentlessly struck at the enemy's joints and critical areas. Seeing this, Nangong Xingxiong swiftly drew a dagger concealed behind his back and joined the fray. His swordplay was ruthless and unpredictable, each strike carrying a venomous force that forced Yi Fan and Ling Xiao to double their caution. In this tense and perilous melee, Yi Fan and Ling Xiao demonstrated their exceptional martial arts skills. Each swing of Yi Fan's dagger whistled through the air, while Ling Xiao's metal staff moved like a serpent, relentlessly targeting Nangong Xingxiong's vulnerabilities. Nangong Xingxiong's swordplay was exceptionally fierce, each strike seemingly aimed to take Yi Fan and Ling Xiao's lives. Yet Yi Fan and Ling Xiao coordinated flawlessly, their blade and staff timing perfectly synchronized, always evading the fatal blow at the last possible moment. The battle raged on for several minutes, leaving all 3 drenched in sweat. Beads of sweat dripped from Yi Fan's forehead, his gaze growing colder and more ruthless with each decisive strike. Ling Xiao showed no weakness either. Though his arm bore wounds, he swung his metal staff relentlessly, refusing to retreat. Nangong Xingxiong felt the pressure mounting, his breathing growing increasingly ragged. He hadn't anticipated Yi Fan and Ling Xiao's tenacity. He began experimenting with more cunning tactics, constantly shifting his sword techniques in search of their weaknesses. In this high-intensity battle, each fighter gave their absolute all. While evading one of Nangong Xingxiong's sword strikes, Yi Fan spotted an opening. He lunged forward, his dagger tracing a lightning-fast arc aimed straight for Nangong Xingxiong's side. Yet, in that instant, Nangong Xingxiong suddenly rolled backward, deftly evading Yi Fan's strike. Immediately, he counterattacked, thrusting his sword toward Yi Fan's chest. Yi Fan sidestepped, but the tip of the blade still grazed his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, Yi Fan refused to let the pain cloud his judgment. He and Ling Xiao once again closed in on Nangong Xingxiong, the three-way battle intensifying. Just then, the sounds of battle outside gradually subsided, suggesting Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu had gained the upper hand. Yi Fan realized they must end the fight here quickly, lest the victory outside become meaningless. Nangong Xingxiong also sensed the urgency of the situation, his attacks growing increasingly frenzied. He seemed to have abandoned defense entirely, desperate to strike down either Yi Fan or Ling Xiao in one final, desperate blow. The battle between the three continued in the confined space, each strike brimming with lethal intent. This was not merely a clash of bodies, but a contest of intellect, skill, and endurance. Yi Fan and Ling Xiao understood that only flawless coordination could secure ultimate victory in this battle. In the ensuing exchanges, Yi Fan and Ling Xiao began attempting more complex and dangerous tactics. Yi Fan moved around Nangong Xingxiong with blinding speed, creating a series of illusions to distract him. Simultaneously, Ling Xiao sought openings to unleash fierce strikes with his metal staff. Though Nangong Xingxiong possessed formidable martial prowess, he felt unprecedented pressure facing the seamless teamwork of Yi Fan and Ling Xiao. His swordplay remained fierce, yet under Yi Fan and Ling Xiao's relentless assault, he gradually began to struggle. The intensity of the battle exceeded everyone's expectations. The three moved back and forth within the room, their swords and staffs weaving in a tangled dance, the tension thick enough to cut. Yi Fan and Ling Xiao's figures flickered in and out of the light, while Nangong Xingxiong's sword glowed like a cunning snake, darting out relentlessly. Suddenly, Nangong Xingxiong shifted tactics. His swordplay grew more ruthless, targeting Yi Fan and Ling Xiao's vital points. While dodging a lethal strike, Yi Fan accidentally struck his leg on the table corner. The pain momentarily slowed his movements. Seeing this, Ling Xiao immediately intensified his assault, attempting to buy time for Yi Fan. His metal staff whipped through the air like a living serpent, relentlessly driving Nangong Xingxiong back. Cornered against the wall, a flicker of terror crossed Nangong Xingxiong's eyes. This was the first time he had ever felt such an overwhelming threat. In that critical moment, he suddenly pulled a small device from his pocket and pressed a button. Instantly, the lights in the entire room went out, plunging the space into complete darkness. Yi Fan and Ling Xiao immediately grew alert, knowing Nangong Xingxiong must have prepared some trick in the darkness. In the darkness, Yi Fan and Ling Xiao pressed close together, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Nangong Xingxiong's breathing sounded unusually clear in the darkness, as if he were waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Just then, Shen Lufeng's voice suddenly came from outside the room. "Mr. Yi, we've secured the perimeter. Do you need backup?" Yi Fan responded swiftly, "No need. Continue securing the perimeter. We'll handle this situation immediately." In the darkness, Yi Fan and Ling Xiao began moving slowly, attempting to locate Nangong Xingxiong's position. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed as Nangong Xingxiong's sword blade sliced through the darkness, pointing directly at Yi Fan. Yi Fan reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping the strike while countering with a backhand slash only to meet empty air. In the darkness, the three figures' breaths and faint movements formed an invisible battle. Yi Fan knew this style of combat was extremely disadvantageous for them. He needed to create an advantage to break the current stalemate. He whispered to Ling Xiao, "I have a plan. Follow my lead." Ling Xiao nodded. Though they couldn't see each other in the darkness, their deep understanding allowed them to grasp each other's intentions. Yi Fan began making subtle noises to lure Nangong Xingxiong into attacking, while Ling Xiao silently circled around to Nangong Xingxiong's back, preparing for a surprise strike. Nangong Xingxiong took the bait, launching a fierce assault toward the source of the sound. Yi Fan dodged and weaved, constantly shifting his position to prevent Nangong Xingxiong from pinpointing his location. Ling Xiao kept his eyes fixed on Nangong Xingxiong's back, waiting for the perfect moment. Just then, the room's lights suddenly flashed on. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu had successfully secured the power room and restored electricity. The intense glare made all three instinctively squint. Chapter 189, The Blood Moon Society's Downfall. The moment the lights returned, Ling Xiao launched his attack without hesitation, his metal rod striking viciously at Nangong Xingxiong's back. But Nangong Xingxiong seemed prepared, swiftly turning to parry the blow with his sword. Yi Fan seized the opportunity to charge forward, engaging Nangong Xingxiong in direct combat. Though Nangong Xingxiong's swordplay was fierce, Yi Fan's relentless assault gradually forced him into a defensive posture. He began retreating, seeking an opening to counterattack. Amidst this tense standoff, a series of explosions echoed from outside. Clearly, the battle outside was still raging, and the situation seemed to be escalating. Yi Fan suddenly realized they couldn't afford to waste any more time here. He exchanged a knowing glance with Ling Xiao, and the two began coordinating their efforts, launching an even more ferocious assault on Nangong Xingxiong. Though Nangong Xingxiong possessed formidable martial skills, he gradually found himself in a bind under the combined pressure from Yi Fan and Ling Xiao.
His swordplay was ruthless, yet under their relentless barrage, his defenses began to show cracks. Yi Fan and Ling Zhao's assault came like a violent storm, each strike packed with power and speed, forcing Nangong Xingxiong into a state of extreme defensiveness. He attempted to counterattack, but their flawless coordination prevented him from unleashing his full potential. Nangong Xingxiong's swordplay remained sharp, yet under Yi Fan and Ling Zhao's dual assault, he began to show signs of fatigue. He began searching for an escape route, but Yi Fan and Ling Zhao seemed to anticipate his intent, sealing off every possible retreat. At that moment, Nangong Xingxiong suddenly roared with fury and charged at Yi Fan with all his might. His sword flashed like lightning toward Yi Fan's heart, its speed dizzyingly fast. Yi Fan responded with cool precision, sidestepping the strike while countering with a backhand blow aimed at shattering Nangong Xingxiong's offensive. Ling Zhao seized the opportunity to attack from the flank, driving his metal staff viciously into Nangong Xingxiong's side. Nangong Xingxiong felt the immense pressure, forced to retreat as he attempted to regroup. But Yi Fan and Ling Zhao gave him no respite, their attacks growing ever more relentless. The battle raged on, Yi Fan and Ling Zhao's sweat mingling with blood as it dripped onto the ground. Nangong Xingxiong's breathing grew increasingly ragged, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. At this critical moment, Yi Fan suddenly intensified his assault, thrusting his dagger swiftly toward Nangong Xingxiong's ribs. Nangong Xingxiong barely dodged, but Yi Fan's strike had already disrupted his rhythm. Ling Zhao seized the opening to strike from the other side, his metal staff slamming hard into Nangong Xingxiong's shoulder. Nangong Xingxiong grunted in pain, a sharp agony shooting through him. Realizing he was now at a disadvantage, Nangong Xingxiong began searching for an opportunity to retreat. But Yi Fan and Ling Zhao shadowed him relentlessly, leaving him no escape. Just then, Shen Lufeng's voice came from outside. "Mr. Yi, we've cleared the area. All the enemies on the perimeter have retreated." Hearing this, Yi Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he didn't relax his vigilance toward Nangong Xingxiong. He said to Ling Zhao, "We can't let Nangong Xingxiong escape. This time, we must finish him off completely." Despair flickered in Nangong Xingxiong's eyes upon hearing this. Knowing he had nowhere left to turn, he burst into a maniacal laugh and launched his final, all-out assault. His laughter was filled with madness and despair. His figure flickered as he lunged fiercely at Yi Fan. Yi Fan responded with cool composure. His movements were agile, each evasion and counterstrike executed with pinpoint precision. Ling Zhao followed closely behind, joining Yi Fan in a pincer attack. Though Nangong Xingxiong possessed formidable martial arts skills, his movements began to grow sluggish under their relentless barrage. The tension in the room thickened. Yi Fan's gaze grew icy. He could sense Nangong Xingxiong's fatigue setting in. This was their best chance to end the fight. Yi Fan accelerated his attacks, each strike packed with force, forcing Nangong Xingxiong to retreat continuously. Nangong Xingxiong's face paled as he felt pressure unlike anything he had ever experienced. His swordplay began to falter, clearly unable to parry Yi Fan and Ling Zhao's assaults with the same precision as before. During a fierce exchange, Yi Fan broke through Nangong Xingxiong's defenses, landing a precise strike to his abdomen. Nangong Xingxiong grunted, his body swaying precariously. Seeing this, Ling Zhao immediately stepped forward, driving his staff into Nangong Xingxiong's knee, forcing him to his knees. Nangong Xingxiong lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. He knew he was defeated, yet he refused to concede defeat easily. "Yi Fan, you've won, but you'll never understand my predicament," Nangong Xingxiong managed to say with great effort. Yi Fan stared at him coldly. "Nangong Xingxiong, your ambition and greed have led you down this path of no return. Today's outcome is entirely of your own making." Nangong Xingxiong closed his eyes, seemingly lost in recollection. Finally, he murmured slowly, "Yes. I reap what I sow." Yi Fan said no more. Turning to Ling Zhao and Shen Lufeng, he ordered, "Clean up the scene. Make sure nothing is left behind." Subsequently, Yi Fan led his team away from the battlefield. Nangong Xingxiong's defeat signaled the Blood Moon Society's power and soul had been thoroughly weakened, but Yi Fan knew this was only the beginning. Half a month passed. The night sky over Seoul remained dotted with stars, yet the city's atmosphere had undergone a subtle shift. Nangong Xingxiong's defeat and the Blood Moon Society's weakened influence brought a fleeting calm to the city. Yet Yi Fan understood clearly that this was merely the calm before the storm. Late one night, Yi Fan received news in his luxury apartment. An ancient, legendary ruin had been unexpectedly discovered in the Jingchu Mountains bordering Seoul, and it was about to be opened. A flicker of interest passed through Yi Fan's eyes. He knew such ruins often concealed unknown secrets and immense wealth. Yi Fan immediately decided to investigate personally. He contacted Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu, informing them of the discovery. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu also showed keen interest in the ruins, readily agreeing to join the expedition. Meanwhile, other factions in Hanchang also received the news and began mobilizing. Yi Fan understood this expedition was more than just a treasure hunt, it was a contest of strength. Whoever emerged victorious from this expedition would secure a firm foothold in Seoul's underground world. On the eve of departure, Yi Fan sat in his office, his desk piled high with ancient texts and maps detailing Jingchushan.
Jingchu Mountain, rumored to be a mountain range shrouded in mystery, had been the subject of numerous strange legends throughout history, yet its true nature remained unknown to all.
Chapter 190, An Ancient Ruin.
Yi Fan's gaze fell upon a yellowed ancient book, an old supernatural novel about King Chushan. Within its pages lay mention of an ancient ruin hidden deep within the mountain's core, rumored to house a precious treasure. Yi Fan knew this might be mere legend, yet he also believed every tale contained a grain of truth. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu arrived punctually at Yi Fan's apartment. The three gathered around the table, meticulously discussing the expedition's plan and potential risks.
Mr. Yi, this expedition won't be simple.
We must prepare thoroughly, Shen Lufeng stated earnestly. Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement. Jingchu Mountain's terrain is complex, and with other factions involved, we must proceed with caution. Yi Fan pondered for a moment before saying, the three of us will operate flexibly and adaptively. I'll bring the essential gear, but you two must prepare yourselves as well. Early the next morning, Yi Fan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu loaded their simple packs and gear into a vehicle and drove toward Jingchu Mountain. Along the way, Yi Fan's mind raced through possible scenarios and countermeasures. When they reached the foot of Jingchushan, sunlight bathed the lush mountain forests, creating an exceptionally tranquil scene. But Yi Fan knew this tranquility was merely superficial. Unknown dangers might lurk within the mountains. They began trekking deeper into the mountains along a narrow path. Along the way, they discovered numerous traces of other explorers, clearly indicating they weren't the only ones who had learned of this place.
Mr. Yi, it seems we're not the first to arrive, Shen Lufeng murmured.
Yi Fan smiled faintly.
That suits me perfectly.
We can observe their movements and find the optimal point to make our move. They carefully avoided the other explorers' sightlines, moving silently deeper into the forest. As they advanced further, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly oppressive. Ancient trees towered overhead, and jagged rocks stood starkly, creating an aura of profound mystery. About 2 hours into their trek, a faint sound suddenly drifted from ahead. Yi Fan signaled the others to halt. They hid behind a massive boulder, observing the situation ahead. A group of explorers appeared ahead, seemingly dispatched by some underground faction. They were attempting to open a stone door covered in overgrown weeds. Seeing this, a gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Looks like we've found the entrance, Yi Fan murmured, his mind already formulating a new plan.
We can't just show up, that would cause unnecessary conflict. We need to quietly circle around behind them and find another entrance.
Yi Fan explained his plan in hushed tones to Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu. The trio cautiously skirted the expedition team, navigating dense forests and intricate rock formations.
As they continued exploring, they finally discovered a small opening beneath a concealed cliff face, seemingly leading underground.
Yi Fan entered first, followed closely by Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu. The entrance was narrow, barely wide enough for one person, but the interior was surprisingly spacious. The interior was filled with intricate passages and mechanisms, clearly an ancient structure of sophisticated design. The trio slowly advanced along a main passageway, its walls carved with ancient patterns and symbols that seemed to whisper tales of bygone eras. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with the thrill of discovery. He was utterly fascinated by these ancient civilizations. They navigated a series of traps and mechanisms with utmost caution, eventually arriving at a vast underground chamber. The air was damp, moss growing on the walls, but in the dim light, they spotted an object placed on a stone platform at the very center. Yi Fan stepped forward to examine it closely. It was a simple bronze box, intricately carved with complex patterns, appearing extremely ancient. He carefully opened the box to find a glowing crystal sphere inside, emitting a faint radiance. This must be the treasure we've been searching for, Yi Fan murmured. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu gathered around to look, their eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. But just then, a clamor erupted from outside the cave. Evidently, the expedition team had discovered their presence. We need to leave immediately, Yi Fan quickly assessed the situation. He grabbed the crystal ball and led Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu back along their original path. The moment they emerged from the cave, they saw the members of the expedition team already surrounding the entrance, clearly intent on seizing the treasure.
Yi Fan's brow furrowed. He knew this battle was unavoidable.
Looks like we'll have to force our way through, Yi Fan stated calmly, his eyes flashing with the resolve of a final showdown.
The opposing expedition team was clearly no ordinary group. Most wore professional combat gear, wielding various high-tech equipment and weapons.
Leading them was a burly middle-aged man with a stern face, his eyes betraying both cunning and decisiveness. Clearly, they were an elite unit from some underground faction, and their presence here was no accident. After observing them for a moment, Yi Fan whispered to Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu, our advantage lies in flexibility and speed.
Don't engage them head-on.
Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu nodded in understanding. Without delay, Yi Fan charged forward, his dagger gleaming coldly as it aimed straight for the enemy leader. The enemy clearly hadn't expected Yi Fan to strike so swiftly. They hesitated momentarily before snapping to attention, raising their weapons to meet the challenge. Yi Fan moved with blinding speed, evading the attacks while seeking an opening to strike back. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu weren't far behind, flanking from both sides and engaging the enemy members in fierce combat. Despite the enemy's numerical superiority, Yi Fan and his two allies worked in perfect coordination, always providing crucial backup in critical moments. The battle intensified as Yi Fan weaved through the enemy ranks, each strike carrying lethal intent. His objective was clear: defeat the enemy captain to disrupt their formation. The battle raged through the dense forests of Dingchushan, where surrounding trees and rocks served as both cover and obstacles in the fierce exchange of fire. Yi Fan's dagger flashed coldly in the sunlight, each swing accompanied by a sharp whistling wind. The enemy captain was clearly a seasoned warrior as well, his short sword clashing with Yi Fan's dagger in a shower of sparks. Both demonstrated exceptional combat skills, moving swiftly with unwavering focus. Each clash was charged with tension and excitement. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu also engaged other members of the opposing team. Though not as agile as Yi Fan, their strikes were powerful, each blow carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. "Mr. Yi, our opponents are getting tougher by the minute," Shen Lufeng shouted to Yi Fan during a brief lull in the fighting, simultaneously punching back an enemy attempting a sneak attack. Yi Fan responded calmly, dodging while replying, "That just proves our reputation is growing, little Shen." Zhao Tianyu sidestepped a vicious slash and sneered coldly, "I'd say these guys aren't even worthy opponents for us." Chapter 191, We Can't Just Take the Beating. The battle raged on through the dense forest as Yi Fan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu engaged the enemy force in a protracted stalemate. Though Yi Fan's group held the advantage in skill, the enemy's superior numbers and superior equipment made the fight exceptionally difficult. Yi Fan's gaze was icy cold. His dagger was like a blade forged in frost, each strike carrying a deadly threat. He darted across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, striking when his foes least expected it. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu also demonstrated their formidable abilities. Shen Lufeng possessed immense strength, each punch delivering devastating impact, while Zhao Tianyu moved with agile precision, his evasions and counterattacks flawlessly timed. "Shen, Zhao, we can't just take hits passively, we need to find an opening to break through," Yi Fan shouted to them amidst the fray. "Understood." Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu responded simultaneously. They began adjusting their tactics as Yi Fan instructed, searching for a breakthrough. Just then, the opposing captain launched a sudden, fierce assault. His swordplay grew even more ruthless, clearly aiming to defeat Yi Fan in one decisive blow. A gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he met the challenge head-on, engaging in a fierce duel with the opposing captain. The shadows of their swords intertwined, producing a piercing metallic clang. Yi Fan exploited his speed and agility to constantly seek openings in his opponent's defense, while the opposing captain relied on sheer strength and relentless sword techniques to suppress Yi Fan. At this critical moment, Shen Lufeng seized his chance. With a loud shout, he charged toward the captain's flank, creating an opening. Zhao Tianyu followed closely behind, swiftly slipping through the opening. Seeing this, Yi Fan seized the moment. A precise dagger strike forced the opposing captain to retreat, then he swiftly withdrew from the battlefield to rendezvous with Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu. The trio swiftly traversed the dense forest, using the complex terrain to shake off their pursuers. They traversed the thicket until they were certain they were safe before stopping to catch their breath. "That was a close call," Shen Lufeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. Zhao Tianyu adjusted his breathing and chuckled, "But this kind of fight is what makes it exciting, right?" Yi Fan glanced at the two, a faint smile touching his lips. "Yeah, this is our way of life. But our mission isn't over yet. We have to keep moving forward." With that, Yi Fan gripped his dagger once more and led Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu deeper into the heart of Dingchu Mountain. Their goal was to find the legendary ruins and uncover the secrets behind them. As they ventured deeper, the strange landscapes of Dingchu Mountain gradually unfolded before them. Amidst the lush trees, faint traces of ancient stone structures could be seen, eroded by the passage of time, leaving only mottled remnants. Sunlight filtered through dense foliage, casting dappled patches of light upon them. "Mr. Yi, what do you think is the true value of those ruins?" Shen Lufeng asked as he carefully navigated the rugged mountain path. Yi Fan smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with contemplation. "This world holds far more secrets than we can ever imagine. The ruins might hold ancient techniques or some lost treasure. Whatever it is, it holds great value for us." Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "If we can find that ruin, we'll have a chance to unlock these secrets." They pressed onward, traversing a dense thicket of shrubs. Suddenly, Yi Fan halted, a vast valley unfolding before him. At the valley center, an ancient stone gate stood silently, its surroundings thickly overgrown with vines and shrubs. "That is our objective," Yi Fan declared, pointing at the gate with a resolute expression. The three approached the gate cautiously. Zhao Tianyu stepped forward to inspect the mechanism on the door, discovering it was no simple affair. He turned to Yi Fan and said, "This mechanism is quite complex. It seems to require a specific method to open." Yi Fan pondered for a moment before saying, "Let me try." He stepped forward, carefully observing the patterns and symbols on the stone gate, gently rubbing certain sections. Just then, the stone door emitted a faint sound and slowly opened a crack. Yi Fan smiled faintly and motioned for everyone to follow him inside. Beyond the stone door lay a spacious cavern, its interior crisscrossed with intricate corridors and chambers.
Faint traces of ancient murals could be discerned on the walls.
An air of antiquity and mystery permeated the space. They cautiously explored along the corridor, each step taken with utmost vigilance. Yi Fan kept his dagger at the ready, prepared for any potential danger. Yi Fan, Zhao Tianyu, and Xiao Shen continued their exploration within the ancient cavern. They traversed the intricate corridors, occasionally encountering sealed chambers and passing fragments of ancient murals, which deepened their sense of the place's mystery and profound history. After some time, they arrived at a spacious hall.
At its center stood a massive stone platform laden with ancient sacrificial offerings and artifacts.
The surrounding walls were covered in ancient inscriptions and patterns, seemingly narrating an ancient legend.
Yi Fan stepped onto the stone platform, carefully examining the offerings.
Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a peculiar object, an ancient jade seal engraved with strange symbols. He reached out and picked up the jade seal, sensing an ancient and powerful force emanating from it. Zhao Tianyu and Xiao Shen approached, watching the jade seal in Yi Fan's hand with curiosity. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, trying to decipher the meaning of the symbols. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck his mind, and he grasped the meaning behind the symbols. Clutching the seal, he closed his eyes and began chanting an ancient incantation.
As he chanted, the jade seal emitted a faint blue glow, illuminating the entire hall.
The floor began to tremble, and a massive stone slab beneath the platform slowly rose, revealing a passage leading deep underground. Yi Fan ceased his chanting, returned the jade seal to its place, then turned to Zhao Tianyu and Xiao Shen. "Let's go inside and take a look," he said. The three descended the passageway, passed through a door, and entered a vast subterranean chamber. Ancient architecture and decorations adorned the space, suggesting it was once an imperial palace. Wall murals depicted ancient legends, telling the tale of an imperial dynasty and a powerful, mysterious entity. Yi Fan, Zhao Tianyu, and Xiao Shen explored the palace, discovering more and more ancient treasures and artifacts.
These treasures radiated an ancient and potent energy, leaving them utterly awestruck.
Suddenly, they entered a spacious hall where a colossal divine statue stood at its center, its surface engraved with ancient symbols and inscriptions.
Chapter 192, The Mysterious Place.
Yi Fan stepped forward, scrutinizing the statue closely. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he seemed to grasp the statue's significance. Yi Fan, Zhao Tianyu, and Xiao Shen stood before the colossal statue, absorbing the immense energy radiating from it.
Yi Fan's eyes locked onto the ancient symbols and characters etched into the statue.
The more he looked, the more familiar these symbols felt. Finally, he couldn't help but speak up. "I've seen these symbols and characters somewhere before.
They seem to be some kind of ancient script."
Zhao Tianyu and Xiao Shen both turned to him with curious looks, asking, "Where did you see them?
Do these symbols have any special meaning?"
Yi Fan pondered for a moment before answering. "I once read an ancient secret text that contained records about this script.
It's said to be a long-lost script, considered a mysterious language from an ancient civilization.
The inscriptions on this divine statue appear to describe an ancient ritual, one that grants mystical powers." Hearing this description, Zhao Tianyu and Xiao Shen's interest grew even stronger. They decided to attempt reconstructing this ancient ritual to see if they could gain that mysterious power. Yi Fan began deciphering the symbols on the statue, simultaneously imparting his knowledge of this enigmatic script to Zhao Tianyu and Xiao Shen. The three began chanting the ancient incantation together, mimicking the steps of the ritual as described on the statue.
As the incantation echoed, the statue radiated brilliant light once more, enveloping the entire palace.
The underground palace seemed to respond to their summons, rumbling with a deep vibration. Suddenly, a massive projection appeared on the palace wall, revealing an ancient ritual scene. People surrounded a mysterious circular platform, upon which rested an object radiating immense power. Yi Fan, Zhao Tianyu, and Xiao Shen were utterly captivated by the projection, as if their very souls were drawn into this ancient scene. They began mimicking the ritual depicted in the projection, following each step meticulously. After some time, the ritual reached its final step. They prepared to channel their own power into the circular platform. At that very moment, the light emanating from the divine statue reached its peak, causing the entire palace to tremble. The object on the circular platform began emitting immense energy, and Yi Fan, Zhao Tianyu, and Xiao Shen felt their own power steadily flowing toward it. Their bodies began to turn transparent, as if dissolving into the palace air. Suddenly, a blinding beam shot from the circular platform, piercing the heavens. The palace was flooded with dazzling light. A powerful force surged into their bodies, elevating their abilities to unprecedented heights. The projections within the palace dissipated, the light gradually fading as the trio returned to the real world. They could feel their bodies completely renewed, their power vastly increased. Yi Fan, Zhao Tianyu, and Xiao Shen felt powerful energy surging within them, their abilities greatly enhanced. As the light faded, they realized they were no longer the people they once were. Instead, they had been granted mysterious power by the ancient ritual. Yi Fan's gaze hardened as he addressed Zhao Tianyu and Xiao Shen. "Now that we possess greater power, we must wield it with caution.
This ruin may conceal further challenges and dangers. We must remain vigilant."
Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement, and Xiao Shen also displayed unwavering resolve. The trio resumed their expedition, delving deeper into the ancient palace in search of further clues and treasures. Deep within the palace, they discovered a massive ancient door, its surface engraved with intricate patterns and symbols. Yifan scrutinized the patterns, seemingly trying to decipher the door's mechanism and code. Suddenly, he noticed a distinctive emblem on the door, resembling symbols he had seen before in the ruins. Reaching out to touch the emblem, he felt a familiar surge of energy. He said to Zhao Tianyu and Xiao Shun, "I think this emblem might be connected to our previous ritual. It could be the key to opening this door." Zhao Tianyu and Xiao Shun immediately assisted Yifan. The three began mimicking the previous ritual, chanting and performing the motions according to the symbols on the emblem. Their power coalesced once more, and the light flickered again. The door slowly swung open, revealing a deeper chamber beyond. Stepping inside, they discovered a vast subterranean hall. At its center stood an enormous throne, upon which sat an ancient statue holding a glowing treasure box. Yifan and the others stared at the colossal throne and the statue upon it. The statue was crafted with extraordinary detail, its face solemn and mysterious. The treasure box it held emitted a soft glow, seemingly containing unimaginable power. "This statue appears to be some important figure from this ancient civilization," Shen Lufeng murmured, his eyes reflecting reverence. Zhao Tianyu approached the throne, examining the box closely. "This box might be the greatest find of our expedition." Yifan stepped forward and carefully removed the treasure box from the statue's hands. The box was small, engraved with intricate patterns and mysterious symbols, appearing profoundly ancient. He gently opened the box to reveal a gemstone inside, shimmering with a blue glow. The gem appeared crystal clear, as if luminous currents flowed within its depths. It seemed to contain some powerful force. Yifan felt an odd connection forming between the gem in his hand and himself. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu also sensed the gem's unusual nature. They gathered around Yifan, observing the mysterious gem with curiosity. "We should take this gem back for careful study. It might hold important secrets," Yifan said, carefully placing the gem back into the box. Just then, a faint sound echoed from the far end of the hall. Yifan immediately heightened his alertness, signaling Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu to prepare for combat. They quietly approached the source of the sound and discovered a concealed stone door. Yifan slowly pushed open the stone door, revealing a narrow passageway. A faint glow was visible at its end. The trio advanced cautiously along the passage, its walls carved with ancient symbols and patterns that radiated an eerie mystery. As they delved deeper, an ancient, heavy aura permeated the air. At the passage's end lay an open basement. Centrally positioned within it stood a massive stone altar, engraved with intricate runes and patterns. Surrounding the altar lay various ancient artifacts and relics, all appearing exceptionally precious. Yifan stepped forward, scrutinizing the runes etched into the altar. Chapter 193, Lingxiao's True Form. These runes seemed to be some ancient sacrificial ritual language. Yifan murmured thoughtfully. Shen Lufeng walked over to a stone shelf on one side, where ancient books and scrolls were arranged. He picked up a scroll and unrolled it, discovering it contained records of ancient history and legends. "The artifacts here are priceless enough to drive any historian mad," Shen Lufeng marveled. Zhao Tianyu, meanwhile, was examining the surrounding relics. He discovered ancient weapons and ornaments, each exquisitely crafted. Just then, Yifan suddenly felt a powerful tremor. The entire basement seemed to shake. "Oh no, this place might collapse!" Yifan shouted. The three quickly gathered the precious artifacts in their hands and sprinted toward the passageway. As they ran, the basement began to collapse gradually, with boulders and dust raining down. They sprinted desperately, finally bursting through the passageway onto the surface at the last possible moment. Turning back, they saw the ancient hall completely collapse, shrouded in dust. The trio exchanged smiles. Though the ordeal had been perilous, they had successfully retrieved the precious artifacts and documents. This expedition was undoubtedly a triumph. "This expedition has uncovered so many treasures, it's a tremendous victory for us," Zhao Tianyu exclaimed excitedly. Just as Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu were preparing to leave Jingcheshan with the precious artifacts, a familiar, cold voice suddenly rang out behind them. "Yifan, I never expected you to find these treasures first." The trio turned to find Ling Xiao standing before them, flanked by several burly henchmen. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered with greed and coldness, clearly targeting the treasures in their hands. Yifan stared impassively at Ling Xiao and said flatly, "Ling Xiao, I should have known you wouldn't pass up this opportunity." A mocking smile curled Ling Zhao's lips. "Yifan, we both know the value of these treasures. Since you've already helped me find them, hand them over without a fuss." Shen Lufeng clenched his fists, glaring at Ling Xiao. "Why should we give them to you? We endured immense hardship to find them." Zhao Tianyu also prepared for battle, coldly stating, "If you want the treasures, you'll have to prove you have the ability to take them." Seeing Yifan and his two companions show no fear, a flicker of surprise crossed Ling Zhao's eyes before his expression hardened into coldness. "Then don't blame me for being impolite. Guards! Seize them!" At Ling Zhao's command, his men swiftly charged toward Yifan and his companions. Yifan and his two companions instantly readied themselves for battle, a fierce confrontation about to erupt. Yifan's dagger clashed with Ling Zhao's men's weapons, producing a crisp metallic symphony. His movements were swift and precise, each strike aimed to be lethal. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu showed no weakness either, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with their opponents. Despite the overwhelming numbers, Yifan's leadership kept them firmly on their ground. Ling Xiao watched the battle unfold, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes. He did not immediately join the fray, instead biding his time for the perfect opening. Just then, Yifan noticed Ling Zhao's hesitation and immediately shouted to Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu, "Shen, Zhao, watch Ling Xiao, he's biding his time." Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu immediately grew alert, carefully guarding against every move Ling Xiao made. The battle raged on for some time. Though Yifan and his allies possessed formidable combat prowess, facing such overwhelming numbers, the pressure on them gradually intensified. Just as they began to show signs of fatigue, Ling Xiao finally made his move. He charged swiftly toward Yifan, attempting to take him down in one fell swoop. Yifan reacted swiftly, locking into a direct confrontation with Ling Xiao. Their techniques were swift and ruthless, each strike brimming with lethal intent. Seeing this, Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu intensified their assaults on surrounding enemies, striving to create more combat space for Yifan. Shen Lufeng swung his fists, each strike landing like a sledgehammer on his opponents, while Zhao Tianyu moved like a nimble snake, weaving through the enemy ranks to deliver lethal blows. The battle between Yifan and Ling Xiao intensified. Yifan's dagger clashed with Ling Zhao's long sword, sparks flying as both men displayed their supreme martial prowess. Ling Zhao's swordplay was ruthlessly fierce, each strike carrying a palpable intent to kill. Yifan, however, was renowned for his agility and precision, each evasion and counter-strike perfectly timed. Amidst the clash, Yifan gradually sensed a peculiar rhythm within Ling Zhao's swordplay, as if concealing some hidden secret. He decided to take a risk, adjusting his own combat rhythm in an attempt to find a way to break the stalemate. At that critical moment, Yifan spotted a flaw in Ling Zhao's sword technique. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity, driving a fierce thrust straight toward Ling Xiao's vital point. Ling Xiao sensed the threat and scrambled backward, but Yifan pressed relentlessly. Under Yifan's relentless assault, Ling Xiao finally showed signs of fatigue, and cracks began to appear in his defenses. Just then, Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu also repelled the last wave of enemies and swiftly rushed to support Yifan. The three combined their strength, finally pinning Ling Xiao down and surrounding him in the center. Realizing defeat was inevitable, Ling Zhao's face turned pale. "Yifan, you win. But don't forget our grudge is far from settled." Yifan stared coldly at Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, your ambition and greed will destroy you sooner or later. But today, I won't let you die here." With that, Yifan signaled Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu to release Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao left the battlefield in humiliation and rage, leaving Yifan and his two companions behind. Yifan watched the direction Ling Xiao vanished, a fleeting look of deep thought crossing his eyes. This conflict is only a temporary truce. Ling Xiao won't let this rest. We must prepare ourselves for greater challenges ahead. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement, knowing Yifan spoke the truth. Ling Zhao's retreat did not signify safety, but rather the calm before the storm. The trio packed their belongings, carrying precious artifacts and gems, and set off once more on the road back to Yuncheng. During the journey back to Seoul, Yifan and his companions discussed the expedition's gains and the potential challenges ahead. Night had already fallen over Yuncheng, its city lights twinkling in the distance as if welcoming their return. This expedition to the ruins has yielded not only priceless artifacts but also that mysterious gem, Yifan said deeply, clutching the glowing blue gem in his hand. Their significance to us extends far beyond material value. Yifan spoke with solemn depth, his hand clasping the glowing blue gemstone. Shen Lufeng nodded. "Yes, Mr. Yi. We need to find experts to study these artifacts and gems, they may hold significant secrets." Chapter 194, Return to Seoul. Zhao Tianyu agreed, these items might attract the attention of other factions in Seoul. We must handle them with caution. Yifan pondered for a moment before saying, "We'll secure these items in a safe storage location first. Next, I'll contact some reliable experts for research. At the same time, we must remain vigilant. Ling Xiao and other potential enemies could strike at any moment." Upon returning to Seoul, Yifan immediately arranged for personnel to secretly transport the artifacts and gems to a secure location. He contacted several trusted experts to begin in-depth research on these treasures. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao pounded the table furiously in his lair. His eyes burned with resentment and scheming. "Yifan, you may have won this time, but I won't give up. I will find greater power and reclaim everything that is rightfully mine." Ling Xiao began actively reaching out to other underground factions in Seoul, attempting to forge a powerful alliance to oppose Yifan. He knew that only by gathering greater strength could he gain the upper hand in his struggle against Yifan. Yifan learned of Ling Xiao's movements through his intelligence network. He gave a cold smile. "Ling Xiao, the more active you become, the more you expose your weaknesses. I'll make you understand the price of challenging me." Yifan reinforced his defenses while secretly strategizing how to counter Ling Xiao's challenge. He knew this struggle wouldn't end quickly, but he was prepared. The night in Yuncheng grew deeper.
The city streets were sparsely populated, yet beneath this tranquility, a storm was brewing. Yi Fan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu stood atop a skyscraper, surveying the city below. Their eyes burned with unwavering resolve. In the shadows of Hanchang, Ling Zhao's influence was quietly spreading. He was plotting his revenge against Yi Fan in secret while actively reaching out to various factions, attempting to forge a powerful alliance. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with scheming and resolve as he sat in a dimly lit room, tapping his fingers on the table, contemplating his next move. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had gathered Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu in his luxurious apartment to discuss countermeasures. They gathered in the spacious living room, a detailed map of soul and intelligence documents spread before them. Ling Zhao won't stop here. He'll definitely use Soul's underground forces to attack us. Yi Fan analyzed calmly, his gaze firm and deep. Shen Lufeng clenched his fist in support. Mr. Yi, whatever Ling Zhao has planned, we stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement. We must be fully prepared. I don't believe Ling Zhao can stir up much trouble in Seoul. Yi Fan offered a faint smile, though he knew deep down this confrontation would be far from simple. He rose and walked to the window, gazing down at the bustling nightscape of Seoul as he contemplated his next move. Soon after, Yi Fan received intelligence. Ling Zhao had gathered leaders of underground factions at a secluded boxing venue in Seoul, preparing to orchestrate a clandestine meeting targeting him. It seemed Ling Zhao intended to set a trap within this boxing arena. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Then we'll disrupt his plans. Shen Lufeng pumped his fist, brimming with fighting spirit. We can set a trap and turn the tables on him, Zhao Tianyu suggested. Yi Fan nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with the light of a strategist. Ling Zhao's plan certainly needed disrupting. We must ensure this operation both dismantles his scheme and maximizes our safety. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu listened intently, both tense and excited by Yi Fan's plan. Yi Fan slowly laid out his strategy. He planned to deploy personnel around the perimeter of the boxing arena. The moment anything unusual was detected, they would spring into action. Simultaneously, they would establish signal codes for immediate evacuation if things went south. We must proceed with caution at every step, leaving Ling Zhao no opportunity to exploit, Yi Fan emphasized. Hours later, leaders of Seoul's underground factions gathered inside the boxing arena. Ling Zhao stood at the center, delivering an inflammatory speech, attempting to persuade them to join his alliance. His voice brimmed with passion and fury, as if poised to engulf the entire underground world of Seoul in this vortex. Yet at that very moment, Yi Fan's forces silently encircled the boxing arena. Following the pre-arranged plan, they had set up ambushes at every critical point. Yi Fan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu, disguised, had infiltrated the boxing arena, ready to strike at the crucial moment. As Ling Zhao's speech reached its climax, the lights suddenly went out, plunging the entire boxing arena into chaos. Yi Fan and his team moved swiftly, exploiting the darkness and chaos to launch a surprise attack on Ling Zhao's forces. Amidst the melee, Yi Fan charged straight toward Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao was taken aback by the audacity of the direct assault. He drew his sword to meet the challenge, but Yi Fan's sharp offensive quickly overwhelmed him. Under Yi Fan's precise command, Shen Lufeng, Zhao Tianyu, and the other team members swiftly gained control of the situation, subduing Ling Zhao's men one by one. Soon, Ling Zhao realized he was trapped in a desperate situation. Yi Fan, you've won again, Ling Zhao gritted out, his eyes burning with resentment and fury. Yi Fan stared coldly at Ling Zhao. Your ambition and greed will ultimately be your downfall, Ling Zhao. Today, I won't kill you, but you'd better remember this lesson. Yi Fan turned and walked away, leaving Ling Zhao alone in the darkness to ponder. Though defeated, the flames of vengeance still burned fiercely within Ling Zhao's heart. He knew this wouldn't be the last time he and Yi Fan clashed. The night gradually faded over Hancheng as morning light began to spill across the streets. After a night of battle, Yi Fan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu returned to Yi Fan's apartment. Though weariness etched their faces, their eyes shone with the light of victory. Mr. Yi, while our operation succeeded this time, I don't think Ling Zhao will give up so easily. His ambitions are too vast, more trouble is likely to come. Shen Lufeng sat on the sofa, taking a deep breath. Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Yi. We must remain vigilant at all times and not give Ling Zhao any opportunity to exploit. Yi Fan listened quietly to their analysis before replying calmly, you're right. But while Ling Zhao is cunning, he has also exposed his weakness. We must exploit this to defeat him completely. Just then, Yi Fan's phone rang. He answered, his expression gradually turning serious. An unexpected piece of news came through the line. An important faction in Hancheng, the Qingyuan Pavilion, had suddenly declared its support for Ling Zhao. This meant Ling Zhao's influence would be further strengthened. Chapter 195, Qingyuan Pavilion. After hanging up, Yi Fan explained the situation to Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu. His brow furrowed deeply. It seemed Ling Zhao had begun to deploy his backup plans. We need to be more cautious. Deep into the night in Seoul, Yi Fan's apartment remained brightly lit. He, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu sat around a large table, its surface covered with maps and various documents. Their brows furrowed as they grappled with strategies to counter Ling Zhao and his new ally, the Qingyuan Pavilion.
Qingyuan Pavilion's involvement had significantly bolstered Ling Zhao's power.
We need to act with greater caution, Yifan stated, his gaze as sharp as a falcon's. Shen Lufeng clenched his fist and said in a low voice, Mr. Yi, should we strike first to disrupt their plans? Zhao Tianyu pondered for a moment before offering another suggestion. Perhaps we should first gather intelligence on Qingyuan Pavilion's internal workings. If we can uncover their weaknesses, it might work to our advantage. Yifan nodded in agreement. Brother Zhao's suggestion makes sense. We need more intelligence to formulate our strategy. Our top priority now is gathering intelligence on Qingyuan Pavilion. Over the next few days, Yifan and his team began a covert investigation into Qingyuan Pavilion. They gathered data through various channels while also sending trusted operatives to infiltrate Qingyuan Pavilion, attempting to uncover its internal structure and vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao was plotting with the leaders of Qingyuan Pavilion at their headquarters. They were plotting how to unite forces and eliminate Yifan's faction in one decisive blow. Yifan may be powerful, but he is ultimately alone. If we attack together, we can surely defeat him completely. Ling Xiao said grimly. One of the Qingyuan Pavilion leaders, a middle-aged man, flashed a sharp gleam in his eyes. Brother Ling Xiao, we will support you wholeheartedly. Yifan's forces are formidable, but Qingyuan Pavilion isn't to be trifled with either. On the other side of Yuncheng, Yifan was meticulously reviewing the intelligence gathered from Qingyuan Pavilion alongside Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu. Yifan's brow furrowed deeply. He sensed this confrontation would prove exceptionally arduous. We have already obtained information on several key figures within the Qingyuan Pavilion. They don't seem entirely supportive of Ling Xiao's joining. Yifan said in a low voice. Zhao Tianyu picked up the thread. This is our chance. If we can sow discord within their ranks, it might significantly weaken Ling Xiao's influence. Shen Lufeng proposed another idea. We could also orchestrate some unexpected incidents to create friction between Qingyuan Pavilion and Ling Xiao. Yifan nodded, a sly smile playing on his lips. Excellent. We'll proceed in that direction. Brother Zhao, you'll be responsible for contacting those who harbor grievances against Ling Xiao. Shen, you arrange some incidents to strain relations between Ling Xiao and Qingyuan Pavilion. Once the plan was set, Yifan's team sprang into action. Zhao Tianyu leveraged his connections and diplomatic skills to secretly contact several key figures within Qingyuan Pavilion, discreetly passing messages in an attempt to sow discord. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng orchestrated several seemingly coincidental incidents, successfully sowing misunderstandings and distrust between Ling Xiao and Qingyuan Pavilion. Ling Xiao sensed something was amiss, but he couldn't immediately pinpoint the source of the problem. Internal conflicts within Qingyuan Pavilion began to surface, with some leaders starting to question Ling Xiao's leadership. While Ling Xiao and Qingyuan Pavilion were preoccupied with internal strife, Yifan strengthened his control over other factions in Yuncheng. He not only solidified his position but also secretly expanded his sphere of influence. His cunning and strategy gradually elevated him to the uncrowned king of Seoul's underworld. One night, Yifan stood atop his apartment building, gazing out at the bustling nightscape of Seoul. His heart brimmed with confidence and plans. This city will ultimately be mine, Yifan's domain. He murmured to himself. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Ling Xiao furiously smashed the wineglass in his hand. His eyes burned with hatred and madness. Yifan, you think you've won? This is only the beginning. I, Ling Xiao, will never surrender. The night in Yuncheng grew deeper, its lights and shadows concealing surging undercurrents. In Yifan's apartment, lights flickered on once more amidst the city's darkness. He, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu were urgently discussing a new plan. A cool light flickered in Yifan's eyes. He knew Ling Xiao wouldn't give up easily. Ling Xiao is surely seeking new allies. We must act first, Yifan stated gravely. Shen Lufeng nodded in response. Mr. Yi, should we take the initiative to strike and weaken his forces? Yifan pondered for a moment before replying slowly. We need more precise strikes. Qingyuan Pavilion may have cracks, but it remains formidable. We must identify Ling Xiao's next pawn and dismantle it before it can be deployed. Zhao Tianyu interjected. I've heard Ling Xiao has recently been in contact with the top dog in Yuncheng's northern district. We can start there. Yifan smiled faintly, a sinister aura permeating the air. Very well. Let's give Ling Xiao a surprise. That night, Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu set out silently, venturing deep into the heart of Yuncheng's northern district. Their target was the Kingpin's secret clubhouse, a shadowy corner hidden behind the bustling streets. Yifan and his group navigated the bustling streets, evading surveillance cameras and patrols. Their movements were crisp and precise, drawing no attention whatsoever. Resolve and cunning flashed in Yifan's eyes. He had already mapped out every detail in his mind. Upon reaching their destination, they discovered the club's defenses were extremely tight. Yifan signaled Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu to wait in the shadows while he disguised himself as an ordinary guest and effortlessly slipped inside. The interior was lavishly decorated, dimly lit, and filled with low-key music. Yifan moved through the crowd like any other nightlife enthusiast. Yet his gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's, searching for traces of Ling Xiao and the dragon head boss. In a private VIP room, Yifan finally spotted them. Ling Xiao and the dragon head boss were seated around a round table, seemingly discussing something important. Yifan did not rush into action. Instead, he quietly exited the room and returned to Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu. He reported the situation in a low voice and swiftly formulated an action plan. Our objective is to strike when their meeting concludes, taking down Ling Xiao and the dragon head boss in one fell swoop, Yifan stated calmly. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu nodded in understanding. The trio swiftly divided responsibilities and prepared for the operation. As time passed, the atmosphere inside the club grew increasingly lively. Yifan and his team remained vigilant at all times, waiting for the optimal moment. Chapter 196, Ambition Always Leads You Astray. Under the cover of night, the club's lights and music intertwined into a scene of bustling prosperity. Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu blended into the crowd, waiting silently. Finally, Ling Xiao and the dragon head boss concluded their meeting and rose to depart. Yifan gave the signal, and the trio moved in perfect unison. They swiftly cut the club's main power supply, plunging the entire venue into instant darkness and chaos. Amidst the chaos, Yifan moved like a ghost, darting straight toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sensed danger and swiftly drew the dagger concealed at his side, preparing to fight. His instincts screamed that Yifan was nearby. Yifan materialized before Ling Xiao. Their gazes locked in the dim light, flashing with dangerous sparks. Yifan, you always like to strike unexpectedly, Ling Xiao sneered coldly, gripping his dagger tightly. Yifan's face remained expressionless, the dagger in his hand equally cold and gleaming. Ling Xiao, your ambition always lands you in trouble. Both men moved almost simultaneously, their daggers tracing sharp arcs through the air. Yifan's movements were faster, weaving through Ling Xiao's attacks while seeking an opening to strike back. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu joined the fray, clashing with the dragon head boss's men. Their combat skills were superb, their coordination seamless, quickly forcing their opponents into a tight spot. Ling Xiao felt the pressure, his attacks growing erratic. Yifan seized the moment to intensify his assault, closing in step by step. Yet, Ling Xiao unleashed astonishing fighting power in the face of danger, striking back fiercely and momentarily putting Yifan under pressure. The clash between the two intensified, the clang of daggers echoing through the dimly lit space. A resolute glint flashed in Yifan's eyes as he abruptly shifted tactics, attacking Ling Xiao in increasingly unpredictable ways. Though Ling Xiao managed to block the blows, he gradually found himself struggling. Just then, Yifan spotted an opening. A precise strike aimed directly at Ling Xiao's vital point. Ling Xiao barely dodged, but was still grazed. Ling Xiao stumbled back several steps, clutching the grazed area, his eyes betraying a mix of surprise and fury. He hadn't expected Yifan to identify his weakness so quickly and deliver such a precise strike. His breathing grew ragged, yet the fire in his eyes burned even hotter. Yifan stood motionless, calmly observing Ling Xiao as if awaiting his next move. The surrounding battle sounds gradually subsided. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu had already subdued all of the dragon head boss's men. Yifan, you think you've won? Ling Xiao snarled through gritted teeth, his voice thick with resentment. This fight is far from over. I won't give up now. Yifan shook his head lightly. Ling Xiao, your ambition will be your undoing. You should know this game has already spiraled beyond your control. A fierce expression flashed across Ling Xiao's face. Suddenly, he drew a concealed dagger from his waist and lunged viciously at Yifan. His assault was like a tiger charging down a mountain, driven by desperate fury. Yifan swiftly retreated, evading Ling Xiao's frenzied assault. He understood that Ling Xiao had abandoned all defense, driven only by a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble. The two engaged in a fierce chase and battle amidst the ruins of the clubhouse. Yifan's every evasion and counterattack was executed with extraordinary calm and precision, while Ling Xiao seemed to have lost his mind, driven only by a frenzied offensive. At this critical moment, Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu arrived at Yifan's side, ready to assist him. But Yifan shook his head, signaling them not to intervene. He intended to settle his personal vendetta with Ling Xiao himself. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with panic at the sight of Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu, but it was quickly replaced by fury. He knew there was no turning back now, only the path forward. The battle raged on for quite some time, and Ling Xiao gradually felt his strength waning. His attacks began to slow and grow clumsy. Yifan seized the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack, unleashing a barrage of techniques that rained down on Ling Xiao like a storm. In that moment, the entire club seemed to become their personal battlefield. The struggle between Yifan and Ling Xiao was not merely a clash of bodies, but a contest of intellect and will. Every time Ling Xiao attempted a counterattack, Yifan responded with an even sharper move. Though Ling Xiao's strength was formidable, he remained at a disadvantage against Yifan. Ling Xiao felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. Every attack seemed effortlessly anticipated by Yifan, and each plan dissolved into nothingness under his countermeasures. Yet Ling Xiao refused to yield, his eyes blazing with unyielding resolve. Yifan, you may be the strongest opponent I've ever faced, but I will never surrender.
Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, his voice revealing unwavering resolve. Yi Fan responded calmly, Ling Xiao, your persistence is admirable, but your target is misplaced.
I am not your enemy. Your true enemy is your own ambition.
The battle raged on for nearly an hour, pushing both men to the brink of exhaustion. Relying on his composure and strategy, Yi Fan gradually gained the upper hand. Though Ling Xiao fought fiercely, his attacks grew increasingly futile against Yi Fan's cunning. Finally, in a fierce clash, Yi Fan successfully subdued Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his face twisted with bitter resentment and fury. Yi Fan stood before him, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, you have lost, Yi Fan said calmly. Ling Xiao closed his eyes, falling into a long silence. When he opened them again, the fire in his eyes had vanished, replaced by profound exhaustion and a hint of release.
Yi Fan, I finally understand.
I concede defeat wholeheartedly. Yi Fan reached out a hand to help Ling Xiao to his feet. Ling Xiao, you are an exceptional opponent, but you should strive for loftier goals rather than become consumed by power struggles. Ling Xiao took Yi Fan's hand and slowly rose to his feet. A flicker of gratitude passed through his eyes.
Yi Fan, thank you. I'll remember this lesson.
After helping Ling Xiao to his feet, Yi Fan turned to gaze at the distant nightscape of Hancheng. The city's bustling vitality stood in stark contrast to the deep silence of the night, much like the storm and calm within his own heart.
Ling Xiao, you may go now. But remember, this city is not your hunting ground.
Yi Fan spoke calmly, his words sounding like a reminder, yet also like a declaration. Ling Xiao nodded and turned to leave. His figure gradually faded into the night, leaving Yi Fan standing alone on the empty street. Just then, a black sedan pulled up slowly. The window rolled down, revealing Shen Lufeng's face. Mr. Yi, everything's taken care of. Yi Fan walked toward the car, offering a faint smile.
Good work, little Shen. Let's head to downtown Hancheng. There are matters to attend to. The vehicle headed toward the heart of Hancheng, weaving through bustling streets. Chapter 197, Need to give him a hand. Shen Lufeng asked quietly, Mr. Yi, any news from Zhao Tianyu's side?
Yi Fan pondered for a moment. Tianyu's been having some trouble lately.
We need to help him out. Mr. Yi, what do you need me to do? Shen Lufeng asked.
A resolute glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Get ready.
We might be facing a tough battle. The atmosphere in the car instantly grew heavy.
Shen Lufeng knew that once Yi Fan made up his mind, it would inevitably be a grand and spectacular battle. The vehicle arrived at an upscale club in Seoul. As soon as Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng entered the lobby, they saw Zhao Tianyu arguing with several burly men.
Spotting Yi Fan, Zhao Tianyu immediately relaxed, his expression easing.
Yi Fan, you're just in time.
Yi Fan stared at the men and asked coldly, who are these people? Zhao Tianyu frowned deeply. They're from the North District.
They want a piece of our turf. Yi Fan's gaze, sharp as blades, swept over the men. He walked toward them slowly, each step carrying an undeniable air of authority.
Who are you? What brings you to Hancheng?
The men visibly tensed at Yi Fan's approach, yet answered defiantly, we're from the North District. We're here purely for business. Yi Fan sneered coldly, Hancheng isn't a place you can just waltz into whenever you please.
If you don't want trouble, you'd best leave immediately.
Clearly caught off guard by Yi Fan's firmness, the men exchanged glances before deciding to retreat. Zhao Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Yi Fan.
Yi Fan, you've helped me out again.
Yi Fan turned to Zhao Tianyu. Tianyu, as your brother, helping you is only natural.
But you need to be more careful from now on.
The waters in Seoul run much deeper than you imagine.
Zhao Tianyu nodded. I understand, Yi Fan. This incident has made me realize my own shortcomings. Yi Fan patted Zhao Tianyu's shoulder, his gaze unwavering.
Remember, we're brothers. We can face any hardship together. Just then, Shen Lufeng entered from outside, his expression grave.
Mr. Yi, there's something you need to know.
One of our business partners, Li Wenbin, has suddenly gone missing.
Yi Fan frowned. Li Wenbin? The one in real estate?
Yes, that's him. He's been collaborating with us recently. I suspect his disappearance is connected to that group in the North District, Shen Lufeng analyzed. Yi Fan pondered for a moment before deciding to take matters into his own hands. We'll go look for Li Wenbin.
Tianyu, you come too.
This might be connected to that dispute you had earlier. The three left the clubhouse and drove to the last known location of Li Wenbin. This was a relatively remote area of Hancheng, dimly lit and deserted. They stopped in front of an abandoned warehouse. Yi Fan opened the car door, and a cold wind carrying an ominous chill swept past. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Xiaoshen, Tianyu, we'll split up. Remember, stay in contact. The three split up and slipped silently into the warehouse. The interior was dark and damp, with the faint sound of dripping water echoing within. Yi Fan led the way, his steps steady and purposeful, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. They found Li Wenbin in a corner of the warehouse. Li Wenbin was bound to a pillar, his consciousness hazy, clearly having suffered significant injuries. Yi Fan swiftly approached and cut the ropes binding Li Wenbin.
Seeing Yi Fan, Li Wenbin exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Yi, you saved me?" Yi Fan asked softly, "Li Wenbin, who did this?"
Li Wenbin gritted his teeth. It was that group from the North District. They wanted to force me to abandon my cooperation with you. A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Looks like they really don't know when to quit.
At that moment, Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu also located their position. Seeing Li Wenbin's condition, Shen Lufeng's face turned ashen. "Mr. Yi, we must teach them a lesson."
Yi Fan nodded. Rest assured, no one can act with impunity in Hancheng. They helped Li Wenbin out of the warehouse while contacting medical assistance.
Yi Fan's gaze hardened. He knew the upcoming battle would be even fiercer.
Back at the clubhouse, Yi Fan gathered his core team and began laying out the counterattack plan against the North District gang. His strategy was meticulously detailed and decisive, showcasing the extraordinary intelligence and resolve of the undisputed kingpin of Hancheng's underworld. Zhao Tianyu and Shen Lufeng were both capable assistants to Yi Fan, placing complete trust in his plans. Yi Fan assigned Zhao Tianyu to handle intelligence gathering, while Shen Lufeng was tasked with the operational execution. Under Yi Fan's command, they launched a series of meticulously planned operations. First, through Zhao Tianyu's channels, they swiftly identified the movements and hideouts of the North District gang. Then, Shen Lufeng led an elite squad to launch precise strikes against these locations. Overnight, several key strongholds in the North District were destroyed by an unknown force, significantly weakening their influence. This swift and precise series of operations demonstrated Yi Fan's formidable influence and unparalleled strategic prowess in Hancheng.
The following day, the Hancheng underworld was thrown into turmoil. Several minor gangs in the North District began seeking reconciliation with Yi Fan, unwilling to antagonize such a formidable foe. Meanwhile, Yi Fan remained a cold observer behind the scenes, fully aware that his true adversary had yet to surface. Just then, Yi Fan received a mysterious phone call. The voice on the other end was icy cold. "Yi Fan, your actions have crossed our line. Are you prepared to face the consequences?"
Yi Fan responded calmly, "I've been waiting for an opponent worthy of my challenge."
"Who are you?"
The voice on the other end sneered, "You'll find out soon enough."
"We'll meet soon." After the call ended, a faint smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. He had long anticipated the emergence of a stronger adversary.
He told Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu, "Get ready.
Our real challenge has only just begun."
As time passed, the underground world of Hancheng grew increasingly turbulent. A mysterious new force began to surface, employing more sophisticated methods that even posed a threat to Yi Fan in certain aspects. Yi Fan did not rush into action but instead began gathering intelligence on this new force. He knew that acting blindly would only lead him into the traps they had set. At this time, Li Wenbin was discharged from the hospital. He sought out Yi Fan and solemnly declared, "Mr. Yi, I owe you a favor. Should you ever need assistance, I stand ready to serve." Yi Fan smiled faintly.
"Li Wenbin, I recognize your abilities. Now, there's a new adversary in Seoul. I need you to handle something for me." A deep gleam shone in Yi Fan's eyes. Chapter 198, The Background of the New Power. He spoke slowly, "Li Wenbin, I need you to investigate the background of this new force. They appeared suddenly and operate with exceptional skill. They must have significant backing. I need to uncover their true objectives." Li Wenbin nodded solemnly, aware this mission held immense importance for Yi Fan. "Mr. Yi, I'll get to the bottom of this as quickly as possible." Yi Fan gave Li Wenbin a light pat on the shoulder, signaling him to leave. Turning to Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu, he said, "Shen, Tianyu, our opponents this time are formidable. We must prepare thoroughly." Shen Lufeng clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with resolve. "Mr. Yi, whoever dares to move against us, I'll make them regret it." Zhao Tianyu echoed his words, "Brother Yi Fan, we've been waiting for a challenge like this. This time, we won't hold back." Several days later, Li Wenbin returned to Yi Fan with a detailed report. The report revealed the identity of this mysterious new force, a powerful foreign organization specializing in underground market transactions, boasting formidable strength and ruthless methods. After reviewing the report, Yi Fan's expression grew even more solemn. It seemed this adversary was no ordinary underground force. Their foreign connections made this situation far more complicated. Shen Lufeng frowned deeply, "Mr. Yi, we must proceed with caution. If they have international connections, our actions must be meticulously planned to avoid unnecessary international complications." Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully before stating, "We need more intelligence. Li Wenbin, continue investigating their specific operations and plans. Shen and Tianyu, you're responsible for strengthening our defenses and ensuring the security of Seoul." In the weeks that followed, the underground world of Hancheng remained unusually quiet, like the calm before a storm. Yi Fan and his team remained constantly vigilant, knowing this calm was only temporary. Finally, after this temporary lull, the storm arrived. An organization known as Shadow Hunters began quietly expanding its influence within Seoul's underground world. Led by a mysterious figure known as Nighthawk, whose identity remained elusive, the group operated with remarkable skill, seemingly anticipating every one of Yi Fan's moves.
Nighthawk not only possessed exceptional personal abilities but also commanded a loyal and formidable group of followers. Among them, two figures stood out, a woman named Shadowhunter, coldly beautiful and skilled in intelligence gathering and analysis. The other is Iron Fist, renowned for his formidable close combat prowess and exceptional tactical command. As the Shadowhunters gradually revealed their sharp edge, a tense atmosphere began to permeate Seoul's underworld. Yi Fan understood this was not merely a contest of strength, but a clash of intellect and strategy. He began closely monitoring Nighthawk's every move, determined to uncover his true identity and motives. Late one night, Yi Fan received an urgent call from Li Wenbin. "Mr. Yi, I just received intelligence that Shadowhunter plans to attack one of our bases tomorrow night." Yi Fan furrowed his brow, analyzing the situation calmly. This could be a trap, or it might be a test of our strength. "Shun, Tianyu, we cannot afford to be reactive. I need you to prepare for a counterattack against Shadowhunter." Shun Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu sprang into action immediately, deploying defensive measures and secretly preparing a counterattack plan. The following night, just as Li Wenbin had predicted, a group of black-clad figures silently approached Yi Fan's base. Little did they know, Yi Fan had already set a trap. Waiting for them was a meticulously planned ambush. Battle erupted swiftly, with both sides locked in fierce combat. The team led by Shun Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu performed exceptionally well, successfully repelling the Shadowhunters' surprise attack. The streets echoed with the clang of weapons, the flash of blades and swords intertwining, showcasing the brutal and merciless nature of Seoul's underworld. Yi Fan stood elevated, surveying the battlefield below. His gaze was cool and sharp, like a conductor orchestrating this life and death contest. He could sense Nighthawk's presence, knowing this battle was merely a test. The battle raged for hours before the Shadowhunters were finally forced to retreat. Shun Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu returned triumphant to Yi Fan's side, yet his expression remained unrelieved. "This is only the beginning," Yi Fan murmured. "Nighthawk won't stop here. We must be more cautious." Just then, an unexpected message arrived. It turned out Shadowhunter had been captured in the chaos and was now being held at a secret location. Yi Fan resolved to interrogate Shadowhunter personally, hoping to uncover more information about the Shadowhunters. In a hidden warehouse, Yi Fan stood before the bound Hunter Shadow. "What is your objective?" Yi Fan asked bluntly. Hunter Shadow sneered coldly, a trace of contempt in her expression. "Do you really think I'd tell you?" Yi Fan remained unruffled, knowing such an adversary wouldn't speak easily. He shifted tactics, bringing up Nighthawk to gauge her reaction for clues. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Shun Lufeng burst in, his expression grave. "Mr. Yi, a large force of Shadowhunters has appeared outside. They've come to rescue Hunter Shadow." Yi Fan's brow furrowed as he immediately ordered, "Deploy defenses. We cannot let them succeed." A more intense battle was about to unfold. Yi Fan knew Nighthawk might personally lead this assault, a prime opportunity to capture him. At Shun Lufeng's warning, a resolute gleam flashed across Yi Fan's face. He swiftly directed his men to set up defenses while silently strategizing his confrontation with Nighthawk. "Tonight, we'll make Night Eagle understand he's challenging not just one man, but the full might of Yuncheng." Yi Fan's voice was cold and hard, brimming with unyielding fighting spirit. Shun Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu swiftly mobilized their elite forces, laying traps and ambushes around the warehouse to brace for the impending storm. As night fell, a palpable tension enveloped the entire city. Members of the Shadowhunters silently surrounded the warehouse, their movements practiced and stealthy, each one a rigorously trained elite. However, Yi Fan's team was no less formidable. At the first signal, the teams led by Shun Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu launched a swift assault, engaging the Shadowhunters in fierce hand-to-hand combat. The battle raged fiercely, neither side gaining the upper hand as blows flew back and forth. Just then, a figure suddenly materialized from the darkness, moving with ghostly elusiveness. Nighthawk. Chapter 199, The Strongest Enemy. Yi Fan swiftly adjusted his tactics, recognizing he faced an exceptionally formidable adversary. Night Eagle possessed not only formidable martial arts skills but also a cunning mind, each strike carrying a deadly threat. The two engaged in a fierce battle within the warehouse, each strike landing with brutal force, both determined to finish the other. Nighthawk's attacks were precise and ruthless, yet Yi Fan always managed to narrowly escape danger at the critical moment. The battle between Yi Fan and Nighthawk intensified within the warehouse. Each punch and kick carried the force of thunder and wind, their thunderous impacts echoing through the empty space. Nighthawk's palm strikes were razor-sharp, each blow seeming to tear through the air. Yet Yi Fan evaded them with astonishing agility, his counterattack striking with blinding speed. Just then, Yi Fan suddenly sensed something amiss. Night Eagle's attacks were fierce, yet he seemed deliberately avoiding the fatal blow. Doubt crept into Yi Fan's mind. Could Nighthawk have other motives? Meanwhile, outside, Shun Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu commanded their men in a fierce battle against the Shadowhunters. The two sides were evenly matched, and the battle reached a stalemate. Shun Lufeng's calm command contrasted sharply with Zhao Tianyu's fierce offensive, yet both effectively suppressed the enemy. Inside the warehouse, Yi Fan's battle with Night Eagle continued. Yi Fan began searching for weaknesses in Night Eagle's attacks while remaining vigilant against potential traps. Night Eagle seemed to sense Yi Fan's intent, his movements growing increasingly erratic, sometimes lightning fast, other times sluggish as a snail attempting to disrupt Yi Fan's judgment.
The fight reached a delicate equilibrium. Yi Fan's strikes landed with pinpoint accuracy, yet Night Eagle consistently evaded them by the narrowest of margins.
Likewise, though Nighthawk's strikes were perilous, Yi Fan consistently deflected them at the last possible moment.
In this high-intensity confrontation, both began to feel the drain on their stamina.
Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly.
He knew this stalemate couldn't last. He needed to find a way to end the fight while ensuring the safety of himself and his men. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He spotted a slight opening in Nighthawk's defense. He swiftly adjusted his attack trajectory, launching a fierce strike toward Night Eagle's left flank. Night Eagle seemed to sense the danger and swiftly retreated, evading the deadly strike. The two men pulled apart once more, facing each other as they both searched for an opening to strike next. At this critical moment, the battle outside reached its climax. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu's team gradually gained the upper hand in the fierce clash, and chaos began to spread among the Shadowhunters' members. Inside the warehouse, Yi Fan and Night Eagle locked eyes once more. Yi Fan could sense the icy aura emanating from Night Eagle, yet his own mind remained uncommonly calm. He knew the next clash could be the decisive moment. Both charged toward each other once more, this time holding nothing back.
Under the dim warehouse lighting, Yi Fan and Night Eagle's figures blurred like two intertwining bolts of lightning, moving with blinding speed, neither yielding an inch. Each clash sent violent gusts of air crashing through the air, creating suffocating pressure. Yi Fan's fists grew increasingly razor-sharp, each strike packing astonishing power and velocity. Night Eagle countered with unnatural agility and reflexes, their battle transcending human limits.
Amidst this tense standoff, Yi Fan suddenly sensed an unusual aura.
He instantly realized this battle wasn't merely a physical clash. Nighthawk seemed to be steering the fight toward a specific outcome. Meanwhile, the external battle reached a fever pitch. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu, leveraging superior tactics and teamwork, gradually gained the upper hand against the Shadowhunters. Yet even so, the enemy's tenacious resistance made it difficult to end the fight swiftly. Yi Fan understood that Night Eagle's true objective might not be to defeat him, but to achieve other ends through this battle. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he resolved to shift tactics, forcing Nighthawk to reveal his true intentions. The pace of their duel suddenly quickened. Yi Fan launched aggressive attacks, using increasingly fierce techniques that forced Nighthawk to retreat repeatedly. A barely perceptible flicker of anxiety crossed Nighthawk's face.
Though his movements remained swift, they now seemed to show the first cracks. Just as Yi Fan and Night Eagle's battle reached a fever pitch, the struggle outside the warehouse intensified. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu's team resisted the Shadowhunters' fierce assault with iron will. Despite the enemy's overwhelming onslaught, they always seemed to find the right moment to strike back, preventing their opponents from gaining complete dominance. Inside the warehouse, Yi Fan and Night Eagle's battle raged on, each exchange delivering thunderous impact. A resolute gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He had nearly deciphered Night Eagle's fighting style and techniques completely, each punch delivered with pinpoint precision, forcing Night Eagle to respond with heightened caution. Though Night Eagle was on the defensive, his eyes betrayed no trace of panic. Instead, he seemed to be waiting for an opening. His attacks had diminished, but each strike was exceptionally precise, seeking to find a flaw in Yi Fan's defense. Just then, the side wall of the warehouse was violently shattered as a figure burst through. This new intruder was none other than Iron Fist, another elite fighter from the Shadowhunters. His arrival instantly shifted the battle's momentum. Yi Fan and Night Eagle were forced to adjust their tactics, now facing a two-pronged assault from the two masters. Yi Fan's fist techniques grew sharper, each strike brimming with lethal intent, while Nighthawk exploited his astonishing speed and agility to weave between the two, seeking openings to counterattack. The battle descended into chaos, the warehouse atmosphere thick with tension.
Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu heard the commotion from outside, their hearts racing with anxiety. Yet they were firmly pinned down by the enemies before them, unable to spare themselves to offer aid. Yi Fan gradually felt his stamina draining through the relentless exchange of attacks and defenses. He knew he couldn't remain passive any longer. He began searching for an opening, aiming to defeat Iron Fist in one decisive blow to relieve the pressure on the battlefield. At this critical moment, Nighthawk launched a fierce assault. His moves were lightning fast, targeting Yi Fan's vital points. Yi Fan instantly focused his mind, countering with lightning-fast speed. Their techniques collided within the confined space, producing deafening clashes. Amid the tense, explosive atmosphere within the warehouse, Yi Fan and Nighthawk's duel raged on, each strike seemingly carrying the power to obliterate everything. Yi Fan's strikes were precise and ruthless, while Nighthawk skillfully evaded and countered with astonishing reflexes and strategic cunning.
Chapter 200, Waiting for an Opportunity.
Amidst this protracted battle, Yi Fan began to discern a hidden pattern within Nighthawk's offensive. Each time Night Eagle appeared on the verge of being struck, he would evade in the most subtle manner, leaving Yi Fan wondering, was Night Eagle deliberately stalling, or did he have another purpose?
Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu faced unprecedented challenges in their outer perimeter skirmish. Though outnumbered, the Shadow Hunters' tenacious resistance and unexpected tactics prevented Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu from gaining a decisive advantage. Inside the warehouse, Yifan and Night Eagle's exchanges grew increasingly fierce. Yifan unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks like a storm, while Nighthawk moved like an elusive phantom, evading fatal blows at the last possible moment. Just as Yifan prepared to launch another fierce assault, Night Eagle abruptly shifted tactics, initiating more aggressive counterattacks. Each strike was exceptionally fierce, as if searching for Yifan's vulnerabilities. Yifan realized Nighthawk's shift might be testing his limits. The focus of the battle constantly shifted, creating a peculiar equilibrium between Yifan and Nighthawk. Each exchange between them was breathtakingly spectacular, like a high-level martial arts showdown. Just then, the warehouse lights began flickering, and the entire atmosphere seemed to grow more tense. Yifan and Nighthawk's battle intensified accordingly. A resolute determination shone in Yifan's eyes. He seemed to be waiting for an opportunity that could completely turn the tide of battle. Suddenly, amidst a fierce clash, Yifan spotted a flaw in Nighthawk's defense. He seized the moment, launching a fierce offensive. Yet, just as his blow was about to connect, Nighthawk vanished from his position with astonishing agility, as if merging into the night itself. Yifan swiftly adjusted his stance, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. He knew Night Eagle hadn't left, but was biding his time for a better opening to strike. In this intensely tense standoff, Yifan's senses were pushed to their absolute limit. In the dim shadows of the warehouse, Yifan nervously regulated his breathing, each heartbeat echoing in his ears. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, scanning the surroundings for any sign of Nighthawk. Though Nighthawk remained concealed in the darkness, Yifan could sense the lurking danger. He knew this confrontation was far from over. Meanwhile, the battle outside the warehouse between Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu raged on. Their figures traced lightning like arcs under the moonlight, each collision accompanied by a sharp whistling wind. Despite the Shadow Hunters' tenacious resistance, Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu were gradually gaining the upper hand. Inside the warehouse, Yifan remained on high alert. He sensed Nighthawk lurking nearby, like a predator poised to strike at any moment. Yifan moved with stealthy precision, each step calculated to avoid the slightest sound. Suddenly, a faint breeze swept past, and Yifan caught a flicker of movement out of the corner of his eye. He spun around instantly to find Nighthawk materializing behind him like a phantom, moving with a speed that seemed to defy human limits. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifan countered swiftly, and the two were once again locked in a fierce battle. This clash proved even more perilous and intense than before. Nighthawk's attacks grew more cunning, each strike seeming to probe Yifan's limits. Yifan countered each offensive with his superior martial arts and reflexes, his every counterattack brimming with fierce killing intent. As the relentless melee continued, their movements grew faster and faster, leaving only blurred shadows darting through the warehouse. Each clash of fists and feet echoed with dull thuds and sparks flying. Amidst this tense standoff, Yifan suddenly detected a momentary hesitation in Nighthawk's assault. Seizing the opening, he launched a fierce counterattack, aiming to strike Nighthawk. Yet, just as his fist neared Night Eagle, the latter dodged again with astonishing speed, defusing the crisis. Their battle raged on for several minutes, neither gaining a decisive advantage. Their stamina gradually waned, yet both pairs of eyes still flashed with an unyielding light, as if each vowed to find the opening for victory in this battle. Just then, a small door in the warehouse creaked open. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu finally gained a brief respite from the battle outside and decided to enter the warehouse. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu tiptoed into the warehouse, their alertness instantly heightened by the scene before them. They witnessed Yifan and Night Eagle locked in a fierce duel, their movements so swift they were nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu instantly realized their intervention might upset the delicate balance of the fight. Shen Lufeng shot Zhao Tianyu a meaningful glance, signaling him to hold his fire. They watched silently, waiting for the right moment to intervene. Yifan and Night Eagle's battle raged on, each clash accompanied by a piercing wind and lightning-fast speed. Amidst the fury of battle, Yifan suddenly sensed an unusual presence. He swiftly turned his head and spotted Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he regained his composure almost instantly. Yifan knew that his two brothers joining the fight would give him a greater advantage, but it could also complicate the situation. Night Eagle also sensed the new development, a flicker of caution crossing his eyes. Clearly, he too recognized that the presence of Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu could impact the battle. Night Eagle's attacks grew more cunning and swift, as if he were trying to find an opening. Just then, Shen Lufeng suddenly spotted a fleeting opening in Night Eagle's defense. He acted swiftly, attempting to deliver a fatal blow from the flank. Yet Nighthawk appeared prepared, vanishing at an unnatural speed just as danger closed in. Zhao Tianyu joined the fray, his attacks growing fiercer and more decisive. The warehouse battle descended into chaos. Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu formed a tight encirclement, attempting to trap Nighthawk in the center. Nighthawk displayed astonishing combat skills under their triple assault, each evasion and counterattack executed with precision and composure.
Under this pressure, Night Eagle seemed to gradually reveal his true strength.
No longer merely defending, he began actively seeking opportunities to strike back.
The battle raged on for a long time, yet no clear victor emerged. Though Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu held the numerical advantage, Night Eagle's unique fighting style and extraordinary agility left them struggling to gain the upper hand.
Chapter 201, This enemy is troublesome. The battle within the warehouse intensified.
Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu's coordination grew increasingly seamless, their attacks becoming more organized and deadly.
Yet even surrounded by the trio, Night Eagle demonstrated astonishing combat prowess.
His figure darted through the warehouse like an elusive black lightning bolt, each strike delivered with ruthless precision. A resolute gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes.
He sensed that despite Night Eagle's formidable strength, sustained combat was gradually wearing him down.
Yifan accelerated his attacks, seeking an opening to breach Nighthawk's defenses. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng's strikes grew more decisive, each blow packed with raw power, aiming to create more openings for Yifan. Zhao Tianyu, relying on his keen intuition and reflexes, constantly disrupted Night Eagle's rhythm, making it difficult for him to focus solely on countering Yifan's attacks. The battle raged within the warehouse, echoing with the clang of blows and the sound of heavy breathing. Yifan's punches grew fiercer, while Night Eagle's figure became increasingly blurred, the entire scene thick with tension and excitement. At this critical moment, Yifan suddenly spotted a tiny opening in Night Eagle's offense. He charged toward Nighthawk and unleashed a fierce assault. Nighthawk reacted in an instant, executing an almost impossible mid-air twist to evade Yifan's lethal strike.
Yifan didn't pause, continuing his relentless pursuit.
Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu swiftly joined the fray, the three forming a powerful offensive that left Night Eagle no room to breathe.
In this high-intensity battle, Night Eagle's counterattacks grew fiercer. He no longer merely defended passively but began seeking openings to strike back. His attacks were lightning fast, each strike seemingly probing for a weakness in the trio. The battle intensified, the air within the warehouse thick with tension. Each fighter pushed beyond their limits, desperately seeking the decisive advantage. Amidst this tense atmosphere, a warehouse window suddenly blew open.
Moonlight poured in, casting an eerie glow over the battle and adding a touch of mystery.
The moonlight's descent cast an eerie aura over the warehouse's struggle.
In the dim light, Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu moved swiftly like ghosts in the night, their shadows intertwining with Nighthawk's. Each strike was accompanied by a palpable pressure in the air, as if the entire warehouse trembled with their clash. Night Eagle's gaze grew even colder, his attacks seeming sharper under the moonlight. Surrounded by Yifan and his two brothers, Night Eagle seemed to find a peculiar rhythm. Each strike landed with extraordinary precision, leaving Yifan and his companions struggling to find an opening. Yifan sensed Nighthawk's transformation, knowing the battle had reached a critical juncture. He drew a deep breath, summoning every ounce of strength within him to prepare for the final assault. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu also sensed the battle's urgency. Flanking Yifan from both sides, they formed a deadly offensive net. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Yifan suddenly accelerated, charging straight at Nighthawk. His fist sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, aiming straight for Night Eagle's vital points. Night Eagle's eyes narrowed sharply as he reacted swiftly, but in that instant, Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu launched their attacks simultaneously, closing in from three sides. Night Eagle appeared flustered under the triple assault, yet he still evaded the fatal blows with astonishing agility. Just then, his foot slipped, seemingly on a puddle of water on the warehouse floor. This unexpected hiccup caused his movements to falter momentarily. Yifan seized the opportunity, his fist striking Night Eagle with thunderous force. Nighthawk barely twisted his body to evade the fatal blow, but Yifan's fist still slammed heavily into his shoulder. A dull thud echoed as Night Eagle's body crashed backward, slamming into the warehouse wall. The entire warehouse seemed to tremble from the impact. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Night Eagle scrambled to his feet. His eyes flashed with unyielding resolve, showing no sign of retreat. Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu pressed their advantage, giving Nighthawk no chance to catch his breath as they unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. The battle reached a fever pitch once more, the warehouse filled with an atmosphere of intense tension and ferocity. Amidst this grim atmosphere, Yifan's attacks grew even more ferocious. Each punch sliced through the air with a whistling sound, as if tearing the very atmosphere apart. Though Night Eagle was severely wounded, his reflexes remained sharp. His eyes revealed an unyielding resolve, as if determined to fight Yifan to the very last moment. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu also intensified their attacks, their coordination seamless as they relentlessly squeezed Night Eagle's maneuvering space. Under the three-pronged assault, Night Eagle's situation grew increasingly dire. Yet his eyes held not a trace of fear, only a defiant gleam of challenge. The battle raged on for an extended period, with all four combatants demonstrating extraordinary endurance and masterful combat skills. Yifan's every strike brimmed with raw power and blinding speed, while Nighthawk relied on his exceptional agility and experience to deftly evade numerous lethal blows. Just then, the commotion outside the warehouse grew louder and closer. Clearly, the other members of the Shadow Hunters were closing in. Yifan recognized the urgency of the situation. He knew he had to end this fight quickly. A flash of resolve crossed Yifan's eyes as he suddenly intensified his assault, each punch and kick carrying thunderous force.
Though Night Eagle fought back with all his might, cracks began to appear in his defense under Yifan's relentless assault.
Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu followed Yifan's rhythm, launching fierce attacks from both sides, trapping Night Eagle in unprecedented trouble.
Under this immense pressure, Night Eagle began to show signs of fatigue. His evasive maneuvers were no longer as agile as before. At this critical moment, Yifan spotted a major opening in Night Eagle's defense. Without hesitation, he unleashed a full power strike, aiming directly for Night Eagle's vital points. Though Night Eagle desperately tried to dodge, Yifan's fist ultimately struck his abdomen.
A dull thud echoed as Nighthawk's body flew backward like a, crashing heavily into the warehouse wall. Clutching his abdomen in agony, his face drained of color, he was clearly gravely injured. Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu did not immediately pursue him.
Instead, they remained vigilant, watching Nighthawk's movements.
They knew that despite his injuries, Nighthawk remained an extremely dangerous opponent. Amid the dull thud, Night Eagle struggled to his feet, his eyes flashing with a determined yet maddened light.
Chapter 202, Night Eagle, you've already lost.
His body bore clear wounds, yet his fighting spirit showed no sign of weakening.
Night Eagle drew a deep breath, forcing his swaying body to steady, preparing once more for battle.
Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu closed in tightly around Nighthawk, forming a tight encirclement. Their eyes were filled with vigilance, knowing this opponent remained dangerous even wounded. A flicker of resolve passed through Yifan's eyes.
He knew this battle must end swiftly.
Yifan launched the first strike, his movements faster and more ferocious than before. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu followed immediately, their attacks pincering Night Eagle from both sides. Under their relentless assault, Night Eagle grew increasingly defensive.
Though his movements remained agile, they lacked the previous fluidity.
A sly gleam flashed in Night Eagle's eyes. He abruptly changed tactics, no longer attempting to block Yifan's attacks head-on.
Instead, he began using their momentum to counterattack.
Each evasion created an opening for a counterattack as he sought to break through their encirclement.
The battle intensified under the moonlight.
The four figures moved swiftly within the warehouse, creating a continuous clatter of impacts. Each strike was charged with raw power and speed, as if a life or death struggle had erupted within the confined space. Suddenly, Yifan spotted another opening in Nighthawk's defense.
He swiftly seized the opportunity, launching a fierce offensive.
Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu followed swiftly, their combined attacks sweeping in like a violent storm. Night Eagle struggled under this triple assault, his evasive maneuvers growing increasingly clumsy. At that moment, Yifan's fist struck Night Eagle squarely in the chest. Night Eagle's body flew backward once more, slamming heavily into the wall before slumping lifelessly to the floor. Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu swiftly closed in, their eyes filled with vigilance. Nighthawk lay on the floor, breathing heavily, his eyes still filled with defiance and challenge. Yifan stepped forward, coldly fixing Night Eagle with his gaze. His voice was deep and measured.
Night Eagle, you've lost. Tell me, who exactly are you? Why are you targeting me?
Night Eagle struggled to lift his head, a bitter smile curling his lips. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes, as if he were recalling something. Night Eagle slowly raised his head, the bitter smile on his lips growing more pronounced. His gaze was profound, as if it held endless stories.
Under Yifan's gaze, Night Eagle finally spoke, his voice hoarse and low. Yifan, do you truly wish to know who I am?
Perhaps I am merely a passing figure in your destiny, a shadow sent to test you. Yifan's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed the hidden meaning behind Nighthawk's words. He responded calmly, every opponent who stands before me has their reason for being. You are different. Your appearance was too sudden, and your purpose unclear. I need to know the truth behind this. Nighthawk let out a soft cough, slowly sitting up against the cold wall. His gaze passed through Yifan, seeming to look far beyond. Yifan, your strength is truly extraordinary, and your background commands the awe of countless people.
But do you understand?
In this world, there are always forces beyond your control. I am merely a small part of them, an agent carrying out a mission. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu exchanged glances upon hearing this, both sensing the matter was far from simple. Yifan's gaze grew even more profound as he asked, then what is your mission? Why target me? Night Eagle slowly closed his eyes, as if recalling, my mission is simple, to test your strength and determine if you're qualified to face greater challenges.
You see, this world is far more complex than you imagine.
Certain forces are quietly observing you, testing you. A fleeting, almost imperceptible light flashed in Yifan's eyes. His voice grew solemn, it seems I'm facing more than just the underground forces of Yuncheng. Nighthawk nodded slightly, his voice growing weaker. Yifan, you are a formidable opponent. I have failed, but I believe you will face even greater trials. My mission is complete. The path ahead is yours alone to walk. With those words, Night Eagle's body seemed to relax completely, his eyes filled with acceptance. Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu all fell silent, sensing the weight of Nighthawk's words. Just then, the commotion outside the warehouse grew louder and closer. The other members of the Shadow Hunters seemed poised to burst in. Yifan made a swift decision, let's go.
We're retreating first. Our business here is done. We need to prepare for greater challenges ahead. The three swiftly exited the warehouse, vanishing into the night. Night Eagle lay motionless, the light in his eyes gradually fading. It was as if his mission had been fulfilled, while Yifan's story had only just begun. In the dead of night in Seoul, streetlights illuminated Yifan and his companions as they swiftly traversed the city. Heaviness and contemplation filled their hearts. Nighthawk's words weighed on them like a boulder, bringing an unprecedented pressure. Mr. Yi, do you think what Nighthawk said is true? Shen Lufeng couldn't help asking, his eyes brimming with doubt and curiosity. Yifan stared straight ahead, his voice firm and deep. Whether it's true or not, we must be prepared. The waters in Seoul run deeper than we imagined. We've only scratched the surface. Zhao Tianyu clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with a battle-hungry intensity. Whoever is pulling the strings behind the scenes, if they dare lay a finger on us, I, Zhao Tianyu, will show no mercy. Yifan nodded. He knew the days ahead would likely be even more challenging. They returned to Yifan's residence and began discussing their next course of action. We need more intelligence, Yifan stated gravely. Li Wenbin, continue investigating the forces behind Shadow Hunter. Shen, Tianyu, we must strengthen our own capabilities to prepare for the unexpected. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu both agreed. They understood that in the face of unknown threats, only by growing stronger could they protect themselves and those around them. Just as they were discussing, Yifan's phone suddenly rang. He answered the call, and an unexpected message came through. It turned out the leader of Seoul's other major faction, the Iron Blood Society, had invited Yifan to a private gathering. Yifan hung up, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. The Iron Blood Society leader's sudden invitation must have an ulterior motive. But it could also be an opportunity to gather information. I'll be attending a gathering tonight. There might be new intelligence, Yifan stated calmly. Chapter 203, this could be a trap. Shen Lufeng immediately voiced his concern. Mr. Yi, this could be a trap. Yifan smiled faintly. Whether it's a trap or an opportunity, I intend to see for myself. The nightscape of Seoul was always captivating, often bringing unexpected surprises. That evening, Yifan stepped into the private villa of the Iron Blood Society's leader, dressed in a simple yet elegant black suit. Soft lighting filled the banquet hall with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere, yet Yifan felt no sense of ease. His gaze swept the room, taking in every detail, searching for any hidden clues. Just then, Yifan's gaze fell upon the mysterious woman in the red evening gown. She stood alone in the corner, seemingly out of place in this bustling setting. Her gaze was deep, as if concealing countless stories, and Yifan found himself drawn to her. Yifan slowly approached the woman, his stride steady and composed, each step radiating calm confidence. He asked softly, "Good evening. May I have this dance?" The woman lifted her gaze to meet Yifan's. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes before quickly fading into calm composure. She nodded gracefully in agreement and replied softly, "Certainly, sir." Music began to play softly as Yifan and the mysterious woman stepped onto the dance floor. Their movements were graceful, as if they had seamlessly blended into the atmosphere of the evening. Amidst the relaxed dance, Yifan attempted to strike up a conversation with her, hoping to learn her identity. She introduced herself. "My name is Lin Wanner. I'm a freelance journalist. I'm here tonight hoping to find some news material." Yifan smiled faintly, thinking to himself how coincidences always seem to abound in this world. He replied politely, "Miss Lin, your profession sounds fascinating. I'm Yifan, just an ordinary businessman." As the dance music played on, their conversation deepened. Yifan discovered that Lin Wanner was not only beautiful but also intelligent, her speech revealing extraordinary insight. He began to suspect that her presence here might not be entirely coincidental. Just then, a commotion erupted near the dance floor. Yifan turned to see the Iron Blood Society's leader approaching them, accompanied by several men in black suits. The leader's face was stern, his eyes conveying an unusual meaning. Yifan's heart tightened. He realized this evening might not unfold as peacefully as he had anticipated. He politely nodded to Lin Wanner, signaling a temporary farewell. The Iron Blood Society leader approached Yifan, his tone cold yet tinged with respect. "Mr. Yifan, might we speak privately? There are matters I need to discuss with you." Yifan nodded and followed the leader to a more private room within the villa. Yifan followed the Iron Blood Society leader into an elegantly decorated private study. The room was filled with ancient texts and precious artworks, reflecting the owner's taste and status. The leader sat behind a heavy mahogany desk, gesturing for Yifan to take a seat opposite him. The leader, Lu Yuan, possessed a stern countenance with a subtle sharpness in his eyes. "Mr. Yifan, I invited you here tonight to discuss a matter of great importance," Lu Yuan stated bluntly. Yifan nodded slightly, signaling Lu Yuan to continue. Though outwardly calm, his intuition warned him that Lu Yuan's words might profoundly impact his upcoming actions. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Mr. Yifan, I believe you've already noticed the shifts occurring within Yuncheng's underground forces. The emergence of shadow hunters is merely the tip of the iceberg. In truth, a larger force is quietly infiltrating Yuncheng. Their objectives remain unclear, but their movements are exceptionally covert. Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he realized the situation was more serious than he had anticipated. He spoke slowly. Mr. Lu Yuan, are you suggesting Seoul might become a battleground for certain factions? Lu Yuan nodded, a trace of worry crossing his face. Precisely. Though our Iron Blood Society holds some influence in Seoul, we feel powerless against such unknown adversaries. I invited you here tonight to explore the possibility of cooperation. Yi Fan pondered for a moment before replying deliberately. Cooperation? I'm certainly interested. But before proceeding, I need more information about this unknown force. Lu Yuan nodded and retrieved a file from the drawer, handing it to Yi Fan. This contains the intelligence we've gathered so far. Though limited, it clearly demonstrates the gravity of the situation. I hope Mr. Yi Fan will assist us in confronting this threat together. Yi Fan took the file and read it carefully. The documents detailed recent anomalous incidents occurring in Seoul, along with the appearances of several suspicious individuals. After finishing, a grave expression settled on Yi Fan's face. It seems we're facing more than just a simple underground power struggle. Yi Fan took a deep breath, his gaze firm as he looked at Lu Yuan. Mr. Lu Yuan, I accept the partnership. We must join forces to confront this unknown enemy. A flicker of relief crossed Lu Yuan's eyes. Excellent. With Mr. Yi Fan joining us, I believe our chances of success will greatly improve. Late at night, on the streets of Yuncheng, Yi Fan drove alone back to his residence. Outside the window, the city's neon lights reflected off his calm yet resolute face. His mind was filled with contemplation. Tonight's gathering and his conversation with Lu Yuan had made him acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Upon returning home, Yi Fan immediately summoned Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu. Seated together in the living room, Yi Fan detailed his conversation with Lu Yuan and the intelligence he had obtained. Shen Lufeng listened intently, his brow furrowing deeply. It seems the situation in Yuncheng is far more complex than we imagined. What exactly is the background of that unknown force? Zhao Tianyu clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with determination. Whoever they are, if they dare lay a finger on us, I won't let them off easy. Yi Fan smiled faintly, yet a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. This adversary is no ordinary foe. We must proceed with utmost caution. We need more intelligence while simultaneously strengthening our own capabilities. The three discussed a series of plans and strategies to prepare for the impending challenge. Yi Fan particularly emphasized the importance of intelligence, deciding to dispatch his own men to gather information from all angles. The next day, Yi Fan began his operations. He first contacted several old acquaintances, connections cultivated over years of networking in Seoul. Through these connections, Yi Fan hoped to uncover more details about the mysterious organization. Chapter 204, The Black Market Trading Ground. Simultaneously, he instructed Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu to intensify training for their subordinates, aiming to enhance the entire team's combat effectiveness. Yi Fan knew that when facing unknown enemies, only by becoming stronger could he protect himself and those around him. Several days later, Yi Fan's efforts finally bore fruit. Through an old acquaintance, he obtained crucial intelligence. The shadowy organization appeared to be searching for a rare substance known as the nightshade flower. This material was exceedingly scarce on the black market and commanded a staggering price. Yi Fan's brow furrowed as he realized this matter might be closely tied to the future of Yuncheng. He resolved to investigate the mystery of the dark night flower personally. That evening, Yi Fan slipped back into his black suit, preparing to head to a black market transaction site. Intelligence suggested clues about the dark night flower might be found there. His face bore no expression, yet his eyes flashed with unwavering resolve. As night fell, Yi Fan drove to the black market trading spot on the outskirts of Seoul. The location was nestled within an abandoned factory district, surrounded by dilapidated warehouses and derelict industrial facilities, giving off an eerie and desolate atmosphere. Yi Fan parked his car and slipped on a pair of black sunglasses, concealing his piercing gaze. He made his way through a narrow alley to the dimly lit entrance of a warehouse. There were no obvious signs, but Yi Fan knew this was the location of the black market deal. He pushed open the heavy warehouse door. Inside, the light was dim, and a cold, sharp air hung in the atmosphere. A motley crowd gathered within, some whispering, others silently observing the atmosphere tense and shrouded in mystery. Yi Fan took a deep breath and stepped into the crowd. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, searching for any potential clues. He noticed a mysterious figure in black conversing with several individuals who appeared to be black market merchants. Yi Fan approached silently, drawing on years of black market experience and intuition to eavesdrop on their conversation. The phrase night blossom caught his attention, confirming he was in the right place. Just then, the figure in black abruptly turned, their eyes meeting in the dim light. Yi Fan quickly lowered his head, avoiding drawing attention. But he knew his presence might already be detected. Yi Fan decided to take a chance. He walked straight toward the man in black. A flicker of wariness crossed the figure's eyes, but Yi Fan maintained a perfectly natural demeanor. "I hear you have the nightshade flower?" Yi Fan asked in a low voice.
A flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes before he regained his composure. "Who are you?" Yi Fan smiled faintly. He understood that in such places, information and goods mattered more than names. "I'm very interested in the night bloom. I'm willing to pay a high price for it." The man in black fell silent for a moment before murmuring, "Follow me." With that, he turned and headed deeper into the warehouse. Yi Fan followed closely behind, his eyes darting warily around the area, ready to confront any potential danger at a moment's notice. They traversed a long corridor before arriving at a concealed room. The man in black opened a small box, revealing a strange black flower that emitted a faint glow. "This is the nightshade flower." "What do you think?" the man in black inquired. Yi Fan stared at the flower, sensing the unusual aura it emitted. He knew this flower must conceal a profound secret. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden sense of danger washed over him. At that moment, the warehouse door burst open violently. Several heavily armed figures stormed in, weapons drawn, their eyes cold and ruthless. Clearly, this was a meticulously planned ambush. Yi Fan reacted with lightning speed. He immediately grabbed the man in black, snatched the box containing the nightshade flower, and swiftly retreated. The man in black was momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, but quickly regained his composure and followed close behind Yi Fan. Chaos erupted within the room as the attackers scoured every corner, intent on seizing the night flower. Yi Fan and the dark-clad figure hid in a shadow, temporarily evading the attacker's sight. Yi Fan whispered to the shadowy figure, "Looks like we've both fallen into some kind of trap. Do you know who they are?" The man in black shook his head. "Not sure, but they're clearly no ordinary foes." Yi Fan's gaze grew even colder. He knew now was not the time for questions. They needed to escape this place as quickly as possible. "Follow me," Yi Fan whispered, leading the shadowy figure silently through the warehouse's dark corners in search of an exit. They evaded the attackers' patrols, moving with utmost caution. While searching for an escape route, Yi Fan suddenly halted, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. He noticed an overlooked small door, possibly their only chance to escape. Yi Fan and the black-clad figures moved swiftly toward the door, but just then, an attacker spotted their movement. Yi Fan struck swiftly, delivering a precise blow that knocked the attacker down. They burst through the door and found themselves at the rear of the warehouse. In the night, distant lights appeared dim and faint. Yi Fan quickly assessed their direction and decided to lead the man in black through an abandoned industrial zone to evade pursuit. They weaved through derelict factories and dilapidated facilities, with pursuers occasionally appearing behind them. Yi Fan and the man in black constantly changed direction, trying to avoid direct confrontation with their pursuers. Just as they were about to shake off their pursuers, a vehicle suddenly sped toward them, blocking their path. The door swung open, revealing Shen Lufeng stepping out. "Mr. Yi, get in the car!" Shen Lufeng shouted urgently. Yi Fan and the man in black leapt into the vehicle. Shen Lufeng immediately slammed the accelerator, and the car sped away from the scene. In the rearview mirror, the pursuers' figures gradually vanished into the darkness. Inside the car, Yi Fan opened the small box in his hand and re-examined the night-blooming flower. A contemplative gleam flickered in his eyes. "What secrets does this flower conceal?" Yi Fan murmured to himself. The man in black observed the flower in Yi Fan's hand and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Yi Fan, it seems we've been drawn into a larger scheme. This night-blooming flower might hold the key." A note of gravity tinged his voice. Yi Fan fell silent for a moment before replying earnestly, "We need to uncover the origins and purpose of this flower. It is far more than just a precious collectible." Shen Lufeng drove the vehicle, listening quietly to their conversation. His brow was furrowed, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation. The car weaved through the night streets of Seoul before finally stopping in front of Yi Fan's residence. The three quickly entered the room. Yi Fan placed the night flower on the table and examined it closely. Chapter 205, The Night Flower. The flower appeared ordinary, yet Yi Fan could sense the faint energy fluctuations emanating from it. These vibrations were unlike any he'd encountered before, seeming to harbor some mysterious power. "We need to find an expert to analyze this flower's composition and properties," Yi Fan said to Shen Lufeng and the man in black. Shen Lufeng nodded in understanding. "I'll contact a reliable expert immediately." The man in black spoke in a low voice, "Mr. Yi Fan, I can assist you. I am a member of the Shadow Hunters. Though I don't know the organization's true purpose, I have ways to gather more information." Yi Fan glanced at him, a fleeting look of scrutiny in his eyes. "Why would you help me?" The man in black's gaze hardened. "Because I want to know the truth too. I joined the Shadow Hunters merely to survive, but I never imagined becoming entangled in such a vast conspiracy." Yi Fan fell silent for a moment before nodding. "All right, then we'll cooperate. But I must warn you, this game is fraught with danger. One misstep could cost you your life." The man in black smiled faintly, "I'm prepared." Subsequently, Yi Fan, Shen Lufeng, and the man in black began planning their next move. They decided to first analyze the night bloom while using the man in black's connections to track the Shadow Hunter's movements. Several hours later, Shen Lufeng brought in a reliable botanical expert.
After careful examination, the expert looked astonished. This flower, its cellular structure is exceptionally unique. I've never encountered a plant like this before. It appears capable of absorbing and storing energy, a trait extremely rare in nature. Upon hearing this, Yifan furrowed his brow. So this flower might be some kind of high-tech product, or part of an unknown organism.
Shen Lufeng was equally stunned. What does this mean? What exactly is it for? Yifan took a deep breath. We need more information before drawing any conclusions. But one thing is certain, this flower is far from ordinary. A tremendous secret must lie hidden behind it. As the secrets of the nightshade flower gradually surfaced, Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu began conducting operations with increasing frequency. They delved into every corner of Yuncheng, from the depths of the black market to the fringes of the underworld, searching for clues connected to the flower. Late one night, Yifan received an anonymous call. The voice on the other end was deep and mysterious. Mr. Yifan, if you wish to uncover the truth behind the dark night flower, come to the abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs. But I warn you, this may be a dangerous game. After hanging up, a resolute gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. He told Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu, someone knows the secret of the night flower.
I must go.
I'll go with you, Shen Lufeng immediately offered.
Zhao Tianyu followed suit. Mr. Yi, I'll come too.
More people mean greater safety in this situation. Yifan nodded in agreement, and the three quickly prepared to depart. They drove to the abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs. The desolate, gloomy factory looked especially eerie under the moonlight. They entered the factory cautiously, each step taken with extreme care. The interior was empty and hollow, their footsteps echoing through the space. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shot from the depths of the factory, illuminating Yifan and his companions. A voice echoed from the darkness, "Welcome to my territory, Mr. Yifan." Yifan squinted, trying to make out the speaker through the glare. He heard the voice continue, "The secret of the night flower is far more complex than you imagine. But before I tell you, you must first pass my test." "Test?" Yifan demanded coldly. "Who exactly are you?" The voice chuckled, "I am one of the organizers of this game. You may call me the Curtain Master. As for the test, it's simple. I've arranged a few surprises within this abandoned factory. If you can make it out alive, I'll tell you everything you want to know." Yifan clenched his fists. He knew this was a trap, but he also knew he had no other choice. To uncover the secrets of the night flower, he must accept this challenge. Yifan turned to Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu. "Ready? We might be facing a tough fight." Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu both nodded, signaling their readiness. The three stood shoulder to shoulder, bracing themselves for the ordeal ahead. Deep within the factory, the sound of machinery suddenly began to hum, as if something was starting up. As the noise grew louder, Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu scanned their surroundings warily, ready for any eventuality. Suddenly, several figures emerged silently from the dark corners. Their movements were swift and coordinated, clearly those of highly trained professionals. A cold gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes as he swiftly drew the dagger at his side, preparing for battle. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu also readied themselves for battle, their eyes filled with unwavering resolve. The first to strike was a lithe, black-clad figure wielding a sharp dagger, charging straight at Yifan. Yifan deftly dodged the strike, countering with a swift backhand slash that forced his opponent to retreat. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu each engaged their own black-clad opponents as the fight erupted. The black-clad figure's attacks were vicious and precise, clearly not the work of ordinary thugs. Though initially at a disadvantage, Yifan and his companions repeatedly turned the tide through exceptional combat skills and seamless coordination. After several minutes of combat, Yifan and his team gradually began to suppress the black-clad figure's offensive. Just then, a mechanical hum echoed from the depths of the factory. A massive robot emerged, heavily armed with various weapons, clearly prepared specifically for this battle. Yifan's eyes flashed with surprise at the sight, but he quickly regained his composure. He shouted to Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu, "Watch out! That robot could be dangerous." The trio swiftly adjusted their tactics, engaging both the black-clad assailants and the robot simultaneously. The robot possessed immense destructive power, yet its movements were clumsy. Yifan and his companions used their agile skills to evade its attacks, constantly seeking opportunities to strike back. Amidst the intense battle, Yifan spotted the robot's weakness. He shouted, "Target its power core." Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu instantly grasped Yifan's intent. They coordinated with Yifan, distracting the black-clad assailant while seeking an opening to strike the robot's power core. After a fierce struggle, Yifan finally found his chance. He rolled to evade the robot's attack, then precisely threw his dagger at its power core. With a deafening boom, the robot exploded, the shockwave sending the surrounding black-clad figures reeling backward. Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu seized the moment to take down the remaining enemies. Chapter 206, We must leave this place quickly. After the battle, Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu stood amidst the wreckage of the factory. Debris littered the floor, and the air thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. A cold gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. He knew tonight's battle was merely the prelude. The true adversaries remained hidden behind the scenes. "We need to get out of here fast," Yifan murmured, his gaze sweeping the area, alert to any new threats that might emerge. Shen Lufeng nodded, while Zhao Tianyu swiftly checked his weapons. The three cautiously exited the factory and made their way back to the vehicle parked outside. Throughout the journey, Yifan remained largely silent, his mind replaying tonight's battle over and over. The strength of those black-clad figures, the appearance of the robots, and the mysterious puppet master all pointed to a complex and profound conspiracy. Upon returning to their residence, Yifan immediately began his investigation. Leveraging his network in Seoul, he began gathering information about the black-clad figures and robots involved in tonight's battle. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu also sprang into action, each contacting their own sources in hopes of uncovering more clues. Several days later, Yifan's phone received an encrypted message from a reliable contact in the black market. "Mr. Yifan, information regarding the black-clad figures you seek. Meet at the usual spot tomorrow at dawn." Yifan stared at the phone screen, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He knew this could be the key to unraveling the truth behind the entire incident. Early the next morning, Yifan arrived alone at the designated location, an abandoned warehouse. He pushed open the door and entered, finding a man dressed in black standing in the center of the warehouse, holding a document. "This is all the information I could find," the man in black said, handing Yifan the documents. "But I must warn you, Mr. Yifan, what you're about to touch may be Seoul's greatest taboo." Yifan took the documents, his gaze icy. "I'm prepared." Opening the file, a flicker of surprise crossed Yifan's eyes. The documents detailed the identities of the black-clad figures. They belonged to a secret organization called the Shadow Network. Behind this group lay intricate connections to some of Seoul's most powerful and influential families. What shocked Yifan even more was the document's revelation of the true purpose of the Night Flower. It served as an energy hub capable of activating some ancient, sealed power. Yifan drew a deep breath, realizing he had been drawn into a conspiracy far beyond his imagination. But no matter what, he had to uncover the truth behind it all, not only for himself, but for the peace of Seoul. He secured the documents and returned to his residence, immediately summoning Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu. The three gathered in the living room as Yifan detailed the information from the documents. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu listened, their expressions turning stunned. So all this was to activate the Dark Night Flower? Shen Lufeng's voice trembled with disbelief. Zhao Tianyu frowned deeply. If that power is activated, the consequences for Seoul would be unimaginable. Yifan nodded, his gaze unwavering. "We must stop this. We need to locate the Night Flower and destroy it before it falls into the wrong hands." After discussing the plan, the trio decided to seek out the botanist first, hoping to learn more about the night-blooming flower from him. Yifan knew time was of the essence. They had to act swiftly. The next day, Yifan and his two companions arrived at the botanist's laboratory. The expert appeared exceptionally excited upon seeing the night-blooming flower they brought. "This is absolutely an unprecedented species," the expert declared. "Its energy hub can indeed activate certain things, but to fully understand its capabilities, I need more time for research." "We don't have much time," Yifan said gravely. "Can you tell us how to destroy it?" The expert pondered for a moment before answering. "To completely destroy it requires an immense amount of energy. Ordinary methods would likely prove insufficient." A flicker of resolve passed through Yifan's eyes. "Then we'll find a way to obtain that energy." Returning to his residence, Yifan pondered deeply beneath the night sky of Yuncheng. From the botanist, he learned that destroying the night flower required immense energy. This reminded him of an ancient legend about a mysterious hidden realm within Qianyun Mountain, just outside Seoul. It was said that an ancient and powerful energy lay hidden there, perhaps precisely what they needed. Early the next morning, Yifan summoned Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu to share his plan. "We must go to Qianyun Mountain. The key to solving this problem may lie there." Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu both expressed their support. They knew this mission could be fraught with danger, but to uncover the secrets of the Dark Night Flower, they were willing to take the risk. Qianyun Mountain lay on the outskirts of Yuncheng. Its rugged peaks were perpetually shrouded in mist, lending it an air of profound mystery. Yifan and his companions traversed dense forests and followed rugged mountain paths deep into the heart of the range. After hours of trekking, they finally reached the legendary hidden sanctuary. Here, hidden within a valley, stood an ancient altar. Surrounded by emerald vines and ancient trees, it exuded an aura of antiquity and mystery. Yifan examined the altar closely and discovered a peculiar energy source at its center. This energy source emitted a faint glow, resembling a miniature sun. "This might be the energy source we're looking for," Yifan murmured. Just as they prepared to approach the altar, a sudden, intense tremor shook the entire valley. Yifan and his companions immediately grew alert. From the surrounding forests, a group of black-clad figures surged forth, wielding various weapons with cold, ruthless eyes, clearly here to stop them. "Looks like our operation's been discovered." Yifan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he swiftly drew his dagger, ready for battle. A fierce battle erupted around the ancient altar. Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu fought back-to-back against the numerous black-clad figures. Their techniques were sharp and their coordination seamless, relentlessly repelling the assailants' attacks. Just as the battle reached its peak, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the energy source at the altar's center. The powerful energy fluctuations sent shockwaves through everyone present. Within the blinding light, Yifan stared intently at the energy source at the altar's center. He sensed a powerful, ancient force surging within it, as if connected to some distant world. Chapter 207, Yifan succeeded. He knew this was the crucial moment to activate the Nightflower and perhaps the last chance to avert all impending disaster. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu fought fiercely against the black-clad figures on the periphery, giving their all to buy Yifan more time. The battle intensified, each clash of fists and feet sending powerful shockwaves that shook the entire altar. Yifan drew a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused his entire consciousness. He began to establish a mental connection with the energy source at the altar's center. Deep within his consciousness, he sensed a powerful call, the force of the Nightflower summoning him. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within Yifan, coalescing with the altar's core energy source to form a colossal vortex of power. This force not only stunned the men in black, but even left Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu feeling shaken. Under its influence, the black-clad figures began to retreat, seemingly realizing the power before them far exceeded their wildest expectations. Yifan slowly opened his eyes within the energy vortex, his gaze reflecting the light of the energy source. Suddenly, Yifan extended his hand, pointing it toward the night bloom. A blinding beam shot from his finger, striking the flower directly. Under this powerful energy assault, the night-blooming flower began to violently tremble, as if waging a final struggle against this force. The entire valley shook under the force of this energy, as if the world itself trembled. At that moment, a tremendous explosion echoed, and the night-blooming flower finally disintegrated completely in a blinding light, dissipating into countless specks of light that vanished into the air. With the night blossom's disappearance, the valley returned to stillness. Yifan slowly withdrew his hand, his body feeling somewhat drained from the immense energy he had just unleashed. Shen Lufeng and Zhao Tianyu approached and steadied him. Yifan offered a faint smile. Though exhausted, his eyes brimmed with relief. "We did it." As the Nightflower dissipated, the black-clad figures realized their objectives were unattainable. One by one, they departed in gloom. Yifan, Shen Lufeng, and Zhao Tianyu made no attempt to stop them. They knew today's victory was significant enough. On the way back to Yuncheng, Yifan remained silent, deep in thought. Though they had successfully destroyed the Night Blossom, he knew that unseen dangers still lurked in the city's darkest corners. This battle was merely the beginning of a long struggle. Back in the city, Yifan decided to grant himself and his companions some time to rest. They needed to recover their strength and process the impact of this experience. However, his respite was short-lived when news reached Yifan about Nanming Island. This mysterious island lay in the waters near Yuncheng, and legend held that a mysterious treasure was about to emerge, drawing countless eyes. Yifan was always skeptical of such rumors, yet he understood that in this unpredictable world, any legend could potentially become reality. Moreover, this could be an opportunity to uncover new secrets. He decided to take Shen Lufeng with him to Nanming Island. Zhao Tianyu, unable to leave due to family obligations, remained behind in Seoul. On the day of departure, the sky was clear and the sea breeze gentle. Yifan and Shen Lufeng boarded a speedboat, heading out into the vast ocean. Waves lapped against the hull, producing a soft sound, as if cheering them on for their new journey. After several hours of sailing, Nanming Island finally came into view. The small island was shrouded in thick mist, giving it an air of mystery and eeriness. As they neared the island, Yifan and Shen Lufeng noticed a crowd already gathered there, all seemingly drawn by the legendary treasure. They cautiously stepped ashore, immediately captivated by the island's peculiar sights. Lush vegetation covered the island, with an ancient temple standing at its center, exuding an inexplicable aura of authority. The moment Yifan and Shen Lufeng set foot on Nanming Island, they sensed the tense atmosphere permeating the place. Though shrouded in thick fog, they could sense hidden gazes all around and powerful auras concealed within the mist. "Looks like we're not the only ones interested in this treasure," Shen Lufeng whispered to Yifan. Yifan nodded, his gaze sharp as an eagle's as he scanned the surroundings through the thick fog. They cautiously advanced along a well-trodden path, venturing deeper into the island's interior. Before long, they reached an open clearing where a crowd had already gathered. Among them, some wore lavish attire while others dressed plainly, yet every single one radiated a powerful aura, clearly elite masters from various factions. One figure stood out particularly. Tall and imposing, he wore a black robe with an ancient-looking long sword slung at his waist. His gaze was piercing, and he stood among the crowd like a fierce beast, causing those around him to instinctively part and make way. Yifan noticed this man, sensing the killing intent and formidable power radiating from him. He turned to Shen Lufeng. "Shen, it seems our opponents this time are no ordinary foes." Shen Lufeng gripped his weapon tightly and replied in a low voice, "Mr. Yi, no matter how strong the opponent is, we cannot give up easily." At that moment, the man in black suddenly turned his head. His gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced straight toward Yifan and Shen Lufeng. He spoke indifferently, "Are you here for the treasure?" Yi Fan answered calmly, yes, we're very interested in the legendary treasure. The cloaked man sneered coldly, what a straightforward young man.
However, this island is no ordinary place.
To obtain the treasure, you'll need not only strength but also wisdom and courage. I am Long Xingtian of the Longmen sect. I hope you won't become a stumbling block for me. Yi Fan smiled faintly and replied, Long Xingtian, I'll remember that.
But regardless, we'll do our utmost. Long Xingtian waved his hand and turned to leave, followed by several disciples whose presence was equally formidable.
Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng knew this journey would be fraught with challenges and dangers. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng continued their exploration deep into the ruins, navigating cautiously among ancient stone pillars and shattered sculptures. As they advanced deeper, the atmosphere within the ruins grew increasingly mysterious and unfathomable, as if every stone concealed secrets of 1,000 years.
Suddenly, they sensed a powerful aura.
From the depths of the ruins, several figures clad in exotic attire emerged slowly.
Their demeanor was entirely different from the island's inhabitants, each radiating an overwhelming aura.
Leading them was a middle-aged man with eyes as sharp as a falcon's. He wore a deep crimson robe, a long sword gleaming coldly at his waist.
Chapter 208, Best Not to Become Our Obstacle. By his side stood two attendants, each with a distinct appearance yet equally formidable presence.
The middle-aged man's gaze swept over Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng as he spoke in a deep, commanding voice, I am Akage, Grandmaster of the Eastern Ninja School.
The treasures of Nanming Island have long been coveted by us. You would do well not to become our obstacle.
Yi Fan smiled faintly, responding with neither humility nor arrogance, everyone has the right to seek treasure, Grandmaster Akage.
We won't actively seek enemies, but we won't give up easily either.
A flicker of approval passed through Master Akage's eyes before his gaze turned icy.
Very well.
You have courage.
But on this island, courage alone won't ensure survival. I hope you leave alive.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Crimson Shadow and his entourage vanished like ghosts into the shadows of the ruins. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng knew this would be a challenging expedition. They pressed onward, navigating a labyrinth of intricate passages until they reached a vast subterranean cavern. At the cavern's center lay a vast pool, with a stone altar standing in its midst.
Upon the altar, an object seemed to be placed.
Just as Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng approached the altar, footsteps echoed from all directions. They spun around to see the Crimson Shadow Grandmaster and elite fighters from several other factions appear simultaneously. Clearly, all had come for the treasure atop the altar.
A tense atmosphere permeated the cavern.
Amidst the palpable tension, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng stood quietly to the side, observing the situation around them. The Crimson Shadow Grandmaster and the other faction masters fixed their gazes intently on the jade pendant atop the altar, none daring to make a rash move. Master Crimson Shadow's gaze finally settled on Yi Fan. He gave a slight wave of his hand, signaling his followers to step back for the moment. He slowly approached Yi Fan, a palpable aura of killing intent gathering around him with each step. Yi Fan sensed the master's intent. He drew the long sword from his back with a soft motion, its blade glinting with a faint, eerie light in the dim cavern.
Yi Fan, it seems our confrontation is unavoidable.
Master Crimson Shadow's voice was cold and resolute. Yi Fan responded calmly, if that is the case, then I humbly request the Crimson Shadow Grandmaster's guidance. The two stood facing each other in the open space at the cave's center. Those around them instinctively stepped aside, clearing a space for their battle. Suddenly, Master Crimson Shadow shifted, transforming into a crimson blur as he lunged toward Yi Fan. The long sword in his hand carried a powerful gust of wind, its tip aimed directly at Yi Fan's vital points. Yi Fan reacted with lightning speed, twisting his body with graceful agility to evade the attack. His own blade countered, a cold gleam slicing toward Crimson Shadow. Their clash was swift and fierce, swords crisscrossing the air as every strike carried deadly intent.
Their techniques were exquisitely precise, each offense and defense executed with near-perfect timing, leaving the surrounding spectators holding their breath. The Crimson Shadow Master's swordplay was fierce and swift, each strike carrying unparalleled power and velocity.
Yi Fan's swordplay, however, was unpredictable and ever-changing. Each strike seemed to anticipate his opponent's movements, consistently deflecting the Crimson Shadow Grandmaster's attacks at critical moments. The battle raged on for several minutes, neither fighter gaining a clear advantage as their skills appeared evenly matched. Shen Lufeng and the other spectating masters were stunned. This duel was undoubtedly a clash between true masters. Deep within the underground caverns of Nanming Island, the duel between Yi Fan and the Crimson Shadow Grandmaster raged on.
Each swordsman's technique possessed its own distinct flair, and their clash grew increasingly fierce. Each clash of blades sent ripples of air surging through the cavern, echoing throughout the hollow space. Each strike from the Crimson Shadow Grandmaster was like a crimson shadow darting through wind and rain, swift and deadly. Yi Fan, however, moved like a ghost through a raging storm. His swordplay was fluid and ever-changing, each strike perfectly countering the Crimson Shadow's attacks. Shen Lufeng stood nearby, watching the duel intently, his heart filled with both tension and excitement. He knew this duel was a rare opportunity for Yi Fan to hone his skills.
As the battle continued, the Crimson Shadow Master began to show signs of fatigue. Though his attacks remained fierce, their frequency had noticeably slowed. Yi Fan, however, maintained the same intensity as when the fight began. His physical stamina and internal energy reserves were clearly far more substantial. The Crimson Shadow Master recognized this, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He hadn't anticipated Yi Fan gaining the upper hand in a protracted battle. He reined in his offensive, his gaze reflecting a renewed assessment of Yi Fan. Yi Fan sensed the shift in the Crimson Shadow Grandmaster's power and knew this marked a turning point in the battle. He accelerated his attacks, his swordplay growing more agile and unpredictable, each strike pressing relentlessly against the Crimson Shadow Grandmaster's defenses. Their duel had evolved from tentative probing into a true contest, showcasing the full brilliance of their swordsmanship and technique. The other spectators in the cave were stunned by this clash of masters, drawn irresistibly closer to witness this rare display of swordsmanship. Just then, the Crimson Shadow Master suddenly unleashed his signature technique. His sword streaked like a crimson meteor, carrying an unstoppable force as it stabbed straight toward Yi Fan's chest. The strike was so swift it blurred into a mere shadow. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He reacted instantly, his body shifting with a unique footwork that allowed him to evade the deadly strike at the last possible moment. In the next instant, he swung his sword in a backhand strike, aiming directly for the Crimson Shadow Master's side. Zhao Wanshou felt the icy chill of the blade's tip and hurriedly stepped back, steadying his stance. The clash of blades between Yi Fan and the Crimson Shadow Grandmaster grew increasingly fierce. Both men had their sights set on the mysterious treasure atop the altar, yet the intensity of their battle had long surpassed their desire for the artifact. This was a contest of strength and honor, a battle where only the strongest would remain standing at the final moment. Master Crimson Shadow's swordplay raged like a storm, each strike carrying a ferocity that seemed to tear the very fabric of the world. His figure darted through the cavern, each strike seemingly poised to overwhelm Yi Fan. Yet Yi Fan moved like a serpentine dragon, deftly evading Crimson Shadow's onslaught. His swordplay was both swift and precise, each strike perfectly parrying Crimson Shadow's attacks while delivering counterblows with deadly accuracy. The other spectators in the cave were utterly stunned by the battle, their eyes flickering with complex emotions. This was a clash between supreme masters. Regardless of the outcome, it would become a legend of Nanning Island. As the battle continued, the Grandmaster of Crimson Shadow gradually felt his stamina waning. Though his attacks remained fierce, they lacked the sharpness of the fight's opening moments. Yi Fan's eyes flashed with an even sharper light. His swordplay grew wilder, as if poised to tear the entire cavern apart. Chapter 209, Today's Defeat, I Shall Remember. At that moment, the Crimson Shadow Master abruptly changed his technique. His swordplay suddenly became eerily supple, like a coiling black python, cunning and deadly. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly adjusted his tactics. His swordplay grew more agile, like a phantom darting through the night. The blades of both warriors intertwined relentlessly within the cavern, producing crisp clangs. The battle intensified, culminating in both men unleashing their ultimate techniques. The Crimson Shadow Master's sword charged toward Yi Fan like a red dragon in a storm, carrying the power to shatter everything. Yi Fan, however, transformed into a shadow darting through the darkness. His swordplay was agile and swift, each strike finding an opening in the Crimson Shadow Master's assault. Within the mysterious caverns of Nanning Island, the duel between Yi Fan and the Crimson Shadow Master reached a fever pitch. Though the Crimson Shadow Master's swordplay was cunning and ferocious, Yi Fan's counterattacks proved more exquisite and decisive. As the battle continued, the Crimson Shadow Master's stamina gradually waned, and cracks began to appear in his offense. Yi Fan seized this opportunity, his swordplay suddenly sharpening as each strike aimed directly at the Master of Crimson Shadow's vital points. Under Yi Fan's relentless assault, the Crimson Shadow Grandmaster retreated step by step, his movements no longer as agile as they had been at the start of the fight. Finally, in a clash of blades, Yi Fan's sword tip struck the Crimson Shadow Grandmaster's shoulder with pinpoint accuracy, inflicting a severe wound. Facing this outcome, a flicker of astonishment and reluctance crossed the Crimson Shadow Grandmaster's eyes, yet he knew the tide could not be turned. Yi Fan, you win. The Crimson Shadow Master gasped for breath, struggling to maintain his dignity. Today's defeat, I shall remember it well. We shall meet again. With those words, the Crimson Shadow Master and his followers retreated from the cave in disarray, vanishing into the thick fog. Yi Fan watched their retreating figures without pursuit, merely nodding faintly. Then, Yi Fan and Xin Lufeng turned and walked toward the mysterious stone altar. After the fierce battle, the atmosphere within the cave had settled. All eyes were now fixed upon them. Approaching the altar, Yi Fan examined the treasures upon it. Upon the altar sat an ancient jade box, its lid tightly sealed. Intricate patterns and runes were engraved upon it, emanating an aura of antiquity and mystery. Yi Fan carefully opened the jade box. Inside lay a simple jade pendant. The jade was completely transparent, with what seemed like flowing mist within, emitting a faint glow beautiful and mysterious. Xin Lufeng leaned closer, examining the pendant with curiosity. Mr. Yi, he asked, is this the legendary treasure?
It looks quite ordinary.
Yifan pondered for a moment before replying, though this jade pendant appears ordinary on the surface, I can sense the immense power contained within it. It is no ordinary object.
We must find someone to study it properly.
As night fell, Nanling Island was enveloped in a mysterious, hazy darkness. Yifan and Shen Lufeng emerged from the mysterious cave, deciding to find a safe spot on the island to set up camp and rest.
They followed the island's narrow paths until they discovered a clearing hidden within the dense forest.
The surrounding trees stood tall and lush, seemingly offering ample shelter to block the wind and dew from the outside world. Yifan motioned for Shen Lufeng to set up a temporary tent on the clearing while he made his way toward a nearby stream.
The stream was crystal clear, its surface reflecting a soft silver glow under the moonlight.
Yifan approached the water's edge with stealthy precision, his gaze sharp as an eagle's as he studied the fish swimming below. After several minutes of patient waiting, he suddenly struck. In the blink of an eye, he caught several large fish. Carrying his catch, Yifan returned to camp. Shen Lufeng had already set up the tent. Seeing the fish in Yifan's hands, he couldn't help but express his surprise. "Mr. Yi, your skills are truly remarkable." Yifan smiled as he cleaned the fish, then used nearby deadwood to build a campfire. The flames danced in the night air, crackling softly.
Soon, an enticing aroma filled the air.
Shen Lufeng helped gather some simple seasonings, while Yifan expertly grilled the fish until they were crispy on the outside and tender within, golden and mouth-watering. The two sat around the campfire, enjoying this simple yet delicious dinner. "Mr. Yi, today's battle was truly breathtaking," Shen Lufeng remarked, munching on the grilled fish. Late into the night, the lingering warmth of the campfire still filled the clearing. Yifan and Shen Lufeng sat quietly by the fire, savoring the simple joy of the grilled fish. Their conversation gradually tapered off as the night deepened, and weariness quietly crept into their hearts.
"That's enough for tonight.
We have a long road ahead tomorrow," Yifan said as he stood up and began extinguishing the campfire with swift, methodical movements. Shen Lufeng nodded and helped Yifan completely extinguish the flames. They entered the tent and soon drifted into sleep. Outside, the night seemed to grow even quieter, broken only by the occasional sound of waves and the night wind. Early the next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the dense forest and fell upon the tent, Yifan and Shen Lufeng were startled awake by the sound of hurried footsteps. Both men swiftly grabbed their weapons beside them and cautiously stepped out of the tent.
Long Xingtian emerged slowly from the jungle, his face stern and his gaze sharp as a blade. "Yifan, hand over the jade pendant. Otherwise, today will be the day you meet your end." His voice was icy, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yifan's gaze remained calm, showing no fear in the face of Long Xingtian's threat. "Long Xingtian, this jade pendant is no ordinary object. I cannot simply hand it over." A cold smile touched Long Xingtian's lips. "Do you think you can protect it? I already know the jade pendant's secret. Hand it over, and I might spare your lives." Shen Lufeng gripped his weapon tightly, ready to support Yifan at any moment. The tension thickened, the air around them seemingly frozen. Suddenly, Long Xingtian moved. His figure darted toward Yifan and Shen Lufeng like a ghost, moving at an extreme speed. A cold gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes as he swiftly met the attack head-on. He knew Long Xingtian's strength was not to be underestimated. Every attack carried the potential for a fatal blow. Their figures crossed in the morning light, the battle about to erupt. Shen Lufeng joined the fray, fighting side by side with Yifan against Long Xingtian's relentless onslaught. Morning light spilled through the dense forests of Nanling Island, casting the tense standoff in stark relief. Yifan and Shen Lufeng stood back to back, facing Long Xingtian, whose form had nearly dissolved into a black lightning bolt. In this life-or-death struggle, every second felt precious. Long Xingtian's attacks came like a violent storm, each strike brimming with lethal intent. The long sword in his hand moved like a writhing black serpent, each swing cutting through the air with a piercing whistle, its sharpness unmatched. Yifan, however, remained unervingly calm. His swordplay was fierce and masterful, each strike seeming to anticipate Long Xingtian's movements, precisely nullifying his opponent's attacks. Chapter 210, Long Xingtian, truly no ordinary foe. Not a trace of fear flickered in his eyes, only the detached composure of one facing a formidable foe and the intense focus of a warrior in battle. Shen Lufeng, meanwhile, charged like a battle-hardened wolf. Though his techniques lacked Yifan's finesse, they were wildly ferocious and relentless. Each strike carried immense force, relentlessly seeking a weakness in Long Xingtian's defense. The battle intensified within the dense forest, branches and leaves constantly falling from the surrounding trees under the impact of their clash. A flicker of surprise crossed Long Xingtian's eyes clearly. He hadn't expected Yifan and Shen Lufeng to push him this far. Yet Long Xingtian showed no sign of retreat. His swordplay grew more treacherous and savage. Each flickering sword shadow carried a suffocating sense of pressure. Under Long Xingtian's relentless assault, Yifan shifted his stance with calculated precision, each movement meticulously planned as if awaiting the perfect opening. The tip of his sword glinted coldly in the sunlight, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy against Long Xingtian's blade, deflecting every attack. Shen Lufeng moved like Yifan's shadow. Though his actions lacked Yifan's agility, they possessed extraordinary power, each strike aimed to force his opponent back. Amidst this tense battle, Long Xingti suddenly unleashed his ultimate move. His sword flashed like lightning in the night, instantly striking toward Yifan's vital points. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Yet Yifan reacted faster. His form blurred in an instant as he sidestepped at an almost unbelievable speed, evading the deadly strike. Immediately, Yifan countered with a backhand thrust, driving his blade straight toward Long Xingtian's chest. Long Xingtian was forced to retreat, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. Clearly, Yifan's strength far exceeded his expectations. In the early morning light deep within the dense forests of Nanming Island, the battle between Yifan and Long Xingtian grew increasingly fierce. Their figures darted through the trees like ghosts, sword light flashing brilliantly in the sunlight. Realizing brute force alone wouldn't defeat Yifan, Long Xingtian shifted tactics. His swordplay grew more cunning, each attack tracing deceptive trajectories as he sought to pierce through Yifan's defenses. Yet Yifan seemed to anticipate every move. His swordplay was not only swift and precise but also endlessly varied. Each strike precisely intercepted Long Xingtian's attack lines, deflecting them one by one. As the battle raged, both men's breathing grew heavy, yet Yifan's gaze remained unwavering. His steps were steady and powerful, as if rooted to the earth itself. Each strike carried the earth's might, grounded and formidable. Shen Lufeng watched the battle nervously from the sidelines, ready to intervene at any moment. He had witnessed many clashes between masters, but a duel of such intensity between Yifan and Long Xingtian was unprecedented. Each clash within the dense forest carried a breathtaking power and beauty. Suddenly, Long Xingtian's sword technique shifted. His blade tip split into multiple sword shadows, each carrying a deadly threat. This was one of his signature techniques, allowing him to unleash multiple attacks upon his opponent in an instant. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Yifan did not retreat. Instead, he met the challenge head-on. His swordplay shifted between swift and deliberate, fierce and fluid. With each strike, he found openings amidst Long Xingtian's swirling blades, precisely meeting his opponent's sword with a crisp clang of steel against steel. Their battle transcended ordinary martial arts combat, resembling more an artistic performance. Every movement, every sword technique, embodied a perfect fusion of power and beauty, leaving even the spectator Shen Lufeng deeply moved. Just then, Long Xingtian suddenly unleashed his full power. His swordplay erupted with overwhelming ferocity, as if intent on completely shattering Yifan's defenses. The tip of his blade aimed straight for Yifan's vital points, moving so swiftly it was nearly impossible to track. Yet Yifan remained utterly composed. At the critical moment, his body abruptly retreated while his sword transformed into a blazing streak of light, meeting Long Xingtian's assault head-on. The tips of their swords collided midair with a thunderous clang. The shockwave rippled through the surrounding air, causing nearby trees to tremble and leaves to drift down in a steady cascade. In the early morning light of Nanming Island, sunlight filtered through the dense forest, casting a golden glow over this clash of blades. The battle between Yifan and Long Xingtian resembled a dance between masters, each step brimming with power and grace. Long Xingtian felt the vibration in his wrist, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He hadn't anticipated Yifan's sword technique being so exquisite, able to find openings for counterattacks amidst his own fierce onslaught. His form instantly retreated as he recalibrated his tactics. Yifan, however, moved like a master swordsman, each strike precise and unmistakable. His gaze radiated calm and resolve, as if he held absolute command over the battle. The tip of his sword glinted in the sunlight, each swing radiating an indomitable spirit. Shen Lufeng watched from the sidelines, his eyes brimming with admiration. He knew that in such an intense battle, Yifan not only had to withstand Long Xingtian's attacks but also contend with the relentless drain on his own physical and mental stamina. Yet Yifan remained remarkably composed, each step steady and resolute. Long Xingtian's gaze grew fiercer. It seemed he had found a long-lost challenge in this fight. His swordplay grew wilder, each strike fueled by an unyielding resolve to fight to the death. The clash between them intensified, their sword tips crossing in the air with a clanging resonance. Each clash of blades sent ripples of vibration through the air, as if the very earth trembled at their clash. Yifan's swordplay suddenly transformed. His blade became a series of agile streaks of light, each seemingly alive as it sought out Long Xingtian's vulnerabilities. His steps were light yet steady, each movement imbued with profound martial wisdom. Yifan and Long Xingtian's sword lights intertwined in the dawn of Nanming Island, weaving a breathtaking tableau. Yifan's swordplay flowed like water, adapting to the situation. Each strike brimmed with unpredictable wisdom, as if he were engaging Long Xingtian in a contest of intellect and technique. Yifan's sword tip no longer attacked directly, instead weaving through Long Xingtian's assaults, seeking his opponent's weaknesses. Long Xingtian, however, was like a furious tempest. His sword momentum swept like a hurricane, carrying devastating force. Each swing seemed poised to cleave the earth asunder, the air thick with the fury of his blade's momentum. The Long Xingtian swordplay was formidable, it always seemed to fall just short against Yifan's unpredictable techniques. In the battle, Yifan and Long Xingtian's figures were like two storm centers. Their movements were swift and precise, each clash intensely perilous. Chapter 211, The Final Battle. The clash between Yi Fan and Long Xingtian finally reached its climax. Against the backdrop of the dense forest, their swords danced like threads weaving an intricate web. Each offensive and defensive maneuver brimmed with exquisite sword techniques and unfathomable tactics. Yi Fan's swordplay was fluid and unpredictable, his blade seemingly anticipating every one of Long Xingtian's movements, each strike searching for an opening. His sword light shone like the dawn's first rays, gradually dispelling the gloom of battle and radiating an irresistible force. Long Xingtian, however, resembled a cornered beast. His swordplay grew fiercer, attempting to overwhelm Yi Fan with sheer power and speed. Each strike carried thunderous force, as if determined to crush Yi Fan. Amidst the clash, Yi Fan suddenly slowed his assault, as if waiting for a specific moment. His eyes flashed with intelligence, as if he had already seen through every move Long Xingtian would make. Yi Fan's sword tip suddenly pointed skyward, then plunged downward with a fierce thrust, unleashing a dazzling blade of light. Long Xingtian's expression shifted slightly at the sight. He knew this move was no simple attack, but contained profound secrets of swordsmanship. Instantly heightening his vigilance, he whirled his sword, weaving a dense net of blades in an attempt to block Yi Fan's assault. The clashing sword lights collided midair, erupting in a series of explosive booms. The force of the collision shook the surrounding trees, making everything seem insignificant in its presence. Yi Fan's swordplay suddenly grew more ferocious, each strike seeming to articulate the ultimate beauty of the art. His blade traced perfect arcs through the air, each strike challenging Long Xingtian's limits. Long Xingtian felt an unprecedented pressure, and his swordplay grew increasingly fierce. His sword light swirled like a tornado in a storm, each whirl carrying devastating force. His eyes burned with a fierce combat hunger, as if he intended to pour every ounce of his power into this very moment. Their battle transcended a mere sword duel, becoming a contest of will, skill, and strength. Each clash of sword light told the story of two formidable warriors. Just then, Yi Fan's sword technique shifted abruptly. His blade flashed like the first rays of dawn, piercing through Long Xingtian's sword net. This strike, swift as lightning, aimed directly at Long Xingtian's chest. Long Xingtian sensed a powerful threat and hurriedly retreated. In that split second of retreat, a barely perceptible flicker of panic crossed Long Xingtian's face. Yi Fan's strike nearly breached all his defenses, making him feel the genuine threat of death. But as a veteran warrior who had weathered countless battles, Long Xingtian swiftly regained his composure. His gaze hardened once more, cold and resolute. Yi Fan gave Long Xingtian little chance to catch his breath, pressing forward relentlessly with a barrage of attacks. Yi Fan's sword technique reached its zenith in that moment. Each strike contained devastating force, as if intent on utterly shattering Long Xingtian. Under Yi Fan's relentless onslaught, Long Xingtian was forced to retreat step by step. Though his swordplay remained formidable, it seemed to have lost its earlier edge against Yi Fan's exquisitely refined technique. A flicker of struggle passed through Long Xingtian's eyes as he seemed to contemplate a final counterattack. At this critical juncture, Long Xingtian abruptly halted his retreat. His body trembled violently as a staggering sword chi erupted from the tip of his blade. This sword energy surged toward Yi Fan like a raging tidal wave, attempting to drown him in an endless sea of blades. Facing this sudden assault, Yi Fan's expression turned grave. He knew this strike from Long Xingtian contained immense power. The slightest misstep could lead to certain doom. Yi Fan's eyes flashed with a sharp intensity. His body remained as steady as a rock under the sword energy's impact, not moving an inch. Just as Long Xingtian's sword energy was about to touch Yi Fan suddenly unleashed his ultimate technique. His sword light erupted violently, transforming into a dazzling beam that shattered Long Xingtian's sword energy. Like a meteor streaking across the night sky, it charged straight toward Long Xingtian. Seeing this, Long Xingtian's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to counterattack under such circumstances, let alone with such a fierce assault. He urgently summoned all his strength, preparing to meet Yi Fan's strike. The two swords collided fiercely in midair, erupting in a deafening roar. In that instant, the entire Nanning Island seemed to tremble. Where the sword lights met, a blinding radiance erupted, illuminating the entire battlefield. As the blades met, an expression of utter disbelief washed over Long Xingtian's face. He had never imagined facing Yi Fan's overwhelming counterattack at such close range. Yi Fan's sword tip, razor-sharp beyond compare, nearly touched Long Xingtian's throat. Long Xingtian leapt backward with a desperate leap, narrowly evading Yi Fan's strike. His face was etched with shock, clearly realizing Yi Fan's strength far exceeded his expectations. A complex light flickered in his eyes as he seemed to be reassessing his opponent before him. Yi Fan remained utterly vigilant, knowing Long Xingtian was no pushover. Yi Fan's gaze grew even more intense, and his swordplay became increasingly profound and unfathomable. Each strike was filled with shifting patterns, as if hinting at the unpredictability of his next attack. Long Xingtian adjusted his breathing. He knew that if this continued, he might well fall to Yi Fan. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Instantly, his swordplay grew sharper and more frenzied. Each strike came like a violent storm, attempting to overwhelm Yi Fan with sheer force.
Yet Yifan's swordplay flowed with the grace of water. He always deftly parried Long Xingtian's attacks just as they were about to connect. Yifan's sword tip danced around Long Xingtian's blade, as if engaged in a high-speed dance with him. After a fierce battle, Long Xingtian was finally overwhelmed by Yifan's swordplay. Under Yifan's razor-sharp blade, Long Xingtian could no longer sustain his offensive. A single precise strike from Yifan hit him in a vital spot, sending his body crashing heavily to the ground, face covered in dust. Yifan stood before Long Xingtian, gazing at him coldly, his eyes devoid of any pity. Long Xingtian struggled to his feet, his expression a mix of pain and resentment, yet he knew he was no longer capable of continuing the fight. He shot Yifan a fierce glare before turning and retreating from the battlefield in disarray. Shen Lufeng approached Yifan and murmured, "Mr. Yi, that was a truly spectacular fight." Yifan nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on the distant horizon. Chapter 212, What secret lies hidden here? Yifan and Shen Lufeng continued exploring the mysterious Nanming Island. They traversed dense forests until they reached the foot of a mountain. There, they unexpectedly discovered a cave concealed within the dense vegetation. Yifan's gaze lingered at the cave's entrance for a moment before he said to Shen Lufeng, "What secrets lie hidden here? Let's go inside and see." His tone carried a hint of curiosity and the thrill of exploration. The two cautiously stepped inside the cave. The interior was dark and damp, but as they ventured deeper, their eyes gradually adjusted to the dim light. The interior proved far more spacious than they had imagined. Moss glistened faintly on the walls, adding an air of mystery to the dim space. As they advanced deeper, the air grew increasingly humid, and a faint medicinal scent began to waft through the air. Yifan furrowed his brow, clearly intrigued by the unusual scent. He halted, carefully tracing the source of the scent. "This scent is unusual. It seems to come from some special medicinal herb," Yifan murmured to Shen Lufeng. They continued onward, the scent growing stronger. Soon, they discovered a patch of light. Approaching, they saw it was a natural stream. The water was crystal clear, and along its banks grew some strange medicinal herbs, emitting that unique fragrance. Yifan crouched down, gently touching the leaves of the herbs, a thoughtful expression on his face. These herbs appeared to be rare varieties, possessing extremely high medicinal value. Shen Lufeng gazed at the plants and asked curiously, "Mr. Yi, should we collect some?" Yifan shook his head. Now is not the time to gather herbs. Their presence suggests this cave may conceal a greater mystery. We must continue exploring. They continued along the stream, its flow seemingly guiding them deeper into the cave's hidden depths. After walking for some time, they arrived at a spacious cavern. At the center of the chamber stood a massive stone platform, its surface carved with ancient runes that emitted a faint glow. Placed at the very center of the platform was a simple bronze box, tightly sealed and covered in the marks of time. Yifan and Shen Lufeng exchanged glances, each seeing the curiosity and excitement in the other's eyes. Yifan approached cautiously, his hand gently brushing against the bronze box. "Something important might be hidden inside," Yifan murmured softly as his fingers gently probed for the box's opening mechanism. After careful probing, Yifan finally discovered the method to open the box. With a soft click, the box slowly swung open, revealing its contents. They held their breath, gazing intently at the treasure within. Inside lay an ancient scroll, yellowed with age and radiating extraordinary value. Yifan carefully unrolled the scroll, revealing it densely covered in text and intricate patterns. "It's a map!" Shen Lufeng exclaimed in surprise. Yifan studied the map intently. Under the dim glow of the firelight, his brow furrowed slightly as his gaze scanned the scroll back and forth, attempting to decipher this seemingly ancient map. The text on the map was quite blurred, but he could vaguely make out some ancient symbols and totems. "The symbols on this map seem to point toward some secret location on Nanming Island," Yifan said in a low voice, his eyes sparkling with the light of exploration. Shen Lufeng leaned closer, equally curious as he studied the scroll. "Mr. Yi, should we follow this map to find that secret location?" Yifan nodded, his gaze filled with resolve. "Yes. Since we've come this far, we can't let this opportunity slip away. This secret might be connected to Nanming Island's history and the hidden treasures buried here." The two decided to follow the map's instructions and continue their exploration. They rolled up the scroll and left the cave, shrouded in mystery, heading toward the direction marked on the map. The interior of Nanming Island proved even more complex and varied, with bizarre terrain and vegetation making their journey challenging. They traversed dense forests, crossed mountain ridges, sometimes encountering sheer cliffs, and at other times needing to navigate through thick, misty fog. After a long trek, they finally reached the location indicated on the map, a seemingly ordinary valley. Yet Yifan's intuition warned him this place was far from ordinary. In the valley lay a seemingly tranquil lake, its crystal clear waters revealing the bottom, with several lotus leaves floating on the surface. Yifan scanned the surroundings and spotted a protruding rock by the lakeshore, engraved with symbols resembling those on the scroll. "This is the location marked on the map," Yifan murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the rock. The two approached the rock cautiously. Yifan reached out and lightly touched the symbols on the rock's surface. Suddenly, the symbols began to glow, and the entire lake started to ripple.
Just as they prepared to explore deeper, a powerful vortex erupted from the lake's center. Something seemed to be slowly rising from its heart. Holding their breath, the two watched as the mysterious object gradually revealed itself. As the vortex swirled, an ancient stone platform slowly rose, bearing a golden treasure chest upon it. The chest was inlaid with various gems, radiating a dazzling light and appearing extraordinarily precious. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng exchanged glances, each seeing the same shock in the other's eyes. This ancient stone platform and golden treasure chest were clearly one of the great secrets hidden within Nanning Island. What could possibly be hidden inside this chest? Shen Lufeng asked, his voice brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Yi Fan slowly approached the stone platform, his gaze steady yet cautious. As he neared the chest, he extended his hand and gently touched its surface. The gems adorning the chest shimmered with an even more dazzling light at his touch. Yi Fan pushed open the chest's lid with force, revealing an ancient suit of armor and a gem-encrusted long sword inside. These artifacts appeared ancient yet exquisitely crafted, every detail showcasing extraordinary artistry. What era are these relics from? Shen Lufeng asked in astonishment. After careful examination, Yi Fan replied, these must be the equipment of ancient masters. They look truly extraordinary. The runes on the sword and armor seemed to hold immense power. Yi Fan carefully lifted the sword. Its blade felt light and agile, its edge razor-sharp. He swung it gently a few times, feeling the power radiating from the blade. The blade traced elegant arcs through the air, as if perfectly synchronized with Yi Fan's movements. This sword seems to be a perfect match for me. Yi Fan smiled faintly, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Chapter 213, The Peculiar Temple. Shen Lufeng carefully touched the armor, marveling, the craftsmanship of this armor is exquisite. Its protective properties must be outstanding. After thorough inspection, Yi Fan decided to take these treasures with him to better study their secrets. They carefully stowed the long sword and armor into their backpacks, preparing to depart this mysterious place. Leaving the stone platform and treasure chest behind, they continued exploring Nanning Island, hoping to uncover more of its secrets. The interior of Nanning Island was filled with unknowns and dangers, but for Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng, this was precisely the thrill of their expedition. They traversed a dense forest and emerged onto an open plain. There, an ancient, abandoned temple stood, its architecture simple and rustic, exuding an air of profound antiquity. This temple looks rather unusual, Shen Lufeng murmured, his gaze fixed on the temple's gate, which bore strange, enigmatic symbols. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. The two slowly approached the temple, ready to uncover the secrets of this ancient structure. The moment they stepped through the temple's entrance, they suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy. Within the temple walls, a potent energy seemed concealed, an energy deeply intertwined with the aura of Nanning Island. Yi Fan took a deep breath and stepped deeper into the temple. As they advanced, the force's fluctuations grew more intense, as if guiding their path forward. The temple's interior was adorned with ancient, intricate murals depicting ancient legends and rituals, evoking an air of profound mystery. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng cautiously scanned their surroundings, searching for clues within the murals. They arrived at a vast main hall. At its center stood a towering altar, carved with various mystical totems. At the very center of the altar sat a transparent crystal sphere, its interior seemingly pulsing with surging energy. This crystal sphere might be the very source of energy for the entire temple. Yi Fan stared intently at the crystal ball, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Shen Lufeng stepped forward, examining the orb closely. He attempted to reach out and touch it, but Yi Fan immediately stopped him. Be careful. The energy within is incredibly potent. We have no idea what the consequences might be. The two circled the altar, studying the surrounding layout and symbols. Yi Fan noticed 4 stone steels flanking the altar, each engraved with a distinct totem. He stepped forward to study the symbols intently. These 4 totems represent the elements of wind, fire, water, and earth, Yi Fan said. I suspect this altar might be part of some ancient ritual connected to these 4 elements. Shen Lufeng nodded in understanding. Yi Fan began searching around the altar for any mechanism that might activate the ritual. After some exploration, he finally discovered a hidden mechanism beneath the altar's base. He gently pressed the mechanism, and the crystal ball atop the altar began to glow, followed by the 4 stone tablets illuminating one after another. Suddenly, the entire temple began to shake as a powerful force surged from the altar's center, shooting straight into the sky. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng were stunned by this sudden change. They quickly retreated, watching the surrounding changes warily. As the tremors persisted, the energy within the crystal ball intensified, eventually coalescing into a massive pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Within the pillar, something seemed to be slowly descending. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng held their breath, their eyes fixed on the descending object. Finally, at the very center of the beam, a mysterious golden object appeared, gently settling onto the altar. This object resembled an ancient instrument or some sort of device, covered in intricate symbols and patterns, radiating intense energy fluctuations. What is this? Shen Lufeng swallowed hard, his voice thick with profound shock. Could this be some ancient ritual artifact? Or perhaps a seal? Yifan furrowed his brow as he slowly approached the golden object, scrutinizing every detail. The surface of the golden object was engraved with a series of intricate, ancient symbols, each seemingly imbued with profound secrets and power. Judging by the style of these symbols, Yifan mused, they seemed connected to the legendary primordial energies of heaven and earth. This might be an ancient artifact for manipulating natural forces. Shen Lufeng stared intently at the golden object. Suddenly, he pointed to a section of the altar and exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, look there. There seems to be a slot. This golden object might fit into it." Yifan approached and examined the slot closely. He discovered the slot's shape perfectly matched the golden object. After some hesitation, he decided to try inserting the golden object into the slot. The moment the golden object touched the slot, the entire temple shook once more. An even more powerful energy fluctuation erupted from the center of the altar. The color of the light pillar intensified, filling the entire temple with blinding radiance. Suddenly, the central floor of the temple began to slowly crack open, revealing a massive subterranean passageway. The passage stretched endlessly downward, emitting a mysterious and alluring glow. Yifan and Shen Lufeng exchanged a glance. They knew this passage might be the gateway to the deeper secrets of Nanning Island. Without a moment's hesitation, the two decided to enter the passage and explore its hidden depths. They descended cautiously along the passageway. As they descended, the air grew increasingly frigid, and an eerie blue glow began flickering along the walls. These lights seemed to guide them, pointing the way forward. After descending for some time, they finally reached the passage's end. Here lay a spacious underground cavern, at its center a massive crystalline structure. A dazzling light radiated from the crystal's core, surrounded by concentric ripples of energy. Yifan and Shen Lufeng stared intently at the massive crystal. They could sense the immense power emanating from it, a force seemingly intertwined with the very energy of Nanning Island itself. This crystal, Yifan mused with a hint of awe, might be the very core controlling the island's energy. Suddenly, the light at the crystal's core began to shift, coalescing into a luminous sphere. The orb slowly rose, hovering in the center of the cavern. Yifan and Shen Lufeng sensed the orb seemed to be awaiting some action from them. Yifan moved toward the orb with deliberate slowness, each step feeling unnaturally heavy, as if the energy radiating from the crystal exerted a palpable pressure upon him. As they drew near the orb, an odd sensation washed over them as if an indescribable connection existed between them and this luminous sphere. Chapter 214, What exactly is the secret of Nanning Island? Yifan reached out, attempting to touch the suspended orb. The instant his fingertips neared it, the orb erupted in a blinding flash of light. The light illuminated the entire cavern, and simultaneously, an ancient voice echoed within their minds, "Heroes, you have proven your strength and courage. The secrets of Nanning Island shall now be revealed by you." Yifan and Shen Lufeng exchanged stunned glances, bewildered by this sudden voice. They felt an indescribable sense of honor and responsibility. Yifan took a deep breath and asked, "What should we do?" The voice echoed again, "An ancient power lies hidden within Nanning Island. This force once safeguarded the island, but over time, it has been gradually forgotten by people. Now, this power requires new guardians to awaken it and protect this land." Yifan and Shen Lufeng realized their mission was far from over. They must locate the source of this ancient power and become its new guardians. The orb of light slowly faded, while the powerful energy seemed to guide them toward the other side of the cave. Yifan led the way, Shen Lufeng following closely behind. They traversed a narrow passageway and emerged into a vast subterranean chamber. At the center of this space stood a massive energy structure, composed of countless beams of light that formed a colossal sphere. Mysterious light flickered within the sphere, radiating intense energy fluctuations. "This is the source of that ancient power," Yifan murmured. They cautiously approached the energy sphere. As they drew nearer, the sphere's glow intensified, as if welcoming their arrival. Yifan extended his hand and gently touched the sphere's surface. A warm energy flowed through his entire body. He could feel this power merging with him, as if he had found a long-lost home. Shen Lufeng followed suit, and both felt their bodies and spirits undergoing a wondrous transformation. New light shone in their eyes, as if they had just gained an extraordinary power. Yifan and Shen Lufeng became the new guardians of Nanning Island, but they soon realized this role would not be without its challenges. The mysteries of this enigmatic island drew the attention of various factions, including those driven by greed and malevolence. Soon after stepping outside, the two encountered their first challengers on the island. A group of black-clad figures silently appeared within their sight. These shadowy figures moved with stealth and precision, clearly the product of specialized training. Their leader, a towering, masked figure, issued a challenge to Yifan and Shen Lufeng. "Are you the new guardians of Nanning Island?" The masked man's voice was deep and menacing. "The power of this island belongs to the stronger. I, Shadow Snake, shall become the new master of this place." Yifan and Shen Lufeng immediately entered combat readiness. Facing this sudden threat, they knew they couldn't afford even a moment's carelessness. The fight erupted swiftly.
Shadow Snake's followers displayed exceptional combat skills, but under Yifan and Shen Lufeng's coordinated assault, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage.
Seeing this, Shadow Snake personally joined the fray. Shadow Snake's fighting style was cunning and deadly, his movements exceptionally agile and his attacks sharp. Though Yifan and Shen Lufeng possessed the special abilities granted by the island, they felt unprecedented pressure under Shadow Snake's ferocious assault. As the battle progressed, Yifan gradually discerned Shadow Snake's combat patterns. He began harnessing his connection to the island, channeling the surrounding natural forces to bolster both himself and Shen Lufeng. The earth trembled beneath their feet, wind accelerated their movements, water created barriers against enemies, and fire intensified their attacks. Through this coordinated effort, Yifan and Shen Lufeng slowly turned the tide of battle. The Shadow Serpent recognized the unfavorable situation, a flash of savage light darting through his eyes. "It seems I underestimated you both," he declared, "but this battle is far from over." With that, Shadow Snake drew a black arrow from his sleeve and knocked it onto a peculiar bow. This arrow carried immense shadow energy, and once fired, its power would be devastating. Yifan and Shen Lufeng instantly recognized the danger. They quickly separated, attempting to disrupt Shadow Snake's attack plan. Just as Shadow Snake prepared to release the arrow, Yifan harnessed his connection to the island, summoning a fierce wind that disrupted the shot. The arrow veered off course, shooting skyward. The Shadow Serpent roared in fury, realizing it had lost its prime opportunity to strike. He shot a look of resentment and frustration at Yifan and Shen Lufeng before retreating swiftly under the cover of his subordinates. Yifan and Shen Lufeng did not pursue. They knew the Shadow Serpent had suffered sufficient damage, and their greater priority was protecting the island from further threats. After Shadow Snake and his men retreated, Yifan and Shen Lufeng returned to the underground crystal structure beneath the temple. Yifan took a deep breath, his eyes hardening as he declared, "We must strengthen the island's defenses. We cannot allow individuals like Shadow Snake to threaten its peace." Shen Lufeng nodded in agreement. "We need to better understand this island's secrets to guard it more effectively," he replied. In the days that followed, Yifan and Shen Lufeng began an in-depth exploration of Nanning Island, seeking its hidden secrets and powers. They uncovered numerous ancient ruins and mysterious sites, each discovery deepening their understanding of the island. However, as their knowledge of the island grew, so did the number of covetous eyes drawn to it. Outside explorers and treasure hunters began quietly arriving on Nanning Island, attempting to plunder its treasures and secrets. Among them, a mysterious figure known as Silver Wolf stood out. Silver Wolf led a group of elite subordinates, well-equipped and highly efficient in their operations. Silver Wolf's objective was clearly identical to Shadow Snake's, to seize the power of Nanning Island. Upon learning of Silver Wolf's arrival, Yifan and Shen Lufeng immediately took action. They set up a series of traps and defensive measures across the island, preparing to meet Silver Wolf's challenge. Silver Wolf quickly detected Yifan and Shen Lufeng's preparations, letting out a cold chuckle. "Seems these two are quite capable managing to set up defenses so swiftly. But that only makes the game more interesting." The Silver Wolf ordered his men to begin the attack. Armed with high-tech equipment and extensive combat experience, they breached portions of Yifan and Shen Lufeng's defenses. Yet as they advanced deeper into the island, they discovered the situation was far more complex than anticipated. Silver Wolf and his men found themselves forced to struggle through the intricate maze Yifan and Shen Lufeng had meticulously designed. Chapter 215, Your Ambition Ends Here. Every step was fraught with uncertainty and danger, and even the once confident Silver Wolf began to feel anxiety and panic. Amidst repeated traps, Silver Wolf's team began to fracture. Some began questioning Silver Wolf's leadership, while others even attempted to flee the treacherous island. Yet Silver Wolf, relying on his formidable will and ruthless methods, forcibly maintained the group's discipline. Yet Yifan and Shen Lufeng gave them little respite. They relentlessly exploited the island's natural terrain and their own abilities to counter the invaders. With each confrontation, Silver Wolf's group suffered mounting losses, their strength steadily waning. Finally, in a valley shrouded in mist, Yifan and Shen Lufeng set their decisive trap. They used the valley's natural terrain and intricate fog to construct a vast network of traps, waiting for Silver Wolf and his men to step into it. As Silver Wolf led his remaining men into the valley, the ground suddenly began to tremble, triggering countless traps. Silver Wolf's men fell into deep pits or were injured by hidden mechanisms. Silver Wolf himself found himself in dire straits. A group of natural guardians, formed from the island's power, appeared around him. These guardians took various forms, some as hard as boulders, others as swift as the wind, and they surrounded Silver Wolf, launching their attack. Silver Wolf frantically swung his weapon, trying to break through the encirclement. But every time he defeated one guardian, more would appear. Yifan and Shen Lufeng watched the battle from afar, knowing Silver Wolf had no escape. Finally, after a prolonged struggle, the Silver Wolf collapsed, utterly exhausted. His eyes brimmed with resentment and fury, yet also revealed a hint of resignation. He finally realized he could never conquer this island. The power here far exceeded his wildest imagination. Yifan and Shen Lufeng approached the Silver Wolf. Yifan spoke calmly, "Naming Island is not a place to be conquered at will. It has its own guardians and its own rules. Your ambitions end here.
The silver wolf remained silent, only staring at Yi Fan.
Finally, it slowly closed its eyes, accepting its fate of defeat.
After the silver wolf and his men retreated, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng felt a twinge of unease.
Their instincts told them the events on Nanning Island were far from over.
Sure enough, the ground at the temple's center suddenly began to shake violently, as if some ancient power was awakening. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng rushed to the temple, only to find numerous elite warriors from various factions already gathered there. Among them, several stood out prominently, radiating powerful auras that clearly marked them as the elite masters of their respective factions. One such figure, known as Sword Scar, wore black battle armor with a long sword at his waist, his gaze sharp as a blade. His sword technique was said to be unmatched once drawn. It brought devastation to all living things.
Another master known as the Ice Fairy wore a white gown and wielded an ice blue whip.
Her prowess was equally formidable. It was said her whip techniques were like blizzards, capable of freezing everything in an instant.
Another master, known as Volcano, radiated intense heat from head to toe. His strength was immense. A single punch could shatter solid rock.
These masters had gathered here, clearly drawn by the impending opening of the underground palace. Yi Fan learned from others that this underground palace opened only once every 100 years, housing supreme treasures and ancient secrets within. The crowd waited for the palace to open, the atmosphere tense with anticipation. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng observed the crowd, knowing this expedition would be a contest of both strength and cunning. Just then, the temple floor suddenly cracked open, revealing a massive entrance leading deep underground. An ancient, mysterious staircase descended deep into the earth, as if inviting the crowd into this unknown world. People began gathering around the staircase, preparing to enter the palace. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng joined the crowd. They knew this expedition might be fraught with unknown dangers, yet it was also the key to unlocking the secrets of Nanning Island. Upon entering the subterranean palace, they found themselves in a vast underground chamber. At the chamber's center stood a massive circular altar, radiating an enigmatic glow. Ancient murals and inscriptions carved into the surrounding walls seemed to narrate a long-forgotten history. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng began scrutinizing the murals, attempting to decipher their hidden meanings. As Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng ventured deeper into the underground palace, an unknown force began brewing in the shadows. The ancient murals depicted the rise and fall of a mysterious civilization, while the central altar appeared to hold the key to deeper mysteries. Their eyes flashed with the light of exploration, yet they remained vigilant. Suddenly, the altar's glow intensified. Amidst tremors, several figures emerged from the shadows. Jianhan and Wushan, two formidable warriors from Nanning Island, appeared before Yi Fan with their respective teams. Hostility burned in their eyes clearly. They too had come for the secrets of this mysterious palace. Jianhan, clad in a black robe and wielding a long sword, possessed sharp, sword-like eyebrows and piercing eyes, his aura as formidable as a razor-sharp blade.
Volcano, clad in crimson robes, possessed thick brows and large eyes.
His entire being seemed enveloped in raging flames, radiating an intense, scorching aura.
The moment they appeared, they captured everyone's attention.
Yi Fan, we meet again, Jianhan said coldly, his eyes flashing with a challenging light. Yi Fan responded with a faint smile. Jianhan, Wushan, have you also come for the secrets of this place? Shen Lufeng stood nervously beside Yi Fan, knowing the arrival of these two powerful figures meant conflict was inevitable. Yet he placed unwavering faith in Yi Fan, certain he could handle any challenge with composure.
Volcano roared with laughter. Yi Fan, do you think you're the only one interested in the secrets of Nanning Island?
Today, we'll see who truly reigns supreme over this island. The two sides faced off, the atmosphere thick with tension.
Suddenly, the light on the altar intensified. A massive orb slowly rose, radiating a dazzling brilliance. All eyes were drawn to the orb. What is this? Shen Lufeng asked in astonishment.
Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the mysterious orb. He sensed an ancient and powerful force slumbering within it, as if it would erupt with astonishing energy at the slightest touch. Jianhan and Wushan also sensed the orb's extraordinary nature, their gazes growing more vigilant. Clearly, this orb was far more than a simple ornament. It held one of the crucial secrets. Yi Fan took a deep breath and said to Shen Lufeng, Little Shen, we need to be careful. This orb might be the key to entering the palace's depths, but it could also conceal immense danger.
Shen Lufeng nodded.
He knew that in this situation, the best choice was to follow Yi Fan's lead.
Chapter 216, Where does your confidence come from?
Shen Lufeng stared intently at the orb, his heart racing. Yi Fan, however, remained utterly composed, as if he had anticipated all this long ago. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Jianhan and Wushan like lightning. Today, he said calmly, this place will be the stage for our contest. Jianhan responded with a cold sneer, Yi Fan, where does your confidence come from? You're nothing but a hermit hiding away on Nanning Island.
Volcano added with contempt, don't think a little skill gives you the right to act so cocky before us. The secrets of Nanning Island aren't yours to monopolize.
Yi Fan remained unruffled, responding calmly, we'll see about that. Today, not only the secrets of Nanning Island, but also your true strength, will be laid bare. With that, Yi Fan strode forward toward the altar.
Shen Lufeng followed closely behind. Though nervous, he placed absolute trust in Yifan. Jianhen and Huashan were not to be outdone, each leading their followers in close pursuit. A tense, defiant atmosphere permeated the air around them. The glowing orb atop the altar grew increasingly luminous, as if sensing the presence of the four powerful figures, slowly beginning to transform. At that moment, the altar erupted with a deafening roar as the orb blazed with blinding light. Beams of light shot forth from the orb, striking the surrounding murals. The patterns on the murals seemed to come to life, ancient scenes materializing in the air. These scenes depicted an ancient war, featuring warriors, sorcerers, and various mysterious creatures. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yifan's eyes. He hadn't expected these murals to conceal such profound secrets. He rapidly analyzed the scenes, searching for clues. Meanwhile, Jianhen and Huashan also scrutinized the scenes. Their eyes gleamed with greed and longing, clearly recognizing the extraordinary nature of these scenes. Shen Lufeng, however, grew increasingly tense, fearing these sudden developments might endanger Yifan. He clenched his fists, ready to protect Yifan at any moment. Just then, a massive dragon-like creature on one mural suddenly roared, bursting forth from the painting and lunging straight at Yifan. Yifan remained unflinching, swiftly retreating while simultaneously conjuring a long sword in his hand. He swung his sword to meet the attack, engaging the dragon-like creature in a fierce duel. Seeing this, Shen Lufeng immediately joined the fray, drawing the short sword at his waist to fight alongside Yifan. Jianhen and Huashan, witnessing the commotion, refused to be outdone and joined the fray as well. Each unleashed their unique abilities, confronting the diverse creatures surging forth from the murals. In an instant, the atmosphere within the temple grew fiery and tense. Creatures from the murals emerged one after another, as if ancient legends were being reenacted in reality. Yifan and Shen Lufeng stood shoulder to shoulder, their swords flashing as they bravely met each onslaught. The long sword in Yifan's grasp seemed to possess a spirit of its own, each swing accompanied by a fierce whistling wind as it clashed against the dragon-like creature's fierce onslaught. Though Shen Lufeng's strength was slightly inferior, his short sword moved with agile swiftness, repeatedly rescuing Yifan from perilous situations. Jianhen and Huashan showed no weakness either, unleashing their signature techniques as they clashed fiercely with the mysterious creatures from the mural. Jianhen's swordplay was razor-sharp, each strike landing precisely on vital points. Huashan wielded blazing flames as his weapon, the temperature around him soaring as he incinerated any enemy daring to approach. The battle raged on for a long time, and Yifan and his companions gradually felt their strength waning. The creatures emerging from the murals seemed to be endless, each wave more powerful than the last. After a particularly fierce clash, Yifan suddenly noticed that the glowing orb on the altar seemed to react strangely to the battle. Whenever someone was injured or unleashed powerful energy, the orb would flicker. "Shen, watch the orb on the altar," Yifan whispered to Shen Lufeng. Shen Lufeng nodded. He had noticed the phenomenon too. The two began experimenting with their attacks to influence the orb, hoping to find a way out of their current predicament. In the ensuing battle, Yifan and Shen Lufeng consciously adjusted their attack patterns, attempting to elicit more reactions from the orb. Soon, they discovered that when their attacks became more concentrated and intense, the light on the orb grew brighter. "It seems this orb is intrinsically linked to our battle." Yifan frowned, deep in thought. Just then, a colossal phoenix-like creature emerged from the mural. Each flap of its wings unleashed searing flames as it dove toward the combatants below. Jianhen and Huashan were forced to retreat several steps, their expressions turning grim. Seeing this, a resolute gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. He addressed Shen Lufeng, "Shen, follow me. We'll settle this with one decisive strike." The two joined forces, launching their final charge. Yifan's long sword and Shen Lufeng's short sword intertwined into a dazzling blade of light, charging toward the phoenix-like creature. Under their powerful assault, the phoenix-like creature let out a piercing cry before dissolving into a beam of light that merged into the luminous sphere atop the altar. At that moment, the orb suddenly erupted with an intense radiance, causing the entire altar to tremble. As the light spread, the creatures within the murals dissolved into scattered points of light, and the battle finally seemed to subside for the moment. Yifan and Shen Lufeng exchanged a knowing smile, realizing they had successfully passed this trial. But after this moment of calm, the light sphere at the altar's center suddenly cracked open, revealing a deep, dark hole before their eyes. "Is this a portal?" Shen Lufeng asked doubtfully. Yifan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the black hole. "It looks like it leads to deeper secrets," he said in a low voice. Jianhen and Huashan also halted their actions, their gazes equally fixed upon the mysterious void. Clearly, they too recognized this as a new opportunity. Just as they hesitated over whether to enter, an eerie laugh suddenly echoed from within the black hole. "Welcome to the core secret realm of Nanning Island." A deep, ancient voice resounded, accompanied by a powerful aura. Startled, everyone tensed, preparing to face any potential danger. A sharp gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes as he strode forward toward the black hole. "Yifan, have you lost your mind? We don't know what's inside." Jianhen shouted a warning. Yifan turned back, his voice cold. "On Nanning Island, there's nowhere I won't dare to enter." With that, he stepped into the black hole without hesitation.
Shen Lufeng followed closely behind, while Jianhan and Huashan, unwilling to miss this opportunity, swiftly entered the black hole as well. Beyond the black hole, a strange space unfolded before their eyes. It seemed like an independent microcosm, surrounded by bizarre plants and flowing points of light. Chapter 217, What place is this? An air of mystery and antiquity permeated the atmosphere. Where are we? Shen Lufeng asked in astonishment. Yifan surveyed the surroundings, his expression grave. This might be the true secret of Nanning Island. Suddenly, a figure slowly materialized before them. It was an elderly man clad in ancient robes, his face kind yet his eyes holding unfathomable wisdom. Welcome, brave explorers, the old man's voice echoed throughout the space. You have passed the trial. Now, the true secret of Nanning Island is about to be revealed. Yifan and Shen Lufeng exchanged glances, knowing that unprecedented challenges and opportunities lay ahead. Meanwhile, Jianhen and Huashan stood nervously nearby, equally aware of this space's extraordinary nature. The old man smiled faintly and began to recount the secrets of Nanning Island. It turned out this island was the remnant of an ancient civilization, harboring boundless wisdom and immense power. This civilization had once flourished, but due to a sudden catastrophe, it ultimately vanished into the mists of history. The elder declared, Nanning Island is not merely a land of mystery, it is a key. A key that unlocks the power of ancient civilizations. Yifan listened intently, understanding that this held not only power, but also boundless knowledge and possibilities. Shen Lufeng, meanwhile, wore an expression of pure curiosity, his interest in this mysterious civilization running deep. Jianhen and Huashan, however, had greed flashing in their eyes. Clearly, they were more concerned with how to harness the power of this ancient civilization. The elder continued, however, this power is not something everyone can master. Only the truly courageous can harness it and wield it for righteous purposes. With that, the old man pointed to a stone platform bearing an ancient tome. This book contained the knowledge of the ancient civilization, but it was also a trial. Only those who passed its trials could gain the power. Yifan stepped forward and reached out to touch the book. The instant his fingers touched the cover, the entire space suddenly trembled. A powerful force surged from the book, directly assaulting Yifan's consciousness. Shen Lufeng's face drained of color as he rushed forward to grab Yifan. Yet Yifan seemed rooted to the spot, utterly immobilized. Under the force's impact, Yifan's consciousness entered a strange state. He seemed to glimpse the entirety of that ancient civilization, majestic cities, profound knowledge, and powerful magic all flashing through his mind. At that moment, a voice echoed within Yifan's consciousness, Brave one, are you willing to accept the trial of this power? Yifan answered without hesitation, I do. The voice continued, then you shall face 3 trials. By passing these 3 trials, you shall gain the power of the ancient civilization. Simultaneously, Shen Lufeng, Jianhen, and Huashan were also drawn into this trial. Each faced distinct challenges, requiring them to rely solely on their own wisdom and strength to overcome them. The first trial soon presented itself before Yifan. A vast labyrinth appeared before him, and he must find the exit within a limited time. Within the labyrinth, all manner of traps and monsters lurked, making every step fraught with danger. Yifan took a deep breath and stepped into the labyrinth of the unknown. His gaze was resolute, his stride steady, each step marked by calm composure. Within the labyrinth, dim corridors, twisted paths, and sudden traps and monsters formed a world brimming with challenges. Shen Lufeng, meanwhile, faced a test of intellect. Trapped within a colossal puzzle, he must unravel intricate mysteries to progress. Jianhen and Huashan likewise confronted their own trials, each embarking on arduous explorations within this mysterious space. Yifan navigated the labyrinth with swift, precise movements, each decision seemingly deliberate and well-considered. He must not only confront unexpected dangers but also find the exit within a limited time frame. This was not merely a test of his strength, but also of his wisdom and judgment. Traps and monsters repeatedly appeared, yet they seemed unable to halt his progress. With extraordinary agility and keen observation, Yifan defused every crisis within the labyrinth. His composure and decisiveness proved invaluable in this world of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng demonstrated exceptional intellect when confronting puzzles. He meticulously analyzed every clue, gradually peeling back the layers of mystery. With each puzzle solved, he drew closer to the gateway leading to the next challenge. Jianhen and Huashan were not to be outdone, demonstrating formidable strength and unyielding resolve in their respective trials. Every step they took seemed to prove to Yifan and Shen Lufeng that they, too, were formidable forces on Nanning Island. Finally, after enduring countless trials, Yifan successfully found the exit of the labyrinth. Standing before the exit, his chest heaved, yet his eyes brimmed with accomplishment. He knew this was only the first step, more trials lay ahead. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng had also solved the final puzzle, unlocking the gateway to the next challenge. His face beamed with pride at his accomplishment. Jianhen and Huashan had each passed their trials as well, and the 4 reunited once more. Their eyes gleamed with determination and anticipation, ready to face the trials ahead. The old man's voice sounded once more, very well. You have passed the first trial. Now, the second trial is about to begin. As the old man's words faded, Yi Fan and his companions immediately sensed the shifting space. They found themselves in a vast arena, surrounded by blurry spectators who seemed like spectators from an ancient civilization. A tense, heavy atmosphere permeated the air, foreshadowing the impending battle.
The second trial will be a battle.
The old man's voice echoed through the space. You will face phantoms transformed from warriors of ancient civilizations. Only by defeating them can you prove your strength and courage. A resolute gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he clenched his fists. He knew this was not merely a physical battle, but a contest of intellect and will. Shen Lufeng stood beside Yi Fan, his eyes equally ablaze with the hunger for battle. As Yi Fan's loyal companion, he was ready to prove his worth through his own strength.
Jianhan and Huashan also adjusted their states. Though rivals, they. Chapter 218, The Terrifying Warrior.
They understood that in this trial, cooperation was essential to face the challenge together. Several figures suddenly flickered into existence at the center of the arena. Gradually becoming distinct, they were a group of burly, well-equipped warriors.
A formidable aura emanated from these warriors.
Their eyes held no emotion, only cold, ruthless intent to kill.
Yi Fan and his companions swiftly entered combat readiness, knowing these phantom warriors were formidable opponents. The battle was about to erupt, the air thick with tension and intensity. Yi Fan charged toward the nearest warrior first. His movements were swift and precise, each punch and kick packed with raw power. He seamlessly blended strength and technique, ensuring every strike landed precisely on vital points. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng showed no weakness, weaving nimbly among the warriors.
His swordplay was agile and fierce, each strike accompanied by a flash of blade light.
Jianhan and Huashan also demonstrated their prowess.
Jianhan's swordplay was as fierce as a raging storm, while Huashan unleashed his flame manipulation, conjuring fireballs that dealt devastating blows to the foes. The battle intensified, each collision accompanied by thunderous clashes.
The intensity of the battle exceeded everyone's expectations.
Yi Fan's attacks carried the force of thunder, his figure darting across the battlefield like the wind, each strike executed with pinpoint precision. His fists and footsteps carved streaks of light through the air, as if tearing through the very atmosphere. Shen Lufeng's sword dance grew even more frenzied. His blade tip chased stars in moonlight, each swing unleashing cascading swordlight like a river of stars spilling forth.
He weaves between the warriors, each step choreographed like a dance, elegant yet deadly.
Jianhan's swordplay raged like a violent storm, each strike accompanied by a piercing whistle, as if every swing could split the heavens. His figure flickered across the battlefield like a phantom, each appearance accompanied by the agonized screams of his foes.
Volcano transformed into a warrior of flame, each strike accompanied by searing fire. Fireballs danced under his command as if alive, relentlessly pursuing foes without respite. Volcano's fighting style was wild and fiery, each eruption like a volcanic explosion that shook the entire battlefield.
The battle raged for hours. Yi Fan and his companions were drenched in sweat, yet their eyes showed no sign of retreat. Their bodies pushed to the limit, yet their spirits burned brighter than ever. Just as the battle reached its most intense moment, Yi Fan suddenly noticed the phantom warriors beginning to fade into transparency, as if their power was slowly dissipating. Yi Fan realized victory was within reach.
He shouted, rallying his comrades, "Hold on!
We're almost there!" Inspired by Yi Fan, Shen Lufeng, Jianhan, and Huashan unleashed renewed fighting power. Their attacks grew fiercer, as if they were pouring every ounce of strength into the fray. Finally, on that scorching afternoon, the last phantom warrior fell, dissolving into a wisp of smoke.
The entire arena fell silent, filled only with the labored breathing of the four warriors.
The old man's voice rang out once more, "Congratulations! You have passed the second trial. Now, the final trial awaits you." The space shifted once more, and Yi Fan and his companions found themselves transported to a mysterious forest. This forest teemed with unknown dangers and challenges.
Giant trees stood like sentinels, while sprawling vines seemed to conceal sinister powers.
As night fell, an eerie, mysterious aura permeated the woods. The old man's voice echoed through the woods, "The final trial is a contest between you. Yi Fan, Shen Lufeng, you shall face the challenges of Sword Scar and Volcano. Only the true victor shall claim the power of the ancient civilization." Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng exchanged glances, realizing this battle would be far more arduous than any they had faced before. Jianhan and Huashan were not only formidable opponents, but also harbored deep animosity and rivalry toward each other. Jianhan stood across from them, his eyes flashing with a challenging light. He coldly regarded Yi Fan and declared, "Yi Fan, though you are powerful, I will show no mercy in this final trial." Volcano stood beside him, his body enveloped in raging flames, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. He roared, "Yi Fan, this time I'll make you understand what true power truly is." Yi Fan took a deep breath, knowing this battle was not merely a clash of strength but also a contest of wisdom and strategy. He nodded slightly, preparing to face this final challenge. The battle erupted instantly. Jianhan moved like a swordsman in a raging storm, each strike carrying devastating force. Yi Fan responded with lightning-fast strikes, his fists and feet raining down like a torrential downpour, countering Jianhan's sword techniques blow for blow.
Meanwhile, the battle between Shen Lufeng and Huoshan was equally fierce. Shen Lufeng's swordplay was agile and swift, weaving through Volcano's fiery assaults with pinpoint precision in every strike. Volcano, however, relentlessly pressed Shen Lufeng with blazing fire and explosive assaults, seeking an opening. The battle within the forest intensified, each of the four unleashing their ultimate techniques as the conflict grew ever more fierce. The clash between Yi Fan and Jianhen was particularly breathtaking. Each collision of swordlight and fist shadow was accompanied by thunderous explosions that shook the entire forest. Yi Fan constantly shifted tactics during the fight. Fully aware of Jianhen's razor-sharp sword techniques, he adopted a flexible, mobile combat style, seeking to find Jianhen's opening. Each close encounter left Yi Fan drenched in sweat, yet his eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Jianhen met Yi Fan's challenge with a cold smile, his swordplay as fierce as a storm, each strike accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. Bathed in the glare of steel, he spoke with icy detachment, "Yi Fan, your speed may be swift, but beneath my blade, all is futile." Meanwhile, the battle between Shen Lufeng and Huoshan intensified. Shen Lufeng moved with agile precision, his swordplay fluid and unpredictable, as if merging with the surrounding natural environment. Each strike resonated with the forest's echoes, placing immense pressure on Huoshan. Volcano, however, continuously erupted with blazing flames, his attacks filled with fury and intensity. The flames ravaged the forest, scorching the surrounding trees to charred blackness. Shen Lufeng, your swordplay may be exquisite, but within my sea of fire, you shall ultimately be reduced to ashes. Volcano roared, his attacks growing ever more ferocious. Throughout the battle, the four constantly shifted positions, alternating between close-quarters combat and long-range assaults. Chapter 219, your sword may be swift, yet it always reveals a flaw. The entire forest became their battlefield, each strike carrying devastating force. Yi Fan analyzed his opponent's tactics throughout the fight, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. He realized that defeating Sword Scar required strategy and skill, not merely a contest of raw strength. Through repeated exchanges, Yi Fan gradually discerned Jianhen's combat patterns. He began exploiting the forest's terrain and environment, skillfully luring Jianhen into traps he had set. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng sought openings amidst the volcano's fiery assaults. His sword techniques grew increasingly precise, each strike targeting the volcano's vulnerabilities. Through relentless maneuvers and assaults, Shen Lufeng steadily gained the upper hand. The battle intensified, pushing all four combatants to the absolute limits of their physical and mental endurance. Yi Fan moved swiftly through the forest, his footsteps light and nearly silent, as if he had merged with the ancient forest's very essence. Jianhen pursued relentlessly, his swordplay growing wilder. Each strike sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. In a narrow encounter, Yi Fan abruptly halted and turned to face Jianhen. A calm light flickered in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "Jianhen, your sword may be swift, but it always leaves an opening." Jianhen sneered coldly, thrusting his sword forward. "Yi Fan, take this." The blade cut through the air with a fierce whistle, aiming straight for Yi Fan's vital points. Yi Fan sidestepped effortlessly, evading Jianhen's strike while simultaneously delivering a backfist to Jianhen's side. Jianhen stumbled backward, surprise flickering in his eyes. "You actually anticipated my attack?" Meanwhile, the battle between Shen Lufeng and Volcano had reached a fever pitch. Volcano's flames grew increasingly intense. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a colossal fireball, aiming to defeat Shen Lufeng in one decisive blow. A resolute light flashed in Shen Lufeng's eyes as he swung his sword at the fireball. The clash of sword light and flames produced a deafening roar. Shen Lufeng roared, "Volcano, your flames may be fierce, but I will never retreat." At the climax of the battle, Yi Fan's duel with Sword Scar intensified. Yi Fan exploited his agility and precise strikes to constantly probe Jianhen's defenses. Jianhen, however, countered each strike with his peerless swordsmanship. A battle-crazed fervor flashed in Jianhen's eyes. "Yi Fan, your strength is indeed formidable, but I will never concede easily." His swordplay grew more frenzied, as if tearing through the very air around him. Facing Jianhen's ferocious onslaught, Yi Fan remained unflappably composed. Well versed in the ways of combat, he understood that in this critical moment, cool-headedness was paramount. A gleam of wisdom shone in his eyes as he searched for Jianhen's weakness. Just then, an eerie sound echoed through the forest, as if something was drawing near. Both Yi Fan and Jianhen sensed the change, a flicker of alertness crossing their eyes. Amidst Shen Lufeng and Huoshan's battle, Huoshan suddenly sensed an overwhelming pressure. He turned his head and saw something slowly approaching from the shadows of the forest. Volcano frowned deeply. "What is that?" Yi Fan clenched his fists, gazing warily into the shadows deep within the forest. Some unknown threat seemed to lurk there, silently drawing nearer. He whispered to Jianhen, "Jianhen, looks like we have uninvited guests." Jianhen responded coldly, "Whoever dares interrupt our duel will pay the price." His eyes flashed with a resolute, ruthless light. Clearly, he was prepared to face any challenge. The shadows in the forest drew nearer, until finally, a massive dark form emerged. It was a colossal beast, covered in thick, heavy scales, its eyes like burning fireballs radiating a terrifying aura. Each step sent tremors through the ground, as if it possessed the power to shatter everything in its path.
A flicker of surprise crossed both Yifan and Jianhan's eyes. They hadn't anticipated such an unexpected twist in this trial. Yifan said in a low voice, "Looks like we'll have to team up to deal with this monster first." Though Jianhan was reluctant to cooperate with Yifan, he recognized the danger of fighting alone against the colossal beast before them. "Fine. We'll cooperate for now," he replied coldly. During Shen Lufeng's battle with Volcano noticed the giant beast's appearance. He paused his attack and turned to Shen Lufeng, saying, "Shen Lufeng, looks like we'll have to team up too." Shen Lufeng gripped his sword hilt tightly and nodded in agreement. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. "Volcano, this time I'll trust you." The four quickly adjusted their tactics, facing their common enemy, that enormous beast. Yifan and Jianhan coordinated their movements swiftly, seeking the optimal moment to strike the colossal beast. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng and Huashan used flames and swordsmanship to constantly distract the beast, creating openings for Yifan and Jianhan. The beast roared furiously, its attacks fierce and savage. Each collision shook the forest, toppling trees. Amidst the fierce battle with the beast, the four continuously demonstrated their strength and wisdom. Though adversaries, they forged an unspoken collaboration in that moment. While evading one of the beast's attacks, Yifan spotted a vulnerability in its midsection. He immediately shouted to Jianhan, "Jianhan, its belly is its weak spot. We must strike it down with one decisive blow." Hearing Yifan's shout, Jianhan instantly adjusted his tactics. His swordplay grew more ruthless, each strike brimming with lethal intent. In a coordinated assault, Yifan and Jianhan simultaneously launched fierce attacks at the beast's underbelly. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng and Huashan worked to distract the beast, creating as many openings as possible for Yifan and Jianhan. Shen Lufeng's sword danced with blinding speed, its flashes piercing the darkness as each strike aimed to distract the beast. Volcano, meanwhile, used his flames to create chaos around the beast, forcing it to lose focus and unable to concentrate on countering Yifan and Jianhan's attacks. Yifan and Jianhan finally found their opening, striking the beast's belly almost simultaneously. Yifan's fist struck with overwhelming force and speed, hitting its mark, while Jianhan's blade pierced the beast's scales like a sharp arrow. The colossal beast let out a deafening roar, writhing in agony upon the ground. Its body began to gradually disintegrate, as if composed of darkness and smoke, ultimately dissolving into a gust of wind and vanishing deep into the forest. After the battle, all four appeared utterly exhausted. Yifan looked at Jianhan, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. "Jianhan, I never imagined we could cooperate like this." Jianhan's reply was cold, "This is only a temporary alliance, Yifan. Don't forget our duel is far from over." His voice brimmed with defiance and hostility. Chapter 220, Next time, I won't hold back. Yifan nodded. He understood this was merely a temporary truce. The true confrontation lay ahead. He turned to Shen Lufeng, who gave a slight nod. The two shared an unspoken understanding, preparing to face the next challenge. Volcano stood nearby, fists clenched tightly. His eyes blazed with fiery passion and a hunger for battle. He glared at Shen Lufeng and roared, "Shen Lufeng, next time I won't hold back." Shen Lufeng's gaze remained unwavering as he replied, "Volcano, no matter how fierce your flames burn, I won't back down. I'll prove my strength with my sword." Tension thickened once more among the four. Though they just endured a fierce collaboration, each knew the true contest lay ahead. The forest grew heavy once more as the four assumed combat stances, poised to resume their duel. Yifan stood in the forest's shadows, his gaze cool and profound, as if calculating every possible move and reaction. His gaze lingered briefly on Jianhan before slowly shifting to Shen Lufeng and Huashan. He knew this battle would test both their strength and their wits. Jianhan stood opposite him, his body taut as a bowstring ready to snap. His eyes blazed with hostility and defiance toward Yifan, his voice cold and resolute, "Yifan, every evasion you make is futile. Today, I will make you fall beneath my blade." Yifan smiled lightly, his voice calm yet brimming with confidence. "Jianhan, though your sword is swift, its trajectory is clear as day to my eyes. Today, I will show you true power." Meanwhile, the tension between Shen Lufeng and Huashan also thickened. Fiery flames swirled around Huashan's body, his eyes blazing like wildfire, filled with fervor and defiance. He roared, "Shen Lufeng, no matter how exquisite your swordplay, it cannot break through my sea of fire. Today, I will engulf you completely within this sea of flames." Shen Lufeng gripped his sword hilt tightly, his eyes flashing with cool determination. "Volcano, your flames may be powerful, but my sword can cut through anything. Today, we shall see whether fire reigns supreme or the blade's edge prevails." In the forest, the four engaged in fierce combat once more. Yifan and Sword Scar's clash reached a fever pitch, their fists and blades weaving dazzling streaks of light through the air. Each strike carried a piercing whistle, each evasion flickered like leaping flames. Shen Lufeng's clash with Volcano was equally fierce. Shen Lufeng's swordplay flowed like water as he weaved through Huashan's flames. Each strike pierced through the air like an arrow, aiming directly at Huashan's weak points. Volcano, however, continuously erupted flames. His attacks blazed like the scorching sun, attempting to completely engulf Shen Lufeng. Yifan's battle with Sword Scar grew ever more intense. Each of Yifan's attacks was filled with unpredictability. His body darted through the forest like a phantom, sometimes engaging in close combat, sometimes retreating swiftly. Every step he took was calculated and cautious. Jianhen's eyes burned with fanatical intensity. His swordplay grew ever faster, each strike carrying the force of a thunderclap, as if he sought to cleave the entire forest asunder. During one clash, Yifan suddenly accelerated toward Jianhen, his movement so swift it was nearly impossible to follow. Jianhen swung his sword to meet the attack, but Yifan deftly dodged at the last moment, countering with a punch aimed at Jianhen's ribs. Jianhen barely dodged, yet Yifan's strike still grazed him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "Yifan, you're stronger than I ever imagined," Jianhen gritted out, his voice laced with reluctance and defiance. Yifan responded calmly, "Jianhen, your swordsmanship is indeed superb. But combat isn't merely a contest of strength and speed, it also demands wisdom and strategy." Meanwhile, the battle between Shen Lufeng and Huoshan continued to escalate. Volcano's flames grew increasingly intense, each strike seeming poised to ignite the surrounding air. Shen Lufeng darted nimbly through the flames, his swordplay precise and swift, each strike aimed directly at Volcano's vital points. Volcano roared, unleashing a wave of flames more intense than ever before, attempting to defeat Shen Lufeng in one decisive blow. Facing this fierce onslaught, Shen Lufeng advanced instead of retreating. His sword flashes streaked across the night sky like lightning, piercing through the flames to launch a fierce counterattack against Volcano. "Volcano, your flames may be fierce, but my blade is faster," Shen Lufeng declared with unwavering resolve. His swordplay grew ever more exquisite, each strike placing immense pressure upon the volcano. The battle between the four and the forest grew fiercer by the moment. Their figures crisscrossed in the darkness, each collision accompanied by thunderous clashes. The creatures of the forest were stunned by the clash, the entire woodland seeming to tremble in response to their battle. The battle raged on as the four fighters neared their physical limits, yet the flames of combat still burned fiercely in their eyes. They knew only relentless combat would allow them to stand victorious in this trial, proving themselves true masters. Amidst the dense shadows of the forest, the clash between Yifan and Jianhen grew ever more perilous. Yifan's fist winds and Jianhen's sword light intertwined into a raging storm, each contact seeming to tear the surrounding space apart. Yifan's figure darted swiftly between the trees, his attacks as fierce and swift as a tiger charging down a mountain. Facing Yifan's onslaught, Jianhen's eyes flashed with a resolute light. His swordplay grew more ruthless, each strike carrying deadly coldness. Jianhen roared, "Yifan, only one of us will leave this forest alive today." Yifan's reply was cold, "Jianhen, your blade may be sharp, but before me, it remains powerless." With that, Yifan intensified his assault, each punch and kick carrying overwhelming force. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Shen Lufeng and Volcano reached its most intense phase. Volcano unleashed attacks engulfed in towering flames, attempting to consume Shen Lufeng in a sea of scorching fire. Shen Lufeng remained unflappable, his sword weaving through the flames, each strike precisely targeting Volcano's vulnerabilities. Volcano roared in fury, his power seemingly intensifying as the flames grew more ferocious. "Shen Lufeng, you cannot withstand my flames." The volcano's voice echoed through the forest. Shen Lufeng drew a deep breath, his eyes blazing with the light of final battle. "Volcano, even flames must be extinguished. Today, I will extinguish your flames with my sword." In the fierce clash, Yifan and Sword Scar's movements grew faster and faster, nearly reaching a point where the naked eye could no longer follow. Yifan's fists left trails of afterimages in the air, while Jianhen's sword light sliced through the night sky, trailing a series of whistling sounds. Chapter 221, I won't give up this easily. Yifan and Jianhen's battle gradually shifted to an open area, each strike accompanied by fierce winds and earth-shaking tremors. Yifan's fist techniques were not only swift but also packed immense force, each strike carrying overwhelming power as if he intended to knock Jianhen down with a single blow. Jianhen countered with razor-sharp precision, his blade as cold and piercing as ice, each thrust aiming to penetrate Yifan's defenses. In this life-or-death clash, Yifan suddenly surged forward. A rapid spin allowed him to evade Jianhen's lethal strike, and he immediately countered with a back fist, slamming it fiercely into Jianhen's chest. A flicker of surprise crossed Jianhen's eyes as he scrambled backward, yet Yifan's fist still grazed his shoulder, leaving him reeling with the scent of death. "Yifan, your strength surpasses my expectations, but I won't concede defeat just yet." Jianhen gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with an even fiercer fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the battle between Shen Lufeng and Huoshan reached its climax. Shen Lufeng darted nimbly through the flames, his swordplay flowing like unbroken water, each strike swift and precise. Volcano countered with even fiercer flames. Blazing infernos raged around his body, each attack accompanied by scorching heatwaves like a sea of fire. "Shen Lufeng, your speed may be swift, but you cannot evade my flames forever." Huoshan roared, his blaze intensifying as if intent on scorching the entire forest to ashes. Shen Lufeng responded calmly, "Volcano, fire may be powerful, but it has its weaknesses. Today, I will use my sword to find that weakness." As he spoke, Shen Lufeng's swordplay grew more agile, his blade dancing through the flames, searching for Volcano's opening. The battle between the two reached a fever pitch, each strike carrying deadly intent. Each clash between Yifan and Sword Scar resembled a dance rapid and perilous. Yi Fan's fist struck like a violent storm, while Jianhan countered with his unstoppable sword techniques. Each collision erupted in dazzling sparks and deafening roars. Jianhan thrust with all his might, driving his blade toward Yi Fan's vital points, the tip carrying a cold, murderous intent. Yi Fan deftly dodged, immediately countering with a backhand strike that sent a fist wind crashing into Jianhan's abdomen. Jianhan barely twisted his body to evade the lethal strike, yet the fist's force still grazed him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Jianhan, your swordsmanship is indeed masterful, but your attacks are too straightforward, easily predictable. Yi Fan analyzed calmly, his voice steady and resolute. A flash of anger flickered in Jianhan's eyes as he gritted his teeth in rebuttal. Yi Fan, don't think that just because you have the upper hand now, you'll win in the end. My sword has yet to unleash its true power. With that, his swordplay erupted into savage fury. Each strike tore through the air with a piercing whistle, aiming to shatter Yi Fan's defenses. Meanwhile, the clash between Shin Lufeng and Volcano reached its climax. Volcano's flames nearly incinerated the surrounding air, his assault relentless as a raging storm, penetrating every opening. Shin Lufeng, however, navigated through the flames with his exceptional swordsmanship and agile movements. His sword light flowed like water at times, yet cut like a razor at others, steadily chipping away at Volcano's momentum. Volcano roared furiously, Shin Lufeng, you'll never find my weakness. His flames grew fiercer, as if intent on consuming everything in their path. Yet Shin Lufeng found rhythm within the flames, each strike growing more precise. The fierce battle raged on in the forest, every movement of the four brimming with power and resolve. Surrounding trees were shattered by sword energy and flames, the entire forest becoming a silent witness to their battle. As the battle progressed, Yi Fan and Shin Lufeng gradually gained the upper hand. In his duel with Jianhan, Yi Fan displayed extraordinary combat wisdom and prowess. Each punch he threw seemed to carry the force of thunder, while his light and swift footwork repeatedly evaded Jianhan's attacks. Finally, during a fierce exchange, Yi Fan seized a moment of vulnerability in Jianhan's defense. A powerful punch landed squarely on Jianhan's chest, sending him reeling backward. Jianhan fell to the ground, his eyes burning with unwillingness, yet he had no strength left to continue the fight. Meanwhile, Shin Lufeng demonstrated extraordinary swordsmanship in his battle against Huashan. Amidst Volcano's fierce barrage of flames, Shin Lufeng moved like a phantom through the inferno. His swordplay was both swift and precise, each strike aimed directly at Volcano's vital points. Finally, one strike pierced through Volcano's fiery defenses, striking his vital point, forcing Volcano into retreat. After the battle concluded, an eerie glow suddenly filled the forest. Yi Fan and Shin Lufeng sensed a powerful force surging toward them. They discovered an ancient altar before them, upon which lay a book that appeared to be extremely old. Yi Fan and Shin Lufeng approached, sensing the immense power and knowledge contained within its pages. This book was the legacy of the ancient civilization of Nanning Island, documenting an ancient and formidable martial art. As Yi Fan and Shin Lufeng touched the book, a surge of power flowed into their bodies, causing their martial arts cultivation to undergo a qualitative leap in that instant. Jianhan and Huashan watched this scene from afar, their eyes filled with envy and helplessness. They understood that Yi Fan and Shin Lufeng had obtained the power they had long coveted, while they could only watch helplessly. At that very moment, the entire Nanning Island began to violently tremble, as if responding to Yi Fan and Shin Lufeng's acquisition of the ancient civilization's legacy. Mountains swayed, the earth cracked open, and the sea churned violently. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Yi Fan and Shin Lufeng swiftly fled toward the coast. They reached the shore and swiftly boarded a waiting vessel. As the vessel sailed away from the island, they looked back to see Nanning Island gradually sinking beneath the sea amidst violent earthquakes and a tsunami. It seemed as though this ancient secret realm, having fulfilled its final mission, had chosen eternal silence. Yi Fan and Shin Lufeng subsequently returned to Seoul. Even after returning to Seoul, Yi Fan and Shin Lufeng still felt the lingering terror of their harrowing experience on Nanning Island. They rested briefly in Yuncheng, gathering their composure while quietly assimilating the new knowledge and power gained from the ancient civilization's legacy. Days later, news suddenly spread through Seoul's martial arts circles. A mysterious and formidable figure had appeared in the city, declaring a challenge to all martial artists in Seoul. This figure's prowess was said to be terrifying, with several top-tier martial artists of Yuncheng already defeated by him. Upon hearing this news, a flicker of interest crossed Yi Fan's eyes. He said to Shin Lufeng, "Little Shin, it seems something interesting is happening in Yuncheng again. Let's go check it out." Shin Lufeng nodded, equally intrigued by the challenge. Chapter 222, No matter how strong the opponent, I'm willing. Mr. Yi, I believe this challenger is no ordinary opponent. We should proceed with caution. Yi Fan smiled faintly, his voice brimming with confidence. No matter how strong the opponent, I'm willing to give it a try. After all, we are no longer ordinary martial artists. They soon located the mysterious challenger at a plaza in Seoul. A large crowd had gathered in the square, martial artists and citizens alike, all there to witness the challenge. The challenger stood at the square's center, tall and imposing, clad in black martial artist attire, radiating formidable presence. Yi Fan and Shin Lufeng made their way through the crowd, quietly observing this enigmatic challenger.
They sensed an indescribably powerful aura emanating from him, clearly an opponent not to be underestimated.
The challenger's voice rang out, brimming with defiance. I am Long Shuang, hailing from Linjiang City.
I've heard Yuncheng boasts many skilled fighters, so I've come specifically to challenge them. Is there anyone willing to step forward and fight? The crowd erupted into a frenzy, yet most martial artists hesitated.
A gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He said to Shen Lufeng, it seems it's time to show him the true strength of Hancheng. With that, Yi Fan stepped forward, striding toward the center of the square to face Long Shuang. His eyes shone with cool determination as he declared firmly, I am Yi Fan.
I accept your challenge.
Long Shuang looked at Yi Fan, surprise flickering in his eyes before he smiled.
Excellent.
Finally, someone dares to accept my challenge.
I hope you won't disappoint me.
Yi Fan stepped steadily onto the center of the square, his pace deliberate, each step seeming to land squarely on the hearts of the crowd. The surrounding clamor gradually subsided as all eyes focused on these two masters. Yi Fan's face was as cool as ice, yet his eyes flashed with an unparalleled sharpness. Long Shuang stood opposite him, clad in a form-fitting black suit, his imposing frame and defined muscles clearly visible. His eyes radiated defiance and confidence, as if no challenge could faze him. Long Shuang lightly flexed his fists, producing a faint whistling sound that seemed to herald the impending fierce battle. Around the square, spectators held their breath, fixated on the impending clash between these masters. Shen Lufeng stood within the crowd, his gaze fixed firmly on Yi Fan. He knew Yi Fan was not one to act lightly. This move must carry profound meaning.
Yi Fan, do you truly believe you can defeat me? Long Shuang's voice echoed across the square, laced with provocation.
Yi Fan smiled faintly, his voice calm yet brimming with confidence. The outcome of a battle isn't decided by words. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Fan launched his attack. His form moved like a phantom across the square, swiftly evading Long Shuang's punching wind. Yi Fan's fist, carrying immense force and speed, drove straight toward Long Shuang's vital points. Long Shuang was astonished by Yi Fan's speed, but he did not panic. He swiftly adjusted his stance and counterattacked with astonishing force and speed. The two exchanged blows across the square, each collision accompanied by deafening clashes. Just then, a figure darted into the square, none other than Jianhen of the Southern Sword Pavilion. His eyes flashed with a hunger for strength. He refused to miss this battle. Jianhen's arrival drew the crowd's attention, but he did not intervene, merely observing quietly. The battle raged on for several minutes. Both Yi Fan and Long Shuang displayed astonishing prowess, their transitions between offense and defense flowing as smoothly as clouds drifting across the sky, leaving no openings. The spectators were utterly captivated by this spectacular duel, their very breaths growing quieter. Just as the square's battle reached its fever pitch, Long Shuang suddenly unleashed a staggering aura. His fists blazed like two fiery orbs, each strike trailing roaring flames so intense they seemed to ignite the surrounding air. A flicker of seriousness crossed Yi Fan's eyes. He knew Long Shuang had finally gone all out. Yi Fan did not retreat. Instead, he met the challenge head-on. His body spun lightly through the air like an agile leopard, evading Long Shuang's fiery punches. With each evasion and close-range strike, Yi Fan landed precise blows on Long Shuang's vulnerabilities. Yet Long Shuang seemed unfazed by these attacks, maintaining his relentless offensive. The spectators surrounding the square were now completely engulfed in frenzy. They cheered wildly for Yi Fan and Long Shuang's spectacular duel, the atmosphere reaching its peak. Shen Lufeng watched the battle intently from the crowd, knowing every move Yi Fan made held deeper meaning.
Long Shuang's strength truly exceeded all expectations. Just then, a discordant voice pierced the tense battle atmosphere. Yi Fan, don't get too cocky. Your opponent isn't just Long Shuang. Before the words had fully faded, a figure burst swiftly from the crowd, none other than Volcano from the blazing fire sect of Linjiang City. Volcano's arrival threw the battlefield into further chaos. His power was equally formidable, each strike carrying blazing flames that resonated with Long Shuang's fiery punches, forming a vortex of fire that enveloped Yi Fan. Facing the dual assault of these two masters, Yi Fan showed no sign of panic. A calm light shone in his eyes. Just as everyone thought Yi Fan was about to face a grueling battle, he suddenly unleashed an even more powerful aura. His hands rapidly formed seals, releasing a powerful aura that coalesced into a massive shield, completely blocking the fiery vortex. The spectators were stunned by this sudden turn of events, never expecting Yi Fan to possess such a formidable hidden card. Shen Lufeng watched the scene unfold, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He knew Yi Fan's true strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. Long Shuang and Huashan both paled at the sight. They hadn't anticipated Yi Fan could so easily withstand their combined assault. Exchanging a glance, a flicker of mutual understanding passed between them before they unleashed an even more ferocious assault, determined to shatter Yi Fan's aura shield. The battle intensified, yet Yi Fan remained effortlessly composed under Long Shuang and Huashan's relentless onslaught. Each of his strikes precisely targeted Long Shuang and Huashan's vulnerabilities, yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, as if awaiting something. At this critical moment, Jianhen of the Southern Sword Pavilion suddenly leapt from the spectator seats, his eyes blazing with the challenge of a formidable opponent.
Sword Scar stood with his long sword, its tip touching the ground. His voice was cold as he declared, "Yifan, your opponents aren't just these two. Today, I too challenge you." Yifan smiled faintly, meeting Jianhen's gaze as he replied calmly, "Jianhen, I've long heard of your swordsmanship. It is my honor to test them today." Jianhen pointed his sword directly at Yifan.
Instantly, the atmosphere on the square grew tense once more. Chapter 223, Today's Battle May You Gain Insight. Jianhen's sword techniques were mysterious and unique, each strike imbued with profound sword intent, as if capable of slicing through anything.
A flicker of gravity crossed Yifan's eyes.
He knew Jianhen's strength was not to be underestimated.
The aura surrounding Yifan's body gradually intensified, forming an even more solid defensive barrier. Simultaneously, his hands danced rapidly, each strike brimming with power and speed as they clashed against Jianhen's sword techniques. Seeing this, Long Shuang and Huashan seized the opportunity to join the fray. The three-way clash transformed the entire plaza into a fierce battlefield. Spectators stared in disbelief. Such a confrontation was exceedingly rare in their lives. Shen Lufeng watched the scene with a growing sense of unease, though he knew Yifan's prowess far surpassed that of ordinary men. For Yifan, this battle was merely a warm-up. The battle raged for half an hour, leaving the square in utter disarray. Facing the combined attacks of three masters, Yifan remained effortlessly composed, his aura shield unbroken throughout. Yifan's eyes flashed with cool determination as he waited for the perfect moment to strike back. Suddenly, Yifan roared, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy from the aura surrounding his body. This force, like a raging storm, directly sent Long Shuang and Huashan reeling backward. Seeing this, Jianhen urgently adjusted his sword technique, attempting to withstand the overwhelming force. But Yifan gave them no respite. His figure shot toward Long Shuang like lightning, landing a crushing punch squarely on her chest. Long Shuang's face instantly drained of color as his entire body flew backward like a, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Huashan hastily retreated, no longer daring to engage Yifan head-on.
Seeing his two companions retreat, Jianhen's expression grew grave.
Yet he did not give up. Instead, he approached the battle with even greater intensity. Jianhen swung his sword, its blade slicing through the air like water, tracing dazzling arcs as he sought a weakness in Yifan's defense.
Yet Yifan seemed to anticipate every move, effortlessly evading Jianhen's attacks.
As Jianhen's offensive faltered momentarily, Yifan struck back swiftly. A single punch erupted with such blinding speed and overwhelming force that it sent Jianhen staggering back several steps, his sword nearly slipping from his grasp. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jianhen's eyes. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated Yifan's strength to be this formidable. The spectators watched in stunned silence. They had expected Yifan to falter in this 3-against-1 disadvantage, yet here he was, effortlessly holding his own against all three opponents. Yifan looked at Jianhen and said calmly, "Jianhen, your swordsmanship has reached an extremely high level, but you still lack some real combat experience. I hope today's battle brings you some insight." With that, Yifan ceased his attack and turned to leave the battlefield. Jianhen gripped his sword hilt tightly, fixing Yifan with a deep, lingering gaze. His heart was filled with complex emotions.
He knew Yifan spoke the truth.
This battle had made him acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Shen Lufeng approached Yifan, offering an approving smile. "Mr. Yi, your performance today was truly astonishing." Yifan smiled faintly and shook his head. "This is merely child's play.
Let's go grab something to eat. I'm starving."
Shen Lufeng nodded, and the two left the square together, heading toward a hot pot restaurant in the city center. Along the way, Shen Lufeng occasionally brought up topics, while Yifan responded with a few words here and there, mostly walking in silence. Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, they found the atmosphere lively and cozy, filled with the aroma of food.
They found a window seat and sat down.
Shen Lufeng ordered a mountain of dishes, then smiled at Yifan.
"Mr. Yi, today, let me treat you." Yifan nodded, accepting without objection.
His gaze drifted to the bustling street scene outside the window, but his mind was already formulating his next move. Though today's battle had made his name known, Yifan knew this was only the beginning. The waters in Yuncheng ran deep, and he must be even more cautious. Shen Lufeng sensed Yifan's unease and offered reassurance. "Mr. Yi, your performance today was truly impressive.
Those influential figures in Seoul have undoubtedly taken notice of you."
Yifan offered a faint smile but remained silent. He knew the real challenge had only just begun. The atmosphere inside the hot pot restaurant was warm and cozy as the two sat around the steaming pot. Shen Lufeng meticulously placed platters of fresh ingredients into the bubbling pot: beef, lamb, seafood, assorted vegetables, and tofu, a rich variety. Yifan sat quietly, occasionally reaching out to pick up some well-cooked food and savoring it leisurely. Light-hearted music played in the background, blending with the surrounding laughter and chatter to create a relaxed atmosphere. Shen Lufeng chatted with Yifan from time to time, shifting topics from today's battle to everyday trivialities, making the atmosphere feel even more relaxed. Yifan responded with an occasional smile, but mostly listened quietly. His gaze remained serene, as if all the commotion around him held no sway. Yet within this relaxed setting, a sharp gleam occasionally flashed in Yi Fan's eyes, evidence that his thoughts were not entirely focused on the hot pot. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance. A stylishly dressed young man stepped into the restaurant, accompanied by several bodyguards in crisp uniforms who radiated an imposing presence. The young man scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on the table where Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng sat. Approaching with an air of superiority, he declared, "You're Yi Fan? I heard you showed off your skills in the square today. Seems you're quite the rising star." His tone carried a hint of sarcasm and disdain. Yi Fan lifted his head, meeting the young man's gaze calmly. "What's on your mind?" The young man sneered coldly. "I'm Du Xingyu, the crown prince of Longyuan Group." He scanned the room and continued, "I hear you've been acting quite arrogant in Hancheng lately. But here, I'd advise you to know your place." Shen Lufeng frowned, about to speak, but Yi Fan silenced him. Yi Fan said indifferently, "The crown prince of Longyuan Group, I'm just here for a hot pot meal. I don't want to cause any trouble. If there's nothing else, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't disturb us." A flash of anger flickered in Du Xingyu's eyes. "Do you know who you're talking to? In Hancheng, no one dares speak to me like this." Yi Fan remained unruffled. "My words are clear. If you're here just to cause trouble, I suggest you leave now." Du Xingyu froze, clearly taken aback by Yi Fan's bluntness. His expression darkened, clearly provoked. "You're quite the arrogant little punk, Yi Fan. But in Hancheng, many walk around arrogant. Few stay that way for long." Yi Fan said no more, turning back to his hot pot. Chapter 224, "In my eyes, you're nothing more than a jump." Seeing Yi Fan ignore him, Du Xingyu's expression darkened further. He scanned the room, seemingly seeking support, but those around him showed no interest in his outburst. Fuming with rage, he snarled, "Yi Fan, don't think beating a few nobodies today means you can make a name for yourself and soul." Yi Fan lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixing it directly on Du Xingyu. "Du Xingyu, in my eyes, you're nothing but a clown. Today, I have no desire to cause trouble here. You'd do well to know your place." Du Xingyu was shaken by Yi Fan's gaze, yet he stubbornly retorted, "You'll regret this, Yi Fan. I'll make you understand the consequences of crossing my Longyuan Group." With that, he turned and left the hot pot restaurant, but not before leaving one final order: "Broken army, teach him a lesson." Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng exchanged a knowing glance, both realizing the gravity of the situation. They knew the broken army Du Xingyu mentioned was Longyuan Group's top-tier expert, possessing formidable strength. Soon after, a shadow appeared silently at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. Clothed in black, his face concealed by a mask, only two piercing, cold eyes were visible. He was Pajun, Longyuan Group's covert assassin. His arrival instantly froze the atmosphere inside the restaurant. His gaze locked onto Yi Fan, uttering not a word, only staring coldly. Yi Fan rose to his feet, his expression remaining composed as he faced Pajun. Shen Lufeng stood nervously beside Yi Fan, whispering, "Mr. Yi, Pajun is extremely powerful. We might be in for a tough fight." Yi Fan nodded, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. "Don't worry, little Shen. No matter how powerful he is, he's no match for me." Pajun finally spoke, his voice icy. "Yi Fan, the turmoil you've stirred up in Seoul is too great. Longyuan Group won't tolerate anyone challenging our authority. Today, I'll make you understand the consequences." Yi Fan chuckled lightly. "I'll be curious to see what consequences you can deliver." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Pajun suddenly moved. His actions were lightning fast, appearing before Yi Fan in an instant. But Yi Fan's reaction was faster. Almost simultaneously with Pajun's movement, he had already prepared his counter. A fierce battle erupted between them inside the hot pot restaurant. Every strike from Pajun radiated lethal intent and raw power, yet Yi Fan deftly parried each one. Shen Lufeng watched nervously from the sidelines, ready to intervene at any moment. The fight raged on for several minutes. Though Yi Fan held the upper hand, Pajun's strength was astonishing. He moved like a wild beast, each strike brimming with savage ferocity. Just as Pajun's assault grew more ferocious, a flash of sharp intelligence flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. His movements suddenly became more fluid and swift, each evasion and counterstrike perfectly timed, showcasing his unfathomable martial prowess. Pajun faced an unprecedented challenge. Though his attacks were ferocious, Yi Fan's skillful countermeasures ensured none landed a single blow. Surprise and fury flashed in his eyes as he seemed to ponder how to break through Yi Fan's defenses. The other customers in the hot pot restaurant had scattered in panic, leaving only Yi Fan and Pajun facing off inside. Shen Lufeng stood nervously nearby, ready to intervene at any moment, though he knew Yi Fan's strength far surpassed his own. His help might not be needed. As the fight progressed, Yi Fan gradually asserted control over the situation. Each of his strikes grew more precise, a perfect fusion of power and speed that made it increasingly difficult for Pajun to defend. Feeling the immense pressure, Pajun grew more reckless and desperate. Yet to Yi Fan, these reckless assaults were riddled with openings. Yi Fan exploited these openings, relentlessly striking at Pajun. The battle had raged on for over 10 minutes, draining both combatants' physical and mental reserves. Yi Fan maintained his composed demeanor, while Pajun showed signs of fatigue. After a fierce exchange, Yifan suddenly stepped back several paces, seemingly adjusting his tactics. Seeing this, Break Army's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope. Believing Yifan had finally shown signs of fatigue, he launched an even more ferocious assault. But he failed to notice the deep, calculating gleam in Yifan's eyes. The instant Pajun launched his next strike, Yifan erupted with astonishing speed and power, materializing behind his opponent in the blink of an eye. Pajun spun around violently, but it was too late. Yifan's fist struck Pajun's vital point with pinpoint accuracy, sending him reeling back several steps. Clutching his chest, Breaker's face twisted in agony, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. Though staggered by Yifan's blow and grimacing in pain, Pajun refused to yield. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he regained his footing, his eyes blazing with an even fiercer intensity. Clearly, this battle was far from over. Yifan's gaze sharpened as well. He knew Pajun was no pushover. Gripping his teeth, Pajun launched another assault. This time, his onslaught was savage, each strike brimming with intense murderous intent. Their battle intensified once more. Pajun's every strike seemed poised to crush Yifan, who countered with increasingly agile footwork and precise techniques. The battle raged fiercely within the hot pot restaurant, as if the entire space trembled under the force of their combined momentum. Shen Lufeng watched the fight with bated breath. He knew Yifan possessed formidable strength, but Poju's performance left him stunned. He never imagined Long Yuan Group harbored such a formidable expert. As the battle persisted, both fighters pushed their speed and power to the absolute limit. Each collision echoed with thunderous clashes, making the entire restaurant tremble. Just then, Pajun seemed to find a weakness in Yifan. A sly gleam flashed in his eyes as he suddenly intensified his assault, nearly cornering Yifan against the wall. Yifan's expression grew even more serious. He knew this was Pajun's decisive strike. Yet, the instant Pajun's attack was about to strike, Yifan executed an unexpected maneuver. His body executed an almost impossible mid-air spin, deftly evading Pajun's strike while simultaneously countering with a backhand blow that landed squarely on Pajun's waist. Pajun grunted, staggering back several steps from the sudden blow. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes clearly. He hadn't expected Yifan to counterattack under such circumstances. He drew a deep breath, readjusting his stance. A resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. Yifan, you truly possess strength. But I cannot lose to you here. Yifan smiled faintly. Pajun, your strength has impressed me. But in Yuncheng, I won't concede easily. The two resumed their battle. Chapter 225, Long Yuan Group will come for you again. This time, their techniques were more intricate, each strike brimming with wisdom and strategy. The entire hot pot restaurant seemed to transform into their battlefield, every movement drawing the attention of Shen Lufeng and the other customers. Pajun's assault grew fiercer, as if he were pouring all his rage and strength into every strike. Yifan countered with even greater composure and precision, each of his movements showcasing his profound internal energy and combat wisdom. The two darted through the confines of the hot pot restaurant, their fists and feet clashing in a symphony of piercing air-slicing sounds. Each collision felt like thunder and lightning, shaking the very foundations. Shen Lufeng watched this clash of masters, his heart pounding with both tension and excitement. As time wore on, Pajun's attacks began to show signs of fatigue. Though his movements remained fierce, they lacked the earlier sharpness. Yifan, however, seemed to maintain his stamina and composure, each counterstrike growing more precise and deadly. Pajun realized that if this continued, he would likely fall to Yifan. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he suddenly increased his attack speed and power, attempting a final, desperate all-out assault. Facing Pajun's frenzied onslaught, Yifan remained unflappably composed. He seemed to have seen through Pajun's intentions, each evasion and counterattack executed with remarkable composure. Just as Pajun seemed to be exhausting his last ounce of strength, Yifan suddenly accelerated his assault, his techniques growing more fierce and incisive. Pajun felt an immense wave of pressure crash over him. He struggled to resist, but his strength was steadily waning. In a precise counterattack, Yifan landed a blow to Pajun's abdomen, forcing him to double over in agony. Pajun's face turned pale, clearly in immense pain, yet his eyes still flashed with an unyielding glint. Standing before Pajun, Yifan spoke calmly, Pajun, you have lost. In Yuncheng, I, Yifan, will not fall easily to anyone. Pajun slowly raised his head, gazing at Yifan as he managed to say, Yifan, you win. But I won't give up just yet. Long Yuan Group will come for you again. Yifan smiled faintly, I'll be waiting any time. Pajun slowly rose to his feet, turned, and left the hot pot restaurant, leaving Yifan and Shen Lufeng behind. Shen Lufeng approached Yifan, his face breaking into an admiring smile. Mr. Yi, you're truly formidable. Yifan glanced around at the now devastated hot pot restaurant and sighed softly, looks like we'll have to find another place to continue our meal. Shen Lufeng nodded. The two left the wrecked hot pot restaurant and walked along the bustling streets of Yuncheng. Night had deepened, neon lights flickered, and the streets bustled with people, vibrant and lively. Yifan and Shen Lufeng weaved through the crowd, searching for their next dining spot. Mr. Yi, today's fight was truly spectacular, Shen Lufeng remarked as they walked, his voice brimming with admiration and excitement.
Yi Fan smiled faintly and replied casually, just a small taste of what I can do. The underworld of Yuncheng is far more complex and profound than we ever imagined. Tonight's events are merely the beginning. As they walked, they came upon a quaint little restaurant. Yi Fan pushed open the door. Inside, the decor was elegant, the lighting soft, and the atmosphere serene. They settled into a windowside table, ordering simple dishes and a few cups of clear tea. As the dishes arrived one after another, Shen Lufeng began discussing matters concerning Yuncheng once more. Mr. Yi, while Long Yuan Group is powerful, I believe they won't dare to act rashly. Tonight's events will make them take you seriously. Yi Fan shook his head gently, his eyes revealing deep contemplation. Long Yuan Group is merely one of many factions in Yuncheng. The waters in Yuncheng run deeper than we imagine. My purpose in coming to Yuncheng extends beyond challenging these factions. Shen Lufeng looked at Yi Fan in surprise. Mr. Yi, what is your purpose? Yi Fan smiled faintly, his tone mysterious. You'll know when the time is right. For now, let's simply enjoy this dinner. The two began leisurely savoring the delicacies. Yi Fan's thoughts seemed to have already drifted far away. His gaze drifted through the window, fixated on the nightscape of Seoul, as if plotting his next move. After dinner, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng strolled through the night. Yi Fan appeared remarkably calm, yet a sharp gleam occasionally flashed in his eyes. Under the night sky of Seoul, his figure appeared exceptionally solitary, yet radiated unwavering resolve and confidence. Shen Lufeng watched Yi Fan's retreating figure, his heart brimming with admiration. He knew that following Yi Fan would lead him through one breathtaking adventure after another. Through the night, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng wandered the streets of Seoul. Neon lights along the streets cast reflections on Yi Fan's pensive face, adding an air of mystery to this night brimming with the unknown. Mr. Yi, tonight's battle was perilous, but you've clearly established a foothold in Seoul. What should our next move be? Shen Lufeng inquired, his eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation for what lay ahead. Yi Fan gazed ahead, his voice calm yet resolute. We need to gain deeper insight into Seoul's major factions, especially those shadowy figures lurking in the dark. Additionally, I have some personal matters to attend to. Shen Lufeng nodded in understanding. He knew Yi Fan always had his plans and objectives, and his own duty was to assist Yi Fan wholeheartedly. Suddenly, a group of men in black suits appeared before them, instantly heightening the tension. These were clearly no ordinary passers-by. Their eyes flashed with a sharp, murderous intent, fixed directly on Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng. Looks like we've gotten ourselves into trouble. Yi Fan murmured softly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Shen Lufeng stood vigilantly beside Yi Fan and asked in a low voice, Mr. Yi, who are these people? Yi Fan replied indifferently, looks like Long Yuan Group isn't satisfied with tonight's defeat and sent people to cause trouble. The leader stepped forward and said coldly, Yi Fan, you've been causing too much trouble in Yuncheng. Long Yuan Group won't tolerate this kind of thing happening. Tonight, neither of you will walk away. Yi Fan smiled faintly, his expression betraying disdain and contempt. Long Yuan Group truly lives up to its reputation, unwilling to admit defeat even to me. The man's face darkened as he roared, attack. Cripple them. Instantly, the group of black-clad men charged toward Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng. Shen Lufeng clenched his fists, ready to fight. But Yi Fan waved his hand lightly, signaling him not to intervene. Yi Fan stepped forward, his figure shifting like a phantom. Before the black-clad men could react, Yi Fan had already struck. Chapter 226, The night in Yuncheng is still long. Yi Fan's movements were elegant and swift, as if he were performing a graceful dance. Each evasion and counterstrike was executed with pinpoint precision, striking the black-clad man's vital points without fail. His every movement radiated an unstoppable force and confidence, leaving the black-clad figures utterly unable to close the distance. Shen Lufeng stood by, witnessing Yi Fan's extraordinary prowess. His heart filled with awe. He knew that even if he intervened, it would only be icing on the cake. Yi Fan completely controlled the rhythm of the battle, each attack sending another black-clad figure crashing to the ground in agony. The leader's face darkened as he watched the scene unfold. He hadn't anticipated Yi Fan's power being so terrifying. His own men were utterly useless against him. Gritting his teeth, fear and rage surged within him. Just then, a black-clad figure struggled to his feet and roared as he lunged at Yi Fan. His eyes burned with desperation and madness, as if he intended to sacrifice himself to inflict harm on Yi Fan. Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly. His form flickered again, effortlessly evading the black-clad man's suicidal attack. With a swift spin, Yi Fan extended his palm and gave a light push. The figure flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the wall. Witnessing this, the remaining black-clad figures were overcome with fear, hesitating whether to continue their assault. The leader roared furiously, "What are you standing around for? Charge!" But the black-clad men were already intimidated by Yi Fan's power. They exchanged glances and ultimately chose to retreat. The leader's rage boiled over, yet he knew today's situation was beyond salvaging. Yi Fan watched the black-clad figures gradually disperse, a cold smile curling his lips. He turned to Shen Lufeng. "Looks like our operation tonight caught the attention of the Long Yuan Group. This is only the beginning. The night in Yuncheng is still long.
Shen Lufeng nodded, his eyes filled with resolve and trust.
Mr. Yi, whatever happens next, I'll stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Yi Fan gave a slight nod. The two continued walking into the night, disappearing at the end of the street. As night deepened, the streets of Hancheng remained brightly lit, their bustling energy undiminished. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng didn't slow their pace. They weaved through the bustling crowds, each person absorbed in their own nightlife, utterly oblivious to their presence. Mr. Yi, Long Yuan Group's swift response clearly indicates they were prepared. It seems they feel profound fear at the threat you pose. Shen Lufeng murmured, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. Yi Fan smiled faintly, fear is their weakness and our opportunity. Long Yuan Group may be powerful, but they have their own vulnerabilities. We need only seize the right moment to throw them off balance in Hancheng. They continued walking down the street, Shen Lufeng constantly scanning their surroundings, wary of another ambush. Yi Fan, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. A faint smile remained fixed on his face, as if he were brimming with confidence about whatever lay ahead. Just then, a black sedan abruptly pulled up in front of them.
The window slowly rolled down, revealing the face of a man wearing sunglasses. His expression was cold, his eyes conveying an undeniable threat. Yi Fan, Long Yuan Group won't let this go. Tonight's events are merely the beginning.
The man said coldly. Yi Fan glanced at the car and smiled faintly. I look forward to Long Yuan Group's next move. But remember, the night in Hancheng is far more complex than you imagine.
The man inside snorted coldly before the window rose slowly and the car sped away. Mr. Yi, Long Yuan Group is warning us, Shen Lufeng said nervously. Yi Fan turned and continued walking, a thoughtful gleam flashing in his eyes.
Their warnings mean nothing to me.
As long as we proceed step by step, nothing is impossible. The night in Seoul has only just begun. They walked down a bustling street before turning into a relatively quiet alley. Yi Fan suddenly halted, and Shen Lufeng stopped alongside him.
Shen, in the days ahead, we may face greater challenges and dangers. Are you ready?
Yi Fan turned to look at Shen Lufeng, his eyes revealing a seriousness.
Shen Lufeng answered without hesitation, Mr. Yi, I am prepared to face any challenge at any time.
As long as I can fight alongside you, whether it's storms or perilous situations, I, Shen Lufeng, will never back down. Yi Fan nodded, a satisfied smile spreading across his face.
Excellent.
With you by my side, I feel even more confident in facing whatever lies ahead.
The night in Hancheng was still young.
3 days later, the nightscape of Seoul remained captivating, the city's bustle never ceasing. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng were preparing for their next move in a hidden corner of this bustling metropolis. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. A powerful aura coalesced in the night sky, as if the entire city could sense its presence. Yi Fan's expression hardened.
He knew it. Long Yuan Group's counterattack had finally arrived.
Long Kong is here, Yi Fan whispered to Shen Lufeng.
Shen Lufeng asked nervously, who is Long Kong?
Yi Fan answered in a solemn tone, he is Long Yuan Group's strongest combat force, a powerhouse who has remained hidden for years. His power is said to be unfathomable, surpassing the limits of ordinary humans. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure materialized before them like a ghostly apparition. Dressed in a black trench coat, expressionless, with icy eyes, it was the legendary Long Kong.
Yi Fan, you finally caught my attention. Long Kong's voice was cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation.
Facing Long Kong, Yi Fan remained composed. I've long heard of your reputation, Long Kong.
It's truly an honor to meet you today. Long Kong offered a faint smile, utterly devoid of warmth.
Courtesy aside, Yi Fan, I've come today on behalf of Long Yuan Group to teach you a lesson. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Long Kong vanished from his spot, reappearing before Yi Fan in the next instant with astonishing speed. Yi Fan reacted with lightning speed, instantly retreating to evade. A fierce battle erupted between him and Long Kong. Each of Long Kong's strikes carried a piercing whistling wind. His techniques were crisp and decisive, every blow aimed directly at Yi Fan's vital points. Yi Fan countered with even more agile footwork and intricate techniques, as the two engaged in a breathtaking duel within the confined space. Shen Lufeng stood nearby, watching the fight with tense focus. He understood the stakes. If Yi Fan fell to Long Kong, all their efforts and soul would be lost.
Chapter 227, You truly impress me.
The fight raged on for over 10 minutes as Yi Fan and Long Kong's strikes grew faster and faster, reaching speeds nearly impossible for the human eye to follow. Long Kong's attacks were razor-sharp, each forcing Yi Fan to respond with every ounce of strength.
Yet Yi Fan's prowess was equally formidable. Facing Long Kong's overwhelming onslaught, he consistently found openings to counterattack. A resolute gleam flashed in his eyes, as if declaring to his opponent that no matter how formidable the adversary, he would never retreat without a fight. In this tense duel, every clash between Yi Fan and Long Kong seemed to tear through the air, producing explosive crackling sounds. Their figures darted through the confined space, each strike and parry a display of raw power and blinding speed. A hint of surprise flickered in Long Kong's eyes. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated Yi Fan being able to match him to this extent.
His attacks grew fiercer, each punch and kick packed with immense force, as if he intended to utterly crush Yi Fan.
Facing Leng Kong's relentless onslaught, Yi Fan remained unflappably composed.
His movements exuded an otherworldly grace, as if performing a highly intricate dance.
Each evasion and counterstrike was perfectly timed, deftly neutralizing Leng Kong's assaults.
As the battle progressed, Yi Fan began to reveal his true strength.
His strikes grew sharper, each blow targeting Leng Kong's vulnerabilities. Though powerful, Leng Kong began to show signs of fatigue under Yi Fan's precise strikes. Leng Kong felt the pressure mounting.
He knew he could no longer afford to be careless as before. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as the air currents around his body began to swirl rapidly, forming a powerful aura.
Leng Kong prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, aiming to defeat Yi Fan in one decisive blow.
Yi Fan sensed Leng Kong's transformation, a hint of gravity flickering in his own eyes.
He knew the next attack would be decisive.
Yi Fan drew a deep breath as his aura surged, bracing himself for Leng Kong's onslaught.
At that critical moment, Leng Kong launched his attack with blinding speed.
His entire body seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Yi Fan. The overwhelming aura seemed poised to shatter everything in its path. Yi Fan did not retreat. He advanced directly into Leng Kong's attack. The instant Leng Kong was about to make contact, Yi Fan unleashed a devastating counterattack. His hands, like two sharp blades, struck precisely at Leng Kong's chest. The sheer force of the blow produced a thunderous roar. Leng Kong's body flew backward like a crashing heavily into a wall. The entire wall trembled from the impact, and Leng Kong groaned in agony. Yi Fan stood his ground, calmly observing Leng Kong lying on the ground. Despite the staggering force of the blow, Yi Fan knew a master like Leng Kong wouldn't concede defeat so easily. Sure enough, Leng Kong slowly rose from the ground. Though his body bore obvious wounds, his gaze remained sharp, radiating an unyielding fighting spirit.
Yi Fan, you've certainly made me take notice.
Leng Kong gasped, his voice slightly hoarse yet filled with resolve.
But I haven't lost. This battle is far from over.
Yi Fan gave a slight nod, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of combat.
Leng Kong, you are one of the strongest opponents I've ever faced. Let's continue and see who truly reigns supreme in Yuncheng. A savage grin twisted Leng Kong's face as an even more formidable aura began to gather around his body. This time, he seemed poised to unleash his ultimate strike with everything he had. At the same time, Yi Fan began to gather his own power. He knew the climax of this battle was approaching, and with it, the decisive moment that would determine the outcome. The two charged toward each other once more, their collision more intense than any previous clash. Leng Kong's fist tore through the air with a piercing whistle, striking directly at Yi Fan. Yi Fan responded with even greater speed. Their techniques crossed mid-air, producing a deafening series of explosions. The battle raged on as Yi Fan and Leng Kong unleashed their full capabilities, each strike brimming with raw power and blinding speed. The surrounding air seemed torn apart by their strikes, transforming the battlefield into a frenzied chaos. Yet as time wore on, Leng Kong's stamina began to wane.
His strikes remained fierce, but their frequency began to wane. Yi Fan, however, maintained a relentless offensive, his eyes gleaming with the light of victory. Finally, after another fierce exchange, Leng Kong's movements faltered a moment Yi Fan seized. Yi Fan accelerated suddenly, landing a precise spinning kick to Leng Kong's abdomen that sent him flying, crashing heavily into a wall.
Leng Kong lay on the ground, gasping for breath, struggling to rise.
Yi Fan stood nearby, not immediately leaving, but quietly observing. He knew a formidable opponent like Leng Kong wouldn't concede easily. The fight might not truly be over. Sure enough, Leng Kong struggled to his feet, his face etched with stubbornness and refusal to concede. His gaze sharpened once more, his aura surging upward. Though wounded, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Yi Fan, I acknowledge your immense power, but I, Leng Kong, will never surrender so easily. Resolve filled Leng Kong's voice as his body began radiating an even more formidable aura, seemingly pushing his strength to its absolute limit. Yi Fan stared intently at Leng Kong, his expression turning grave. He knew Leng Kong was preparing his final desperate strike, perhaps the most perilous moment of the entire battle. Leng Kong roared and charged at Yi Fan with blinding speed. This time, his speed was faster, his power greater. His entire body hurtled toward Yi Fan like a cannonball. The air exploded with a deafening roar from his high-speed movement, creating a scene of staggering intensity. Yi Fan did not retreat. Instead, he met Leng Kong's attack head-on. A resolute light flashed in his eyes as every ounce of his strength erupted in that instant. Yi Fan's techniques were equally fierce and relentless, each strike carrying the power to shatter everything in its path. The two clashed fiercely in midair once more, their powerful impacts echoing through the night sky. Their fists and kicks rained down on each other like a violent storm, each strike carrying astonishing force. As the battle progressed, Yi Fan gradually sensed Leng Kong's stamina waning, his movements beginning to slow.
Yi Fan seized the opportunity, intensifying his assault. A series of heavy blows landed on Leng Kong, forcing him steadily backward. Finally, after one last fierce exchange, Leng Kong collapsed, utterly spent, unable to rise. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes flickered with both reluctance and admiration. Chapter 228. What exactly are the Du family after? Yi Fan approached Lung Kong, gave him a long, lingering look, then turned and left the battlefield. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng walked through the night. Shen Lufeng looked at Yi Fan, his eyes filled with confusion and worry. Mr. Yi, what should we do next? The Long Yuan group won't let this go. A resolute glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. What we must do is confront them head on. I'm going to Long Yuan group's headquarters myself to see what the Du family is really up to. Shen Lufeng gasped in shock. Go directly to Long Yuan group's headquarters? That's like walking into a den of tigers, Mr. Yi. Isn't that far too dangerous? Yi Fan smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with composure. Sometimes, the most dangerous place is actually the safest. I need to confront the Du family directly to understand their true intentions. Only then can we formulate the best countermeasures. Seeing Yi Fan's resolve, Shen Lufeng said no more. He knew Yi Fan never acted rashly, every step was carefully calculated. The next day, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng headed to the headquarters of Long Yuan Group. The headquarters of Long Yuan Group stood in the heart of Hanchang, its towering building rising prominently in the city center, symbolizing its power and status within Hanchang. As the two entered the building, Yi Fan's arrival clearly caused quite a stir. Employees whispered among themselves, their eyes brimming with curiosity and astonishment. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng proceeded directly to the president's office, where Du Tianyun, the head of Long Yuan Group, awaited them. Seated in a large executive chair, Du Tianyun appeared to be around 50 years old. He was a burly man with silver hair and piercing eyes. Spotting Yi Fan, a faint, contemptuous smile touched his lips. Well, isn't this the legendary Yi Fan? To dare set foot in Long Yuan Group personally utterly audacious, Du Tianyun remarked coldly. Yi Fan stared impassively at Du Tianyun, his tone calm. Head of the Du family, I came here to see what exactly Long Yuan Group intends to do. You've targeted me time and again, don't you fear stirring up even greater turmoil? Du Tianyun sneered coldly. Yi Fan, do you truly believe you alone can stand against Long Yuan Group? Coming here is nothing short of courting humiliation. Long Yuan Group's roots in Hanchang run deep, they're not something an outsider like you can shake. A flicker of disdain crossed Yi Fan's eyes as he calmly met Du Tianyun's gaze. I did not come to provoke. But if Long Yuan Group insists on hostility, I will not back down. A savage grin twisted Du Tianyun's face as he pressed a button on his desk. Several burly men with fierce gazes immediately surged into the room. Their imposing presence was clearly extraordinary, undoubtedly elite fighters from Long Yuan Group. Yi Fan, since you insist on courting death, I'll grant you your wish. Du Tianyun said coldly, his eyes flashing with a cruel light. Yi Fan smiled faintly. His form shifted slightly as he rose to his feet, facing these elite fighters with unwavering composure. Shen Lufeng swiftly stood beside Yi Fan, preparing for the impending battle. Without hesitation, the elite fighters launched their assault on Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng. Their movements were swift and precise, each strike carrying a deadly threat. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng responded swiftly, their figures darting across the office as they engaged in fierce combat with the masters. Yi Fan's techniques were as fierce as a storm, each strike leaving opponents no time to dodge. Du Tianyun stood nearby, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to hold his own against such a coordinated assault from multiple masters. Yi Fan's strength clearly surpassed his expectations. The battle raged on, and Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng gradually felt the pressure mounting. Though they could withstand the attacks of these masters, they were still outnumbered. The slightest misstep could put them in grave danger. Yet Yi Fan showed no sign of panic. His eyes flashed with determination and resolve. He knew he had to persevere. Each strike and evasion was executed with pinpoint precision, as if he could anticipate every move his opponents made. As the battle dragged on, Du Tianyun's expression grew increasingly grim. He hadn't expected Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng to last this long. A flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes as he contemplated intervening personally. Just then, a skilled fighter seized the moment when Yi Fan was distracted and launched a sudden attack from behind. Yi Fan instantly sensed the danger, spinning around to block the deadly strike. Immediately, Yi Fan counterattacked. His figure darted through the crowd of masters like lightning, his punches and kicks carrying immense force, each strike forcing his opponents back step by step. Seeing the situation turn against him, Du Tianyun's expression darkened further. Finally, he resolved to intervene personally. He rose to his feet and strode steadily toward the center of the battlefield. Du Tianyun's presence was extraordinary. Each step seemed to reverberate through the entire office, showcasing his extraordinary prowess. Yi Fan, it seems I must handle you personally. Du Tianyun's voice was deep and commanding, his eyes locked on Yi Fan, burning with the hunger for battle. Yi Fan turned to face Du Tianyun, his own eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. Head of the Du family, I am ready. Let us see who truly reigns supreme in Hanchang. With Du Tianyun's arrival, the battlefield's tension reached a boiling point. Du Tianyun's techniques were exceptionally fierce, each strike carrying immense power and dominance, showcasing his years of martial experience and profound inner strength. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng responded swiftly, their coordination seamless as they transitioned effortlessly between offense and defense. Yi Fan's techniques grew even more ruthless. He not only had to withstand Du Tianyun's assaults but also fend off the encircling attacks of other masters. The battle intensified. Du Tianyun seemed to fight each move as if it were his last, while Yi Fan resisted with agile footwork and precise counterattacks. Shen Lufeng fought relentlessly against the other master's assaults, each of his strikes packed with power, effectively shielding Yi Fan's back. As time wore on, despite Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng's outstanding performance, fatigue began to set in. After all, facing a top-tier expert like Du Tianyun and his followers exerted immense pressure a strained few could sustain indefinitely. Spotting Yi Fan's growing exhaustion, Du Tianyun's lips curled into a vicious grin. He knew the scales of victory were tipping in his favor, so he intensified his assault, aiming to defeat Yi Fan in one decisive blow. The battle reached its most critical juncture. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng fought back-to-back, their fists and feet interlocking to form an impenetrable defensive line. Chapter 229, Du Tianyun's True Might. Du Tianyun's attacks grew increasingly fierce, each strike carrying the force of a thunderclap as he sought to shatter Yi Fan's defenses. In this life-or-death instant, a sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He suddenly spotted a flaw in Du Tianyun's assault. He swiftly adjusted his strategy, preparing to exploit this opening for a counterattack. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng's figures darted across the office, engaging Du Tianyun in their final showdown. In this moment, they poured every ounce of strength and skill into the fight. In this critical moment, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng seemed to enter a transcendent state, their every attack and evasion achieving the pinnacle of coordination and synergy. Yi Fan sought openings amidst Du Tianyun's relentless onslaught, his gaze cool and penetrating, as if he had already read every one of Du Tianyun's moves. Du Tianyun sensed Yi Fan's extraordinary presence, and his attacks grew even more ferocious, each strike carrying overwhelming fury and immense power. He seemed determined to crush Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng completely in one fell swoop, ending the battle once and for all. Yet under this pressure, Yi Fan displayed astonishing capabilities. His figure weaved through Du Tianyun's attack waves, each evasion perfectly timed, each counterstrike executed with pinpoint precision. Shen Lufeng also spared no effort in supporting Yi Fan. They moved as one, their flawless coordination holding firm against Du Tianyun's relentless onslaught. The battle grew increasingly fierce, transforming the entire office into a battlefield as desks and chairs flew through the air and glass shards scattered everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng maintained their composure, their eyes fixed on Du Tianyun as they sought an opening to counterattack. Du Tianyun gradually felt fatigue setting in. He hadn't anticipated Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng could sustain such high-intensity combat for so long. He began to realize that if he couldn't end the fight quickly, the situation might turn against him. Just then, Yi Fan spotted his chance. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. After one of Du Tianyun's attacks, Yi Fan suddenly accelerated, charging straight at him. His movement was lightning fast, catching even Du Tianyun off guard. Yi Fan's fist, accompanied by a piercing whistle, slammed into Du Tianyun's abdomen. The immense force of the blow sent Du Tianyun reeling back several steps, a grimace of pain crossing his face. But Du Tianyun was, after all, the head of the Longyuan group. His strength was not to be underestimated. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he launched another assault. His fists and feet unleashed a furious storm, each strike seemingly poised to tear Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng to shreds. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng moved in tight coordination, their figures darting nimbly through Du Tianyun's onslaught, searching for an opening to strike back. The battle intensified, the three-way confrontation brimming with tension and excitement. A single lapse could prove fatal. The intensity of the fight exceeded everyone's expectations. Though severely wounded, Du Tianyun's fighting spirit seemed only more resolute, each strike fueled by a death-defying determination. His figure darted through the office at astonishing speed, each strike carrying devastating force. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng moved like two bolts of lightning, constantly shifting positions to evade Du Tianyun's onslaught. Their reactions were lightning fast, seemingly anticipating every one of their opponent's moves. In this high-intensity confrontation, both men pushed their abilities to the absolute limit. Du Tianyun's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, as if he were expending every ounce of strength to crush Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng in one decisive blow. Each punch and kick carried immense destructive force, causing the entire office to tremble as if it might collapse at any moment. Under this pressure, Yi Fan displayed extraordinary combat talent. His techniques grew sharper and more precise, each counterstrike landing squarely on Du Tianyun's vital points. Meanwhile, Shen Lufeng relentlessly sought openings, his strikes perfectly synchronized with Yi Fan's. Together, their assaults formed a formidable combined force. In this protracted battle, the stamina of all three combatants gradually waned. Du Tianyun's breathing grew heavy. Though his attacks remained powerful, their speed had noticeably slowed. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng also felt the fatigue, yet they persisted, unwilling to relinquish any chance to defeat Du Tianyun. As time dragged on, the office seemed to fill with the very essence of their battle, the tension reaching a fever pitch. Each clash of fists and feet was accompanied by thunderous sounds and powerful energy ripples, making the entire scene intensely tense and thrilling. Just then, Yi Fan suddenly spotted a tiny opening in Du Tianyun's defense.
A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he swiftly adjusted his attack trajectory. His figure flickered like a phantom, suddenly materializing behind Du Tianyun.
A fierce spinning kick slammed into the back of Du Tianyun's neck. Caught completely off guard, Du Tianyun was struck by this unexpected assault.
His body lurched forward, nearly toppling him over. But at the last moment, he forced himself to steady his stance, spinning around with a look of astonishment and fury in his eyes.
Yi Fan gave Du Tianyun no chance to catch his breath, immediately launching a fierce offensive.
His fists and kicks rained down on Du Tianyun like a storm, each strike packed with raw power and blinding speed. Under Yi Fan's relentless onslaught, Du Tianyun gradually lost his advantage, his defenses beginning to show cracks. Yet, just as Yi Fan's assault reached its peak, Du Tianyun suddenly unleashed a staggering burst of power. His eyes burned with unyielding resolve, as if determined to shatter every constraint and bond. With a roar, his aura surged dramatically, forming a terrifying energy field whose intense fluctuations made the entire office tremble. Yi Fan felt an unprecedented pressure. He knew Du Tianyun was unleashing his final reserves of strength, preparing for a desperate counterattack. Yi Fan showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he met the challenge head-on.
His body spun nimbly through the air, transforming into streaks of lightning as he engaged Du Tianyun in their final showdown.
Their battle grew fiercer and more perilous. Each of Du Tianyun's attacks carried the force to obliterate everything, while Yi Fan countered with his extraordinary footwork and precise techniques. Each clash erupted with thunderous roars, as if two invisible forces collided midair, unleashing intense energy ripples.
Shen Lufeng watched the battle's progress with tense focus.
He understood clearly that this fight presented Yi Fan with an unprecedented challenge. He stood ready to intervene at any moment, but the resolute signal in Yi Fan's eyes made it clear to Shen Lufeng that he wished to face Du Tianyun alone. The battle raged on as both combatants pushed their physical and mental limits to the absolute edge. The office interior lay in utter disarray, with fragments of desks and chairs strewn everywhere, and the glass windows shattered by the intense vibrations.
Chapter 230, the most critical moment of this battle. Yet neither Yi Fan nor Du Tianyun seemed to feel fatigue.
Their eyes were fixed solely on each other, consumed entirely by this decisive battle. Amidst this tense standoff, Yi Fan suddenly detected a tiny opening in Du Tianyun's defense. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he swiftly adjusted his attack strategy. Before Du Tianyun's next strike could land, Yi Fan surged forward like a bolt of lightning.
In an instant, he breached Du Tianyun's defenses and struck directly at his vital points. Du Tianyun stared in astonishment at Yi Fan before him, utterly unprepared for such astonishing combat prowess under these circumstances. However, as the head of the Long Yuan group, Du Tianyun possessed extraordinary strength and experience. The instant Yi Fan's strike was about to connect, Du Tianyun forcibly shifted his body with astonishing willpower and speed. Though still struck, he avoided the fatal blow. A savage grin spread across his face, as if acknowledging Yi Fan's skill while simultaneously preparing for the even more intense battle about to unfold. A more formidable aura began gathering around Du Tianyun's body.
He seemed to be mobilizing all his internal energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack.
Fierce flames flickered in his eyes, and his entire aura became terrifyingly intense.
Yi Fan sensed Du Tianyun's transformation, and a resolute glint flashed in his own eyes.
He knew this would be the most critical moment of the fight. Any hesitation could spell defeat.
Yi Fan drew a deep breath, unleashing every ounce of his power. His fists and feet struck with thunderous force, meeting Du Tianyun's onslaught head-on. Their fists and feet collided once more, producing a deafening roar. The entire office seemed to tremble under the force, the air thick with an electric, crackling tension. Every exchange between Yi Fan and Du Tianyun carried devastating force, each strike seemingly capable of deciding the entire battle's outcome. Shen Lufeng watched from the sidelines, his heart heavy with tension and worry. He understood clearly that this battle was not merely a contest between Yi Fan and Du Tianyun, but a decisive clash that would shape the future landscape. Shen Lufeng remained poised to support Yi Fan, yet he understood that Yi Fan and Du Tianyun were the protagonists of this battle.
He could only intervene at critical moments.
As the battle raged on, both Yi Fan and Du Tianyun displayed extraordinary endurance and resolve. Their bodies were drenched in sweat, yet their gazes remained unwavering, showing no sign of retreat. Every strike, every evasion, pulsed with a fierce hunger for victory and a murderous intent toward their opponent.
At this critical juncture, Du Tianyun realized his current strength alone was insufficient to defeat Yi Fan.
He resolved to play his trump card. A flicker of cunning and resolve crossed his eyes as he began chanting an arcane incantation. The aura surrounding his body began to shift dramatically. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng sensed the terrifying aura surging from Du Tianyun, their expressions turning grave. They knew Du Tianyun was unleashing some powerful, ancient secret art, one that could fundamentally alter the course of the battle. A layer of dark crimson light gradually enveloped Du Tianyun's body, his aura growing increasingly intense. His eyes flashed crimson, and his entire being seemed transformed into another creature, brimming with savagery and brutality.
Yi Fan, do you see this? This is my secret art blood demon transformation. Du Tianyun's voice grew hoarse and terrifying. Under the effect of the blood demon transformation, his strength multiplied exponentially. Faced with this sudden transformation, Yifan and Shen Lufeng swiftly adjusted their tactics. Yifan knew well that any hesitation against power of this caliber could prove fatal. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as his internal energy surged to its fullest capacity. Under the blood demon transformation, Du Tianyun had become an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Each of his attacks carried earth-shattering power, as if the very air itself was being torn apart. The entire office lay in greater disarray under his onslaught, as if it might collapse at any moment. Under this crushing pressure, Yifan and Shen Lufeng maintained their composure and resilience. Yifan's attacks grew sharper. Utilizing his extraordinary speed and agile footwork, he darted around Du Tianyun, seeking openings to strike. Shen Lufeng provided tight coordination from the flank, using his formidable strength and defensive capabilities to create openings for Yifan. The battle grew more brutal and perilous. Each of Du Tianyun's strikes carried devastating force, while Yifan and Shen Lufeng resisted with clever tactics and unyielding willpower. Each clash felt like a brush with death, the entire scene pulsing with tension and adrenaline. In this extreme environment, Yifan's tactical brilliance and Shen Lufeng's tenacious support forged a formidable force. They relentlessly sought openings amidst Du Tianyun's relentless onslaught, searching for a way to break through this seemingly invincible state. In his blood demon transformation state, Du Tianyun's attacks were terrifying, each strike seeming capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart. Madness flickered in his eyes as he transformed into a ferocious beast upon the battlefield, savage and utterly unpredictable. Yet, just as the battle seemed deadlocked, a sudden flash of insight lit Yifan's eyes. He realized that brute force alone was insufficient to breach Du Tianyun's defenses. Yifan shifted tactics, abandoning head-on clashes in favor of leveraging his speed and agility for a more nimble combat style. Yifan darted through Du Tianyun's attack range like a bolt of lightning. Instead of directly blocking Du Tianyun's strikes, he exploited the moment of his opponent's exertion, using blinding speed and clever angles to launch sudden counterattacks. Shen Lufeng, observing Yifan's shift, swiftly adjusted his own combat strategy. He focused more on defense and disruption, creating more offensive opportunities for Yifan. Each of Shen Lufeng's defenses proved exceptionally solid, effectively blocking some of Du Tianyun's attacks and easing the pressure on Yifan. As the battle progressed, Du Tianyun began to feel fatigue. While the blood demon transformation boosted his power, it also drained his physical and mental energy significantly. Yifan and Shen Lufeng's agile tactics prevented him from landing effective strikes, leaving him deeply frustrated. Just then, Yifan spotted an opening in Du Tianyun's defense. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he charged toward Du Tianyun. Yifan's movement was lightning fast, his fist striking Du Tianyun's side with pinpoint accuracy. Though not a fatal blow, it knocked Du Tianyun off balance, causing him to stagger. Yifan seized the moment, unleashing a flurry of targeted strikes in rapid succession. Chapter 231, The Cunning Enemy. Yifan's assault came like a raging storm, each strike swift and precise. Under this relentless barrage, Du Tianyun grew increasingly desperate. He attempted to counter, but Yifan always managed to evade skillfully while seeking the next opening. Under this sustained pressure, Du Tianyun's movements began to slow, his breathing growing heavy. The blood demon transformation granted him immense power, yet simultaneously drained his physical and mental reserves. Each strike further drained his reserves. Shen Lufeng coordinated flawlessly with Yifan. His every defensive maneuver and counterattack proved crucial, effectively shielding Yifan and allowing him to focus entirely on offense. Though Shen Lufeng's techniques lacked Yifan's agility, they were solid and dependable, carving out precious combat space for Yifan. As the battle dragged on, Du Tianyun's situation grew increasingly dire. His strikes remained powerful, yet they had lost their earlier sharpness and precision. Yifan and Shen Lufeng's relentless offensive forced him into a defensive posture, demanding more energy to block. Yifan sensed the waning strength in Du Tianyun's strikes, a glint of decisive triumph flashing in his eyes. Yifan intensified his assault, each strike now carrying decisive force. Like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, he galloped across the battlefield, each collision placing immense pressure on Du Tianyun. Caught between Yifan and Shen Lufeng's dual assault, Du Tianyun finally showed clear signs of exhaustion. His movements grew clumsy, the fervor in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a hint of despair and helplessness. He realized he was now at an absolute disadvantage in this battle. Yifan seized this opening, his figure darting around Du Tianyun like a phantom. Each strike landed squarely on Du Tianyun's vital points, leaving him unable to mount an effective counterattack. Shen Lufeng joined the assault seamlessly, their coordination flawless as they cornered Du Tianyun. At this critical moment, Yifan spotted the greatest flaw in Du Tianyun's defense. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he unleashed a full-force strike, aiming directly for Du Tianyun's vital points. This strike contained all of Yifan's strength and speed, crashing down on Du Tianyun like a thunderbolt. Du Tianyun attempted to block this lethal strike, but his strength was already failing him. Yifan's fist struck his chest with pinpoint accuracy. The immense force sent Du Tianyun flying backward, slamming violently into the office wall. The sound of his impact echoed throughout the entire office. Coughing painfully, he struggled to rise from the floor. A flicker of terror and unwillingness crossed his eyes clearly. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to dominate him to this extent. Yi Fan gave Du Tianyun no chance to catch his breath. His form flickered again, lunging toward Du Tianyun with the swiftness of a cheetah. Du Tianyun raised his arm weakly in a feeble attempt to defend, but he was utterly unable to withstand Yi Fan's relentless onslaught. Shen Lufeng watched the fight unfold nervously from the sidelines. He knew that Yi Fan had now gained complete dominance in this moment. A flicker of admiration and excitement crossed Shen Lufeng's eyes. He knew Yi Fan was about to claim victory in this grueling battle. Each of Yi Fan's strikes brimmed with raw power and blinding speed, his fists and feet seeming to shatter the air's resistance with a piercing whistle. Du Tianyun's defenses crumbled under Yi Fan's relentless onslaught. His body was pushed back relentlessly, leaving him almost powerless to retaliate. At this critical moment, a sly gleam suddenly flashed in Du Tianyun's eyes. He seemed to be waiting for an opening. Just as Yi Fan launched another attack, Du Tianyun executed a cunning counter. Though its power was diminished, its direction and angle were utterly deceptive, striking directly at Yi Fan's vital points. Yi Fan instantly sensed the danger, swiftly adjusting his stance to deftly evade the lethal strike. His reaction speed stunned everyone present, even drawing a hint of surprise from Du Tianyun's eyes. The battle raged on, with Yi Fan and Du Tianyun locked in a fierce chase and duel within the office. Yi Fan's strikes landed with pinpoint accuracy, while Du Tianyun fought back with every ounce of strength. Du Tianyun was now clearly at a disadvantage, his physical and mental energy severely depleted. His strikes grew increasingly feeble, while Yi Fan fought with mounting ferocity. His punches and kicks carried unmatched force, relentlessly battering Du Tianyun's defenses. Finally, after a fierce clash, Du Tianyun could no longer hold on. His body crashed heavily to the floor, gasping weakly. His eyes were filled with reluctance and struggle, yet he lacked the strength to rise again. Yi Fan stood beside Du Tianyun, his gaze cold and piercing. He knew the fight was over. Du Tianyun could no longer threaten him. Yet he did not relax his vigilance, maintaining his guard, ready to respond to any unexpected developments. Shen Lufeng approached Yi Fan, his eyes brimming with admiration. Yi Fan turned to look at Du Tianyun lying on the ground, his voice cold and powerful. Du Tianyun, your ambition and atrocities end here. You thought brute force would grant you unchecked power, but you forgot that true strength lies not only in physical might, but in the power of the mind and morality. Du Tianyun lifted his head, a flicker of pain and hatred flashing in his eyes. Yet, he ultimately lowered his gaze, responding weakly, Yi Fan, you win. But in this world, there are always forces you cannot overcome. Yi Fan gave a cold laugh and turned to leave. Remember this, Du Tianyun. True strength never fears the obstacles before it. May today's humiliation mark the beginning of your reflection. With that, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng exited the office together, leaving Du Tianyun lying there alone. A week later, in a high-end tea house in Seoul, Yi Fan received a message. An ancient ruin is about to be unearthed on the outskirts of Yuncheng city. It's said to hold unimaginable secrets and power. This news immediately piqued Yi Fan's interest. Yi Fan turned to Shen Lufeng and said, Shen, looks like we have a new target. The ruins in Yuncheng city, this could be quite a challenge. A flicker of excitement passed through Shen Lufeng's eyes. Mr. Yi, whatever the challenge, I'm ready to face it alongside you. The two decided to depart for Yuncheng city immediately. By the time they departed Yuncheng, Yi Fan's name had already caused a sensation in the martial arts world, with his prowess and audacity becoming the focal point of widespread discussion. Along the way, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng discussed potential scenarios and strategies. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with the thrill of exploring the unknown, while Shen Lufeng's gaze brimmed with trust and admiration for his companion. Chapter 232, A Mysterious Ruin. By the time they reached Yuncheng city, news of the ruins had already drawn the attention of numerous martial artists. Elites from various factions were flocking to the city, hoping to uncover something within the ruins. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng approached the ruins' location with utmost caution. They knew this place held not only unknown secrets but also potential dangers. But for Yi Fan, this was precisely the challenge, adventure, and unknown he sought. Their arrival quickly drew the attention of other martial artists. Yi Fan's name had already become legendary in the martial world, and many regarded him with equal parts curiosity and awe. Yi Fan, however, remained fully focused on the task at hand. He was prepared to give it his all to unravel the mysteries of this ancient ruin. Outside the city of Yuncheng, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng stood at the entrance of an ancient ruin. Though seemingly ordinary, this ruin concealed endless secrets and traps. Ancient runes carved into the entrance glowed faintly, as if whispering tales of a distant past. Yi Fan scrutinized the runes, a thoughtful gleam flashing in his eyes. These runes were unusual, seemingly concealing some sort of mechanism. Yi Fan murmured to Shen Lufeng. Shen Lufeng nodded. He knew Yi Fan possessed keen insight. Mr. Yi, we must proceed with caution. There may be many unknown dangers lurking here. Yi Fan gave a slight nod, extending a finger to lightly touch the rune at the doorway. Suddenly, a faint tremor rippled through the air. The relic's gate creaked open slowly, emitting a dull, resonant sound. The two exchanged a glance before stepping through the ruin's entrance together. The interior was shrouded in mist and an air of mystery. Ancient stone walls were engraved with intricate symbols and patterns, as if whispering tales and secrets from the distant past. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng navigated the corridors and chambers with extreme caution, each step deliberate and careful. As they ventured deeper, the sudden sound of a trap mechanism echoed through the air, followed by a hidden arrow shooting out from the wall. Yi Fan reacted swiftly, grabbing Shen Lufeng and pulling him out of the way just in time to dodge the unexpected attack. The traps here were remarkably intricate. Yi Fan frowned, realizing this ruin was far more dangerous than they had anticipated. They pressed onward, now moving with heightened caution. The ruins held not only traps but also various puzzles and challenges. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng needed to employ both wisdom and strength to solve these challenges before they could venture deeper. After navigating several complex mechanisms, they arrived at a vast stone chamber. In the center of the chamber sat a massive stone sarcophagus, surrounded by ancient weapons and treasures. But Yi Fan's gaze was drawn to a mysterious pattern on the sarcophagus. This pattern seemed to be the key to unlocking the sarcophagus. Yi Fan pondered, carefully examining the design. Just then, a muffled sound echoed through the chamber as several figures materialized at the entrance. It turned out that other martial artists had followed Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng's footsteps to this chamber. "Yi Fan, I never imagined you'd actually find this place," a cold voice declared. The speaker was none other than Jian Hen, a master swordsman from the Southern Sword Pavilion. Yi Fan stared impassively at Jian Hen and the martial artists accompanying him, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. "Jian Hen, are you here for the treasure, or do you have other motives?" Yi Fan's tone was cool, revealing an aura that commanded respect. Jian Hen smiled faintly, his sharp gaze sweeping across the chamber. "Yi Fan, we both know this ancient site holds supreme treasures. Possessing them could greatly enhance one's power. We of the Southern Sword Pavilion would never pass up such an opportunity." Yi Fan fixed his gaze on Jian Hen, his mind already grasping the other's intentions. He knew that facing such an opponent demanded utmost caution. He gave a slight wave of his hand, signaling Shen Lufeng to remain vigilant. "Since we all share the same goal, it comes down to who can unlock the secrets of this stone coffin first." Yi Fan spoke calmly, his eyes never leaving the mysterious patterns etched upon the coffin. The atmosphere in the stone chamber grew tense. Besides Jian Hen and his entourage, several other experts from different factions were observing the situation. Clearly, they too were deeply interested in the treasures within the stone coffin. Just then, the ground around the stone coffin suddenly trembled faintly, as if some mechanism had been triggered. Yi Fan's heart tightened. He instantly realized this might be the opportunity to enter the depths of the ruins. He swiftly approached the stone coffin, scrutinizing the enigmatic patterns. Yi Fan's actions drew the attention of everyone present. Their eyes focused on him, wary of his potential moves. At this critical moment, Yi Fan suddenly reached out and touched the pattern. A faint blue light emanated from it, and then the entire stone coffin slowly opened, revealing its contents. Inside lay skeletal remains clad in ancient armor, the skeleton's hand clutching a long sword that emitted a faint, eerie glow. The blade was engraved with intricate patterns, pulsing with a mysterious and potent energy. Yi Fan stared at the sword, a strange resonance surging within him. He reached out and gently touched the blade. An immense surge of energy instantly flooded his body, granting him a power he had never before experienced. "This sword is no ordinary blade," Yi Fan murmured to himself. However, others also noticed the sword's unusual nature. A flash of greed flickered in Jian Hen's eyes as he swiftly launched an attack at Yi Fan, attempting to seize the mysterious blade. Yi Fan reacted swiftly, gripping the sword to meet Jian Hen's strike. Their clash instantly ignited a tense atmosphere throughout the stone chamber. Shen Lufeng joined the fray, fighting side by side with Yi Fan to withstand Jian Hen's relentless onslaught. Jian Hen's swordplay was ruthlessly fierce, each strike carrying the force of a raging storm. Yet the long sword in Yi Fan's grasp seemed imbued with some mysterious power, enabling him to withstand such assaults. Sword light and shadows intertwined, the very air within the stone chamber thickening with the intensity of the clash. The confrontation between Yi Fan and Jian Hen was not merely a contest of skill, but a clash of wills. Shen Lufeng fought alongside them, his fists and kicks landing heavily on Jian Hen's companions. Despite facing multiple attackers, he held his ground without faltering. As the battle continued, Yi Fan gradually sensed the unique qualities of the long sword in his grasp. Not only was its weight perfectly balanced, but each swing seemed to carry the roar of wind and thunder. The energy coursing through it blended seamlessly with Yi Fan's inner strength, making his attacks razor-sharp and unstoppable. Suddenly, amidst a fierce exchange, Yi Fan found a weakness in Jian Hen's defense. Chapter 233, Yi Fan, you win. His body twisted, and the sword shot forth like a streaking meteor, striking Jian Hen's weapon with pinpoint accuracy. A powerful force surged through the blade, knocking Jian Hen's sword from his grasp and sending him staggering back several steps. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan lunged forward, thrusting his blade toward Jian Hen's throat. Jianhen's face paled as he scrambled backward, narrowly evading the fatal strike. His expression was filled with shock and disbelief, clearly not expecting Yifan to master the power of this mysterious long sword so swiftly. Yifan, you win. Jianhen gasped, forced to concede defeat in the face of Yifan's overwhelming strength. Yifan withdrew his sword and regarded Jianhen impassively. Jianhen, the path of the martial world is still long. May you remember today's lesson. With that, he turned and departed the stone chamber alongside Shen Lufeng. On the way out of the ruins, Yifan and Shen Lufeng discussed the battle. Shen Lufeng was filled with curiosity about the sword in Yifan's hand. Mr. Yi, what makes this sword so special? Yifan smiled faintly, a trace of contemplation flickering in his eyes. This sword seems to resonate with my inner energy, unleashing astonishing power. I sense it's not merely a weapon, but more like a legendary treasure. Shen Lufeng listened, his eyes brimming with admiration. Mr. Yi, it seems our gains this time far exceed our expectations. Yifan nodded, his gaze unwavering. Indeed, but our journey has only just begun. The path of the martial world stretches endlessly before us, with countless unknowns and challenges awaiting. Yifan's voice carried both resolve and anticipation. Shen Lufeng nodded, his eyes reflecting the same resolve. Whatever challenges lie ahead, as long as I stand shoulder to shoulder with you, Mr. Yi, I, Shen Lufeng, fear nothing. The two continued onward, traversing the streets of Linjiang City toward distant horizons. Their silhouettes faded into the sunset, leaving behind a trail of legends. Several days later, Yifan and Shen Lufeng arrived at a remote mountain village. The scenery here was breathtakingly beautiful, isolated from the world, like an unspoiled paradise untouched by the outside world. Yifan's purpose, however, was to seek out a reclusive master. It was said this sage possessed profound knowledge of ancient martial arts and might shed light on the origins of the long sword in Yifan's possession. Guided by the villagers, Yifan and Shen Lufeng found the reclusive master's dwelling. It was a simple, rustic cottage surrounded by blooming flowers and plants, exuding a fresh, serene atmosphere. Yifan knocked on the door. It slowly opened, revealing an elderly man with snow-white hair. Though advanced in years, the old man possessed an extraordinary sharpness in his eyes. Young men, what brings you to seek me out? The old man's voice was hoarse yet resonant with strength. Yifan bowed slightly. Elder, I am Yifan. This is my companion, Shen Lufeng. We've come seeking your guidance regarding an ancient sword. The old man's gaze fell upon the long sword in Yifan's hand, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Oh? Let me see your sword. Yifan handed over the sword, and the elder took it, examining it closely. His fingers slid lightly along the blade, his eyes flickering with contemplation. After a moment, the old man looked up at Yifan. This sword is extraordinary. Its patterns and material both reveal its extraordinary nature. I surmise this must be the legendary Wind Thunder Sword, an ancient divine weapon long lost to history. Yifan and Shen Lufeng both looked astonished upon hearing this. The Wind Thunder Sword, this name was exceedingly rare in ancient martial arts history, said to possess boundless power. Senior, how does one unleash the true power of this sword? Yifan asked urgently. The old man pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. This sword must fuse with the user's inner energy. You must find a way to resonate with it. Once you master this technique, its power will be immeasurable. Yifan bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, elder. After bidding farewell to the elder, Yifan and Shen Lufeng continued their journey. Deep down, Yifan knew he would need to keep exploring through real combat to discover how to resonate with the Wind Thunder Sword. Their journey was fraught with unknowns and challenges, yet both Yifan and Shen Lufeng faced everything with unwavering conviction and fearless resolve. Several days later, Yifan and Shen Lufeng arrived at a secluded place known as the Hidden Valley. Surrounded by towering peaks, the valley was perpetually shrouded in mist, lending it an air of profound mystery. It was said that the Hidden Valley concealed ancient secrets and formidable adversaries. Mr. Yi, this Hidden Valley is fraught with danger. We must proceed with utmost caution, Shen Lufeng cautioned Yifan, his eyes gleaming with vigilance. Yifan nodded in agreement. This place is indeed unusual. We must remain vigilant at all times. They slowly entered the valley, traversing the rugged mountain path. Yifan gripped the Wind Thunder Sword tightly, his senses sharpened to their peak, ready to confront any potential danger. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound shattered the valley's tranquility. Yifan and Shen Lufeng spun around swiftly. Several figures emerged abruptly from the surrounding woods, their eyes cold and their aura fierce. Yifan, you finally arrived, declared the leader, his voice tinged with a cold sneer. It was Huoshan, the elite warrior of the Blazing Fire sect from Linjiang City. Yifan narrowed his eyes, calmly assessing the enemy before him. He knew these men hadn't appeared here without reason, they must have ulterior motives. Volcano continued, the Wind Thunder Sword in your hand is the treasure our Blazing Fire sect has long sought. Today, you shall leave it behind. Yifan responded coldly, the Wind Thunder Sword is beyond your control. If you insist on taking it by force, then let's see if you have the skill. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Volcano and his companions launched their attack. Yifan and Shen Lufeng reacted swiftly.
The Wind Thunder Sword in Yifan's hand emitted a series of sharp clangs, as if slicing through the air with streaks of lightning.
The battle intensified. Empowered by the Wind Thunder Sword, each of Yifan's strikes carried thunderous might.
Shen Lufeng, relying on his formidable physique and masterful martial arts, engaged in fierce combat with Volcano's companions. As the battle continued, Yifan gradually felt the Wind Thunder Sword resonate with his inner energy.
Each strike grew more ferocious, the sword's light carving dazzling trails through the gloomy valley.
Volcano began to feel the pressure, his attacks growing increasingly chaotic.
As the battle intensified, Huoshan realized his current strength alone was insufficient for victory.
A resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he unleashed a secret technique, erupting with an intense aura that seemed to instantly awaken his hidden potential.
Chapter 234, Witness My True Power. A fiery aura formed around his body, the temperature soaring until the surrounding air itself warped. Yifan, witness my true power. Volcano roared, each strike now infused with searing flames.
His punches carried a fierce momentum, possessing the power to incinerate everything in their path.
Facing Volcano's new form,
a flicker of gravity crossed Yifan's eyes, yet he did not retreat. Instead, his inner strength surged in resonance with the Wind Thunder Sword, his sword techniques growing ever more ruthless. His sword light darted through the flames, each strike landing precisely on Volcano's attack points, thwarting his offensive. Shen Lufeng, observing the situation from the sidelines, urgently adjusted their tactics. He knew that against the Volcano's trump card, they needed greater coordination and teamwork. Shen Lufeng adopted more defensive maneuvers, drawing Volcano's attacks onto himself to create more offensive opportunities for Yifan. As the battle dragged on, Volcano's formidable momentum gradually began to wane. His trump card was powerful, but it also consumed immense energy. Yifan, drawing upon the power of the Wind Thunder Sword, maintained relentless combat prowess throughout. Seizing a moment of Volcano's inattention, Yifan's figure broke through the defenses like lightning, striking directly at his vital point.
The Wind Thunder Sword traced a lightning-like arc through the air, striking Volcano's abdomen with pinpoint accuracy. Volcano grunted, staggering back several steps under the force of the powerful blow, clearly taking a significant hit. Yet he refused to relent, gritting his teeth against the pain as he launched another furious assault. His attacks grew more frenzied, each punch and kick now engulfed in flames, as he sought to incinerate both Yifan and Shen Lufeng. Yifan and Shen Lufeng now felt immense pressure. Standing back to back, they had to rely on seamless coordination and instinctive understanding to withstand the Volcano's savage onslaught. Each clash was fraught with danger and intensity. The slightest misstep from either side could mean defeat. They knew that only by overcoming the immediate challenge could they continue forward. Volcano's assaults grew fiercer, his fists and footsteps trailing searing flames, each strike seeming to ignite the very air. In this high-intensity battle, Yifan and Shen Lufeng were forced to retreat continuously, searching for an opening to counterattack. Yet Yifan remained composed, his gaze fixed intently on Volcano's movements.
He sensed that despite the ferocity of Volcano's assault, his strength was gradually waning. Yifan knew he needed to wait for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal strike. Just then, Huoshan's attack grew slightly impatient.
A fierce punch slipped into carelessness.
A sharp gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. Seizing this opening, he channeled the power of the Wind Thunder Sword and launched a swift counterattack. The Wind Thunder Sword seemed to come alive in Yifan's grasp, slicing through the air with dazzling flashes of light as it struck precisely at Volcano's chest.
Volcano was sent reeling by the sudden blow, the fiery aura surrounding him weakening.
Seeing this, Shen Lufeng immediately joined the fray, forming a pincer attack with Yifan.
Their coordination grew increasingly seamless, Yifan's sword techniques and Shen Lufeng's martial arts blending perfectly to relentlessly suppress Volcano. Though Volcano possessed immense strength, Yifan and Shen Lufeng's relentless assault forced him into an increasingly defensive position.
His breathing grew increasingly labored, clearly signaling his waning stamina.
Yet Volcano refused to yield.
A resolute glint shone in his eyes. He knew well that only by fighting until the very last moment could one truly be called a warrior. The battle raged on within the shadowy valley, flames and sword light intertwining in a scene of intense combat. Yifan and Shen Lufeng employed their skill and cunning, constantly seeking an opening to defeat Volcano.
Time ticked by second, as the battle raged on. Though Volcano's power was formidable, he gradually showed signs of exhaustion in the protracted struggle.
Yifan and Shen Lufeng, relying on their tenacious will and intricate tactics, relentlessly countered the Volcano's fierce assaults. This battle was not merely a contest of physical strength, but a test of willpower. Throughout this ordeal, both Yifan and Shen Lufeng honed their abilities in coordination, elevating their combat awareness and techniques through this grueling trial.
Amidst the fierce conflict, the Volcano unleashed its final trump card once more. The flames surrounding its body grew more intense and violent.
His eyes flashed with an unyielding resolve, each attack seeming poised to engulf Yifan and Shen Lufeng. Facing this, Yifan and Shen Lufeng showed no sign of panic. They knew well that any panic at this critical juncture could lead to fatal consequences. Yifan gripped the Wind Thunder Sword tightly, channeling all his inner strength into his swordplay, which grew more ferocious and precise. Shen Lufeng followed closely behind, supporting Yi Fan with his formidable physical prowess and masterful fist techniques. The battle reached a fever pitch. The volcano's flames nearly ignited the surrounding air, yet Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng moved through the inferno like ghosts, deftly evading the scorching heat while seeking openings to strike back. The volcano sensed the immense pressure emanating from Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng. Though its attacks were ferocious, they also revealed numerous vulnerabilities. Yi Fan exploited the speed and agility of the Wind Thunder Sword, narrowly breaching Volcano's defenses several times to deliver lethal blows. Yet Volcano persisted in battle. A stubborn light flickered in his eyes as he relentlessly tapped into his latent power. In this extreme situation, Volcano's power seemed to surge further. His fists and feet were enveloped in towering flames, each strike carrying the force to obliterate everything. Under Volcano's relentless onslaught, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng felt immense pressure. They had to push their combat skills and wits to the absolute limit just to survive this life or death struggle. At that very moment, an unexpected shift occurred. After unleashing several powerful attacks in succession, the volcano suddenly felt an excruciating pain surge through its chest. He realized that prolonged, overloaded combat had pushed his body to its absolute limit. Seeing this, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng immediately seized the opportunity. Yi Fan swung the Wind Thunder Sword, unleashing a lightning-fast sword chi that struck directly at the volcano's vital points. Shen Lufeng launched his attack from the opposite side, his fist cutting through the air with a piercing whistle as it slammed heavily into the volcano's flank. Under this double assault, Volcano finally collapsed. His body rolled several times on the ground before coming to a complete stop. His eyes were filled with reluctance and struggle, but they eventually closed. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng breathed a sigh of relief, knowing this grueling battle had finally ended. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng slowly retreated from the battlefield. Their steps were slightly weary, yet their eyes shone with the glow of victory. Chapter 235, Let's Relax. Crossing the two set foot once more on the path back to Linzheng City. Mr. Yi, you were truly outstanding in this battle, Shen Lufeng praised as they walked, a look of admiration on his face. Yi Fan smiled faintly in response. Young Shen, you did well too. Without your assistance, I couldn't have defeated Volcano. His tone was calm, yet his eyes conveyed genuine appreciation for Shen Lufeng. After walking for some time, they finally emerged from the and stepped back into the bustling streets of Linzheng City. The city's clamor stood in stark contrast to the valley's tranquility, yet for Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng, this familiar bustle felt strangely comforting. Mr. Yi, let's grab something to eat first. After such a fierce battle, I'm starving. Shen Lufeng suggested. Good idea. Let's find a place to eat properly. Yi Fan agreed. They chose a restaurant that looked quite upscale. The restaurant offered an elegant setting and tranquil atmosphere, perfect for unwinding. They ordered some signature dishes, paired with a few glasses of fine wine, and began to savor this rare moment of leisure. After dinner, Yi Fan suggested heading to a nearby KTV to unwind. Shen Lufeng was all for it, and the two headed over together. Inside the KTV, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng selected a private room. They selected a few songs and began singing at the top of their voices. In this small space, they shed their usual composure and calm, fully embracing the joy brought by the music. Yi Fan's voice was surprisingly good, singing each song with deep emotion and a beautiful tone. Shen Lufeng, meanwhile, was even more relaxed. Though his voice wasn't as melodious as Yi Fan's, it was filled with passion and power. Just as Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng were immersed in the music and relaxation, the KTV door suddenly swung open. A group of young people entered, led by a stylishly dressed, imposing young man who was clearly a rich kid. Their arrival shattered the harmonious atmosphere within the private room. The rich kid glanced at Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng singing, a sneer curling his lips. He walked up to Yi Fan and said in a provocative tone, "Well, if it isn't Yi Fan. Never thought I'd run into you in a place like this. What brings you and your friend here for some fun?" Yi Fan paused with the microphone in his hand, meeting the other man's gaze calmly. "What's the matter? If there's nothing, I'd like you to leave." The rich kid frowned in displeasure, his voice tinged with arrogance. "I like it here. What, you think you can kick me out?" He stared defiantly at Yi Fan, seemingly waiting for his reaction. Shen Lufeng stood up, his eyes alert as he faced the rich kid's provocation. "Mr. Yi, let me handle this." However, Yi Fan gently shook his head, signaling Shen Lufeng not to act impulsively. Yi Fan knew this setting was no place for conflict. He didn't want to stir trouble unnecessarily. But just then, the rich kid's henchmen burst in from outside, their eyes gleaming with menace, clearly intending to lay hands on Yi Fan. The rich kid sneered coldly, "Yi Fan, you may have some reputation in the underworld, but this is my turf. Today, my men will teach you a lesson." A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He knew conflict was now unavoidable. He stood up, facing the charging henchmen, ready to meet them head-on. Shen Lufeng swiftly positioned himself beside Yi Fan, ready for battle. Though they faced a group of men, neither Yi Fan nor Shen Lufeng showed the slightest fear. The rich kid's men swarmed forward, but Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng stood like two immovable mountains.
Yi Fan's movements were swift and precise, each strike landing directly on the opponent's vital points.
Shen Lufeng, relying on his formidable physical prowess, swung his fists to withstand the onslaught. Within mere minutes, the rich kid's men were knocked down one by one, unable to rise.
Han Ruilong's face turned pale.
He hadn't expected Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng to be so formidable.
As his men fell one after another, he urgently tried to stop Yi Fan. "Stop! Do you know who I am? I'm Han Ruilong. The Han family wields immense influence in Linjiang City. You'd better not be so ungrateful."
Yi Fan turned to face Han Ruilong, a flicker of contempt in his eyes.
"The so-called Han family means nothing to me. If you're wise, you'll leave immediately. Otherwise, I won't mind letting you taste more pain."
Han Ruilong's face twisted with shame and fury at these words. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to show him such utter contempt, which felt like a profound insult. Yet, confronted by Yi Fan's icy glare and unquestionable tone, fear overcame his anger. Yi Fan said no more. He stepped forward and suddenly struck out, delivering several resounding slaps to Han Ruilong's face.
The blows left Han Ruilong reeling, nearly toppling him from his feet. "Remember my words, get out immediately. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to break your limbs." Yi Fan's voice was icy, dripping with menace. Han Ruilong clutched his flushed cheeks, seething with rage and humiliation, yet he dared not raise a hand against Yi Fan again. He glared fiercely at Yi Fan and said in a trembling voice, "You wait. I'll make you pay for this." With that, he hurriedly left the KTV with his remaining men.
Yi Fan watched Han Ruilong's retreating figure, a cold smile curling his lips. He wasn't worried about Han Ruilong's threats. He possessed sufficient strength and connections to weather the impending storm.
"Mr. Yi, what should we do now?"
Shen Lufeng asked, his voice tinged with concern. Yi Fan turned to face Shen Lufeng, his gaze unwavering.
"Shen, don't worry.
Since we've chosen this path, we must be prepared to face anything.
The Han family may wield some influence in Linjiang City, but they're no match for us."
Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng stepped out of the KTV.
Linjiang City remained bustling and vibrant under the night sky.
The two decided to grab a bite at a roadside barbecue stall to lift their spirits. They approached a bustling barbecue stall where the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, making their mouths water. The stall was packed with all kinds of people, friends chatting about everything under the sun, couples raising glasses in celebration, and solitary diners savoring their meals. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng found a spot to sit, ordered some lamb skewers, beef skewers, and a few specialty side dishes, and got several bottles of beer. While waiting for their order, they observed the surrounding crowd, soaking in the lively nighttime atmosphere of the city. The grilled meats arrived quickly, golden brown and crispy, their aroma filling the air. Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng drank heartily and ate with gusto. Seeing how much they were enjoying themselves, the stall owner even brought over a few extra skewers of freshly grilled specialties.
"Mr. Yi, these grilled skewers are absolutely delicious," Shen Lufeng praised between bites.
Yi Fan grinned in response.
"Sometimes, enjoying simple grilled skewers like this is a pleasure in itself." Chapter 236, The Han family won't let this go. After finishing their barbecue, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng rose, thoroughly satisfied.
The night was as dark as ink, yet the streets of Linjiang City remained brightly lit. The two strolled along the street, discussing the days ahead and the challenges they might face. "Mr. Yi, the Han family won't let this go," Shen Lufeng said with a look of deep concern.
Yi Fan remained calm. "I know. The Han family certainly wields some influence in Linjiang City, but they are not invincible.
What we need to do is stay vigilant while continuing to improve ourselves."
As they discussed, back at the Han family's mansion in Linjiang City, Han Ruilong was angrily reporting the KTV incident to the family elders.
Han Tianhao, the family patriarch, was a burly middle-aged man with a stern countenance. After hearing Han Ruilong's account, Han Tianhao's expression darkened. "Yi Fan dares to treat my Han family like this.
This cannot be left unpunished.
Father, we must teach Yi Fan a lesson and show him the might of the Han family,"
Han Ruilong declared furiously.
Han Tianhao paused for a moment before speaking slowly. "Rest assured, I'll handle this matter. Yi Fan may possess some strength, but before our Han family, he is nothing more than an ant." Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng continued navigating the nightscape of Linjiang City, oblivious to the unfolding events as they carried on with their lives. Yi Fan's daily life was remarkably simple. Beyond cultivation and handling matters within the martial arts world, he also savored ordinary pleasures like tonight's barbecue.
Several days later, the Han family initiated their operation.
Leveraging their clan's influence and resources, they launched a series of covert attacks and harassment against Yi Fan. These included disrupting his business, deploying covert surveillance, and even threatening those close to him. Yet Yi Fan remained undeterred. He met the Han family's provocations with calm composure. Through repeated confrontations, Yi Fan not only demonstrated his intelligence and strength but also gradually exposed the Han family's illegal activities, winning the support and sympathy of many. In a cafe in Linjiang City, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng sat quietly sipping coffee, discussing their next move. "Mr. Yi, the Han family's actions are becoming increasingly outrageous," Shen Lufeng said with concern. Yi Fan gently set down his coffee cup, his gaze unwavering.
The Han family is merely a temporary obstacle.
As long as we stay true to the righteous path and remain unafraid of tyranny, we will ultimately find a way to overcome them.
Just then, Yi Fan's phone rang. He answered it, a faint smile touching his lips.
A familiar voice came through the line, an old friend of Yi Fan's, a renowned figure in the underworld known as Iron Hand. Iron Hand's voice carried concern and worry. Yi Fan, I hear you've had some friction with the Han family lately.
Need any help?
Yi Fan chuckled softly and replied, Brother Iron Hand, thank you for your concern. I can handle the situation for now, so don't worry.
All right. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Iron Hand hung up after that.
After hanging up, Yi Fan said to Shen Lufeng, Iron Hand is a reliable friend, but we'll handle the Han family matter ourselves. Shen Lufeng nodded in understanding. He knew Yi Fan was a man of honor and self-reliance, unwilling to burden others lightly. Meanwhile, Han Tianhao addressed his family members during a clan meeting. Though Yi Fan is merely a martial artist, he may have forces backing him that we are unaware of. We must proceed with caution and not treat him like an ordinary person. Han Ruelong listened nearby, his heart brimming with resentment and bitterness. His hatred for Yi Fan ran deep, and he was determined to find an opportunity for revenge. Days later, the Han family began suppressing Yi Fan more covertly. They no longer acted openly, instead dispatching agents to secretly monitor Yi Fan, seeking to uncover his vulnerabilities. However, Yi Fan was prepared for this. Using his intelligence and extensive underworld experience, he skillfully evaded the Han family's surveillance while secretly gathering information about them. One night, Yi Fan and Shen Lufeng held a secret meeting with several trusted friends in a secluded warehouse. They were formulating a plan to counter the Han family. Mr. Yi, we've uncovered some information about the Han family's illegal dealings. A friend named One Eye handed Yi Fan a document. Yi Fan took the file and began to read it carefully. The documents detailed several illegal activities the Han family was suspected of, including controlling underground markets and engaging in various unlawful operations. This information would be enough to give the Han family a headache for a while. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth.
Shen Lufeng looked at Yi Fan and asked, Mr. Yi, how should we proceed next?
Yi Fan looked up at Shen Lufeng and the others. We must proceed cautiously. Begin by secretly disrupting the Han family's illegal operations. At the same time, we must strengthen our own defenses.
The Han family will not let this go easily.
Yi Fan's plan was swiftly put into action. He, Shen Lufeng, and several other trusted friends began covertly investigating the Han family's illegal activities and devised methods to disrupt these operations. Leveraging their connections and resources within the underworld, they gradually began to impact the Han family's illicit operations.
Meanwhile, the Han family began to feel pressure from an unknown adversary.
Several of their secret deals were repeatedly thwarted, resulting in significant financial losses. Han Tianhao conducted a covert investigation, trying to uncover the mastermind behind it all, but he couldn't find any concrete evidence. Father, our dealings have been sabotaged again. It must be Yi Fan pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Han Ruelong exclaimed angrily.
Han Tianhao's face remained composed. Without evidence, we can't act rashly.
Yi Fan is no simple opponent. We must be even more cautious. While the Han family was busy hunting for the mastermind, Yi Fan was leisurely sipping tea with Shen Lufeng and several friends at a tea house on the other side of Linjiang City. Outwardly relaxed, they were secretly monitoring the Han family's movements.
Mr. Yi, the Han family seems to be growing suspicious of us lately, Shen Lufeng remarked.
Yi Fan smiled faintly. Their suspicions won't matter. Our operations have always been covert. As long as we maintain a low profile, the Han family won't find any leverage against us.
Just then, one of their friends hurried into the tea house, his expression grave. Mr. Yi, the Han family has intensified their investigation into you recently. They've even started probing into your private life. Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly.
It seems we need to be even more cautious. But if the Han family thinks this is how they'll deal with me, they'll only dig themselves deeper into a hole.